Your girlfriend transfers you 1 million every month, just begging you to stay obediently at home and not go out to work, because you're just too handsome. Once you step outside, you're bound to attract other women. She spends every day thinking of ways to keep you locked by her side, and you gradually realize she might be a Yandere. To make matters worse, her younger sister is also a Yandere, constantly scheming to steal you away from her. In desperation, you turn to your childhood friend for help, only to discover she not only has always liked you but is also your arranged marriage partner. Finally, as you're about to be taken away, your unrelated older sister can't hold back anymore. Xiao Yang, just say you like me. If you say it, I'll give you anything. At this moment, you're video chatting with your girlfriend, Shin Yenran. Yenran, I need to go to my part-time job at the milk tea shop. Let's talk later, you say apologetically. Xia Yang, listen to me, the one thing I'm never short of is money. She snaps, her face darkening instantly upon hearing you're going to work again. At the same time, you receive a bank notification showing a transfer of 1 million yuan, but you remain indifferent to the money Shin Yenran sends. This isn't the first time she's transferred a huge sum. No matter how many times you change bank cards, she always finds a way to send it directly to you. Alright, don't be mad, I'm running late, you say with a warm smile before ending the call. On the other end of the line, Shin Yenran is furious. Once I return home, I'll make sure my darling stays by my side every second, preferably locked in a luxury villa. Earlier, her father had sent her abroad for studies, a move she knew was meant to separate the two of you. She was well aware of her boyfriend's irresistible charm to the opposite sex, and after leaving the country, she constantly worried you'd be stolen away by another woman. This anxiety festered inside her, eventually turning her into a Yandere. Fortunately, Shin Yenran graduated early and would be returning home in just 2 days. The two of you had only fought once in 3 years over your insistence on working part-time. Shin Yenran is the heiress of an ultra-wealthy family, with more money than she could spend in several lifetimes, but you refuse to live off her. For years, you've earned your own tuition and living expenses. Arriving at the milk tea shop for your shift, you quickly put on a mask to hide your face. There's no helping it, you naturally attract the opposite sex, and anyone who sees your face goes crazy for you. The shop owner smiles warmly at you, looking kind and friendly. Ever since you started working there, all the nearby girls have flocked to the shop, sending sales skyrocketing exponentially. It turns out one girl secretly took a photo of you without your mask, and the news of an unbelievably handsome guy at the milk tea shop spread online. Now, every girl who comes orders their drink and insists you deliver it to their table. The owner, savvy with business, makes you say enjoy your drink, beautiful with every delivery. The girls can't resist this marketing tactic. One even promised on the spot to pay 10,000 yuan if you just take off your mask. You just started your shift when an ice-cold beauty walked in. She was flawless, except for the aloofness etched on her stunning face, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. However, when Lang Shuangyue saw you, her eyes flickered with emotion. She took a seat close to you, a faint hint of joy on her face. Shuangyue, good morning, you greeted her before handing her a freshly made lemonade. Lang Shuangyue loved sweet and sour flavors. How did you know? Because you two had been childhood friends, attending the same schools from kindergarten through college, sharing a deep bond. If only Lang Shuangyue weren't so reserved, perhaps Shin Yenran wouldn't have stood a chance. A regret that lingered in Shuangyue's heart. If she could go back, she would have made her move before Shin Yenran ever had the chance. When Shin Yenran won you over, Shuangyue fell seriously ill. The person she loved had become someone else's boyfriend. Fortunately, Shin Yenran soon left the country, and Shuangyue felt she might still have a shot. The shop gradually filled with more customers. The beauty at table 1 felt her heart race just from meeting your gaze. Gathering courage, she pulled out her phone and asked, "Handsome, can I add you as a friend?" The moment the words reached Lang Shuangyue's ears, her grip tightened around her milk teacup. "Sorry, I'm on duty right now." You declined smoothly. You were experienced at turning down admirers, and with Shuangyue around today, she made for the perfect shield, a tactic that never failed. By noon, your shift ended. The boss paid you 1,000 yuan daily for just 4 hours of work. You walked over to Shuangyue's table and said, "Let's go, my treat, spicy hot pot at the end of the street." You knew she was here to act as your cover and joked, "Eat as much as you want, see if you can bankrupt me." That single playful line made Lang Shuangyue, the school's renowned ice queen, burst into laughter. As the two of you walked out side by side, her beauty outshone every other girl in sight. Those watching couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the handsome guy wasn't interested, he already has such a gorgeous girlfriend. Final exams were approaching, and you asked Lang Shuangyue, "Shuangyue, how's your prep going?" "I'm fine, what about you?" As the two chatted, Shin Yenran, abroad, finally had her graduation paperwork stamped. Everything was settled. She called you immediately. You answered while walking. "Yenran, what's up, sweetheart? My graduation paperwork got approved." "Really? overjoyed. Your voice rose without realizing it. That means I can come back tomorrow, you have to pick me up at the airport. You were thrilled, but you didn't notice Lung Xuangyue freezing beside you. She's coming back, Xuangyue murmured, watching you walk away, phone in hand. A wave of panic surged through her. After hanging up, your excitement was impossible to contain, but Lung Xuangyue's mood was the exact opposite. She made up an excuse to leave. My family just called, something came up. I need to go. Oh, alright, I'll treat you another time. Go handle your stuff. Once home, Xuangyue locked herself in her room, pulling out old photos of the two of you. Her heart swelled with regret. It's all my fault. If only I'd been braver, things would have turned out differently. The thought steeled her resolve. She knew she had to do something. Back then, Shen Yanran suddenly transferred to your school. The moment she saw you, she was captivated and openly declared her liking for you in class, shocking everyone. Long Xuangyue wanted to stop her but was powerless. Once, when you had a fever, Shen Yanran was the first to arrive at your home. Lang Xuangyue arrived a step later, saw you holding Shen Yanran's hand on the bed, and turned away. But Lang Xuangyue didn't know that in your feverish state, you thought it was her taking care of you and had only texted her. Shen Yanran came because she visited your doorstep every morning and happened to run into you that day. The next day, you realized it was Shen Yanran who had been caring for you all along. It was a heaven-sent opportunity, and with Shen Yanran's proactive pursuit, you quickly fell in love under her attentive care. Lang Xuangyue lost completely just because of that one turn. She handed over the affection that should have been hers. Not getting something is one thing, but losing what was rightfully yours is even more painful. If she knew the truth, she'd probably feel 1,000 times worse than she does now. After eating spicy hot pot, you didn't go home but went to find Shen Yanran's younger sister, Shen Lily, because you wanted to give her the bank card with a huge sum of money. It felt too hot to hold on to. Besides, Shen Yanran sometimes asked you to tutor Shen Lily, which was a legitimate way to give you money while helping her sister study. You rang the doorbell at Tianhong number 1, where every inch of land was worth a fortune, and every villa owner was either wealthy or influential. Seeing it was you on the screen, Shen Lily rushed downstairs to open the door. Xia Yang, what brings you here? Did you miss me? Shen Lily's pretty face lit up with joy. Your sister transferred money to me again. Take this card and spend it. Come in and sit. Shen Lily didn't refuse the card, she understood you. No need. I have to head home soon. Come in. Ignoring your protests, Shen Lily grabbed your arm and pulled you into the villa, her touch sending an unusual sensation through you. Lily, let go. You tried to pull away, but she clung tightly, refusing to release you. Inside the villa, Shen Lily laid out a table full of delicious treats. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, you started eating. Seeing you indulge, Shen Lily immediately put on a pitiful expression, as if she might burst into tears any second. Xia Yang, why haven't you come to tutor me lately? You've already studied advanced math. You're more than capable of helping me with my current coursework. Shen Lily stared intently at you as you removed your mask, thinking to herself, I should have pretended to be dumb back then. I could have monopolized you longer. Lily, you know your sister is coming back tomorrow, right? Hearing this, Shen Lily froze. Sister's coming back? I haven't even won you over yet. Seems she only remembers you as her boyfriend and forgets about me. Her sister. That's not true. Your sister cares about you a lot, you quickly reassured. Afraid of damaging their sisterly bond, Shen Lily squeezed out a tear and pointed pitifully at her slender legs. I don't believe you, unless you give me a massage. Clearly, this was her real goal. Fine, I'll do it. With no choice, you reluctantly agreed. Shen Lily lay on the sofa, thoroughly enjoying your exclusive massage. Xia Yang, however, was tormented. He paused as the wall clock showed that 10 minutes had passed. Like a sigh of relief, Lily? Shen Lily unexpectedly fell asleep defenselessly, and Xia Yang gently pushed her. Go back to bed if you want to sleep. You'll catch a cold sleeping on the couch, while you carry me back. Shen Lily stretched out her hands to hug Xia Yang's neck and pressed herself tightly against him, said whatever she wanted Xia Yang to carry her back. There was no choice but for Xia Yang to casually carry her to a room and cover her up. Next time, I'll be sure to have Yuma talk to Lily about this whole thing about keeping a sense of proportion between a man and a woman. Shen Lily performs a proper youthful and cute image, sticking to Xia Yang every time she comes. He mistakenly thought that Shen Lily didn't know much about this area, but in reality, she had to know much more and had held Xia Yang to death. For example, this time, whether it was calling Shen Yanran and asking her who was more important, or massaging and letting Xia Yang carry her back to bed, it was all in her plan. Xia Yang could only feel guilty and obediently fulfill the request. It's no different than being sold and counting money for someone else. When the sound of Xia Yang closing the door came, Shen Lily opened her eyes and a smug smile spread across her face. Sister probably hasn't even enjoyed such attentive service from Xia Yang. She gently stroked the places that Xia Yang had massaged. Xia Yang, you're really great. The current her was a world away from from the way she had acted in front of Xia Yang. There was still a scarlet glow in his eyes. Turns out she's just as sickly as Xin Yanran. Not bad for a family. Xia Yang went straight back home after coming out of the villa area. Now Xin Yanyan's side is late at night and the early hours of the morning is not suitable for phone calls. He took out the book to review, turn over those teachers to draw the key points all over again. Okay, end of review. From a young age he was a very good student and now attends one of the best colleges. After reviewing he began his weekly cleaning spree, sweeping the one hall and 2 rooms left to him by his parents. At 5 p.m., after cleaning up and taking a shower, I heard the doorbell. Could it be that Sister Lin is here? He didn't even blow dry his hair before he went to open the door. And what was standing outside the door was indeed the mature big sister Lin Yashin. Lin Yashin's had a very beautiful and gentle face. The sweater she wore on her body perfectly matched her mature temperament, and her 2 majestic snowy peaks were very attractive to the eyes. 4 words, extreme beauty. Sister Lin, Xiao Yang, come over to my side for dinner tonight. I bought your favorite beef, Lin Yashin said as she took Xia Yang into her arms. Touching her head was a bit difficult. Xia Yang was already different from when he was 18. After Xia Yang's parents had just left him, it was Lin Yashin, his big sister, who was comforting him. Lin Yashin took him into her arms and gently stroked his hair, giving him great spiritual comfort. Sister Lin, I've grown up. Lin Yashin's killing power was not something that Shen Lily could compare to, and Xia Yang couldn't help but gulp the moment he was hugged. It's killing me. The aroma in his nose wasn't the light kind either, but the ethereal scent that could ignite longing to dispel reason. 1.85 m Xia Yan was 1.75 m. Xin hugged how not like a sister to comfort the younger brother, but instead want a couple in the hallway embrace. Grow up or not, your sister will always spoil you like she always did. After Lin Yashin had hugged her enough, she looked up at Xia Yang's incredibly handsome face. Yeah, it's different when you grow up. You're even more handsome. Her jade hand couldn't help but want to caress Xia Yang's face, but she put it down when she reached halfway, instead holding Xia Yang's hand and pulling him next door. Xia Yang was as familiar with this place as his own home. There's fruit on the table and dinner will be ready soon afterward. The fruits on the table are all Xia Yang's favorites, such as grapes and dragon fruits. Lin Yashin coiled her soft hair up high, revealing her white swan-like neck, and then put on an apron. A living, breathing wife and mother. In the living room was able to see the scene inside the kitchen. Lin Yashin left Xia Yang with a nicked back. This back was too charming, and Xia Yang hurriedly lowered his eyes, not daring to look again. The one who could marry Sister Lin was afraid that he hadn't saved the entire alien planet in his previous life, right? He could imagine his sister Lin must be a very good wife after she got married. It wasn't long before a burst of aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Xia Yang couldn't wait to taste the dishes that Lin Yashin had cooked with her own hands. Sister, is it almost ready? It's so fragrant. Little greedy brother, wait a little longer, okay? Lin Yashin's tone was tinged with doting. If this was seen by her many suitors, there was no guarantee that Xia Yang wouldn't be killed. Sister's cooking just keeps getting better and better. Xia Yang's compliments made Lin Yashin smile tenderly, and he was a bit dumbfounded. Sister Lin, you're so beautiful and gentle and skillful. Aren't there many people pursuing you? Xia Yang thought about this sister of his who was already 26 years old, to the age of marriage, but usually did not see any boyfriends or other characters around her out. Yeah, but I turned them all down. If I get a boyfriend I won't have time to come and cook for you. From now on it's all about cooking for the boyfriend. Now do you still want me to get a boyfriend? Chapter 4, Drunkenness. When Xia Yang heard Lin Yashin say this, his heart could not help but be filled with a sense of loss. Lin Yashin had given him a great deal of support in the beginning when his parents had left. Lin Yashin brought the dishes out from inside the kitchen. Seeing the forlorn Xia Yang, she was a little heartbroken. One shouldn't have said those words to him just now. What are you thinking about? Tonight I made beef stew with potatoes and braised lion's head, so eat quickly. Seeing that Xia Yang was still in a low mood, she put down the chopstick she had just picked up and sat down next to him. Sister just said it casually. How could I be willing to leave my handsome and charming brother Xia Yang? Lin Yashin's tone was gentle to the extreme, and the negative emotions in Xia Yang's heart were just swept away. Xia Yang is not a 3-year-old child anymore. He is a junior college student and knows that he can't be too selfish. I can't let Sister Lin, who is so good to me, not be happy for the rest of her life because of my own selfishness, right? That's too selfish. Sister Lin, if you meet your own happiness when it comes to you, go after it to your heart's content. Don't miss it because of me. My biggest wish is that besides my parents coming back soon, the rest is that I hope you will be happy. Xia Yang said sincerely. In that moment Xia Yang also figured out that as long as Lin Yashin can be happy, it doesn't matter what happens to him. Lin Yashin also did not expect Xia Yang to say this. This younger brother of his is really growing up and knows how to love his sister. Lin Yashin didn't tell Xia Yang that she was happy just by spending time with him like this. Well, eat quickly. Lin Yashin gave him some dishes, and Xia Yang returned to the way he had just come in. I brought a bottle of wine back from abroad. Let's have some together. with layers and layers of protective packaging and very old-looking bottles. A person could tell that this wine was not cheap. Xia Yang remembered that this big sister of his seemed to be a proper rich woman as well, and wondered why she had been living in this kind of not-so-small house. Lin Yaxin was even more generous than Xin Yanran, giving him 100 million at once, whereas the 18-year-old Xia Yang seen this kind of battle, and said he didn't want anything. Later, there was really no way out. Lin Yaxin even taught herself to cook for Xia Yang and cooked for him. Lin Yaxin had also gotten busy over the years because of her family's industry, and Xia Yang could only see her 3 times a week. After waking up, Lin Yaxin poured a small glass for him and a small glass for herself. Xia Yang tasted a mouthful. The taste was mellow, and it didn't feel like that kind of wine at all. One small glass certainly wasn't enough for him, and he poured himself another half a glass. Only then did Lin Yaxin on the opposite side of the table take a sip from a tall glass. The elegance and domesticity in her bones were all reflected between these few actions. Xiao Yang, don't drink so fast. Lin Yaxin was afraid that he would get drunk. Don't worry, it's only 2 drinks. I shouldn't have to do anything. Wine has a strong aftertaste, and Xia Yang drank it so quickly that it was only natural for him to get drunk. When he used his chopsticks to pick up a braised lion's head, he came up empty. Lin Yaxin, who was sitting across the table, also became 3. Sister Lin, how did you become 3? The chopsticks in his hand fell on the table as he slumped down on the couch. The feeling he had right now was heavenly. So hard. Lin Yaxin intended just to take this bottle of treasures and Xia Yang sip together. The result of the taste is too good. Xia Yang drink fast and drink a little too much. All of a sudden poured. Yang, Lin Yaxin rested him on her round and beautiful legs. Sister, I'm so dizzy, I want to sleep. I'll help you sleep in your room, okay? Lin Yaxin very reluctantly picked up Xia Yang, whose hot body was lying on top of her in its entirety, and whose blazing nostrils were hitting her jade neck making her weak. Yang, you, Lin Yaxin couldn't even say complete words. In the end, Xia Yang's weight crushed Lin Yaxin to the ground. Drunk Xia Yang hindsight only realized that he fell down, trying to get up but his hand slipped and so kissed his sister Lin. Lin Yaxin's brain couldn't think anymore. Xiao Yang, he kissed me. Xia Yang, however, didn't have much of a reaction and probably hadn't realized that he had kissed Lin Yaxin. By the time the sluggish man was ready to try to get up again, Lin Yaxin wrapped her arms around his neck, turning reactive into proactive. She had fantasized about kissing Xia Yang countless times, but had started out with him as her sister, an identity that allowed her to get close to Xia Yang and bound her. Now that Xia Yang took the initiative to come to the door, how could she let Xia Yang leave just like that? Her kiss was green and gentle, full of reluctance, as if she wanted to kiss Xia Yang like this until the end of time. Finally her lung capacity reached its limit before she let go of Xia Yang. Lin Yaxin cupped Xia Yang's perfect face and gently caressed it. Xiao Yang, quickly say you like your sister. The chaotic Xia Yang was as hypnotized as he was, and he did whatever Lin Yaxin said. Like sister. Lin Yaxin's heart was like honey when she heard Xia Yang say this, and she looked at him with affection and said, sister also likes Xiao Yang. Then she kissed, her youthfulness gradually becoming skillful. Xia Yang woke up only the next morning. Fortunately he took a leave of absence today in order to pick up Shinyanran's, otherwise it would be a little difficult to get his hands on a scholarship for this semester now that he is late. Well, head hurts. Where am I? Drinking last night and then. He didn't remember anything from the moment he said he was dizzy and wanted to go back to sleep. After observing his surroundings again, Xia Yang realized that it was he who had been dragged onto the bed by Sister Lin after getting drunk. Even the quilts were filled with the same scent from Sister Lin. His throat was smoking now, and he lifted the covers off the soft queen-sized bed to get up and look for water. Xia Yang opened the door to his room and saw Lin Yaxin busy in the kitchen. Xiao Yang, you're awake? Do you have a headache? I'll make you an antidote soup. Xia Yang found that today his own sister Lin looked very good and her face was flushed. The phrase people are happy when they are happy describes the current Lin Yaxin. Last night's series of ambiguities, coupled with the fact that at night she is sleeping with her beloved brother. She wakes up to see the person she likes by her side. The mood is naturally very good. Xia Yang gulped down the sobering soup in one gulp, which made him feel better. I'll never crave a drink again. It's too much. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. I have a fresh towel and toothbrush in the bathroom for you. I'll just go back and brush my teeth. There's no need to be so troublesome, Xia Yang said with some embarrassment. He felt that there was an imperceptible change in the way Sister Yin treated him well. It should be an illusion. Sister Lin has always been so gentle. That's fine, but come over for breakfast later. Lin Yaxin didn't force it. Okay. Chapter 5, Return of the Girlfriend. When Xia Yang washed up and came over Lin Yaxin but came out from inside the room, wearing OL office clothes, seemed to be going to do things. Xiao Yang, there's a bit of an emergency over at the business. I won't be able to accompany you for breakfast. It doesn't matter. Sister Lin, hurry up and get busy. Xia Yang sent Lin Yaxin down the stairs, and a stretch limousine had long been waiting below. Only after seeing Lin Yashi leave did Xia Yang go upstairs for breakfast. I have to say that Sister Lin's craftsmanship is just great. He ate all the breakfast Lin Yashin had made for him, and after washing the plates and whatnot he turned off the lights and locked the door and went back next door to his own house. He didn't bring his cell phone over last night, and it showed multiple missed calls from Shin Yenran, all of which had just called. Hey, Yuma, did you oversleep, dear? And you didn't answer after all my calls? Shin Yenran was on her way to the airport. I woke up a little late last night after a few drinks. Drinking? Is it to a bar? Shin Yenran's tone produced another change. Xia Yang understood why Shin Yenran asked this. No man or woman would want their significant other to go to a place like that. No, how could I possibly go to a bar? He hurriedly answered so that Shin Yenran on the other side of the phone wasn't so nervous. If Xia Yang was drunk in a bar, that kind of consequence would be hell for her. Thinking of that kind of scene, Shin Yenran's thoughts of locking up Xia Yang became even stronger. I'll be at the airport in 4 hours. When Shin Yenran said this, Xia Yang also got excited. Well, I'll meet you at the airport now. It takes about an hour to get to the airport from here. What do they care about 3 hours when they've survived for years? 3 years is really too long for couples. Both were running at each other at the same time. Shin Yenyan on the airplane and Xia Yang in the airport both stared at the flow of time minute by minute. This is going by slower than when he went part-time. Finally the Shin family's private jet landed. Shin Yenran walked out from the channel. Today she deliberately wore a red strapless dress. The moment she appeared is the focus of the entire airport. Noble and beautiful, and passionate. A woman like Shin Yenran was an object that all men longed to conquer. Instead, this goddess in the eyes of the crowd flung herself into a man's arms of her own accord and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him on the lips. After 3 years apart the two didn't care how many people were watching them. The males who witnessed this had their hearts broken. Well, that's not what they suspected. This goddess is not supposed to be the kind of person who is as disdainful of love affairs and says to those who pursue her, "Humph, man, how could you turn around and jump into a man's arms and initiate a kiss? A kiss that was hard to break up. It's worse than killing them." After a long kiss, Shin Yenran was flushed. Feeling that Xia Yang's kiss was so raw, she was relieved. In these 3 years Xia Yang should have kept his body for her and not been gotten by any other woman. Honey, miss me? Shin Yenran winks. Want? Xia Yan looked at Shin Yenran's charming egg face and gently kissed her white forehead. Let's go back to the villa, Shin Yenran said as she exhaled against his ear, and blew a breath into his ear. Xia Yan was just so aroused by his girlfriend that his breathing became thicker. When Shin Yenran was like this, she also teased him about everything, and was not responsible for putting out the fire after lighting it. If she knew she would be sent abroad by her father, she would have eaten Xia Yang dry long ago. Why flirt? The consequence of not having timely fun was that she waited 3 years. This time, Xia Yang sensed that his girlfriend showed that she was moving for real, and he was eager for what was going to happen next. He was at the age of blood. Shin Yenran pulled Xia Yang into the car and went straight to the villa. The hearts of the bystanders broken in two were completely in dregs, and anyone could see what the two of them were going to do next. It must be a hotel room, but Shin's family has a villa, so there's no need to go to a hotel. After returning to the villa, Shin Yenyan used the fingerprint verification to open the door and couldn't wait to kiss Xia Yang deeply. It was too late to even close the door. Her long jade legs shook off her heels before stepping onto the woolen carpet and closing the door with another gentle kick. Yen. Xia Yang called her in a low voice and hugged her very tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. He was poised to fire when Shin Lily's voice came from behind him. Sister, you're back. Xia Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Shin Yenran also didn't expect her sister to be at home. Lily, shouldn't you be at school? Shin Yenran tidied up Xia Yang's clothes that were messed up by herself. Her face was calm, as if everything that had just happened had not been seen by her sister. Xia Yang was then embarrassed and didn't know what to say. All along he had treated Lily as his sister. Yesterday, I went to the dance class to practice dancing, and today my legs hurt a bit, so I took a day off to rest. Shin Lily's eyes kept looking between the two men and finally settled on Xia Yang's neck. Pain on a good rest. I just came back a little bit of tired first back to the room. Shin Yenran pulled Xia Yang back to her room and closed the door. The happy look on Shin Lily's face disappeared. Since yesterday she learned from Xia Yang's mouth that her sister was coming back to this matter. She had expected this to happen today. Sister, I won't let you get it so easily. Shin Lily revealed a wry smile. She'd even made assumptions about this current situation, so she'd called her parents over here a long time ago, and it was about time, I guess? Inside the room Shin Yenran pushed Xia Yang onto the bed and then lay on top of him. After being bumped into by Shin Lily he felt as if he had been thrown a dish of cold water. Honey, your girlfriend is kissing you and you're thinking about other things. How should you be punished for this? Shin Yenran knew that Xia Yang was still haunted by the embarrassing scene just now. Her fingertips were roaming, making Cheyenne shiver gently. The two of them were about to talk about their lives when the voices of Shin's father and Shin's mother came from outside the door. Yanran, you came back without telling us. Shin Ma intended to come in and found the door unlocked. Why does the boy even lock the door? Now even Shin Yanyan was flustered. Shin dad was disapproving of the two of them being together. If he knew that his daughter was going to look for Xia Yang as soon as she got off the plane, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 6, Under the Bed. Xia Yang, you hurry and hide. Shin Yanran, who was always calm and atmospheric, was a bit flustered. Father just didn't want himself to be with Xia Yang before he got himself out of the country. If he was seen in a locked door situation, Xia Yang shared a room with himself. He might do something to hurt Xia Yang. Xia Yang, however, did not want to hide. Shin Yanran saw what he was thinking in his heart to comfort him. Dear, there will be a day when my parents will recognize you. Now the situation. I know. Xia Yang put away his capricious thoughts, picked up his clothes, and hid under the bed. Shin Yanran saw Xia Yang silently cooperating with the look of heartache. Is his own pursuit of him? He waited for himself for 3 years. As soon as he came back, he had to hide under the bed. He must quickly take over Shin from his father so that his father would not object to him and Xia Yang being together. She picked up the strapless red gown as well, and after a bit of rustling, she quickly straightened her demeanor and opened the door after feeling nothing broken. Dad, Mom, what are you doing in there? Shin Ting walked right in and looked around the room, realizing it wasn't what he thought it would be. I just came back from abroad and I'm a bit sleepy, Shin Yanran said blandly. Xia Yang under the bed was expressionless. The sound of father and daughter talking he didn't want to hear, but it was not up to him. Yan, you came back and didn't tell Mom. Mom missed you, Zhao Kite said, while also giving Shin Ting a complaining look. You have to send your daughter abroad. Your daughter's boyfriend is so handsome. He doesn't have any money, but the last thing our Shin family lacks is money. Shin Ting didn't dare to speak. Huma, go back to the old mansion with Mom. I'll cook myself tonight. Still, Mom loves me. Shin Yanran took her own mom's hand, but Shin Ting heard another layer of her meaning. Dad doesn't love me at all. Shin Ting's face darkened. Isn't that brat just a little bit more handsome? He's just an ordinary guy who works every day. How is that worthy of his daughter? Shin Yanran took her mom's arm and got into the car. She couldn't wait for everyone to leave quickly so that Xia Yang, who was hiding under the bed, could go home. Thinking of Xia Yang, Shin Yanran sighed. The forlorn figure of him as he picked up his clothes lingered in her mind. What is your daughter sighing for? A good reason. You don't need to worry about what your father says when you come back this time. Go and get my son-in-law back. If your dad doesn't agree again, I'll make him sleep on the couch every day. Zhao Kite signaled that she didn't have to worry too much. Got it, Mom. Her mother's comfort made Shin Yanran feel better. Shen Ting, who was in the back, didn't know that he was on the edge of the danger of sleeping on the couch, and he said to his youngest daughter, Lily, let's go. Dad, my leg still hurts a little, so I won't go back to the old house today. Shin Ting worried inwardly after hearing this. Dad will find a doctor for you. No, it's just over practicing dancing. Just rest for a day or two. Seeing his daughter say so, Shin paused. Him also did not force. The youngest daughter often meet this time back to not go back does not matter. Get some rest then. Okay, bye Dad. A bright smile from Shin Lily put her old father in a better mood. At one time Huma was like that, right up until that brat showed up. Shin Ting was even more dissatisfied with Xia Yang inside. After waiting for her own father's villa to leave, Lily Shin headed for her sister's bedroom. Zayang, I'm coming. Poor Xia Yang under the bed finally waited until the people are gone. Under the bed hiding time is very short but prompted him to some changes. He wanted to become rich, to reach the Shin family. No, beyond the level of the Shin family. When the time comes, you can go up to the Shin family and marry Yan home openly and honestly. Actually, right, he wouldn't be like this if he chose Lung Xuan Yue or the sister Lin Yashin who spoiled him. LOL. If Xia Yang's mother knew that her precious son was forced to hide under the bed because of Shin Ting, even though she was gentle, she would still make the Shin family's glory a thing of the past. Xia Yang came out from under the bed, only to find Shin Lily looking at him. What were you guys just doing in your room? Why did your sister tell you to hide under the bed when Dad came? Shin Lily asked curiously, pretending to know nothing. In fact, she said so and so on purpose. Let you hide under the bed. Oh, so she really loves you? Zhang died a direct social death. Lily, get out of here. I don't. Were you guys just kissing in your room? Lily Shin's dripping eyes scanned up and down. Xia Yang saw that Shin Lily had a look of breaking the pot and asking questions to the end. It seemed that she would not go out until he answered her. Luckily, kissing was the only thing she knew how to do. Lily, you go out first. Xia Yang's tone even took on some pleading. But how could Shin Lily let Xia Yang off so easily? She came up instead of retreating. The book says kissing feels good. Is that right? Yes, Xia Yang replied quickly, not wanting to talk to her further. What about I want to try it too? Lily quickly kissed him before he could react. Yang pushed her away in a panic. Lily, you are too presumptuous. The angry Yang forgot what kind of state he was in right now and directly started the preaching mode. Kissing is with someone you like, not just anyone, you know? Lily faced Yang's accusation and preaching her nice eyes but curved into a crescent moon. I know. From now on I will only kiss with the person I like. I'm leaving. She left satisfied. Seems like something I forgot to mention. By the way, this matter of me kissing you, don't tell your sister. Just treat it as a little secret between us. Lily really left after letting out a pleasant laugh. She was certain that Yang would not tell her sister. Where would Yang dare to mention this to Xinyan? What if Xinyan thought he was a pervert with intentions towards Lily? Wouldn't this be a complete game over? He waited for Xinyan for 3 years. How many 3 years are there in life? Chapter 7, Borrowing Money. Yang hurried home after getting himself organized. No matter what, there was no way to deny the fact that Lily had kissed him. He could only cover up this fault by saying that Lily didn't know any better. After being stimulated, Yang decided to start his own business. But to accumulate wealth through ordinary means to exceed the Shin family, don't even think about it in this lifetime. The more money you have, the faster you earn. $100 with 100% profit would make $100, and $10 million with a 10% profit would make $1 million. Yang thought about it and planned to borrow money from his sister. I thought I didn't want it when my sister gave it to me, but now I have to go to her to borrow money instead, so I really deserve it. He went next door and found no one there, so he had to call. Lin Yashin was having a meeting to negotiate a multinational project with foreign personnel. A project whose initial startup capital alone was measured in billions, not to mention the massive amount of money that will follow as the program progresses. Lin Yashin raised her hand to signal the suspension of the meeting and left the conference room. The following officers thought that some kind of mega incident had occurred, and this one went out to answer the phone in the middle of a meeting. It was the first time Lin Yashin's secretary had seen her like this. Hey, Xiao Yang. Lin Yashin unloaded her appearance as the high and mighty president in the conference room. Even though Xia Yang called and interrupted Lin Yashin's meeting, she wasn't angry at all. Xia Yang but rarely called her. Xia Yang saw that Lin Yashin was very busy, and sometimes he didn't dare to call over after not seeing her for too long for fear of disturbing her. Sister Lin, are you busy? No. What does Xiao Yang want with sister? I've recently wanted to start a business. Can my sister lend me some startup capital? Originally, Xia Yang thought it would be hard for him to speak, but now it was easy to say. It was probably that unconditional love Lin Yashin had for him that made it so easy for him to say it. Is 1 billion enough? With the experience of the last time, Lin Yashin didn't dare to say a very large number. Lin Yashin helmed Lin's group and the whole alien star is very famous. 1 billion funds are not enough level to put on her stage for her to sign. Only today this kind of project that may reach hundreds of billions of dollars she will be personally present at the meeting site. Enough is enough. Don't have enough, remember to ask your sister for more. She has a meeting to attend on her side. So let's stop chatting for now. Okay, when will you be back? Sister Lin? I might be busy for a bit longer this time. I'll make you your favorite dishes when I get back. Lin Yashin remembered the images from last night. She also wanted to go back earlier to see Xia Yang, but unfortunately there were still so many things waiting for her to take care of. Bye. Lin Yashin waited for Xia Yang to hang up the phone and then immediately called her bank manager. And 1 billion was immediately transferred into Xia Yang's bank card. The funds arrived, and his chosen major in college was finance. Tomorrow Xia Yang plans to go to the professor of their department in the school. That professor is a titan in the industry and used to be interested in training him. The first step of the program went smoothly, and he was looking forward to the future. He won't back down no matter how rich the Shin family is. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Shin Yanran made a video call to Xia Yang. She'd had a family dinner after returning to the old mansion, met her grandparents and nagged her mom, and hadn't returned to her bedroom until now. Is darling asleep? Shin Yanran didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. A large portion of her snowy whites were visible to Xia Yang. Although Xia Yang had already experienced what it was like half a day ago, his nose still got hot when he saw this. Getting ready for bed. I have class tomorrow, Xia Yang said. Shin Yanran just remembered that Xia Yang still had to go to school, and she withdrew her benefits. In case Xia Yang is on fire and can't sleep, he'll have to wear a panda eye tomorrow, and he's not by his side right now. Xia Yang's face was filled with loss when he saw that the benefits were gone. Pervert. Shin Yanran laughed and scolded. In fact, she was very satisfied with this look of Xia Yang. Who wouldn't want their lover to be mesmerized by them? You tempted me. Besides, what's wrong with me looking at my own girlfriend? Xia Yang was not 18 years old like he blushed as soon as he was molested by Shin Yanran. He concluded to face Shin Yanran's molestation head-on. Shin Yanran was simply ecstatic to hear Xia Yang answer in this way. Honey, let's go to the movies tomorrow. Yeah, which one do you want to see? I'll book a ticket now. Xia Yang opened the app. No, I'm booked. Go to bed early, dear. Anyway, Shen Yanran spaced out and gave a goodnight kiss. Well, good night. Shen Yanyan prepared a surprise for Xia Yang to make up for him, and that movie was great. After ending the call, Xia Yan went to bed, but the images he had just seen still made him fall asleep only at 12 o'clock. Shen Yanran was picking the lamp to read the information about Shen's company so that she could take over the company faster. At dinner, she mentioned to her father that she wanted to go into the company, and Shin Ting agreed, telling her to go down there first to find out what was going on. At 7 in the morning, the alarm clock went off. Xia Yan woke up in a daze. Although it was only a subway station away from the school, he had class at 8 this morning. After washing up, I put down a bowl of noodles to make ends meet and ran to school. Upon arriving at the classroom, he suddenly forgot that he wasn't wearing a mask, and that was the end of it. Last time he did not wear a mask. The large classroom hot, more girls' eyes are looking over. It is too torturous. Top to the end of the class, he rushed out of the classroom. The school confession wall are all his picture. Here, Cold Frost Moon, who was sitting next to him, saw him rummaging around with his backpack and knew he had forgotten his mask. Xia Yang saw the mask handed over by Lang Shuangyu, hurriedly unwrapped and put it on. Frost Moon, how did you get a mask? Xia Yang just asked and felt that this sentence was a bit redundant. He himself wore a mask every day. This is what she prepared for himself. After Xia Yang put on the mask, Lang Frost Moon turned her gaze back to the book. In the eyes of the class, these two individuals are the couple and are well matched. However, since Xia Yang had been taken down by Shen Yanran, his feelings towards Leng Shanhua had gradually become clearer in his perception. Hair boy, or a very good friend. In short, his love for men and women had already been given to Shen Yanran, and even if she had left the country for 3 years, he had waited for 3 years, and Lang Shuangyu could only bury that love deep in her heart and play the role of friend with remorse. At least you can still be around him and be friends with him, can't you? That's how she consoled herself. The teachers at the top schools impart knowledge in a great way and the students are immersed in the class. The morning's lessons went by. Xia Yang packed up his books and stuffed them into his backpack, ready to go find that professor. He left after saying hello to Lung Frost Moon. Lung Fengyue looked at his hastily departing back. Her eyes dimmed. She thought that Xia Yan was in such a hurry to find Shen Yanran. Chapter 8, Lung Frost Moon's mood is bad. The name of the professor will be on the outside of the office. Xia Yang had come at the right time, and that professor was in his office right now. He knocked on the door. Hello, Professor Chen. Professor Chen, who was writing something on his desk, raised his head and revealed an amiable smile after seeing that it was Xia Yang. Ah, Xiao Yang, come on in. No need to be so formal. Just sit here. It's so similar. It's almost like his dad. Professor, I came here this time to ask you for some advice. I have $1 billion now. How do you think I should maximize this billion? Teacher Chen waved his hand after hearing Xia Yang's words. In that case, turn around and I'll talk to your major teacher. Come to the office to find me during your future major class time, and I'll give you a lesson. Xia Yang was flattered to hear Professor Chen say this. A person of this level was going to give himself a small meal? What you say is true. Well, you can come and see me starting tomorrow. Thank you, Professor Chen. Xia Yang was thrilled. He had only come to get some advice. He didn't expect Professor Chen to be so generous. You're welcome. How have your parents been? My parents, they haven't been back in years. Maybe they have as something to be busy with. They must be missing you right now. Professor Chen came over from his position to pat Xia Yang's shoulder and comforted him. Although he didn't know why Xia Yang wanted to start his own business, Professor Chen already had a plan in his head to teach Xia Yang all of his skills. There was no good in the world without a reason. And there was a reason why Professor Chen treated Xia Yang better than his own son. Xia Yang's parents had once saved Professor Chen, and although this might have been a small and insignificant thing to Xia Yang's parents, he had always been grateful. With $1 billion, he was certain that he would soon have Xia Yang open a venture capital firm. The original Xia Yang part-time job to earn $800 a day. He directly on the half-day shift to take $400 is enough. Now he hated to have a super amount of money to become his own on the Shin family to propose marriage bargaining chip. Professor Chen also took Xia Yang to the second floor of the school's cafeteria, which was specially built for professors, for a meal. The afternoon class is about to start. Xia Yang came to the classroom to Long Shuangyu's state is a bit wrong. Frost Moon, you look so pale. Are you not feeling well? No. Cold Frost Moon responded faintly. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? Xia Yang sounded a little worried. Aha. Cold Frost Moon hesitated and answered with a low voice. She had no thoughts of eating when she thought of the scene where Xia Yang and Shen Yanran were making love to each other and would even kiss. Come to this classroom early to sit in class. Originally, she wanted to hide her sadness by telling Xia Yang that she had already eaten, but she had never lied to Xia Yang before. How can that be? If you don't eat regularly, you'll get stomach problems. Xia Yang had stomach problems when he was 18 years old, and the taste was really bad. You wait, I'll get you a loaf of bread. No need. Xia Yang's words caused a warm current to flow through Lung Xuanyu's sad heart. Xia Yan looked at his watch. There were still 15 minutes left and ran out at a fast speed. He had a great body and was the school record holder for 100 meters. All good universities have a characteristic that is big. For the current Xia Yang, it was nothing less than turning into a disadvantage. He still swept a tram and went straight to the supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket wasn't very far from this classroom, so Lung Frosty Moon still had time to eat when he came back from buying bread. There are still 5 minutes left. Hurry up and finish eating for class. Xia Yang ran in from outside the classroom in a windy manner, and many students turned around to look at him. It's over. These two are spreading dog food again, mainly because one is a goddess and the other is like a god in the sky. The students simply couldn't resist this kind of divine dog food. They didn't want to eat it but couldn't help but look at the two. Aha! Lung Fengyue took the bread. A hint of softness flashed in her eyes as she walked out of the classroom, where food was usually forbidden inside the classroom. Xia Yang also thought about helping Lung Xuanyu to buy bread. This thing was known by Xinyanran. She should be jealous, but putting aside the deep friendship of these 10 or 20 years, since childhood, Lung Xuanyu had helped him for I don't know how many times. He was the kind of person who repaid the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. Thinking about it all, he ended up just asking for a clear conscience. You can't give up your best friend that you grew up with just because you're in a relationship. Xia Yang felt that it was necessary to make this matter clear with Xinyanran, lest the two of them have any misunderstandings in the future because of Ling Xuanyu would not be good. After eating the bread, Xia Yang saw that Ling Frosty Moon had regained her previous demeanor and her mind was on the class. Although Lung Xuanyu looked cold all the time, Xia Yang could detect whether she was in a good or bad mood. He was too familiar with Lung Frost Moon. The course was packed with knowledge and the time flew by, and before you knew it, it was 1800 hours. Lung Xuanyu and Xia Yang packed up their books and walked out of the classroom. When they arrived at the school gate, Xia Yang said to her, Xuanyu, I have something to do tonight. Take the subway yourself. In the past, the two had to ride the subway together after going home from class, and tonight Xia Yan wanted to go to the movies with Xinyanran, so naturally he couldn't go with Lang Xuanyue. Xia Yang didn't know that Lang Xuanyue was transported by a special car, only going to take the subway for him. Have not yet waited for Lang Xuanyue to speak it. A luxury car is firmly parked in front of Xia Yang, the visitor in addition to Xinyanran and who else? The car door opened and a slender round black silk leg stepped out first in high heels. Honey, I've been waiting for you outside for a long time. Xinyanran pounced into Xia Yang's embrace with a fragrant breeze. She came to the school entrance at 5 o'clock and waited until 6 o'clock to see Xia Yang actually walking with her former rival. Negligent. I didn't realize she was still pestering Xia Yang. Xia Yang is really something, having himself and still getting so close to her. It's better to lock him up. Classmate Lang, long time no see. Xinyanran hugged Xia Yang's arm and her whole body was pressed against him, to show that Xia Yang was his own. Long time no see. Lang Xuanyue looked as cold as ever on the surface. Only she knew how much her heart was hurting right now. Xia Yang sensed that there was danger permeating the air, and his intuition told him to hurry and leave this place. Frost Moon, I'll leave first. Bye. After he habitually said goodbye to Lung Frost Moon, the soft flesh of his waist was twisted 180 degrees by Xinyanran. Sizzle. Xia Yang almost let out a loud scream at the school entrance. Don't screw him. Lung Frost Moon frowned. Lang-san is too broad in his control. This is just a little trick to increase affection between us couples. Xinyanran's words silenced Lung Frost Moon. Honey, get in the car. Xinyanran half-pushed and turned Xia Yang into the car. Chapter 9, Sick Girlfriend Gets Tough. Lung Xuanyue could only stand still and watch Xia Yang get into Xinyanran's car and leave. Xia Yang looked down and realized that his girlfriend's smile had some inscrutable meaning that made him feel a chill on his back. He knew that his girlfriend was angry, and just wanted to open his mouth to explain. Xinyanyan's red lips kissed up. This kiss was extremely aggressive, and Xia Yang didn't even have the slightest initiative. Xia Yang managed to catch his breath. Xinyanran continued to kiss him again. The female driver and bodyguard in the front row knew that another side of her lady was starting to emerge. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man, but unfortunately the lady wouldn't be able to let him go so easily tonight. The female driver had guessed correctly that tonight's movie viewing could not be at the movie theater, but back at the villa instead. Although Xinyanran's type of sickly petulance was not the type that was going to kill Xia Yang, and was even considered relatively light, but being brought home by a sickly petulance was not a good thing. In this way, in addition to Xinyanran said to the female driver to return to the villa after Xia Yang has been plundered by Xinyanran, there is no opportunity to explain. Miss, it's time to arrive at the villa. The female driver parked the car at the entrance of the villa, then reminded Xinyanran. It was only after being kissed without knowing what was going on that Xia Yang had a chance to catch his breath. Huma, honey, We'll talk about what we have to say when we get back inside the room. Xia Yang looked at a smiling girlfriend feeling very wrong. Where the problem lies and cannot say. He could only follow Shen Yanran back inside the bedroom as the female driver looked at him from behind with sympathetic eyes. After returning to the bedroom, Shen Yanran pushed Xia Yang down on the bed, and before he could react he heard two sounds. Lock your own hands. Then there were two more, and his legs were locked as well. Where had Xia Yang seen this kind of scene? Coupled with the fact that Shen Yanyan was acting somewhat abnormally, this was not the Shen Yanyan in his cognizance at all. He really panicked. Shen Yanran gently touched his face. Now you belong to me completely. Yan Yan, let go of me. Will you? I'm just friends with Frost Moon. Shen Yanran seemed to be very satisfied with Xia Yang in this state, unable to act and never being able to leave her. Today's appearance of Lang Xuanyue made her have to guess a lot of things, such as whether Xia Yang had been unable to resist loneliness and secretly fall in love with Lang Xuanyue in these 3 years, or Lang Xuanyue had already taken Xia Yang. Although she was smiling, her autumn eyes had a cold light that scared Xia Yang. It's okay, it's not a red light, and it seems like she's going to be a lot less sickly than her Lilishan. Honey, you wouldn't have been secretly with Cold Frost Moon behind my back during these 3 years, would you? Shen Yanran put her hand into Xia Yang's pocket and took out his cell phone, using his bound hand to unlock the screen lock, and the background photo of the phone was a photo taken by the two of them before Shen Yanran left the country. At that time Shen Yanran wasn't a sickly girl, it was normal, it was a bewitching siren. She flipped to Long Xuanyu's chat window and scrolled up the chat logs. It's all relatively normal chatter. None of that talky stuff. She flipped and flipped. The 3 years of chats hadn't been long enough to accumulate over time. When Xia Yang heard Shen Yanran doubt herself in this way, the very good-tempered man could not help but get angry. He had waited for her for 3 years, of which he had rejected an unknown number of love letters and sisters, and it could be said that he had given up an entire forest for the sake of Shen Yanran, a tree. However, it was normal that Shen Yan would think this way. It was inevitable that Shen Yanran would be jealous when she walked together with Lang Xuanyue. Xia Yang suppressed the rising anger in his heart and explained, Yanran, Lang Xuanyue and I are just very good friends. In my heart she is the representative of friendship and you are the representative of love. Do you understand when I say this? You've seen the chats over the past 3 years. They're all about friends. Shen Yanran, however, ignored Xia Yang's defense and found Lang Xuanyue's phone number and dialed it, placing it on his ear. Xia Yang thought that she also herself personally told Lang Xuanyue that he was just a friend between himself and her. He had no ghosts in his heart, of course he was not afraid. She had a teasing smile on her lips. Uneasy nah. Xia Yang also thought of what would happen next after his girlfriend's nudging. No. Without waiting for Xia Yang to refuse, Lang Xuanyue answered the call. Hello. A voice as pleasant as could be came through the phone. The familiar sound, the last thing he wanted to hear right now. Frost Moon, I accidentally mistyped. Hang up. Lang Xuanyue noticed the abnormality in Xia Yang's tone and asked anxiously, Xia Yang, are you alright? It's okay. Xia Yang? Lang Frost Moon was sure that something must have happened to Xia Yang right now. Didn't he go on a date with Shen Yanran? She smiled sweetly and saw that Xia Yang had not yet begged for forgiveness in front of Lang Frost Moon, so she took the initiative to poke at his lie. My dear, at such a time you are still on the phone with Mr. Lang. The spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, but I miss you so much. MUA, the sound of a kiss clearly reached Lung Fingyue's ears. It was as if a layer of frost covered her stunningly beautiful face, and she understood that this was Shen Yanran's revenge and declaration of sovereignty over herself. Beep beep beep. Cold Frost Moon hung up the phone. Shen Yanran watched the cell phone display hang up, and her whole body pressed on Xia Yang and laughed. Honey, next there is no interference from outsiders. I can enjoy you. Xia Yang is really angry. Is she a pervert? Shen Yanran. The chain rattled as it was shaken by Xia Yang. Don't be angry, darling. I'll be good to you. Xia Yang has now completely become the coiled food of Shen Yanran, the beauty snake, and he is afraid that he will be eaten up. Xia Yang also did not know that he spent the night like this, anger in his heart, pleasure intertwined. In the end, Shen Yanran let him temporarily forget all his worries. Although this was the first time Xia Yang had subdued a demon, he had still subdued Shen Yanran, the beauty snake. Chapter 10, The Fiancé. After Lang Xuanyue hung up the phone, her father, Lang Jie, asked, Did Xiao Yang call you for something? Nothing much, Cold Frost Moon said, the cell phone under the table gripped tightly. Lang Jie on the sidelines to see his daughter and Xia Yang on the phone when his daughter seems to be angry. Could it be that these two young people have a conflict? Did you have a fight with Yon? No. Lang Jie put down his chopsticks, and he intended to make some inquiries. That kid Xiao Yang is very good. Daughter, you must look after him. He's the fiancé that Dad chose for you, and Xiao Yan's parents have agreed. But they can't come back for a while. There's still a year left before you guys graduate, so get along. By the time you graduate you'll be engaged first, then you'll have a wedding after Xiao Yang's parents come back. How's that? Xia Yang is my fiancé? Yeah. You guys made this engagement when you were little. and having you go to the same kindergarten until college was to foster a bond between you, Leng Jie said to his daughter. Their daughter is indeed like Xia Yang. Xia Yang also has no reason not to like the daughter. The two grew up together to help each other. It is not a childhood sweetheart. Too small, no guess? And the daughter is absolutely stunning in both character and looks. The only drawback is that she's too cold. Why have I never heard you guys mention this matter from Dad? This news was not good news at all to Ling Frosty Moon right now. Her fiancé had been snatched away from her. Her remorse deepened. According to her understanding of Xia Yang, even if she said this marriage contract to him will not help, may not even be able to be friends. We weren't afraid that you'd turn against Xiao Yang after hearing about this engagement, so that's why we decided to wait until you yourselves were attracted to each other in a relationship before we told you. By the way, have you established a couple relationship with Xiao Yang? Lang Jie's unintentional inquiry caused Leng Shanyue's heart to ache. She didn't know how to tell her dad that she had lost Xia Yang. Dad, I'm full. She gently put down the dishes and went back inside her room where tears finally flowed silently unchecked. Outside, the couple looked at each other, and sure enough, something was wrong. They broke up because of emotional problems? Some other day you go talk to Xiao Yang, Long Shuangyue's mom said. Aha. On this side of the villa, no one could disturb them after Shen Lily went to school. Xia Yang slept until he woke up at 8 o'clock and realized that the thing that tied him up had been taken off by Shen Yanyan at some point, and he had regained his freedom again. Shen Yanran is quietly looking at him as if how to look at it is not enough. See him wake up after charm with a smile. Dear, you woke up. Xia Yang, however, did not say anything. He was still angry from last night. How can that be? Shen Yanran saw her boyfriend like this and knew that this time the game was really overplayed, not only questioning him about cheating, but also tying him up. This is the first time Xia Yang is angry with her. Honey, I was wrong. Forgive me, okay? Xia Yang still didn't say anything, lifting the covers and trying to find his own clothes to put on to go to school. Unfortunately, he was now unclothed, and his original clothes had been rendered useless by Shen Yanran, so he could no longer wear them at all. Shen Yanran knew to make a killer move, came to the still angry Xia Yang's ear with full charm, whispered a few words. His temper with the deflated ball of leather is gone. No need. It's over. Next time you can't say such words again. I've been waiting for you for 3 years. Xia Yang's tone mildened. His mind was filled with the scene depicted by those few words of Shen Yanran. Xia Yang's shy look. Shen Yanran really loved it. Well, I won't say it again. This time it was my fault. I knew my darling loved me best. Shen Yanran, who was in a happy mood, took the initiative to help Xia Yang get dressed. There was a look of heartache on her face when she saw the bruises strangled out on Xia Yang's wrists. Her sickly attribute was caused by her acquired environment. It was the need to be stimulated that made her show her sickly side. If she hadn't seen Leng Shuangyu appear beside Xia Yang last night, the normal process was to go for a romantic dinner and then go to a movie theater owned by the Shin family to watch a movie. After all, it was easier to pack and turn off the surveillance in your own movie theater, and you could also choose some movies to watch that the theater would never put online. After the padding was done, it was back to the villa to continue the business that hadn't been completed last time. Lang Frostmoon's appearance caused Shin Yanran's sickly petite attribute to appear, and she jumped straight to the last step of this plan, bringing Xia Yang back to the villa and tying him up. Honey, I may not have much time to keep you company for the next few days. There are still a lot of things to be done in the company. I only have to take over Shen's company from my dad's hands earlier. My dad won't object to us being together. Xia Yang felt happy to hear that Shin Yanran was also working hard for their future. This feeling of running in both directions was too good. Well, but work is work. Don't wear yourself out. It's true that it's still my darling who cares for me the most. Shin Yanran gave Xia Yang a passionate kiss. Shin Yanran sat on his lap, both of them panting. Both sides saw the desire in each other's eyes. There's no time. Xia Yang took a deep breath. His girlfriend was just too tempting. What a shame. I'll let you off the hook this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Shin Yanran's fragrant tongue licked her red lips. Xia Yang almost turned into a werewolf. You leprechaun. Yes, mesmerize my dear. Shin Yanran looked at Xia Yang with a smile. That smirk seemed to say again, I know there's nothing you can do about me right now. Where did Xia Yang still sit still? He wasn't a saint. He's in his 20s. It's the time when chi and blood are at their peak. Shin Yanran got what she wanted. Not going to your room? It's better here. This breakfast took a whole clock to finish, and Shin Yanran was late. Before leaving, she gave a sports car key to Xia Yang. Honey, there's a sports car inside the garage. Go see if you like it. I'll go to work first. After Shin Yanran left, Xia Yang put the string of keys in her room. Give Shin Lily words afraid of her driving skills cannot happen. Any traffic accidents will not be good. Back to Shin Yanyan's bedroom. The bed inside was a mess. He will organize things, the things that should be taken to the wash to wash. The sheet with the falling red. Xia Yang folded it neatly and put it in the cabinet. After finishing the aftermath, he left the villa, not expecting to run into someone he didn't want to run into. Chapter 11, Ling Shuangyu's fever. Xia Yang, you actually came to my daughter. That's right, Xia Yang ran into Shun Ting. My daughter has been abroad for 3 years and has long forgotten you, so don't be delusional. You're not meant to be in the same world as her. Get it? She spends millions every month at the very least. How much do you make a day on the side? 500? Or 1,000? You can't even buy a bag for my daughter if you struggle for 2 years. Do you think I will marry her to you? Shin Ting's tone was sharp, striking Xia Yang without any mercy. Uncle, there are some things I hope you won't jump to conclusions so early yet. How much money will I earn in a year before you agree that I can be with Yin Yen? Xia Yang still maintained his politeness. This was after all his future father-in-law. Father-in-law Tianka son-in-law. Shin Ting laughed out loud when he heard what he said. Kid, you won't even be able to earn this amount in your lifetime. He raised a finger. The entire market value of my Shin family has $50 billion. Come back to make conditions with me when you can earn $50 billion. Now get out of my sight immediately. Facing Shin Ting's ridicule, Xia Yang clenched his fists. Wait, I'll earn $50 billion. Shin Ting gained a hint of pleasure by striking Xia Yang, inhaling a mouthful of cigar before slowly exhaling. He looked at Xia Yang's figure and snorted disdainfully. To say why he hated Xia Yang, who was good in appearance and character, so much, it was because he saw his own likeness back then in Xia Yang's body, a poor boy with nothing to his name, presuming to marry the pride of heaven. Now that he's swung into the upper echelon, he doesn't want to think about himself when he had nothing, but as long as he saw Xia Yang he would think of the time he was humiliated by his old husband. Instead of saying that he hated Xia Yang, he hated his past self that was as humble as dust. Fortunately, Xia Yang is not the kind of person who eats his girlfriend's soft rice. Otherwise he drove the super sports car Shin Yanran sent him out to run into Shin Ting. The end is even more embarrassing than now. Maybe Shin Ting will also send him to the police station in the name of stealing. Xia Yang calmed himself on the road. Those who achieved great things must be able to control their minds. This class was not a specialty class, so he was still in the classroom. When he was about to step into the classroom, he suddenly remembered that time last night when Shin Yanyan made a phone call to Lang Xuanyue, and the whole thing made him not know how to face Lang Xuanyue. Too embarrassing. He entered the classroom with trepidation, his eyes sweeping but not spotting the familiar figure. Lang Xuanyue is late? How was this possible? She would never be late if there was nothing going on. Did something happen? He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lang Xuanyu. Xuanyu, why didn't you come to class today? Lang Frost Moon's room was dark and the curtains were closed by her. The text message from Zhang made the cell phone screen light up, becoming the only light in the room. Lang Xuanyue was wearing her pajamas, her green silk spilling wantonly onto the bed, a little more soft compared to usual, and there was a slight haggardness on her stunningly beautiful face. After she picked up her cell phone and saw the text message sent by Xia Yang, she replied back, I took a leave of absence. I'm not feeling well. Lang Jie told her that the existence of the marriage contract has become the last straw to overwhelm Lang Xuanyue. Last night she was too sad, inadvertently caught a cold fever. Xia Yang, where are you uncomfortable? Cold Frost Moon had a bit of a low-grade fever. Xia Yang was so worried at this look that he directly took leave to go see Lang Xuanyue. After getting the teacher's approval, Xia Yang hurried towards the school gate and stopped a cab. Master, go to the Tong Tian Pavilion, Xia Yang said in an anxious tone. That master's hand with the thermos cup shook when he heard Xia Yang's destination. Where did you say you were going, lad? Tong Tian Pavilion. Master Trouble, hurry up. What level of character did he pull this time to go to the Tongtian Pavilion? It's about as close as you can get to an ancient palace on Earth. Okay. Cab Master thought of Xia Yang may be a certain big brother's son. Simply do not dare to slow down. Fluent gear start a smoke to the Tongtian Pavilion departure. The scenery on both sides flew backward, but Xia Yang felt that it wasn't fast enough. I wonder how many degrees Frost Moon's fever is now. One thing he overlooked was that Lang Frost Moon's parents hadn't gone to save the world and still stayed by her side. 20 minutes later the car came to a stop at the gate of the Tongtian Pavilion, and the guards on duty came over to check it out. As a result, he saw Xia Yang's familiar face that couldn't be more familiar. Xia Yang's parents often brought him to Lang Frost Moon's house to play when he was still alive, and over time, the guards here had memorized his face. Brushing his face to enter the Tongtian Pavilion, there were no more than a handful of people who could do so, and Shen Ting, who had just taunted Xia Yang, had no qualifications to step into this place in his life. Cab Master said that this time free. Xia Yang, heart anxious, no time to bull asterisk with him, directly gave a few large denomination of alien energy coins and quickly ran toward the first courtyard. His door was open, and there was no need to worry about security here. If it wasn't safe here, it wasn't safe anywhere else. Xiao Yang, you're here to see Frost Moon, right? Lung Frost Moon's mother, Shu Qiushui, had a gentle smile on her face when she saw Xia Yang arrive. Hello, Auntie. Shu Qiushui's appearance made him realize that he was concerned, which is not still Auntie in the care of Frost Moon, but both come and go. Frost Moon had a fever last night. I don't know what's going on. You should go see her. She'll probably be in a much better mood if she sees you. Okay. Xia Yang arrived at the second level of the courtyard, went up the stairs and walked a little further inside to Lang Frost Moon's room. The door was left open, presumably to make it easier for Lang Frost Moon to call out to someone when she needed someone to take care of her. The inside of the room was pitch black, so you could only get a good look at it. He also didn't dare to turn on the light. Suddenly it was blinding. Maybe Lang Frost Moon was already asleep now. Wouldn't he wake her up by turning on the light? Frost Moon? He wiped his eyes and walked over to the bed. Lang Xuanyu heard Xia Yang's voice calling out to her in a daze, and her consciousness came to her senses. Xia Yang, is that you? Well, you said you had a fever and I rushed over to check on you. And when I got to your door I remembered that I still had my aunt to take care of you. Are you okay now? Lang Xuanyu reached out and turned on the bedside lamp, the small lamp emitting an orange light allowing the two to see each other clearly. Just measured it. 39 degrees. Lang Frosty Moon's incredibly beautiful face had a reddish haze reflecting on it, which was another side of Xia Yang that he had never seen before. Let me go change the towel for you. Xia Yang touched the towel placed on Lang Xuanyu's forehead. It was hot and couldn't reach the cooling effect anymore. It's time to keep going over it in cold water. Chapter 12, Fever Reduction. Lang Fengyue sat up. Her eyes were not at all like the coldness of the past, but rather like there was a pool of spring water. Xia Yang, if I had arrived as promptly as you did when you had a fever, wouldn't the outcome have been different? What rush? You mean the time I had a fever in high school? It's been so long, I've almost forgotten about it. Xia Yang said this on purpose. He thought that Lang Xuanyu was still feeling guilty for not coming that time. At that time, he had a fever, and the first thing he thought of was to send a message to Lang Xuanyu. But he waited until later to realize that Lang Xuanyu didn't come, and that the one who took care of him for so long was Yan Yan, who would come to block him every morning. Wouldn't it have turned out differently? Lang Frosty Moon seemed to be burning confused, at least in Xia Yang's opinion. She leaned closer and closer. In the end, he actually jumped into Xia Yang's arms and cried. Xia Yang was petrified. Lang Xuanyu was crying? Sickness will make people vulnerable. When Shen Yanran was relying on Xia Yang's illness to reveal his vulnerable side before she succeeded in becoming his girlfriend, now even Cold Frost Moon had become different from usual. Frost Moon, is there something wrong? Xia Yang asked carefully, but Lang Frost Moon cried even harder. Was this still the Lang Xuanyu he knew? At the same time, he was also afraid that Chu Qiushui heard Lang Xuanyu's cries. In case Auntie thought that he bullied the sick Lang Xuanyu, he would be finished. Even if Auntie didn't beat him, when Dad came back, he wouldn't have a good time. Okay, how about I take you to the hospital if you don't feel well? Lang Xuanyu turned all her regrets into tears and sprinkled them in Xia Yang's arms. Why is that? If she hadn't turned away in the first place but stayed behind to take care of Xia Yang together, the boy who was hugging her now would have been her own. One can accompany him to see any beautiful scenery in the world. You can cuddle up with each other every day and wake up to see him without having to think about him late at night when no one is around. To be able to walk down the aisle with him and hear him ask the question, will you do it? The two will then give birth to the fruit of their love and live a happy life together. But he's someone else's boyfriend now, and he can only be there for him as a friend. Lang Xuanyu cried for a long time and finally fell asleep in Xia Yang's arms. Xia Yang had never seen Lang Xuanyu like this before and could only hope that she would get better soon. Even when she fell asleep, Lang Xuanyu held Xia Yang's hand and didn't let go. Today's class was kind of a bust. What else could Xia Yang do? He could only sit on the edge of the bed and wait for her to wake up. Chu Qiushui was standing right outside the door. Xia Yang didn't notice her. She came up when she heard her daughter's cries. It wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that Lang Frost Moon woke up. Better? Xia Yang asked. Aha. The fever seemed to have subsided. Lang Xuanyu returned to her usual appearance. I'll take your temperature. Xia Yang whipped out the thermometer and handed it to Lang Frost Moon. Lang Fengyue didn't care that Xia Yang was still present directly from removing the pajamas partially from her shoulders and placing the thermometer where it belonged. Her skin looked so snow-white even in this somewhat dark room that it would be an understatement to say it was icy. Xia Yang hurriedly turned his head to the side. Ahem. He coughed twice in embarrassment. The shocking glimpse he had just received had left an extremely deep impression on him. Frost Moon, could you please let go of my hand? Your hands are warmer. I'm more comfortable holding them. Oh, Xia Yang had no choice. The patient was the biggest. What she said was what she said. Actually, Lang Frost Moon was nervous inside when she said this. Xia Yang took the thermometer with Lang Frost Moon's body temperature and looked at 37 degrees. It seems that it only needs to be in a little bit of rest and recuperation. It was time to leave after staying so long on my own. Chu Qiushui seemed to see through Xia Yang's mind, and walked into the room and smiled heartily when she saw her daughter holding Xia Yang's hand. Xiao Yang, Auntie has to leave for a while for something urgent. Can you take care of Frost Moon for me? I don't feel comfortable having someone else take care of it. Alright, Auntie, you go and get busy. Every time Xia Yang came over to play, Chu Qiushui loved him as a son. Xia Yang couldn't refuse her requests at all. What a good boy. Frost Moon is all yours. Poor Xiaoyang was thus set up by the loving Chu Qiushui, who went to find her best friend, and she planned to come back later. All those hired butlers have also disappeared. I should take my medicine. Lung Fenyue's eyes shone brightly in the night as she looked at Xiaoyang. Is this it? Aha! Xiaoyang picked up a cup of water and went outside to receive back a cup of warm water, just ready to feed Ling Xuanyu medicine when suddenly remembered that he should eat some staple food first to pad his stomach. You should eat something else to pad your stomach before you take the medicine. I'm going to go look under the kitchen. I think Auntie has something for you. Don't eat yet. Aha! Ling Frost Moon relied on the head of the bed, and at this moment, she unexpectedly responded in a somewhat well-behaved manner. In the kitchen there was indeed the porridge that Chu Qiushui had prepared for his daughter, and he served a bowl of it up and used a spoon to scoop up a small mouthful and pass it to Long Shanyue's mouth. The titular iceberg goddess just accepted Xiaoyang's feeding of kanji in a well-behaved manner, just like a little petite wife. You can take your medicine after the porridge. Lung Fengyue took the medicine and then silently held Xiaoyang's warm hand. She was afraid that Xiaoyang would be bored, so she turned on the TV and chose a movie that boys love to watch more and played it. While Xiaoyang was watching the movie mesmerized, he didn't notice Lung Xuanyu's beautiful eyes peeking at him with love. She wanted so badly to just lean into that shoulder, but she knew better than to do that, and once she did she would have no way of explaining herself. Lung Frost Moon felt that it didn't take long for Chu Qiushui to return. She reluctantly let go of Xiaoyang's hand and said, "It's getting late. I'll ask the butler to send you back." Xiaoyang looked at the time. It was a bit difficult to get a taxi now, so he responded, "Take care of your health. I'll leave first." Chu Qiushui took Xiaoyang's hand and said, "Xiaoyang often comes to play. You haven't come for a long time." Okay, I'll come back more often." Xiaoyang got into the car that symbolized status, and vehicles avoided him along the way. After arriving at Xiaoyang's house, the butler personally opened the car door for him. "Please, you're too kind. I'll just do it myself." The butler had watched Xiaoyang enter the door before driving back. Lung Xuanyue's illness started because of Xiaoyang, and also because of Xiaoyang's care she got well very quickly. After Xiaoyang returned home and took a shower, Xin Yanran came to make a video call. "Honey, what did you go and do today? Did you miss me?" Xiaoyang got a little hot when he saw Xin Yanran in the video. Chapter 13, Xin Lily's Threat. "I guess, Lung Frost Moon was sick today, so I went to visit her," Xin Yanran hummed. However, Xiaoyang had just gotten angry in the morning, and it was hard to coax him back into a good mood, so she didn't want to fight because of Ling Xuanyu. Wouldn't this hurt the feelings between her and Xiaoyang, giving Ling Xuanyu a chance to take advantage of the situation? Since Xiaoyang told her, it proved that he had simply visited. Xin Yanran seemed to have thought of something and her mood immediately changed for the better. "Honey, you didn't have a little umbrella last night or this morning. I might be getting pregnant." Originally, Xiaoyang was admiring his girlfriend on the screen, but when he heard Xin Yanran say this, he suddenly lost his mind. He's still a young man himself and not at all ready to be a father. Now the business venture hasn't succeeded, and Xin Ting's hurdle hasn't been passed. Trying to have a child is not just a matter of giving birth. If you can't give him a happy upbringing and good educational resources, he will have a very hard life. It is an extremely irresponsible act to allow a small child to come into the world and suffer without thinking things through. Xiaoyang is a very responsible person. "It's my fault. I'll take precautions in the future." This time he could only pray that his girlfriend didn't get pregnant. "No, wouldn't you like it if I had a baby for you, darling? Or do you have something else in mind? It can't be that he just wants to have fun." The dangerous aura Shen Yanyan exuded caused Xiaoyang, who was on this side of the screen, to wave his hands repeatedly. No. I love the idea of you giving me a baby, but right now your father's side hasn't agreed to us being together, and you're going to suffer a lot of gossip if you get pregnant now. Yan, can we have kids after we get married? Don't worry, dear. When I have a child, father will definitely agree to marry us both, and then we'll get married with a baby. Shin Yanyan said, more and more excited. Unintentionally, she seems to have found a way to completely take Xiaoyang for herself, even if this time did not conceive. This is not a long time? After she finished reforming the company, she would pester Xiaoyang every day, and she wouldn't believe that she couldn't get pregnant. Huma, this matter is not yet time. Unlike Xiaoyang's anxious face, Shin Yanran was overjoyed. I'm a little tired today then. It's all your fault. Shin Yanran gave Xiaoyang a wink, not going to accept Xiaoyang's suggestion. Good night, dear. Looking at the video that was hung up by Shin Yanran, Xiaoyang sighed. It's true that this kind of behavior still has to wait until you're married before you can do it without fear. He had already forgotten which one he was being eaten, and if there was a mistake it was from Shin Yanran in order to count him. Today Xiaoyang is destined to sleep poorly. Look at his girlfriend. This situation is iron-hearted. Rolled over after a clench of teeth, have a child to get married. Having made his decision, he quickly went to sleep. Shin Yanran knew that these days were her safe period, but she still expected to be able to carry Xia Yang's child. When he woke up the next day, Xia Yang was not in good spirits. Today was the day to go to Professor Chen, and Lang Shuangyu sent him a message saying that she was going to take another day off, telling him not to worry. Prof. Chen was waiting for him in the office early, and today he first gave him a lecture on theory. After a period of time and the guidance of his practical exercises, the last is to introduce Xia Yang to that huge network of relations to go. It will not be long Xia Yang will be able to master the way to make money. Professor Chen will be the knowledge from the most essential. Can make a person understand at first hearing? Even if Xia Yang has not understood, the place will ask to understand. This one-on-one teaching proceeded quite pleasant. The experience of a big brother was just not the same, causing Xia Yang to sigh in awe. He was as eager for knowledge as a sponge. Professor Chen saw that he was so good at learning, and he put off the afternoon meeting of things, and the two of them continued the class after eating, until 5 o'clock. Xia Yang's body was great, but the old professor didn't have so much energy to impart knowledge to him, so he could only let him go back first and digest it. Xia Yang thanked him and left after giving the old professor a glass of water to wet his throat. Tick tick tick. Xia Yang just came out of the office. Did not take long, his phone rang. He thought it was Shin Yen Yen call. Took out a look at the screen, shows Shin Lily 3 words. Lily, what's up? He picked up the phone. Brother Xia Yang, are you free now? As soon as he heard Shin Lily's delicate and soft voice, he knew that she had something to ask for. Say, what's the matter? Brother Xia Yang, can you come pick me up from school? Don't you have a special car for transportation? Xia Yang said doubtfully, the driver is on vacation today, so come pick me up. Come on. Shin Lily continuously pouted. How am I going to pick you up? I don't have a car, so wait while I call your sister and have her arrange a driver for you. Xia Yang was about to hang up the phone right away, and Shin Lily was in a hurry and yelled, wait a minute, what else is going on? Actually, I was the one who told my classmates that I had a boyfriend, and now they have to meet. You're not going to ask me to pose as your boyfriend, are you? Xia Yang knows that this little girl discernment is very high, will not be so easy to have any boyfriend. 80% of the words said out cannot be put back. He wasn't going to save the day, and it was good to let the girl learn a lesson. Hang on, Xia Yang, if you dare to hang, I'll tell my sister that you kissed me inside her room. Shin Lily is a little devil and sickly petite. Xia Yang, this person are understood by her thoroughly. She knows everything from what she likes to eat to what size panties she wears. To pin down Xia Yang was simply not too easy for Shin Lily. Lily Shun, didn't you say that this is a secret between the two of us and won't say anything to your sister? If Shin Lily appeared in front of Xia Yang right now, she would definitely be placed on Xia Yang's thigh and spanked so hard that she could only sleep on her stomach at night. Lily Shin, there is such a good thing? I gave you my first kiss. If you're not my boyfriend, who is? When I couldn't see you at the school gates at half an hour, I'd call my sister and tell her that you'd held me down on the bed first and then kissed me so violently that I couldn't fight back at all. And afterward you'd threaten that I couldn't tell my sister about it or else you'd make it worse. Xia Yang, you don't want me to call my sister either, right? Hurry up and come my temporary boyfriend. I'll wait for you. Oh, having the initiative, Shin Lily hung up the phone. How did Xia Yang not realize that this little girl will also threaten people, also turning things upside down? Time was running out, and spanking Lily Shin's ass into 8 pieces was behind her. Car. Where to find a car? Chapter 14, Spanking. Xia Yang remembered the supercar inside the villa. Taking this car to pick up Shin Lily was not considered a soft meal, right? The villa is very close to here. And last time Shin Yanran also gave Xia Yang the key to the villa, hoping that he would move into the villa to live inside. He went to the villa's garage and started the limited edition supercar towards Lily Shin's noble school. The roaring engine sound represented Xia Yang's mood. He must teach Shin Lily a good lesson later. Only 18 years old and so bad, but also dare to threaten him. Lily, why isn't your boyfriend here yet? Didn't you tell me that you want to compare whose boyfriend is more handsome? A Zhao Yan with dyed blonde hair and a 7 out of 10 face value was leaning on a long-legged handsome man. Because of her height, 160, Zhao Yan could not see that his 180 boyfriend was hugging her, but his eyes kept looking at Shin Lily. Originally, Zhao Yan's boyfriend, Gu Ming, was originally willing to be her boyfriend for money, not a genuine and sincere relationship. Poor Zhao Yan was tricked by him, and this scummy guy made Zhao Yan think her love had come with his undivided attention. Scum Gu Ming asked Zhao Yan to ask for money when she is more generous, each time out of $1 million. Zhao Yan from childhood to save 10 million to now have 4 million into the pockets of the scum. He took the 4 million given by Zhao Yan and ate and drank outside, and also adopted several women. He couldn't even think of this kind of life before. Gu Ming also plans to marry Zhao Yan to get their family's company's industry, and then he will be able to truly go against the grain and become a member of the upper class. 5 minutes to go. He'll be back. Can you mind your boyfriend to make him stop staring at me all the time? Disgust appeared on Shin Lily's pretty face. I think you're jealous of me. My baby loves me the most. How could she look to steal you? she tilted her head and asked Gu Ming, "Right, baby? Of course I love you the most." Gu Ming coaxed Zhao Yan with that deceitful mouth. Careless, Gu Ming has not seen such a beautiful girl like Xin Lily. A time actually look a little fascinated to be caught in the bag. Xin Lily was the dream girl and fantasy first love of the majority of the boys in the school. A spermatozoa like Gu Ming naturally couldn't control himself from looking at it non-stop. Zhao Yan, I think you should be careful not to be cheated of your money by this scummy guy, and when the time comes, there's no place to cry even if you're empty of wealth and color. Just go ahead and be jealous that I have such a handsome boyfriend. Zhao Yan even stood on her tiptoes to kiss Gu Ming after she finished speaking. Xin Lily turned her head away disdainfully. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to find a reason to meet Xia Yang, she wouldn't have made such a class-dropping move. Comparing with Zhao Yan, whose boyfriend was more handsome? Do you need to compare? Xia Yang finally came to the entrance of the noble school at the last minute in his cool and explosive sports car, and even though he was wearing a mask, he still attracted the attention of all the girls present as soon as he appeared. Just by the way those eyes swept over them, they were already trying to figure out what to call the baby. Wow, man god. Xia Yang walked directly toward Xin Lily. Today she was wearing the uniform of an aristocratic school. On top was a blue jacket similar to a small suit, and underneath was a plaid skirt. The pair of slender legs that could play for a year were wearing evocative black stockings and small leather shoes. "This is my boyfriend, Xia Yang." Xin Lily hurriedly went forward to take his arm and said to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan's gaze hadn't left Xia Yang's body. Although she couldn't see Xia Yang's real face, Xia Yang had conquered her by his temperament and figure. Is there still a need to compare now? Xin Lily's face was filled with pride, and Zhao Yan was silent. How do you compare? Gu Ming wasn't having it. Suddenly a guy came and stole all the limelight from him. Even Zhao Yan, a rich woman, was attracted to him. If he's so handsome, why is he wearing a mask? Maybe there's a scary face underneath the mask? Xia Yang had been mocked inexplicably, and no one could swallow this breath. Xia Yang no longer hides his heavenly face value. Originally wanted to keep a low profile, but some people are always so guilty. Once the masks were off, the eyes of those girls from the noble school sprang up with love. Xin Lily also behaved like this when she first saw Xia Yang, who was brought back to the villa by Xin Yanran. After Xia Yang showed his face and tried to put on the mask, a wet and soft feeling came from his side face. This feeling, Lily Shun. Yes, that's her, offering a kiss in public. The veins of Xia Yang's anger showed. He took Xin Lily directly under his arm toward the sports car, threw her roughly on the passenger side, and then stepped into the driver's seat to start the sports car and leave the school entrance. He couldn't help but want to teach Xin Lily a lesson already. Xia Yang, what are you trying to do in such a hurry? Back to the villa. He stepped on the gas a little deeper. Is going back to the villa to do something that can't be known by others? Xin Lily pretended to be shy and lowered her head, really afraid that Xia Yang would see that she was too excited. What do you say? Xia Yang revealed a meaningful smile. Xin Lily almost exposed her nature when she saw this evil look of his, and wanted to wrap her lotus root arms around his neck and say, actually, I can't wait. Why don't we just do something unseemly here? Hold it. Not long after, he returned to the villa, and Xia Yang directly brought Xin Lily here to the sofa. Xia Yang, is it okay to let me change a set of clothes first? Xin Lily said with a blushing face. According to the information she had gathered, Xia Yang liked that style of clothes, and she had bought several sets of them and put them in her room just in case. No, Xia Yang said coldly. Still want to run? It's too late. No one will come to save you today even if you scream your throat out. You're in such a hurry? Okay then. Wait, you don't want to cry. Xin Lily's body trembled when she heard these words from Xia Yang. Xia Yang, I'll try to hold back as much as I can. You have to be gentle. It's my first time. First spanking? Xia Yang thought about it. These two young ladies of the Shin family had gathered thousands of favorites, so they would be spanked, but he couldn't swallow this breath. This little ninny dared to threaten him. Xia Yang directly Xin Lily pressed on the sofa, the palm of the hand strength moderate. A wave of the hand snap sound spread throughout the villa. Xin Lily was confused. This was so different from what she thought. Chapter 15, Xia Yang's parents. That first sound is just the beginning. How dare you threaten me at such a young age? Pa! Xin Lily's arse received another slap. How dare you lie? Slap. Another slap on the arse. Strange, why didn't Lily Shin say a word? She's not really crying, is she? At this moment, Xin Lily's face was red. She didn't even feel any pain at all. Instead, a wonderful feeling came over her. Xin Lily wanted Xia Yang to hit him a few more times. Lily, you're not supposed to be crying, are you? It's over. While Xia Yang was on edge, Xin Lily spoke out. I'm fine. I'm the one who shouldn't have threatened you or lied. Teach me a good lesson. Xin Lily's so sincere attitude of admitting fault, so that Xia Yang all the fire. Besides, he did not dare to continue to beat her ass. Really make her cry he cannot eat and go. It's better to take it for what it's worth. She waited for a long time without waiting for Xia Yang to hit her again. Xia Yang, aren't you going to hit me anymore? Ahem. Since you recognize the mistake, that's good. Punishment is only a means to an end. Education is the goal. Oh, Shin Lily's tone was filled with loss. I'll go back first. Xia Yang realized what a ridiculous thing he had done only after his fire came down. Bugger off. He closed the door of the villa nimbly and went home. It was then that Shin Lily looked up from the couch, the sickly meaning of her eyes intensifying. Xia Yang, what if I like you more? It's all your fault. I can't even wait for the day when I follow the plan. It's all your fault. Xia Yang, how about secretly knocking you out and putting you in a small dark room with a very thick chain to trap you, so that for the rest of your life you can only see me and have eyes for me? Hey, 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 hey. Creepy laughter emanated from the villa. A sister can be more dangerous than a sister ever. Shin Lily was also greedy. Not only did she wish to get Xia Yang as a person, she also wanted to get his heart. And here of course she was not referring to the heart in the physical sense. Otherwise, in these 3 years, Shin Lily didn't know how many chances she could sneakily knock Xia Yang out and then trap him in a basement that no one knew about. Lung Fingyue's fever has completely cleared up and she can go to school tomorrow. Although it was only a day's absence, she missed Xia Yang. She still didn't know that now Xia Yang was having one-on-one lessons with a professor if he was taking professional classes. Precious moments like before when the two sat together in class had become rare. When she graduated, this memory of the two of them together in the classroom would become Lung Frostmoon's greatest treasure in her life. Lang Jia had also returned to Tong Tian Pavilion in the evening, and now the three of them were having dinner as a family. Lang Jia heard Chuchio Shui say that yesterday. Xia Yang came over to visit her daughter, but she hugged Xia Yang and cried a lot. This was something that puzzled him a little. Breaking up and getting back together? Daughter, how was your talk with Xia Yang yesterday? Have you two made up? Lung Frosty Moon's meals were also pleasing to the eye. She didn't dare to tell her father that she had lost Xia Yang, and could only give a vague Xiao Yang, this child is not ordinary. In the future you two should tolerate each other, lest someone else snatch Xiao Yang away. Got it? Lang Fengyue felt tears coming out again and hurriedly blinked her long eyelashes. Remember Xiao Yang's mom, Auntie Lu? Remember. Lung Fengyue's mind flashed back to when she was little and Lu Wei picked her up and complimented her on how pretty she looked. In fact, both of Xiao Yang's parents are guardians who specialize in solving the monsters that come to our world from various realms and maintain our stable life. Guardian? Lang Jia's look was serious, ready to tell his daughter an unknown secret. The will of our world used to grant every adult a psychic ability, which varied. The will of the world intended for us to use these powers to live well as fight against the creatures that invaded this world. I didn't realize that human beings didn't live happier lives after possessing their psychic abilities, but instead, wars broke out all over the place. There was a time when creatures from other worlds massively invaded our world while humans were still killing each other. Since that time, the will of the world has withdrawn the powers it gave to humans and selected 2 humans it recognized as guardians of the world. They are Xia Yang's parents. 3 or 4 years ago, they sensed that an immensely powerful world was approaching our world, and they never returned after entering that world, and our world has remained peaceful. In that case, 1T uncle and aunt. Lung Xuanyu hurriedly stopped in the middle of her sentence. Things must not be the way she thought. Don't tell Xia Yang that you have to be more tolerant of him in the future. Got it? Got it. The next day Lang Jia was still not quite at ease and personally came over to the school to talk to Xia Yang. Passing students watched the convoy, and the people in the cars mo. This is the closest they'll ever get to leaning against that big guy. No pictures, no uploading, no nothing. The convoy stopped in front of Xia Yang. Xiao Yang, Uncle Lang came to see you today about something. Can we get in the car and talk? Okay. Xia Yang didn't expect that it was Lung Xuanyu's father who came to look for him. According to an emperor like him, time is counted by the second. How could he come to me? What does Uncle Lung want with me? Xiao Yang, what are you going to do after graduation? Lang Jia was now devoid of the air of a superior, just an elder caring for his juniors. I plan to open a company to earn money. Xia Yang thought in his heart that Uncle Lang must not have come to chat with him. Where would he be so idle? Earn money? Didn't your father leave you any money? Lang Jia's first feeling was that things were a bit off the wall. Your father runs a bank, the world's largest bank, and you're going to make money? No, they left in a hurry and only left me a message. In that case, why don't you kids tell me that in the future I'll be your father too after you and Frost Moon get married? Xia Yang, Uncle Lang, you're saying that I'm marrying Frost Moon? Xia Yang was surprised by what Lang Jia said. Well, get married after you graduate from college. I don't think your parents have told you that they've engaged you in a baby marriage, and Frost Moon is your fiancé. Lang Jia saw this behavior of Xia Yang and asked, don't you like Frost Moon? Uncle Lang, I already have a girlfriend. The car instantly quieted down when Xia Yang uttered these words. No wonder Frost Moon cried out. she's been robbed. Lang Jie thought for a moment there is really this possibility. His daughter's character cold. To get a person's heart is not just rely on the value of the face can be. To do a great thing, you need the right place, the right time, and the right people, and you can't have one without the other. Taking one down also depends on a combination of factors. Lang Jie, who has been planning in a tent, has been painstakingly helping his daughter for more than 10 or 20 years, and has added the childhood friend buff to them. But unfortunately, he still loses. Chapter 16, No Need for an Umbrella. Still, Lang Jie always kept the chat in a more cheerful atmosphere. The car drove around in circles before dropping him off at the same place. The powerful news that Lung Xuangyu was his fiancée deeply shook his heart. He didn't even know how to face Lung Frost Moon anymore. And by the looks of Uncle Lung, he doesn't seem to be planning on nullifying the engagement. Ugh, take one step at a time. Today was a full day for Xia Yang, looking for Prof. Chen to learn some knowledge and some news from the circle. 1 billion for the creation of a venture capital company is really a little bit not enough, but slowly investment. There is Professor Chen and Xia Yang will not lose money. At 6 o'clock Xia Yang walked out of the school gate and saw a dazzling red sports car. And the person inside the car was none other than Xin Yanran. The scene could be better described as a scented car. Xia Yang was also happy and walked over quickly. Huma, how long have you been waiting for me? Mua Xin Yanran took off Xia Yang's mask and kissed him on the face to quench her thirst first. Honey, get in the car. I booked a restaurant. Xia Yang opened the passenger door and sat on it, and Xin Yanran took off with a kick of the gas. Isn't that Xia Yang? Isn't he Goddess Lang's boyfriend? Why did he get into someone else's car? For a while the campus forum was filled with news that Xia Yang had broken up with Lang Xuangyu. First floor, is this true? Second floor, truer than pearls. Third floor, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I didn't think there was actually someone in this world who broke up with Goddess Cold. Fourth floor, here's my chance. The cold goddess must be sad now. Wait for me to take the goddess in one fell swoop tomorrow. Fifth floor, just blow it off you. I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to go and have a word with the goddess. A large group of melon eaters in the forum is making a lot of noise. Saying anything, Xia Yang classmates simply do not believe the news. They are watching Xia Yang in order to take care of Lang Xuanyue in front of the whole class facing the teacher to ask for leave. Neither Lang Xuanyu nor Xia Yang of them read the school's forums, so they didn't even know that this matter had happened. Xin Yanyan brought Xia Yang to a high-grade restaurant with no one inside, which was one of the Xin family's properties and was closed for business tonight. Xin Yanran looked at Xia Yang sitting across from her, and the dishes in front of her, which had been carefully prepared by the chef, became tasteless. Honey, compared to these dishes, it's still you that tastes better. Shen Yanran's eyes were watery, as if she was extending an invitation to him. The long black silk legs under the table were also restless and at work. How can one eat in peace with this? Xia Yang was already aroused by Shen Yanran, but this was a restaurant. He grabbed Shen Yanran's restless long legs and said, "Goblin, stop playing with fire, or else, how about otherwise?" It was true that Xia Yang couldn't do anything to her now. It wasn't like he was in the villa. He had to change his tone. Yan, I'm a bit hungry. Let me finish my meal first, okay? Shin Yanran made a condition. Yes, but darling has to feed me alcohol. Xia Yang poured a small half glass of red wine for her, then passed the glass to her mouth. Not like that, never mind. Just let me feed my darling. Shin Yanran took a sip of red wine. Her red lips looked even more bewitching and beautiful. She walked to Xia Yang and sat in his arms and kissed him. Xia Yang finally understood what Shin Yanyan meant by that. The mellow and rich red wine added a lot of fun to the kiss, and Shin Yanran seemed to be happy with it, feeding Xia Yang red wine in this way one mouthful after another. Xia Yang felt like he was completely immersed under Shin Yanran's passionate kiss. Shin Yanran, who was sitting in her arms, also knew that she had succeeded in igniting Xia Yang. Next time it's easier to just go back to the villa. Hurry up and eat. We'll go back to the villa after eating, Shin Yanran said as she wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck, both of their eyes blazing with fire. Xia Yang settled his own steak in 3 tries, then reached for Shin Yanyan's portion, cutting the steak into the right size with knife and fork and feeding it to Shin Yanyan. Thanks, honey. Later, Shin Yanyan said a few little words of love between couples, making Xia Yang full of anticipation for the night. The red wine Shin Yanran had just fed him was as much as half a bottle, and he opened the car window to let the wind blow in his face. A flash of stores on the side of the road. Huma, tell the driver to stop the car. I want to go shopping. After Shin Yanran heard Xia Yang say this, she knew that he was going to buy the kind of thing she didn't like and had no intention of stopping at all. We don't need that kind of stuff. Wanted. I don't want it. Don't you think it's better this way, dear? Good is good. You'll get pregnant. I'll give you children when I get pregnant. Shin Yanran had a happy smile on her face as she said this. If you love someone, of course you want to give birth to the fruit of their love. Their love has been proven in this world ever since. I said it's not the right time. At the very least, we all have to wait until I graduate before we get married, okay? But darling, I can't wait that long. He missed countless stores in the face of the iron-willed Shin Yan. The car went straight to the villa. After returning to the villa, Xia Yang ran into Shin Lily again. Sis, Shin Yan counted the days and it was normal for her sister to be at home. At home is home, and the villa is soundproofed anyway. Remember to go to bed early. I'll go back to my room first. Shin Yan pulled Xia Yang's hand and went upstairs to her room. Shin Lily's eyes became like black holes, not knowing what she was thinking. After the two returned to the room, Shin Yan reached out and undid Xia Yang's wine-filled clothes. Honey, I'll help you with your bath. I can do it myself. If it was prepared, where could Xia Yang refuse his girlfriend's invitation? Oh, yeah, Xia Yang ultimately can't beat Shin Yan. The demon, she really won't have any concerns at all? Inside the bathroom, Xia Yang experienced a series of things that shook his will, such as what back rubbing and so on. Finally out. Phew! Xia Yang put on the bathrobe that Shin Yan had prepared for him and walked out of the bathroom. He called Shin Yan a goblin that was very correct. My dear, I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Shin Yanran's tone was full of playfulness. Why do you have to work so hard? If that's the case, you endure it well. Don't give up halfway. Oh, I'm eating you up. Now do you understand, honey? Shin Yan licked her red lips, tantalizing to the extreme. Ugh, Xia Yang let out a long sigh. After such a long delay, let's get down to business now. Chapter 17, Xia Yang noticing problems. By the time Xia Yang woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Huma, do you have a work schedule today? No. Shin Yan leaned towards Xia Yang's chest, and the bathrobes on both of them were thrown to the ground. Shin Yan was so crazy last night that Xia Yang was a little worried if the soundproofing of this villa was that good. Honey, carry me to the bath. Shin Yan didn't want to move all over her body, falling apart. Xia Yang could only pick him up in a princess carry, fill the bathtub with warm water and help Shin Yan clean her body. Shin Yan had her eyes closed the entire time, not knowing if she was too tired or enjoying Xia Yang's attentive service. At this moment she felt that she had already beaten Lung Frostmoon by too much. She opened her eyes only after Xia Yang helped her put on a new bathrobe. Honey, why do you have a nosebleed? It was still true when Xia Yang touched it. It's so humiliating. It was just a little hot inside the bathroom. Xia Yang was still talking tough. Isn't it because I'm so tantalizing? People originally wanted to reward you. Shin Yan had a regretful look on her face. It's like Zhang missed out on $1 billion. But when he thought about it, the reward Shin Yan gave herself every time couldn't be described as awesome. I should say it's very absolute. Xia Yang's mood immediately lowered. He might have really missed out on $1 billion. Shin Yan saw this where she could not afford to upset him. Long, slender fingers drew circles on his chest. How about I give you that reward if you give me a compliment? Xia Yang seems to have never complimented a girl. The first time to do this kind of thing is a little uncomfortable. On second thought, to compliment their girlfriends, this what can be shy. And his girlfriend was indeed an earthly creature, and he had long since sunk into her tenderness. Xia Yang whispered a few words of love and coaxed Shin Yan to smile. Count on you to know what you're doing, and leave it to me next. Shin Yan smiled charmingly. Half a bell later, the two came out from inside the room. Shin Lily sat on the table full of food and didn't start eating. She was waiting for Shin Yan and Xia Yang. Good morning, sister. Not going to school today? Not going. It's time to take the university exams soon, so pay attention. Shin Yan also knew that her sister was very smart and just casually admonished her without forcing her to go to school. Xia Yang, however, felt how this little ninny was looking at herself in a wrong way. Xia Yang, drinking more milk is good for your body. This sentence was said by Shin Lily instead of Shin Yan. Shin Lily told him to drink more milk plus this kind of look. Xia Yang was sure of one thing, that is, the soundproofing inside this villa might not be that good. Sister, why are you looking at me? I'm concerned about him. Shin Lily met her sister's line of sight with an innocent look. Drink more for yourself. I'll pour it for Xia Yang if he wants it. Oh, Shin Lily turned her head to look at Xia Yang. He had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly a soft and delicate touch came from Xia Yang's calf, and his first reaction was that Shin Yan was at it again. But no, his girlfriend was wearing black silk today, and when he looked under the table, it was clearly white silk. He hurriedly looked up at Shin Lily across the room, who was looking at him with a smile on her face. Xia Yang placed his leg in a different direction, and that delicate touch was always there as a shadow. Shin Lily, you, sister, Xia Yang he yesterday. She stopped halfway through her sentence and Xia Yang didn't dare to speak. This little ninny was going to complain to her sister. To have Huma know that she spanked her sister. TSK. He couldn't even think about it anymore. What's wrong with him? Xia Yang? Shin Yan felt as if her sister was acting strange. Xia Yang's heart jumped into his throat. Yesterday I called and asked Xia Yang to pick me up from school. Next time, remember to call the housekeeper of the old mansion if you need anything. And don't bother Xia Yang anymore, okay? Shenlili gave Xia Yang a smug smile. After winning the secret battle with Xia Yang, she became even more reckless. No matter how much Xia Yang changed positions, Shenlili was always able to achieve her goal. Her legs really do seem to be that long. If you can't mess with Xia Yang, can't you hide from him? I'm full. I have class today. Xia Yang stood up from the dining table and walked towards the outside of the villa. Wait honey, I'll take you to school. Just like that, a good breakfast was broken up by Lily Shen. Xia Yang had something on his mind and wasn't fit to drive, so he sat in the passenger seat. Shenlili, this little ninny couldn't have fallen in love with me, could she? After some thought, Xia Yang felt it was very likely that he was aware of his attraction to the opposite sex. She thought of herself as her boyfriend after she kissed herself. And all that little action under the dining room table in the morning must have been jealous because she heard something last night. Xia Yang again remembered the sentence when she called herself, "I gave you my first kiss. Who are you if not my boyfriend?" Xia Yang, who had guessed the matter to the 7th degree, was in a mess in his heart. Lily is in love with me? The reason why Xia Yang guessed a 7 was because he didn't know that Shenlili had been salivating over him for a long time, and it wasn't at all because of the clear sentiment generated by that curious kiss. He didn't understand what kind of person Shenlili was in the end, so the approach he took to this matter wouldn't solve the problem. The approach he took would only get him deeper and deeper into the trap, and he would end up being counted out by Lily Shen. Honey, what are you thinking? Shen Yanran saw that Xia Yang was somewhat distressed. Nothing. Xia Yang did not dare to tell Shen Yanyan that Shenlili likes himself. If he said it back to irreversible damage to the kinship between them. Is today's breakfast not to your liking? Do you like Chinese? Right. Soybean milk donuts. Xia Yang smoothly picked up the conversation. It looks like we need to ask Shenlili out and have a good talk. Stifle this undeserved affection in time. Xia Yang thought of a movie about a young girl who falls in love with someone she shouldn't. This movie should be quite suitable for her to watch. This method of his was more or less useful to normal people, being able to show love and reason, but it was completely useless to a sickly girl like Shenlili. No matter how much Xia Yang struggled, he would end up being trapped in the room that Shenlili had built for him, staying by her side forever. But then again, there's no such thing as a person who should or shouldn't be loved. Love is love, and falling in love with someone is not something you can control. If anyone could decide who they loved, there wouldn't be so many songs and stories in the world written because of love. There's nothing wrong with love. Chapter 18, Lung Xuanyu's 3 years late confession. Shen Yanran gave Xia Yang a kiss after sending him to the school entrance. She can't seem to kiss her boyfriend enough. Today's class was not a specialized class, and the only place in the front row was the one with a spot next to Lung Xuanyue. Not she occupies the seat, but those people dare not sit next to Lung Xuanyue. Her body kind of refusal outside the temperament and stunning beauty together. Ordinary people really cannot drum up the courage to face her. Xia Yang didn't have these problems and sat directly next to her. Frost Moon, are you feeling better? Xia Yang saw that she looked good. The fever has completely gone down. Long Frost Moon returned. Why do you have a reddish bit on your neck? Ah, he hurriedly reached out to cover it. It should have been planted by Shen Yanran last night when he wasn't paying attention. He said not to do that. Now it's okay. Nothing. You, don't look. Xia Yang was covering his neck all this class. What a torturous lesson. After the class, the students saw Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu still sitting together. Sure enough, the top of the forum is false rumors. What breakup? You see, people are still not good? The back door of the classroom suddenly came in a handsome man in a suit and tie. Overall looking very good. Should be a child raised by a rich man's family. Zhou Feng walked quickly with 99 roses to Lung Xuanyu, who was ready to leave. And he froze for a moment when he saw Xia Yang next to him. Didn't they say they broke up? Zhou Feng came this time for no other reason than to beg Lang Xuanyu to be his girlfriend. But they don't look like they're breaking up now, do they? Whatever. Hard on. You can't just walk back with a rose in your hand and slink away. Zhou Feng walked over to Long Xuanyue and found a good spot to kneel down on one knee. Xuanyue, I like you. Students preparing to retreat stopped to eat this large melon, a scene usually only seen in videos or novels. He didn't believe the rumors at the top of the forum. Did he? I think so. This is a good show. Xia Yang is right next to Long Xuanyue. Let's see how he'll clean up this person who digs his corner. Good timing. We'll be able to see Xia Yang's real face with his mask off again. Girls were pulling out their own cell phones and turning off all the flashes and shutter sounds to avoid embarrassment later. The eyes of the entire crowd were focused on Xia Yang. Lang Xuanyue also looked back at him and uttered, "Someone is courting your fiancé. Don't you care?" Zhou Feng's rose fell to the ground. Fiancé? They're actually in this relationship? Girlfriends are what you make of them. There are no constraints. But his fiancé was married. Zhou Feng had already thought that he was going to become a celebrity inside the university. Xia Yang became bitter. LOL, things seem to be getting troublesome. he could only drive Zhou Feng, the suitor, away as Long Xuanyu's fiancé, not even waiting for Xia Yang to make a move. Zhou Feng, who turned into a joke, didn't even want the roses and left directly from the back door of the classroom. The students burst into applause. Long Xuanyue smiled slightly, causing the male students in the classroom to look dumbfounded. The goddess actually smiled, but unfortunately not for me. Pain. Thank you, my fiancé. Cold Frost Moon spent the day yesterday figuring it out. Just get back what you lost. Xin Yanran is his girlfriend, and she's still his fiancée. She took the unprecedented initiative to take Xia Yang's arm. The girls covered their mouths. What a divine unfolding. The fact that the two are so well matched is not to mention the fact that they come with a marriage contract. It's so romantic. The video was filmed and streamed online, and the man and woman were just as good as the immortal couple, and the airplay exploded straight away. Xin Yanran, who was resting today, also saw the video. Xia Yang and her actually have a marriage contract. Shen Lily sat opposite Xin Yanran and smiled, thinking in her heart, sister, what will you do? Although Shun Yanyan tops the name of the real girlfriend, but on the fiancé there's 3 words as if the girlfriend or something is really not enough to look at. She thought that Xia Yang's parents would force Xia Yang to marry Lang Xuanyu after graduation. No, never get flipped. Ziyang is hers. Xin Yanran couldn't stay a second longer. Now she was going to rush to Xia Yang's side. The red sports car sped off toward the university. Shun Lily looked at Xin Yanran's headlights and said, Sister, you'd better tie Xia Yang back, or else I'll do it. After everyone had dispersed, Lang Xuanyue was still holding Xia Yang's arm with no intention of letting go. Frost Moon, I already have a girlfriend. Xia Yang pulled his hand out. She had guessed that Xia Yang would say this. Xia Yang, I like you. Even an iceberg goddess like Long Xuanyu would blush when confessing. Long Xuanyue actually said she liked him. Xia Yang thought that Long Frosty Moon wouldn't like anyone else, and once he had been attracted to his uncharacteristically beautiful hairdresser. Kidding aside, with a face like Long Xuanyu's, any guy would like her. Okay? Then Xia Yang made several attempts. Long Xuanyu still had this cold and quiet look. In the end, Xia Yang could only get along with her as a friend. He waited so long for his girlfriend to return from abroad, only to find out that the girl he once loved was engaged to him, or his own fiancée. God forbid. If it was in high school when Lang Xuanyu confessed to him, he would probably be too happy to sleep. Xia Yang had already completely treated Lang Xuanyue as a friend after having Xin Yanran. I can do what Xin Yanran can do. Lang Xuanyu glanced at Xia Yang's lips and kissed them without any qualms. Her kiss was not like Xin Yanran's kind of passion. It was just a simple lips against lips that felt cool. Xia Yang, give me another chance, okay? Her eyes were full of supplication. At this time, Xin Yanran arrived and pulled Xia Yang to her side. The two women's eyes met. In fact, if Xin Yanran had come 2 minutes later, she would have been able to hear Xia Yang's rejection of Lang Xuanyu's words. Xia Yang already had skin to skin with Xin Yanran and could no longer choose Lang Xuanyue. Yan, let's go back. Xia Yang saw that the situation was not right, and it looked like these two were about to have a big fight right away. After Xin Yanran heard Xia Yang say this, a smile appeared on her angry face. Let's go, dear. Lang Xuanyue's face darkened, but she still said to Xia Yang's back undauntedly, Xia Yang, I'll be waiting for you. Xia Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh after hearing this. Do you have to say that to yourself? You won't be able to be friends by then. It is not that love is necessarily more precious than friendship, although Shun Yanyan and Lang Xuanyue represent different feelings in his heart, and if they are put on the scale and weighed, the scale may not be tilted to Xin Yanyan's side. Chapter 19, Repeating the Mistake of Xia Yang. Why are you sighing, dear? It's not because you can't let go of your fiancé, is it? Xin Yanran began to question Xia Yang after he got into the car. Huma, it's not what you think. You believe me, I will firmly choose you, Xia Yang solemnly promised. Good, I believe in my dear too. Let's go back to the villa first. Xin Yanran smiled skinlessly. She didn't trust Xia Yang at all. With black gas surrounding her body, her sickly side came out again. Xia Yang was still thinking about how to do it while rejecting Lang Xuanyu without hurting his feelings too much. He didn't know that once he got back to the villa, it would be the basement that would face him off. Xia Yang, run! Your girlfriend is a sickly girl, and so is her sister. Only Lang Xuanyue is considered normal. After returning to the villa, the door slammed. Xin Yanyan closed it with a bang. The huge commotion made Xia Yang want to look back, and Xin Yanran was waiting for the moment he turned back. She took a bottle of unknown spray and sprayed it towards Xia Yang's mouth and nose. Xia Yang only said Yan. He passed out and saw the other side of his girlfriend. So scary. The current Xinyan slowly carried the fainted Xia Yang into the basement. Even though it was Xinyan in her sickly state, she still didn't want to roughly drag Xia Yang inside. Lily Shen witnessed this from the corner of the stairs. He. Sister really did tie Xia Yang back. She stared at the location where she entered the dark basement door without turning her eyes. Maybe she'll sneak in the dead of night. 2. There was a bed in the center of the basement. The walls were filled with strange things, and there were cabinets filled with bottles and jars. These were all set up by Shen Yanyan in the past few days since her return. She originally wanted to completely bind Xia Yang by getting pregnant with his child, but she hadn't even gotten pregnant yet her former rival had transformed herself into Xia Yang's fiancé. This is too dangerous. A childhood friend or a fiancé? She didn't dare to bet that Xia Yang would be unmoved. The sleeping Xia Yang was heavy, but she patiently and slowly placed him on the bed, which had several chains extending out from the corners. She remembered that Xia Yang had bruises on his hands when he was strangled in the room last time, so she wrapped those shackles in a layer of cotton. Cuff Zhang again. Honey, look how much I love you. I'll let you out when I'm pregnant with your child. When the time comes, we'll just get a license. And Long Xuan Yue, this fiancé, won't be enough to fear, okay? I'll take that as a yes if you don't say anything. Mua's so good. Xia Yang was still in a coma. How could he answer her? Shen Yanran kissed Xia Yang's lips and left. She was going to take a shower, and Zhang's favorite clothes could go straight to the crucial step when he woke up. Shen Lily pretended that she had just walked down the stairs and didn't see or know anything. Sis, where's Xia Yang? He went home. It was Shen Yanran's first time doing this kind of thing, but she was able to do it without changing her face. What's that saying? The prettier the woman, the more she likes to cheat. In order to be able to conceive Xia Yang's child as soon as possible, she even went to a female doctor. The female doctor said she had an unusually high probability of conceiving in the last few days. While Shen Yanran went to the female doctor, Shen Lily quietly slipped into the basement, and Xia Yang still didn't wake up. Xia Yang, you smell so good. Shen Lily showed her truest face, and the look on her face was frightening. Her hand gently stroked Xia Yang's immortal face, but also came to his neck. Agar nose sniffing. Face a book of satisfaction. I'm not the one who tied you up. Oh, blame it on your sister. The first time Shen Yanran came back from the hospital, she opened the basement to check if Xia Yang had woken up. She had a hunch that someone had been in this basement. There's no reason why she wouldn't release Xia Yang if it was her sister who had come in, right? Maybe it's caused by your own mental strain. She went to take a shower and put on Xia Yang's favorite clothes she wore and waited by the bedside for him to wake up. Xia Yang's feeling when he regained consciousness was that his head was dizzy, as if someone else was touching him. Huma, I'm here. Honey, Shen Yanran leaned down and cupped Xia Yang's face. Where is this place? The basement of my house, where I put you for being a bad boy. Xia Yang didn't feel so dizzy anymore, and only after his vision got a little better did he realize that this place was indeed a basement. The last time he was tied up he wondered if Shen Yanran was a bit of a sickly girl, but Shen Yanran untied her the next day so this concern was thrown out of her mind, and it wasn't until she was now locked up in this dimly lit basement that she realized her girlfriend was really a sickly girl. He came to his senses in an instant. What a sickly girl! What a horrible kind of person! Xia Yang occasionally watched anime, and there were such sickly beautiful women appearing in anime. They will keep their favorite person in a dark cage for the rest of their lives, and if they don't listen they will be treated with extreme cruelty, like whipping with a whip, and those extreme sickos will even kill the person they like, somehow making the two become one, never to be separated again. He struggled for a moment, and the familiar sensation came back. This complete inability to move while bound in chains can easily inspire fear within humans. What to do? Huma shouldn't be trying to kill me. Xia Yang's face was filled with fear. Shen Yanran barred a kiss on his face. Don't be afraid, darling. I'm not going to do anything to you. I just want to carry your child so you can never leave me. Yan, you weren't like this before. The bottom of Xia Yang's eyes flashed with bitterness. This Shen Yan in front of him was so strange. Shen Yanran loved Xia Yang so much that even his heart ached when he put on this appearance. Yuma, I don't like this about you, but I can't help myself. I'm so afraid that Cold Frost Moon will take you away from me. What's the point of living without you? Look, I'm wearing your favorite clothes. I'll let you go after tonight, okay? In order to make Xia Yang happy, she was trying very hard to control her sickly attributes. Chapter 20, Shen Yanran in maid's clothing. Shen Yanyan's reprieve succeeded in awakening Xia Yang's vigor. Just now he thought he was going to spend the rest of his life in this dark basement. Why don't you believe me when I've said I'll be firm with you? Whether it was the last time Shen Yanyan suspected that she was secretly romancing Ling Frost Moon, or this time, Shen Yanran had never trusted herself. He turned his head to the other side, not looking at the seductive to the extreme Shen Yanran. Okay, it's all my fault. No offense, okay? Xia Yang felt that she should be taught a lesson. Otherwise it would be better if she tied herself up without moving. He planned to chill out with Shin Yenran all night and not give her a good look. After all, he couldn't do anything else if he wanted to with his hands and feet tied up. Shin Yenran knew that she had once again made Xia Yang angry, but if it went well this would be the last time, and they would be able to live a happy married life in the future. She came to Xia Yang's ear, merely blowing a breath into it made Xia Yang weak. Honey, I know all your weaknesses. Don't worry, I'll soon take the edge off. You don't have to do anything. Xia Yang's anger was eroded little by Shin Yenran's gentleness. There was no way to get angry in the face of this kind of goblin. Okay? She'll take your mind off of everything, including anger. In the end, Shin Yenran dragged her tired body to unlock the chains for Xia Yang. Her purpose had been achieved, and she would definitely be able to conceive. It was getting late, and Xia Yang, whose anger had subsided, hugged his girlfriend in the basement for the night. Xia Yang woke up to see Shin Yenran wearing a maid uniform. The loose maid uniform couldn't cover her proud to the core body. She said very respectfully to Xia Yang, "Good morning, master. How can he fight over the scheming Shin Yenyan? Just like this one-handed operation." Xia Yang still wanted to say a few words about her, now cannot speak. "Don't think you can muddle through like this. What about the matter of tying me up yesterday?" He picked Shin Yenran's white chin and graceful snowy neck. Shin Yenran said pitifully, "I am at my master's disposal. Now does the master want to wash his face first, or brush his teeth, or, let's eat breakfast first?" Shin Yenran didn't expect this to fail to take him down. The aura on her changed, from 100 submissive maidservant to a seductive siren. "What are you doing? Are you going to do the following?" Xia Yang stepped back a bit on the bed. Why didn't Shin Yenran follow the script? "Yeah, don't you know that bullying the master is my favorite thing to do as a maid? It was the master who didn't follow the rules first, and I could only change the script slightly." Shin Yenran should have apologized if she apologized, Xia Yang emphasized, making her recognize the current situation. But unfortunately it was all in vain. "That's how I apologize. Master, you'll like it." Shin Yenyan ended this maid roleplay. It was okay to wear it in the basement, and Shen Lily was still out there. "Hey, Yenyan, why did you just change out of this suit?" Xia Yang saw his girlfriend wearing a maid's uniform for the first time, and it wasn't enough to look at it all day, and now it's only one bell before he has to take it off. "Lily's still out there. I'll wear it for you tonight if you like maids, dear." After Shin Yenran reminded Xia Yang so much, Xia Yang remembered that there was another Shin Lily outside. So many things happened in a short period of time. First, Long Xuanyue confessed, then Long Xuanyue said she liked herself. Next thing you know, you're tied up here. Thinking about Shin Lily gave him a headache. He hadn't talked to her yet. "Next time don't charm me like that and then lock me in the basement. I don't like sickly girls either." Xia Yang still had palpitations when he thought about it now. "Honey, just forget about it for the sake of what just happened. I won't do it again." Xia Yang's stomach made a sound. He hadn't eaten anything since yesterday until now, and he had also used up a lot of physical strength in the middle of the day. "I prepared donuts and soy milk for you." Shin Yenran changed the topic. Shin Yenran brought a set of clothes for Xia Yang to wear. When she packed up Xia Yang's set of clothes yesterday, she found that there was one thing how could not be found. Forget it. What's old is new again. The two walked out of the basement and down the hall. Lily Shin was waiting for them to have breakfast like yesterday. She flashed a sweet smile at Xia Yang. Be sure to sit away from her. He had just had this thought when Shin Yenran sat down across from Shun Lily, so he had no choice. Sitting at the back of the table by yourself is not logical or reasonable. He had to be forced to sit down. Lily Shin should stop making small talk. Xia Yang frantically meditated on this thought, and when he took his first sip of soy milk, what should have happened still happened. He almost spewed soy milk out and spilled it on Lily Shin across the room. Shun Lily was being a demon again, and the touch coming from the top of her calf was even more delicate and lubricated. Cough cough. Xia Yang choked on a mouthful of soy milk and coughed madly. The culprit, however, said with a concerned expression, "Xia Yang, drink slower, there's a lot more here." Shin Yenran reached out and gently patted her back, taking a paper towel to wipe the soy milk from his face. "Is it too hungry? Drink slowly." She thought it was because Xia Yang was too hungry and didn't notice anything fishy in the slightest. As Shin Yenran gently wiped him, the culprit didn't stop there, but instead increased his intensity. Shen Lily opened her small mouth and wordlessly said 3 words. "Exciting?" She was afraid that Xia Yang wouldn't be able to read the shape of her mouth, so she spoke especially slowly. Xia Yang's fists clenched. The idea of holding her down on the couch and spanking her hard could not be suppressed. If Shen Yenyan wasn't there, he would have definitely beaten her ass into 8 pieces this time. Dare to tease him. Chapter 21-3 Go Traveling. Think so. He has a handle on the hands of Shin Lily, can only endure in silence. Come on, have a donut. Xia Yang first gave one to Shin Yenyan, then one to Shun Lily. His move was the equivalent of admitting defeat, hoping that Shinlili would take some advantage and see it through. After Shinlili received the donuts, she didn't continue to make those small moves, and he was finally able to eat a breakfast in peace. He was really hungry. Otherwise, Xiaoyang could take the 36th plan like last time. Honey, let's go traveling for a few days. Shin Yanran didn't want Xiaoyang to have too many chances to meet Leng Shuangyu, and the next 3 days from today onwards were vacation days. Spending time at the cottage for 2 is nice. Getting out and about is even better. Good, since Shin Yanyan has this idea, he himself will accompany her to have some fun. Girlfriends are still to be spoiled. Sister, I want to go too. It's so boring at home. Shinlili looked very interested in the tour. Now she couldn't wait to stick to Xiaoyang's side. No, Shin Yanran refused her sister's request without even thinking about it. The two of them wanted to do whatever they wanted with Xiaoyang. What's the point of having an extra light bulb? Xiaoyang, I want to go. Shinlili turned to Xiaoyang when she saw her sister's refusal. Xiaoyang knew that if he didn't agree, this little ninny might do something even crazier, and he also intended to talk to Shinlili. Huma, let her come with us. Although Shin Yanran didn't want Shinlili to go, was hard for her to refuse when Xiaoyang asked. You can't tell Dad that the 3 of us went on a trip, and when he asks about you just say it was just me and you. She turned to Lily Shin. Aha. Phew, that helped her out this time. She should settle down a bit in a short while. Shin Yanyan is a person with strong execution. Just said that she wants to go out for a trip, and after breakfast, she is in the room to call to arrange various matters. Striving to leave at noon, he must take Xiaoyang away from here, lest Long Xuanyue look for him. Xiaoyang took advantage of the fact that Shin Yanyan was busy and seized the opportunity to go and talk to Shinlili, and it was not always possible to find a good opportunity during the trip. He walked over to Lily Shin's door and knocked. Come in, Brother Zhang. Xiaoyang didn't let the door close after opening it, but left him open. How did you know it was me? Brother Xiaoyang, you're here to talk to me. Right, no way. Oh, I haven't put on my stockings yet. I can't talk to you until you help me put it on. Xiaoyang really couldn't do anything with this little ninny. Quirky, even more difficult than her sister. He never seemed to have gotten the better of himself at her hands. Here, there are stockings inside the closet. You can take the white ones if you want to see me in white and the black ones if you want to see me in black. This is a perk given to you in light of your good behavior yesterday, Shinlili said with a smile. When she said so, Xiaoyang instead did not know which color to take, and finally, without thinking, his hand automatically chose white, which he felt was more suitable for Shinlili. Shinlili's tender feet were really perfect, white and pink. The stockings were smoothly wrapped around Shinlili's exquisite pair of jade feet and long, well-boned legs. This level of smoothness is enough to make you think about it. Pretty, isn't it? Shinlili said proudly, still confident in herself. Would you like a kiss? I won't tell my sister. Xiaoyan was speechless and got to the point after helping her put on her stockings. He couldn't begin to say, do you like me? With the utmost confidence, even if it was true. Lily, don't ever pull those little stunts on me again. He could only remind her politely. So what? I like you no less than my sister. Otherwise, why don't you come be my boyfriend? I know my sister spoils you, but I can do things that my sister can't. How about it? Xiaoyan, you think about it? Ugh, why don't you understand what I'm saying? You're still young. There's no need to like me. There's a superb number of handsome guys in the school waiting for you to pick. Xiaoyang persuaded bitterly. None of them are as handsome as you, and I just love you. I've loved you from the first moment I saw you. Xiaoyang was about to be crushed by Shinlili. What's this all about? That kind of thinking has to change in you. Just know, I just love you. I can't live without you in this life. Lily, you're still young and your fondness for me is just a youthful ignorance. I don't want to put your sisterly feelings at odds because of me. Humph. Not listening. Shinlili really refused to listen to anything she said. I recorded it, and I'll take it to your sister later so she can see that you're all talk. Xiaoyang shook the cell phone in his hand. He had no choice but to threaten her with a non-existent recording. I didn't expect Shinlili to be completely unperturbed. Go ahead. After letting my sister hear about it, she'll definitely beat me up. And then I'll tell Dad. You want to marry my sister home will be difficult. Well, that's good. You can be my boyfriend when you and your sister get separated. Xiaoyan couldn't say anything to her, and Shin Yanran was fast arranging things. The first talk was declared a failure. Lily Shin even asked him to consider the suggestion she made before he left. Said he was welcome back anytime. He wants it all. Is he the kind of person Xiaoyang is? When Xiaoyang turned to leave, Shinlili hugged him from behind, both arms wrapped tightly around his waist. What are you doing? Xiaoyang panicked. Now Shin Yanran could come out to look for him at any time. Brother Xiaoyang, I just want to hug you. I will naturally let go when I've hugged you enough. Wait for your sister to come out. Xiaoyang tried to break his hand. Don't move, or I'll have to call out loudly. If I remember correctly, it was Brother Xiaoyang himself who came to me secretly behind my sister's back, right? Lily Shin pressed herself against him, smelling him. Xiaoyang? Shin Yanran called out to Xia Yang after she finished the call and realized that he didn't know where to go. Get off! He was sweating coldly. How long would he be locked up in the basement if Shin Yanran saw this scene? Chapter 22, The Swimsuit Sisters. Knowing that Lily Shin likes herself, she will still be threatened often. Isn't going into her room just like going into a tiger's den? Give me a kiss and I'll let you go. She wanted so badly to make this man in her arms her own, but now was not the time. Shin Yanyan's voice and footsteps are getting closer and closer. No longer get rid of Shin. Lily will really barbecue. She pointed to her lips, then waited for a kiss. Xia Yang had a flash of light in the moment of crisis, and directly came up towards Shin Lily's forehead with a move of dragonfly pointing water. Shin Lily felt only a slight wetness on her forehead, and it was over. That's it? Okay, I kissed you. Come on, let go. Shin Lily eventually let Xia Yang escape her room. Kissing the forehead was fine. Xia Yang being able to take the initiative to kiss himself was already a big improvement. She also didn't want to fall out with her sister. Shin Yanran was still very good to her when she didn't have Xia Yang as her boyfriend. After meeting Xia Yang, her heart was set on him. At that time Shin Yanran brought back inside the villa, ready to explore life. Unfortunately, at that time Xia Yang green and shy, the two slept in bed one night past nothing happened. Shin Lily was mesmerized by Xia Yang from then on and could never forget him after meeting him once. There are too many boys who like Shin Lily. All of them have money and face. She can't even look at them. Her heart has been occupied by Xia Yang. Where did you just go? A little bored. Walking around inside the villa, Xia Yang forced himself to be calm. Fortunately Shin Yanran did not get suspicious. I've already arranged it. Just pack some bags and we'll leave. Shin Yanran walked over in her high heels and wanted to have a passionate kiss with Xia Yang. She hadn't kissed Xia Yang for 2 hours. Xia Yang dodged back slightly and gave a very reasonable reason. I just finished breakfast and my mouth is full of soy milk flavor. Better wait until I go brush my teeth first. I tried red wine flavored kisses last time. I haven't tried soy milk. Xia Yang, a big man, was walloped by Shin Yanran, and he couldn't retreat. Shin Yanyan kissed Xia Yang with a swiftness of thunder and lightning. Her kissing skills were too powerful, and Xia Yang's entire body was in a daze. Couldn't care less about anything. Honey, how many times have I told you to use your nose to change air when kissing? And how come you can't learn? People haven't even kissed enough. Phew. Xia Yang found that his legs were a bit soft. It was not that he could not learn to use his nose to change his breath. Once kissed by this goblin, the whole person sank into it. Where would he care to change his breath? Shin Yanran smiled with satisfaction when she realized that Xia Yang was kissed by herself until her legs went weak. Well, why don't you go out to the garage and get that business car out, and walk a little steadier? Facing Shin Yanran's teasing, Xia Yang did not dare to respond. It's so humiliating for a grown man to be kissed until his legs go weak. Shin family has money. The two sisters traveling do not need to go out in big bags. With money there is everything. Pack some often where clothes can be. This time to go to the beach. Less swimsuit. There's not much to a man's swimsuit. It's just a pair of big pants, and the rest is all about holding up your body. With 8-pack abs and a perfect slammin' body, this is the best bathing suit for a man. And Zayang, as it happens, has. The sisters had all appreciated Xia Yang's body that looked thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. Women's bathing suits are too diverse. Various styles, various patterns, the amount of fabric, the content inside is too profound. Even if you discuss with you all a day may not be able to finish. Both Lily Shin and Yan Yan Shin's bathing suits were black dress styles in different colors. One chooses black and one chooses white. Shin Yanran prepared all of Xia Yang's clothes for him and put them in her suitcase. The villa is not too far from the vacation destination, a 4-hour drive away. This time, Xia Yang drove the car and drove the sisters off. Shen Yanyan and Shen Lily were talking in the car, along with an accompanying female bodyguard. Came to the beach. Sea breeze came. The beach. There are a lot of people in the happy play. There is no lack of single beauty and handsome man. And dragged the family to vacation. A pair of white thighs. Yuck, a beautiful sight to behold. Xia Yang didn't even look at it. His own girlfriend was even better. Shin Yanran's legs he could play with for the rest of his life. He remembered the image of putting stockings on Lily Shin in the morning. Stop. Can't think. Xia Yang shook off thoughts that shouldn't be there. Tomorrow he was going to give Shin Yanyan the opportunity to wear stockings himself. His girlfriend hadn't even enjoyed this treatment yet. Let's go check into the hotel first. I've got a suite booked. There were 3 rooms inside the suite. One for Shin Lily, one for the female bodyguard, and one naturally for Shin Yanyan and Xia Yang to live together. The group settled down, and the female bodyguard used advanced equipment to check every corner for cameras without dead ends, just in case. Then they ate a nice meal and then started for the beach. Shin Yanran drove Xia Yang out of the room when she was changing her swimsuit, not because she was shy. Giving him a look to change wouldn't be the same kind of eye-catching feeling. Shen Lily opened the door to her room and said to Xia Yang, "Do you want to come in?" Her room was easy to get into and hard to get out of, something Xia Yang had experienced. Oof. Lily also closed the door when she saw Xia Yang's indifference. The doors of the two rooms opened at the same time. White dress swimsuit looked Lily pure sex. Black dress swimsuit lining Yenji provocative. They are literally angels and demons incarnate. Xia Yang couldn't even move his eyes. It's wonderful. After waking up from the shock of that beauty, Xia Yang picked up the phone and asked the front desk for 2 long bath towels for Yenran to drape over, covering the nosebleed-inducing spring light. Xia Yang, drape one over me as well. Lily wanted the same treatment, because this move of his represented possessiveness of a person. Let your sister give help draping you. Yenran personally draped Lily. Zhang walked into the room to take off his clothes and put on his swim trunks, and he was done. The superb body of the two sisters can't take their eyes off them. Xia Yang held his girlfriend's hand and set off for the beach. The two superb sisters walked around Xia Yang, and the men on the beach were envious of their good fortune. This guy saved the universe in his previous life, right? There are 2 of these superb women at once. The sisters also brought some sunscreen. Yenran handed a bottle of sunscreen to Xia Yang. The meaning was obvious. Help me wipe. It's his obligation as a boyfriend. Xia Yang's palms were evenly coated with sunscreen oil and then slowly applied to the skin that was like fine sheep's fat. Yenran closed her eyes comfortably, enjoying the feeling. As soon as her covering came off, she attracted countless horny men watching from the shadows. I should have known better than to come. Xia Yang thought it would be nice to swim in the villa. Chapter 23. Lily Shin is accosted by someone. Honey, it has to be smeared like this. Yan redraped the bath towel used to block the view and guided Xia Yang on how he should apply the sunscreen. His face was quickly turning red. The beach sun was too hot. Under Yan's guidance, the sunscreen oil applied to Xia Yang's palm was evenly spread all over Yan's skin so that she wouldn't have to worry about the hot sun on the beach. Lily was secretly skimming her lips on the sidelines. She also wanted Xia Yang to help her put on sunscreen. Satisfied, Yan saw Lily struggling with sunscreen on one side, and she took over the bottle to help her sister wipe it up. She still loved Lily Shin after all. The man on the beach gulped as his throat moved up and down at the sight. Why is the sun on this beach so hot all of a sudden? It was already a great blessing to spend the night with one of the beauties, and it would be worth dying if it was 2 together. It's okay for single guys to think about it, but those who have girlfriends around can be miserable. Their partners make use of their ancestral skills, attacking the soft flesh of the men's loins or else twisting their ears. As good as I look? Men still have a strong desire to survive in the face of their girlfriend's death quiz. You look the best. In fact, the girls were even more fascinated when they saw Xia Yang. On your belly, still dare to think don't get beautiful women. Look at the boys next to others. You have 1/10 of others handsomer. People 8-pack abs. At first I was really blind to choose you. Men caught in the act can only bow their heads and admit their mistakes. And some single men got in the way of Xia Yang, who was really perfect in every aspect. And after comparing their conditions, they could only look secretly. This does not include Zhang Daming. He was lying on his side in one of the beach chairs. His sunglasses couldn't stop his leering gaze. It's too good to be true. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful chick. If he could get both sisters into bed, he's going to heaven just thinking about it. And if he can realize it, he must be happier than going to heaven. Young Mr. Zhang, do you want it? A lapdog with an iced drink bowed his head and asked for his opinion. And as long as Zhang Daming nodded his head, they would use all sorts of underhanded means to send their prey to Zhang Daming's bed. Zhang Daming's group of dog legs under his hand can do this kind of thing easily. And this hotel, the beach, is all Zhang Daming's father's property, which is equivalent to a home game. He waved his hand. There was an innate aura about the sisters. They must be the second generation of a rich family. It's better to come by normal means. He has eaten too much of that kind of passed-out dish. Beautiful women. Of course, to capture both the body and mind to have fun. He watched for some time and realized that the older one was already married and the younger one appeared to be in a single state. The corners of his mouth quirked with confidence. The use of more than a few mean and nasty tactics had given him inexplicable confidence. He straightened the flowery shirt he was wearing and took his sunglasses off as he walked toward Lily Shin. Xia Yang, I'm going to the restroom. Yanran seemed to have drunk too much water. The female bodyguard followed Yanran to the women's restroom. It came to the part that Xia Yang was most afraid of, being alone with Lily. Xia Yang, I haven't put on any sunscreen here yet. Will you help me? The place that Lily Shin pointed out. It's not even sunny, okay? No, you just helped your sister wipe it all. I saw it. Why can't you wipe it for me? That's my girlfriend. Of course I help her wipe. Help, just once. Just wipe your back. Brother Xia Yang. Lily pouted, but Xia Yang still gritted his teeth and refused. Even Lily had taken the initiative to pour sunscreen on his hands, so he could rub them all over Lily's skin whenever he wanted. Beauty, why don't I help you wipe it? I have a good position over there. Can you give me a favor and move over? Zhang Daming thought he was incredibly handsome and took the sunscreen into his hands without Lily's consent. The two doglegs next to him felt that Zhang Daming was simply handsome for doing doing so. Being rich does not necessarily mean being cultured, and Zhang Daming is such a living example. Shen Lily hated Zhang Daming, who suddenly came over to accost her, and she bargained with Xia Yang. She'd already retreated to just applying a hand, not realizing that she'd killed a spoiler at this point. Shen Lily wasn't that easy to mess with. Shen Yan could carry around a bottle of mesmerizing spray. She might have it on her as well. Isn't this the basic quality of a sickly girl? If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Yang had a relationship with Shen Yanran, Shen Lily would have long ago locked Xia Yang up inside the dark basement. But how smart she was, she immediately thought of another way to turn Zhang Daming, who had suddenly barged in, into a tool for her to accomplish her purpose. She held back her annoyance with Zhang Daming and said to Xia Yang, "Since you won't help me put on sunscreen, I can only have someone else do it for me." Zhang Daming was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly said, "This way please, beautiful woman." Xia Yang scrutinized Zhang Daming from head to tail. This kind of person is greedy for Shen Lily's body at a glance. Letting Shen Lily go with him would be a big deal. He snatched the bottle back from Zhang Daming. "I'll wipe it for you. Get down." Damn it. Zhang Daming felt a huge force coming at him. He couldn't hold the bottle at all. Shen Lily wasn't done yet and deliberately showed a picture of anger. "I don't need you to wipe it now. Yes, 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 beauty, or let me do it. I am particularly good at smearing sunscreen. I guarantee that I will make you very comfortable." Saying that, Zhang Daming revealed a lewd smile. "This way, Lily, you can't go with him." Xia Yang pulled Shen Lily, who was going to go over there. His tone was very serious. Shen Lily saw that Xia Yang was in a hurry, and a plan sprang up in her heart. "I advise you to shut up and hurry up and let go." Zhang Daming scolded. "Soon this beauty will be mine." Xia Yang raised his head and looked towards Zhang Daming, whose eyes were dark and sharp. "Chilling. Staring at me is useful?" Zhang Daming's speech wasn't so fluent anymore. Xia Yang no longer paid attention to this little yakuza and said to Shen Lily, "Stop it, will you? Your sister will be back soon. You have to promise me 3 conditions." Shen Lily took the opportunity to make her demands. She was emboldened by the fact that she expected Xia Yang would not allow her to go with Zhang Daming. What else could Xia Yang do? It could only reluctantly agree. Only then did Shen Lily happily return to Xia Yang's side, and Zhang Daming stood next to him like a clown. From beginning to end, Shen Lily didn't say that she wanted Zhang Daming to help her put on sunscreen. Where has young Master Zhang ever suffered such an indignity? "You're gonna have to do this the hard way, aren't you? We'll see." He left with his little brother in ashes, and he couldn't do anything about it in broad daylight. "You were the one who just said you'd put sunscreen on me, and that's not included in the 3 requests. Get on with it." Chapter 24, Zhang Daming's Revenge. Xia Yang quickly rubbed sunscreen on her. After spending half a minute rubbing her down, Shen Yanran came back. "Sister, let's go swimming." Shen Lily was in a playful mood. Shen Yanran had just played interactive games with Xia Yang last night and this morning, and now after being idle, she just wanted to lie down and sunbathe and rest a little. "Xia Yang, are you going?" "No go. There are so many perverts on the beach. He has to guard his girlfriend. I'll go by myself." Lily Shen grabbed a rented surfboard and went surfing on her own. "Honey, come here a minute." After Shen Lily left, Shen Yanyan let Xia Yang lie on a beach chair with herself and placed her long, straight legs on him. "Honey, did you just put sunscreen on my sister?" Xia Yang's body instantly stiffened. "How did Yan Yan know about this?" "So you know." He rubbed his nose sheepishly. "I just saw it when I came back from the restroom." "And you promised her 3 more demands, didn't you?" Well, if Shen Yanran was a snake demon, the current Xia Yang should have been tied up by her spitting out her letter with her tail with only a head left outside. "A delinquent came up to me while you were going to the restroom, and I had to oblige her for a while to keep Lily from going with him." Shen Yanran had actually seen everything that had just happened with her own eyes, and she was saying it now in order to knock Xia Yang out, lest he eat from the bowl and look at the pot. "Sister, why do you like Xia Yang?" Shen Yanran looked deep in her eyes at her sister, who was surfing to her heart's content in the sea. She was as beautiful as a mermaid princess. "When Lily makes those 3 requests of you, you must tell me, dear. Don't go behind my back and sneak off to fulfill them. You don't like living inside the basement either, do you?" "Got it." Shen Yanran kissed the understanding Xia Yang after getting a satisfactory answer. As long as it didn't touch Shen Yanran's bottom line, she was really good and kind to Xia Yang. Shen Lily played for a period of time to play enough, during which a lot of handsome over to talk to her were mercilessly rejected by her. If you run into some stalker, Shen Yanyan, the sister, barely let her boyfriend out to smooth things over, no matter what. She was Lily Shen's sister. "It's really annoying. Those people keep coming over and hitting on me." Shen Lily complained to Xia Yang, but Xia Yang no longer dared to talk to Shen Lily. Just answer him. Oh, monosyllabic words. Shen Lily discovered Xia Yang's abnormality after talking to him a few times, and her brain spun fast. He obviously wasn't like this before he left. So what exactly caused him to not want or even dare to talk to himself? Could it be that Xia Yang was seen by her sister when she helped herself to sunscreen, and was warned? Then wouldn't my sister know that she likes Xia Yang? Shocking waves rose beneath Lily Shen's calm exterior. It was still too hasty and shouldn't have taken such a big risk to set Xia Yang up, but now that my sister wasn't looking for herself, she would have to wait and see what happened. This time she had really picked up the watermelon and lost the durian. As evening came, Xia Yang and his group were ready to leave and wait for tomorrow. At dinner time, tourists jammed all the restaurants in the neighborhood, and the tourists, many of whom were rich, went to the higher class restaurants without a place. No more searching. Sis, let's go back to the hotel and order food and ask them to bring it to the room? Shen Lily had been playing for a long time. Her stamina was pretty much depleted and her stomach was rumbling. Beautiful women have to eat too. If Shen Yanran wasn't there, she was going to use one of her 3 demands to get Xia Yang to carry her. Yan, one of the least crowded restaurants is lined up until 8 p.m. Xia Yang said. Shen Yanran also had to compromise and go back inside the hotel. At this moment, Zhang Daming was in the surveillance room inside the hotel, tightly staring at the screen in the direction of the main door. Young master, they're back, a dogleg yelled. Shut up, I saw it. They must have realized that the restaurants around them are full at this time. Blackie, go to the back kitchen right now and add some medicine in for them after they order. No sleeping pills this time. Use the new stuff. Okay, I'll get right on it. Chick, you treat me like during the day, but at night I want you all on your knees together begging me. Ha 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 ha. As for you, I've already got a couple of ones for you, Zhang Daming said as he stared fiercely at Xia Yang inside the surveillance. Little Yellow, bring me my pills. The other dog-leg man immediately went to get the medicine that could make Zhang Daming powerful. Usually he was not useful. People order super delicious food when they are hungry. Shen Lily ordered the most expensive deluxe seafood set inside the hotel, enough for 4 people. Shen Yanran, on the other hand, ordered a bottle of white wine. She wanted to taste the white wine-flavored Xia Yang. Xiao Hei, the lapdog, thought he was smart, seeing that Xia Yang and the others had ordered so many dishes, and the wine had only ordered a bottle. So it's straightforward to put the stuff all through a special syringe into the wine. Deluxe seafood packages are expensive and the process of making them is tedious. Shen Yanran simply went to take a shower and then slowly ate when she came out. She would get to her room and then send a wet picture to Zhang sitting in the hall. Honey, I'm taking a shower. Want to come along? Want. Xia Yang got up and went back to his room. He had just reached the door when Shen Yanran pulled him in. Master, let me help you bathe. Only a moment later, Shen Yanran had actually changed into this morning's maid's uniform. That bright, noble and seductive Miss Shen was currently playing the role of a maid in front of Xia Yang. In order to satisfy Xia Yang, Shen Yanran even imitated her temperament. Xia Yang felt that no matter how excessive a request he made, Maid Shen would try her best to do it. Maid Shen helped Xia Yang put hot water in the bathtub and also helped him undress very gently. Master, I'll give you a back rub. The deluxe seafood set was prepared and delivered to the room. Shen Lily was too hungry so she ate first. After she ate 2 crab legs, she felt a little thirsty and opened the bottle of white wine that Shen Yanran had ordered. Wine was supposed to go well with seafood, and she drank a third of the white grapes on her own. Xia Yang and Shen Yanran's baths usually took an hour at the latest to finish, and they hadn't even come out yet. Shen Lily was full. So somewhat hot? Was the air conditioner left on? Shen Lily took the air conditioner remote control and looked at it, 18 degrees. It's obviously open. A blush appeared on her beautiful to the point of distraction. Xia Yang, open the door. Chapter 25, Xia Yang's choice. That memory that no one knew about kept coming back to her. Shen Lily is now full of Xia Yang. She wants to kiss Xia Yang, wants to be with Xia Yang. The two in the room heard Lily Shen's knock on the door. Presumably dinner had arrived. Unexpectedly wearing a bathrobe, Xia Yang was kissed by Shen Lily as soon as she opened the door, and her small hands were still restless. Xia Yang, I like you so much. Super, 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 Muah. Lily Shen, Shen Yanran yelled, startling even the bodyguards staying inside the room. The drugged Shen Lily only had Xia Yang in her eyes. Shen Yanran was furious. Using all her strength, she peeled her sister off of Xia Yang. If it wasn't for my own sister, the slap would have really gone down. It's a shame that you still love her so much. Lily seems to be a bit off, Xia Yang said in a hurry. What's wrong? Is kissing you not enough? Shen Yanran completely lost her usual coquettish look. No, she might be drugged and hot all over. Even if she liked me better, she wouldn't dare be so reckless in front of you. It was then that Shen Yanran noticed the difference in her sister. Delirious and only saying unpleasant things. Her anger subsided when she figured out the truth. Who was so cruel to drug us? The first order of business is to get her to the hospital. And as for who really drugged her, to come back and investigate. All 3 of them had a hard time subduing Shen Lily in this situation. And in the end, Xia Yang simply let her hang on to herself. Shin Yanran couldn't say anything more. Outside the door. Are you sure you sent the spiked dinner in? Zhang Daming reconfirmed just to be on the safe side. I saw it sent in with my own eyes. So you can rest assured. That's good. Since it was a hotel owned by his own family, Zhang Daming had ways to open the seemingly tight door. Xia Yang and his party didn't even have time to open the door before it was opened by Zhang Daming from outside. Hey, babes, I'm coming. Zhang Daming's voice rattled in mid-sentence. What's going on? They're all still awake? Xia Yang recognized Zhang Daming at a glance. And it was him who drugged him. You're the bastard who drugged Lily, aren't you? Even with a writhing Shin Lily hanging from his body, it didn't affect him in the slightest from punching Zhang Daming away, and the two lapdogs tried to come forward to attack, only to be kicked one by one. All three scourges fainted. Xia Yang didn't have time to pay attention to them now. Shin Lily was really getting hot and had to hurry to the hospital. This attraction has just been approved above to be developed. Stores are easy to build. High-end restaurants are easy to build. Only the hospital is difficult to build. There is only one small, privately owned medical clinic, the legitimacy of which is unknown. But Xia Yang has no choice. The larger hospitals are 50 kilometers away. Where to go? Shin Lily hot into a little cute. Xia Yang went to pay the bill, and the female bodyguard in Shin Yanran controlled Shin Lily to find a doctor. There was only one doctor in there, and Shin Yanran and the female bodyguard crashed them when they went in. That nurse ran out of the clinic in a panic. Zhao Lubachi was crashed through the adultery, just wanted to lose his temper. Saw Shin Yanran, this absolute beauty anger disappeared without a trace. A pair of thieving eyes looked between Shin Yanran and Shin Lily. Doctor, my sister has been drugged. Look at her. Zhao Lubachi heard the word drugged. He looked at Shin Lily's state. This situation this private small medical clinic has no way to solve, only through the most primitive way. He looked at Shin Yanran's side. Apparently there were no males, so wouldn't this big beauty be cheaper for himself? At the moment we have no way here but to remove the effects of the drug through that route. And this is important. I guess it is a potent drug. If not even resolved, the patient will be left with a lifetime of after effects. He deliberately said it was very serious, prompting Shin Yanran to make up her mind so he could hold the beauty. What can we do? Shin Yanran heard Zhao Lubachi words in her anxiety. If her sister turned out to have serious after effects she went home at all cannot account for. As a sister she cannot just look at her sister accident. Zhao Lubachi's eyes plainly read, let me help. I'd be happy to. Shin Yanran saw the bloated Zhao Lubachi's thieving rat eyes filled with desire and filth for Shin Lily. It was disgusting that he was hitting on his sister. She knew her sister would kill herself when she woke up and found herself defiled by such a man. People are very good at weighing the pros and cons, just like the demon king in the story, who told the king at the beginning that he wanted to marry the princess, and the king would never agree to the demon king's request until he died. But the demon king made the situation worse at the beginning by threatening to lead an army of monsters to attack the kingdom. Then the king will take the initiative to write a letter to the demon king, in which he writes, we should all make peace, and you, Demon King, can ask for anything you want. Some timid kings would even offer to send their princesses up. She left Zhao Lubachi a disgusted look and immediately turned away. Xia Yang hurriedly arrived. How's it going? Zhao Lubai knew that he had no chance with that extremely beautiful woman when he saw Xia Yang's appearance. Let's go. Xia Yang and his group returned to the hotel again, and the fainting trio had already disappeared. Xia Yang, I'm going to break up with you tonight. Shin Yanran approached the house while holding the octopus like Shin Lily, while speaking out of turn. What? It takes one person to undo the medicine in Lily, and there's no way I'm going to let a strange man help my sister. I know Lily likes you, so you're the best person for the job. Shin Lily relied on her instincts to find Xia Yang and messed around on him. Small mouth said some words that could not fall on deaf ears. You can also choose not to save. Shin Yanran left this room to them without the slightest bit of procrastination, and went to the room where Shin Lily lived by herself. She was afraid she'd backtrack. The female bodyguard also retreated. Xia Yang felt Shin Lily's increasing body temperature. If she continued to consume like this she would really burn out her brain. He didn't expect Shin Yanran to break up with himself for his sister. It happened so suddenly that Xia Yang was pounced on the bed by Shin Lily before he could react. He first resisted, but in the end, he could not bear to see Shin Lily hot as a little cutie, allowing Shin Lily to drown herself. Rolling Lily, Shin loses her mind. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the medicinal properties in Shin Lily's body only evaporated completely, turning into a mess of mud stained on Xia Yang's body. Chapter 26, The Wicked First. She wanted to say something else, but her stamina was at its limit. Her eyelids were too heavy to hold them up and she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Xia Yang's brain was a mess. Why does my heart ache when Yuma gets to find a better one after she breaks up with herself? And Lily is safe and sound. The best possible ending reached? He couldn't bear to break up with Shin Yanran, but it had happened. Unchangeable. One more time he couldn't possibly stand by and watch Shin Lily burn into a little cutie in front of him. What's Lily going to do? Endless worries haunted him. His body was tired but he could not sleep. It was 7 in the morning, and he gently emerged from Lily Shen's embrace and got dressed. When he opened the door to his room, he saw Shin Yenran standing outside the door. "How's Lily doing?" "It should be fine. She's still asleep." "That's good." A brief conversation fell silent between the two. A knock from the outermost door broke the silence between the two. Xia Yang opened the door, and the visitors were Zhang Daming and the 2 doglegs that he had knocked out last night. "That's him. Assaulted us last night." Last night Zhang Daming couldn't swallow his breath for a night after being beaten. He missed for the first time, not to mention being sent flying. His dad didn't even hit him. Couldn't wait to get Xia Yang inside for tea in the morning. The surveillance video in the back kitchen had been deleted by them and there was no more evidence of drugging. That bottle destroyed the evidence last night after they woke up knocked out. And at that time, these 3 assholes were sent flying by Xia Yang before they even entered the room. And the surveillance in the corridor saw it clearly. This wave, is evil. Come with us. This world is not like Blue Star, where law enforcement can shoot if they don't cooperate. Shin Yenran was anxious when she saw the situation. Enforcer, they were the ones who drugged us last night before Xia Yang made his move. No matter what, come back with me first. It's fine. If I'm not back by the evening, then contact Lung Xuanyu. Xia Yang said calmly. He could see that the 2 enforcers were obviously fishy and might have been bribed by Zhang Daming. Shin Yenran hurriedly called Shen Ting. At this time, Shen Ting was doing something unseemly. When he saw a call coming, he burned with nameless anger, but was afraid it was his own wife calling, so it had to be picked up. "Mr. Shen, leave the phone alone," a beautiful woman with excellent posture said in a dainty voice. He signaled his secretary to keep quiet for a while. He picked up his cell phone and realized that it was his daughter who was calling and immediately dropped his lifted heart. "What can I do for Daddy?" "Daughter? Daddy's busy." "Dad, Xia Yang has been taken away by the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Help him." Shin Ting thought that his daughter had called him for something and it was about this brat again. "No save." Shin Yenran told her dad all about what happened, with a little bit of the facts modified in the middle. Of course, someone moves his own daughter. Shin Ting of course did not agree. He hung up the phone and used the relationship, because it was him who was the son-in-law of the Zhao family. He usually dined with people of the level of the head of the Law Enforcement General Bureau. Zhang Daming is finished. Not only would he be taken to jail, but the Zhang family, a second-rate family, would also fall under the Shin family's retaliation. "Mr. Shin, well no, I cannot wait." The secretary has been too impatient. Fearing that Shin Ting has something to leave, their money will not be gone? Lily Shin woke up and touched the side to find it empty. Was last night a dream? No way. She walked out before she could gather herself. "Sister, where's Xia Yang? He's been arrested by those scumbags who reported to the police yesterday. I've asked for help, Dad. You're here to take me on a trip to the law enforcement office. I'm going too." Shin Lily went back to her room to casually find clothes to put on, and followed Shin Yenran to set off to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Xia Yang was brought inside the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the one who arrested him first played the surveillance video of Xia Yang hitting someone. "Did you do this?" Xia Yang didn't say yes or no. He couldn't answer along with his question or he would fall into the trap he had prepared. This video should be preceded by a clip of them opening the door to my room. "Kid, and I'm not going to bull you. This time you've messed with the wrong person. Better behave or I'll be rude." Xia Yang didn't expect this one of the smallest rank law enforcement bureaus to be so unbearable. "I don't want to talk until my lawyer comes." Xia Yang chose to remain silent. If Yan Yan had called Lang Frostmoon, this problem would naturally be solved. Half a bell at the most. Young Zhang is awesome. The 2 lapdogs frantically patted their asses, and they got out a mouthful of bad anger. They also destroyed the evidence. Hey, how dare you hit me? Go eat jail." Shin Ting had just gotten through to the head of their law enforcement directorate, and a phone call cascaded down. This little law enforcement director was scolded by his superiors. "Hurry up and release the people after you've given your statements. I'll send someone to investigate next." This time, the orders were typed from the general directorate, and they were all executed with great efficiency. An hour later, a team of very experienced enforcers was sent from above to ask for details in person. Doggedly, the simplest of deletion operations for them was quickly restored, and the drugged images were seen in full view. When Zhang Daming and his gang were arrested, they didn't know what was going on. The evidence was destroyed. They took away the wine, but not the glass in which Lily Shin drank. The situation was immediately reversed. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau personally escorted Xia Yang to the door, where Shin Yenran and Shen Lily were waiting for him. "Xia Yang, are you alright?" Although Shin Ting had already said that Xia Yang would be able to come out soon, the sisters were still uneasy. Shin Yenran jumped into Xia Yang's embrace, and the familiar feeling returned. Xia Yang coveted this feeling. "Huma, Could you? He opened his mouth and didn't say the brazen words. Can what? Lilishan asked after holding him in a sideways glance. Nothing, just go back today. Only a day or two out, a lot of things have changed dramatically. When getting into the car, Shin Lily obediently made it to the back row, leaving the passenger side to Shin Yenran, got back to the hotel and packed up and headed back. A car with 4 people, including the bodyguard, each with their own mind. Shin Lily looked at Xia Yang, who was driving, and then at her sister. I didn't expect my sister to let Xia Yang fix my medication. The atmosphere between them was so cold. Lilishan had been made too sickly by her sister. But of course that was only for sisters. If it was Long Xuanyu who wanted to take away Xia Yang, the female bodyguard felt the atmosphere was so strange. She was uncomfortable all over. How will things go next? Xia Yang completely missed the sentence Shin Yenran said. I'm going to break up with you tonight. The keyword more critical than scorekeeper is tonight. He was still in the midst of his grief. The business car returned to the villa, and Xia Yang parked the car after moving things down. Having broken up with Shin Yenran, he didn't have that qualification or need to stay here. I'm going home first. Xia Yang, you don't live here anymore? Shen Lily asked ahead of him. No leaving. Shin Yenran came over and hugged him. What's going on? Didn't Huma break up with me? Chapter 27 Reconciliation. Fool, why can't you understand me? Last night is over, and from the moment dawn breaks, we are back to our old relationship. In this life, in the next life you will never leave me. Xia Yan thought back to the unforgettable scene last night and understood what Shin Yenran meant. Why don't you say anything? I've been planted on you my whole life, and you want to use this to get rid of me to go to Long Xuanyue? There was an air of danger about both sisters. How could I possibly do that? Xia Yang denied it repeatedly. That's good, honey, I was up all night last night. Let's go to bed now. Xia Yang was so excited that he hugged Yin Yen on the spot, and she exclaimed in shock. Shin Yenran's eyes have already appeared a light green color. Xia Yang heartache. Honey, come a little closer. I need to be in your arms to fall asleep. Xia Yang lay on his side and put Shin Yenran into his arms, and she quickly fell asleep. Xia Yang, who hadn't slept all night, also fell asleep. The two slept until 7 p.m. When Xia Yang woke up, Shin Yenran quietly examined him. The straight stare was a little too much for him. Yen, do you mind if I? Xia Yang still asked that question. I can't just give my own sister to a strange man to spoil. She sighed. I said before I went back to my room that you could care less, but you couldn't bear to still help Lily loose the drug, could you? The two spoke their hearts out and there was no longer any separation. When you said you were going to break up with me that time, my heart hurt so much. I'm just afraid you'll have a burden on your mind. Honey, I still have to remind you that just because I can tolerate this accident doesn't mean I can tolerate other women. And if you turn philandering, this thing will break. Shin Yenran's veiled hand slowly grabbed it. Cold sweat ran down Xia Yang's back. This threat was fatal to any normal man. I'm not going to mess around. I hope my darling can do what he says. Shin Yenran asked for a kiss from Xia Yan when she finished speaking. Just in time, Lilishan opens the door and sees the two kissing passionately. Sister, it's time to eat. Shin Lily didn't hold back. Xia Yang ended the long kiss after hearing the sound. Honey, what are you still shy about? It's just a matter of eating first. Shin Yen didn't seem to have enough fun yet. Before she wore the maid's uniform with concern for Shin Lily and only wore it inside the room. She didn't care if she kissed Xia Yang in front of Shin Lily now. Things have come to this state. Shin Lily did not sit across from Xia Yang, but to his left. Shin Yenran gave Xia Yang dishes, while Shin Lily fed him. This kind of simply imperial treatment. I can do it myself. Xia Yang wasn't used to this way of eating. Don't you guys just focus on me. Hurry up and eat. Xia Yang helped them with their dishes. Eat more, darling. Right, brother Xia Yang, you eat more. Under the pressure of the two sisters, he ate 3 bowls of rice and a lot of food. After dinner the three watched a little TV together. Shin Yenran went to take a bath first, and when she finished Xia Yang then went to wash. Xia Yang was soaking inside the bathtub when a person came in. He thought it was Shin Yenran coming in. Yuma, want to take a dip together? Nope, the aroma on Huma wasn't this kind. Xia Yang learned the stunt without a teacher, smelling the fragrance to recognize women. Brother Xia Yang, you guessed wrong. Oh, I'm not his sister. Lily, how did you get in here? Xia Yang's big movement broke the calm water surface of the bathtub, and a lot of water gushed out from the edge of the bathtub. I'll give you a bath. Doesn't my sister always rub your back? Shin Lily is really pure and lustful, very capable of awakening the beast in a man's heart. Shin Yenran was wearing a black lace nightgown, and her shapely figure was laid out on the bed, creating a great visual impact. No one can resist this temptation. The sound of the two conversing in the bathroom came out. Ugh, I should have let her burn as a cutie in the first place. Shin Yenran had already begun to regret letting Xia Yang save Shin Lily. Ryoko coughed. Shin Lily knew that if she kept pestering Xia Yang, her sister was going to get angry. Brother Xia Yang, my back rubbing skills are okay, right? I'll come back next time to help with the back rub. Xia Yang came out from inside the bathroom after putting on his clothes and saw Shin Yanran, the siren, hooking her finger towards him. Honey, hurry over, what are you waiting for? The fire was already still burning and someone was adding wood to it. Xia Yang pounced on the bed. 2 hands hold down Shin Yanran's wrist. Will be this fascination death of the siren confined. Guest, are you going to bully a little woman like me? What do you say? Chapter 28, Caught by Girlfriend's Dad. Shin Yanran's call to Shen Ting also reveals that she and Xia Yang are still seeing each other. Shen Ting, who was abroad, was afraid that Zhao Kite would call her because something had happened to his daughter, so he hurried back so as not to be noticed by Zhao Kite that something was wrong. At 6 in the morning when the two of them were still sleeping a beautiful sleep under the blanket, Shen Ting came back on a private jet. He even told that secretary before he got off the plane not to initiate a call. Shen Lily wanted to personally make a breakfast for Xia Yang, and just as she woke up, she ran into her angry old father. Oops, Shen Lily knew something was wrong when she saw her old father. Sister and Xia Yang aren't awake yet. She used her cell phone to call Shin Yanran's number, then went up to stall for time. Dad, Lily, you're up so early? Is your sister at the villa? Shin Lily pocket inside the phone was connected. Shin Yan is still complaining early in the morning to call what The result of the phone came from the other side of the father's voice. Xia Yang, wake up, my dad is coming. Shin Yanran hurriedly shook Xia Yang awake, and she was about to ask him to hide under the bed again when the knocking sound came from outside the door. Xia Yang, I know you're in there. Hurry up and get the hell out. Shin Ting saw a pair of men's shoes on top of the villa's shoe rack and instantly stormed out. His own daughter was just arched by someone who didn't see eye to eye. Lily Shin couldn't stop it at all, let alone delay it. Honey, you hide inside the room. I'll go out and take a look. Shin Yanran quickly put on her clothes. She was worried that her father would strike at Xia Yang. How could Xia Yang be that kind of shrinking turtle? I'm not so gutless as this. How am I going to marry you home if I don't face my father-in-law? Xia Yang said firmly, no matter how much Shin Yanran persuaded him. Xia Yang still opened the door. Shin Ting had no qualms about pulling over Xia Yang's collar, ready to give him a hard time. Dad, hit me if you want to. I'm the one who pursued Xia Yang. Shin Yanran barged in between the two. You, Shin Ting was shaking with anger at his own daughter, and his arm unexpectedly turned outward. Uncle, what will it take for you to promise me to be with Yen Yen? Xia Yang faced Shin Ting with no fear on his face. As long as you name the conditions, I will definitely do it. Dream on. As long as I live, you won't be able to marry my daughter and go home. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Go back to your stinking gutter. Lily Shin quietly called her mother's phone to get her mother superior to come and save the day. Dad, you can't stop me from being with Xia Yang. Shin Yanran took Xia Yang's arm in front of Shin Ting to show her determination. Yuma, you're trying to piss me off. You get out quickly. Get out of my Shin family's villa. Shin Ting pointed at Xia Yang and cursed angrily. I'll go with you. Shin Yanran looked at Xia Yang. In the face of this situation, he still maintained his sanity, and it was obviously inappropriate to let Shin Yanran give herself away. Don't lose your temper with your uncle because of me. One day I'll marry you home fair and square. Got it? Xia Yang's words made Shin Ting's anger less, but that didn't mean he didn't have to go. Eventually he left the villa, meeting up with the sister's mother, Zhao Kite, right as he walked out the door. She instantly recognized Xia Yang as the boyfriend her daughter had brought home 3 years ago. Isn't that young? Hello, auntie. Xia Yang smiled and greeted. Zhao Kite really the more he looks at Xia Yang, son-in-law handsome to the explosion, but also so polite to see as a good boy. Wasn't scolded by your uncle. Go in with auntie, I'll back you up. Zhao Kite still wanted to retain Xia Yang. Really, every day you want to find your daughter's other half to join the family, and if you mess up the beautiful thing between Xiao Yang and Yin Yin, I won't spare you. Shen Ting, uncle is angry. I'd better go back first. Bye, auntie. Xia Yang didn't want to make the situation worse. Well then, you don't have to care about him. Call Yuma when you need to. I'll set your uncle straight. Thanks, auntie. The look on Zhao Kite's face changed after Xia Yan left. Shen Ting, is it the proper thing for a father to do for you to come early in the morning to ruin your daughter's happiness? The wife is angry just now. Shen Ting, who was still storming, did not have the prestige of a moment ago. Such a son-in-law can't be found by lanterns. And you think every day that people marry their daughters because they are thinking of this your little family fortune. Still wanting a son-in-law. I should have let you join my Zhao family when you were chasing me. Zhao Kite took a dislike to Shin Ting. Shin Ting was afraid to say a word. Whenever you agree to Yen Yen being with Xiao Yang, you come back to me. Honey, I'm going abroad for a week. You can't do this. If Xia Yan was still here to see the scene, he would definitely be shocked. The sisters had known for a long time that only their mother could control him, which was why Shin Lily had moved Zhao Kite here. You watch. Shin Ting struggled internally. Forget it. I'll ask that kid to talk about joining the family in private some other time. With the help of Zhao Kite, the marriage between Shen Yanyan and Xia Yang finally took a turn for the better. There were no cabs coming or going in the villa area after 6 o'clock. The daytime cabs were still up and the ones that specialized in nighttime runs had just gone back to bed. He jogged the 5 kilometers to the nearest bus stop and waited for the bus. By the time he got home it was after 8 o'clock. After rinsing off his sweat and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he took out his tablet and looked at the stocks he'd bought over the last few days, which had gone up 10%. Made $100 million. It's still too slow. Xia Yang sighed. $100 million. Enough for ordinary people many lifetimes. Even with the deposit of the bank, this kind of very low-yield financial methods can obtain ordinary people dare not think of wealth. But it's so little for the Shen family. At night when he was studying investments, Lin Yaxin's voice came from outside the door. Brother, are you home? Xia Yang heard Lin Yaxin's voice and immediately went to open the door. Sister Lin, you're done. Well, it's kind of over. Lin Yaxin had just returned and wanted to see Xia Yang. She was wearing an OL outfit with a wraparound skirt, black stockings and high heels. The last time Xia Yang was drunk there was a chance to get close to Xia Yang and fulfill a wish that had been in his mind for many years. For the past few days she wanted to see Xia Yang every minute, and wanted to continue to get drunk to make him say again, I like my sister too. Lin Yaxin knows that she has a solid image in Xia Yang's mind, and it will take a long time before Xia Yang becomes a boyfriend. She couldn't wait, and drunken Xia Yang was so obedient. It was the look she wanted. That kind of Xia Yang. Lin Yaxin did not have any resistance at all. Do you want to come over to my sister's side for dinner? Or shall we go out to eat together? Chapter 29, Brother, sister will always spoil you. Eat at home. I just love eating what my sister cooks. Lin Yaxin said dotingly. Good. The female president of the Lin clan, who controlled a business empire worthy of being called a business empire, personally cooked rice for Xia Yang. I'll go over and help too. Xia Yang closed the door to his house and took the ingredients in Lin Yaxin's hand. The first thing Lin Yaxin did when she went back was to change the work clothes she was wearing into loose everyday clothes. That gentle and sensible temperament emanated at once. Outside Lin Yaxin was the unattainable, sensible and domineering female president. But in front of Xia Yang she was just his sister Lin. Xia Yang was the only person who could see this side of Lin Yaxin, the only person she doted on. Lin Yaxin didn't immediately put on her apron to cook after changing her clothes, but instead sat on the sofa with Xia Yang and chatted. Brother, how did it go last time you said you were going to start a business? I was fortunate enough to be mentored by a professor, and $1 billion quickly turned a 10% profit. So why the sad face? Is there something wrong with the funding? Lin Yaxin slowly carried Xia Yang into her arms. The 2 snowy peaks came to her face, and the fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose. Tell your sister if you have any difficulties. Xia Yang answered with a red face. Got it. I recently read that pulling out your ears can be very comforting. Would you like my sister to try it on you? Is it okay? Xia Yang also wanted to experience that feeling. I'll go ahead and get the items I need. Xia Yang was somewhat looking forward to Lin Yaxin pulling out his ears, whether it was so comfortable as others had described. Come, lie here. Lin Yaxin gently patted her jade leg, and Xia Yang obediently lay on it. So soft. Brother's ears are all so clean. Lin Yaxin's delicate fingers gently rubbed against Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang seemed to have an ability similar to no dust. The whole person remained untainted by mortal dust. After Lin Yaxin stroked his ears were slightly red. She sent a breath inside her ear, and Xia Yang shivered slightly as a tingling sensation flowed throughout his body. Sister, if there's no filth, is it okay to end it? Xia Yang said. Lin Yaxin secretly took a cell phone to take a picture of the reddish ear. Get up. It's time to cook. After pulling out his ears, that feeling of alienation hovered in Xia Yang's mind for a long time. Lin Yaxin put on an apron, and that back shadow attracted Xia Yang's eyes no matter how much it was. The two of them divided their time inside the modest kitchen, cleaning the dishes, changing the knives, starting the pots, boiling the oil, and cooking the vegetables. The scene was incredibly harmonious, like a couple with a heart of gold. When it was time to eat, Lin Yaxin of course didn't forget to get Xia Yang drunk. She pulled out a bottle of well-prepared red wine, which was very drinkable and easy on the head, with a little higher degree than the last one. With the drunkenness from last time, Xia Yang wouldn't drink too much when he drank, but he couldn't resist Lin Yaxin using various reasons to make him drink. For example, my sister made a big project today and we celebrated. Then he raised his glass and invited Xia Yang to drink. Lin Yaxin's drinking capacity is very good. She drank half a bottle like nothing, but Xia Yang repeated the same mistake. It worked, she whispered. Yang? Ha! Now Xia Yang was in the same state as last time, just drunk enough. She gleefully took out her cell phone and turned on the recording function. Say, like sister. Like, sister. The obedient Xia Yang was right in Lin Yaxin's heart. She presses on and steals a kiss from Zhang in the living room. she decided to be greedy. Xiao Yang, sister will love you for the rest of your life. Xia Yang had a wonderful dream, in which he seemed to be double dating with a very beautiful woman. The woman also called him little brother Yang in a loving tone. How real this dream was, as if it were real. It was a shame how he couldn't see the woman's face. Xia Yang opened his eyes and saw the ceiling before believing that the one just now was a dream. Greedy again. Xia Yang's voice was slightly hoarse, not as low and magnetic as usual. He wouldn't suspect that Lin Yashin had gotten him drunk on purpose. Xia Yang didn't notice Lin Yashin's presence when he came to the living room to look for water to drink. Sister went to work? Ding dong at this moment. Xia Yang's cell phone received a text message from Lin Yashin. Sister's gone to work, so be good at home. There's breakfast and decoction for you in the kitchen. Xia Yang read the text message and lamented that Lin Yashin was still really busy. Going to the kitchen inside breakfast and soba soup is neatly arranged. Even the chopsticks are washed. Just need to eat directly. In fact, Lin Yashin had vacated 2 days to accompany Xia Yang, but the titular Lin president was weak and took advantage of the fact that Xia Yang hadn't woken up yet to leave. Today she was a little unwell and staying here would definitely attract Xia Yang's attention, so she called her assistant to drive over and get herself inside another villa after preparing breakfast for Xia Yang. Lin Yashin's assistant was called Guli, her beloved and right-hand man. General Manager Lin, is that project negotiated? Guli asked, as she saw that Lin Yashin was looking great and had a smile on her face the whole time. No, but it makes me even happier than if the project had been negotiated. As you'll see later, Lin Yashin does not say. Guli will not ask too much. Just this appearance of Lin Yashin is really a bit rare. Usually she is not smiling. Thinking of last night's events, Lin Yashin didn't know how happy she was in her heart, only that her upbringing limited the expression. It was something that had been on her mind for 5 years. Every detail was etched in her mind. What should we do next time when we may not be able to use alcohol against Xiao Yang? Mr. Lin, who is a businessman, is worried about a man. Today is already considered the closing of the vacation. Xia Yang has to go to school. Fortunately it is not the early 8 class. Otherwise it would be late. The arrival announcement was playing on the subway and he didn't want to get off at University City. When she went to school she would have to face Ling Xuanyu. The answer she wanted had not been given to her yet. Things went in directions never expected, and now he hadn't even figured out how to deal with that strange relationship he had with Lilishan, for which he was going to reject Lung Xuanyu. But when such hurtful words are spoken, you can't even be friends. He really didn't want to be strangers to Lung Frost Moon, a man he may have many girlfriends in his life, but a friendship of 20 years is harder to come by than gold. The subway gave the final warning sound of closing, and he got off and walked toward the school. Today's class wasn't a specialty class, and he had no choice but to face the problem head-on. Good morning, what did you go and do these 3 days? Lung Frost Moon's tone was still as light as usual. Took a trip to the beach. Having fun? Something bad happened. The whole class is staring at them. Fiancé and fiancé, how romantic. Chapter 30. Xia Yang had a car accident. Cold Frost Moon didn't come up and ask for a reply. This made Xia Yang relax a lot, but what's coming will come eventually. After class, the two of them walked together on the road towards the subway station. No different than usual. While waiting for a stoplight that says it has 60 seconds to pass, a minute has been able to fix so many things, including getting an answer. Xia Yang, are you still choosing Xingyanran? Lung Xuanyue asked out loud. In fact, she knew the answer. And even the question was asked, do you still choose her? Instead of, who do you choose between me and her? The moment still came, and Xia Yang spoke his inner choice with difficulty. Frost Moon, you'll find someone better than me. The last trace of luck within Lung Frost Moon was gone, and this was a great disservice to both of them. She was silent for a long time after she got her answer. It's my fault for not cherishing you in the first place. I wish you both happiness. There was a bit of a choke in his voice as he spoke. The green light came on, and Lung Fingyue's heart ached too much for her to try to escape. She didn't notice in this state that a minivan that had run a red light was coming towards herself at the crosswalk. Xia Yang's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the scene, and his soul was shaken. He erupted with all the power in his body and rushed towards Lung Xuanyue, who was shrouded in danger. By the time Ling Frost Moon noticed the small sedan, it was too late to dodge. Are you going to die? A lot of things flashed through her mind in an instant. Besides her parents, the most was Xia Yang. When she thought she was about to meet a crossroads, Zhang defiantly pushed her out beyond the impact of the minivan. The harsh sound of brakes and the temperature of burning tires brought her back from her walk. The minivan braked for more than 10 meters before it stopped. She got up from the ground to find Xia Yang had been hit by a car. Blood was flowing out from inside his body, staining the ground red. Cold Frost Moon had a suffocating feeling when she saw this kind of scene. Her brain couldn't think. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and called the hospital's emergency hotline, giving the address of the crash in a shaky voice. Please come quickly. Dispatch an ambulance over here right away. Fortunately, this is only 3 kilometers from a university hospital. Emergency vehicles with siren lights whistling, Nurses to start the scene after the treatment will be Xia Yang carefully moved into the ambulance. How Lang Fengyue wished that it was all just an illusion and that the car accident had never happened at all. Xia Yang, as long as you wake up, I can do whatever I want. Don't leave me, okay? At this moment she realized that there was nothing in the world greater than life and death. Xia Yang was pushed inside the emergency room, leaving Lang Xuanyu waiting outside. Every second passed so torturously, and that light was still on. Lang Xuanyu's heart was full of self-blame. If it wasn't for herself, Xia Yang wouldn't have been hit by a car. Finally, after 2 hours, the doctor came out. Cold Frost Moon ran over. Doctor, how is he doing? Xia Yang? She was afraid to hear that desperate verdict. The patient is out of danger. All that's left to do is to be hospitalized, so go ahead and check him in. Thank you. Lang Fengyue was ecstatic to hear the doctor's reply. The doctor was also puzzled by the fact that this injured man was, strangely enough, some of his organs appeared to have been severely damaged, but in fact they were not so serious. It's like something fixed it. Come to think of it, it can only be attributed to the injured man's good fortune to have a girlfriend as beautiful as a woman who couldn't be bothered to die. Xia Yang was transferred inside the hospital room, but he hadn't woken up yet. Lang Fengyue stayed by his side like this, and she spoke a lot of heartfelt words to Xia Yang beside the hospital bed. The nurses taking care of Xia Yang all exclaimed that the couple was so affectionate. The doctor said that your boyfriend is estimated to be able to wake up tonight, and is not in any danger. A kind-hearted nurse comforted. Lang Frost Moon's current state was really heartbreaking. Thanks. The person who was secretly protecting Lang Xuanyue told Lang Jie about this matter. He changed his schedule for the day and rushed to the hospital immediately. The convoy stopped at the affiliated hospital, and the dean ran down quickly to greet Lang Jie with a big belly after receiving the news. I didn't know you were coming. That's why I didn't greet you in time. Lang Jie ignored this dean and walked directly towards Xia Yang's hospital room. The dean hurriedly followed. How come I don't know what kind of big shot lives in the courtyard? Frost Moon, how is Xiao Yang? Once Lang Jie arrived, Lang Xuanyue had the feeling that she had found something to rely on. Dad, the doctor said it's out of danger and he'll wake up tonight. Xia Yang became like this to save me. Lang Xuanyu's tears flowed down again. She had become vulnerable since Xia Yang's accident. Dad will arrange the best hospital for him, and after a while he will recover. Our hospital is the top 3 in the entire capital. I'll immediately transfer this gentleman to the senior ward. What do you think? This dean saw fit to try to make a good impression in front of Lang Jie. Lang Jie looked at the unconscious Xia Yang and wanted him to marry his daughter even more. Only by handing Lang Xuanyue over to him can Lang Jie rest assured. Leader, time is almost up. A commissioner reminded Lang Jie that his time was very precious and there were many important things waiting to be ordered. Frost Moon, you take good care of Xia Yang. I'll have your mom bring you dinner. Lang Jie came and went in a hurry, and his appearance stabilized Long Frost Moon. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xia Yang woke up. This was thanks to the marvelous energy inside his body. Otherwise, even if he got his life back, he wouldn't have been able to wake up so quickly. Xia Yang, you're awake. Frost Moon, don't cry. We are all still alive, aren't we? Xia Yang laboriously raised his hand to try to help her wipe away her tears. Lang Fengyue took hold of his raised hand while pressing the nearby medical bell. Doctors quickly rushed to the ward, and used various instruments to check Xia Yang thoroughly again. The dean gave a death order not to let anything happen to the people in this ward. The doctors scrutinized them and left with nothing more they could do than just rest and recuperate. Now Xia Yang can't eat either and relies on glucose shots to maintain consumption. Xia Yang knew that Lang Xuanyu was feeling very guilty inside right now, and there was nothing he could do to fix it. She'll only feel better if she recovers herself. Frost Moon, can you smile? I haven't seen you smile in a long time. I'm sorry, it's all because I caused you to be hit by a car. Cold Frost Moon lowered her head. Anan, I'm in such great shape. I'll be fine in half a month. Not so sure about you getting hit. When I get out of the hospital, you're going to treat me to a big meal at that hot and spicy restaurant on the corner. Xia Yang wanted to bring this matter lightly so that Lang Xuanyu would not blame herself so much. Get some rest, and when you're out of the hospital, do whatever you want me to do. Lang Fengyue put his hand back under the covers. I won't be polite when the time comes. Frost Moon, I'm sleepy again. Xia Yang felt his eyelids a little heavy. Go to sleep. I'll keep watch over you. Cold Frost Moon said to him gently. Chapter 31 Nightmares. Shu Qiushue soon came to the hospital with dinner. This time it's really bitter for this child. Xiao Yang. Lang Jie told her everything. Frost Moon, Mom made some of your favorite food for you. Eat it. Shu Qiushue opened the lunchbox and the aroma wafted. Mom, I don't have much of an appetite. You don't eat so you have the strength to take care of Xiao Yang? Eat a little more or else starve your body. Shu Qiushue said this before Lang Xuanyue moved her chopsticks. After dinner, Shu Qiushue accompanied her daughter in the hospital until the evening. She wanted to persuade her daughter to go home and rest, but she gave up. You won't listen even if you're advised. Since it was a high-class ward, Shu Qiushue told the hospital to add a companion bed and a quilt for Lang Xuanyu to rest. Daughter, if you really can't take it anymore, rest in bed. You can't force yourself. got it? There will be a nurse inside the ward who will come to check on you every half an hour. Mommy will be back in the morning to bring you breakfast. Aha! Shu Qiushui left after looking at Xia Yang on the hospital bed. She thought to herself, after experiencing life and death, these two young people's feelings should have gone further, right? The current Lung Xuanyu only wanted Xia Yang to live a happy and joyful life. Everything else didn't matter. What is there for her not to be satisfied? Xia Yang could even put his life on the line to save her. To put it another way, it was equivalent to the fact that Xia Yang had already martyred himself for her once. Xia Yang slept until noon the next day before waking up, and the doctors and nurses gave him the usual checkup. His recovery speed was fast as hell. The doctor was surprised to see the data above the instrument. According to this, he could be discharged in less than a week. If not for the gossip that this one had a close relationship with the giant man above, the doctor would have wanted to study him. This patient can eat now, but it should still be light. The doctor instructed Lung Frost Moon, and she carefully noted down every precaution. When he saw that Lang Xuanyue's beautiful eyes were slightly bloodshot, he knew that she had a sleepless night last night. The doctor said that you can eat now. Would you like to drink some kanji? Lung Frost Moon said softly. You didn't sleep last night, did you? It's fine if you want me to drink kanji. When I'm done you can lie down on the bed and take a nap. Xia Yang pointed to the companion bed next to him where the quilts were neatly folded. It is said that those who are close to the ink are black, and Xia Yang has learned such a trick after being threatened by Shin Lily for a long time. Lung Xuanyu had no room to bargain and was directly eaten to death by Xia Yang. Okay, you have the porridge first. Xia Yang saw her compromised before he was willing to open his mouth to drink the kanji, and Lung Xuanyu slowly fed him. After the kanji was finished, Lung Xuanyue got into bed at Xia Yang's urging. Just now the doctor also told her that Xia Yang's recovery was very good. He would soon be discharged from the hospital. Having experienced great joy and sorrow, she fell asleep as soon as the tightened strings of her heart dropped. Xia Yang was in a good mood. Lung Frost Moon was not injured. He was still alive, and the crack between the two was gone. Almost perfect. Bored, he now closed his eyes in order to get out of the hospital early, and as he did so he fell asleep. His parents, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, were fighting the giant dragon that dominated heaven and earth. They ended up losing to the dragon and were captured. Mom and Dad. Xia Yang directly woke up and shouted out, waking up Lung Xuanyu next to him. Xia Yang, why are you sitting up? Lang Fengyue lifted the quilt and came to help him lie down. Sweat all over your forehead. Does it hurt somewhere? She wanted to ring the bell, but Xia Yang said no. I just had a nightmare and was scared awake. Lung Fengyue, who was wiping his sweat with a paper towel, paused in her movements for a moment, thinking that Xia Yang had dreamt that he had been hit by a car. It's not what you think. Xia Yang told the dream in order to keep him from thinking too much. I just dreamt that Mom and Dad were captured by an evil dragon. Xia Yang's words reminded Lung Xuanyu of the secret her father had told her. Saying it now would just worry him more. Lung Xuanyu lied to Xia Yang for the first time. It's just a dream. Where's the evil dragon? Uncle and Aunt might come back tomorrow. Also, give me your cell phone for a second. I want to call. Lung Xuanyue handed her cell phone to Xia Yang, who was going to call Shin Yanran. The Shin family held a family meeting today under the impetus of Zhao Kite, the content of which was to vote on whether or not they should oppose Shin Yanyan being with Xia Yang, and the result was that Shin Ting failed miserably. Forced by the pressure given by his wife, he very reluctantly allowed Xia Yang to be with Shin Yanran, but he had one condition, which was that Shin Yanran should go and meet with the son of his old friend who was coming back from abroad soon. Shin Ting's old friend has a son, and he is trying to set up his daughter with his old friend's son. Why is the wife so dead set on that brat? She even told her daughter to keep a close eye on him so he doesn't get snatched up. Humph, he's only a billion points more handsome, and he's still a pauper? Shin Yanran only agreed to meet, and didn't care about anything else. The first thing she wanted to do was to tell Xia Yang the good news, but the phone didn't work, texted and didn't reply. After 3 hours, Shin Yanran began to get restless. Mom, Xia Yang's phone hasn't been working for a long time. I'll go to his house. No way. It's almost time to eat, so you can finish this meal with Dad. Zhao Kite blankly glanced at her husband, who was petty whenever it came to her daughter. Yan, just listen to your father and eat before you leave, Zhao Kite said. Shin Ting laughed. Worthy of being a wife, still toward me. What can happen to him? He's so big. He's not going to get hit by a car. It's for the best. It could be that there was a problem with the timing of Shin Yanran bringing Xia Yang home, when it hadn't been long since Shin Yanran had just become romantically involved with Xia Yang, and she had introduced him to Shin Ting. Shin Yanran is only 19 years old. Isn't this nonsense in his opinion? Then Shin Ting sent his daughter to study abroad, thinking to wear out this childish love with distance and time. Since he was against Shin Yanran and Xia Yang being together, his obedient daughter rebelled. He blamed Xia Yang for all these accounts. That's why Shen Ting had such a big stigma against Xia Yang. Also thanks to Xia Yang's parents went to save the world did not have time to care about their own baby son. Otherwise Shen Yanyan may not be able to become Xia Yang's girlfriend. Xia Yang's mother identified Long Xuanyu as her future daughter-in-law. After a good meal, the phone still doesn't work. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily drove to Xia Yang's house and knocked on the door. No one inside said yes. Shen Yanran took out the class schedule that she had secretly screenshotted, and it showed that Xia Yang didn't have any classes right now. She was restless, spreading like a plague through her mind. At that moment an unfamiliar number called and she picked it up. Yan Yan, it's me. Xia Yang touched his nose. He didn't want Shen Yanyan to know that he'd been in a car accident, but if he didn't contact her he'd been missing for a few days she might seek help from law enforcement. Chapter 32 Shen Yanran to the hospital. Honey, where are you? You're not answering your phone. You're killing me. I'm also worried. Shen Lily's voice came. There's something going on the last couple of days and it's going to be busy, so I didn't notice when the phone went dead. Shen Yanran felt that Xia Yang's tone was full of heartbreak and a bit off. Shen Lily, a complete body sickly girl, even more immediately heard that Xia Yang was lying. She took the phone from her sister's hand. Brother Xia Yang, you're lying. It's not possible that you're with Lang Xuanyu right now, is it? Shen Lily collected Xia Yang's information into a book, and Lang Xuanyu was the object of her focused research. Xia Yang, Lily, are you the worm in my stomach? How come you know everything? What's worse is that the nurse came in, and Lang Xuanyu's voice talking to her was clear for them to hear through the phone. Shen Yanran snatched the phone and said in a tone of gnashing teeth, Honey, the thing you're talking about is going on a honeymoon with Junior? You haven't forgotten what I told you, have you? A well-intentioned lie turns into a fatal misunderstanding. Xia Yang felt a coldness in a certain part of himself. To hurry to lift this misunderstanding he was afraid that Shen Yanyan at that time do not give him the opportunity to explain the direct action that might as well die in the car accident. Misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. I was hit by a car yesterday, and I'm in one of the affiliated hospitals now? Frost Moon is just here to take care of me, in order not to become a rootless person. Xia Yang desperately explained that he should have known better and said it directly. LOL. Hit by a car? Shen Yanran took the phone and went downstairs and opened the car door. Is it serious? I'll be right there. Just as Xia Yang expected, Shen Yanyan's whole body was bad after she realized that she had been hit by a car. Shen Lily's pure and beautiful face was also heavy with worry. The car made a drifting U-turn and headed for the hospital. Does she know you were in a car accident? Cold Frost Moon asked. Well, Yan Yan is on her way here. Xia Yang returned the cell phone to Long Frost Moon. Then I'll leave first. Call me if anything happens. Lang Xuanyue left space for Shen Yanran and Xia Yang. Xia Yang felt that it was good for Lang Xuanyu to leave. She stayed here and waited for the scene to get out of control herself. Now without the ability to act it was hard to stop certain unpleasant scenes from happening. Like the Shura. Go back and take more rests to raise your spirit better. Xia Yang instead urged Long Frost Moon. Lang Xuanyu turned back to Xia Yang as she walked to the door and said, If Shen Yanran doesn't have time to take care of you be sure to call me. I'll come over. With that she left. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily did not take long to come to the hospital. The sisters saw Xia Yang wearing a hospital gown lying on the hospital bed shocked bloodless. He had only gone to great lengths to appease Ling Frosty Moon yesterday, and here came two more. Happiness was sometimes troublesome. Xia Yang specially invited a doctor to check again in front of them and explain the situation. The two sisters were only slightly reassured. The doctor said it won't be long before I'm discharged. So don't worry. Honey, what's going on? Shen Yanyan sat on the left side of the bed and Lily Shen sat on the right. There was a small car that ran a red light and hit me when school was over. Xia Yang took Shen Yanran's hand and continued. The law enforcement team came to me today and said that the person who hit me had already been arrested. Don't get a worried look on your face. You know how strong my body is. I'll give you a driver from now on, so it's safer. Okay, my Yan Yan really does have a heart for her husband. Shen Yanran, the seductive siren, was however coaxed by a sweet word from Xia Yang. Lily Shen, however, bristled. When he was a bit older and capable, he would arrange a fleet of luxury cars for Xia Yang. Xia Yang, why did you hide it from us but tell Lang Xuanyu? The unhappy Shen Lily started to go against Xia Yang. Who told you to coax your sister and not me? Shen Yanran's eyes immediately changed when she looked at Xia Yang. She was with me when I was in the accident, and I didn't tell you guys because I was afraid you'd worry. You mean Cold Frost Moon can worry about you and sister can? That's right, a girlfriend is still a bit worse than a fiancé. Shen Lily said with a bad smile. Huma, I didn't mean that. I'll settle this score with you when you get better. Shen Yanran got angry. Xia Yang didn't even treat himself as his girlfriend with this behavior. Isn't it right for a girlfriend to take care of her boyfriend in a car accident? Sister, just put him in the basement this time. For a week. Lily Shen smiled badly. Lily, will you stop talking? Can't. I think Lily has a point. Shen Yanran said. Huma, I was wrong. It's too late to admit you're wrong. Online, etc. What if my girlfriend wants to lock me up when she stops pretending? If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't fully recovered by now and needed help to go to the bathroom, he would have run away a long time ago. Shin Yenran was angry, but when it came time to eat, she still fed him personally. Shin Lily peeled the fruit and fed it to Xia Yang, but it was rejected. No, I'm full from your anger. Brother Xia Yang, you just eat a little. Full. It's not because you're too biased. If you also said something nice to me, I wouldn't want to make you angry. Shin Lily complained about Xia Yang. Xia Yang still forgave Shin Lily. Bring the fruit. Brother Xia Yang is the best. Shin Lily happily pitched in. Lying on the bed was no different from being imprisoned, so Shin Lily fed Xia Yang with the satisfaction of a dream come true. Shin Yenran gasped for some time and remembered why she had started calling her boyfriend. Dad has promised us both to be together. Honey, we'll get married as soon as you graduate, okay? How did Uncle's attitude change so quickly? Xia Yang asked in surprise. Inside the villa, if it wasn't for Yen Yen stopping his father, I'm afraid I'd have to take a beating. Compromised in just 2 days? Mom likes you as a son-in-law, and there's not much Dad can do about it. His future father-in-law is actually a wife-beater. Thank you, mother-in-law. Shin Yenran thought for a moment and said, Honey, there's still a year left before graduation. Why don't you go get a marriage license after you get out of the hospital? This is a little too fast. The diamond ring, the bride price, the wedding, I'm not ready for any of it. All of this is on me. I've been preparing for it for a long time. After you get a license to get married, you don't have to go out to work either. You just need to stay at home obediently, okay? Xia Yang hesitated. All of a sudden he wanted to get married, and he had a psychological shadow after being drugged by Shin Yenran last time. After the marriage, you won't be chained to your wife's house every day and lose your freedom to become her personal belongings, right? Chapter 33, Shin Ting arranges a blind date for his daughter. What are you hesitating about, dear? Is your heart still thinking of Lang Xuanyue as your fiancé? He shook his head. I've already rejected Frost Moon yesterday, and I'm worried about whether or not you'll lock me up every day and restrict my freedom. Shin Yenyan really has this plan. Once the two get married, Xia Yang will completely become her person. It's only natural to shut it up and not let outsiders see it, right? How could I do that? Shin Yenran denied. Yen, true love is not captivity and possession. It should be hand in hand together towards a better future. I won't marry you until you figure that out. Next, no matter what Shin Yenyan said, he insisted on his point of view without wavering. Those days of being bound were just too hard to bear, and Xia Yang himself was someone who loved freedom. You can tell by going to the milk tea store part-time. Lily, go get the nurse in here for me. I need to go to the bathroom. Shin Yenran thought to want Xia Yang now still cannot get up in bed. The result is that the nurses directly help him to go to the toilet. Wouldn't she, the girlfriend, be fine with this kind of thing? I'll do it, Shin Yenran said to that little nurse. Then she assisted Xia Yang into the matching toilet inside the high-class ward. Shin Ting at dinner called Shin Yenran back. Dad, Xia Yang was hit by a car and is now lying in the hospital. I want to stay here to take care of him. Aren't there doctors and nurses inside the hospital? I have something very important to tell you. I must come back tonight. Shin Ting hung up the phone after saying that, not giving his daughter a chance. Hearing that Xia Yang was really hit by a car, Shin Ting wanted to laugh, but Zhao Kite was still sitting over there, and it was hard for him to hold it in. He called his old friend Ji He at noon today, calling to ask when his son Jiling would return to China, and also sent Shin Yenran's photo over. Jiling saw the upside-down Shin Yen in the photo, then bought the closest flight back home in time. This dodgy type of woman is one of men's favorite types. Just looking at the picture made him horny, for which he sent a very scribbled breakup text to his girlfriend. It should be called an ex-girlfriend now. He showed great disdain before he saw Shin Yenran's picture. The current Jiling had already decided to marry Shin Yenran as his wife no matter what, even as a licking dog. Shin Yenran could only go home. Honey, there's something going on at home that requires me to go back, so you stay here and get well and I'll come back tonight, she said with an apology. Go ahead, don't mind me. Xia Yang didn't want to delay his girlfriend because he was injured. Lily, remember to take good care of Xia Yang. Yes, Shen Lily answered crisply. When Shin Yenran rushed back to her home, she found a young man who was described as a high-flying handsome sitting on the sofa of her home. He was wearing a meticulously tailored suit and his hair was neatly combed. Jiling saw Shin Yenyan's real life after looking dumbfounded, colorful eyes sweeping back and forth. Just in front of Shin Yenyan's parents to set up the image of the returnee is gone. Not that he has never seen a woman, but Shin Yenyan is really too charming. Zhao Kite's knife-like gaze shot to Shin Ting's face. What kind of person did you find for your daughter? It's far worse than Xia Yang. There was also a trace of embarrassment on Shin Ting's old face. How could his old friend's son behave so badly? Shin Yenran had seen this kind of gaze so many times that she just treated him like air. Dad, what did you call me back for? This is the son of Dad's best friend I told you about. My name is Jiling. I'm studying at XXX University abroad. He wanted to shake hands with Shin Yenran with impure intentions, and underneath his smile hid the nasty thought of mooching. Shin Yenran had no mercy for even a pervert like him. She didn't intend to hold his outstretched hand, but instead said to Shinting, "Dad, if it's okay I'll leave first." Shinting was disappointed in Jiling and didn't keep her for dinner at home. "Uncle, didn't you say you wanted to set the two of us up, letting your daughter go like this?" Jiling's words caused all of Shinting's good feelings towards him to drop to zero. "You're not right for my daughter. Go back." Jiling was invited out of the Shin family before he knew where he went wrong, and he could only angrily call and add to his dad's description of what happened. The only thing the caller said was, "Get your ass back here. I've lost my face to you." Shinting was on good terms with Ji-hee, and their faces had just finished talking on the phone before Jiling told him off. In the ward, Shun Lily and Xia Yang were left. "Do you want to know what your sister came home for?" Lily Shen said. "It's a little bit about you. Uncle changed his mind again and won't allow Yan Yan to be with me?" The only thing Xia Yang could think of that had anything to do with himself was this, and he instantly became nervous. "I'll tell you if you close your eyes." "Why do you close your eyes when you talk?" "Just do it." Xia Yan closed his eyes and said, "Speak quickly." The next second his lips were kissed. Lily Shen seems to have a sneak peek at learning the ropes in this area. Well, Xia Yang's eyes widened. After a long time Shen Lily satisfied to tell Xia Yang Shen Yan ran home for what? Sister was called back by dad for a blind date. The blind date is the son of dad's old friend. Shen Lily ran her finger across Xia Yang's moist lips. "Do you want me to go home now to help you stir up this blind date? Just pay for an unsolicited kiss." Xia Yang said to Shun Lily in a bad mood. "You just kissed for so long. Isn't that enough? What I want is for you to kiss me voluntarily. I believe Yen Yen will choose me. If she likes someone else to stir up this blind date is not very meaningful." Xia Yang looked at it very transparently. He has watched too many dog-licking videos on the internet. Licking dogs to the end of nothing but self-touching. Love is only love if it runs in both directions. "Shen Lily, how can it be so hard to want brother Xia Yang to take the initiative to kiss me? I drank too much water." "Lily, go call the nurse," Xia Yang said with a twist of words. This was all part of Lily Shen's plan. Just after Shen Yanran left, she made Xia Yang drink 2 large cups of hot water on the pretext of drinking more hot water. "Let me help you. I can do what my sister can do." Shen Lily held that medical bell in her hand so that Xia Yang, who was lying on the bed, could do nothing. The nurse at the door isn't there right now either. Chapter 34, Lily Shen knows the cause of the car accident. "Stop it. Quickly go call the nurse." Having Shen Lily assist herself to the restroom just like she did with Shen Yanran, Xia Yang would still be embarrassed. "You can also choose to pee on the hospital bed. I'm really convinced you're a little devil." Sometimes Shen Lily really left Xia Yang with no choice. Brother Xia Yang should remember in the future that I can do what my sister can do. I'm no worse than my sister. She came to the hospital bed and thoughtfully assisted Xia Yang, a big man. "My sister and I both practice judo, so we can still help you up." So it is. It was only a few minutes later that Shen Lily helped Xia Yang out of the restroom. "Lily, when are you going to behave and stop messing around with me all day? It's all over the place right now. Come on, drink a glass of water to lower the fire. Right now, brother's body is still not well. You can't be imagining things." In the next few moments, Shen Lily didn't make any more crooked moves, but was obedient as hell. Xia Yang went east when he told her to go east and west when he told her to go west. Shen Yanran also returned from the Shen family. "Is Yen Yen done with things?" Xia Yang asked. "If I'd known I wouldn't have gone back. Dad set me up with the son of one of his old friends, who was as good as never seen a woman before, always staring at me with lustful eyes. Dad is also very disappointed in him, so I guess he won't find me another blind date." Shen Yanran told Xia Yang all about it. Xia Yang was also happy to hear this and said bluntly, "Yen Yen, come over and lean over a bit." He suddenly kissed Shen Yanran's red lips, and the corner of her eyes carried a smile. Both of them were fully committed to this passionate kiss, and Lily Shen was watching in fascination. She just kissed them all and sought other benefits, and the jealousy wasn't so much of a problem. Neither of the two sisters returned to the villa in the evening, and an additional bed was added inside the ward for the companion. Returning home, Long Xuanyue took her cell phone and wanted to call over to ask Xia Yang how things were going, but only after dialing did she remember that Xia Yang's cell phone was broken. The only way she could see him was to go to the hospital. One night passed. Xia Yang had that nightmare again. His forehead was filled with tiny beads of sweat. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was only 6 o'clock. The sisters hadn't woken up yet. He was tortured by this nightmare and could hardly sleep. When he closed his eyes, they were all images of his parents fighting the evil dragon. Did something really happen to Mom and Dad? The doctor looked at him with odd eyes when he examined him in the morning, as if he were looking at something incredible. Only after double-checking did that doctor who came to examine you say, with an uncertain tone, "You've been well. So soon?" Xia Yang said in surprise. He was fed up with the days when he could only lie in bed. The air of the hospital was full of the smell of disinfectant and alcohol. He wanted to get out of the hospital. "Doctor, so my boyfriend can check in and out of the hospital?" Shen Yanran was also happy. The doctor removed all the bandages and the skin underneath was intact. Not even a scar. "It's okay. He has been practicing medicine for so many years, and this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. After a car accident in just a few days to restore the original, set out of peers do not believe. Shin Yanyan and Shin Lily do not know how seriously Xia Yang was injured in the beginning. The joy of the emotions surging up also cannot care about thinking too much. I'll go for the discharge formalities now. Shin Lily sweetly called a nurse sister to lead her to the formalities. The formalities were easy enough to do, and Lily Shin heard some whispers as she was finishing them. I heard that super handsome guy inside the advanced ward is going to be discharged. A nurse stood at the desk and chattered to a nearby coworker. It's not my shift until tomorrow night. Ugh, I keep hearing you guys talk about how handsome he is, and I don't even get a chance to meet him. I can only blame you for not being blessed with this. One of the nurses gloated. What can you do if you see it? At most, it's still not a sneaky reminder in the middle of the night? Don't forget that he got into a car accident and went to the hospital because he saved his girlfriend. And he already has a girlfriend. It's a godsend that some people get to meet. I think you're on acid. Another nurse shot back. Lily Shin listened in silence. Superior wards, super handsome guys, car accidents. All three together, anyone could think that the person they were talking about was Xia Yang. But what's the deal with getting into a car accident to save your girlfriend? Xia Yang got into a car accident to save Lang Xuanyue? I think he said that Lang Xuanyu was by his side when he had the accident. Brother Xia Yang, no wonder you can still lie so calmly on the hospital bed when you heard your sister go on a blind date. So it's because you have other women in your heart. That's not good enough. She walked slowly and leisurely to the hospital room, mentally planning how to join forces with her sister. Summer sun. Danger. After the formalities were completed, the dean personally came to send Xia Yang out of the hospital. Usually pampered dean has been sent to the parking lot outside. After the three of them got into the car, Xia Yang said he was going to buy a cell phone. His cell phone was broken. This is nothing at all to the Shin family's daughter. After arriving at a cell phone store, Shin Yanran bought her boyfriend a cell phone worth tens of thousands of dollars. Xia Yang had no way to refuse. He had empty pockets now. What would he take to pay for it? I'll send Huma back a gift some other time. I remember she likes high heels and nice clothes. Shin Yanyan paying for Xia Yang made the male salesman selling the cell phone burst with envy and jealousy. How can someone have both money and sex? That little white boy is a hated man. After plugging in his cell phone, Xia Yang sent a text message to Lang Xuanyu. I'm healed and getting out of the hospital today. Lang Xuanyu quickly replied. So fast? It's only been 2 or 3 days. Don't force your way out of the hospital. Xia Yang, the doctor has already checked. Lang Xuanyu, are you still in the hospital? I'll go over now to pick you up and discharge you. Xia Yang, no need. Yan Yan and I are already on our way home. Cold Frost Moon's message came after a few moments interval. I'm sorry. Shun Lily sat in the back row taking in Xia Yang's every move. Honey, my mom asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight. Shin Yanran drove the car eyeing ahead. Okay. Xia Yang thought about the fact that the atmosphere of this meal would not be very cordial, but he still agreed with alacrity. Don't worry. Mom said Dad's not home for this meal today. Zhao Kite directly kicked Shinting out of the meal. Because Shinting introduced to his daughter's object is really too bad to provoke his wife angry. He did not dare to say anything. It would be even sadder if you couldn't even get into bed at night. Chapter 35 Xia Yang, finished. It doesn't matter. Sooner or later I'll have to face my uncle. Shin Yanran felt happy in her heart after hearing Xia Yang say this. After Xia Yang arrived at Shin's house, Zhao Kite saw that the smile on his face didn't even stop. Hello Auntie, Xiao Yang. Quickly sit next to Auntie. Zhao Kite greeted Xia Yang to sit in the chair next to her. In the face of his future mother-in-law's request, Xia Yang complied. So handsome, much better than that what's his name Jilling. Xia Yang could only maintain a polite smile. There's no need to be so formal. Just treat it like your own home, and come and eat a little more to make up for it. Zhao Kite picked up the communal chopsticks on the table to serve Xia Yang, and she successfully interpreted what it meant to have a son-in-law and forget about her daughter. The atmosphere of the meal was all pretty good, until Zhao Kite asked, Xiao Yang, when are you planning to marry Yan Yan? The Shin family lacks nothing. They don't need you to give a dowry or a car or a house. They just lack a son-in-law. Auntie, I'm still studying. My mom and dad can't come back for a while because of something. Oh, so, then let's wait for the in-laws to come back and talk about it. If Yan Yan loses her temper with you indiscriminately, you come to Auntie and I'll help you cure her. Zhao Kite didn't care about her daughter's feelings in the slightest. Shin Yan Yan also does not mind his mom said so. They love him too late. How will he lose his temper with him? She knew that there was absolutely no shortage of good girls for a guy like Xia Yang, and if her daughter was spoiled and lost her temper with him, the good son-in-law that came to her would become someone else's, and there would be no place to cry. Yan Yan is usually very good to me, Xia Yang said back. A cook brings it up in a large casserole dish with both hands. This pot of 10-hole soup is what I specially instructed the back kitchen to make. It's good for the body. Zhao Kite personally gave Xia Yang a bowl of soup. The future mother-in-laws seemed to love Xia Yang very much. Shen Lily also wanted to serve some to try, but Zhao Kite stopped her. Daughter, This is not for women to drink. Xia Yang's body was petrified when he heard this. Originally, he thought the body tonic in his mother-in-law's mouth was a normal body tonic, but he didn't realize it was in this area. There are some things you have to do no matter what, like making sure to empty your computer's hard drive before you die. Like a man can't say no. Auntie, I've actually already. Very good. Xia Yang opened his mouth for the sake of his manly dignity. More of this stuff. Drink more of it or you'll be like your father-in-law. That's a bit of an informative statement. Father-in-law, how do you? Mom, Xia Yang is really excellent. Just don't worry. Shen Yanran came out in time to solve the problem. Young people's bodies are just fine, so let's leave this pot of soup for your father to replenish his body. Xiao Yang, come and try this braised carp. Good. As long as he didn't have to drink any of the 10% soup, it wouldn't be a problem. Who was kidding? He needed this stuff? The more Zhao Kite looked at Xia Yang, the more he liked him. What a blessing for a daughter. After the meal was finished, Zhao Kite said to Xia Yang, come back more often with Yanran when you have time. You don't have to worry about Uncle Shen. He won't do anything to you with me around. Auntie doesn't have much to give you. Take this card and buy something you like. No. How could I take money from my aunt? Xia Yang said he didn't want anything, so Zhao Kite had to give up. Alas, this kid, Xiao Yang, is good at everything, but he doesn't like money. Remember to come and see Auntie more often. Zhao Kite took Xia Yang's hand and urged, no problem. After Zhao Kite sent her daughter and Xia Yang to the car, facing the empty mansion, she felt empty. She called Shen Ting, hubby, come back and have some soup. After returning to the villa, Xia Yang hurriedly took a shower. He hadn't taken a shower for a few days. Shen Yanran was ready to go in as well. The goblin in her hadn't eaten anyone for a few days. Huma, what are you doing in here? Of course I'm here to help bathe my darling. Haven't you missed me in the last few days? Am I not charming enough? Ever wanted to? Xia Yang's mouth didn't say anything, but he indisputably showed that he wanted it very much. Honey, I missed you too. Sister, come out for a moment. Shen Lily's voice sounded outside the bathroom. All the vibes dissipated to nothing. Shen Yanran didn't even put on a bath towel before going to open the door. Sister, you better not be okay. Sister, don't be in a hurry. I have something very important to tell you. Shen Lily's did not look like she was joking. Follow me. Shen Lily brought her sister to a place farther away from the bathroom to make sure Xia Yang couldn't hear their conversation. When I just went to check in for Xia Yang's discharge, I happened to hear the reason for his car accident. The nurses said it was a car accident to save his girlfriend. Girlfriend is most likely referring to Cold Frost Moon. I learned by asking moms that you came home because you put dad on a blind date for you. And after I told Xia Yang, he didn't show any nervousness about it. If I'm not wrong, the new cell phone I bought has a text message from Xia Yang to Lung Shuangyu. Without a word, Shen Yanran went to get the new cell phone she bought for Xia Yang today. The lock screen above is a picture of herself. Shen Yanran quickly entered the password to open the SMS to check. The SMS interface really has a session record. Honey, I gave you a chance. Why do you keep contacting that woman over and over again? It's you who forced me to do this. It's no wonder I selfishly kept you by my side. Shen Yanran laughed angrily as she looked at the chat logs inside her cell phones. No woman could tolerate her boyfriend putting his life on the line for another woman, let alone the fact that this was Shen Yanyan, who had the attribute of a sickly petite woman. She took out a bottle of white spray from the lowest level of the cabinet, which Xia Yang also fell under last time. Xia Yang inside the bathroom was looking forward to his girlfriend coming back so that he could continue the little flirtation between the couple just now. Shen Yanyan returned to the bathroom pretending that nothing had happened, and said to him with a smile on her face, my dear, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I prepared a surprise for you. Xia Yang heard that there were still surprises, remembering that his girlfriend had worn a maid's uniform. Could it be that there would be something new this time? Huma, what's the surprise? Look, Shen Yanran's small spray on her back sprayed onto Xia Yang's face at once. This familiar feeling. He himself is going to be locked up in the basement again. Before he passed out, he struggled like asking Shen Yanran why she drugged him again. He had already rejected Lung Frost Moon. What was so unsettling about her? Shen Yanran grabbed Xia Yang's hand and said, my dear, how can you lay down your life for another woman? I'm the one who is your girlfriend. So it was this that she knew about. After this thought flashed by, Xia Yang's consciousness fell into a gray after. The environment of the basement was already very different from the first time Xia Yang came in. The decoration was so luxurious that those who didn't know thought it was a presidential suite. All kinds of equipment are available. And this is the love cage Shen Yanran has created for Xia Yang. Chapter 36, Persuasion. Shen Yanran used a bath towel to delicately dry Xia Yang's body as well as his hair, and there were still 4 chains at the 4 corners of the large luxurious bed in the basement. Sister, I'll take this one. Shen Lily volunteered to lock the chains where they belonged. The love in her eyes intensified with each chain she completed, and she was filled with a look of intoxication when she was done. Sister, this time you won't be soft-hearted enough to lock him up for 2 days and release him, right? Shen Lily quietly put the key away. I have my own arrangements for this, Shin Yanran said as she touched Xia Yang's perfect face. Shin Lily skimmed her mouth when she heard this answer, unsatisfied with this attitude of Shin Yanran. According to her, it should be better to keep Xia Yang locked up here forever. When Xia Yang woke up the next day, this familiar feeling of being locked up instantly made him realize what had happened. The scene of being sprayed last night came back to him as well. How could Huma know she was in a car accident trying to save someone else? I don't know how long I'll have to stay here this time. I hope Yan Yan's anger dissipates quickly. Xia Yang also knew that this time his girlfriend was angry very seriously, and he could not get out for a while. The heat was on in the villa, and only now did he realize that he was as naked as a mudskipper all over. The length of the chains was also given very limited. After half a bell there was a movement of the basement door opening. Yuma, is that you? Hurry up and let me out, Xia Yang shouted excitedly. The person who came in was not the same as Xia Yang had imagined. The visitor was Shin Lily, who was carrying breakfast instead of Shin Yanran. Brother Xia Yang, you guessed wrong. It's me. Oh, sister went to work this morning when she saw that you were late waking up. I'll be the one to take care of you for the rest of the day. Here, have breakfast. Shin Lily put her breakfast on the cabinet next to the bed and picked up one of the dunking buns and brought it to Xia Yang's mouth. Although it is not Shin Yanran came in, but someone came in. Xia Yang has hope. Just half a bell cannot move. No one in the environment. He is a little bit of fear. Lily, do you have the key to this chain? Xia Yang asked anxiously. There. Shin Lily took out the key she had secretly hidden yesterday from her pocket. Hurry up and help me unlock it. Xia Yang saw the incomparable desire in the eyes of the string of keys. No, you went behind your sister's back to save another woman, and both my sister and I were very angry when we found out. Brother Xia Yang, just stay here for the rest of your life. It was an emergency. I couldn't care less. So you'd be mad at your sister for giving up her life to save another man? Xia Yang. Shin Lily managed to leave Xia Yang speechless. Brother Xia Yang, if one day I also get into a car accident in front of you, will you also fight to save me? Shin Lily asked with a smile. Will it? Come on, say it. Will. Okay. Xia Yang turned his head to the side to not look at her. Alas, now that Lily had sided with Yuma as well, her chances of getting out on her own were very slim. I knew that Brother Xia Yang loves me. Let me personally feed brother breakfast. Shin Lily took a bite of the bun first. Lily, what are you doing? Don't. Well, the restrained Xia Yang had no way to refuse Shin Lily's strange feeding style. 6 dunk soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk just went into Xia Yang's stomach. Shin Lily still wanted to feed Xia Yang, but realized that the buns she brought were gone. Is Brother Xia Yang full? You can still go up and get it if you don't have enough. Enough. Xia Yang didn't want to try this alternative method of eating again, although it was quite fragrant. Since Brother Xia Yang is full, it's my turn to eat breakfast. Shin Lily held a donut and put it in her mouth to slowly savor it, and finally drank a cup of hot soybean milk before she was satisfied with the end of her own breakfast. Brother, I'm going to school too. You have to stay at home well. Don't run away. Oh, Shin Lily said playfully. The heavy door was closed again. The entire basement quiet, even drop a pin can be heard. Xia Yang, in this extreme torture environment, stayed a whole 10 hours before holding out to Shin Yanran back from work. Those 10 hours felt to him as if a century had passed. Shin Yanran stepped on high heels to the basement. Beautiful legs wrapped in black silk, still wearing office OL clothing. Shapely figure makes people can't help but fantasize. But right now Xia Yang couldn't care less about how tempting his girlfriend was. He just wanted to undo the damn chain on his body. Honey, I came back from work. Did you miss me? Shin Yanran leaned down and used her red lips to tell Xia Yang that she missed him after not seeing him for a day today. For a long time, the lips parted. Only then did Xia Yang have the chance to beg Shin Yanran to let herself out of here. Yan, can you let me go? It's hard for me to move like this when I can't move at all. It's really not what you think between Lung Shangyue and I. I've already clearly rejected her. Honey, she sent multiple texts and calls to your cell phone today, and I answered the phone and said you're recuperating at my place right now. Shin Yanran's gaze then kept admiring the tied-up Xia Yang, which had a fatal attraction to her. She turned around and brought a black cloth to cover Xia Yang's eyes. Cold Frost Moon won't give up on you just because you turned her down. Honey, don't you know how tempting you are? I'll let you go when you've agreed to go and get married with me. But darling, you need to make a decision quickly. When it's a few more months, I might be pregnant with your child, and then I won't look as good in a wedding dress when I've got a big belly. Shin Yanran whispered in his ear. Xia Yang is more and more sure that if he married Shin Yanran after, she will be deprived of all their freedom. By then he became Shin Yanran caged bird. Just, Huma, I won't marry you now with you like this. Don't you like me like this, darling? Shin Yanran threw off her high heels and wrapped herself around Xia Yang like a beautiful snake. Promise to marry me. Let's bring the documents tomorrow to register the marriage. Okay, I can hardly wait. Xia Yang, who was trapped by Shin Yanran, still gritted his teeth and said, no way, I will completely lose my freedom after marrying you. I don't like living like this, and I don't like you in this way. Honey, I'll convince you in a different way tonight. The take handmade, privately customized old suit Shin Yan was wearing was thrown to the ground by her. Chapter 37, Shin Lily wants to help Xia Yang. A fierce struggle was launched between the two. At first no one could convince anyone. As time went by, Xia Yang finally managed to convince Shin Yanran. Not to say that she let herself out. At least the breath she was holding inside was sort of eliminated. The length of the chains that were also lengthened was able to allow Xia Yang to move freely inside the room. Yan, wake up to work time, Xia Yang said to the sleeping goblin in his arms. Honey, let me sleep for 2 more minutes. I went to bed so late last night, and now I don't have any strength in my body. Shin Yanran raised her head and kissed Xia Yang, and burrowed back into his arms. Xia Yang sighed at how nice it would be for his girlfriend to be pampered in his arms if he didn't have the chains that trapped him. Let her be. It's her family-run company anyway, and no one will dare say anything if she's late. Shin Yan slept from 8 to 9 o'clock before she sleepily got up, her body covered in lethargy. After a hasty shower, dressed in Xia Yang to eat a breakfast and set off to the company. She also said exactly the same thing as Shin Lily before she left. Honey, stay home and don't run away. When I get back from work, I've bought a new outfit that you'll like. Shin Yanran finished speaking and stepped on her high heels to go to work. Xia Yang thought to himself that even if Shin Yan wore anything, it was not as important as his freedom. Shin Yanran had just left on the front foot, and Shin Lily came in on the back foot, and she had the timing down to a science. Lily, haven't you gone to school yet? When Xia Yang saw Shin Lily come in with breakfast again, he couldn't help but remember yesterday's image. I took this morning off. Brother Xia Yang, come and have breakfast quickly. I just ate with your sister. So, Xia Yang brother, I have a way to get you out soon. You don't want to be locked in this room all day long and not even see the sun, right? Shen Lily followed the force of his arm around her and lay on Xia Yang's thick chest to listen to his heartbeat. Lily, that's not what you said yesterday. Xia Yang was half convinced by her words. Was this girl thinking of any more damaging tricks? Shen Lily clasped her hands around Xia Yang's neck and kissed it again before saying, as long as brother Xia Yang can remember how good Lily is to you, that's enough. Shen Lily was good to Xia Yang, which was nothing to say, but she didn't want to put Xia Yang out. As soon as she came in this morning, she saw that the range of activities on Xia Yang's body had become lighter, and she knew that this sister of hers was just soft on Xia Yang. Looking for this situation to develop, Xia Yang was released sooner or later. Might as well use this opportunity to brush up on a little goodwill myself. She sensed that Xia Yang was guilty and responsible for herself, rather than fond of her. Shen Lily suddenly came to such a move. Xia Yang said, not move, that is false. Brother Xia Yang to go out to have to rely on my mother. Tomorrow I will call my mother to the villa. Sister will not dare to lock you up like this in the future. Shin Yanran was checking a project plan of the company when Xia Yang's cell phone received another text message from Long Xuanyue, the content of which was not much, but it was enough to see the sender's mind. Xia Yang, when are you planning to come to school? Shin Yanran's face chilled. I knew you were still thinking about Xia Yang. She quickly typed back, I've got a lot of places to go with Yuma for a 2-person day, so I won't be available for school for a while. Long Xuanyue looked at the Xia Yang reply text message silent. Their relationship has warmed up again because of this hospital stay, right? Xia Yang, I just want to see you, even from a distance. She could only go and take out the photo she had taken with Xia Yang before to ease her thoughts of him. You come back soon. Shin Yanran was busy today until 7 o'clock in the evening. She hurried to her home, thinking that Xia Yang was still waiting for her to go home at home. Her agitated mood boiled with 100 degrees of water. She parked her car as she drove past a genuine game store. I remember that my dear likes to play games too, so buy him some new products to take home so he won't be bored at home by himself. This flamboyant aura of hers drew the waitstaff to serve her as soon as she entered the store. Dear customer, how can I help you? Sales said in a very sincere tone. I'm going to buy a game console for my boyfriend. Please help me with a recommendation. Shin Yan was a bit dazzled looking at the store full of game consoles. She would have been quite good at picking out clothes and heels, but unfortunately now she was buying a game console. The vast majority of the customers inside the store were boys, and they had been attracted to Shin Yanran, the red-faced scourge, from the very beginning. Their first thought when they saw Shin Yanran was, such a beautiful girl actually plays games too. Then Shin Yan told the sales staff that she came to help her boyfriend buy a game console, and they instantly felt that the game console they had saved up 2 months' salary to buy didn't smell good anymore. Who the hell is her boyfriend? It's not even enough to have such a beautiful girlfriend, but he actually helped him buy the game console himself. He doesn't spend his evenings snuggling and cuddling his girlfriend while playing games, does he? Damn it, what's the difference between people? In fact, they really guessed right. As long as Xia Yang was willing, it was not a problem at all to play the game while holding Shin Yanran in his arms. Enjoy the double pleasure. This is the latest game console that came out this year, and the game handheld. We suggest you buy them all, and your boyfriend can play games anytime. Anywhere. Wrap it all up. This handheld I'll please get me too. The wealthy Shin Qianjin immediately placed her order, her sale smile barely able to hide. Yes, please wait. The staff packed up the game console for Shin Yanyan, the big gold owner, and she swiped her card to pay for it before putting the stuff on the passenger side and going home. The imprisoned Xia Yang became bored since Shin Lily left in the afternoon and could only sleep. The soundproofing of the basement is really too good. He slept through the night. Originally his work and rest is very regular. After so many things have happened he also messed up. Chapter 38, Xia Yang saved. He was still sleeping when Shin Yanran returned until the sound of the door opening woke him up. Honey, I bought you the latest game console. Shin Yanran raised the bag in her hand. Hearing the game console, Xia Yang's entire body was in high spirits. Being stuck here was just too boring. The cell phone was taken away again, and the school books were not available. Can't do anything but that one thing. Show me. Let's eat first, dear. I'll play the game with you when we're done. She turned to the top and took down some of the meals that had been delivered from the hotel. Freshly delivered and still hot. Yan, did you have a good day at work? Xia Yang asked. Going out, this thing has become ironclad. As long as the future mother-in-law is called to the villa by Lily tomorrow, one is definitely able to go out. And in the future Shin Yan is less likely to dare to lock herself up again. That's why Xia Yang's mood was quite good right now. Freedom. The freedom he had lost was finally coming back. Earned this amount today by fixing a project. Shin Yanran stretched out a finger. $10 million? Xia Yang asked. Honey, it's 100 million. That much? Xia Yang, despite having learned a little bit of technology from Professor Chen and relying on a huge amount of money, only earned 10% of the billion-dollar principal in a period of time only in steps. Shin Yanran earned $100 million just by finalizing one project. Honey, am I not very capable? Shin Yanyan had never taken credit from others. Her do-gooder and tough style in the company was something Xia Yang had never seen at all. Very capable. Very excellent. Xia Yang almost fell into the middle of Shin Yanran's words. Shin Yanran picked up a shrimp and after peeling the shell and removing the head, she dipped the flavor plate and sent it to Xia Yang's mouth. He opened his mouth and ate Shin Yanran's peeled shrimp. Honey, it's your turn to feed me. Xia Yang also picked up a shrimp after processing and dipped the flavor plate as usual. Shin Yanran lightly opened her red lips and ate the shrimp, and she ate more than just shrimp. Yuma, you're eating my fingers. Let go. Shin Yanran's autumn waves were flowing at this time, and Xia Yang's body went soft when he looked at her. Honey, compared to the shrimp it really is better with you, she said word for word. At the same time, he found a tissue to help Xia Yang wipe his fingers clean. The two of them managed to finish their meal and then turned on their newly purchased game console. Inside the basement there is a 48-inch LCD TV hanging on the wall, just in time to play games on it. Play this one. Xia Yang opened the game console and chose the game that didn't require that much maneuvering. He was worried that Shin Yanyan's gaming experience wouldn't be good. He picked a survival game, the kind of game that starts with nothing, needing to cut down trees on your own and order tech trees and such. Shin Yanran of course had no objections. Xia Yang wanted to play whatever she wanted to play with him. She didn't think she'd enjoy this play. It's not that the game is so much fun, but the feeling of building her own cozy little home from scratch with the person she likes fascinates her. You can't experience this feeling when you start off inside reality by owning a large villa. Shin Yanran was impatiently chopping down trees and fishing in the game. Xia Yang was infected by her excitement. Time flows unnoticed in the lower left corner, and they build their own house at the game. Although the house wasn't really that big, the outside and inside were also very simple. But at night, as long as you close the shabby wooden door, the monsters outside won't be able to get in. The game was fine for a small play, and Xia Yang expressed that he was a bit sleepy at 11 o'clock before Shin Yanran put down the handle and prepared to take a shower. After 12 o'clock, Xia Yang hugged the blushing Shin Yanran out of the bathroom. Xia Yang had not been able to convince his girlfriend to let him go even after he had exerted all his strength, so it seemed that he still had to rely on his mother-in-law to make a move. Now he can only hope that Shin Lily can really call her mom to the villa tomorrow. He drifted off to sleep thinking about it. Shin Lily returned to live in the Shin family's old mansion one night earlier in order to facilitate the implementation of the plan, and Zhao Kite was woken up very early by her youngest daughter. Mom, my sister has locked brother Xia Yang inside the villa. You'd better go over there. Brother Xia Yang is now old and miserable, losing his freedom to be locked up in a dark basement all day long. Lily, you said that Xia Yang was locked in the basement by Yin. Zhao Kite immediately stopped being sleepy when she heard the word Xia Yang. Sister was worried that brother Xia Yang would leave her, so she locked him up inside the basement. Shin Lily knew everything. If Xia Yang was there he would definitely not be able to resist giving her a kiss on her pretty face. Yen, this child is also too chaotic. This will only backfire and make Xia Yang loathe her. Hurry to call the housekeeper to prepare the car. Zhao Kite didn't expect her daughter to do this, but she also understands why her daughter would be like this. Xia Yang, the child is too appealing. If it is not locked up it is also hard to rest assured. Mom, I won't go back to the villa. You don't let my sister know that it was me who leaked the secret. Shen Lily finished speaking and ran back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Brother Xia Yang, I did what I promised you. Zhao Kite directly ordered the female driver to hurry up and get to the villa. The two weren't up yet when she arrived at the villa, and only the female bodyguard was patrolling outside. Hello ma'am. Aha. This villa was originally Zhao Kite's private property, and now that it was given to her two daughters to live in, the recorded fingerprints were still there, so she was able to enter the basement unimpeded. Today's Zhao Kite is wearing a dark green cheongsam, plus a knitted shawl. The noblewoman's temperament pulls full. Shen Yanran and Xia Yang were still asleep, and she gently woke up her daughter. Shen Yanran saw that her own mother actually appeared here, and was about to make a sound in shock. Zhao Kite covered her own daughter's mouth and whispered to her, "Come out. Mom, why are you here?" Shen Yanran spoke to her mom in a low voice after she put on her clothes, and only then did Zhao Kite come back to her senses. Chapter 39 Restoration of Liberty. Zhao Kite didn't say anything. She was afraid of waking up Xia Yang, and directly pulled her daughter's wrist toward out of the basement and closed the door. Shen Yanran saw her mom's face clouded over, and she was a bit wary of it, too. Mom is very fond of Xia Yang, so she won't beat me up. Mother and daughter came to the living room, and Zhao Kite said, "Daughter, if you trap Xiao Yang by yourself like this, one day he won't be able to stand you and leave." The expected scolding didn't come, and Shen Yanran also put down the heart she was carrying. "Mom, I know what you said, but there are many women who secretly covet Xia Yang, and I'm afraid that Xia Yang will be snatched away by them. There are many ways to keep a man. This method is rather the lowest level. There is no chain that can trap a man who wants to be free. What really traps Xia Yang is his love for you. Where's the key?" Zhao Kite asked her daughter for the key to the chain. "Think about what I said." Xia Yang wakes up and realizes that the chain is gone. Huma has finally figured it out, and I finally have my freedom back. Xia Yang thought that plan of Shen Lily's wouldn't take effect until at least noon. Auntie can't come over this early, can she? He regained his freedom early in the morning. It could only be that his girlfriend had figured it out. Xia Yang ran out of the hall outside and found Shen Yanran sitting there. "Yuma, I knew you wouldn't let me down." A cough came from inside the kitchen, and Xia Yang woke up to the fact that there were actually other people here. Listening to the voice also did not sound like that girl Shen Lily. He turned his head to see Zhao Kite holding the dishes out. "Auntie, morning." Xia Yang was slightly stunned. "Xiao Yang, hurry up and go wash up and eat breakfast. Auntie has something to say to you," Zhao Kite said gently. "Okay." After Xia Yang washed up, he returned to the table and Zhao Kite served him a bowl of freshly boiled meat porridge. "Xiao Yang, Auntie wants to apologize to you on behalf of Yanran. She shouldn't have locked you up in the basement like that. In the future, I promise this won't happen." Where did Xia Yang dare to accept the elder's apology? He quickly took the bowl of kanji in Zhao Kite's hand and said, "You are overstating it. Auntie will stay here for a while to help you keep an eye on her." "Really? Thanks Auntie." Xia Yang couldn't be happier to hear Zhao Kite say this. As long as Auntie is here, Huma won't be able to make any waves. As for you, as punishment, from today onwards you unconditionally obey everything Xia Yang says. Zhao Kite was afraid that Xia Yang still had anger in his heart, so he directly punished his own daughter him out of anger. Though it wasn't much of a punishment for Shen Yanran. Shen Yanran nodded, not daring to touch her mother's anger. Zhao Kite also stopped continuing to talk about her daughter and greeted Xia Yang with a smile on her face as she ate more of the meat porridge that she had boiled with her own hands. After Xia Yang finished the bowl of meat porridge, Zhao Kite helped him to serve another bowl. Shen Yanran, his own daughter, did not have this treatment. He was really full after 4 bowls of sticky and extremely flavorful meat porridge. "Auntie, that's enough. I'm really full," Xia Yang said, or else Zhao Kite would have to serve him another bowl of meat porridge later. "Is Xiao Yang planning to go to school today?" Zhao Kite asked. Zhao Kite's words really woke up Xia Yang, the dreamer, hospitalized plus locked up in the basement. He was about to forget that he still had to go to school. "Yeah, I remembered that I have class this morning, and I haven't been to school in many days. Auntie will walk you then. Yanran, wash this bowl." Zhao Kite rose gracefully. "Honey, this is your cell phone." Shen Yanran wanted to figure out a lot of things after her own mother's nudging, especially the line where she says it's not the chains that trap Hayang, it's his love for you. Couple two people together is to rely on love to maintain. If they continue to be so wantonly wear down Xia Yang's love for their own, the two people separated the day will also soon come. "Well, I'm going to school first," Xia Yang said to her with a smile. "Everything is getting better He must reward that girl Shen Lily himself. Zhao Kite first asked the driver to drive the car to Xia Yang's house for him to get his books before setting off towards the university town. The car was soon at the school. Thanks auntie, you're welcome, go on, it's time for class, Zhao Kite said. She ordered the female driver to return to the villa after saying goodbye to Xia Yang. Xia Yang had been away from this school for too long, and now when he saw a classmate he wanted to go up and greet her and say, "Good morning classmate." The breeze gently ruffled his hair. This is what freedom feels like. He quickly walked to the classroom where he was attending, and when the students in the class saw him they asked, "Xia Yang, have you recovered?" It was probably because Long Xuanyue had leaked out when she gave him leave, and everyone knew that he had been hit by a car. He struggled to tell the class that he was fine, and then sat down next to Ling Frostmoon. She immediately had a gleam in her eyes when she saw Xia Yang come back. "Aren't you going on a trip? What tour?" Xia Yang asked rhetorically. Ling Xuanyue reacted to the fact that the person she had chatted with earlier was probably Xin Yanran, so she said, "It's good to be back." Ling Frosty Moon's gaze hadn't moved from Xia Yang's body in the morning class. "Frost Moon, is there something dirty on my face?" "No, it's just that I haven't seen you in too long and I'm seeing more. It hasn't been a week since we last met, has it? A week is long enough." Xia Yang was really completely defeated by her. She could look so mesmerized even with her own mask. Where did the iceberg goddess go before? Chapter 40, Lang Xuanyu's abnormal ability. The students haven't seen this divine couple spreading dog wolves for quite some time. Eat to that with gusto. "Girlfriend, look, the tenderness in Lang's eyes is almost overflowing. In fact, the tenderness in my eyes is almost overflowing. See, you demented girl, say it like you're not spying on people. You're more stuffy than I am. Say it again and I'll rip your mouth off." The kind of bitterness in the boys' hearts was even more unspeakable than if it had killed them. The old professor who was attending the class also had a problem with Xia Yang and Long Xuanyu's blatant display of affection in his classroom, and he had heard about a handsome couple with a marriage contract coming out of the school. But that's no reason they can show their love in class. The classroom is for learning knowledge. That's student. You come up and solve this problem. The old professor pointed his spear at Xia Yang. Xia Yang was undaunted. There was a high math question written on the blackboard that screamed fear just by looking at it. After examining it for a few moments he realized that the question was troublesome in the conventional way. The old professor was trying to make him look bad, but there are other formulas he uses, and mental math works out the answer to this question. 3. The back of a complex high math problem on the blackboard yields this simple as hell number. Wow, a male god is a male god. He knows all the high math problems, so it's true that people are different from each other. I couldn't write this question even if I pushed it. The pen that Xia Yang had placed on the slant of his book rolled and fell to the back row when he didn't notice it, and a girl sitting behind him picked up the pen for him with a quick eye. "Thanks." Xia Yang just said a word of thanks, and the girl who helped pick up the pen said "You're welcome" with a red face. Just now Xia Yang's fingers touched her fingertips, and there was still a crispy and strange feeling on it until now. Something was wrong with the pen that had been dropped and the writing became blurry. "Give it to me." Lung Fengyue stretched out her white and flawless jade hand and demanded that pen from Xia Yang. "You brought a quill?" Lung Frosty Moon did not reply. She just took Xia Yang's pen. A burst of fine silver covered the body of the pen. Next to Xia Yang blinked, and the silver light quickly disappeared. It was just a blur. How could this one emit a silver light? "You write." Long Frost Moon returned the pen to Xia Yang. "Haven't changed the quill yet. Write it and you'll know." Xia Yang with skepticism used a pen to write the word moon on the draft on the paper, and something magical happened. The pen in his hand was exactly the same as it had been before the fall, and it was so silky smooth to write with. "Frost Moon, how did you do it?" Xia Yang slowly approached Long Frost Moon. The aura of his body gave off a feeling of sun, grass, and breeze. Lang Fengyue took a silent whiff of his scent and said, "Secret." The old professor chose to turn a blind eye when he saw them making small talk down there again. Showing love was much better than those elfin students who couldn't be taught anything. "You tell me." Xia Yang had the good quality of breaking the sandpot and asking to the end, mainly because it was too amazing. Just like magic. Is he pandering to me? In the face of Xia Yang's pleading, Lung Xuanyu had absolutely no resistance, but now in the classroom was not the right time to tell the matter of her obtaining supernormal abilities. What if someone overhears? I'll tell you after class. If any viewer sees the interaction between them, they will definitely say one thing: Leng Xuanyu, you just spoil him. Spoil, I see what you do. The night Leng Fengyue went home from the hospital, she dreamed of a vague person saying to her, "I will grant you the supernatural ability to manipulate time. Remember, your mission is to go back in time to awaken the great potential latent in Xia Yang's body." The blurry figure incorporated a silvery substance into her body. The dream woke up here. She thought it was just a dream and didn't give it a second thought. Then against all reason things began to happen. As she touched the wilted flowers in the room, a flash of silver light flashed from her hand and the wilted flowers began to become brightly colored. colored. Did you really get psychic abilities yourself? Lang Xuanyue was a bit in disbelief, even though Lang Jia had told her before that psychic abilities existed. After a few experiments, she quickly accepted the fact that she had been given powers. She felt the time psychic energy stored inside her body. If she activated her time psychic energy, she could go back to 3 years ago. It happens to go back to that time. But the unseen person in the dream made Ling Frost Moon a bit wary. Who is he? What kind of intentions does he have in telling me to go back in time to stimulate the energy lurking in Xia Yang's body? In heavy consideration, Cold Frost Moon still did not travel back to the past. That person of unknown origin was not in a hurry either, as if he expected that Long Frost Moon would definitely use the supernatural ability he gave her to shuttle back. Xia Yang finally waited until class was over. Frost Moon, come on. Lang Xuanyu led Xia Yang's hand to a deserted path, and she pulled back the green silk around her ears. Xia Yang, what is the name of our planet? Xia Yang blurted out, Alien Star. Talking to smart people was a great effort saver, and Xia Yang understood the answer after Lang Xuanyu raised the question. Frost Moon, you awakened your powers? That's right. Lang Xuanyue nodded lightly. Is it one of those powers that fixes things? Show it to me quickly. Psychic powers, something everyone wants to have. No, my psychic ability is to manipulate time. Just now I was making that pen go back to before it was dropped. Xia Yang was shocked. A time type ability. This is too outrageous. Not waiting for Xia Yang to digest this thrilling and exciting news, Long Frost Moon uttered another explosive news. Xia Yang, my psychic ability was given to me by a person who told me to go back in time to awaken the energy latent within your body. The energy in my body? Xia Yang hadn't noticed any energy hidden inside his dantian since he was a child, and he was also confused when he heard Ling Xuanyue say this, but soon he remembered of the time he was hit by a car. He got better very fast. Frost Moon, what that man said shouldn't be wrong. Do you remember when my doctor said I was getting better fast? It could be the reason for that energy. Knowing that there was a mysterious energy inside his body, Xia Yang began to look forward to Long Xuanyu going back in time to help him stimulate this energy. Wouldn't you become one of those flying, all-powerful heroes from the movies? At this time, Xia Yang had not yet understood that ability meant responsibility, and his mom and dad had to leave him alone to save time because they were given great power by the will of this world, and had not returned yet. The will of the world had chosen him now, and at some point in the future he would have preferred to be just a normal person. Chapter 41, Shinting's Secret Discovered. When do you plan to go back to the past? Xia Yang asked with anticipation. Lang Frosty Moon still had a series of concerns unresolved in her heart, and would not easily do what that person said, but she knew one thing very well. Going back in time meant a chance to change the fact that she had lost Xia Yang. The temptation swelled inside her, and she used to dream of going back in time and letting fate give her another chance to start over. He would definitely make Xia Yang his boyfriend instead of Xin Yanran's boyfriend. She emptied her mind of those messy thoughts and pulled Xia Yang's hand when he wasn't looking. Didn't you say you wanted to go eat spicy hot pot last time in the hospital? Let's go. When Xia Yang saw that Lang Xuanyu didn't continue the conversation, he knew that she didn't want to continue the topic. Let's just not have powers without them. You're doing just fine with your own life right now. Xia Yang was so easily satisfied that it caused the energy in him to lurk. Lung Fingyue's dream of continuing to stay by Xia Yang's side was dashed as Xin Yanran drove outside the school gates waiting for her boyfriend to get out of class. If it weren't for the female bodyguard standing beside her, I wonder how many guys would have come up and asked for contact information. Xin Yanran saw Lang Xuanyue beside Xia Yang so hard to figure out the ideological consciousness is not there again. It is better to tie up the deer more at ease. It belongs to the old saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature is hard to change. How can a sickly girl be swayed by words to tie up her favorite? Honey, I've come to take you home. Let's go. Xin Yanran showed incomparable love and Xia Yan was pulled away by his girlfriend without even having the chance to say bye to Long Frost Moon. In the relatively small space of the car, Xia Yang felt a murderous aura. Huma must be jealous. I don't think she's going to lock me in the basement again when she gets back. Don't panic, Auntie's still at home. Xia Yang was relieved to think of Zhao Kite. Honey, I don't want to drive. You drive. Okay. Xia Yang just wanted to open the car door to go down. Xin Yanran climbed from the car to the passenger seat, and the clothes of the two people in the small space were constantly rubbing together. It's okay to go over like this. Xia Yang's breath floated at this operation by Xin Yanran. Honey, why are you breathing so heavily? Is the body wear uncomfortable? Xin Yanyan, this demonic spirit, still knowingly asked. Is there a second woman in this car lighting a fire on her body? Is it here, or here? Xia Yang with a hot breath to the passenger side of the goblin pressed over. But unexpectedly Xin Yanran said, Dear, you have so much guts. This is the entrance to the school. I wouldn't mind law. Xin Yanran looked at him with a smile. Xia Yang knew that Xin Yanran, the scourge, was screwing with him and wanted to make things difficult for him. She made it. Xia Yang could only hold his fire and start the engine towards the villa. It was half a bell before he drove this car into the garage of the villa, while he leaned into the driver's seat. Huma, Shin Yanran didn't even wait for Xia Yang to speak before she kissed him. One bell later, Shin Yanran, whose face was not yet flushed, thoughtfully helped Xia Yang to fasten the buttons. Honey, the next time you let me see you getting that close to Ling Frost Moon, it won't be such a simple punishment. You don't want to go back to the basement either, do you? Facing his girlfriend's gentle voice, Xia Yang felt a headache. Next time, it would be better to keep some distance from Ling Xuanyu. His girlfriend was a sickly girl. While Xia Yang and Shin Yanran were playing games inside the garage, Zhao Kite discovered something fishy about her husband. After Zhao Kite sent Xia Yang to school in the morning, she first returned to the villa where her daughters lived. Then she remembered that she had rushed over this morning and hadn't brought anything with her. She needed to go back and pick up some clothes. After all, she was planning to stay over there for a while. I didn't expect to come home at 9 o'clock to find Shinting on a video call with a woman. I'll be with you in a minute. The woman on the other side of the phone pretended to be shy and said, Mr. Shin, I'll wait for you. Zhao Kite witnessed this from outside the door, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Shinting, you actually cheated on me. I thought that Shinting was a poor boy with a handsome person. God arranged for him to have an encounter with Zhao Kite. Zhao Kite is a real golden lady. The Zhao family behind her is all comparable to those powerful families in ancient times. The love-struck Zhao Kite is still sinking under the full force of Shinting's pursuit, even going so far as to quarrel with her parents. In this respect, Shin Yanran is quite like her mom. Zhao Kite's parents could only compromise helplessly and gave Shinting the resources and money to make him a young man who was already penniless, a fish out of water inside the business world. Rapid rise. Now it's good that he has the status and wealth given to him by the Zhao family today to play with women outside. His wife is obviously a beautiful, called the world's best beauty, but also to go cheating. Zhao Kite's heart was truly enraged. In exchange for the average woman has long rushed in to question Shinting. Zhao Kite clearly understand that this break into Shinting not only will not admit, will also be sophomoric. She knew him too well. Shinting, I'm going to make you lose everything. Her shell teeth clenched. Shinting was still engrossed in saying something flirtatious to his newly recruited secretary, not realizing that his food-stealing behavior had been seen. Zhao Kite left gently, as if he had never come. She found Shinting's driver and instructed, Xiao Hai, from now on, if Shinting enters or leaves the hotel, immediately tell me. Xiao Hai is a member of the Zhao family, and this so-called Shin family has been built at the expense of the Zhao family, and the subordinates are also allocated from the Zhao family. He probably guessed something when he saw his own young lady's gloomy face. That son of a, thanks to my Zhao family treating him well, he failed our young lady. The vast majority of the Shin family's assets are Zhao Kite's dowry, and in the beginning, Elder Zhao said that these dowries are permanently registered in the daughter's name and may not be transferred to Shinting. Over the years, Shinting has had a company with a market value of $100 million, or he relied on the Zhao family's network of connections to run it. It was very simple for Zhao Kite to want Shinting to have nothing. Chapter 42 Twisted Shinting. After Xia Yang and Shin Yanran came up from inside the villa's garage, they ran into Shin Lily, who was also coming back from school. The two exchanged glances. Zhang, Lily did a great job. He also secretly gave Shin Lily a thumbs up. Lily Shin, you'll have to reward me later. She came back from school today to see if the rescuers she moved had any effect, and the fact that Xia Yan could come out proved that her actions had been successful. Sister, where's mom? Lily Shin asked. I just got back, I'm not sure. Probably inside the villa. Shin Lily ran into the villa inside the left and right look around, also did not see Zhao Kite's figure. Then came in Shin Yanran and Xia Yang, also did not find Zhao Kite's shadow. That's strange. Didn't mom say she was going to stay here for a while? Did it go back? Shin Yanran said. Xia Yang internally cried out frantically, Auntie, why did you go back when you said you would stay for a while? He already had plans to go back to his house to live. It was just too dangerous to live here. Just as Xia Yang was planning how to retreat safely, the sound of a car rang outside. All three of them went out to greet Zhao Kite. Shin Yanyan saw dark clouds on her mother's face, which usually always had a smile on it, and realized that something big had happened. She walked forward and took her mother's arm and asked, Mom, why do you look so bad? What happened? Zhao Kite didn't speak, but walked inside the villa before speaking. She looked at her two daughters and said, Daughters, your father is cheating on me behind my back. She didn't intend to hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Both of her daughters were adults and had the right to know about this matter. She also didn't need to keep silent and tolerate Shinting's cheating in order to give her daughters a good family. The first one who couldn't accept this was Lily Shen. Dad, is he really having an affair with another woman out there behind mom's back? Shinting's tall and majestic image in her heart collapsed. As daughters, they knew only too well how much their mom had helped their dad. Dad can have today is entirely because of the help of grandparents. Shinting also often takes Shin Lily to the Zhao family to beg the Zhao master to help. Before Shinting left, he urged Shin Lily to tell her to act sweeter in front of her grandparents and ask them to help her father. For Shinting's request, Lily did as she was told. That's why she couldn't accept that her father, who obviously relied on her mom's connections to get to where he is today, was cheating on her behind her back after he had made a name for himself. This is something to say that is not as simple as cheating, but to add the charge of ingratitude. Shin Yenran heard this news from her mom with the same disbelief, and soon a fire burned in her heart. Like Shinting, this kind of cheating plus eating soft rice plus ungrateful thing, any woman will not stay sympathetic to him. Mom, you don't have to be too sad. That kind of person doesn't deserve you at all. Shin Yenran was the first to speak out to break the silence and comfort her mother. Zhao Kite held her daughter's hand and said, Mom, I'm not the kind of person to be tossed around by a scummy guy. I will catch the adultery and divorce him. All these years consider me blind. What he got from me I will take back one by one sooner or later. Zhao Kite's hurt heart actually hurt. She didn't care to tell herself that it wasn't worth it to be heartbroken over that kind of scum. After Shin Lily heard her mom say this, she was silent, just took her mom's hand and said that she would support her mom in all the choices she made. Xia Yang was not happy at all when he heard the news. Shinting cheated on his wife, and the three women in front of him who were beautiful and unlikable were all hurt. He didn't want to see that. Auntie, you don't have to be too sad. It's his greatest loss that he lost you. Xia Yang also comforted. Xia Yang really do not want to understand their own seeing so many beautiful women. Find the whole city also only Lang Xuanyue's mother can be compared to the juxtaposition of Shinting he actually derailed? Can't figure it out. Xiao Yang is right. Auntie won't be sad for that kind of person. Zhao Kite was talking to Xia Yang when the cell phone in her pocket rang, and the caller ID was Xiao Hai, the driver she had just instructed to spy on Shinting. Miss, he's at the XXX hotel right now with his newly recruited secretary. He told me to go back first. He might want to get a room with that mistress inside the hotel. Got it. Zhao Kite hung up the phone. The three stood close enough to hear something more or less as well. Shin Lily, instead of keeping silent at a time like this, she knew that her mom was going to catch the adulterer in bed next, and she was going to go too. Maybe after witnessing this with her own eyes, her thoughts of her father would be completely cut off. Shin Yanyan also said that she wanted to go, while Xia Yang was worried that Shinting, the scum who ate and was ungrateful, would move against his aunt who loved him, and he went with him to calm down the scene. To beat up Shinting, he could do it with one hand. The group then set off towards the hotel. Over there, Shinting had just entered the door of the hotel when he was seduced by the mistress. Mr. Shin, I wore your favorite black stockings today as you ordered. As long as it's what Mr. Shin ordered, I'll do it, said that quite elegant wearing high-heeled shoes and black stockings of the junior high school skillfully kneeled in front of Shinting's body. She was clear that she was not easy to list on the Gold Master, most like this kind of being served. The feeling of being on top of the world. As a matter of fact, this newly recruited secretary had also managed to catch Shinting's hobby and succeeded in evening out the big money. Zhao Kite, who comes from a top family, has a strict family education and is very conservative in that area. No matter how much support Zhao Kite gives Shinting, he can't erase the inferiority complex of eating soft rice in his own heart. It's a sketchy minute or two at a time. The woman outside wasn't necessarily prettier than Zhao Kite, but she was able to give Shinting, a man with extremely low self-esteem, what he needed most, and that was his dignity. In fact, the most fundamental reason for the women outside to be able to submit to him was also because of the Zhao family, and he even had this illusory dignity bestowed upon him by the Zhao family. Shinting looked at the woman kneeling in front of him, thinking of her as his wife, and began a condescending scolding. The more Xiao San showed fear in his scolding voice, the more satisfied Shinting was. Shinting gave orders to the new secretary. The junior also showed a picture of fear to satisfy his self-esteem this regard. They'll soon be on the line. Zhao Kite, they came to the hotel downstairs. This hotel she has influence, is a year ago Shinting investment chain hotel. The loyal Xiao Hai had already gotten things done. He not only found out which room Shinting was in right now, but also got the key to the room in Shinting's name. Chapter 43, Caught in the Act. Miss, they're in room 703. Here's the room key and card. Zhao Kite took a deep look at the set of keys before picking them up. The hearts of the two Shinyanran sisters were even harder, no matter how they said it. Shinting was their father. The group got on the elevator and headed for 703. When Zhao Kite stood in front of the door to his room, Shinting was still role-playing with his secretary inside the room. Zhao Kite, I can rise just as well without you. I'm not the one who's a soft eater. Got it? Shinting cupped his secretary's chin and said loudly. And that secretary was quite cooperative with his performance, extremely humble, and said, got it. Shinting was quite satisfied after hearing the secretary's answer and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. His unmistakable voice from behind caused his laughter to come to a screeching halt. Shinting, I didn't expect you to be such a wolf-hearted thing. Zhao Kite scolded. Shinting turned around to find his daughter and his wife bringing their daughter to catch the adulterer. His face instantly turned pale. but the confidence he got from the secretary had not dissipated. Am I wrong? He turned around and said stiffly, I can be just as successful without your Zhao family. So why do people outside keep talking behind my back that I'm a soft eater? I created XX Realty. Does that not count as success? Shinting said, more and more angry. He wanted to say all the aggression he had suffered over the years, and the object of catharsis is Zhao Kite. It's all because of her that I'll never be recognized as a natural talent. No you. Without the Zhao family, I can succeed too. Shinting's voice grew louder and louder. Zhao Kite felt a huge sense of strangeness as she looked at this grim-faced man, and the two sisters had never seen such a father before. Shinting, you're afraid that you've forgotten who gave you the startup capital for your real estate company and whose network you've hitched your wagon to. Zhao Kite took a deep breath. My planning, my decisions are what made the company grow. You and the Zhao family aren't that great. Zhao Kite, you're not even close to this woman. Shinting pointed at the secretary kneeling on the ground and said. Zhao Kite's face did not change its color after hearing these words and did not show any sadness or grief. This kind of scum didn't deserve her grief at all. I have nothing to say to you. Divorce now. Zhao Kite was unwilling to say another word to Shinting, waved her hand and the lawyer walked in, taking out the divorce agreement with legal effect. The division of property on it was pitifully small, because as I said earlier, all of the Shin family's things were Zhao Kite's dowry, and those things were registered under Zhao Kite's name. The only controversial thing is Shinting his pride and joy of real estate company. When the money was paid by Zhao Kite, the transfer record above the incidental written clearly, Zhao Kite would rather donate all these things than give them to this ungrateful thing. Zhao Kite, are you crazy? Why should you take so many shares of my company, on the basis of my capital injection? How could Shinting hand over his shares in the company? This is his backbone to call the shots with Zhao Kite, and without the company he will have nothing above him. I'll give you custody of my daughter. Are you satisfied now? Shinting actually said such words. He completely broke the hearts of these three women. Have you forgotten that your daughters are adults? It's not up to you to give or not to give. In Zhao Kite from the bottom of his heart, he felt disgusted. How can anyone use their daughter as a bargaining chip for money? Zhao Kite, don't you bully people too much. Zhao Kite's such a resolute attitude made Shinting a bit flustered. He couldn't lose the real estate company. A sudden remorse grew in his heart. He should never have cheated on his wife. His regret is simply that he was caught cheating, not guilt over his own wife. I'm just taking back what's rightfully mine. No, I won't sign this agreement no matter what. Shinting threw and flung the agreement with a layer of adhesive board with great force, and the rapidly rotating adhesive board flew towards Zhao Kite's beautiful eyes. Xia Yang deflected the glue board in the nick of time. This completely enraged Zhao Kite, who walked over and slapped Shinting. The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the room. Giving him a slap was considered light. Just now, if not for Xia Yang stepping in to block that glue board, Zhao Kite would have been blinded in one eye. Shinting felt the fiery pain on his face and was confused. It was the first time he had been slapped by a woman with a big mouth since he grew up. A red slap mark appeared on his face. You dare to hit me? Shinting, who had been pampered and used to being a man of the world all these years, reacted and immediately became furious, forgetting all about the fact that you are now the one caught in the act of adultery and are at fault for doing so indignantly. The large slap carried the sound of wind, and it was too late to dodge. Xia Yang followed to prevent this kind of thing from happening. He had long been ready to go, sprinted to Zhao Kite's front wrist like an iron clamp to hold Shinting's hand. Xia Yang, you poor bastard, think you can have a soft meal just because you helped her? Shinting was pinched by one of his hands, and the strength coming from it was ridiculously strong. He didn't dare to continue to be more violent. He couldn't beat Xia Yang. I don't eat soft rice. Even if I eat soft rice, I will still know how to return the favor and know my own position. Not like you who wants to eat soft rice and be the master of the house. Xia Yang mercilessly mocked. Shinting was unable to speak as he choked on his words. Zhao Kite took a step forward and looked coldly at Shinting and said, as long as you go with me now to go through the divorce procedure, the company will be given to you as well. It's up to you to keep it. She was already disappointed in Shinting to the extreme and was not willing to get entangled with him here like this. Once the divorce was finalized, the Zhao family's network of connections would be withdrawn, and without her having to make a move, this company would not be far from closing down. After Shinting divorces Zhao Kite, that circle will be closed to him, and the company will not be able to approve the procedures above without orders. It can only end in bankruptcy. Xiao Yang let go of him. When Xia Yang heard Zhao Kite say this, he let go of this bastard Shinting. Hurry up and put on your clothes. We're going to register the divorce right now. Shinting saw Zhao Kite backed off. His purpose was accomplished, cooperated and got up to dress. Zhao Kite looked at him more than a glance as annoying, walked down the stairs. Shin Yan and Shin Lily, the two sisters, also followed their mother out. This kind of unbearable performance of Shinting directly made him feel down to the bottom in his daughter's heart. It's not a shame to lose a dad like that at all. 90% of their life and living for so many years had been taken care of by Zhao Kite herself, and Shinting had only occasionally taken them shopping. Chapter 44, The Sad Crowd. Shinting didn't forget to comfort Junior before he left. "Wait here for me. I'll come back for you after I get divorced from that stinking." Junior was very happy to hear Shinting say this. Her ultimate goal is to turn right. Just now she saw that the rightful owner was so beautiful. She herself was like an ugly duckling in front of her, and Zhao Kite was that noble and elegant swan. She didn't even dare make a sound. She almost didn't laugh out loud when things turned out so unexpectedly that Shinting still chose to divorce the rightful owner, regardless of whether the owner of the gold that he has fallen in love with is stupid or for some other reason. He has made a fortune this time. The junior Su one on the bed is still acting online, covering herself with the quilt and pretending to be frightened. "Mr. Shin, you have to come back quickly. People are scared." It caused Shinting to spend a little more time comforting her. Zhao Kite in the car frowned when she saw that Shinting was slow to get down. Could it be that scumbag was backtracking? This is not good. One must divorce him. It took a long time to see him come down and get into Kohai's car. The two cars returned to the Shin family mansion first. This mansion was said to be the Zhao family capital construction, registered in the name of Zhao Kite. Another half a clock. The door of the plaque will be taken down. Change it to the Zhao family mansion. After getting the marriage license, the two cars turned around and headed for the divorce registry. When they arrived at the divorce registry, the staff member handling the registration asked them the usual question. "Are you sure you want to get a divorce? Have such a good wife or divorced you are not able to?" The older woman who handled the divorce muttered a sentence or two, not expecting to really be heard by Shinting. He stood up on the spot and said, "I didn't fail. She's the one who's too boring." Auntie saw Shinting react so greatly, affirming the thought in her heart that he just couldn't do it. "I've seen a lot of people like you." Zhao Kite was about to say 2 or 3 minutes, but she saw the older woman holding the divorce papers and said to her, "Congratulations on getting out of your misery." She smiled blankly with the older woman and wasn't going to say anything more. Anyway, the two are now divorced. Shinting picked up the divorce certificate on the table and left with a grimace. He went out to the Civil Affairs Bureau and saw his 2 daughters waiting for Zhao Kite, hesitated for a moment or put on a smiling face and went up to try to say a few words to them. Both Shen Yanran and Shen Lily chose to ignore him. I don't know where Shinting got the face to cheat and still find his daughter to talk to. If he really loved his daughter, he shouldn't have cheated because of his own desires. The sisters also understand this deeply. All of it was Shinting's own choice. No one else to blame. "Shinting, you stay away from my daughter." Zhao Kite, who came out a step slower, didn't want the 2 sisters to have anything more to do with this scum. "Even if I divorce you, Yen and the girls are still my daughters. That's out of your hands." "Humph, let's see if they still want to call you an ungrateful, white-eyed father." Zhao Kite picked up one of her daughters with one hand and got into the car. The 2 sisters behave like this. Shinting also just scoffed. 2 daughters only? She wants to give it to her. Anyway, it is not a son. The atmosphere in the car was unusually dull, and the usually cheerful Xia Yang didn't know how to comfort these 3 beautiful women. He thought about it or take the evening in tomorrow's class leave. Now Shin Yanran they need someone to accompany. The teacher received the news, thought he just had a car accident, need to recuperate. Very quickly gave him leave. The process of catching the adulterer and then going to the Civil Affairs Bureau took quite a while, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the villa. At this time, when they were supposed to be eating, all 3 of them had little appetite, and each of them went back inside their own rooms. Xia Yang, as Shin Yanran's boyfriend, naturally want to comfort her, but the words to the mouth and do not know how to export. Can only quietly hold her, let her feel the warmth from their own. A nap might be better. Xia Yang said gently, "I'm fine." Shin Yanyan buried herself deep in her boyfriend's embrace with a single word. "He's sorry for mom like that, and neither Lily nor I will ever forgive him." Shinting's performance this afternoon was something that the sisters would never forget. He most definitely shouldn't have made a move on Zhao Kite, since Shinting had been busy with his own Thai real estate company outside again all day. Zhao Kite undoubtedly gave them the most care and love, and when they were young, they even overheard the quarrels in the corner of the door when Shinting wanted to have another boy and Zhao Kite refused. Shinting's patriarchal thinking also left a gap between father and daughter. "I support you no matter what you do. People live to be happy. Understand?" Such a gentle Xiaoyang Shenyanran was the first time she had seen, and her sadness was eased. After sorting out her chaotic emotions in Xiaoyang's arms, she raised her head and said to Xiaoyang, "Go check on Lily. I'm a little worried about her." Xiaoyan was relieved after seeing Shenyanran's mood stabilized. "Okay, I'll go check on Lily." After he came out from inside Shenyanran's room, he turned to Shun Lily's room. He knocked on the door and there was no movement in no one's room. Xiaoyan was worried that something had happened to Shun Lily, directly pushed the door in. Shun Lily covered herself up with a quilt when she came back, like an ostrich unwilling to face reality. "Lily," Xiaoyan called out softly, then sat on the edge of her bed and gently lifted the quilt that had changed her head. That naturally beautiful and pretty pretty face had long since become pearly, her long eyelashes became moist, and even her eyes were red. It was obvious that Shin Lily had just had a cry. She completely lost her usual elfin eccentricity, and when she saw that it was Xia Yang who uncovered the quilt, she wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck and sat up to hug him. The quilt slipped off her body, and she kept rubbing and rubbing against Xia Yang's neck out, like a kitten. Xia Yang, why did Dad cheat? She asked the question that she couldn't figure out. Shin Lily was devastated when she saw the mistress, and her own father cheated on her far more than her own mother. Both Grandpa, Grandma and Mom had helped Dad so much, and the father she thought of had turned out to be an ungrateful man. She mostly couldn't accept that. Every mom and dad has had a period of time when they were very high in their children's hearts. Shin Lily was obviously in the middle of such a period, compared to Shin Yan who, due to her age, was much more mature and knew what kind of person Shin Ting was. Xia Yang also cannot say that your father, due to a long time immersed in the Zhao family, to create a road of prosperity for him. People drifted, thinking that they can do everything. It seems a little inappropriate to put it bluntly like that. Lily, there is no such thing as a perfect person in this world. You'll realize that when you're a little older. Even your own father is a man, not a perfect god. Got it? Chapter 45, Zhao Kite who borrows wine to wear down her worries. Under Xia Yang's gradual persuasion, she understood that her father was not like what she thought was an all-powerful, flawless man. Once that inherent filter had broken down, Lily Shin could better accept that her father was an ungrateful asshole. Comforting Shin Lily took longer. Xia Yang stayed inside her room for 2 whole bells, and when Shin Lily thought of her mom being hurt by this kind of scum in the back, she was suddenly not sad, but only hateful. She hated her father for betraying her mom. Get up and eat. Today you guys didn't have lunch and dinner. That's not good. Xia Yang took the initiative to hold Shin Lily's delicate jade feet and helped her put on her shoes. Shin Lily still sought solace in Xia Yang's embrace for 2 or 3 minutes before coming out of the room. You go tell your aunt to come out to dinner and I'll go get your sister. Aha. Lily Shin nodded her head obediently. Xia Yang re-entered Shin Yanran's room, and she was also in bed under the covers. How's Lily doing? Shin Yanran asked. I talked to her. She figured out some things and isn't as upset. Xia Yan placed a kiss on his girlfriend's white forehead and then sat her up from the bed in his arms. It's time to go out to eat or you'll starve yourself. Shin Yanran allowed Xia Yan to put on her shoes. Such a small gesture by Xia Yang moved her to the point that when Xia Yang got up she held his hand tightly and said, It's good to have you, fool. The two walked out of the hall holding hands, and Shen Lily was sitting next to her mom. Zhao Kite's face didn't look sad, exactly the same as usual. Xiao Yang, Yanran, sit here. Zhao Kite pointed to the 2 seats on his left. The one who was supposed to be the saddest was mobilizing the atmosphere at the dinner. Both daughters tried to comfort their mom. Mom, you eat this. Shin Lily chucked a piece of incredibly tender fish belly to Zhao Kite. Good, Lily is becoming understanding. You guys don't have to worry about me either. Mom won't be sad because of that kind of scum. Hurry up and eat. You eat more too. Xiao Yang. Like nothing else, Zhao Kite gave the rest of the fish belly sandwich to her daughter and Xia Yang. The atmosphere at this dinner was still somber. After dinner Zhao Kite would go to her room. Xia Yang remembered that inside the basement there was still the game console that Shin Yanran had bought for herself. Playing games can be a great distraction. Let's play a game. Honey, I'm not in that mood right now. Shin Yanran vetoed Xia Yang's suggestion. Brother Xia Yang, I don't really want to play either. Come on. Xia Yang didn't give the 2 sisters a chance to refuse again and directly went to the basement to bring up the game console. After connecting the console to the screen, the joystick was shoved into the hands of the 2 sisters, and as the game began they had to maneuver the characters as well. People don't want to do anything when they are sad, but when they are busy they won't have time to think about things they shouldn't. The whole person will be much better. The 2 sisters had already begun to have part of their attention shifted to the game, and Xia Yang was on the sidelines acting as a game guide in order to enhance their gaming experience. When they encountered places they couldn't play, they instructed them, and when they reached the difficult levels Xia Yang would help them pass the difficult levels hand in hand. The production of human hormones brought on by the game finally brought a smile to their faces. Xia Yang was happy to see that his purpose had been achieved in his heart. You guys go ahead and play. I'm going to bring in a little fruit. Xia Yang pushed open the door to the room and walked out. He had originally thought that there should be no one outside the living room at this time. He walked down the hall to head for the kitchen when he found Zhou Kite drinking on the hall. A bottle of red wine, a highball glass, and a superb beauty that had been brewed by the years. She just sat there, elegantly lifting her highball glass and drinking the slightly shaking red wine inside it. The beauty between every move was stirring. Such a charming, graceful beauty has carried the wash of time but not human nature. This may be God's jealousy of a redhead. Auntie, are you okay? Xia Yang asked with concern. Zhou Kite removed a goblet and poured him a small half glass of wine and put it in front of him. Xia Yang approached only to realize that there were also empty bottles of wine on the floor. Zhou Kite had already drank a lot before he came. looks like Auntie is planning to get drunk. Xiao Yang, do you think I treated him badly? I gave him whatever he wanted, and he still cheated on me. The woman who cheated on me isn't as pretty as me. Zhao Kite spat out the truth after drinking and said what was in her heart. The two of them had lived for so many years. Even if they had a dog, the owner would be a little sad when the dog died. Auntie, this time it's his fault, not yours. You don't have to torture yourself like this. That's true. I, Zhao Kite, won't be sad for this kind of person. When I wake up drunk, I'll start a new life. Cheers. Zhao Kite raised his glass, and Xia Yang could only drink with him. Zhao Kite finished the red wine in his own glass again. Xiao Yang, Yan Yan will be in your hands from now on. You must treat her well. I will, Auntie. Zhao Kite's sadness in her heart lessened a lot when she thought that her daughter could find a reliable partner like Xia Yang. The only thing she could be thankful for now was that her daughter would be well protected by Xia Yang, and Xia Yang was not the kind of person who was ungrateful. Sisters in the room waited for Xia Yang for a long time, did not see Xia Yang back from the outside. Do not want to play the game. They threw down the handle and walked out. See the two men drinking in the living room. Mom, why didn't you call us when you were drinking? Shen Lily said. Zhao Kite's hand movements a beat. He should have taken the wine to the room to drink. This time the daughters know that the appearance he just show's just a disguise. Chapter 46, Xia Yang drunk again. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily were both in a very bad mood, and wine became a prop for them to vent their emotions. Each of the two sisters removed a highball glass, picked up the half bottle of red wine still on the table, and poured half a glass each before tilting their slender, snow-white necks back to drink the wine from their glasses. Some of the red wine snaked down the corners of their mouths, past their beautiful jade necks and into the deep valley. Zhao Kite wanted to stop them from drinking, but thought about how her daughters didn't need the help of alcohol to relax themselves a bit as much as she did. Cheers, Mom! Shen Lily took the lead and raised her goblet, and the four people's cups gently touched together with a crisp ringing sound. The bottles of red wine that Zhao Kite had taken from inside the cellar were dwindling. If they were to taste red wine, they would never drink so much, not if they were to drown their sorrows in wine. Alcohol destroys their sobriety and sensuality begins to take over. Xia Yang, in the future, will you also become like Dad? Cheating on someone else. Shen Lily was already a little on top of her head, but Xia Yang drank even more and was even more on top of her head than she was. I'm not that kind of person. Xia Yang propped himself up with his right hand, and now this villa was starting to spin in his eyes. Honey, if you really cheat, I'll let you lose your capital as a man forever. Shen Yanran, who had been drinking a lot of red wine, sobered up quite a bit the moment she heard this topic. The dizzy Xia Yang also felt a coldness in his back. Shen Lily, this topic is really not the time to say. The experience of this file, 3 women will be derailed. This thing becomes very sensitive. 3 gazes gazed at Xia Yang, very sharp. No, I can't just sit back and wait. If he didn't do something, he should wake up tomorrow and stay in the basement belt again. Auntie had just been betrayed by that bastard Shen Ting. She might agree with what Yan Yan was doing. I've only been free for a day. The last of his sanity went to thinking about it, not wanting to go back to the basement. Yuma, you have to trust me. After Xia Yang finished speaking, he very actively pried open her shell teeth and passionately kissed his girlfriend. Then he took Shen Yanran's hand and went back inside the room. Baby, let's talk about it. One night passed. He remembers that it didn't take much effort to convince his girlfriend that the fight for freedom was going incredibly well. She agreed to anything she said and completely took over. But after last night's passionate kiss in the hall, and acting impatient, he couldn't even face going out. Xia Yang muttered to himself under the covers, it's better to go home and live. The door was suddenly opened and Shen Yanran walked in. Honey, why aren't you up yet? Was it because you were too tired last night? Shen Yanran burrowed into the comforter like a beautiful snake, then hugged Xia Yang. Yan Yan, I want to go home and live, Xia Yang said as he rolled over and came face to face with his girlfriend. I pulled you back to your room in such a hurry last night in front of my aunt that I can't even face seeing him now. Shen Yanran, however, pouted. No moving back home. When Shen Yanran saw that Xia Yang didn't agree, she began to use some small means. Stop it, it's early in the morning. Xia Yang remembered that Shen Yanran came in without closing the door. It's killing me. Shen Yanran turned a deaf ear to his words, and Xia Yang panicked. When the minute hand of the clock had gone round, the comforter was mixed with the sweat of the 2 men, and Shen Yanran lay powerless in Xia Yang's arms. Go take a shower. Xia Yang touched Shen Yanran's soft green silk and helped her wipe away the sweat on her forehead. Honey, carry me. Chapter 47, Social Death. Shen Yanran enjoyed her boyfriend's attentive service inside the bathroom. Xia Yang coiled her green silk, then coated it evenly with shower gel, rinsed it off, and finally toweled off the water droplets hanging on her skin. The whole process was careful and gentle, like treating a rare treasure. Not only that, Xia Yang also helped Shin Yenran wash and blow dry her hair. The hour hand in the room pointed to 11 o'clock. Shin Yenran's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Let's go out to eat. Xia Yang had already forgotten about the matter of his social death in front of Zhao Kite after being busy. Honey, just wait a minute while I go out and spy for you. Shin Yenran lifted the quilt's slender legs exposed in the air. That edible level of exquisite lotus feet stepped on the wool carpet on the ground. It was only after his girlfriend reminded Xia Yang that he remembered there was such a thing. Huma, you're wonderful. He wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's water snake waist from behind and kissed her at her earlobe. Shin Yenran instantly turned into a puddle of soft mud and relied on Xia Yang. Alright, I know my darling has good stamina. It's already 11 o'clock. Shin Yenran turned back, her eyes full of winks. I just wanted to kiss you. Xia Yang waved his hand repeatedly, denying that he didn't have that kind of idea. 11 o'clock. It's not impossible, but I can guarantee someone will be calling us for dinner later. Shin Yenran said intentionally while getting up from the bed and walking over to the closet and picking out a purple dress to put on. Through the mirror of the closet, Hare saw that Xia Yang's eyes had been on herself, and she wasn't going to kick her boyfriend out while she was changing clothes. It's best if Ziyang is completely and utterly mesmerized by himself. Shin Yanyan was never stingy in her treatment of Xia Yang. She wanted to show her most beautiful self to Xia Yang. After she put on her clothes, she went out to help Xia Yang get the word out. In the living room, Zhao Kite was personally cooking. Shin Lily sat on a stool shaking her bony legs suitable for wearing white silk, looking at her own mother with eyes without a trace, not knowing what she was thinking. Both of them looked at Shin Yenran after she came down from the second floor. Sister, where's brother Xia Yang? Could it be that he kissed you in front of mom last night and then shyly hid inside the room and didn't dare to come down? The corner of Shin Lily's mouth lifted up in a bad smile. It's not like mom blames him. She had managed to poke the hornet's nest, and the sight of her mother and sister stung her. Zhao Kite just wanted to open his mouth. Shin Yanyan spoke in a serious tone. Lily Shin, don't think that I won't dare to teach you a lesson just because you're an adult. Where did Shin Lily dare to speak? She could only sit obediently and spit out her tongue to show that she was wrong. She didn't want to be doubled up. Shin Yenran returned upstairs after negotiating with the two. Mom and Lily were drunk last night too and don't remember anything. Xia Yang finally felt relieved when he heard his girlfriend say this. Then he put on his clothes and went downstairs with Shin Yanyan. Auntie. Xia Yang was the first to greet Zhao Kite, who was inside the kitchen, and he realized that Zhao Kite was in a much better mood. Zhao Kite let go of her inner sadness after getting drunk last night and figured out that that scum wasn't worth her grief. Drinking to drown your sorrows still works. Xiao Yang, there is antidote soup here. Come and drink a bowl, Zhao Kite said with a smile and a very gentle tone. She served a bowl of antidote soup from the pot and handed it to Xia Yang. Thank you, Auntie, Xia Yang said. Zhao Kite turned around and went back inside the kitchen. Xiao Yang, hurry up and drink it. It will make you feel better. Her voice came out from inside the kitchen. Okay, Auntie. Xia Yang blew on the antidote soup that was still radiating heat and drank it. It took a while before Zhao Kite came out from inside the kitchen and brought out fragrant delicacies. The three of them didn't sit around and went to serve the food together. And soon the food was served. Xia Yang picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into his girlfriend's bowl, then tasted another piece himself. It was really delicious. Auntie, your handiwork is fantastic too. I'll live over here from now on. Tell Auntie what you want to eat. Zhao Kite smiled when she heard Xia Yang's praise. Zhao Kite was a serious young lady of a family. She knows all kinds of talents. Cooking is just the tip of the iceberg of her talents. Shin Lily was unhappy because Xia Yang didn't give her any food. She turned her face to Zhao Kite and said, Mom, is that pot of great tonic soup ready yet? Brother Xia Yang is in need of a good tonic. Right, Brother Xia Yang? She smiled with such a pure and lovely smile, but Xia Yang was as immobile as if he had been cast in a fixation spell. Our villa is soundproofed. It can't reach the outside. Shin Lily's words were like a bolt from the blue exploding inside Xia Yang's mind. Xia Yang wanted to find a crack in the floor to drill into. Unfortunately, the inside of the villa was covered with woolen carpets. He stole a glance at Zhao Kite and realized that the latter had already gotten up and headed for the kitchen. I must have heard it, and I'm going home as soon as I finish this meal myself. Never come to the villa again. Chapter 48, The Unwilling Shin Lily. Before the soup was even brought out, that medicinal odor filled the entire living room. Xia Yang had already imagined how fierce the pot of soup was, but he really doesn't need this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kite brought out the soup, and Shin Lily attentively took the spoon in Zhao Kite's hand. Serve the big bowl full. It's almost overflowing. Come on, Brother Xia Yang. Hurry up and drink this great tonic soup that Mom has stewed for you. don't waste mom's intentions. The unpleasant smell of drugs rushed inside his nose, overpowering the aroma of the braised pork ribs and a host of other delicacies. He looked at the bowl of dark, unappealing tonic soup and moved the knot in his throat with difficulty. He is not afraid of suffering. How can a man be afraid of suffering? But once this bowl of soup was consumed, all his dignity as a man was shattered. Man, can't say no. Shunlili scooped up a spoonful of the great tonic soup and blew on it. Drink up. He looked hard at Shunlili, who was unmoved and made sure that Xia Yang drank this great tonic soup. Who told you to be so biased? Humph, Xia Yang can't be caught like this. Since Shunlili is using mom's heart to pressure him, wouldn't it be better if he pleaded with his aunt? Auntie, can I not drink this pot of great tonic soup? Xia Yang's tone showed some aggression in this situation, and Zhao Kite's heart trembled at the tip. She resisted the urge to promise Xia Yang and said, Xiao Yang, this soup is good for you. Zhao Kite's words made Xia Yang dumbfounded. How was this different from what he thought? Do we really have to have this soup today? Xia Yang was still undeterred and turned his rescuing gaze to his girlfriend. Yuma, you know me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xin Yanran. Honey, are you asking me to feed you? Xia Yang had been sitting straight up in his chair, but now he was leaning back on it helplessly. Huma, you don't love me anymore. Honey, I love you so much. Drink it quickly. Xin Yanran gave her sister a look. Lily Shen understood in seconds. What else could Xia Yang do? He could only numbly drink the great tonic soup that Shunlili fed him, and the bitter taste filled his taste buds, not realizing that he would one day be forced to drink a large tonic soup. He really wanted to stand up and say it out loud. I'm in really good shape. I don't even need this kind of stuff. At that time, Lily Shen, the little devil, would definitely say, I know, but the soup is still necessary. Xia Yang was not easy to drink the great tonic soup fed by Shunlili in the mental torment, but he did not expect that the person changed the soup did not change. This time it was my girlfriend's turn to feed herself a great soup. Yen, I'm really going to give you happiness. Can you put down the bowl of soup you're holding? Xia Yang tried to dawn on her, but Xin Yanran and Zhao Kite were just as determined to have Xia Yang drink this soup. Well, I'm sure dear. Come, drink the soup. The spoon in Xin Yanran scooped up a large spoonful of tonic soup. Xia Yang's eyes were devoid of highlights. Help me. 2 minutes later, not a single drop of the soup in the bowl was fed to her boyfriend by Xin Yanran. Let's eat. After the great tonic soup, Xia Yang couldn't eat. Now he's full of great tonic soup. He looked at Lily Shen coldly and mercilessly. She had started it all. Shunlili responded to his sweet smile. Brother Xia Yang, hurry up and eat. When you eat you can look at me however you want. Oh. Shen Yan, in order to make up for her seeing death and aiding and abetting her boyfriend just now, kept on giving dishes to Xia Yang. Xia Yang didn't even move. Honey, are you really angry? Xin Yanran asked worriedly. He was angry, but he was angry at Lily Shen. No, you eat quickly. I just had too much soup to eat. Xia Yang pinched the dishes on top of his bowl back to her with the male chopsticks. Xin Yanran heard Xia Yang said he was not angry and looked at his look. Really does not look like angry before rest assured. She couldn't afford to let Xia Yang get angry. Xia Yang, he was already feeling a bit hot now. The body slowly turned into a stove. One of those reddish ones. After lunch was over, he didn't go back to Xin Yanran's room, but went to Shunlili's room. Shunlili crossed her fingers inside the room. She knew that Xia Yang would come to her. After all, she had just started the process of letting him drink the great tonic soup. Xia Yang can't possibly find his mom to settle the score. I guess he can't afford to be angry with his sister. So who will he find if he doesn't come to himself? Everything is under control. This time Xia Yang couldn't wait to knock on the door. He was here to settle the score. What was the point of being so polite? The doorknob turned, and Xia Yang stepped into Shunlili's aroma-filled room with big strides. The body odor here was different again. You even locked the door when you came in. I thought I left it open. I'll close it for you. With his blazing body heat, he exuded hormones as he took a step closer to Shunlili, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, like an ignorant bunny. Shunlili hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Brother Xia Yang, are you here to settle the score with me? Shunlili smiled sweetly. It's me who was wrong. Brother Xia Yang can punish me however he wants. Xia Yang grabbed both of her wrists with one hand and pulled her hands over her head, pushing them onto the large soft bed. Chapter 49, Lily Shen regrets. Shunlili's hair was draped over the large bed, and a little panic was starting to build up in the heart of the little white rabbit whose freedom had been restricted. Shunlili, grow up. Dare to take the lead to force me to drink soup. Xia Yang changed his usual style and became a bit overbearing. Originally I was thinking of promising you something seeing as you brought Auntie to the villa to regain her freedom. But now that I'm in the way of your performance today, I don't think you should be rewarded, but rather punished. Xia Yang's hot nostrils hit Shunlili's neck, and the smile on her face froze. He himself missed out on Zhang's. A promise? Shunlili really regretted her intestines. Xia Yang, can you Forget what just happened. Shenlili attempted to regain what she had lost. How many wonderful things can be done with one promise? What do you say? Xia Yang asked back unflinchingly. Big deal. You can beat my ass. Brother Xia Yang, just give me back my reward, okay? No. Here, Brother Xia Yang is the best. Shenlili began to pout, her soft voice hitting Xia Yang's heart. I drank 3 bowls of great tonic soup. How are you going to compensate me? Xia Yang could not control himself somewhat. The Shenlili in front of him was now being controlled, and she also put on a look of being at the mercy of the king, which attracted love and compassion. As long as you give me back my reward, no matter what, then prepare to be punished. Xia Yang didn't take kindly to it. As long as Xia Yang was happy, she was fine. Okay, it's a deal, no backing out. When have I ever lied to you? You're the one who's been lying to me. Lily, can you be more obedient or not? Xia Yang had a bit of a headache. Shenlili was always looking to create trouble for him when he was not expecting it. It's because brother Xia Yang only gave his sister dishes and forgot about me that I disobeyed. Shenlili said accusingly. Xia Yang sighed. How had he forgotten that she was a little jealous? Next time, if there's anything you're not happy with, just say so, okay? Aha. At this time, Shenlili was very well behaved. Xia Yang let go of her hands to change to a princess carry position to pick her up from the bed and walk in the direction of the sofa. Brother Xia Yang, on the sofa? Isn't the sofa better for sprawling? Xia Yang firmly walked towards the sofa. Today he must ruthlessly beat Shenlili's ass. Let her learn a lesson. Okay, that's the way to lie down. Shenlili was manipulated by Xia Yang like an equilibrium doll. This position, shame on you. Brother Xia Yang, why don't we kiss first? Shenlili shyly turned her head and said, trying to muddle through? Not a single spanking should be missing. Xia Yang resolutely refused this tempting offer. Shenlili then remembered that she had proposed that Xia Yang spank her ass as punishment. She buried her face in the couch and waited for the blistering storm that would follow. First bitter, then sweet. Shenlili remembered the tingling sensation she felt the last time she was held down on top of the sofa and spanked by Xia Yang. It's like a spanking, not exactly a punishment. Xia Yang's palm raised, then fell. Pop clear sound echoed in this big room. It's easy for those who don't know to get some sort of weird misunderstanding. Xia Yang stayed inside Shenlili's room for 3 or 4 bells at a time. When he came out of it, he was refreshed. The whole person was much better after releasing the fire in his heart. Shenlili fell asleep with tear stains still hanging on her face. Whose ass could withstand such a beating from Xia Yang? She no longer dared to take the lead in forcing Xia Yang to drink this great tonic soup. If time and space could be turned back, she would rather drink it herself than let Xia Yang drink this stuff. But unfortunately, she was not Lang Xuanyue and did not have the supernatural ability to manipulate time. Xia Yang gently closed the door of Shenlili's room and left. Let her rest well. He hadn't eaten in the morning or at noon, and was thinking of going to the first floor to find something to fill his stomach. After eating his fill, he went up to the second floor. When Xia Yang returned to Shen Yanran's room, she was remotely processing something, handing over the work that she had done inside the former Shinting's company. From now on, she would be responsible for taking care of the company in Zhao Kite's hands. Zhao's company was much bigger, and Shinting's company was no match for Zhao Kite's. Old Master Zhao likes Zhao Kite as his daughter the most and gives the most. Xia Yang hugged Shen Yanran from behind. At work, Shen Yanran's action of knocking to the keyboard gave a beat, and said, well, the company's business is busy these days. However, she still put down her work to accompany Xia Yang. Chapter 50 Work. Xia Yang came back, and Shen Yanran stopped the handover of work. She turned around and hugged her boyfriend, sniffing his body. In addition to the scent belonging to Xia Yang, also smelled the aroma that only her own sister had. Honey, you just went to see Lily, didn't you? Well, I punished her well. Xia Yang touched his nose. Alas, it's really cheap for her. Shen Yanran's tone was filled with loss inside. If Shenlili were here, she would definitely say, Sister, Xia Yang, he's simply not human. It's better to let you have this kind of favor. I don't want it. 3 bowls of great tonic soup. Is it good? Shen Yanran's luxuriant hand was hovering over Xia Yang's shirt. Xia Yang's breathing became heavy again. Who can stand up to a siren like Shen Yanran? Not good. Honey, good medicine tastes bitter. Shen Yanran gently pushed Xia Yang and slipped out of his arms. She leaned on the table where she had just worked, her posture tantalizing, worthy of being the daughter born from this extremely beautiful woman. Zhao Kite, all of them were beautiful and seductive. Xia Yang felt his body temperature rise again. Shen Yanran sensed that Xia Yang was looking at her slender legs that were wrapped in black silk. With her autumn eyes flowing, she guessed the matter. Honey, do you like black, or white? Black. Shen Yanran smiled flirtatiously when she heard Xia Yang's reply and stretched her waist while leaning on the table. The devil's body is on display. I know. I'll get you something in black next time. Alright, I have to work, so make yourself at home, dear. Shen Yanran's fingers tapped the desktop, wanting to sit back in her chair. Xia Yang couldn't even react. That's it? After all this time, you're saying you want to work? The work is never done. Huma. Don't you understand? Xia Yang kept getting closer to Shen Yanran, and finally the two of them were able to kiss each other just by moving forward a little bit. Jealous? He asked. How could Shen Yanran be jealous of her sister? She just wanted to flirt with her boyfriend. I still have to work. Honey, it's better to go find someone else to play with, Shen Yanran said daintily, wanting to refuse. Find someone else to play with? There are only 3 people in this villa besides him. Shen Lily is asleep. Xia Yang wouldn't be polite to his girlfriend. Then let me come along and help you work properly. Xia Yang's tone carried a kind of dominance, and Shen Yanyan couldn't hold on to it for a bit. She ended up losing, and Xia Yang, who she had obviously molested, ended up offering kisses out of love. She had no regrets about losing to Xia Yang. It was getting late. Shen Yanran also fell asleep in bed, not even wanting to eat or take a bath. After cleaning up, he kissed his girlfriend who had fallen asleep from the exertion of her work and went downstairs to eat. Shen Lily's room door also opened at this time, and after seeing Xia Yang, the door immediately closed. She remembered that she had just cried in front of Xia Yang and didn't even have the face to come out. Lily, come out to eat when you wake up. Xia Yang walked to her room door and knocked. If she didn't go to call Shen Lily herself, she wouldn't even have to eat her meal tonight. That's no good. You'll starve your stomach. Shen Lily opened the door of the room a little, revealing half of her reddish, pretty face. Brother Xia Yang, you're not going to laugh at me, are you? How come? Come out quickly. Xia Yang made a head-touching kill before Shen Lily was willing to come out. I like brother Xia Yang the most. Shen Lily enjoyed Xia Yang's touch and became like a kitten. Zhao Kite was waiting for them to come down for dinner down there. Lily, why didn't your sister come down for dinner? Zhao Kite served Xia Yang and Shen Lily with rice. She was hands-on when it came to taking care of her daughter. Otherwise, with Zhao Kite's wealth and status, there was no need for her to go in and out of the kitchen. Sister is asleep, so she probably won't come down again tonight, Shen Lily blurted out. Although she didn't go to Shen Yanran's room, she was sure that her sister must be resting right now. Dinner was almost gone in no time. Lily, just put the bowl here after you guys finish eating later. I'll go back to my room first. After saying that, the Cheongsam-clad Zhao Kite elegantly walked back to her room and closed the door. That's when a call came in out of the blue. Chapter 51, Unrequited Love. Zhao Kite picked up her cell phone and saw that the caller was Shin Ting. She didn't have to think about it to know that word of the divorce must have gotten out and been confirmed, and the upper circles started to put a blockade on him as a softie. Without the Zhao family behind him, Shin Ting was nothing in their eyes. Zhao Kite immediately hung up the phone and pulled Shin Ting's phone number into the blacklist, then put the phone down and no longer pay attention to this scum. Even if Shin Ting knelt in front of her and kowtowed to her now, Zhao Kite would never forgive this ungrateful scum. Not using the Zhao family's power to hang him for his little family fortune was already considered a great mercy. After she hung up the phone, she went out to see if her daughter and the girls had finished eating. How could Xia Yang let Zhao Kite clean up the dishes? The two of them washed the bowls and wiped the table after they finished eating. Everything was organized and clean. Shen Ting, who had been blacklisted, was furious. His divorce from Zhao Kite was the result of years of pent-up resentment coming to a head, and he regretted it the next day. The original thought was that the love between husband and wife for many years could not be broken just like that, right? Besides, they still have 2 daughters. As a result, the company's largest project immediately appeared to be a problem. Everything has been negotiated. Just to sign the contract step, the partner said no and quit. The bosses of the various companies who usually greeted him with a smile on their faces are now not answering when he calls. His first thought was that it was Zhao Kite who was using the power of the Zhao family to strangle him. He was instantly angry and pulled out the phone to call Zhao Kite, wanting to say on the phone that she is cruel. At least one day husband and wife. Divorce is not a feud. I didn't expect Zhao Kite to even pick up his phone and directly pull into the blacklist. Shen Ting, this scum, really has no self-awareness at all. It is obvious that he is the one who cheated on his wife, but he also wanted to make a move on Zhao Kite at the scene of the adultery arrest. If it was not for Xia Yang's intervention, the current Zhao Kite would have already turned into a one-eyed beauty. Charmed. Besides, before the divorce, Shen Ting thought all day long that he was a genius at running a company and that his own efforts were the primary factor in his success. Now that he didn't have the Zhao family to back him up, he was in a hurry. Shen Ting thought about it and felt that this was not the way to go on. He had to go find Zhao Kite. He drove to the entrance of the villa and the security staff wouldn't let him in. Zhao Kite had long ago instructed the bodyguards of the villa and the security personnel at the entrance of the villa area in case this scum sneaked in. No matter what he did, the security personnel blocked him like an iron wall. Shen Ting, a bully, didn't dare to make a move against these personnel from the top security company. If you don't leave, we're going to blast you out. The security captain at the head got impatient, and with a wave of his hand a few strong men walked up. You dared to speak to me like that. Wait for me. Shen Ting felt humiliated. He's going to call his daughters to come out and back him up. The security chief's sharp look made him leave the doorway in his dust and run across the street to make a phone call. He first called Shen Yanran's phone, and the beeping sound rang for a long time without being answered. Then he called Shin Lily's phone. Shin Lily is sharing some tips and experiences with her girlfriends, who are listening with great interest on the other end of the phone. The prompt of the phone suddenly broke into the video chat screen. Seeing the name of the caller originally laughing and smiling, Shin Lily's face became expressionless. Decisively hung up Shin Ting's phone. She had not forgotten the scene in the hotel. Her own scum father was caught cheating on his wife, and also took a shot at her mother, who had always tried her best to help him. She couldn't forgive Shin Ting. Shin Lily's small hand quickly tapped the screen of her cell phone a few times and pulled him into the blacklist as well. "Sure, Shen. I'll talk to you some other time." "What's wrong?" Mu Shirshian asked. Shin Lily had just gotten to the point, and she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight until she heard it all. Shin Lily directly hung up the video call with her best friend, and both mother and daughter lost their good mood because of Shin Ting's call. It is said that people are divided into groups and things are gathered together, and Shin Lily's best friend Mu Shirshian is also a super beauty. The main thing is that Shin Lily can be pure and lustful, and when she is pure and beautiful, she is the perfect first love in the hearts of boys. If you show a little bit of flirtatiousness inherited from your mother, it is even more overwhelming. This was something Xia Yang knew well. As for Mu Shirshian, she was the type of a great lady, with excellent temperament and connotation, a classical beauty. When Shin Lily told her one night that she had a love interest, Mu Shirshian was surprised that there would be anyone who didn't like their best friend. Out of curiosity, she asked Shin Lily for a photo of Xia Yang, when Shin Lily was also in a time of sorrow and needed someone to talk to, so she sent over a side photo of Xia Yang. The person in the photo was like a fairy in the dust, and what was worse was that he was smiling, ruthlessly touching Mu Shirshuan's heartstrings. Shin Lily complained of a string of messages after a string of messages sent over but could not get a reply from her best friend anymore. Mu Shirshian stared blankly at Xia Yang in the photo and had difficulty returning to her senses. She also unconsciously stroked her unmarried hands up to the screen of her cell phone. How in the world? Since then, Mu Shirshian fell in love with someone she had never met. Perhaps her feelings are better described as unrequited love. Falling in love, that's a two-person thing. Mu Shirshian would laze around in her free time, looking at the white clouds in the sky and the pedestrians on the street. Think of the man she fell in love with. Inside her room was a locked drawer containing some letters and a novel she had written herself. The heroine of the novel is her, boldly writing his name as the hero in a novel only she can see. In it, there are meeting each other, blazing love, newlyweds, family harmony, wind and snow, having children and growing old together. Inside the letters, on the other hand, were words of sincere love, letters that may never be received by him, but it had become her way of sending her thoughts. Later, there was a hidden center in her chat with Lily Shen. As long as she was informed of news about him, Mu Shirshian was happy. After Shin Lily hung up the video call, he looked at the chat record on it and opened the photo. Substitute himself into the plot in it and fantasized that Xia Yang is in love with himself. The phone's screen rested after a minute, but Mu Shirshian didn't have time to light it up. She was now filled with Xia Yang. After a while, she fell asleep just thinking about someone. Chapter 52, Nightmares Haunt You. Shin Ting made 2 calls in a row without anyone answering, and threw his cell phone on the ground in anger. "It's fine if I don't see it. I don't believe that your Zhao family can still drive me to the brink of extinction." He got into his car and left. Shin Ting still thinks that his 2 daughters do not answer the phone as Zhao Kite in the middle of it, and even he has fallen into the point of betrayal do not know. He really thought too badly of Zhao Kite. He imagined others to be like that just because he himself was like that. After a while, Shin Ting's proud company will have a series of problems such as a broken capital chain, and the company will fall apart. He couldn't even fill the hole after he put his entire fortune into it after the chain of funds broke. Ended up with nothing. His secretary, who said she could fulfill any request he made, looked at him with disgust after he lost his money and status, and then went into the arms of another boss. After Xia Yang returned to his room and took a shower, he blew dry his hair and snuggled up to his girlfriend and went to sleep. That nightmare repeats itself. The exact same scene, where the parents battle the dragon and lose in the end. He snapped out of his sleep and opened his eyes, then sat up holding his forehead. It's too real. The clock says it's only 2 o'clock at night. That real nightmare had just sent chills through his body, and with this long night, panic was starting to wrap around him like a vine. What the hell is going on? After hours of agonizing, it was finally dawn. Shen Yanran, who had rested early last night, also woke up. She was still a little sleepy, but when she saw Xia Yang's face was haggard and his eyes were covered with blood, she wrapped her hands around her boyfriend's neck like a beautiful snake and gave him a shallow kiss. "Honey, what's wrong? Say something and I'll help you out." Xia Yang reluctantly smiled, hugged Shin Yanran and said, "Nothing much happened, just had the exact same nightmare as when he was in the hospital. Let me hug you." Shin Yanran, who was originally in Xia Yang's arms, hugged Xia Yang, and the panic in his heart was dispersed quite a bit. Last night, as he thought about it, he thought of Lang Frost Moon, who had awakened her time ability. It was morning 8 class today, so later ask her if she could travel back in time to before her parents had disappeared and figure out where the hell they'd gone. Get up and have breakfast. I have class today and I have to go to school later. Well, let me help you get dressed. Shen Yanran took out a set of casual clothes from inside the closet and put them on for Xia Yang. Early in the morning, Xia Yang enjoyed an unusual treatment. This treatment comes at a price, and the price is that he has to help his girlfriend dress as well. Xia Yang was happy to do so. Going to work today? Xia Yang asked, wearing a lady's suit if he was going to work, and a skirt or something if he was at home. Going to visit Zhao's company. Xia Yang was not at home. Shen Yanran naturally had to go to work. She wanted to use the money she earned to support her boyfriend. He took out a set of OL clothes from inside the large closet and first put on Shen Yanran's lady's blouse inside, followed by a wrap-around skirt. Shen Yanran's 2 slender legs were stacked together, so Xia Yang knew that she meant to put on stockings. It was also his first time helping a woman get dressed and he was inexperienced, but it would have been much easier if it had been the other way around. Xia Yang brought black silk from the closet again, 2 beautiful legs silky smooth wrapped in black silk. Like Shen Yanyan, this type of woman can perfectly handle the black silk. Xia Yang felt his mouth a little dry. This was too seductive. Huma, you might as well wear long pants to work. All at your service, Shen Yanran said with a smile. This feeling of being treated as a treasure was great. If you don't wear black silk, you don't wear black silk. Xia Yang found another set that was with long pants. Even so, it still couldn't hide the charm Shen Yanran exuded. Female friends being too pretty can be a blessed annoyance. Unbeknownst to Shen Yanran, she bears this kind of trouble more, and she is always on guard against the women outside. Shen Lily finished eating long ago and went to school. Zhao Kite was eating with Shen Lily. Shen Yanran insisted on sending Xia Yang to school after eating, and he had no choice but to agree. Lung Xuanya knew that Xia Yang would come to school today and came to the school entrance early. She heard a faint meow coming from the side of the green belt, which was nothing like a normal cat's purr. Pushing aside the green belt, she saw an unforgiving sight. The cat was dying. The injuries on its body looked like it had been abused, and it was trembling as it raised its front paws to Lang Frost Moon for help, its eyes overflowing with tears. Lang Frost Moon was only cold in nature, not hard-hearted. She covered her hand over Cat's soft fur. A burst of silver light wrapped the cat around her. It was her awakened time ability. You can't save it. A voice rang out in her head, and she immediately heard that it was the one who had given her powers. However, Lung Frost Moon still unleashed her powers. Alas, after a long sigh, the voice inside Lung Frost Moon's mind disappeared. Cat stood up and rubbed her head affectionately against Lung Frost Moon's hand, and Cold Frost Moon wondered why she couldn't save the cat. Soon she realized that there was a limit to the amount of abundant alien energy in her body, and had just spent some of it. The appearance of the red sports car interrupted Lung Xuanyue's thoughts. Xia Yang was here. Before she got close, she saw Xia Yang get down from the driver's seat, and then Shen Yanran also got down from the car and kissed Xia Yang, and the two of them said something else. Only in the end did Shen Yanran leave satisfied. Lang Fengyue had a hard time watching Xia Yang being so intimate with Shen Yanran. Obviously, she had already decided that she would just watch Xia Yang achieve happiness, but her heartache told her again that there was no way she could accept such a fact. Cold Frost Moon picked Cat up. Xia Yang also saw Lung Frost Moon after he approached. Frost Moon, is this the kitten you have? No, just picked it up. As usual, the two walked side by side inside the school. The rescued cat sensed that its rescuer was in a bad mood and pouted. It seems it was a domesticated cat before, not a stray cat on the street. The cute cat pampering didn't cure Lung Frost Moon's heartache. More and more in her heart, she wanted to go back to 3 years ago, to before she had lost Xia Yang. Lang Fengyue didn't know that the mysterious person who gave her the alien energy didn't let her save Cat for a reason. The alien energy she gave Lang Fengyue was only enough to travel with 3 years ago. It was hard for her to predict what would happen after crossing over with less energy. Another reason was that this ability had a cooldown. Lung Frost Moon had saved a cat. It would be on cooldown for at least a week. Lung Fengyue put the cat down outside the classroom and told it to stay outside. After the class was over, the class president kept the students who were leaving and solicited for a class activity. Everyone agreed. Classmate Lang, are you going? The class president took the registration form and came to Lang Frosty Moon, who gently nodded her head. Xia Yang didn't even open his mouth when he saw the class president write his name as well. In the mind of the squad leader was the thought, the fiancé has gone. You, the fiancé, must also go. Chapter 53, Cream Cake. When he walked out of the classroom, Xia Yang pulled up Lang Shuanyue's flawless jade hand and walked towards the pavilion in the lake in the park. It couldn't be here to request her to use her time ability to go back in time to see where her parents had actually gone. Lang Shuanyu froze as she was pulled by Xia Yang's hand, as if she had turned into a puppet on strings. This is too sudden. She didn't know where Xia Yang was going to take herself. It didn't matter where she went. The warmth coming from her hand was really telling her that this wasn't a dream, not the dream she had every night. Walking hand in hand with Xia Yang on campus was something that Lang Shuanyu had thought about for I don't know how many times. The eyes of the students on the roadside were focused on the two of them, and her gaze was on Xia Yang's perfect side face that was close at hand. She pushed down the thoughts that kept surfacing in her mind, cherishing this precious time. After Xia Yang brought Lang Shuanyu inside the pavilion, he let go of her hand. Frost Moon, can you use your powers to go back in time to see where my parents actually went? I've been having nightmares about them a lot lately, Xia Yang said eagerly. Lang Shuanyu did not expect Xia Yang to find herself for this matter. Her father had already told her the whereabouts of her uncle and aunt, but saying it would only make the current Xia Yang more anxious. Do you have to go back in time to stop your aunt and uncle from leaving Xia Yang? They could even leave their own son behind, so I'm sure it would be useless for them to step in. She frowned slightly. Xia Yang's heart was filled with loss when he saw Lang Frostmoon's face in distress. He knew that Lang Shuanyue wouldn't not help herself, and there was only one possibility for this situation right now, and that was that Lang Shuanyue's psychic ability wasn't that powerful to be able to go back to 3 years ago directly. Traveling through time and space for 3 years is such an anticlimax. It was whimsical to come up with such a ridiculous idea myself. Xia Yang, who was full of loss, made Lang Shuanyue's heart clench. Lang Shuanyu had never refused Xia Yang's request since she was a child. For the request made by Xia Yang, she would coldly say ahem to indicate her agreement after hearing it. The execution was uncompromising. She had spoiled her fiancé since she was a child, but unfortunately, she was halfway plucked by Xing Yanran. She opened her mouth and said what was on her mind. Xia Yang, I can go back 3 years ago, but I can't change anything. After all, they must have something very important in mind for even leaving you behind. Hearing this reply, Xia Yang's spirit lifted. Frost Moon, you just have to let me show up when mom and dad leave. I'll naturally ask them where they're going. Aha! Lang Shuanyue directly agreed. There was no consideration of whether or not there would be any danger, as it was still the first time she had traveled through time and space with her supernatural ability. What if it doesn't come back? Xia Yang laughed, and the feeling she had gripped her heart was gone. Lang Shuanyue ran her body's supernatural ability, and the silver light only flickered for a moment, not wrapping around her entire body. Her light and watery mind rippled, having promised Xia Yang herself. Under Xia Yang's expectant gaze, she closed her eyes and felt the alien energy. The silvery light was still there, but it didn't reflect no matter how much it was manipulated. Like the skill went into CD. Is it because you saved the kitten this morning? Lang Fengyue felt that at the very least, she would have to wait a week before she could use this silver energy again. Xia Yang, my psychic ability has entered a cooling off period. I used my supernormal ability to save Cat this morning, and I can't use it again for a short period of time. Lang Fengyue's eyes were lowered. She felt that she had failed Xia Yang. Xia Yang people in the pavilion mood, but like riding a roller coaster. Lost to lost, it cannot be helped. Let's try it when it finishes cooling down then. Xia Yang spread his hands. He could see that Lang Frost Moon was blaming herself, so he talked to her about the class activities. Look at the notice in the group that the class activity is going to be a camping trip to the wilderness and an overnight stay. Do we want to go and buy some of the things we need for camping now? The class president was worried that it wouldn't meet our individual needs and said that he would only be responsible for buying the tents and food, and that individuals would need to buy the rest on their own. I'll prepare these for you. Lang Shuanyue's stunningly beautiful face carried determination. The fish are hooked. Great. Remember to prepare more strawberries for me? I haven't had any in a while. Come on, let's go eat. Xia Yang took the lead and walked out of the pavilion, but not at a fast speed. Lang Shuanyu followed. Strawberries were Lang Frostmoon's favorite food. Xia Yang knew that, and she herself knew it even better. The hands of the two men would occasionally touch each other while walking, and at this point, if one of them took the initiative, they could very simply take the hand of the make one of them, and even manage to slip their fingers into each other's, interlocking their fingers. Lang Shuanyu's inner heart was at war with heaven and earth. Every time she rubbed against Xia Yang's hand, she always wanted to hold on to it, feel the warmth inside his hand. Finally, when she was at the school entrance, she gathered the courage to gently hold Xia Yang's hand. Xia Yang stopped walking and turned his head to look at Lang Shuanyue and asked, "What's wrong?" "There is a car," Lang Shuanyue said indifferently, but held Xia Yang's hand tighter. She had come to school in the morning in the family car and had forgotten to inform the driver at lunchtime that he wasn't coming to pick her up. Xiaoyang looked at the car that slowly stopped 10 meters away from him and didn't know what to say. It could be that Lang Xuanyue has been extra careful with cars since she was hit by one herself last time, he thought in his heart. Don't worry so much, the car is still a long way off. Lang Xuanyue was silent. Of course she knew that car would not have hit Xiaoyang, and she also recognized that her own family's car, but if she didn't use that excuse, what was she supposed to do to hold hands with someone she liked? A competent female driver got down from the business car and respectfully said to Lang Xuanyue, "Miss, please get on the car, ride home with me." "No, I still have some things to do. You go first." Xiaoyang didn't want Lang Xuanyue to send herself to the villa. It would cause unnecessary harm to her. Lang Xuanyue slowly released Xiaoyang's hand. The female driver opened the door for her. "Bye, see you tomorrow." Inside the business car, Lang Xuanyue raised her right hand, which still had Xiaoyang's temperature on it. "Go to the shopping center first." She remembered she still had to get things ready for camping. "Yes," the female driver responded. After the business car disappeared inside his gaze, Xiaoyang planned to go and check on Shen Yanran. Visiting? Well, if this little jealous girl, Shen Lily, knew that she went to see her sister without seeing her. Finished, Xiaoyang managed to learn the lesson from the last time he drank a large tonic soup and took Shen Lily into consideration. This little ninny likes to eat. Seems to like buttercream. Xiaoyang's mind flashed to the way Shen Lily had cream at the corner of her mouth when she ate the cream cake. Go get some. He hailed a cab and set off toward one of the better dessert stores in the neighborhood. Chapter 54, Bold Avni. Waiting to get out of the car to realize that this dessert store has not far from Shen Lily's school. May be here because it is a school. There is a lot of traffic. Xiaoyang bought a cream cake that looked pretty good, and although Shen Lily liked cream cakes, she would only eat a tiny one at most. The sisters, oh no. Mother and daughter all three managed their bodies very strictly. Lily Shen often went to dance classes, while Yan Shen and Iris Xiao did yoga or other exercises at home. In fact, they belong to the kind of how to eat will not be fat body, but still strict requirements for themselves. Xiaoyang walked and arrived at the entrance of the school. Shen Lily attended this school are the children of the upper social class. There are parents at noon to visit the students is also possible. Once you've verified your identity, you're in. Since it was the first time Xiaoyang had seen Shen Lily at school, the call was transferred from the janitor's office to Shen Lily's homeroom teacher and then to her side. The identity of Xiaoyang was finally confirmed. You wait here for a moment. A teacher will come over later to take you to meet Ms. Shen Lily. Okay. Xiaoyang could only take the carefully wrapped cream cake and wait in the special waiting area at the entrance. The girls who had something to go out couldn't move their eyes when they saw Xiaoyang at the door. This is too handsome. They didn't dare to go up and ask for Xiaoyang's phone number. After waiting for a while, a foreign beauty with a blonde hair and blue eyes with a hot body in front and back walked over, wearing a gray sleeveless sweater and a wraparound skirt. The top of the sweater had amazing curved undulations. I have to admit that foreign countries are still uniquely placed in this regard. This kind of dress is rarely matched with stockings and high heels, and those eye-catching super long legs make people gulp wildly. Avni had no intention of hiding her hot body. She was like a supermodel on the runway Ofen International Fashion Show, openly accepting the admiring glances of others. A hot and sexy woman like this can make a man hot just by throwing a flying kiss at him or ruffling her long blonde wavy hair without even realizing it. Xiaoyang didn't notice such a beautiful woman approaching. He was thinking about what to bring for lunch to his girlfriend later. Avni's eyes were full of surprise after seeing Xiaoyang. She'd met a lot of men. Wild ones, gentlemen, romantic ones, rich ones, and none of them had captured her heart. But the man in front of her made her feel like falling in love. My God, is he the love of my life? Avni walked over, and Xiaoyang, who was in deep thought, saw a pair of extremely tantalizing legs appear in front of him. These beautiful legs were the longest he had ever seen in his memory. Hello, I'm Shen Lily's homeroom teacher. Avni's gaze stayed fixed on Xiaoyang, and her fiery gaze didn't restrain in the slightest. The two men each had different cultural environments and behaved differently. Xiaoyang slightly avoided her naked sight. Stayed in the villa for a long time. Forgot to bring a mask out. No wonder I went to buy a cream cake by myself and the pretty girl at the register said there was some kind of special offer for free. Lang Xuanyue also noticed that Xiaoyang was not wearing a mask, but did not remind him. Hello teacher, I'm his brother. Xiaoyang was a bit curious how it was a foreign beauty who was Shen Lily's homeroom teacher. What's unusual about this school might be the bilingualism? Internationally connected? Xiaoyang no longer dwelled on this issue. People must be capable of being hired by such an aristocratic school. I think I'm right when I say that I'm Shen Lily's brother, right? These thoughts flashed through his mind as his outstretched hand wasn't taken and the glamorous Avni came closer to him. What's going on here? The full red lips fell on the left and right side of Xiaoyang's cheeks, and he didn't even dare to move. That's how we greet people in our country, Avni said with a smile. At the same time her gaze swept over Xiaoyang's thin lips. Yes, is it? Ha ha ha. Sure. The bold Avni was a clear contrast to the confined Xiaoyang. Avni's country does have this kind of greeting, but that depends on the person. Xia Yang, who didn't know much about other countries' cultures, just followed Avni in this confusion towards the office, where Shinlili was waiting for him. Xia Yang looked at Avni, who was leading the way in front of him, and his gaze was not appropriate anywhere. Fortunately, Xia Yang had been through the mill, and his own girlfriend was a top-notch beauty, so he still had enough self-control in the face of the sexy and hot Avni. MS, Shinlili is inside, so I won't bother you. Thanks. Avni left after looking at Xia Yang, and Xia Yang relaxed. He always had a feeling that he would be eaten up around this kind of fiery woman. It's horrible. He went into the office, and Shinlili, who was originally sitting on the sofa drinking tea, jumped straight into his arms. Make it sound like you haven't seen me in ages. Has Lily eaten yet? I brought you cream cake. It's different. This time it was brother Xia Yang who took the initiative to come to the school to look for me. Shinlili took the cream cake in Xia Yang's hand and unwrapped it. Put on the gloves you were given and pick it up and take a small bite to savor it. Lily Shin was now overflowing with happiness. Favorite people send themselves favorite foods. What's not to love about life? The corners of Shinlili's mouth were still covered in cream as usual after she finished the cake. Xia Yang drew a few paper towels and wanted to help her wipe it off. No, this is fine. Shinlili refused, then stretched out her flexible tongue to roll the cream at the edge of her mouth into her mouth. This action was so smooth and light that Xia Yang didn't even have time to wipe her. I'll go then. I have to bring your sister food. Xia Yang watched Shinlili finish the cream cake and was ready to leave. There was nothing to do by staying here. It wasn't like he was at home. No, brother Xia Yang, stay for another 10 minutes, okay? Mom said that I'm most into running to the house all the time and I'm not allowed to go home tonight. Shinlili pulled Xia Yang's hand to prevent him from leaving. Okay, it can only stay for another 10 minutes. The soft-hearted Xia Yang still promised her. For the next 10 minutes Shinlili leaned on Xia Yang's shoulder and rested with her eyes closed. By the agreed-upon 10 minutes Shinlili reluctantly let go of Xia Yang, drop him off at the school gates before returning to class. Xia Yang was about to stop a cab to find his girlfriend when Avni came to him in front of him in a pricey sports car and lowered the window. I think I can give you a ride. Avni took off her ink, and her sexy face was presented in front of Xia Yang, and from this viewpoint where Xia Yang was standing, he could also see some different scenery. Teacher, no. I'll just take a taxi. Xia Yang refused. He didn't want to get too close to this bold woman. It was too dangerous. Avni didn't even listen to what Xia Yang said and opened the passenger door herself. The two men are frozen in a stalemate. Up, or not? Chapter 55, Terrible. It was not up to Xia Yang. Avni is not the busty woman people say she is. On the contrary, she is smart and capable. Academic qualifications put out can be compared to Xing Yanran, who went to a top foreign institution for further study. The car behind them was honking its horn, and all the pressure from the horn was given to Xia Yang, who didn't want to get into the car, because Avni was acting like I'm not leaving until you get in the car. She was forcing Xia Yang to give in and obediently bound into her car. On the contrary, Xia Yang is the kind of person who has a strong sense of public morality, and the moral condemnation of bringing trouble to others because of himself forces Xia Yang to get into Avni's fragrant car. He quickly went to the passenger door and got in and closed it. Drive. Okay. The corners of Avni's mouth quirked up in a smug smile. It was as if she were a cowgirl on horseback, close behind her prey, waving a lasso in her hand about to snare it and tie it up to take it home. What happens to the prey after the door is closed is up to the hunter, whether to savor the prey, or first to teach the prey. Teach it to be a qualified pet. This is something to think about. She probably didn't have an ounce of patience when it came to this prey, and went straight for the jugular. Where to? Avni asked. She was in a very good mood right now. Zhao's Enterprise. Xia Yang understood that he was already inside the cage, and he wasn't going to say another word. Zhao Enterprises. I know someone over there. Maybe you do too. Avni hit the steering wheel to the right. The advantage she was blessed with was now a hindrance. It was almost touching the steering wheel, and driving was inconvenient. Xia Yang looked out the window, ignoring this extremely beautiful foreign woman who was plotting against him. It's better not to come to school to see Shinlili in the future. By her knowing that she went to see Xing Yanran not come to see her also eat a little jealousy. Go back to make themselves difficult. If you come, it's like Yang entering a tiger's mouth, and you will be swallowed alive by the extremely hot and passionate creature next to you. For others this is the accumulation of 8 lifetimes of blessings. For Xia Yang is to figure a moment of pain and ruin a lifetime. Although he hadn't been in the basement for a long time, but Xia Yang clearly remembered that his female friend was a sickly girl. Even Auntie won't be able to get herself out by then. Avni knew that she had shown too much directness and was sensed by Xia Yang to be aware of her intentions. It can't be helped. People in their country are just very direct. Like this. I love you too. Then cuddling and kissing each other lightly and moving in together that night are common occurrences. She is at heart an active, bold, unabashed character. You're not Lily Shin's brother, are you? Taking advantage of the time gap between waiting for the signal light, she turned her head to admire her favorite person. Xia Yang still remained silent. Maybe this school had done a statistical survey on the students' backgrounds. It was normal for her to know that she wasn't Shin Lily's brother. Shin Yenran and I were classmates, and she has someone she loves very much, which must be you, Avni continued. It seems that what I wore today wasn't glamorous enough for him to hold back from looking at me. Since you know that I'm Shin Yenran's boyfriend, you're still looking at me with that kind of gaze? Xia Yang's tone was surprised. What the hell is this? How can you play like this? The light went green and Avni withdrew her undisguised gaze, lifted the clutch with her super long legs and hit the gas. I don't know her very well, and my dad taught me from a young age that a winner is a winner. Even though I've only met you for the first time, your charms have already hooked me, and you have to go for what you like, don't you? Xia Yang couldn't communicate with Avni, a foreigner. The logic was different. The concepts were different. The same thing is that one would fall in love with someone else. Alas, it looked like this fiery goddess had decided on herself. Am I beautiful? Avni asked. Asking a man for the first time if she was beautiful, there was no doubt about it. Xia Yang couldn't argue with this point, and after sweeping a glance, he said, beautiful, so do you like me? Xia Yang. Avni was already doing her best to lay the groundwork. She had wanted to ask this question when Zhang got into the car. Destination reached. The voice of navigation saved Zhang. The robot voice pack was so melodious in this moment. Couldn't stay any longer. Xia Yang had a gut feeling that whether he said he liked it or said he didn't like it, Avni wouldn't let himself go. Slipping away, the car slowed to a stop, and Xia Yang wanted to hurriedly unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car. How could Avni let him have his way? The white hand pressed down on the seatbelt pin. Then the whole person got up from the driver's seat and pressed onto Xia Yang, who was bound by the seatbelt. She smelled good, but not cloying, the kind of scent that was intoxicating. Xia Yang was about to vigorously push Avni away when he felt a coolness in his earlobe and then lost his strength. Don't move, or I'll plant a strawberry on your neck. Do you want it? Xia Yang even held his breath, afraid that Avni would do what she said. How can he still go to see Shin Yenran? It's back to the basement when we get caught, right? Tell me your name. Avni sniffed Zhang's breath at the nape of her neck. Xia Yang. What else could he do? Only to obey obediently. Lend me your cell phone. After she finished speaking, she started to look for Xia Yang's cell phone by herself. His face changed. The cell phone isn't on this side. Avni, however, said in a meaningful tone, you don't want to be planted with strawberries either, do you? Her bright red lips nudged the skin in a threatening gesture. Xia Yang could only silently endure Avni's threats. Avni used Xia Yang's cell phone to make her own call, then said, if you're bored at night, you can call me. I'm a very interesting person. She blew gently into Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang's eyes were red. Hold on. Hold back. Hold on. It's killing me. He just wanted to leave now, and he didn't know what would happen if he waited any longer. Avni returned the cell phone to Xia Yang. He didn't want the cell phone, how could he call him himself? Xia Yang lost and found his cell phone, panicked and got out of the car, and even forgot to close the door. You are my darling. Sooner or later I will conquer you. Avni sent a flying kiss to the running Xia Yang. For the first time, Xia Yang experienced the boldness of foreign beauties, and washed his face with cold water to make it less flamboyant. Masks. Next time you come out, make sure you wear a mask. Boys have to protect themselves out there too. He confirmed with the bathroom mirror a few times that there was really nothing on it before he dared to go to Shin Yenran. I forgot to buy rice. Xia Yang suddenly remembered that he was going to bring food to his girlfriend. Who knew that there was this unexpected appearance of Avni in the middle? Chapter 56, Pain and Pleasure. Xia Yang came to the front desk of Zhao's enterprise after running to buy a meal. May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist smiled genuinely, and she swore that this time it was from her heart, not a professional fake smile as usual. People will always become friendly when faced with handsome men and women. No, I'll make a call to my girlfriend to let him come down and find me, okay? Xia Yang pulled out his cell phone to call Shin Yenran in the face of the young lady's inquiry. The communication had only beeped before it was picked up, and she had set a special ringtone for Xia Yang. Hey Yuma, I came to the office to see you and I'm here at the front desk now. I'll be right down now. Shin Yenyan hung up the communication after saying excitedly and took the president's special elevator straight down. The receptionist lady had just heard what Xia Yang had exchanged with Shin Yenran. Zhao's company was one of the two famous concentrations of beautiful women in the business world, and the headquarters were all female employees. It was very likely that Xia Yang had come here to see his girlfriend. Did she just hear the handsome man in front of her call the person on the other end of the phone Huma? How does it coincide with the name of the recently appointed president? Wow, front row for Melon. This handsome man is a real heartthrob to see more of. The receptionist lady still wanted to take pictures of Xia Yang's collection, but she felt that Xia Yang would not agree to her request. Never mind, let's make a good impression on him. The presidential elevator display descended to the first floor and the elevator door opened. The noble and charming Shin Yenran walked out from inside, carrying the air of a superior. As soon as she opened her mouth, the aura of superiority in her body disappeared cleanly. Honey, let's go up first. She came up and took Xia Yang's hand. pulling him into the elevator. Passing by the front desk of the beauty or quietly looking at staring at Xiaoyang, as a girlfriend of her heart inevitably tasted. These vixens. In the confined space of the elevator she noticed the anomaly. Why is there a strong scent on Xiaoyang? There was a flash of dangerous gaze in her beautiful eyes before she returned to her normal appearance. Honey, am I not good enough? You've got the scent of another woman lingering on you. Xiaoyang's body tensed up. His intuition told him that he had to answer this question properly, or else this wonderful world outside would say goodbye to him. Lily's teacher just gave me a lift, and these aromas I'm wearing are hers. Avni? Shen Yanran's face stared up. Avni was also an equal existence to her in school. She is alluring and flirtatious. Avni is sexy and hot. Shen Yanran admitted that she was second only to Lung Frost Moon in terms of being difficult to deal with, because Lung Frost Moon had the aura of a childhood friend to add to it. That condescending woman had set her sights on Xiaoyang. Why else would she personally give Xiaoyang a ride? I hadn't heard of any man getting a ride in her car when she was abroad. Stay away from that Avni woman. She will eat you dry, Shen Yanran said seriously. The idea of locking up Xiaoyang sprouted in her heart. Will mom say yes if we lock her up? I don't think so. Xiaoyang had already experienced that direct character of Avni's. If it wasn't for him running fast, he would have been eaten by now, right? I won't even go to Lily's school in the future. Xiaoyang said. Let's eat first. There's no beef you like to eat in the neighborhood. I bought some randomly. I like anything you buy. The two came to the large president's office. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows can take in the city view. Special glass inside can look outside. Outside cannot see inside. Xiaoyang hadn't eaten after tossing and turning for half a day, so he bought a double portion. Honey, I want to eat that piece of meat in your bowl. Shen Yanyan's small mouth was slightly open very seductively, waiting for her boyfriend to feed himself. Good, Xiaoyang said in a somewhat spoiled tone. Shen Yanran wanted to feed her own Xiaoyang even after she finished the sliced meat, but she didn't expect her secretary to walk in, interrupting their wonderful lunch hour. President. The sexy and capable beautiful secretary's gaze couldn't help but look at Xiaoyang. It didn't occur to me for a moment that I was here to deliver the information. Shen Yanran coughed strongly. It took the beautiful secretary a moment to respond. President, this is the information you wanted. The beautiful secretary placed the information on the stage, and began to be terrified inside. Will she fire me if I stare at her boyfriend in front of the president? She bit her glossy lipstick lips, knowing that she would be fired tomorrow for wearing black silk to work or entering the office with her right foot first. At this time her mindset changed. She was going to be fired anyway. The job is gone. You can find it again. And the handsome to the core little brother is probably not going to have a chance in this life if you don't look at him now. Good. Another beautiful woman who's lost her mind because of Xiaoyang's color. She raised her head and began to admire Zhang. She wanted to imprint his look in her mind. It's an opportunity she traded her job for. Of course she had to look good. Shen Yanran's seductive autumn water eyes narrowed slightly. You think I don't exist? Those vixens down there are like that. Even you. Other people's drooling over Xiaoyang aroused her sense of crisis and possessiveness. She was angry inside but smiled and said to Xiaoyang, Darling, give me a kiss. Xiaoyang, who was in the middle of a dry meal, didn't notice the change in the atmosphere of this office. Let's talk after dinner. Xiaoyang gave Shen Yanran a wink, signaling that there were still outsiders here. But Shen Yanran just wanted to kiss to this outsider. Her gaze was like water, and she slowly kissed Xiaoyang's lips, and then one thing led to another. Xiaoyang resisted for a while before giving up. He was so lost in Shen Yanran's kiss that he forgot there was a beautiful secretary here. The beautiful secretary knew her boss was doing it on purpose, and her hand clenched quietly. My man God. She had a feeling of being green at the moment, but she couldn't move her feet, and her gaze was fixed on the two men who were as close as they could get. Shen Yanran saw from the corner of her eye that the secretary had not yet left the scene in anger. These cats that smelled fishy were really persistent. Since you don't know what to do, don't blame me for being merciless. Go and guard the door. No one is allowed to come in, and you are not allowed to leave. Shen Yanran's aura changed back to that of a president and ordered her secretary. Before she was fired, the beautiful secretary still had to listen to Shen Yanran. She moved slowly to the door and closed it. Darling, Shen Yanran whispered in Xiaoyang's ear. Not much different from those seductive sirens. She also eats people. Carry me over. Shen Yanran looked at Xiaoyang with charming eyes and her arm encircled his neck. Xiaoyang agreed to his girlfriend's invitation, picked her up and went to the restroom to rest. A certain person deliberately made the beautiful secretary feel tormented. Chapter 57, Love Around the Corner. Because of the time problem, Shen Yanyan had to work right away and had to come out from the world of two. Honey, I may have to work late tonight. You stay home and take a good shower and wait for me to come back. I'll deal with the work at hand as soon as possible. To rush home won't keep you waiting too late. MUA Shen Yanran compensated by kissing Xiaoyang. Then take care of yourself and don't get exhausted. I know, How could I possibly wear myself out? I still have to give birth to a little baby for my darling. Shen Yan shyly put Xia Yang's hand her belly that did not have a bit of fat. Is it good or bad that your girlfriend keeps thinking about getting pregnant? Xia Yang didn't mince words with his girlfriend and gave her full of love. And Shen Yanran's infatuation with Xia Yang had already reached a kind of madness. It was only a matter of time before Shen Yan became pregnant with Xia Yang's child. Just go with the flow. On the other hand, isn't it a to have a woman like Shen Yanran to give birth to your child? Xia Yan was still a little excited in his heart when he thought about it. He opened the door of his office after saying goodbye to Shen Yanran, and that beautiful secretary's face was flushed red. Due to Xia Yang's visit, Shen Yan worked quickly and efficiently today, and it looked like she would be able to go home early tonight. As for that beautiful secretary, since she was very capable plus she had already given enough punishment today, Shen Yan decided it was better to keep it for now. It wasn't too early for this flurry of time, so Xia Yang wanted to take another walk. The sky outside, the white clouds, even the air was good, because they symbolize freedom. The beauty of it was that the weather seemed to be turning cooler, and it was raining just outside where I entered Zhao's group. Is summer going to pass? Just like Xia Yang, there was also Mu Shixian who was loitering around. She had taken a day off today to come out and take a break. At the corner of an unnamed street, fateful encounters occur. Walking Mu Shixian and the meditative guidance of Xia Yang collided together. Luckily, Xia Yang was quick on his feet and used his strong arm to hold her soft willow waist. Mu Shixian never thought that she would be able to run into the person she had been thinking about day and night when she came out for a walk. With four eyes facing each other, Mu Shixian's soft eyes reflected Xia Yang's face, and time seemed to have become very slow. One single dog, seeing this dog-killing scene, became enraged and sped up the speed of the vehicle he was driving so that the tires of the car could splash the water alongside the road. Xia Yang's arm exerted force to pull this woman, who seemed to have come out of a poem or painting, into his arms and hugged her. Mu Shixian let out a cry of surprise before she fell into Xia Yang's warm embrace, his breath surrounding Mu Shi from all sides. The scent that belonged uniquely to him drilled into her agitated nose, and Mu Shixian could only feel her legs a little weak and her cheeks burning. That single dog even extended a friendly gesture, all of which was seen by a traffic enforcement team not far away. The vehicle was quickly pulled over for punishment. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Just now a car came speeding by splashing mud and water. Xia Yang let go of Mu Shixian and turned slightly to show her the traces of mud and water on his back. He didn't want to be made a pervert. Thank you. Mu Shixian tenderly thanked Xia Yang. You're welcome. Meeting is fate. God let me meet you here. Maybe it's for me to help you. I'll leave first. Fate? Shouldn't you take advantage of the opportunity given to you by God? Mu Shixian summoned up the courage to pull Xia Yang's sleeve and said, I help you wash your clothes. I can wash it myself, so I won't bother you. You helped me. I have to return something to you. Mu Shixian said softly, how about you promise me if I can say your name? Xia Yang seeks to think that he has not seen this temperament and appearance in front of the impeccable beauty. How is it possible to forget when you've seen it? In this era a woman like Mu Shixian who looked like an ancient boudoir was too few. Yeah, Xia Yang agreed. It couldn't be that she really knew herself. The next second Mu Shixian read out her name. Xia Yang. How did you know? That's not going to help Xia Yang. Mu Shixian walked to Xia Yang's back and gently helped him take off his muddy jacket, then folded it neatly on her right arm. Didn't mind that the dress was dirty at all. I'll tell you when you come to get your clothes. Mu Shixian added a few more points of mystery in Xia Yang's heart. We've met before? No. Mu Shixian gently shook her head and took the initiative to add Xia Yang's contact information. Her avatar was simple, a picture of the sky with the sun on it, and her name was the word Shixian. Here's another signature, love rises with the sun, but hardly sets with it. Shixian. It's quite catchy, but I don't really seem to recognize her myself. Xia Yang, do you like reading romance novels? Mu Shixian asked. Average. I'll give you a copy of the novel when you come to pick up your clothes next time, and you can help me see what's badly written in it. I may not be able to give pertinent advice. Xia Yang politely declined her offer. Where did Mu Shixian want Xia Yang to give any advice? She only wanted to show Xia Yang how much she loved him. As long as you're watching, are we considered friends now? Mu Shixian's beautiful hand held onto Xia Yang's clothes. Xia Yang thought about it and said, yes, there are different kinds of friends. The two of them had only just tied the knot, and Mu Shixian was already content. Mu Shixian felt that the heavens had really treated him well, being able to meet his favorite person in a sea of people. A stunning smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, and the two could only find shelter under one of the street's eaves. The sound of rain pattered, and Mu Shixian found this sound so beautiful. It's really heavenly. But this field of rain came and went in a hurry, and was over in 20 minutes' time. As the two parted ways, she told Xia Yang. My name is Mu Shixian. Xia Yang also humorously returned. Got it, Miss Mu Shixian. Taking shelter under the same roof on a rainy day has drawn them closer together, but Xia Yang still couldn't recall where exactly he had seen Mu Shixian. Chapter 58, Washing of Coats. Mu Shixian watched Xia Yang's back disappear into the sea of people before she reluctantly left. She came home and immediately washed Xia Yang's jacket carefully by hand. Mu's mom didn't suspect anything when she saw her daughter doing laundry. After all, girls always have a few pieces of clothing that need to be hand-washed. Coupled with the fact that the laundry detergent's foam covered Xia Yang's men's jacket, Mu Shixian managed to dodge a bullet. After washing her jacket, she slowly clicked on Xia Yang's avatar and opened the input box, hesitating to say something to him. Never mind. I'd better agree with him later on the place in time to pick up the clothes, so that I can send him a good night before going to sleep like what I wrote inside the novel. Will he say good night to me? Mu Shixian entered the space where Xia Yang shared his life, checking out his bits and pieces. She was so mesmerized by what she was reading that she didn't even know that her mother had come behind her. Sure, Xian, it's time to eat. Got it, Mom. She turned off the screen as soon as she heard the voice, a little panicked in her movements. Why is your daughter acting strange today? She's not in love, is she? Xia Yang also returned inside the villa. Shen Yanran had to work overtime and Shen Lily was forbidden to go home, and Zhou Kite was sitting in the white hall. Xiao Yang, done with class? Auntie will make you dinner. Zhao Kite was unhurried from the couch. Auntie, let me cook tonight. Xia Yang was embarrassed to dawdle here every day. Xiao Yang still cooks. That's great. That Yen kid wouldn't. Auntie will try your handiwork tonight. Xia Yang went straight into the kitchen to start cooking and cooking. He made steamed carp, cucumber stir-fry, and sweet and sour pork. Zhao Kite sat demurely and straightly on the main seat of the dining table, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming lifeless, not knowing what she was thinking. Xia Yang had finished the last dish, and she was still in a daze. Those who didn't know thought that Zhao Kite was hypnotized and didn't move a muscle. Auntie, get ready to eat. Zhao Kite only came back to her senses when she heard Xia Yang's voice. Aha! Zhao Kite resumed her usual appearance and brought the dishes out to the table. The two of them spent a very uneventful dinner. After the meal, Zhao Kite said that she wanted to wash the dishes. Xia Yang robbed, but she can only be passive and lazy. An unfamiliar phone call came in, and she wasn't in the mood to answer it. But the caller seemed persistent and kept calling if he didn't answer. Somewhat annoyed, Zhao Kite ran her jade fingers across the cell phone screen and picked up the call. On the other end of the phone was the person she hated the most, Shen Ting. Shen Ting was on the verge of a breakdown in the last 2 days. The company was having problems one after another. If this continued, the company would soon go bankrupt and be liquidated. After a sleepless night, he came up with a note. Zhou Kite, I'd like to ask you out to talk about your daughter. There's nothing to talk about, and they don't want to recognize you as their father. Zhao Kite said indifferently, preparing to hang up the phone. If you give me $7 billion now, I'll legally sever the father-daughter relationship with them. How about that? Shin Ting spoke out his bargaining chips. Zhao Kite did want her daughter to make a clean break with Shin Ting. This scum, or else it wouldn't be too easy to deal with the entanglement in the future. When Shin Ting saw that Zhao Kite didn't hang up, he knew that his leverage was valid. Come to XX Lodge. I'll be here waiting for you to pick up the legal papers. Yes, you better do what you say. Zhao Kite hung up the phone after saying that. There was no way she could forget her experience in the hotel and summoned her bodyguards to accompany her. She thought for a moment, but still walked up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the room where Xia Yang was. Xia Yang was watching his classmates inside the class group discussing about this event. They were obviously looking forward to it, and some of the infrequently bubbling students had come out. Hearing a knock on the door, he rushed to open it. What could Auntie want with me now? He wondered inwardly. When Xia Yang opened the door, Zhao Kite explained the purpose of his visit. Xiao Yang, can you accompany me to XX Villa? I'm going to talk to that scum about something. Xia Yang was also worried that the last experience at the hotel would be replayed after hearing Zhao Kite's words, so he also traveled along with him. Chapter 59, Dressing of Wounds. The two vehicles set off one after the other, the van in front with an unknown number of bodyguards inside. It was no surprise how many people got out of the van. Xia Yang, Zhao Kite and the lawyer rode in the back in the business car. Bright headlights illuminated the darkened road toward the XX Lodge. The XX Villa was one of the projects of Shin Ting's real estate company, and it was all arranged inside and out, just waiting for Zhao Kite to arrive. He believed that his company had become what it was now, all because of Zhao Kite. Tonight he was bound to achieve his goal, even if it was by any means necessary. The entire lodge was lit up as Zhao Kite's two cars pulled in. Shin Ting even personally helped Zhao Kite drive the door for her after seeing her arrive, and bodyguard after bodyguard came down from the van. Zhao Kite didn't even want to get out of the car and directly took out a bank card. Where are the papers you signed? Bring it. Inside, there are some terms I haven't finalized yet. I need you to take a look. Shinting was very different from when he was in the hotel, acting like a gentleman. He also tried to pull Zhao Kite's hand, and Xia Yang directly clamped down on that hand. Pain, pain, pain. Shinting could hear the sound his bones made. Roll! Xia Yang shouted, then flung Shinting towards the car and rolled on the ground in a sorry state. Zhao Kite's face contained anger and he directly stepped on Shinting. He doesn't think he's lost his memory, does he? Oh, scum is scum. Don't step on it. Go in first and get the agreement. Shinting clutched his head. His extravagant handmade suit stained with dust. Getting hit by a thin heel just hurts too much. Zhao Kite let him go for the sake of his daughter's future peace of mind and headed inside the hall. A hint of sinister color flashed in Shinting's eyes as he climbed to his feet. You wait. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath and followed suit. Shinting snapped his fingers, and roses rained down inside the hall, along with sensational music. Then he came to Zhao Kite and knelt down on one knee with tears in his eyes, acting as if it was real. Zhao Kite, it's all because that seduced me. I've changed now. Just give me a chance, okay? Zhao Kite, however, was unmoved. Without the support of the Zhao family, this scum has started to play the emotional card for the sake of the company. Still want to give him a chance? How is that possible? Ha! If you keep thinking, I'll immediately put your company out of business. When Shinting heard what Zhao Kite said, he concluded even more in his heart that the culprit for his company's struggles was Zhao Kite. His fists clenched quietly, veins emerging from his arms. I'll have you on your knees begging me in a minute. After the emotional card route didn't work, he pulled out the signed agreement. Zhao Kite handed over the bank card to the lawyer to check and then dumped it on the desktop. With their purpose accomplished, Zhao Kite and Xia Yang got up and walked away. After Shinting put the bank card in his pocket, the corners of his mouth lifted up in a weird smile, and his face became distorted. You guys still want to leave? A group of people with weapons scurried out from the shadows, outnumbering the bodyguards that Zhao Kite had brought with him. All stay obediently. Zhao Kite, how much do you think Master Zhao will pay to ransom you? Ha ha ha. Shinting was arrogant to the extreme, his sinister face exposed. The bodyguards tried to rush to Zhao Kite's side to protect her, and Shinting's men immediately attacked the bodyguards. There was a big melee between the two groups of people in the mountain villa, and the sound was incredibly noisy. But this is Shinting's place. No one will come tonight. The rest of the group, except for the one fighting the bouncer, rushed towards them. Zhao Kite was frightened by these outlaws, but what she regretted the most right now was bringing Xia Yang. I shouldn't have called you. Auntie, don't worry. Facing this kind of stragglers, I can handle them single-handedly. Xia Yang's aura was high and his body was like a sword. It was very different from his usual appearance. He is coy when it comes to relationships and beautiful women, fearing too many peach blossoms, but if it's an enemy, it's not worth talking about at all. A brightly shining knife Zhao Kite slashed. These outlaws have already killed their eyes, and they don't care about Shinting's order. Zhao Kite, who hadn't experienced this kind of life and death moment, couldn't even move his body. The second the knife was about to cut, Xia Yang pushed her away and the knife cut through the space separating them. Xia Yang started with a high kick, kicking the knife off, twisted up a table and threw it. His parents were good fighters, and so was he. The four outlaws who were hit by the table immediately fell to the ground. The man was ridiculously strong. The outlaws felt as if they had been hit by a small car. More outlaws surged up behind them, but none of the knives in their hands could cut Xia Yang. Xia Yang was like a swimming dragon out of the sea, and wherever he went, there were screams and wails. As more and more people lay on the ground, even the outlaws felt fear. This guy, he's not human. Xia Yang slowly walked towards the nearest outlaw. The outlaw's hands trembled, and he couldn't hold his knife steady. For the first time he felt fear. A voice in his head told him to run. As Xia Yang approached step by step, his heart's defenses crumbled away, and he fled on his hands and knees as soon as the knife was thrown to the ground. Panic spread through the group. No one wanted to face Xia Yang's attack, and the group of outlaws began to all flee. The bodyguards are professionally trained and have the ability to work as a team and are not seriously injured. Shinting ran away at some point. Auntie, you can open your eyes now. Zhao Kite's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes. It's a shame we let Shinting get away. Even if I have to dig up the ground, I will find him. Zhao Kite's silver teeth clenched. The experience of the knife slashing down just now still had her heart palpitating. Go back first. She frowned, having just broken her foot between dodges. Aha! Chapter 60 Games and Girlfriends. The driver was driving very fast, perhaps in fear that the outlaws might make a comeback. Zhao Kite had just come back from the dead, and when she closed her eyes, she would think of the image of the knife that had just slashed at her. A few drinks in the hall to calm down before going back to his room to sleep. The time was not yet 9 o'clock, and Xin Yanran did not come back from the company. But Mu Shixian couldn't help but send a message to Xia Yang already. Xia Yang, when is convenient for you to pick up your clothes? Xia Yang received the message and thought about it. He still had to go to a class activity tomorrow, and once he was gone, it might be 2 or 3 days. I'll see you in 4 days on that roof where we hid from the rain. Aha! Then Xia Yang saw the opposite side constantly typing and then deleting. What? In the end, Mu Shixian still sent with Xia Yang at around 8 p.m. Good night. After a while Xia Yang also gave her a good night back. She looked at the message and smiled happily. Mu Shixian really wanted to chat with Xia Yang. Liking someone was overwhelming. Xia Yang looked at the class group, which was chatting furiously. It seemed like everyone in the class was preparing a variety of items and some shared suggestions. He really couldn't insert half a sentence because the stuff Ling Xuanyue had prepared for him. Xia Yang went online after a long time to play a handful of previously installed games. Ever since Shen Yanran came back his life had changed. There was no rhythm to it. Picked the best fielding hero, but found the operation stiff. It's okay though, the segment dropped after one update after a long time of not playing the game. In this kind of segment for Xia Yang is fried fish. No need to operate. Use your consciousness to crush the opposite side. He knows exactly when and where the opposite fielder appears, so he can just go directly to counter squat. The opposite side was caught in disbelief. Wherever you go, the opposite side follows you. Is your perspective on? Dude, turn it off. It's no fun. Xia Yang returned. Thanks for the compliment. The highest level of playing the game is when your opponent thinks you're open. But you're not. You're just hanging. Teammates hit 666 as they watched the ever-flickering game broadcast. Gaga messy kill. Xia Yang, who was fully engaged in the game, didn't realize that his girlfriend was quietly approaching from behind. It also has something to do with the wool carpet that is laid on the floor. Shen Yanran wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's waist and lay on his back. The fatigue from the day's work disappeared without a trace. Yan, you're back? Xia Yang put down the cell phone in his hand. The opposite side's fielder happened to find Xia Yang inside the bushes at this time and easily got 1,000 bounty, then typed quickly with both hands. That's it? Xia Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him. His girlfriend was back. Why play games? Honey, you keep playing the game. Don't mind me. Shen Yanran put her head on her shoulder and greedily sniffed the scent of her body. When she was online, she saw netizens saying that boyfriends should never bother their hands when they play games. You can bother him when the game isn't on, but the nature of the game is different once it starts. Such an understanding girlfriend. Times great. After hearing Shen Yanran say this, Xia Yang picked up his cell phone once again and typed, "My girlfriend just came back. I don't have time to pay attention to you." The words typed by Xia Yang appeared on the channel, and the remaining 9 people were sour. You're so skilled and have a girlfriend. Woohoo envy. Damn you. Dude, you're disrespecting the 9 of us by playing a game and thinking about your girlfriend. It's disrespectful to the game. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Brothers believe that my woman will only affect the speed of your scoring. Listen to my advice to break up quickly. Xia Yang felt like his teammates had all turned into enemies. Shen Yanyan, who was lying on Xia Yang's shoulder, guffawed at the sight of these chats. Can't have your bear and your fish? That won't do. I want all of Shen Yanran's boyfriends. She went around from behind Xia Yang to in front of him. With a wiggle of her legs, her heels casually dropped to the floor and then she got into bed. Honey, I'm going to let you have all the fun now. So Xia Yang enjoyed the beauty in his arms while playing the game. The mesmerizing scent of his body distracted him. Xia Yang's maneuvering became more and more clumsy, and that sense of controlling the whole situation was about to dissipate. Honey, you can't lose by concentrating on the game. Chapter 61, A New Beginning. Snow was flying outside the villa, and the new year would soon be upon us. Xia Yang and Zhao Kite, Shen Yanran, and Shen Lily were busy inside the kitchen. The alien planet also had the habit of celebrating the new year, similar to the blue planet. In order to avoid a situation where there are too many dishes to finish, the 4 of them will each make a dish to serve to make up tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. It saves and adds to the atmosphere. Xia Yang made the braised beef that Shen Yanyan liked to eat. Shen Yanyan made the sweet and sour pork that Xia Yang liked to eat. And Shen Lily got steamed pork ribs. Zhao Kite, on the other hand, was stewing ugway chicken soup and instructing her 2 daughters in cooking while she was stewing. Soon 4 courses were neatly laid out on the table, wafting their aroma. Come, drink the soup first. Zhao Kite served a bowl of soup to both Xia Yang and her daughters. Auntie's soup is awesome. Xia Yang quickly finished the bowl. The soup was fresh and rich. It's good that Xiao Yang likes it. Do you want another bowl? Zhao Kite smiled. People who cook certainly like to hear someone praise their cooking skills. The sisters had gotten used to watching their mother's meaty favoritism towards Xia Yang. Oh, my god, better serve your own soup. Honey, come and try the sweet and sour pork ribs I made for you. Shen Yanyan picked up a piece of the good-looking sweet and sour pork and sent it to Xia Yang's bowl. She just tried to make her own sweet and sour pork okay before she dared to clip it to Xia Yang. If it was very difficult to eat, then wouldn't it ruin her impression in Xia Yang's mind? Brother Xia Yang, you try mine too. Shen Lily followed suit and also chucked a piece of steamed pork ribs into Xia Yang's bowl. Is it good? The sisters asked in unison. Nice. How hard can it be to eat with Zhao Kite as your guide? So are sweet and sour pork ribs good? Or steamed pork ribs? Shen Lily threw out a deadly question. Which one to choose? Xia Yang will be in danger. Just as delicious. Xia Yang did not offend either side, but Shen Yanran also wanted to know the answer to this question. Honey, you can only pick the one that tastes the best. The sisters were expecting him to give judgment. It's hard for Zhang to do that. Pick one of these two and the other one will be sad. How can he spare it? There it is. The black chicken soup is the best. Xia Yang replied. Zhao Kite's heart was joyful after hearing his answer and took the initiative to help him out. Alright, you guys don't give Xiao Yang a hard time anymore. Hurry up and eat. Zhao Kite gave the word, and the sisters could only stop. Xia Yang first gave Zhao Kite the braised beef he had made, and then gave it to the sisters, taking care of all of them. In the end, the stir-fried beef he made was eaten by Shen Yanran. Shen Lily couldn't even snatch it from her if she wanted to. It was specially made for her by Xia Yang and belonged to the privilege of a girlfriend. After dinner, the sky also darkened and beautiful fireworks began to bloom in the sky. Very colorful and very nice. The four of them were waiting for the new year to arrive, and as the hour hand went past 0, Zhao Kite took out the gifts for her daughters. The transfer of shares of the Chiu group. Zhao Kite loves her daughter equally and gives the same shares. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily didn't care who had more or less, and directly accepted this New Year's gift. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Xia Yang also envied the sisters for being able to receive a gift from their mom, who hadn't returned from saving the world for so long. Xiao Yang, I've prepared a gift for you as well. Come with me. Zhao Kite walked to Xia Yang and said, Auntie, do I get a present too? Sure, you'll love it. Hearing Zhao Kite say this, Xia Yang had some expectations. Then he followed Zhao Kite to fetch the gifts. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily looked at each other and threw down the share transfer agreement and hurriedly rushed to follow. They wanted to see what kind of gift their mom had prepared for Xia Yang. Come to the garage. It's a limited edition sports car. Yang, do you like it? Thanks, Auntie. Chapter 62, The Lonely Chu Chou Shui. Back to the plot of Chapter 60. Xia Yang forced himself to focus all his attention on the game, when his teammates ordered a surrender. What's the big downwind point of surrender? But my girlfriend said she can't lose. Xia Yang, brothers don't order. The four teammates developed a rebellious mindset. You tell me not to order it, I'm going to order it. As his teammates swiped up the votes on the voting screen, Xia Yang's opposing votes seemed so powerless. Go play with your girlfriend. One player with fast hands typed this acid-filled sentence on the public screen before the game ended. As for that, didn't you lose too? It's almost as if the pros are the enemies. The opposite side of the instant defeat refers to how loud the laughter. Ugh, these teammates are hopeless. The sound of the game failing came out from inside the cell phone, and Shen Yanran looked up with a slight smile when she heard it. Honey, how did you lose? Can't help it. My teammates are jealous that I have a girlfriend like you. A large part of the reason Xia Yang lost was because of her, and losing is what Yan Yan wanted to end up with. No excuses. As a punishment for your loss, I'm in charge tonight. Shen Yanran looked at her boyfriend with her autumn waves flowing. How could Xia Yang not know what Shen Yanran was thinking? Since she wanted to dominate the relationship between the two, then Xia Yang would fulfill her. One's girlfriend can't afford to turn over a new leaf anyway. No problem. Does my beautiful and moving girlfriend have anything to order me now? Xia Yang was very cooperative. It's all about the mood between lovers. That's what makes it fun. Honey, first help me change my clothes, then carry me to the shower. Shen Yanran uttered her first command of the night. As you wish. After Xia Yang helped his girlfriend take off her old jacket, he carried her into the bathroom. Stop it, honey, I'm in charge now. Xia Yang's fell silent, leaving only the sound of Shen Yanran's pleased light laughter. After 11 o'clock, Xia Yang looked at his girlfriend, who was lying in his arms with a tired look, and started the coaxing to sleep mode. Hurry up and go to sleep. Xia Yang's tone was as soft as a feather. Good night kiss. Shen Yanran was clearly just as tired as she was, but she still insisted that Xia Yang give her a kiss. Lips touching. Satisfied, she hugged Xia Yang and fell asleep. In fact, Xia Yang wanted to talk to Shen Yanran about what happened today and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep after hearing about it. It's better to talk about it tomorrow. Huma, I hope you're not too upset. Xia Yang then also hugged his girlfriend and went into dreamland. Lin Yashin rushed back from the company. It was hard to have a little free time. She wanted to meet Xia Yang. She hadn't seen him for many days. As soon as the car stopped, she couldn't wait to pull open the door, her warm white legs in high heels stepping down. The assistant sighed helplessly at the sight of his president. Love really changes a lot of things. When is the president of the company not majestic and dignified? The appearance of a tent? Now where is a bit of the usual temperament? Even if she told the company's employees, they wouldn't believe her, right? Whatever, Off duty. Go ask your boyfriend for a hug yourself. The assistant also drove home. Lin Yashin adjusted the expression on her face, then knocked on the door of Xia Yang's house. The current Xia Yang was at his girlfriend's house, so naturally there was no one to open the door for Lin Yaxin. Is Xia Yang staying at school today? Lin Yashin was very lost and couldn't see Xia Yang come to open the door for himself and then call out his sister Lin. She could be going on a business trip tomorrow. He had given Lin Yashin the key when she helped Xia Yang cook in the past, and Xia Yang hadn't taken it back later. She took out that key and unlocked the door to her room, going inside and casually closing the door and turning on the light inside the room. Lin Yashin slept on Xia Yang's bed smelling the familiar scent, murmuring, "Xiao Yang, sister misses you so much." It was 11 o'clock and Lang Frost Moon still hadn't gone to bed. Normally she rested at 10. The room was full of things, all of which she had gone to the shopping center at lunchtime to buy for a class event. Lang Fengyue was checking what else she hadn't bought, then packed the things neatly and placed them inside the corner of the room. Knock, knock. A knock came from outside the door. "Mom, come in." Lang Jia was busy and often not at home, and now there were only mother and daughter in the house. Chu Chou Shui was wearing looser pajamas. Even so, she couldn't hide her wonderful curves. If Lang Shuangyue is a round of cold bright moon, then Chu Tzu Shui is the bright moon covered with clouds. Looks hazy, the beauty of the illusory. She's the perfect combination of sophisticated and cool. Maybe Lang Frost Moon would be more beautiful than her own mother in the future, but right now there was still a slight gap between her and her mother. Still organizing things. Daughter? Aha. Have fun participating in the class activities tomorrow, and at the same time be safe. Chu Chou Shui knew that these things also had Xia Yang's share. How did two kids develop into what they are today? She sighed imperceptibly. What a wonderful son-in-law that such a good boy as Xia Yan was snatched away by someone else. Chu Chou Shui wanted to scold his daughter for a few words, but his heart ached for her. Xia Yan was snatched by others, the most painful, or their own daughter. How can she bear to salt her daughter's wounds? Go to bed early. Mom will go back to her room first. Chu Chou Shui was not in a good mood and stood up ready to go back to her room. Lang Fengyue had a lonely feeling when she saw her mom's figure. Yes, Dad was busy, and he didn't really have a lot of time to spend with Mom himself, so she had to plant some flowers to pass the time on weekdays. Lang Fengyue's heart sank when she thought about these issues that she normally ignored. "Mom, I'll stay home with you tomorrow," she called out to her mother, who was about to leave. Chu Chou Shui sniffed and knew that this was her daughter being heartbroken. "Your father will be back tomorrow. Go play in peace." She stroked her daughter's waist-length silk and said, "In fact, Lang Jia is not available tomorrow." In order for her daughter to be able to go and play with peace of mind, she told a lie. Lang Fengyue knew exactly what was going on in her mind as a mother, but her daughter was looking forward to tomorrow's class activities. Daughters will definitely stay home with them as long as they ask. It's better to let your daughter go to class. Maybe things will turn around and get used to this loneliness yourself. Lang Fengyue didn't expect her mother to lie to her and thought that her father would really come back tomorrow, so she was relieved. She still wanted to hug her mom though. Lang Frost Moon is this type of cold on the outside and hot on the inside. She slowly hugged her mom. Chu Chou Shui also hugged his daughter. After a while, the mother and daughter separated. "Well, Mommy's going back to bed, and you're going to bed early too. Good night, Mom." Chapter 63, Preparing for Departure. The next morning, Zhao Kite woke up and made a flurry of phone calls out to report and round up Shinting's real estate company. After Shinting's plan to kidnap Zhao Kite failed last night, he hid inside the house that wasn't in his name, and the female secretary was here. He took all his anger out on the female secretary and tortured her beyond recognition. Finally, Shinting sat down on the ground in despair. It's all over. Xia Yang hugged Shen Yanran outside the hall. Sometimes silent companionship is better than anything. After a while, Shen Yanran finally stopped being silent. "Xia Yang, I want to eat egg noodles." "Okay, I'll make it for you right away. You wait in the hall." Xia Yang pulled out a chair and told Shen Yanran to sit down. Unexpectedly, she shook her head no. "You teach me how to cook egg noodles and I'll make you breakfast later." Xia Yang was touched inside after hearing what his girlfriend said and lowered his head to kiss his girlfriend's red lips. The passionate kiss took her mind off the distressing stuff for a while. Next, Xia Yang in the kitchen hand in hand to teach his girlfriend to do egg noodles. The process is very simple. The water boils and add oil into it. Then put the noodles. Then add eggs and a little salt. There wasn't the slightest difficulty. Shen Yan knew it as soon as she learned it. Zhao Kite also walked out from inside the room after handling the orders. Yan, I'm going to a class activity to go camping today. I might be gone for a couple days," Xia Yang said. 2 or 3 days. A little too long. If Shen Yanran weren't for the fact that she still had to take over Zhao, she would have to stick with Xia Yang from morning to night. 3 days was a short period of time, but not being able to see Xia Yang this time would become very long. She was also afraid that he would get angry with herself if she didn't let Xia Yang go to the class activities. "Okay, honey, remember to think of me." What else could Shen Yanran do? Is it hard to tie up Xia Yang with chains to keep him from going? Mom's still here. 3 days went by quickly. Xiao Yang, you have to pay more attention to safety outside. Zhao Kite's words were filled with concern. Well, I'll be careful. After dinner, Shen Yanran helped Xia Yang pack up his clothes. Even his underwear was neatly folded, then drove Xia Yang to school. Zhao Kite watched Xia Yang leave from the gate. After Shen Yanyan sent Xia Yang to the entrance of the school, the class had almost finished assembling at the entrance. She was seeing the last person she wanted to see. Cold frost moon. Doesn't that mean they'll be camping together for the next 3 days? Absolutely not. But Xia Yang had already taken out his luggage from the trunk, and it was too late to stop it. Honey, come here. If you don't want to go into the basement, stay away from Long Frost Moon. Shen Yanran smiled and uttered these threatening words. Xia Yang's cold sweat also broke out. Chapter 64, The Silent Xia Yang. Lang Xuanyu had long been waiting for Xia Yang at the school entrance. Next to her were 2 rather large boxes filled with supplies needed for camping. The squad leader in charge of organizing the event had rented a van and a bus, and the supplies would be placed on top of the van. A few of her male classmates volunteered to help her carry her luggage, but she politely declined. When Xia Yang arrived, he carried a large box in one hand and moved it onto the van. After the luggage was loaded, Xia Yang's class got on the bus, and there were also some who didn't come, totaling 34 people. Lang Xuanyue and Xia Yang got on the bus late, and the students who got on the bus first consciously sat at the back, so they got the front seats instead. She wrinkled her nose. There was an odor on this bus. 4 bells later, Xia Yang slowly realized that Lang Xuanyu was a bit off. Her face was pale and still closed her beautiful eyes and pursed her red lips. Frost Moon, are you seasick? Lang Fengyue opened her eyes and nodded. She didn't even want to say anything. This morning she had breakfast before she set off. The road wasn't so smooth now. Plus the smell in the car was a bit unpleasant. Her stomach turned over and she held on by sheer will. And it had been so long since she'd been on a bus with a bad odor that she'd forgotten about the whole motion sickness pill thing. Gradually, some other students started to get carsick as well. The squad leader inwardly felt a little remorseful. He should never have rented a low-cost bus to save that small amount of squad money. And now the camping trip hadn't even started yet. People just start to hold up, but now it's 2/3 of the way there. And even if you turn back, it's a much longer ride. I'll go ask the class if they have any motion sickness pills. Wait a moment, Xia Yang said with some concern, then got up. You hurry back. Lang Xuanyue tugged at Xia Yang's sleeve. Well, I'll do it as soon as possible. Xia Yang patted Lang Xuanyu's jade hand as a sign of comfort. Any student who has ever gotten carsick knows how uncomfortable the experience can be, and how every second feels like years. Class, do you have any motion sickness pills? Classmates? Xia Yang asked all the way inside the rocking carriages. The students either had brought motion sickness pills but not much, or they had already distributed them. Just when he thought there were no motion sickness pills, an introverted girl took them out of her bag and gave them to him. Thank you, classmate. Xia Yang thanked her sincerely. She quickly waved her hand and said you are welcome. He did not dare to delay and quickly returned to his position. Lang Frost Moon's situation blushed even more unpleasantly. I've borrowed the motion sickness medicine from my classmates. Take it quickly. Xia Yan opened a bottle of mineral water, then took the motion sickness medicine out of the package and put it inside his palm. Lang Fengyue sniffed and opened her eyes, picking up the pill and taking it. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. She immediately felt much better. Can I lean on your shoulder? You can lean if you want to, if it makes you feel better. Lang Fengyue was so uncomfortable he looked in his heart and felt bad. After receiving Xia Yang's permission, Lang Xuanyu leaned her head on her favorite person's shoulder. The fresh scent of Xia Yang's body swam into Lang Frost Moon's nostrils, driving away the unpleasant odor. The nausea landed within a manageable range. Lang Xuanyu felt that this trip was not in vain. Last time when she was sick she did not dare to lean on Xia Yang's shoulder. This time she finally got what she wanted. The difficult journey was nothing because of Xia Yang's company. Just like that cold frost moon held out until she reached her destination. The car rental was crap, but it was a nice camping place. The view is very beautiful. After getting off the bus, Lang Xuanyue's face was still pale, and most of her classmates weren't much better. Xia Yang helped her find a rock that could be used as a sitting bench and picked up leaves to clean it up. Frost Moon, sit here for a moment, I'll get the luggage down and the tent set up. Looking at Lang Frosty Moon's appearance, she should have rarely done this kind of long-distance bus with unpleasant odor, and her motion sickness was very serious. She still needs a good night's sleep to recover. Otherwise you can't even eat, let alone play. I'm fine. She staggered to her feet to go with Zhang to carry things and set up the tent. She wanted to do something with Zhang. Recently these days she saw Xia Yang less and less time. Nighttime she had many times dreamed of Xia Yang merged into the sea of people disappeared. Every time this time she would call out Xia Yang's name and then wake up. Coming to this class activity was also because she was just able to see Xia Yang. No way, I'm going to get angry if you don't listen. Xia Yang knew that this childhood friend of his could become very persistent at times, and he wouldn't be able to quell her if he didn't put on a resolutely impermissible attitude. He reached out and held Lang Frost Moon's fragrant shoulders to make her sit down, then went to move things. This trick really worked. Long Xuangyue wanted to say something, but she obediently sat on the stone. Her gaze stayed on Xia Yang, who was carrying the luggage without leaving for a moment. Xia Yang chose a good flat spot to put his luggage, and then it was time to set up the tent. He started by unfolding the inner tent, setting up the tent poles and hitting the tent ground pegs. The steps are firm and quick. The students hadn't even gotten over their motion sickness when Xia Yang set up the tent. It was almost ready when the inside was covered with first an insulated mat and then a blanket. Hang a light in the center if you have a light source. He opened the 2 big boxes of Cold Frost Moon and took out the quilts, ready to let Cold Frost Moon take a rest. When everything was set up, he met Lang Frost Moon's gaze and walked over. Go inside the tent and sleep for a while, or else you won't even have the appetite to eat strawberries later. Xia Yang still maintained a non-negotiable tone. This had so that he could completely pin down Lang Xuanyu. This ice beauty. Aha! Lang Xuanyu did not mind Xia Yang's unusual tone at all, because she knew that hidden underneath this tone was his concern for herself. Xia Yang, who was carrying the luggage and struggling to hit the tent by himself, was sweating slightly on his forehead. Cold Frost Moon walked over and used her own sleeve to help him wipe away the beads of sweat. It was only Xia Yang who could make Lang Xuanyu do this. No need to act tough. I'll just listen to you. Those male students who were seasick had an even harder time seeing this scene. They never dreamed that Lang Xuanyu would have such a gentle side. Envy and jealousy. Xia Yang's tone immediately resumed as it normally would, and he didn't want to act like Mr. Bully, constantly speaking to others in a commanding tone. After all, everyone is free. Well, as long as you're not stubborn, I won't talk to you in that tone. Go inside and rest. We'll barbecue together when you're rested. And at night I've heard that you can still see a lot of stars in the sky here. I'll listen to you from now on. Lang Xuanyu looked at Xia Yang and uttered these words. In reality, Long Frost Moon was no different from saying this than confessing. Xia Yang heard but didn't say anything, silently lifted the quilt and signaled Lang Xuanyu to lie down, helped her cover up and then left. Xia Yang sighed after walking out of the tent outside, then went to claim the one that belonged to him. Lang Xuanyu inside the tent also sighed slightly, closed her eyes to rest, and began to miss the fresh scent of Xia Yang's body. How I would love to snuggle up to him like that one more time. Chapter 65, the day Xia Yang wasn't home. Once the first tent was up, the students began to move in as well. When Xia Yang walked over to the class president who was distributing the tents, his first words were, "Classmate Xia Yang, is there anything else you want? I've come to claim the tent." Xia Yang explained. The worried squad leader was instantly energized when he talked about this. He arranged the work to the vice squad leader and then put his arm around Xia Yang's shoulder and walked to the side. Xia Yang was a bit puzzled. What was this for? Classmate Xia Yang, haven't you noticed that tent is very big? For the sake of comparison, the class president also pointed to the single-person tent that was being distributed not far away. It was only when he said this that Xia Yang remembered that the tent he had just pitched was indeed very large. Zhang thought that every tent was of this size. Although it is said that you and Goddess Lang are in a fiancé-fiancé relationship, a bright moon in the sky like Goddess Lang must be very conservative. Have you ever kissed Goddess Lang? No. Xia Yang answered truthfully. He probably knew what the class president meant. That's right. The squad leader slapped his thigh in excitement. It was just as he had guessed. When I bought the tent, I purposely bought a big tent. Even if Goddess Lang how high and cold 3 days you still cannot take her? I can see that Goddess Lang also likes you. Men take the initiative a little bit, things will fall into place. There's no need to thank me. Just don't forget to treat me to a meal after you've hugged a beautiful woman back. The class president felt deeply that he had done another good thing. Xia Yang looked at the smug class president a bit speechless. I really thank you. In fact, the entire class was kowtowing to the CP pair of Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu, who seemed like they were born to be a pair, and both of their face values were sky high. The name contains the sun and the moon. Fiancé and fiancé again. Please get married in place right away, okay? Thanks. Xia Yang couldn't bear to dampen the class president's enthusiasm, even though it was said to be a bad thing with good intentions. You cheer up. I have to go hand out tents to my classmates. Now he could only go live inside that oversized tent with Lang Xuanyue. When he went back, Xia Yang saw the female student who gave him the motion sickness medicine was struggling to put up a tent. He rushed forward to help. Large, strong hands took the tent poles from behind that female student, then set the tent up and nailed on the tent pegs, then move all her stuff next to the tent. Thank you. The introverted girl didn't dare to look directly at Xia Yang at all, and said thanks with a red face. You just gave me motion sickness medicine. It's only right that I help you set up your tent. No thanks. I'll go back first. Bye. That female classmate finally gathered the courage to meet Xia Yang's eyes. Xia Yang waved his hand and headed towards the big tent. not knowing if Long Shuanyue was asleep. Now the relationship between the two of them is not like before. Long Shuanyue likes him, and even said to him, from now on we'll listen to you, this kind of promise. He can only be silent or run away. Ugh, love is so annoying sometimes. He uncovered the tent door and Lang Frost Moon opened her eyes to look at him when she heard the commotion. Still not sleeping? Xia Yang asked. A little dizzy. Even if Lang Frost Moon was now lying on the blanket, she still had the feeling of spinning. I'll press it for you. Maybe it'll be easier. Aha. Long Shuanyue answered softly. Xia Yang came to sit next to her and used the thumbs of both hands to massage an acupoint that could relieve dizziness and headache. Long Fengyue closed her eyes. With Xia Yang there, she soon fell asleep peacefully. Xia Yang slowly loosened the two thumbs of the massage and glanced at his beautiful childhood friend, who was already asleep. The 6 o'clock that Long Fengyue slept through the sleep. The other students had started barbecuing, and the aroma of barbecue wafted inside the campground, while Xia Yang had been guarding Long Xuanyu's side, during which time he heard her call out her name, and said to tell myself not to go. Is your head still dizzy? Xia Yang asked. Much better. In that case, let's start the barbecue. The classmates are eating up. Xia Yang stood up. Long Shuanyue also lifted the quilt. The students' eyes contained deep meaning when they saw the two men come out from inside the tent. The two men divided up the labor and worked well together. One was responsible for organizing the ingredients and the other for organizing the grill to burn the charcoal red hot. The ingredients are brushed with oil and then placed on an iron grill to make a zippy sound. When it's almost done, flip it over and sprinkle a little bit of barbecue specialties on it and the aroma will come out. What do you want to eat? Xia Yang asked Long Frost Moon. I like to eat anything you bake. How did Long Frost Moon have a cold face then say such provocative words out of her mouth? It's true that sincerity is the biggest must-have. Xia Yang grilled some chicken wings, chicken claws, corn and leeks. That's when the squad leader ran over with a large skewer of barbecue and greeted the two men. Hello Lang. Xia Yang, I'll leave these treasures to you. They asked for it and I couldn't give it to them. It's much better than leeks. Take it, and cheer up tonight. Xia Yang, who was grilling a barbecue, had a large handful of barbecue stuffed into his hand, and he looked at it. Good man, what are these? Lang Shuanyue usually didn't have the chance to eat barbecue, so she naturally couldn't recognize this kind of thing. Ahem, something very hard to eat. Frost Moon, you'd better wait until the leeks and chicken wings are baked before you eat them, okay? Cold Frost Moon nodded. She was just asking. Xia Yang, who had passed the test, put the large handful of barbecue on a plate far away from Long Shuanyue, fearing that she would use it to eat it. It's not a big deal to eat it, but I'm afraid she'll know what this baby is called. After a while even the corn was almost ready. He put it on a plate and brought it to Long Fengyue. Just heat up the barbecue you just got from the squad leader yourself. You can't just throw it away. It's a waste of food and a waste of a piece of someone else's mind. Add a little more pepper. Lang Fengyue ate the corn in small bites. It was a little hot. She blew on it and the oil-stained red lips were slightly reflective, and there was finally a hint of fireworks on her body. The class was sensible enough not to bother them. Inside the villa, Shenlili disobeyed her mother's order to go home. She really wanted to see Xia Yang too much. Brother Xia Yang, when he went to his sister's room, he found that there was no sign of Xia Yang in it, and his sister, who had to go to work, came back instead. Sister, where's brother Xia Yang? Shen Yanran said feebly. Went to a class activity, won't be back until 3 days later. Ah, Shenlili immediately made a call to Xia Yang to verify her sister's words. She also bought clothes similar to a witch's costume just to please Xia Yang, only to come back happy only to go and pounce. The atmosphere at the table at dinner was dismal. When Xia Yang isn't home, meals are tasteless. Honey, come back soon. Chapter 66. What? 3. Camping is always a campfire. The boys in the class went to the neighborhood to gather dead branches for a bonfire, and the class sat around that bonfire. On weekdays the class disperses after class, and there is a little less opportunity for boys and girls to interact, but now the opportunity has come. The hunters will take the initiative. Not far from Xia Yan was staging such a scene. Can I sit here, please? A boy asks the girl he has a crush on. Could be. Both men's faces were reddened by the campfire. Xia Yang's side had finally eliminated the strategic materials that the squad leader had kindly sent over, and he was all a bit stuffed. It looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Cold Frost Moon was also full, and there were some leftover chicken claws and wings. He gritted his teeth and picked it up and ate it all. Lang Fengyue picked up a tissue and carefully wiped the corners of his mouth. There was a low cry from the dark eaters. Wow, Goddess Cold is so sweet. I see a good chance things will work out tonight. The squad leader spoke up, confidence stemming from the tonic that had been sent over. He had watched Xia Yang eat them all. Not a single one was wasted. The nights are bound to be spent tossing and turning and not being able to sleep, with the bear burning in his heart. Class president, when do you think Xia Yang and Lang will get married? The melon-eating classmate asked. How about graduation? Someone snaps. Idiot. You can get extra credit for a marriage license. The boy on the right raised his eyes, and it was obvious he cared about credits. That's when the squad leader spoke up. Don't have to wait too long. They'll be married in less than 4 months. How do you know? I just know. The class president, to make sure that what he said was true, pulled all 16 male students here except Xia Yang into the group. What did the squad leader have to tell us? Class president, tonight, if Xia Yang borrows a balloon from you, say no through and through. There was silence inside the group. It wouldn't be good to get someone killed, would it? Class president, lent it to Xia Yang. Don't you guys need to use it tonight? Or just one at a time? You're not going to? No way? I didn't realize you guys were gently out of your depth. Alas, the group instantly exploded inside. I'm known as the best man of the night. I'm his brother's best friend. Good day, brother. Here's 11 a night. That number is getting bigger and bigger. It turns out that the group is full of long-lost half-brothers. When the squad leader sees them like this, he knows his plan has worked, and there will be no balloons to borrow from Zhang tonight. Extinction. Men are always damn good at something. The oblivious Xia Yan wanted to stop Lang Shuanyue from wiping her mouth, but she accidentally held her smooth little hand. He hastily retracted his hand. Let's go over to the campfire. It's cold at night. Good. Although Xia Yang did not respond to her, Lang Shuangyu still fulfilled her promise again. Listen to him. A huge bonfire dispelled the chill of the night and the students sat in a circle. The squad leader took a head count and checked to see if everyone was in order. Students, camping in the wilderness requires someone to keep watch. Which student would like to keep watch for the second half of the night? Me. Xia Yang immediately raised his hand. While a trace of gloom crossed Lung Frostmoon's eyes, the squad leader ignored him. Ordered a guy who doesn't have a girlfriend. Hi, tonight you keep watch for the second half of the night. How about I introduce you to a girl when we get back? Guaranteed to carry out orders. No problems at all. Xiao Hai got up on the spot and swore in assurance. Great. Xia Yang could only lower his slightly embarrassed hand. The squad leader came over and tapped him on the shoulder. Mr. Xia Yang, you are responsible for sleeping in peace. The students all laughed, and even Lang Shuanyu's cold and clear face was colored with a slight red. Right. You fiancés and fiancées just sleep well and don't forget to send us invitations when you get married. First things first, the portion money will only come with 200. The class is completely unaware of the fact that behind Xia Yan there are several harmless sickly girls watching, and if he dares to make a mistake, he will directly say bye-bye to this wonderful world outside. It's sometimes bad to start a fight blindly. After arranging the tasks for the vigil, it was time for the activities to begin, and each person was required to take a slip of paper from inside the box and do whatever was drawn. Thrilling and exciting. These are the activities that you set up with your classmates before you left, and the notes inside were put in by your classmates. They don't dare to write very hard. In case they draw it themselves, that would be lifting a stone to hit their own feet. Mr. Xia Yang smoked first. The class president stopped the first boy to come up and gave him a frantic wink. The student stepped back with a knowing smile. The first person to smoke it is definitely screwed. Okay. Xia Yang reached in and picked up a random note. What's written on it? Lang Shuanyue was very close to Xia Yang, wanting to see clearly what was written on it. How many kids do you want in the future? She read it out and then felt her face start to burn. If Xia Yang wants a child, I'll give him 2 at most. Damn it! Who wrote this? Xia Yang was speechless. What kind of question was this? Just have the person who draws it go up and sing a song when he puts the note in. I was really too kind. If I'm given another chance, I'll let the person who wrote the note know what cruelty means. It's Long's turn, the class president said. She reached her flamboyant hand in and took one, opening it. When are you going to marry someone you like? This time it was Xia Yang who was curious about what Lang Shuangyu had gotten, and Ran Lang Shuangyu directly handed him the note. Or silence. What could he do but be silent? It was no longer possible for Cold Frost Moon to be with him in this situation. Being liked by a sickly girl and trying to run away? Still too young to have died. It seems. Xia Yang also knew that he and Lang Shuangyu drew this kind of note because someone was at fault. He was the first to draw a slip of paper, and certainly the first to stand up and speak. Mr. Xia Yang, please answer the question on your note about how many children you want. Class, eat melon. Xia Yang's fists clenched. The note was still in his hand and he knew what was written on it. 1 is enough. Xia Yang replied helplessly. The squad leader, however, exclaimed, What? 3. It's so tempting to beat the out of this asshole. The students turned their derisive gazes towards Ling Frostmoon, her earlobes slightly red. Let's wish Xia Yang's classmates and their favorite people an early child. The atmosphere exploded straight away and the students applauded vigorously. The female student sitting next to Lang Shuanyue quietly glanced at Xia Yang, then said to her, Lang student, it's really hard for you. Lang Fengyue's face blushed with shame. Xia must be pretty fierce to actually want 3. He 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 he. That woman, please stop your nonsense. Chapter 67. Soon it was Cold Frost Moon's turn again to answer the questions on the note. May I ask when student Lang will marry his favorite person? Once this question came out, the student's positivity came to another climax. Lang Xuanyue didn't retreat in the face of her classmates' gazes and looked at Xia Yang and said, as long as he's willing we can go back and get a license. Lang Fengyue spoke such blunt words that surprised her classmates. Then the students gave her another round of applause for her courage. Everyone's at the moment knew that Lang Xuanyue loved Xia Yang so deeply. It was at this point that the class president felt that what he was doing was redundant. Xia Yang even lied to me that he didn't even kiss on the mouth. Humph, no one would believe that. I sent him so many doilies and then forbade my classmates to lend him balloons, and he lied to me and said he hadn't even kissed me on the mouth. That evens it out. Near the end of the event, the female life committee member of the class approached Cold Frost Moon and asked her to come with her. Mr. Huang, what can I do for you? The life member blushed and took out a pill from inside her bag. Student Lang, I just saw the class president give a big handful of that. The life member stammered. It's that. The life member looked around and realized that no nearby students had come over to whisper the truth. Lang Xuanyue finally understood why Xia Yang didn't want her to eat those barbecues. So it was that kind of thing. I'm glad I didn't eat it. She hadn't eaten just now though. Not when she was back inside the tent at night. Boys eat that kind of stuff. Xia Yang students ate so much at once. At night. It's better for us girls to get married before getting pregnant. The life committee member put the pill in her hand inside Lang Xuanyue's palm. Boys sometimes won't listen even if you say so. Take this for insurance. Looks like an experienced life member then. I'll go first. Bye. The life member turned and left. Cold Frost Moon took the life member's kind words in. Slightly flushed cheeks that dwarfed even the bright moon in the sky. She hoped to use them tonight. To prepare herself for the on-fire summer sun, she opened her phone and searched the internet. All sorts of knowledge began to impact Lang Frost Moon's mind, and in the end she was still defeated and hastily closed the web page. How could there be so much more than she could imagine? Alas, the fairy in the sky has finally fallen to earth. After the event, Lang Xuanyue and Xia Yang didn't go back inside the tent right away because the night sky here was shining with stars and it was very pretty. Xia Yang lay on the lawn looking at the stars and missing his mom and dad. Where the hell did they go? And Lang Xuanyue was sitting with her hands on her knees next to her. She hadn't seen a starry sky like this in a long time either. The style of the night outside the cold. Xia Yang's strong body even feel a little warm. Is afraid of Cold Frost Moon catch cold. Go back, it's warmer inside the tent. Xia Yang, after I go back in time, I'll snatch you back. Lang Xuanyue said as she looked at his back while clenching her hands together. She must get back what is hers. Xia Yang stopped his pace. His request for Lang Xuanyue to return to the past was focused on the whereabouts of his mom and dad, and he completely did not think that there was this kind of maneuverability. If it was more than 3 years ago that Lang Xuanyue confessed to himself, one was not really sure one could refuse. The face of the childhood friend in front of him was so determined that he could not be persuaded. Headache. The next hope is all going to rest on Yan Yan, hoping that she can fight over the Lang Xuanyue who has traveled back in time. The two returned to the tent, and the squad leader in charge of the first half of the night's watch duty even scowled at Xia Yang. Unfortunately, right now he was half in the mood. Lang Fengyue only brought over a large, thick quilt, enough to cover 2 people. Originally her plan was for the two to each have their own tents, but without a quilt Xia Yang still had to come over and sleep with herself. This was the first time Lang Frost Moon had ever counted on someone else. I didn't expect the melon-eating crowd to directly give their unmarried couple a whole big tent. This is great. Sharing the same bed is something that can't escape. Lang Fengyue took off her clothes, leaving Xia Yang with a backside as beautiful as jade. Then she changed into a semi-passable silk nightgown. At home she wore those loose pajamas just like Chut's Yushui. Extremely conservative. Lang Fengyue wanted to wear it for Xia Yang to see, and even wanted to get his compliments. It has been true since the beginning of time that a woman is a woman's best friend. The light in the center of the tent shone down, and Lang Frost Moon's snow-like skin was too dazzling. The spring color underneath the semi-transparent silk pajamas was hidden. The hair that was draped down even more appeared to give Lang Frost Moon a unique beauty. Xia Yang was going off to hurry up and go to sleep. After eating so many good things at dinner, it was the time when the blood was rising. If the person in front of him was Shin Yanran, he would have pounced on her long ago. Big quilt to cover up and go to sleep. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to save your little life. Lang Fengyue also covered her perfect petite body with the quilt. The person she liked was sleeping next to her, and she could see Xia Yang's side face when she turned around. How nice. Good night. Good night. the two just fell asleep. It's a whole different world than what the students thought. Midnight. Long Xuanyu automatically leaned into Xia Yang's arms in her sleep, and in no time she was woken up by the heat. I woke up and saw that his forehead was sweating and his face was red. His mouth was still shouting Xinyanran. She remembered what the life member had told her. Boys who eat those things will. Long Xuanyu knew that Xia Yan was already overcompensating at the moment. It was not surprising that eating that stuff all the way to satiety would be like this. Now dreaming about girlfriends. It has to be cooled down for that to happen. She dampened a towel with cold water and placed it on Xia Yang's forehead. Chapter 68, Two Women Talking. When Xia Yang woke up in the morning, he found that he had a warm and soft person in his arms wrapped around his waist. At home when Xinyanran are so holding him to sleep. Last night dreaming of Xinyanran, Xia Yang thought he was now lying inside the villa. Then strong arms wrapped around the soft waist subconsciously hard into his arms. The still sleeping Lang Frost Moon let out a wooing sound after she slumped into the man's broad chest, her bright eyes slowly opening as she leaned in closer. She didn't know why Xia Yang would take the initiative to embrace her, but it didn't matter. It was exactly what she wanted. Xia Yang heard this voice is not right, not Xinyanyan, that siren's voice. Looking down, she met eyes with Long Frost Moon, who was lying in her arms. The beauty of the beautiful person in her arms is stirring, heavenly fairy-like appearance, the scarlet of desire. The most important thing is that Xia Yang knows that she will not reject herself. The two didn't speak for a while. After a long time, Xia Yan loosened his hand from Long Shanyue's beautifully moist waist. Sorry, I thought I was at home. Xia Yang moved a distance away from Long Frost Moon, but he was covered in Lang Frost Moon's fragrance. It's okay. Lang Fengyue lightly tugged on the slipping nightgown to cover her fragrant shoulders back up. Is this how Xinyanran sleeps when he's at home? It's still early, you can sleep in. I'll prepare breakfast. What do you want to eat? There's bread and porridge and fruit. Xia Yang looked at the time on his cell phone. It was only 6:30. If he hadn't hugged Lang Xuanyu tightly, she could have slept even longer. I got up in the middle of the night last night and worked for a long time and didn't sleep very well. Have some porridge. She didn't want bread. You sleep for a while. I'll call you when the porridge is ready. Xia Yang left the quilt. Aha! Long Frosty Moon moved to the spot where Xia Yang had just laid down. It was very warm. Lifting the tent door, a handful of students got up for a breath of fresh air. Xia Yang greeted them and then went to the box and took out a pot, poured in the pure water that the truck had brought in and started cooking porridge. Flames jumped under the bottom of the pot and the pot grew hot. A female student came and sat down next to him. There was both a fire to keep him warm and a handsome man. It's not against the law to not get a look around, is it? Xia Yang students are just hardworking. We all eat bagged bread to cope. It's better to have a little hot porridge in the morning. The wood beneath the bottom of the pot emitted a subtle burning raw, and the water above it began to boil. Xia Yang hurriedly removed some of the fire. The porridge should be slowly boiled to be good. When the porridge was ready, he had wanted to tell Lang Frost Moon to get up and have breakfast, but after entering the tent he realized that Lang Frost Moon had not woken up yet. Only the porridge could be covered and there was some carbon insulation underneath. As the time passed, the students got up. The camp was buzzing with activity. The boys were all whispering when they saw that Lang Xuanyu didn't get up. One guy got his ear twisted on the spot by his girlfriend. Zhang Wu, why are you so nosy? The boys' discussion stopped at once. This kid didn't feed his girlfriend last night, did he? He's got a temper like that? Slipped away. Can't afford to mess with it. Then Zhang Wu was isolated, and the discussion about what time Xia Yang and Lang Frosty Moon slept last night shifted from offline to online. It was almost 10 o'clock when Lang Frost Moon finally woke up. Didn't sleep well last night? Xia Yang asked curiously. Both of them went to sleep at the same time and slept early. How long did he sleep until 6 o'clock feeling refreshed? Lang Xuanyu, even if she was a little sleepy, she didn't sleep until 10 o'clock. Her eyes flickered and her stunning face colored red. I have a habit of recognizing the bed and sleeping a little late. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Yang went out and brought a bowl of still warm congee. Drink, but drink too much. It's going to be lunchtime later. Aha. Xia Yang went inside his luggage and found a toothbrush, toothpaste and a cup, and Lang Frosty Moon went outside to wash up after changing her clothes. After returning, Xia Yang reached out and touched Lang Xuanyu's forehead. Frost Moon, did you catch a cold and have a fever last night? Today's face is all red. You snatched Lang Frost Moon's quilt to cover yourself last night? Xia Yang remembered that he hadn't grabbed Xinyanran's quilt when he was in the villa. It's normal to blush a little from too much sleep, she said with forced composure. She then picked up the porridge with her red lips and drank it one bite at a time with a spoon. At that moment the voice of the life member came from outside the tent. Mr. Xia Yang, Mr. Lang, can I go in? Xia Yang went and pulled open the tent door to invite the life member in. Knowing that he was here to see Lang Shanyue, come in. Thanks. The life member walked in cautiously while sniffing the air for any strange smells, and Zhang left with a sense of humor. It was a bit inappropriate for a guy to be here when two girls were talking. What if they were going to talk about some unspeakable bosom talk? It was only after Xia Yang left that the life member was less formal. Lang, did you take the medicine I gave you last night? Not yet. Lung Fengyue took out the tablet from inside her pocket. You're not thinking of getting pregnant with Xia Yang's child, are you? The life committee member was anxious at hearing this. She looked at the trash can inside the tent, which contained only a small ball of paper towels. I have to say that this life committee is really in charge of life. Even talking about this kind of topic with the same-sex Cold Frost Moon was a bit shy. No, he last night. Cold Frost Moon couldn't continue in the middle of her sentence. The life member relies on her experience to restore and brainstorm what really happened last night, thence came to the conclusion that Xia Yang's classmates had a lot of self-control. I know. In that case I'm relieved. The life member patted her towering capital. Mr. Huang, this piece of medicine is returned to you. Thank you. Lang Fengyue intended to return the medicine to its original owner. Last night she all but changed her traditional style for Xia Yang and put on her silk pajamas, neither of which happened as expected. There's no point in staying with her. The camping trip is in 2 days. Keep them. The self-sacrificing life member refused to take the pills. Chapter 69, Attack. In fact, she came over with a mission this time. The female students wanted to invite Lung Xuanyu to go over with them for a chat through the life committee. Ask her about the marriage contract between her and Xia Yang. It must have been a beautiful love story of childhood sweethearts and 2 children. Then ask Lang Xuanyu how exactly she takes care of herself. Every time Lang Xuanyu passes by them in class, that glowing skin makes them envy them fiercely. The female students are determined to ask how exactly Lang Xuanyu takes care of herself and what skincare products she uses to do so. Lang Xuanyu agreed after a little thought in the face of the life committee member's request. Xia Yang, I'm going to go chat with the other students for a while. Lang Xuanyu said to Xia Yang, go on. I'll call you when it's time to eat. What do you want for lunch? Green vegetable soup. To the life member next to me, this is the wife getting ready to go out? Say hello to your husband. And your husband says I'll be at home cooking and waiting for you to come back for dinner. It was so sweet to her. Woohoo! If she had such a handsome and considerate fiancé, she would want to have children for him. The girl sat around on top of a patch of grass, and Cold Frost Moon gave her the seat when she arrived. Student Lang, come sit here. Lang Frosty Moon proved to be attractive not only to males, but also to girls. As soon as she sat down, all eyes were on her. Gosh, even sitting down is so graceful. Student Lang, what skincare products do you usually use to take care of your skin? There were already female students who couldn't resist asking this question eagerly. No matter how expensive it was, she was going to buy it. Who knew that? Lung Xuanyu gently shook her head and said, I usually don't use any skincare products. Not even body lotion? The female student incredulously followed up. What about perfume? I could smell that light scent on you when you sat down. I'm not wearing any perfume either. Lung Xuanyu denied again. The woman's face looked ashen. No way. How could God be so biased? Humph. I've told you not to ask Lang classmates lest you hit yourself, but you don't believe me. Another female classmate said triumphantly. Maybe Lang and Xia were a divine couple in heaven in their past lives and were relegated to the earth. Then she turned to Lang Frost Moon and scanned her from head to toe. Now the female student who asked to speak didn't care about superficial issues like what cosmetics Lung Xuanyu used. She only wanted to know Lung Xuanyu's detailed data on her figure, such as her circumference. It only makes sense to ask such questions. Hey, Lang student, what's your circumference? Lang Xuanyu didn't know how to answer. She hadn't measured her circumference. How can you ask such a question? At this time another female student stood out with a serious face and refuted. All she cared about was what really happened last night. Is Xia Yang fierce or not? However, there were still a lot of female classmates who wanted to know Lang Frost Moon's triple data, waiting with bated breath for her to open her mouth. I didn't measure it. Lang Fengyue wanted to go back. She was considering whether or not to send a text message to call Xia Yang to come over and help her out. It's okay, I can help you measure it manually. The female student who had asked Lang Frost Moon about her circumference had a demented girl's smile on her face as she prepared to find out what was going on. Once again, the life committee member stepped up to the plate to keep this female pervert from getting her hands on her. No wonder she had just been so aggressive in getting herself to invite Lang over. Said he was attending a secret meeting between the girls. Ugh, student Lang, hurry up. The life committee member was red-faced as she took Lang Xuanyu's hand and left the place. Xia Yang watched the two who had just left not long ago go and return. Chatting so fast? I guess I can't talk to my classmates. Frost Moon has such a cold temperament. Mr. Xia Yang, I'll return Mr. Ling to you now. The life committee member ran out of breath. Xia Yang looked at Lung Xuanyue and asked, did something happen? Nothing, a little accident happened during the chat. Lang Fengyue also encountered this kind of thing for the first time. Just now, even if the life committee member didn't help her block, that female classmate wouldn't have gotten her hands on her. Unless that person is Xia Yang. What accident? The life committee member pulling her back in such a hurry made Xia Yang a little worried and wanted to ask what had happened. Then the life committee member gasped and spent a good deal of effort before explaining clearly to Xia Yang what had happened. Xia Yang sighed that there really were all kinds of people in this world. Frost Moon, from now on you'll stay by my side and tell me if you want to go anywhere. Aha. Lung Xuanyu nodded. She also wanted to be with Xia Yang all the time, even if it was just to laze around together. It would be excellent. The life member placed Lung Xuanyue's jade hand in Xia Yang's big hand. Mr. Xia Yang, I'll go back first. The life committee member kills to go back and settle the score with the female classmate just now. It was so hard for her to make friends with Lung Frost Moon, and it was almost over. Lung Xuanyue took the initiative to withdraw her jade hand, making it less difficult for Xia Yang. I'll go wash the greens. She pulled her hair back from her ears and took out the greens from inside the grocery bag to wash them. When they were young, Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu's parents had taught them to cook and raised them to be hardworking children. This will surely lead to a harmonious life after marriage. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out at all like they thought they would. The life committee killed the girls' camp and then huffed and puffed to settle the score with the girl who had just been there. Siri, what were you just committing? I'm just trying to get my hands dirty, Seely said with a big grin. In fact, she wasn't a pervert. She just wanted to compete with Langfrost Moon to see who had more capital. Mr. Xia Yang already knows about this. You wait for him to come over and settle the score with you. Seely was completely flustered and at a loss for words when she heard this. Her roommate teased. What? Our fearless Seely is still afraid of being known by her male god for her unknown side? No? Oh, everyone let out a meaningful sound in unison after being outed by their roommate. Sayuri's housemate wasn't about to let her off the hook just yet, and followed up with a question. What are you going to do when Xia Yang's classmates come over to you later? Why don't we make it a trick? You tell him that as long as you forgive me, do whatever you want. Maybe Xia Yang's classmates will do something strange to you, and you've accomplished your goal, haven't you? The female classmates nodded cooperatively. She's right, guys like your wheat-skinned, powerfully built type. Go for it. In the end, Seely couldn't stand it and ran straight back inside the tent as an ostrich. All this day she was worried that Xia Yang would come to her and worried that Xia Yang would not come to her. Chapter 70, Homecoming. An uneventful and cozy day passed quickly. Lang Fengyue felt back to the days when Xin Yanyan had not returned to China, and Xia Yang was right next to her within reach. At night when she went to bed, Lung Xuanyue still changed into that translucent silk nightgown. Xia Yang still chose to restrain her desire. After an hour, Xia Yang, who had gotten up at 6 o'clock or so to cook breakfast, fell asleep, while Lung Xuanyue, who had rested until almost 10 o'clock, was still awake. She turned around to lie face to face with Xia Yang. The incredibly handsome face came into view and she couldn't help but run her hands over it, from the high nose to the thin lips. Xia Yang, I like you. I'll make you mine when I go back in time. It's over. Cold Frost Moon is starting to smell like sick boy that way too. Xia Yang, who was still asleep, felt something on his lips and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Lang Xuanyue's jade fingers turned bright. Her absolutely beautiful face became blushing. In the silence of the late night, the inner repressed feelings were seduced by Xia Yang's subconscious movements. Xia Yang, Lang Xuanyu gently called out, and no one responded to her. Her heart was beating fast, and she stared at the sleeping Xia Yang with pulsating affection. The emotional Long Frost Moon can no longer wait to kiss Xia Yang after crossing back. It's going to be now. She pulled a few strands of green silk behind her ear and slowly leaned down. The red lips slowly approached Xia Yang's thin lips. Lang Fengyue felt the softness coming from between her lips, then closed her eyes, though it was such a basic kiss that left her inwardly overwhelmed and drained. Almost she couldn't hold on and fell on Xia Yang's broad chest. The iceberg turned into warm spring water because of the summer sun, trying to wrap him up. It was a kiss she had waited years for. For a long time, the lips parted. How I wish you would kiss me of your own accord. Fiancé. Cold Frost Moon blossomed into a beauty that made everything lose its color. Luckily Xia Yang didn't wake up. Facing a childhood friend in this state, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it. After a deep kiss, she took the initiative to hug Xia Yang and fell asleep contentedly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yang woke up to see Lang Xuanyue in her arms, still holding her waist tightly. Silk pajamas are slightly messy, holy and beautiful, At this time it began to rain outside the tent. The sound of raindrops hitting the top of the tent soothed Xia Yang's restless heart. This rain couldn't have come at a better time. Xia Yang then slept through the sound of the rain and the soft touch. Lang Fengyue was woken up by the sound of the rain, but Xia Yang's warm embrace made her unable to get up. At 8 o'clock she estimated that Xia Yang was about to wake up, and got up to find the white dress she had specially brought, which was very much lined with a cold temperament. She wanted to let Xia Yang see her beautiful side. Waking up, Xia Yang opened his eyes to see Lang Xuanyue, who was like a mysterious girl from the 9 heavens, and froze for a while. "It's raining today, so you can sleep a little longer," Lang Xuanyue said to Xia Yang in a gentle tone, as if she was a wife. "I slept about as well as I could." He reached for his cell phone to distract himself. There was a discussion in the group about the rain, and the squad leader checked the weather forecast and said it was going to rain until tomorrow night. Well, there's no point in them staying here then. Many students offered to go back, and with a majority of those who wanted to go back after the vote, the event had to end early. Lang Fengyue didn't want to go back. It was raining outside. She would be able to spend the whole day alone with Xia Yang inside the tent. Chapter 71, Revenge of the Beautiful Secretary. When the rain was lighter, everyone came out with umbrellas to pack up and then take down their tents. Lang Xuanyue helped Xia Yang, who was packing up his things, with his umbrella. "Should I call you a separate car?" Xia Yang said to Lang Xuanyue after he finished packing his luggage. "No, I can live with it." Taking a separate car to go back that way wouldn't be able to lean on Xia Yang's shoulder, but Xia Yang still insisted on finding a sedan for Lang Xuanyue. The camping place was a bit remote and no one took orders. After getting on the bus, Xia Yang helped the girl who pitched the tent to send the motion sickness medicine. Lang Xuanyue soon couldn't resist and logically leaned her head on Xia Yang's shoulder. After a few hours of driving, back in front of the university, the students went back to their own homes and their own mothers. Xia Yang looked at the pale Lang Xuanyue directly in front of the university and took a cab to send her home. "Swipe your face to enter the Tongtian Pavilion to Lang Xuanyue's house." "Hello Auntie Chu. Frost Moon got carsick. I'll send her back." "Mom." A trace of heartache flashed in the bottom of Chu Shui's eyes when she saw her pale-faced daughter. "Xiao Yang, you help Frost Moon up to rest properly. Leave it to me, Auntie." After Xia Yang helped Lang Xuanyue to her room, he fed her hot water to warm her stomach and then covered her with a quilt. "Frost Moon, you rest well. I'll leave first." With Chu Shui at home to look after Lang Xuanyue, Xia Yang was very relieved and left the Tongtian Pavilion. After Xia Yang left, Chu Shui began to ask about her daughter. "How is the relationship between you and Yang going?" She wondered if the turnaround had come after this trip. "Mom, Xia Yan will be your son-in-law." Lang Fengyue didn't tell her mother about the fact that she had psychic abilities. She was afraid that her mother would disapprove of her going back to the past because of the danger. Xia Yan didn't tell Xin Yanran that he was back, wanting to give her a surprise. The lady at the front desk recognized Xia Yang at a glance and walked out to help him press the elevator reserved for the president. Xia Yang did not find his girlfriend after taking the elevator to the president's office on the top floor. Instead, "I saw the beautiful secretary from last time. Today she was wearing shiny black and glossy stockings that framed the shape of her long legs perfectly, and the obligatory secretary's lady suit and wraparound skirt plus high heels. A little light makeup on a pretty face makes it even more beautiful. She is aptly described as an urbanite. Fits the image of a secretary in people's minds." There was also no doubt about her business ability. Otherwise she wouldn't have been favored by Xin Yanran. What a beautiful and capable secretary. The last time this beautiful secretary merely couldn't help but look at herself for a moment. Xin Yanran was so jealous that she swore possession of herself in front of her, and tell her to watch the door. "May I ask where your president is?" Xia Yang said to Tang Yun, who was busy organizing information. Tang Yun turned around after hearing Xia Yang's voice. Sure enough, it's him. "President, she went to a meeting and will be back in 15 minutes. Tang Yun last time went out of her way to give up her job to look at Xia Yang in front of Xin Yanran. This time Xin Yanyan wasn't in the office and she couldn't restrain herself at all. Shouye looked at Xia Yan without even blinking. She then remembered the scene where Xin Yanran kissed Xia Yan passionately in front of her. The strange feeling of humiliation welled up from within. The president knew that she had fallen in love at first sight with the man in front of her, but she resorted to the worst possible means to tell herself, "This man, he's already mine. Don't even think about it." She so wanted to get back at her boss. This obsession governed her next actions. "Hello, my name is Tang Yun." She took 2 steps forward to Xia Yang, acting respectfully. Yesterday, Lu Sun came to the entrance of Zhao Group to show his love to the president. Tang Yun stopped mid-sentence. Xia Yang's originally good mood immediately turned bad after hearing this news. "It looks like you have to come every day to pick up your girlfriend from work. He's overthinking it. Only Sicko likes other people. Don't like Sicko is totally asking for it." The president threw the rose roses he sent him into the trash on the spot and sternly told him to leave himself alone. She gritted her teeth and put her inner plan into action. I'll call you the next time someone makes a pass at the president, but I have a request. What request? Xia Yang thought that the secretary in front of him wanted a salary increase. Can you kiss me? Her face was flushed as she said this, half shy and half expectant inside. It is true that Tang Yun was so bold to seduce Xia Yang in order to take revenge on Shen Yanran, but don't forget that she originally liked Xia Yang. The president she wouldn't know. Tang Yun didn't even know why she added that sentence. Originally, according to the plan is with Xia Yang kiss immediately after leaving and then tell Shen Yanran so that the revenge is considered successful. If I can kiss him, even if I don't get revenge, it's also possible. Xia Yang straightened up inwardly. It's over. Last time Yan Yan irritated her secretary badly. Actually wanted to kiss herself. Secretary Tang, do you have a boyfriend? He tried to get the urban beauty in front of him back to her normal state. I don't have a boyfriend in my first kiss and first time are still there. Tang Yun explained in a low voice. Is it okay not to kiss? Xia Yang tentatively politely refused, lest he irritate her. Tang Yun's face became redder when she heard Xia Yang's words. I didn't realize he's the big bad wolf. Kissing doesn't satisfy him, he wants to go further. Tang Yun didn't speak anymore, and Xia Yang didn't speak again. He prayed for Shen Yanran to come back quickly. What is it with these 15 minutes being so long? After a few minutes of mental struggle, Tang Yun finally gave in to her heart. Giving your first time to someone you like doesn't seem so bad. Give me the cell phone for a second. She sat down next to Xia Yang after making up her mind. Xia Yang handed her his cell phone, as long as she didn't kiss her, let alone asking for the phone. It was okay to give it to her. Tang Yun deposited her phone number among Xia Yang's cell phone, then added a note to cover it. Badass. Call me back when the president is not available. Tang Yun shyly admonished and returned the cell phone to Xia Yang. What? How did I become a bad guy? If Huma hears me, I'm dead. Shoo. Tang Yun covered Xia Yang's mouth with her skillful hand. The president will be back soon. Let's just act like nothing happened. But, Xia Yang's muffled mouth let out a muffled voice. It's not worth it. Obviously nothing happened. Don't make fun of my little life. My day. It's inconvenient. You can call me back in a couple days. When Tang Yun watched movies, she hadn't seen many office romances. The big deal is to go back and study up on how to talk about office love yourself. What a shame. Things were going far beyond her imagination. Chapter 72. Lily Shen knows Xia Yang is back. Xia Yang was still blurring his defense. Tang Yun misunderstood him, thinking that Xia Yang couldn't help but ask her to pay a little interest in advance. Wait, the president will be back soon. If you don't perform well, you'll be suspected by her. What was said came to pass, and the sound of high heels rang out outside. Tang Yun hastily retracted the small hand that covered Xia Yang, and her long legs took a few steps back to distance herself from Xia Yang, pretending to be reading the information. Avoid being suspicious of your boss. Xia Yang helplessly glanced at Tang Yun before getting up to greet his girlfriend. 2 days without seeing, he wanted to die that demon. Shen Yanran's state in the past 2 days was not considered very good. Somehow, a violent sense of crisis coiled in her heart and lingered. I don't want to eat. I can't sleep. When she thought about the fact that Xia Yang was going with Leng Xuanyu to participate in the class activities, she was even more worried. If Xia Yang did not come back today, Shen Yanran was planning to drive to him. Huma, honey, why are you back? The saddened Shen Yanyan was overjoyed to see her boyfriend and didn't care if she was in the company or not. She directly jumped into his arms, hands wrapped around Xia Yang's neck to kiss first before saying anything. Passion is like fire. She was going to let out all the thoughts, all the angst she had been feeling for the past 2 days. Xia Yang was a bit unable to resist Shen Yanran's enthusiasm. After a long time, Shen Yanran let go of Xia Yang, her jade arm from the neck down to the waist to hold him tightly. This feeling of holding in the arms made her feel very secure. Honey, I missed you so much. A woman who can be described as a redhead hugs you and then says this in a tone of voice that is incredibly coquettish. Can't even top it. Okay, I miss you too. Xia Yang's breathing began to thicken. Haven't done anything you shouldn't have in the last few days, have you? No. Xia Yang did not hesitate to say the answer Shen Yanran wanted. I'll check it out, and if my darling lies to me, I'll be punished. Cold sweat seeped out of Xia Yang's back. He was immensely grateful that he had gone to bed early and woke up early in his tent, and was still able to sleep peacefully in the face of the stunning plum he shared his bed with, even dreaming about his girlfriend. He kept what mattered most by his tenacity. Shen Yanran pulled Xia Yang's hand into the office, and Tang Yun lowered her head to organize the information after saying hello to the president to her. She was very satisfied with Tang Yun's performance and didn't have her eyes always peeking towards Xia Yang like last time. Tang Yun, put the information in your hands for now. Go stand guard at the door and don't let anyone in. Yes. Tang Yun put down the information in her hand and obediently went out, then closed the door. There was no one else inside the office, and Shin Yenran was planning to continue that passionate kiss she had just had outside, who expected Xia Yang to slightly tilt her head to the side, letting her red lips fall on her face. Yen, let's go home. Xia Yang wanted to take a shower. He was covered in some of the smell of the bus. What's the matter? Doesn't honey like being here? I'd like to take a shower. Why go home when I can wash inside my restroom? It's not possible that the deer is stalling, is it? The internet said that couples were all on fire after a small goodbye, but Xia Yang proposed to take a bath when the atmosphere was so cordial. Could this not make Shin Yenran suspicious? No. I'm covered in the unpleasant odor from the bus, afraid that you'll hate it. Xia Yang explained to his girlfriend, who was emitting a dangerous odor. Smell it if you don't believe me. How could I dislike my darling? Shin Yenyen, who had entered a sickly state, pushed Xia Yang into a chair. Let's have a good checkup now, and you'd better not move, dear. At this time, the Minister of the Finance Department came and was stopped by Tang Yun just as he exited the elevator. The president isn't available right now. The Minister of the Ministry of Finance is also Shin Yenyen, promoted up the female backbone. She used to see Shin Yenyen can never encounter this situation. She glanced at the office door. Still closed. Did the president take a lunch break? Tang Yun said with a twinkle in her eyes. The president is putting on a mask. I'll let you know when she's free. The Minister of Finance was nonplussed when he heard it. The president is so beautiful and still needs to put on a mask? Do you still let us live? People come in happy and leave downcast, and she's going to put on a mask when she gets back. In the office. Now you believe it, right? Xia Yang unbuttoned the top button of his collar to dissipate the heat, and the goblin ate him dry. After checking, Shin Yenran also dispelled that thought in her mind, but Xia Yang's fate still couldn't be changed. It was the same to go back inside the basement. I don't know what the reason is. Xia Yang obviously came back, but the sense of crisis in Shin Yenyan's heart became more and more intense. Had to put honey in the basement, but would mom approve of what she was doing? Probably not. She decided she needed to talk to her mom about this. Drip drip drip. Shin Yenran's personal phone rang. She got up and saw that it was Lily Shin calling. It must have come to ask her if Xia Yang had come back yet. If you don't answer it, with that ghostly girl must have guessed that Xia Yang has returned. So Shin Yenran picked up the phone. Lily, what's up? Shin Lily was currently on the phone in Avni's office, and Mu Shixian was next to her. The first thing Shin Yenyan said she realized was wrong. There was a hint of winks inside her tone. She already knows the truth. Is brother Xia Yang back? She pretended not to know. No, didn't I tell you he was going for 3 days? Oh, Shin Lily was really a little dramatist, knowing that Xia Yang had come back and still managed to hold back her excitement, pretending to be very lost. Be sure to tell me when brother Xia Yang returns. Got it, that's enough for now. I have work to do. Bye. Shin Yenran hung up the phone and sort of muddled through. Is your brother back? Avni asked. Mu Shixian was also waiting for her best friend to speak. My brother is inside my sister's company. After Shin Lily and Mu Shixian left, Avni sat on a chair with her 2 super long legs folded together. Shouldn't have let him off the hook last time. The corners of her mouth quirked up in a meaningful smile. Next time I meet you wherever you are, I won't let you get away with it. Mu Shixian remembered that there were still 2 days left before Xia Yang agreed with her to pick up the clothes, and the novel she had handwritten had already been made into a printed version, just waiting to be handed over to him along with the clothes. Chapter 73, Understanding All That Is Understood. Shin Yenran hung up her sister's phone and then softly said to Xia Yang, after the checkup dear, let's go to the lounge, okay? Xia Yang also didn't expect his girlfriend to covet him so much after he had only left for 2 days. Go ahead. If Shin Lily had been pampered he would have been able to barely hold on, but now the one who was pampered was Shin Yenyen, the extreme beauty that had turned the world upside down. Bones are crisping up. She also took the initiative to sit in Xia Yang's arms, her hands wrapped around his neck, and her autumn eyes were full of love. There's also a shower room inside the lounge if you want to take a shower dear. Yen, are things inside the company finished? Xia Yang's voice was slightly hoarse, a sign of fire. Nothing is as important as darling, Shin Yenran urged shyly, since the matters inside the company had been dealt with. Xia Yang picked up Shin Yenran and walked quickly towards the lounge. Shin Yenyen changed out of the formal attire on her body and wrapped her tall and wonderful devilish body with a bath towel. Honey, let me rub your back. Tang Yun was standing outside on guard for a few bells, and her beautiful legs in high heels were feeling the pain. Except for the Minister of Finance who had come to Shin Yenran, not many subordinates had come. She glanced at her wristwatch. It's been over 3 hours, and that bad guy is so slow. Tang Yun, the light imperial sister, complained with a red face. The last time she looked at the door but had something to do. Time passed without her realizing it. She was a little worried that when Xia Yang called her, she would be able to talk to that bad guy for as long as the president did. Should, can't. The answer to this was obvious, and she began to panic. Take out your cell phone and ask your girlfriends who already have boyfriends for chatting tips. BFF, 3 bells? Then a series of exclamation points were sent across the room. Tang Yun, you tell me. The best friend was silent for a long time without sending a message. Still, BFF, I don't want to talk to you. Tang Yun, come on, say it. First of all, things like chatting, even if you like him a lot, you can't get right to the point at first. Start with "It's a beautiful day. Have you eaten yet?" That kind of talk is polite. Then at the end of the day, when it feels like the mood is about right, you're getting right to the point and saying you like him. And just dress nicely so you can add personal charm and be more attractive to him. Black silk is recommended. Nice clothes? My best friend stopped talking and sent a bunch of shopping links. Tang Yun opened them one by one and then placed a purchase order. What a bargain for that bad guy. Cheap for who? Shen Yanran opened the door to her office after helping Xia Yang take a shower and saw her secretary pounding on her cell phone outside the door and muttering to herself. Nope, nothing. Tang Yun panicked and hid her cell phone behind her. Shen Yanran estimated that she was chatting with her boyfriend, also did not continue to pursue the question. After all, it is someone else's privacy. Has anyone come to see me? The Minister of Finance came to see you. She turned to Xia Yang and said, "Honey, you sit in the office, I'll make a trip to the finance department. Sign the papers and we'll go home." When Tang Yun saw Shen Yanyan and Xia Yang being so intimate, she felt a little hard in her heart and lowered her gaze. "I'll accompany you, saving you from having to come up after signing." Xia Yang didn't want his girlfriend to run up and down again. That's fine, just think of it as you, the future chairman of the board, making the rounds of the finance department. The two took the special elevator to the finance department. The head of the finance department couldn't help but ask, "President, is this your boyfriend?" "Well, he's the future chairman of the Zhao Group." "Hello, Mr. Xia, you're welcome. I'm just Yanyan's boyfriend now, not some chairman." Shen Yanran, however, laughed. It will be later. Although it was also the first time for the Minister of Finance to see a man as handsome as Xia Yang, she wasn't as brave as Tang Yun, who dared to not want to work and stared directly at Xia Yang. At most, he sneaked a look while Shen Yanran was signing. After Shen Yanran and Xia Yang left, the Minister of Finance messaged with a few executives who had better relationships. The president actually has a boyfriend. Super invincibly handsome. Zhao's group headquarters were all female employees, and those few executives were naturally female as well. Originally, the president having a boyfriend was very curious to them, and the super invincibly handsome one at the back had completely aroused their curiosity. They are all rich and beautiful, and ordinary men can't even get into their eyes. Got a picture? Send one to the sisters. This one really didn't. Just now her heart was pounding. Her mind was completely on Xia Yang. Where could she think of anything else? Right, there's no surveillance in the president's office, but she has surveillance in this office. No, she's not lying, the photos aren't there. There's a video. There was a lot of grumbling inside the group, and they didn't realize that someone was going to get a solo meal. Take it back and read it slowly at night. Shen Lily rushed home after her afternoon class. When she returned to the villa, Xia Yang and Shen Yanran had not yet returned. Only Zhao Kite was at home. "Mom!" Lily Shen walked through the door of Iris Zhao's room. "Lily, why are you back?" Zhao Kite had a beauty sleep and was woken up by her returning daughter. "Come back to see brother Xia Yang," Shen Lily said rightfully. "Xiao Yang is back from a class activity?" "Yeah, I guess brother Xia Yang will return in a while." I have to say that Shen Lily's brain is really good, even guessing this. After hearing that Xia Yang was coming back, Zhao Kite got off the bed and prepared to go to the kitchen to make some of his favorite food. "Mom, I want steamed sea bass." Shen Lily hadn't been in the mood to eat for the past few days, and now that Xia Yang was back, she was in a better mood. "Lose weight or whatever and step aside for a while. You'll have the strength to do things when you're full." "Good," Zhao Kite said dotingly. Chapter 74, The Personal Maid. When Shen Yanran and Xia Yang drove back to the villa from the company, just as they stepped into the doorway, Shen Lily ran over and jumped into Xia Yang's arms and hugged her tightly. "Brother Xia Yang, I miss you so much." Xia Yang touched her head and laughed. "I've only been away for 2 days. As much as that? Okay, quickly loosen up. I can't even walk." It's true that 2 days is not long for a normal person, but Shen Lily is a sickly girl. 1 day is like 3 years. "Well, I don't care. Let me hold you a little longer." Shen Lily rubbed against Xia Yang's clothes and her speech was not clear. "It's the scent of Xia Yang's brother." She tilted her head up her innocent and pretty face with a touch of seriousness. "Brother Xia Yang, next time you go out, take me with you. I can help you organize your clothes, order food, and organize your quilt. Since we can't lock him up, we can just follow him wherever he goes. Personal maid, don't you want to consider it? Brother Xia Yang? I'll definitely bring you along next time I go to outer space. Let go first. You clingy kitten. How could Xia Yang take Shen Lily with him when he went out? She has her own things to do. No release. Shen Yan ran next to her, couldn't stand to look at it. It was almost enough. Lily Shun. She looked at her sister with her arms across her chest. Shen Lily reluctantly came out of Xia Yang's arms due to her sister's pressure. Xia Yang, Shen Yan ran, and Shen Lily walked inside the kitchen, where Zhao Kite was busy. What kind of food does Xiao Yang want to eat? Auntie will make it for you, Zhao Kite said in a gentle tone. Xia Yang didn't say what he wanted to eat. He didn't want Zhao Kite to make an extra dish on purpose. I like whatever Auntie cooks. Zhao Kite's face blossomed into a smile after hearing Xia Yang's words for a long time. Xiao Yang, you go sit outside first. The food will be ready soon. He also wanted to help with the cooking, only to be rejected by Zhao Kite. Well, it's another day of being forced to sit and wait for food. Shen Yanran was instead left in the kitchen by Zhao Kite, saying that he wanted to teach her the art of cooking and be a good wife who could go up to the hall and come down to the kitchen after they got married. She also wanted to cook for Xia Yang, so she listened to her mom. Xia Yang sat at the hall table and looked at the back of Zhao Kite and Shen Yanran. Shen Lily of course would not let go of the opportunity to be alone with him and followed to sit next to him. Brother Xia Yang, I'm so sleepy. Shen Lily pretended to yawn. It's almost time to eat. Hold on a little longer. Xia Yang saw that the dishes inside the kitchen were almost ready. In that case, I'll rest on brother's lap for a while. After saying that, she laid down. Lily, get up. Shen Lily suddenly smiled slightly, and Xia Yang's heart had a bad feeling. Don't be ridiculous. Brother Xia Yang, be quiet. It was good that Shen Lily finished resting before Zhao Kite came out and didn't interfere with the meal. Shen Yanran brought the dishes to the table, and Zhao Kite took her seat after taking off the apron she was wearing. The atmosphere at this moment was worlds apart from when Xia Yan wasn't there. Xia Yang didn't even need to clip the food. Zhao Kite finished clipping, and it was Shen Yanran's turn, and Shen Lily didn't even get a chance to eat. Enough is enough. Auntie, I'm already full. Xia Yang dissuaded him repeatedly. There's still a bowl of soup inside the kitchen. Auntie will bring it out for you. Zhao Kite elegantly got up and went inside the kitchen to bring out the soup. Xia Yang couldn't be more familiar with this thing. Drink. There was no way for him to refuse Zhao Kite's request, so he picked up the bowl and muffled it in one gulp. The mouth is bitter and astringent, and the medicine is bitter. Zhao Kite complimented him on being a good boy just like last time. Chapter 75, The Determined Zhao Kite. After dinner, Xia Yang couldn't even wash the dishes if he wanted to. That's family status. He was just about to clean up the bowl when Zhao Kite gently picked it up. Xiao Yang, just leave it to Auntie. The task of clearing the table was taken up by Shen Yanran. Shen Lily and Xia Yang don't have to do anything. After Shen Yanran cleaned up the dining table, she came inside the kitchen. Zhao Kite thought that it was her youngest daughter who came. After all, when Xiao Yang came back, her eldest daughter didn't have the time to look for herself. Lily, what's the matter with mommy? She asked as her jade hands wiped the plate. Mom, I want to discuss this with you. Shen Yanran picked up the dishes in the sink and washed them, and it was only then that Zhao Kite reacted that it was her eldest daughter. There weren't many dishes to wash, and the two of them were done quickly. Huma, did something happen on the company? No, let's go back to the room and talk about it. Shen Yanran helped her mom take off her apron, and affectionately held her mom's hand back inside Zhao Kite's room. Zhao Kite guessed that his daughter must have something to ask for, but he couldn't guess what it was, so he could only wait for his daughter to speak. Shen Lily, who was sitting in the hall, was delighted to see her sister and mother enter the room for some reason. They looked as if they had something to discuss and would not be able to come out for a while, and Xia Yang had returned to Shen Yanran's room. After 2 days of pitching a tent, he kind of missed such a soft big bed inside the room. It's so big and soft. He squinted a little on the bed, waiting for his girlfriend to finish the dishes. The door to the room was quietly opened and Shen Lily tiptoed in, seeing Xia Yang resting with his eyes closed. Brother Xia Yang, do you need a massage? She came to Xia Yang who had closed his eyes and said softly, also blowing a breath. As soon as Xia Yang opened his eyes, he saw Shen Lily's naturally beautiful face, maybe pure or desire. Where's your sister? Something wasn't right. How could Yuma let Lily in at this time? Sister and mom seemed to be discussing something. Lord Xia Yang, do you need a personal maid to give you a massage? A pair of soft and boneless small hands climbed onto Xia Yang's shoulders and started massaging them without his consent. Yeah, right here. Use some force. The massage had begun. Xia Yang refused again will not help. It is better to enjoy the pleasure. 2 days ago when he shared a bed with Lang Shuangyu inside the big tent, his body was all tight. It was good to massage it. Did sister massage brother Xia Yan? Shen Lily took off her little black leather shoes and climbed onto the bed, her long legs wrapped in white silk hidden under her plaid skirt. Massage Xia Yang with a kneeling sit and give him a knee pillow. There is. After Shen Lily reminded him, he remembered that his girlfriend had bought a maid uniform. Later, he would ask his girlfriend to wear it to rely on treating herself. So is sister's comfortable, or is mine more comfortable? The small, soft, boneless hand pressed with moderate strength on the shoulder. Experienced Xia Yang knows how to answer this kind of question. If it is more comfortable to answer Shin Yenran, Shin Lily will definitely give herself a little bit of a whole mess out. If it was more comfortable for Shin Lily to have a massage, what if her girlfriend was outside the door right now? That's why it's best to rain on the parade. It's all very comfortable. Master of End Water, Xia Yang, Shin Lily, however, was not satisfied with this answer. What do you mean all very comfortable? Obviously, I have to be more powerful than my sister, right? She was going to make a good effort to show Xia Yang her value as a personal maid and give him a comfortable full-body massage. That way the next time brother Xia Yang goes out, he'll think, take Lily, the capable personal maid, with you. After having this wonderful vision, Shin Lily's small hands were not just limited to massaging Xia Yang's shoulders. Xia Yang, who closed his eyes to enjoy Shin Lily's service, was oblivious to the fact that danger had already arrived. Zhao Kite looked at her daughter who was holding her arm and asked, "What is there to tell Mom? You can just make your own decisions on the company side. Mom trusts you." No. Shin Yenran took a deep breath before revealing her true purpose to Zhao Kite. "Mom, I want to keep Xia Yang by my side." Zhao Kite immediately understood her daughter's meaning. She was trying to lock the boy Xiao Yang inside the basement like last time. The favorite smile on her thousand beautiful faces disappeared. "Didn't Mom tell you you couldn't do that? But I always have a feeling inside my heart that Xia Yang he will leave me, and I can't control myself." A sickly girl is a sickly girl. Her intuition is really powerful. Cold Frost Moon is ironically going back to the past after this camping trip. Even if she did lock Xia Yang into the basement, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to resist Long Frost Moon, who took the initiative to attack after crossing back. This kind of stuff is almost insurmountable. As long as Long Shuang Yue took the initiative, Xia Yang was powerless to fight back. No way. As long as I'm here for a day, I won't allow you to lock little Yang up. Zhao Kite rarely spoke to her daughter in this tone, but this time my daughter was so wrong. Xia Yang would have been thrilled if he had heard Zhao Kite help him so much. "Auntie, you are right. Very right. Mom." Shin Yenran was still fighting. This matter is not negotiable. Zhao Kite was also tough. Unlike the usual time when he was responsive to requests, how can a man be kept in chains for a lifetime? The strongest chain in the world is love. As long as you carefully design a series of things to make the other person die in love with you, by the time you drive him away he will give up his dignity to beg you not to give him up. I told you this last time. Why don't you understand this? If you keep Xiao Yang locked up, he'll find a chance to escape one day. You'll really lose him then. The mom in the room spoke to her daughter in a serious manner. Perhaps teaching is a better word. What Zhao Kite said is not wrong. What is locked up? Our inferior means. The top of the sickly girl is through a series of events to make the favorite people die in love with their own. When that happens, you won't even have to worry every day about some vixen snatching someone up. This is the ultimate meaning of sickly petite to lock his heart. But now Shin Yenran couldn't listen to her mother's words, and the sense of crisis that surfaced in her heart was like a rolling flood that was on the verge of destroying her sanity. If it wasn't for Zhao Kite being here, Xia Yang would have lost his freedom just as he entered the door. How could he sit at the table and eat casually like he did tonight? He could only eat what Shin Yenran fed him with her mouth. "Mom, I'm begging you. You hurry back. Xiao Yang is probably still waiting for you. This matter should never be mentioned or thought about again." Zhao Kite didn't want to talk to her daughter anymore. She wasn't going to let Xia Yang live in the dark. Chapter 76, Two Colors. She had anticipated her mom's determined attitude. She was going to accomplish her goal today no matter what. "Mom." Shin Yenran was still continuing to communicate with Zhao Kite. "Upstairs. Brother Xia Yang, you can massage me too," Shin Lily begged with a red face. Shin Lily was so dedicated to serving herself, so of course Xia Yang would let her enjoy being served. "Okay, don't stop with your hands," he said, raising the bony hand. Xia Yang's massage technique made Shin Lily very comfortable, and for a while the movements of her hands stopped. "Lily, why are you slacking off?" "Got it. I'll work on it." Shin Lily's soft, boneless little hands moved with difficulty to continue her work. Not long after that Shin Lily completely gave up. She really wasn't trying to be lazy. Xia Yang looked at Shin Lily, who was like a puddle of mud, and teased, "You're really remiss as a personal maid." With a reddened face, Shin Lily buried her head inside the quilt. "What a shame. My hands are sweating from massaging you. Lily, get a tissue." I'll help Master get clean." Shin Lily poked her head out from inside the quilt and grabbed Xia Yang's hand. At 10 p.m., Shin Yenran finally came out from inside Zhao Kite's room. She smiled sweetly on her sexy, flirtatious features. "Xia Yang, Mom has agreed to my request." Shin Yenran didn't rush upstairs, but went to the basement. The two talked for a long time, and Zhao Kite finally compromised. Ugh, tonight was a sleepless night for Zhao Kite. After Shin Yenyan finished organizing the basement, she couldn't wait to lock Xia Yang in here. Under the pressure of the great crisis, Shin Yenran's degree of sickly petite deepened minute by minute. Originally just a mildly sickly petite, now she estimated that she had surpassed her sister. Her long and graceful black silk legs lightly lifted and stepped onto the stairs. stairs. The sound of high heels colliding with the steps was the countdown to Xia Yang's freedom. "Honey, I'm coming. As long as you're tied up, Long Xuan Yue won't be able to get her hands on you." Xin Lily had long ago returned to her room to sleep inside a bell contentedly, and when Xin Yan came in, Xia Yang was looking at the electronic version of the courseware. Just now he went down to look for Xin Yanran. It wouldn't take so long to wash a bowl, would it? As it turned out that there was no one inside the hall and the door to Zhao Kite's room was closed tightly. Xia Yang did not disturb the mother and daughter's conversation. "Huma, you're back." He put down his cell phone. "My dear, I've kept you waiting." Xin Yanran had a smile on her lips, and she looked in a very good mood. She was just about to throw herself into Xia Yang's chest to lie down on it and listen to his heartbeat, but she found a white silk on the ground. Xin Yanran bent down to pick it up. "Lily was just here?" "Well, she came to give me a massage." This stocking was taken off by Xin Lily halfway through the massage, and Xia Yang stopped her from taking off the other one. "I didn't realize that she had forgotten to take it with her then." Xia Yang stared at the white stockings and remembered her "I understand" smile when he stopped Xin Lily from taking off her stockings. Xin Yanran saw Xia Yang staring at this thing, not knowing what he was thinking. "The last time I asked him myself, he replied that he was into black. It didn't matter though. He was able to fulfill all of his hobbies himself." Only Xin Yanran sat on the edge of the bed and said to Xia Yang, "Honey, can you help me take off my shoes?" This wasn't a thing to Xia Yang at all. It was the next time for the good show to start. Xin Yanran removed the black silk on her right leg in front of Xia Yang, then slowly put on the white stockings. Her sister's white silk was a little tight for her, so there was the famous scene of white silk XX, right white, left black. Xin Yanran looked at her boyfriend, who couldn't move his eyes, gently folded his left leg on top of his right leg. The lotus feet also gently swayed, full of infinite temptation. Xia Yang felt a little dry mouth, just came back to focus on the massage, did not drink water. "Honey, what are you waiting for?" Xin Yanran smiled charmingly, as if she was inviting Xia Yang to dance together. Xia Yang had no qualms about pouncing Xin Yan onto the soft big bed, and the two kissed as if they were mesmerized. When Xia Yang woke up, he saw how the ceiling was a bit off. A hand lifted and the sound of chains rang out. No way. He was confused. He hadn't even upset his girlfriend lately, and last night she had complimented him. Xia Yang thought over all the things he had done recently, and there was really no Xin Yan's anger among his impressions. What's going on here? He still couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't exactly panicking. After all, his amulet, Zhao Kite, was still inside the villa. Xia Yang believed that Auntie would definitely rescue herself from inside the basement like last time. At this moment, inside the hall, Zhao Kite, Xin Lily and Xin Yanran were eating breakfast. Only Xia Yang is missing. Zhao Kite hadn't said a word during the entire breakfast. Xin Lily's excitement was barely concealed. Early in the morning, Xin Yanran went to Xin Lily's room and lifted up her quilt, then took out that white silk and started to ask questions. Poor Xin Lily was cleaned up sparingly, but when she heard her sister say that Xia Yang had gone into the basement again, the spanking she had just received was nothing. He even hugged and kissed Xin Yanran. "I love you, sis. Don't be so mushy." Her excited kiss was disliked by Xin Yanran. What about Mom's side? She quickly thought again about how her mom couldn't possibly sit back and do nothing. "You don't have to worry about that." Zhao Kite's reaction during breakfast was beyond Xin Lily's expectations. Mom hadn't mentioned Zhang, and she couldn't have been that stupid to bring him up. "Though I don't know what tactics my sister used to be able to get my mom to turn a blind eye to this. It doesn't matter. One's dreams have been realized once again." Zhao Kite just ate a small bowl of porridge and lost her appetite, and didn't talk to her daughters directly back inside her room. Did he or she do something wrong? "I shouldn't have agreed to my daughter's request." Little Young. After thinking about it all night last night, she felt deeply that she had made the wrong decision. She also didn't dare to go to the basement to face Xia Yang. Without her nod, it would have been impossible for Xia Yang to live in the basement. Right now Zhao Kite's heart was like a ball of unorganized wool. It's messy. If she knew that Xia Yang was waiting for her to save him, I'm afraid that Zhao Kite would have asked her daughter for the key on the spot to get Xia Yang out. Chapter 77, Worry. "Lily, go check if the deer is awake." Xin Yanran also knew that it was not good for her to lock up Xia Yang for no reason. The first time was when he saw Ling Frost Moon beside him, and there was still a reason to be jealous. The second time was when Xia Yang put his life on the line to save Ling Shangyue, and it could be justified to punish him. But this time, there was no reason for it. Last night he himself was bragging about how great Honey was, and then he locked him in because of a crisis. Xin Yanran is afraid that Xia Yang is angry. She loves too much. Xia Yang ignoring her was the greatest punishment. Okay. Xin Lily had long wanted to go inside the basement to take a look at the locked-up brother Xia Yang. It was the most beautiful picture in the world. Halfway there she turned back and forgot to bring breakfast to brother Xia Yang. Zhang in the basement was a bit bored. "Brother Xia Yang, you're awake." Xin Lily was carrying a bowl of porridge with a pure and sweet smile on her face. He remembered that the last time he lived in the basement it was also Xin Lily who was the first to visit him and brought breakfast. He even called his aunt to come and rescue himself. Thinking about it this way, Lily was simply fine except for the occasional jealous mess. Where is your sister? Xia Yang hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem and was now completely unnerved. Shen Lily thought for a moment and decided that she should still give her sister a favor. After all, she had locked up brother Xia Yang again. What a great sister I have. Sister will be here later. Eat breakfast first. Shen Lily threw away the spoon in her bowl. Lily, what are you throwing away the spoon for? Xia Yang wondered. Don't worry. I'll use my methods to make brother Xia Yang eat a loving breakfast. She took a small sip of the lukewarm porridge when she finished speaking. No, but it was not up to Xia Yang. Why does sick girl like to keep her sweetheart locked up? Because then she can fully show him how much she loves him. He could only accept it. Xia Yang was dead set on not accepting the way sick girl was feeding him. He was going to take back what he had just said. And Shen Lily wasn't all that nice. She struggled to ferry the porridge in her mouth over to Xia Yang, both of them panting. Brother Xia Yang, you're not being good at all now? Shen Lily exuded a sickly look in the face of the tied-up Xia Yang. I'll drink it myself. Unfortunately, the bound Xia Yang was completely powerless to resist, and Shen Lily knew his weaknesses like the back of her hand. No matter how tough Xia Yang was, he could only obediently drink kanji. Phew, he was finally able to catch his breath after the porridge was finished. Shen had a retrospective look on her face. Has Lily had enough fun? Go call your sister in, Xia Yang said. The first day of being tied up was so hard. Shen put the bowl aside and licked her fragrant tongue across her rosy lips. I didn't say I've had enough fun. Brother Xia Yang, please have fun with me next. I don't want to play with you. I want to see your sister. Soon Xia Yang's voice was not so firm. Shen Yanran waited outside in the hall for a long time before Shen, who was poking around, came out. How's it going? Brother Xia Yang thought that mom would save him this time, so he didn't get angry. Shen Lily said, Honey. She came in and undid the white cloth that was covering Zhayang's eyes. Yen, you took advantage of Auntie's absence to lock me up? Xia Yang asked. This was the only possibility he could think of. In that case, one would only have to stay inside the basement for 2 days. Well, Mommy went somewhere else. She kissed Xia Yang's thin lips. Honey, don't be angry, okay? I always felt in my heart that I would lose you. That's why I locked you up. The abrasive siren didn't ooze amazing charisma all over her body like she used to, but instead gave off a feeling of needing to be pampered. Yuma loosened the chains a little. Shen Yanran thought that Xia Yang was being strangled and hurt, and hurriedly adjusted the length of the chains. He backhanded his uneasy girlfriend with a big hug. Feeling a little safe yet? Shen Yanran was touched by Xia Yang's gesture and her eyes were red. The two hugged each other tightly. As promised, I'll only lock you up for 2 days. Sort of a girlfriend's privilege. In fact, just now when Shen Yanran was moved, the idea wavered, but the growing sense of crisis was constantly reminding her. Can't let Xia Yang out. She didn't say anything. She had to wait until the sense of crisis disappeared before letting him out. Before that, Shen Yanran wouldn't let him take a step out of here no matter what. Shen Yanran is not going to go to work today, and is going to stay by Xia Yang's side all the time. At lunchtime, Zhao Kite asked Shen Yanran how Xia Yang's situation was. Shen Yanyan said something quite nice. Lunch was so haphazard. Shen Yanran brought Xia Yang his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and fed them to him. She didn't expect Xia Yang to be able to determine that Zhao Kite was inside the villa after just one bite of sweet and sour pork. This flavor, isn't it Auntie's cooking? Auntie at home? Then why didn't she come to my rescue? Or did the girlfriend fool the aunt in some way? The more he thought about it, the more he realized it wasn't simple. Honey, why don't you eat? Shen Yanran used her chopsticks to clip the ribs to his mouth. Yen, tell me honestly, is Auntie at home now? He grabbed Shen Yanyan's jade arm with both hands. After Shen Yanran froze for a moment, she put down her chopsticks and said, Yes. How long are you going to keep me locked up? 10 days, or half a month? Without the amulet, Xia Yan was a bit agitated. He might be locked up until when? Honey, I'll let you out after the sense of crisis in my heart disappears, okay? Shen Yanran's hurriedly comforted. Her most feared situation had still happened. Xia Yang saw that the basement door was still open, and Shen Yanran was careless. He yelled in the direction of the door. Auntie! Shen Yanran hurriedly went to close the door. Outside, Zhao Kite vaguely heard Xia Yang's voice, and his heart clenched. Lily, do you hear something? She asked her youngest daughter. No, Mom, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? Hurry up and go catch up on some sleep. Shen Lily also heard it, but pretended not to hear it. She was on Shen Yanran's side. If it was about who inside this villa wanted to lock Xia Yang up the most, it was none other than her. So how could she possibly let her mom go and get Xia Yang out? Zhao Kite looked in the direction of the basement, filled with worry. She wanted to go take a look, and just as she got up, Shen Lily said, Sister is making out with Xia Yang right now, so Mom should just sit here with me. I'll go over it for Mom later. Zhao Kite was indeed successfully stopped in her tracks by her daughter's words. Chapter 78. Tang Yun is afraid to answer the phone. Because of the presence of Zhao Kite, Xia Yang relaxed his vigilance, and now he realized that it was too late to run to his girlfriend who had a red light flashing in her eyes. The chains rattled from his struggle. Yuma, hurry up and let go of me. Shen Yan repeated her trick of taking out the small spray bottle and spraying it at Xia Yang, and his consciousness began to blur. You're in deep this time. Shen Yan used her own body to support the fainting Xia Yang, then slowly laid him flat on the bed, leaning down for a gentle kiss. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't want it to be like this. She just kept sitting on the edge of Xia Yang's bed, gazing at him. Xia Yang woke up with a dizzy head. His brows were furrowed. A pair of delicate hands landed on his temples to help gently massage him. No need for you to press. Xia Yang turned his head to the other side with a stern face. This was the only move he could make right now. Shen Yanran did not speak. No matter how much Xia Yang twisted her head, she did not give up. Goo! While Xia Yang was trying to fight it off, his stomach rumbled. He was fed a bowl of porridge by Shen Lily in the morning, and only at noon did he eat a piece of ribs before he was passed out. Wake up time is now 6 p.m. It's also human nature to be hungry. Honey, I'll go get you some rice. Shen Yanran got up from the edge of the bed with a hint of despondency in her eyes. The last thing she wanted to see happened. I won't eat. The hunger strike was his means of resistance. Shen Yanran smiled somewhat reluctantly and said, meals should always be eaten, lest you starve your stomach. The inside of the basement became silent after she opened the door and went out. Ugh, Yuma, how did you get to be like this? Someone always asks Xia Yang why he doesn't run away even though he knows his girlfriend is a sickly girl. But he's been waiting for Shen Yanran for 3 years, and until yesterday, Shen Yanran's level of sickly petulance was within a manageable range. It wasn't the kind of state that wanted to lock Xia Yang up all the time. Rather, the sickly jaw switch would only be triggered when Xia Yang got very close to Long Shuangyu, usually an obedient siren, the etch-a-sketch kind. It didn't take long for Shen Yanyan to come in with colorful and fragrant dishes, all of which were dishes that Xia Yang liked to eat. Honey, eat. Shen Yanran held the dish with chopsticks in one hand, and placed one hand underneath the dish to prevent the juice from dripping onto the bedsheets. It's similar to the ancient consorts of the Blue Star who served the emperor. Xia Yang was completely indifferent. Yuma, I don't like the way you look right now. Just let me out. The scene is at an impasse. At this time, Shen Lily came in through the door. Sister, leave it to me. I'll make sure brother Xia Yang eats properly. The helpless Shen Yanran could only hand over the meal in her hand to her sister and walk out. Shen Lily saw her sister walk away after her eyes gazed up and down scanning the tied-up Xia Yang. Brother Xia Yang, where will you get the strength to run without eating? When he heard that, he thought that Shen Lily was going to save him out like last time. Lily, quickly go get auntie over. Xia Yang still thought that Zhao Kite was just tricked by Shen Yanran in some way until now. Otherwise there's no reason not to get yourself out. There's no rush. Brother Xia Yang will eat his fill first. Where could Shen Lily feed Xia Yang in a normal way? There would be no need to tie him up if she fed Xia Yang in a normal way. She kissed Xia Yang's lips, prying open her teeth. No spitting out the meat. Eat it properly. If you spit it out, I'm leaving. Shen Lily smiled smugly, all the while looking at the extremely struggling Xia Yang. Xia Yang eventually swallowed the pork ribs. Shen Lily's heart was satisfied when she saw this. I want water. Xia Yang's hadn't had any water all day, and now she was a little dry from eating. Yes. Shen Lily picked up a glass of water and took a sip herself before kissing Xia Yang again. He gave up after a few struggles. He still had to rely on Shen Lily to get out. Brother Xia Yang, you're so good. People can't help but reward you. Pink love hearts appeared in Lily Shen's eyes. Sickly petite. This kind of Xia Yang was Shen Lily's favorite look, like a mannequin that she manipulated with abandon. After feeding brother Xia Yang so much, I'm also hungry. Let me eat my noon meal well next. Shen Lily began to savor her favorite food, taking small bites and occasionally looking at Xia Yang. Xia Yang couldn't help but wonder, was Shen Lily really here to save herself from getting out? But he could only trust Lily Shen now. After 20 minutes, Shen Lily was finally full. Lily, can we call auntie over? Xia Yang said. Shen Lily first wiped her lips clean with a tissue and said nonchalantly, Brother Xia Yang, close your eyes first. What for? Just close your eyes. Xia Yang could only obey obediently as Shen Lily blindfolded him. Lily, what are you doing? Brother Xia Yang, I can't help you this time. You'll have to go beg your sister for it. Shen Lily gave a nod at the back of Xia Yang's head. Perfect. I can't help it, I have to untie the ribbon too. Bye-bye. Lily. Shen Lily ignored Xia Yang's call and left. Ha, where's sis? She looked left and right, not spotting her sister. Shen Yanran received a call from her secretary after coming out of the basement, saying that there was a very important meeting waiting for her inside the company. She thought for a moment and told her secretary, come pick me up. Honey's anger won't go away for a while, so go to the office and come back and make it up to him. Soon Tang Yin drove her car to the entrance of the villa. She looked at the inside of the villa from the corner of her eye, did not find Xia Yang's figure. Her heart was a little lost. The executives were waiting for Shin Yenran after arriving at the company. The meeting was held until 8 o'clock in the evening, and Shin Yenran let Tang Yin send herself back. At this time, Tang Yin's cell phone rang, and the paper in her hand was a little unsteady. It couldn't have been that bad guy who called me, could it? The more she thought about it, the more likely it was that the president wasn't home right now, and he hadn't seen that the president had left with himself. Just the perfect opportunity to steal a bite of yourself. Even though you say you're not feeling well right now, Shin Yenran thought the secretary was afraid to answer the phone because of herself. Answer it, it's probably a call from someone in the family this late. Tang Yin put her hand inside her own pocket and turned her cell phone off directly. She didn't dare to answer the phone call from that bad guy in front of Shin Yenran. Chapter 79, Shin Yenran who fell and fled. I'd better send the president home first. Tang Yin sheepishly walked a little faster after turning off her cell phone and walked in front of Shin Yenran. It's logical for a secretary to go half a step slower than the leader. Shin Yenran couldn't care less. Her mind was now on how to make Xia Yang dissipate her anger, and she didn't notice Tang Yin's abnormality. After Tang Yin sent Shin Yenran back to the entrance of the villa, she secretly glanced inside again. The bad guy didn't come out to greet the president. He's not home now? Or had he already opened a hotel and was waiting outside? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she felt for Xia Yang. If that bad guy got a room outside now, it would definitely be noticed by the president as unusual. After Shin Yenran got off the car, Tang Yin hurriedly drove the car to a safe place to stop and opened his cell phone. It only took 10 seconds to turn on the machine, but she felt extraordinarily long. Come on. The phone finally turned on and the caller ID wasn't what it was supposed to be. The caller was Tang Yin's mom. This is good. The feeling of being at risk resurfaced in her mind. If that bad guy hadn't called me, the president wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Distinctly a thing to be happy about. No matter how much Tang Yin consoled herself, she could not hide the truth that she wanted to receive a call from Xia Yang. The pretty makeup looks dull at this point. Hello, Mom. Tang Yin called back her mom's phone number, knowing that her mom was at home all day worrying about her marriage. If I don't bring home a boyfriend again this year, I may have to be set up on a blind date. Oh daughter, have you eaten yet? Eat? Workers outside the workplace are all about reporting good news. Even if she just got off work and her parents ask, she still has to say she ate, so they don't have to worry about it. Have you found a boyfriend in the company recently? The son of your Auntie Wan's family is quite good. Why don't I ask Auntie Wan to give you her son's contact information? Have a nice chat between you youngsters? He has a suite inside the city and a car too. Here we go again. Auntie Zhang, Auntie Wan's son. She can't get enough of her parents' love in this area. Why don't we just push that bad guy out as a shield? Mom, I've actually found a boyfriend. Really? Aha. So bring the lad home to Mom next month? How impatient the tone on the other end of the phone was. No, he's busy. I'll take a vacation in June and bring him with me on my trip home, okay? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if he thought it was too long to get to June. Tang Yun added, we're both pretty busy. Eventually the caller agreed. Daughter, Auntie Zhang is holding grandchildren. Mom has only you as a daughter. You also need to let Mom hold grandchildren in a hurry. I just barely managed to cope with the urge to find a boyfriend, and now I'm urging for grandchildren. Mom, he called, so I'm going to stop talking to you for a while. Okay, you guys talk first. Mom's hanging up. Remember to bring it back in June for Mom to see. And hurry up with the grandson. Tang Yin pressed hang up and the inside of the car went quiet. That bad guy craves my body. It's only right that I drag him home to go through the motions. He wouldn't want to take any responsibility at all, would he? Tang Yin opened her cell phone's address book and found Xia Yang's phone number. If only he had actually called me. Shin Yenran took a shower after returning home before heading inside the basement. She untied Xia Yang's blindfolded eyes, and her veiled hand gently stroked Xia Yang's face. Xia Yang, who had fallen asleep, woke up and saw that it was Shin Yenran, who immediately turned her face away. Honey, I'm home. Xia Yang ignored her, obviously angry. Don't you do that. Say something, will you? Shin Yenran in her black lace pajamas was incomparably seductive, but he didn't even look at her. The tip of his nose filled with a mesmerizing aroma that pounded at his sanity. He was using silence to speak of his dissatisfaction with Shin Yenran. Shin Yenran hugged him, and he remained unmoved in the face of the soft touch. Even Shin Yenran's kiss was rejected. Xia Yang clenched his teeth tightly to prevent her from succeeding. Thinking of the past days when Xia Yang was defenseless against his kisses, he turned into the present one. Shin Yenran's heart began to waver as well. One probably really shouldn't have trapped honey. She forced herself not to think about this aspect, and it was imperative that this anger in Xia Yang's heart be dispersed. As for how to make Xia Yang happy, she already had an answer. Although Xia Yang's will was strong, Shin Yenran, The red-faced scourge understood Xia Yang's weaknesses very thoroughly. With just a swipe of his fingertips, Xia Yang couldn't sit back and watch her. "Honey, this is for you." Soon, Xia Yang's breathing thickened. Shen Yan, the demonic spirit in the guise of a beautiful snake, destroyed Xia Yang's sanity and immersed him in a gentle land. Unable to extricate himself, when the inside of the room returned to silence, only then did Xia Yang shed his words. Knowing what he knew about his girlfriend now, the chances of success in making a request were very high. "Yuma, put me out." He was stupidly ready to make his next move, but he was having trouble moving. The current Shen Yanran did have a more relaxed mind and body, and that sense of crisis faded quite a bit. She saw that Xia Yang was still trying to convince herself and hurriedly got up from his arms. An angry Xia Yang was so scary that she was planning to go back to her room to sleep tonight. Xia Yang seized the opportunity to retreat. "It's okay if you don't release me. Sleep here tonight. No going back to your room. Either way, take your pick." Shen Yanran was torn after hearing Xia Yang say this. If she didn't go back inside the room tonight, she would definitely not be able to walk tomorrow. "Let go, dear." "Neither can I. That crisis is still there." Xia Yang gave a compromise. "I'll stay here for a week. How about you release me after a week? But there's a catch, you can't do this to me anymore or we'll break up." Shen Yanran's heart trembled when she heard the word breakup come out of Xia Yang's mouth. Breaking up, that's what she's most afraid of happening. If this was Shen Lily, there was no way she would say anything to let Xia Yang out. Break up? You have to be out to break up, too. But Shen Yanran loves Xia Yang too deeply. She not only wants Xia Yang's body, but also his heart. "Good night, dear," she said, and picked up her pajamas on the floor and fled the basement in a panic, afraid that Xia Yang would call out to her. Xia Yang sighed. It seemed that going out on his own would take a lot of energy and effort. Tonight's plan failed. Mu Shixian isn't asleep yet. She took Xia Yang's jacket and hugged it in her arms, even though the scent of the owner of the clothes had already been covered by the aroma of the laundry detergent. Hugging Xia Yang's jacket was able to make her sleep a little more peacefully with her. She thought about it and got up to put the jacket on herself. The large coat couldn't cover her luscious figure. "This feeling, as if Xia Yang is hugging me." Mu Shixian zipped up her jacket. Chapter 80, Tests Between Girlfriends. Mu Shixian woke up at around 6 in the morning because she was thinking about her appointment with Xia Yang. She opened her chat with Xia Yang, and there was only a short chat on it. A few words, but they made her read them over and over again. In the end, Mu Shixian couldn't help but take out that picture of Xia Yang and admire it. Soon there was a blush of shame on her elegant and stunning face. By 8 o'clock in the morning, she sent over a message to Xia Yang with a nervous heart. "Good morning." Mu Shixian kept looking at the chat interface after sending the text message over, looking forward to his message, waiting and waiting. There was never a message from the other side. At first, Mu Shixian thought it was because Xia Yang didn't get up, but as time passed it was 10 o'clock. She couldn't help but send another message to Xia Yang. "Are you free this afternoon? Please come to the appointed place to pick up your clothes if you can." Xia Yang was all locked up in the basement, so it was naturally impossible to reply to her. His cell phone was placed on a table in the basement, and the sudden brightening of the screen caught Shen Lily's attention. She picked up her locked phone to see that it showed a message. "Who is it? Cold Frost Moon? Or someone else? Brother Xia Yang, what's the password for your cell phone?" Xia Yang glanced at her, not intending to speak. Just based on Shen Lily's treacherous behavior yesterday, she still wants to ask for her password? And the browser history inside the phone is still there. Even if he dies, he can't give the password to Lily Shen. "It doesn't matter if I don't say it. When I open my phone I'll see what's inside Brother Xia Yang's browser history. In addition to the password there are fingerprints to unlock it." Shen Lily took the bright screen cell phone and approached Xia Yang, who couldn't escape. Step by step, his fists clenched just to keep Lily Shen from opening the phone with her own fingerprints. This cannot be difficult to defeat her. Only to see Shen Lily to Xia Yang's armpit scratch a few tightly clenched hand has no strength. She quickly placed Xia Yang's thumb on the fingerprint recognition part of the phone, but it showed that the unlocking failed because of sweat. The screen lock finally unlocked after Shen Lily helped Xia Yang clean his fingers. Xia Yang's face was gray. One's own treasures are going to be exposed. Lily Shen was not going to simply let herself off the hook easily. It's worse than being trapped inside a basement. "Lily," Xia Yang bitterly spoke, "can you not open my search history? Brother Xia Yang, don't you think it's too late to say such things? And it's only good for you if I read it, isn't it?" Xia Yang thought about it for a while, and well, it was really such a thing. Shen Lily clicked on the message, and the one who sent it surprised her to the core. She originally thought it was Lung Xuangyu and planned to send Lung Xuangyu an intimate photo of her sister and Xia Yang over to piss her off. "I didn't realize that the one who sent the message was my best friend." The avatar and name were more than familiar to her. Just to make sure she really wasn't mistaken, she even pulled out her own cell phone to look at the ID. It's the same. The personality signature under the ID also put her in a bad mood. "Who sent the text message?" Xia Yang asked. "Brother Xia Yang. How do you know Shixian?" she said with a smile, bad thoughts popping up inside her head. For example, Xia Yang is cheating on his sister behind her back. It's time to give brother Xia Yang a little punishment. And Mu Shixian, I treat you as my best friend and you want to steal my house? Lily knows her? That makes sense. No wonder she knows my name. Then Xia Yang told Shen Lily all about what happened. Brother Xia Yang, are you sure that's all? That's all? Lily, are you suspecting something fishy between me and her? Xia Yang also saw that Shen Lily was prying and confirming his relationship with Mu Shixian. Who knows if brother will pick flowers outside behind sister's back. Mu Shixian is so pretty again. Lily, don't make jokes like that. I'll be damned if your sister hears you. If brother Xia Yang really has a relationship with Mu Shixian, I won't need my sister to do anything. I'll punish my brother properly. Shen Lily's current state was completely different from her usual self. Chills down the back. I'll go help brother Xia Yang retrieve his jacket first. But she quickly regained her innocent and sweet appearance. Go go go. Xia Yang and Mu Shixian had also only sheltered from the rain under the eaves of the house, and went home after it finished raining, and there was no story. So of course they weren't afraid. After Xia Yang told Shen Lily the address, she took Xia Yang's cell phone and set off to pick up the clothes. After receiving the message from Xia Yang, Mu Shixian took off the man's jacket that she had been wearing all night, which was still stained with Mu Shixian's body odor. It's light and smells good. Go inside the closet and find a dress similar to the hanbok. The graceful temperament of her body is more than suitable to wear this kind of clothing. Luckily, Mu's mom wasn't home today. Otherwise she would have seen her daughter dressed up with such beauty. Be sure to follow quietly to find out what's going on. After looking in the mirror a few times, Mu Shixian took out the printed novel and folded jacket from inside the drawer and went out. She had to arrive at the place where she had taken shelter from the rain the day before Shen Lily, and Mu Shixian stood there quietly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Many of them accosted her and were politely declined. Shen Lily was unfamiliar with this part of the road and drove around in circles to get here. Shixian. Shen Lily walked over to greet her. Lily, why are you? Mu Shixian was a bit puzzled, and immediately figured out that it was Xia Yang who had called her to get the clothes. A flicker of imperceptible loss flashed under her eyes. Is he rejecting me? Unrequited love and crushes were inherently prone to overthinking, and Mu Shixian was no exception. Her love is buried deep in her heart, unknown and sought after. Brother Xia Yang had something to do today, so he asked me to come get my jacket. Shen Lily looked at her best friend's beautifully coiffed hair and exquisite dress. It's really suspicious. It's already washed. Lily, you return it for me. Natsu. Him. Mu Shixian temporarily changed her words. Okay. Shen Lily smiled and took the neatly folded jacket, then asked, hand-washed? The clothes were stained with some sludge, so I was worried that the washing machine wouldn't clean them, so I hand-washed them. Mu Shixian said with a normal face. It really seems to be that way. A pair of good girlfriends are trying it out in plain sight. Shen Lily couldn't see anything unusual about her BFF for the time being. She had to find out today, so Shen Lily dragged her best friend to go shopping. She deliberately said a lot of things about Xia Yang in order to test whether Mu Shixian really liked him. Mu Shixian didn't act very interested, but she wasn't uninterested either. Lily Shen couldn't come up with a reason even after her sidebar. Then she let it go. So what if Shixian liked brother Xia Yang? Brother Xia Yang didn't have a chance to see her anyway. Chapter 81, The Regretful Zhao Kite. In the next few days, no matter how Xia Yang tossed and turned, Shen Yanran did not promise to let him out. Hearing the sound of the door opening and the sound of high heel shoes treading on the ground, the blindfolded Xia Yang knew that it was Shen Yanyan coming back from work. Honey, did you miss me? Shen Yanran's fingertips traced over Xia Yang's perfect face, her eyes full of love. It was followed by a hot, petite body pressed up against it, the aroma lingering. It doesn't matter if you don't talk. I miss you, a lot. During these few days, Shen Yanyan would change her ways to please him every day, just for Xia Yang to be a little happier. She untied the cloth that blindfolded Xia Yang's eyes. Yuma, when exactly are you going to let me out? Don't think you can fool me like that. Oh, is that so? Shen Yanran said with a smile. Xia Yang had already prepared his mind for the day. No matter what kind of tactics this goblin had exerted, he wouldn't sink as low as he did last night. How about I let you go next if my dear doesn't budge? Come on, Xia Yang said through gritted teeth. In fact, he was also a bit short of breath. After all, it wasn't the first time Shen Yanran had said such things to him. If it fails, honey will have to be locked up by me for 10 more days. She came to Xia Yang's and said, cheer up. Shen Yanran knew her killing power over men, and she also knew how she could gain Xia Yang's heart. There is nothing that makes a man feel better than conquering a woman completely. One only needed to submit to Xia Yang and present his unknown side to him. Here we go. Don't half-ass it, dear. Shen Yanran's every move was charming to the extreme, and her red lips slightly opened and closed as she spoke, tantalizing words coming out from them. The battle between the two began. A bell later, Xia Yang hung his head. Shen Yanran won again once more, and the goblin's power was getting more and more refined. Xia Yang couldn't win against her in this kind of one-time definitive match. Her stunning face full of winks had a smiling look on it. Honey, you lost again, but don't be sad. You're in charge tonight and I'll do whatever you want except for letting me let you out. First floor. Zhao Kite's room was lit with an orange light. The soft queen-sized bed with its thin quilt outlined mesmerizing curves. She lay on her side, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. She was having a dream. Auntie, come and save me. Xia Yan was begging her to come and save herself. Zhao Kite had the key in his hand but couldn't move for some reason. At this time Shen Yanyan appeared and tugged on the chain and laughed. Honey, don't you know that Mom and I are on the same side? There's no one inside this villa who can save you. Be good and accept your fate. Stay in this basement for the rest of your life. Xia Yang's face after hearing what Shen Yanran said. Confusion, disbelief flashed one by one. Auntie, Yan, she's lying to me, right? Xia Yang fought to crawl over to Zhao Kite, the chains that bound him constantly rattling because of his struggles. Xia Yang was so close to touching her. Auntie, say something. Auntie. Zhao Kite tried to take the key to unlock the door, but it was still the same. She namely couldn't speak or move. He could only watch Xia Yang being pulled back by Shen Yanran. Auntie, I hate you. Xia Yang's last heartbreaking sentence woke her up from inside her dream. Zhao Kite woke up from her dream, her white forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. Young, she lifted the covers and got out of bed rushing to the basement. It was 4 a.m. at this point, but she didn't want to wait a moment. She needed to get Xia Yang out now, because if she hadn't nodded her head, Xia Yang wouldn't have been imprisoned. It was for this reason that she had had a torrid few days. I can't eat. I can't sleep. He wanted to go to the basement to see how Xia Yang was doing but didn't dare to go. When she came to the basement, Xia Yang and Shen Yanran had just gone to bed not long ago. A look of heartache appeared on Zhao Kite's face after seeing the 4 chains that bound Xia Yang. She gently pushed Xia Yang, and the sleeping Xia Yang did not wake up. His daughter was also sleeping soundly in Xia Yang's arms. Zhao Kite can only sit here until dawn. Yang. In a daze, Xia Yang seemed to hear someone calling him, and the voice was familiar. Auntie, is Auntie finally back? His whole being was completely awake. Honey, don't move. Shen Yanran was very tired last night, and now she just wanted to rest for a while. She automatically blocked out Zhao Kite's voice. Auntie, tell Yuma to let me out. Honey, it looks like it's calling out for Auntie. Did Mom come too? Shen Yanran couldn't sleep even when she opened her eyes. Xiao Yang, Auntie has made you suffer. Yan, hurry and get the key out. Zhao Kite ordered her daughter to do something for the first time, and her tone was tough. But, Mom, didn't we agree? Shen Yanran was anxious. That sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. She didn't want to let Xia Yang out at all. Bring it. Zhao Kite's face was austere, and Shen Yanran could no longer say half a word. Dutifully, he took out the key and gave it to Zhao Kite. After losing the chains, Xia Yang's entire body was much more relaxed. Zhao Kite looked at the bright smile on Xia Yang's face, gripped up heart also relaxed. That dream just now was too real, and Xia Yang's final grimace shouting at her was something she would never forget in her life. Xiao Yang, forgive Auntie, okay? Zhao Kite then admitted her fault to Xia Yang and also took the blame on herself even though it was not her fault. The purpose is to hope that Xia Yang will not break up with his daughter. Xia Yang was imprisoned for about 4 days this time. Forgiving Auntie is fine. Forgiving Shen Yanran is not. She had to change this problem Xia Yang in order to go on with her. Otherwise after the marriage she would really become completely Shen Yanran's private property. Auntie, I want to go home and stay inside. Zhao Kite sighed helplessly after hearing these words from Xia Yang. Is it true that Xiao Yang is going to break up with his daughter? She wanted to say something. Honey, don't leave me, okay? It's all my fault. After Shen Yanran heard Xia Yang say that he wanted to go home to live, she tightly grabbed his arm. Chapter 82, Love Makes You Humble. Yuma, if you can't change this, we'll break up. With a tug of his arm, Xia Yang broke free of Shen Yanran's hand and headed for the room upstairs. He's going to pack up and get out of here. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and follow them? Zhao Kite hurriedly reminded her daughter. Shen Yanran didn't even wear shoes. Her feet stepped on the carpet and went up to the 2nd floor. Xia Yang didn't have much, just a few sets of clothes. Shen Yanran had prepared a closet of clothes for him that he didn't even get to wear. Honey, let me help you. She took a few sets of clothes from inside the closet and folded them in Xia Yang's bag. The whole thing was a bit humble. Nothing like the radiant, regal and charming red strapless gown she just returned from the airport in. Xia Yang is also a little heartbroken to see this kind of Shen Yanran, but he is bound to go. Shen Yanran wanted to head outside with her duffel bag. She wanted to see Xia Yang off. You go change your clothes first, Xia Yang said. Right now Shen Yanran was still wearing that sexy black lace nightgown. Honey, wait for me. Soon, Shin Yanran was worried that Xia Yang did not even give him a chance to send him, directly stripped off his pajamas and threw them on the bed, taking out a set of usual workwear OL clothes. Ever since the last time Xia Yang forbade Shin Yanran to wear black silk to work, she always wore long pants to the office. Only Xia Yang could appreciate Shin Yanran in black silk. She couldn't even tie up her long hair before she took the luggage in Xia Yang's hands and forced a smile. "Come on, honey." Zhao Kite was upstairs watching the two men enter the garage. Their shapely backs were filled with a sense of despondency, and she couldn't help but sigh. The mood is dreary. If he hadn't promised his daughter in the first place, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Shin Yanran came to the garage and chose the car closest to the entrance. Just as she was about to sit in the driver's seat, Xia Yang stopped him. "I'll drive." The chances of driving dangerously go up for people in a bad mood. "Honey, it's better if I do it." Xia Yang sat directly inside the driver's seat, and Shin Yanran had to sit in the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the car was somber all the way. Shin Yanran knew that if she didn't change her habit of locking Xia Yang up, she would really have no future with him. It will be other women who will accompany him then. For example, Cold Frost Moon. When she thought of Lang Xuanyue taking her place after Xia Yang broke up with her, Shin Yanran's prime hand tightened. There was no way she could accept that ending. Since my darling didn't break up with himself the first time, it proves that he still has me in his heart right now. The big deal is wooing your darling all over again in the first place. The villa wasn't too far from Xia Yang's house, and it was soon there. Xia Yang picked up his luggage and closed the trunk. After hesitating for a moment or admonishing the emotionally unstable Shin Yanran, "Drive slower." "I will." Shin Yanran habitually wanted to have a farewell kiss with Xia Yang, but this time was different. "Even if I say so, my darling won't say yes." After Xia Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left, and Shin Yanran watched him go in before leaving. Lilishan got up at 8 o'clock and stretched. After washing up, she couldn't wait to head down to the basement. "It's time to feed Brother Zhang breakfast again." She blinked as she pushed open the basement door, looking at the empty room and the 4 undone chains. Where are the people? It must be that sister was convinced by Brother Xia Yang again. Sister is really bad too. She doesn't last long every time. She pushed open the door to Shin Yanran's room and found it empty as well. Strange. Where did sister and Brother Xia Yang go? At this time, she went inside Zhao Kite's room and asked her, "Mom, where did sister and Brother Xia Yang go?" Xiao Yang said he wanted to go home to stay. "Your sister sent him home." Shin Lily looked at her worried mom and surmised that something must have happened. "We'll just have to wait for my sister to come back and ask again." Xia Yang returned home after a long time, and the inside was still very neat. Lin Yashin helped him clean his room when he came back. After putting down his luggage, he made a call to Lin Yashin. Xia Yang hadn't seen her for a long time and missed her a bit. "Hey, Sister Lin, little brother Yang, are you at home now?" A warm and moving voice came from the other end of the phone. Xia Yang had asked her if she was free, except for the last time he called her to borrow money. Originally, Lin Yashin wanted to spoil Xia Yang into someone who would only rely on himself. Unfortunately, the grandmother who adopted her later died, and the large conglomerate fell to her. Otherwise, right now Xia Yang would probably be, "Sister, I'm hungry. Sister, help me put on my clothes. Sister." At this time Lin Yashin would come over to fulfill his request with a pampered face. If Xia Yang said one more thing about her favorite sister, she couldn't guarantee that she could still maintain her image as a sensible big sister. Is Sister Lin free tonight?" "Yes, Brother Xia Yang, wait for me inside the house properly." "Good, that's all for now then. Sis has some things to take care of. Bye." Xia Yang had the feeling that he hadn't grown up yet every time he talked to Lin Yashin on the phone, because the other person's tone was full of favor inside. Lin Yashin's assistant knew at a glance who was calling. Only when he called would his own goddess of a president who had traversed the business world show such a gentle expression. In the past, the young handsome man who pursued the president did not have this treatment at all. "Okay, this project is going to be postponed. Buy a plane ticket home." As expected, Lin Yashin instructed her to book 2 tickets back. Xia Yang flipped through his cell phone's communication records and found that Lang Xuanyu had also sent quite a few text messages over. Shin Yanran replied for him. Lang Frosty Moon seemed to notice that the person on the other side of the screen was not Xia Yang, but Shin Yanran, and there was nothing to send a text message over behind her. She also couldn't guess that Shin Yanran would actually lock up Xia Yang. How can she let it go? Xia Yang looked up and the family portrait inside the living room came into view. He took it off and held it in his hand for a while. "Dad, Mom, why don't you guys come back?" Chapter 83 Requests. Xia Yang is talking about his parents in front of others are talking very easily, but the thoughts in his heart are increasing with each passing day. And what made it even more difficult for him was what Lang Xuanyu said during the camping trip, which put him in a dilemma. Lang Xuanyu, go back. Not only will there be unknown dangers, will also change the trajectory of their own life. Do not go back. They will not be able to know where mom and dad actually went. Go with the flow. He hung up the family portrait and went out to buy groceries for dinner. Tong Tian Gu. Lang Frost Moon unlocked the door to her room, and silver streams of light gradually wrapped around her fragrant body. It ended up coming up a little short. It will have to wait until tomorrow. A defeated Cold Frost Moon murmured to herself. She hadn't been able to see Xia Yang for the last few days, and even though there was a reply to the message she sent over, she could tell at a glance that it was Xin Yanran replying to her. She very desperately wanted to go back in time, back to that time when Xia Yang had not yet known Xin Yanran, reclaiming the love of your life. Xia Yang strolled around the market and bought a lot of ingredients to fill up the refrigerator. Next, just wait for Lin Yaxin to come back. Lung Fengyue still tried to make a call to Xia Yang. She had thought that it would be hung up by Xin Yanran, but she did not expect to connect. Daydreams ring in my ears. Frost Moon. Xia Yang said. Xia Yang, remember what I told you on the camping trip? Remember. Xia Yang knew what this phone call meant. Something about himself was about to be rewritten. Lung Xuanyu calling over was nothing more than informing him, I'm going back in time to snatch you back. If she dissuaded Lung Xuanyu from going back now, she wouldn't listen to herself. Xia Yang could only tell said Lung Xuanyu that she should pay attention to safety. The two didn't talk for too long, and after Xia Yang disconnected the call, he quietly lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Maybe the next moment itself will change immediately. His girlfriend was not Xin Yanran, but Long Xuangyue. There was a knock on the door in the evening. Xia Yang thought it was Lin Yaxin coming back and opened the door only to find that it was Xin Yanran. Honey, have you eaten yet? She was carrying a thermos of cutlery in her hand. Not yet. I made you dinner. Eat it while it's hot. Xin Yanran shoved the cutlery into Xia Yang's hands. She knew she had to take her time, so she didn't plan on asking to stay, which would only make Zhang more annoyed with herself. You don't need to bring me dinner in the future. It's quite tiring to commute and cook. Xia Yang also didn't refuse Xin Yanran's delivery of dinner. It's worth it to be even more tired for my dear. I'll leave first. My dear, eat slowly, Xin Yanran said, then turned around with the intention of going back. When she was just coming down the hallway, she met Lin Yaxin who was coming up. Xin Yanran was not moving and sizing up the gentle and graceful Lin Yaxin, while Lin Yaxin was also looking at the charming Xin Yanran. The two rubbed shoulders. Lily Shen, who had been ordered to wait in the car when she arrived downstairs, asked, has brother Xia Yang forgiven sister? Not yet. I'll try to earn his forgiveness. Lily Shen gave an oh-so-subtle cry. It doesn't matter. After brother Xia Yang breaks up with his sister, he can be her girlfriend. Isn't it all the same? She was still a little excited to think about it. If Xin Yanran knew what her sister was thinking, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Xia Yang had just put away his dinner before he had time to open it, when the knock on the door sounded again. This time it wasn't as bad as he thought. It was Sister Lin, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Brother Xia Yang, let sister hug you. Lin Yaxin directly gave Xia Yang a beautiful hug, and he felt like suffocating. Very fragrant. Don't move. A hint of redness flashed across Lin Yaxin's gentle face. Let sister give you a good hug. It took a long time for Lin Yaxin to let go of Xia Yang, and he let out a big breath. Turns out murder weapons can really kill people. Why are you afraid to look at your sister? Shy? No. The reason Xia Yang didn't dare to look at Lin Wanxin was because her Milan-colored sweater was wrinkled by herself. These days sister is busy. As compensation, brother Xia Yang can make a request to me. She slowly arranges her sweater. What kind of request sister will help you fulfill? What kind of requests are okay? Because of Xin Yanran, it was easy for Xia Yang to think about it now. Thinking about it, Lin Yaxin took Xia Yang's hand and walked towards the inside of the house, her arm completely sinking into the softness. No. Lin Yaxin's beautiful eyes looked at Xia Yang's well-defined side face, wanting so much to just kiss over. Then let's eat first and tell my sister later in the evening. Lin Yaxin let go of Xia Yang's arm and opened the refrigerator door, taking out the ingredients. He intended to make a few of Xia Yang's favorite dishes. Of course, the wine she was not likely to forget. Without wine, how could Xia Yang say favorite sister? Xia Yang's words seemed to echo in her ears, and her delicate earlobes turned scarlet. She quietly glanced at Xia Yang. My favorite is brother Zhang too. After the meal was ready, Xia Yang refused the offer to drink. He was all drunk 3 times, twice in Lin Yaxin's house, and once just inside the villa. It's hard to wake up every time. Taste if sister's craftsmanship has regressed. Lin Yaxin clamped the bean curd and brought it to Xia Yang's mouth. Xia Yang hesitated for a moment or accepted the feeding. Sister Lin always treats me like a child. A pleasant dinner ended. Lin Yaxin looked at Xia Yang in front of her with some distress. Suddenly she had a flash of insight. Brother Xia Yang, sister will go back to take a bath first. Well, take your time, Sister Lin. After she left, Xia Yang also went to take a shower and then read for a while. When I was about to rest, Lin Yashin came over and knocked on the door, saying that the line was broken. To sleep over here for the night. Then my sister will sleep in my room and I'll take the other guest room. Xia Yang readily gave up his room, but he hadn't been sleeping in the guest room for long before he felt a warm, soft, hot, delicate body burrow under his covers. Who else but Sister Lin? Sister Lin, why did you come over? Xia Yang moved to the side. I want Brother Xia Yang to accompany me to feel at ease. The warm petite body pressed up again. We used to sleep like this, didn't we? But, could it be that Brother Xia Yang would have any bad thoughts about Sister? Lin Yashin directly hugged Xia Yang from behind, her bare chin resting against his shoulder. Alright, get some sleep. I'd better hit the floor. Xia Yang directly broke away from the tenderness and took out 2 quilts inside the room's cabinet. Sleeping with my sister. I can't sleep at all. Before, he was not aware that his sister was so beautiful and attractive. He's not that boy who knows nothing anymore. He's a man now. Sleeping next to such a superb beauty was torture, and the blood inside his veins was like gasoline. Sister, sleep in peace. I will always be by your side. His face, which had finished red, could not be seen in the darkness. Thank you, Brother Xia Yang. Xia Yang was finally better after the separation, but how could Lin Yashin give up so easily? In the late night when Xia Yang fell asleep, the fragrant, soft and delicate body once again came to Xia Yang's comforter inside close to him. Brother Xia Yang, only by holding you like this can sister fall asleep. Chapter 84, Back to the Past. In the dead of night, a blurry silhouette appeared, the very same person who had given Ling Frost Moon the right to go back in time. The silhouette gradually revealed its true form, a woman whose beauty crowned the ancient world. Not a single flaw could be found in her body. She seemed like an earthly god. After a sultry sigh, she condescended to bend down and caress Xia Yang's cheek. Time is running out. After dawn, Xia Yang felt soft to the core behind him. His hand went behind him. Softly, Lin Yashin's delicate body trembled. Xia Yang, my brother is so active early in the morning. Did he pretend to be asleep on purpose last night? A red cloud rose over her face at the thought. Xia Yang hurriedly withdrew his hand. Sister Lin, why did you come down? Lin Yashin's jade arms hugged Xia Yang from behind. Brother Xia Yang, do you like your sister? Linya Xin decided to take this opportunity to say what was on her mind. After last night, she could no longer stand being with Xia Yang as a sister and brother. She wants to be Xia Yang's girlfriend, wife, not a sister. She was also sure that she would be able to confess her love. After all, she had been trying for so many years. Xia Yang could hear that Lin Yashin was not talking about the kind of fondness between siblings, but between a man and a woman. Sister Lin, let go of me first. The sudden confession confused him. Just promise your sister, okay? Sister will spoil you for the rest of your life and not let you suffer half a bit. And then we'll have a bunch of kids and live happily ever after. Lin Yashin's face lifted into a happy smile at the mere thought of an image like that. She was worried that Xia Yang would be afraid that she wouldn't care for him after having a child, so she continued. Of course, after having a child I will also spoil Brother Xia Yang as always. With Lin Yashin's description, images had begun to form inside Xia Yang's mind. After marrying herself, Sister Lin, whose wife's attributes are full, changed her name from Xia Yang's brother to husband, married and obedient to herself, the perfect wife and mother. Even if she herself hugged her willow waist from behind while she was putting on her apron and cooking, she would only say softly, "Honey, I still have to cook." All he had to do was to stick to her ear and say a few words of love, and Sister Lin would surely agree to everything he asked for, and she had nothing but tolerance and pampering for his behavior. The big deal was to tell her, "Sister Lin, please," she would then say with a doting face and in a slightly helpless tone. "You," just as Xia Yang was extremely troubled. Lan Xuanyu and the Tongtian pavilion also woke up. The first one is to mobilize the alien energy. The silver glow stopped flickering this time, wrapping around her body as easily as flowing water. This time, she succeeded. That mysterious woman appeared inside Ling Frost Moon's room looking at Lung Frost Moon. Only the consciousness goes back in time? It might be better to let them all go back. Lung Fengyue felt like she had been inside the lighted space for a long time. And then again, it felt like only a second had passed. Her beautiful eyes snapped open and she sat up from the bed. The quilt that covers it is completely different from the one that was just there, and the layout of the room has changed a bit. She looked to the cell phone on the table, the one she had used for 3 years. When you open it, it clearly shows 3 years backward in time. That means she's 19 this year. What was happening in front of me was so fantastic. I managed to travel back 3 years. The regret that had suppressed Lung Xuanyue for 3 years dissipated at this moment. And now Xia Yang was not yet Shen Yanran's boyfriend. Himself. Finally a chance to make amends. Tears blurred her eyes. She had spent these 3 years in remorse, and now she didn't want to wait a second to go to Xia Yang's side right away to tell him that she liked him. According to the days, Shin Yanran would have transferred to the school this morning. It's important to hold on tight. Lang Fengyue had changed out of the pajamas she was wearing and opened the somewhat unfamiliar closet, choosing an elegant white dress. She then coiled her hair up to wear a jade hairpin. The whole person is noble and cool, and is a great admirer of the country. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Xu Qiushui was cooking breakfast outside the kitchen, and Lang Jia had just finished washing up. "Daughter, why are you so beautifully dressed today? Are you going on a date with Xiao Yang?" Xu Qiushui paused the work in her hands and glanced at Lang Jia. Both eyes contained the same implication. Could it be that these two kids were starting to fall in love? "Well, Mom, I'll go first." Both of them were a bit incredulous to see Long Frost Moon admit it so easily. "My daughter seems different today." A smile appeared on Xu Qiushui's face. This was exactly the result that the two families wanted. It's not too late to eat breakfast before going to find Xiao Yang. It's still early. "No, Mom, I can't wait now." As a father, Lang Jia's heart was both happy and depressed. Daughter is in love. "I'll have the driver take you," he spoke. "Thanks, Dad." Chapter 85. Long Frost Moon quickly arrived at Xia Yang's house, knocking on the door. Not long after, Xia Yang's mom Ningwei came out to open the door, and after seeing that it was Lang Frosty Moon, she said cordially, "Little Frost, come in." "Good morning, Auntie. That kid Xiao Yang hasn't gotten up yet. Auntie will go and get her up for you. You sit down for a while." "Auntie Ning, let me go." Lang Xuanyue was so eager to see Xia Yang that she acted a bit out of line with Ningwei's usual impression of her, but this was nothing. When Lang Xuanyue had a fever, Xu Qiushui had also given them the opportunity to be alone inside the room. Ningwei agreed to her future daughter-in-law's request, and she wanted to reach out and caress Lang Frost Moon, but she withdrew her hand. "Okay, Auntie will prepare breakfast for you first." Frosty came over early in the morning and dressed so beautifully, so it looks like the two kids are starting to fall in love. "I'll ask my husband to talk to my son about it later, so that he can take the initiative in the relationship. Otherwise, Frosty's cold nature has a lot to say that can't be said, and it's not good if there are misunderstandings." In Ningwei's eyes, Lang Xuanyue was good except for her cold nature, but she liked her a lot. Lang Xuanyue gently opened the door to her room. Xia Yang was sleeping. She walked over, and the half-asleep Xia Yang opened his eyes when he sensed someone approaching. Finding her childhood friend, who was like a fairy on the moon, sitting on the edge of the bed gazing fondly at her, Xia Yang looked out of his mind, and after he came back to his senses he got up. "Did you make a noise?" Long Frost Moon, who had traveled back, was not cold at all to Xia Yang, and spoke in a tone that was as gentle as it could be. "No, would have been almost awake." "Frost Moon, what's the matter with coming over to me so early in the morning?" Xia Yang subconsciously wanted to lift the covers and get out of bed, but he had only one piece of equipment on him right now. Lang Fengyue did not answer and got up to pick a set of clothes for Xia Yang from inside the closet to take to Xia Yang, then turned to him and told him to get dressed. A plan formed in her mind. "Little Yang, Little Frost, come out for breakfast." Ningwei's voice came from outside. Xia Yang started eating breakfast after washing up. Lang Xuanyue asked, "Auntie, I heard Dad say that Xia Yang is my fiancé, right?" "Knowingly, just to let Xia Yang know that she was his fiancé." "Right, since you're all in love, I won't hide it anymore." Ningwei laughed. "Cough." Xia Yang coughed after hearing this news. "Eat slowly." Lang Xuanyue's white jade-like hand gently patted Xia Yang's back. Sitting across the table, Ningwei once again sighed that she hadn't looked at the wrong person. Frost really is the kind of kid who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Xia Yang, on the other hand, was confused. When did he fall in love with Lang Xuanyue? Mom got the wrong idea, didn't she? No wonder Frost Moon came over early this morning. I'm afraid she's here to break this engagement. Xia Yang's mind flew into thought. Mom, why haven't I heard you guys mention this? Xia Yang asked. We were afraid that you and Frost would turn against each other because of this engagement, but you're both in love now, and it hasn't been in vain for both of our families. I'm not in a relationship with Frost Moon. Xia Yang hurriedly explained clearly. He didn't know how his mom could think he was in a relationship with Lang Frost Moon. A few of his own attempts were stone cold, and Lang Frost Moon was always as calm as water. In the past, Lang Xuanyue, who loved Xia Yang without knowing it, did not understand how important Xia Yang was to her until Shin Yanran appeared. But it's already too late. Ningwei's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing her son's words, and it also occurred to her that Lang Xuanyue might have come to break off the engagement. Frost, do you like Yang? Xia Yang's heart lifted as he looked at Lang Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face, waiting for her answer. Like. Almost instantly Lang Frost Moon gave her answer while looking at Xia Yang. Xia Yang saw that her eyes had a strong and incomparable love. Chapter 86, Two Women's Encounters. Just like it. Ningwei's diaphanous brows restretched. In addition to the monstrous joy in his heart, Xia Yang felt strange. Cold Frost was like a different person today. After breakfast the two went out to school together. Frost Moon, is what you said this morning true? Xia Yang opened his mouth and asked. Well, I like you, there's no doubt about that. Lung Frost Moon's eyes were soft as water. Zhang's ears are red from a straight ball attack that broke his defense straight away. Who can resist the white moonlight in their heart confessing to them? I don't think you're your usual self today. It's so hard to be able to travel back. How can I stand by and watch you get snatched away again? Xia Yang, do you think this is a good look for me now? Long Xuanyue walked a little closer to Xia Yang. Her slender jade hand gripped Xia Yang's big warm hand, then slowly slid in along her fingers, then clasped it tightly. The first time he was held by the hand of a girl he liked, his walk became stiff. So this is what it feels like to walk down the street hand in hand with someone you like. Lung Fengyue clasped his hand slightly harder again. Xia Yang's heart of the hand came from a good sheep fat-like touch, like warm jade. His fingers slowly contracted with Lung Xuanyu 10 fingers interlocked. This time she must hold on to Xia Yang firmly. After getting on the subway, Lung Xuanyue leaned her head on Xia Yang's shoulder, the same as when she went camping. The current Xia Yang was not Xin Yanran's boyfriend, but her fiancé. The same style of school uniform has become a couple's uniform in their case instead. The people on the wagon exclaimed how good it was to be young. Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you have any plans? Long Xuanyue asked. When Xia Yang heard this was the rhythm of a date. Maybe even kiss with Frost Moon if the atmosphere is good. How about we go shopping? Xia Yang tentatively asked. Well, if you don't want to go out I can play games at home with you too, she said sweetly. Xia Yang had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when Long Xuanyu said this. Seems like someone told him this type of thing. The feeling is as inscrutable as the wind. Who the hell is it? In fact, Long Frost Moon wished to accompany Xia Yang to play games at home. That way, he could just push him down without giving Xin Yanran any hint of a chance. Xin Yanran woke up and wanted to make a call to Xia Yang, but she realized that something was different in her room. The time shown on the top of the cell phone turned out to be the day he had changed schools 3 years ago. It took her a long time to get over the shock. What's going on? She was about to wonder if she'd been dreaming for 3 years, but countless deep memories told her that these 3 years were definitely not a dream. Xin Yanran hurriedly went to Shun Lily's room. Sister, wake up. Well, sister told me to sleep a little longer. Only brother Xia Yang can wake me up. Even if mom comes I'll sleep a few more minutes. Xin Lily knew that the current situation Xia Yang brother would not be able to come back for a while. Look at what time it is. Xin Yanran directly lifted her sister's quilt. It's not just after 7. It's the year XXX. What are you talking about, sister? Xin Lily finally couldn't take it anymore and opened her eyes to realize that her room was a little different as well. Even the cell phones are different. She opened her cell phone to see that the time had indeed gone back 3 years. The two sisters looked at each other. Sister, when did you meet brother Xia Yang? Today. It's so fishy that we went back to before we even knew brother Xia Yang when your relationship with him was in jeopardy. Sister, no matter what, we must take down brother Xia Yang again. The whole incident, 2 events with connections were found by Lily Shun. She rushed back to change out of her pajamas, put on the uniform she kept on her desktop, and headed for school. Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyue, 2 people together into the classroom. Students do not feel strange. Childhood sweethearts, well, very normal. As the bell rang, Lang Xuanyue's gaze went to the door. Xin Yanran is coming. As expected, when the teacher of the class just walked in, the homeroom teacher also followed closely behind and brought Xin Yanran with her. Her appearance sparked awe from the boys in the class. It's beautiful. And Xin Yanran locked onto Xia Yang with a single glance. Students, we have a new student in our class, so give a big round of applause. The boys applauded very loudly. Hello classmates, my name is Xin Yanran. The applause rang out again, for no other reason than Xin Yanran was so beautiful and the boys in the class were excited. Yuma-san, pick yourself an empty seat and sit down. Okay teacher. Those long, slender legs walked around, and the boys with empty seats next to them prayed, new students come here. Their wishes were doomed to fail. Even when Xin Yanyan met Xia Yang for the first time, she chose the empty seat to the right of Xia Yang. The new student sat on Natsuyo's side. Damn it, can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? He's got a cold goddess. The girls were inexplicably happy to see the boys in pain. Xia Yang classmate. Hello. Xin Yanran almost called Xia Yang dear in the class. It wasn't impossible. She was just afraid that it would scare him. How did you know my name? Xia Yang was a bit curious. This new classmate who was beautiful as hell had been looking at him since he came in, and also knew his name. Of course I know. I turned it around just for you. Xia Yang, the teacher has started lecturing. Lang Xuanyue reminded. The 2 women's eyes met. Xia Yang was in the shura and didn't know it. After class, Xin immediately had a few bold boys lean over to try to chat with Xin Yanran, all of which she refused one by one. Classmate Xia Yang, can you take me to the cafeteria? Xin Yanran said to him with a smile. Such a scourge smiled 1,000 times that the boys peeking at her next to her lost their minds. Good, we also happen to be going to the cafeteria. Xia Yang agreed naturally. What's wrong with you? I agreed to her without thinking? Lang Xuanyue spoke up. Xia Yang and I have to go to the supermarket first. It would be better for this student to find someone else, but Xia Yang-san has already promised me, right? Her seductive autumn eyes were full of triumph. Xia Yang hurriedly stepped forward to calm down the tit-for-tat duo. Okay, stop it, let's go. It's still Xia Yang's classmate who's the best. Lang Frosty Moon was chilled to the bone after hearing those words. The attentive Xia Yang noticed Lang Xuanyu's unhappiness and quietly pulled up her hand. At once all the unhappiness in her heart vanished. Shen Yanran, who was following behind, saw the two holding hands and felt deeply ill at ease. After asking Xia Yang to take herself to the cafeteria this matter, she knew that Lang Xuanyu was also crossing back, and she didn't have so much hostility towards herself when they met for the first time. Chapter 87, Shen Yanran knows Xia Yang's hobby. On the way, Shen Yanran quietly took Xia Yang's arm. The beauty of it is that the road is crowded and you are afraid of getting separated. Lang Xuanyu stopped and said to her in an unkind tone, "Loosen up, aren't you straddling it too? I'll let go if you let go." Shen Yanran didn't care that Lang Frost Moon was already angry and wrapped Xia Yang's arm around him even harder so that he could feel who was better. Each of the two has its own flavor. Shen Yanyan is a stunning beauty that makes people lose their minds and souls, and Lang Xuanyue, as her name suggests, is like the bright moon in the sky, holy and noble, and a country in love with the city. Don't talk about holding an arm. What haven't I done with my darling? Shen Yanran stopped pretending, no longer a mouthful of Xia Yang classmates, but called her darling directly. Xia Yang? Cold Frost Moon had only guessed it first, and now these words directly confirmed her suspicions. Why is Shen Yanran back too? I won't let you steal Xia Yang again. Humph. Then we'll see who is more capable of pleasing the darling. Shen Yanran's beautiful eyes were as if they had a pool of spring water, sparkling with water. She didn't believe that Lang Xuanyue could fulfill any of Xia Yang's demands like she did. An iceberg type of woman like her must behave like a log in bed. It's just going to be suffered in silence and then dressed, with no fun whatsoever. Even if Xia Yang dated her, he would get tired of it over time. What are you guys talking about? Although Xia Yang was surrounded by two diametrically opposed stunning colors, his mood was bad, and he couldn't even understand a bit of what they were saying. Lang Xuanyu stopped talking about this issue after she heard Xia Yang ask the question. She was afraid that Xia Yang knew too much. Honey, let's say you like. Shen Yanran pressed into Xia Yang's ear and said a few words that, don't say it. He hurriedly covered Shen Yanran's small mouth. Being heard, he was going to lose his reputation and pack his bags overnight to live in a different city. Okay, all listen honey, if you don't tell me, it's a secret only I know. Unlike someone who doesn't know anything, Cold Frost Moon wanted to retort, but she really wasn't qualified to say anything in that regard. At best in the future, she leaned on Xia Yang's shoulder and stole a kiss while he was sleeping, and then there was that time. What Xia Yang liked in that area, she didn't know. Stop. Shen Yanran obediently shut up. Yuma-san, how do you know about this thing? Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to know what her boyfriend likes? I also know. The cafeteria is here. Lang Xuanyue said, that chilling aura of rejection on her body even more pronounced. Someone's jealous. TSK. What do you want to eat? Xia Yang? I'll help you with your meal. Lang Xuanyue let go of Xia Yang's hand. I'll fight it. I'll help you. Lang Frost Moon's tone brooked no refusal. She had just lost the battle and had to do something about it. Honey, just sit here and wait for me to get your food. Soon there were two meals placed in front of him, one typed by Lang Xuanyue and one typed by Shen Yanran. Their gazes held anticipation. Is this the legendary Shura? Cold Frost Moon's portion was definitely to be eaten, otherwise she would definitely be sad. As for the Shen Yanran student who just arrived, her own fetishes, bah, her hobbies are all known to her. It's impossible not to eat. In that case it's all of them. Xia Yang put 2 copies of the cooperation one. And see, they are girls to give the rice is not too much he can eat. The surrounding people looked at Xia Yang with envious faces, not even realizing that he was now in a cultivation ground. Honey, I want to eat this. Shen Yanran pointed at a pill in Xia Yang's bowl and pouted in a soft tone. Clip away. I want you to clip me. Shen Yanran wanted to play some ambiguous trick of indirect kissing to quickly close the distance between herself and Xia Yang. I did not expect Lang Xuanyue to step in and directly clip the balls in Xia Yang's bowl to Shen Yanran, saving her from playing any tricks somewhere. To an outsider they look like they really love each other. Chapter 88, Lang Xuanyu offers a kiss. After Xia Yang finished eating, Lang Xuanyu took out a tissue and thoughtfully wiped his mouth, then offered to take his hand. Shen Yanran wanted to hold on to Xia Yang's arm, however, this time he had prepared for it. Classmate Shen, there aren't many of them now, Xia Yang said. Honey, isn't that your favorite? Shen Yanyan came to his ear again to say some unseemly words, and gently blew a breath that made people itch. Then he was ready to take Xia Yang's hand again, but was avoided. It's almost time for class, so we'd better get back soon. He gripped Lang Xuanyue's jade hand tightly and walked quickly towards the classroom, fearing that Shen Yanran, the demonic spirit, was slowly breaking his will. The corner of Lang Shuangyue's mouth lifted into a stunning smile. Aha! Shen Yanran could only comfort herself that she couldn't be in a hurry. She couldn't be in a hurry. Today was only the first day of just getting to know each other. All three were distracted during class, but all three were of the I can get a 100 because the paper is only 100. Variety. They're all like the I can get 100 points because I only got 100. What's more, two of them had traveled back in time, and that knowledge was just a piece of cake for them. After the afternoon class, Shen Yanran said to Xia Yang, "See you later, dear." She remembered that there was still an important matter at home that she had not dealt with, and she knew where Xia Yang's home was, so excessive pestering might backfire and cause disgust. Bye. Xia Yang responded out of politeness. Long Fengyue and Xia Yan also left school and went home after packing up their books. As the two walked down the street, she couldn't help but hold Xia Yang's hand. When we were in the cafeteria, what did Shen Yanyan say you liked? The setting sun shone obliquely on her stunning face, glistening. No. What? She said I like tofu. Xia Yang couldn't figure out how Shen Yanran knew that she liked black silk and, don't lie to me. I know which side of the story she's talking about. Cold Frost Moon said seriously. Xia Yang stammered and just refused to say anything. He was afraid that Lung Xuanyu would angrily denounce him as a hooligan after hearing what he said. Though today she's become very different. Really? I'm your fiancé. Well, it's actually. Xia Yang looked around and saw that there were no people around, so he came to Lang Frost Moon's ear to say what he liked. A blush rose in her cheeks as she listened. Xia Yan looked at her with an apprehensive face after he finished speaking. I know. Let's go. Lung Xuanyu felt her cheeks burning when she remembered what Xia Yang had just said. His own face must be red and finished by now. If Shen Yanran can do it, I can do it too. When he passed by the milk tea store, Xia Yang hurriedly bought a cup of milk tea to cool down his blushing fiancé. Shouldn't have told her that myself. LOL, I guess it'll be a long time before I can post with Frost Moon. The pasting here merely referred to kissing. As for the rest, Xia Yang couldn't even think about it. Lung Frosty Moon's nature was really cold and clear. Kissing was probably her limit. As for going further, she would have to wait until after she got married. Putting a beautiful girlfriend who can look at but not use would be torture for anyone else. If he could, Xia Yang would want to kiss his fiancé right now. The temperature on Lung Xuanyue's face finally dropped after she took a sip of the iced milk tea. They were still a few minutes away from the subway station, and now that there was no one around, Xia Yang was on a fool's errand. Frost Moon, what's wrong? I want to kiss you. Xia Yang said it in one breath, and he felt his face redden. You close your eyes. Lung Xuanyue's tone also appeared to fluctuate a bit, and her flawless face flashed with a touch of shyness. Oh, that's not right. I'm the one who wants to kiss Frost Moon. How come I'm the one who closes my eyes? Xia Yang was just about to open his eyes when a delicate, warm and soft sensation came from his lips. His mind went blank for an instant. Chapter 89. Why don't we cook the rice? Although Long Xuanyu's love for Xia Yan was burning hot inside, her kissing skills stayed just above that level. Just as she was about to end this shallow kiss, Xia Yang wrapped his arms around her willow waist, making it impossible for her to back up. Cold Frost Moon let out a low cry. Xia Yang didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted the kind of panting kisses, passionate kisses. He easily pried open Lang Frost Moon's shell teeth. Instead of prying it open, it was Lung Frost Moon who took the initiative to cooperate. Xia Yang, who had a wealth of theoretical experience, guided the raw Lang Frosty Moon, and she also closed her eyes and plunged into this kiss between two lovers, like a maniac. Until the kiss Lung Xuanyu body are unable to support can only rely on him when Xia Yang ended this raw and committed kiss, and she's been reduced to a puddle. Have a seat in the chair next to you. Xia Yang directly picked up Lung Frost Moon, the fragrance tantalizing. Frost Moon, why do you get better at kissing? I don't know. Lung Xuanyu buried her face in Xia Yang's embrace, and she also smelled the aroma emanating from her body. From intense longing appeared in her heart. It clearly wasn't like this the last time we snuck a kiss inside the tent. The satisfaction in Xia Yang's heart was instantly bursting, and the childhood friend who had been so cold and unimaginable in the past was lying shyly in his arms. It's as if the fairies in the sky are moving in love. After a while, Lung Xuanyue's slender legs under her white dress got a little better and had strength. Let's go. She took Xia Yang's hand. Perhaps it was lost and found. Lang Xuanyue did not want to let go of the people around her for a moment. When Shen Yanran returned home, both Shen Lili and Zhao Kite were sitting on the sofa in the hall. Shen Yanran left too quickly this morning and forgot to tell Zhao Kite about Shen Ting is cheating. She returned to the villa and looked around without seeing Shen Ting's figure. Mom, I want to tell you something. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kite got up and took his daughter's hand and sat down. I'm done with it. There was no sadness on Zhao Kite's infinitely flavorful face. Yeah, oh, Mom is just like us. Grandpa came over in the morning to finish dealing with this. He couldn't even figure out how Mom knew about this thing he was cheating on her. After the two of them went through the divorce procedure, Master Zhao ordered people to beat him half to death, and it was only a matter of time before the company went bankrupt. Sister, have you seen brother Xiaoyang today? Shen Lily asked anxiously. See, great. When was the last time you chased down brother Xiaoyang? Shen Lily didn't know that Leng Xuanyue had traveled back just like them, and thought that it was simply going back to the past. Xiaoyang would return inside the villa as time passed. Zhao Kite, however, saw her daughter's dilemma. Did something happen? No, I'll go upstairs first. Zhao Kite looked at Shen Yanran, who went upstairs inside. If there hadn't been any accidents, her daughter wouldn't be in this state. The daughter she raised with her own hands and she still doesn't know? The thought of it brought her mood down. Is there a problem on Yang's side? Shen Lily also saw her sister's abnormality, but she didn't even put it in her eyes, guessing that something bad had happened when she touched Xia Yang's brother. What's so hard about that? Why don't you just ask your sister to cook the rice? Mom, you don't have to worry. Brother Xiaoyang can't run away with me. I know you're quirky. What do you want to eat tonight? Zhao Kite's long, white fingers tapped Shen Lily's forehead, or steamed sea bass. I'll go up and talk to my sister first. After Shen Lily finished speaking, she went upstairs to find Shen Yanran. Sister? Shen Lily saw Shen Yanran sitting by the bed after she pushed open the door. Shen Yanran was adding Xiaoyang's friends, and his social account should still be unchanged. Did the raid on brother Xiaoyang not go well today? The sisters sat together beautifully. Shen Yanran put down her cell phone and said, Leng Xuanyue is also back. Well, that's a bit hard to do. If only brother Xiaoyang had traveled back as well. Sister, you can't fight Leng Xuanyu, who has the right time, right place, right person. Why don't you find a chance to have a raw deal with brother Xiaoyang? He will definitely be responsible for you. If you can't, tie him up like last time. Raw rice. Shen Yanran considered for a moment. Currently there was indeed only this path to take. The relationship between Leng Xuanyue and Deer was already very close when they met today. At 6 o'clock Zhao Kite said she was ready to start dinner, and the three of them sat at the table in the hall and occasionally spoke a word or two. It's hard to live without brother Xiaoyang, Shen Lily complained. Quickly eat, Zhao Kite urged. On the days when Xiaoyang was around, at least the house was a little more lively. Lin Yaxin's entire body was bad, obviously all confessed. Eyes open back to 3 years ago. I haven't even heard if brother Xiaoyang has answered yes or no. Before she could think about it, the phone rang. This was when she had just graduated from college and was busy learning how to take over the group, as her grandmother had wanted. I so want to see brother Xiaoyang right now. After Xiaoyang and Leng Xuanyue got on the subway, his eyes kept looking at his fiance's fragrant soft red lips. Leng Fengyuan naturally understood what he was thinking in his mind, which was nothing more than wanting to wantonly plunder as she did just now. We're at the station. Get off. Leng Xuanyu softly reminded Xiaoyang. Her voice implied reluctance. The two men's homes are 3 stops apart. I'll send you back. Xiaoyang wanted to stay with Leng Xuanyu for a little longer. Leng Xuanyu also wanted to stay by Xiaoyang's side for a while longer, so she stopped talking. A carriage full of people were eating dog food, but they were still happy to eat this kind of extreme value dog food. Leng Xuanyue and Xiaoyang were no different from a couple in love. Neither wanted to separate from the other. Even if we see it tomorrow. Xiaoyang swiped his face to enter the Tongtian pavilion will send Leng Xuanyue to the door. The result was seen by Chu Chiu Shui, who looked at the two's interlocked hands, revealing a satisfied smile. Hello Auntie Chu. Come on in. Young. No, I'm going home after I send Frost Moon home. I'm going home too. Xiaoyang said. No need to be polite to your aunt. I'll just tell your mom later that you're having dinner over here. Come in. This will be your home from now on, Chu Chiu Shui said with a smile. Under Chu Chiu Shui's retention, Xiaoyang still didn't go. Frost Moon, you go upstairs to play with Xiaoyang first, and come down for dinner when mom is ready. Thanks mom, Leng Fengyue said with a red face. She knew that this was her mom's way of seeing that she didn't want to separate from Xiaoyang and purposely kept him down for dinner. Xiaoyang followed Leng Xuanyue upstairs before arriving at her boudoir, which had the exact same aroma as her body odor. Chapter 90, Aromatic Aroma. The inside of the room was neat and cozy, and there were thick photo albums on the bedside that aroused Xiaoyang's curiosity. Frost Moon, can I take a look? Xiaoyang inquired. There's nothing to see. Leng Xuanyue held the photo album in her hand as if it was nothing, then turned on the TV inside the room. It's good to watch TV. She wanted to put the photo album in her hand inside the cabinet, which was pretty much filled with pictures of her and Xiaoyang together at events when they were in school, or single pictures of Xiaoyang. Even a person of Leng Frost Moon's nature would be shy when she was discovered to be looking at her favorite person's photo to sleep every day, let alone being discovered by the photo herself. Look together. Xiaoyang took her hand and made her fall into his arms with a slight effort. Xiaoyang's breath wrapped around Leng Xuanyu from all sides, and she also wanted to stay in this embrace. But the photo album in her hand hadn't been put away, so she gently pushed Xiaoyang's broad and secure chest away, then walked to the closet to put the photo album in. Xiaoyang thought that he had been rejected by Leng Frost Moon and helplessly touched his nose. Take your time. you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Just as he was criticizing his ego, a fragrant breeze hit him. Lung Fongyue took the initiative to Xia snuggled into his arms after putting the photo album away. The loss in Xia Yang's heart was swept away. It doesn't matter what's on TV, it's a shame not to enjoy the moon in the sky. His whole body was now floating in the air. Your heart is beating so fast, Cold Frost Moon said. Xia Yang grabbed Lung Xuanyue's jade hand and played with it carefully. Xuanyue, this is all because of you. He couldn't restrain himself. He lowered his head and kissed the red lips, and the fairy in his arms didn't resist in the slightest, letting himself be taken. Xia Yang was all surprised that his kissing skills were able to guide Lang Frost Moon to be completely immersed, but this curiosity was immediately put aside by him. What time is it now that there is still time to think about this? That fragrance wafted out from inside Lung Xuanyue's petite body. Frost Moon, you smell good. Xia Yang let go of his moist red lips to come to Long Frost Moon's white swan-like beautiful jade neck to inhale a breath of aroma, exclaimed. In the end, Xia Yang still restrained his impulse and didn't eat hot tofu in one bite, but he let the unique fragrance of Ling Xuanyu's body bloom to the extreme. Xia Yang took a tissue and wiped away the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. It took a long time before Ling Frost Moon got up from Xia Yang's arms. You go out for a while, I'll change my clothes. The blush on her stunningly beautiful face had not yet faded. Kiss me, Xia Yang invited, and Lung Frost Moon obediently kissed his lips, the moment he closed the door to his room. A thought that was hard to catch flashed through Xia Yang's mind, like a flash of lightning in the darkness of the night passing by. It seems like a woman changed her clothes in front of him. Who is it? When Xia Yang thought about it again, he realized that there was no such thing. Maybe I'm just so excited that I'm starting to brainstorm images of Frost Moon changing her clothes. Inside the room, Long Xuanyue shed her long skirt and changed her clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was about to eat later, she would have just given herself all to Xia Yang. That way Shen Yanran would never have a chance to steal Xia Yang from her again. She also longed for Xia Yang's love. Chapter 91 Xia Yin. At this time, Chu Qiushue was cooking downstairs. Auntie, do you need any help? Xia Yang is not used to sitting and waiting for food. It's better to do it yourself. A little bit of idleness is also idleness. Xiao Yang, why did you come down? Chu Qiushue said with a smile on her face, knowing that Long Xuanyu's nature and appearance followed Chu Qiushue, and it was rare for her to smile on weekdays. From this it seems that Chu Qiushue really treats Xia Yang as a son. I'll help you wash the dishes. Xia Yang also didn't dare to say to his Auntie Chu what had just happened. He just wanted to know what Ling Xuanyue, who was fragrant to the extreme, looked like. The scene lingered deep in his mind. It's really so beautiful that the most beautiful flowers in the world in full bloom aren't even half as moving as she is. Not long after, Lang Frosty Moon also came down. She put on white long sleeves after changing out of her skirt. It was a little less ethereal and a little more homey. I'll do it. She took over the work in Xia Yang's hands. Virtuous. Cooking only requires one person to hit the ground running, and more than one gets in the way. So he was idle. Xiao Yang, just go and sit there in the living room. Dinner will be ready soon. Alas, some people are just born with a good life. Xia Yang's house. Xia Yang's father, Xia Yin, is back. Hubby. Ning Wei put down the dishes in her hands and greeted her. Xia Yin looked at the petite wife who welcomed him home first, looking around. Honey, where's the son? Zhou Shuwei just called and said to leave Xiao Yang at her place for dinner. In that case, wife, are we going to take that chance? Xia Yin closed the door and then picked up Ning Wei and ran inside the room. By the time they ate again, the food on the table was cold. Hubby, just now I wanted to tell you that Xiao Yang is in love with Xiao Frost. Son finally got the hang of it? Not bad. Xia Yin appreciated. His requirements for Xia Yang have done. The only thing is the feelings of this piece of their own son some would. And Ning Wei said it's only good. Otherwise her son would be king of the sea. It's also true. Whose kid can have his school bag stuffed with candies and love letters from girls? Xia Yin said deeply. It's better to be born to a wife. It's a shame there's no time for that, or it would be nice to have another sister for my son. Ning Wei's original happy expression also slowly disappeared. Yeah, can't stay with my son much longer. This son is not at home. Time passes by exceptionally fast. Xia Yang has already finished dinner in Long Xuanyue's home, and even came back to Ling Jia, also pulled in to talk about it. The driver had now sent Xia Yang downstairs. Bye. Xia Yang got out of the car and waved to his fiancée in the car. Bye. Lang Xuanyue watched Xia Yang go up the stairs before she told the driver master to drive home. Xia Yang went upstairs and found the door of the house locked. That's strange. Isn't mom home? He rang the doorbell. Ning Wei, who heard the doorbell, knew that it was her son who had returned, so she quickly went to open the door. Yang, Mom, why did you lock the door? Xia Yang had just finished speaking when he saw his dad sitting inside the living room. Dad, you're back? Xia Yang told his son that he was opening a company, often have to go to other places to talk about cooperation. Son, come over and sit. Xia Yang beckoned, signaling Xia Yang to come over. I heard your mom say you're in love with Frosty? Aha. Xia Yang replied. Take this card and spend what you need to spend and save what you need to save in the future. Don't aggravate little Frost. Xia Yang pulled out a gold card from inside his pocket, which was somewhat dazzling under the light. Xia Yang was a bit in disbelief. His family didn't seem to be rich, right? But the gold card in front of me exuded a strong odor of money. Dad, have you gotten rich lately? Sort of. Ningwei watched Xia Yin's performance from the sidelines and didn't poke at it. Anyway, when her son went to check the amount of this card, he would know the truth. Xiao Yang, take it if your dad tells you to. Mom has another one here. I'll give it to you later, Ningwei said as she prepared to take the dishes to the kitchen to heat them up. Mom, it's already 9 o'clock, haven't you guys eaten yet? Only then did Xia Yang notice the dishes on the table, none of which had been moved. It's not because you have a girlfriend and forgot about Mom. You came back so late for dinner. Look at the food is cold, right wife? Xia Yin made the first move. Don't listen to your father. Xia Yang believed it, took the dishes from his mom and warmed up all the dishes on the table. Even though he was already very full, he still accompanied Ningwei for a meal, clean up and wash the dishes after the meal and tidy up. By the time he got back to his room it was 10 o'clock. Open your phone to see a friend request on it and click yes. On the other side, Shen Yanyan hurriedly typed a message after seeing her friend request go through. During the daytime Cold Frost Moon watched her darling very closely, and at night did not believe that she could still keep her side for a minute. This is the time for her to attack. Shen Yan ran, honey, thank you for taking me to the cafeteria today. Xia Yang took one look at this address and knew that it was classmate Shen Yanran who had just arrived today, so I decided to give you something you like in return. Then several photos were sent one after another, only to see the photos inside the sultry creature, wearing sexy pajamas, devil body exposed, spring light hidden. Those desirable smooth legs were being wrapped in black silk. It's a real bloodbath. She also sent a voiceover in a seductive tone. Like it? Just listening to the flirtatious tone of voice can make you feel tingly. Xia Yang's fire was already high after coming back from Lung Shanyue's house today, and now it was so good that his nose was slightly hot. Sure enough, she was telling the truth and knew exactly what she liked. Honey, wanna think about making me your girlfriend? I already have someone I like. Sorry. Xia Yang exited the chat interface after typing a reply in a panic. He needs a cold shower. It looks like we need to stay away from Shin when we go to school in the future. When Shin Yanran saw this sentence that Xia Yang had sent over, the hand holding the cell phone was unconsciously hard. Darling, I'll never let Cold Frost Moon take you away from me. After Xia Yang came out of the shower, there were a lot more messages on the chat software. Most of them were from Shin Yanran, and he didn't click on them to see them. And then there's the one from Cold Frost Moon, asking if he's ready for bed. Just got out of the shower and went to bed after blow-drying my hair. Lang Shuangyue replied in seconds. Well, rest early. Good night. Xia Yang, see you in your dreams. These 3 words tugged at Lung Fengyue's heartstrings, and happiness surged up inside her. She looked at those 3 words for a long time, and wanted to talk to Xia Yang about something, but she was afraid that it would affect his rest, so she could only stop. After putting down her cell phone, she slept peacefully. A faint happiness covered her stunning face. Maybe she really saw Xia Yang in her dream. Chapter 92 Parental Love. Xia Yang's parents' room. Xia Yin wrapped his arms around Ningwei and slept on the bed, using his hands to straighten his wife's messy hair. Time is running out. We should go. My son is in love now with Frost to keep him company. Ningwei in her arms was silent for a moment and said, let me spend another day with my son. She couldn't let go of Xia Yang. Good. Xia Yin agreed. Lung Fengyue did not think that because she was dating Xia Yang, thus causing Xia Yang's parents to leave at a different point in time. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ningwei, who had already gotten up and made breakfast, gently walked into Xia Yang's room. Seeing her son sleeping soundly on the bed, she revealed a doting smile. Time flies. You've grown so big in a flash. Ningwei stood by the bedside and didn't wake up her son after a long time, and gently went out again. There was no need to go to school today, so Xia Yang slept until he woke up naturally. I opened my phone to find a message from my fiancé. Good morning. Sometimes happiness was so simple, and Xia Yang was in a good mood now. He was about to type a reply, but thought about the fact that their relationship was no longer as simple as childhood friends, but fiancé plus girlfriend. Wouldn't it be better to make a video call over there? The video was quickly picked up. Lang Fengyue was preparing for her afternoon date, trying on all the dresses inside her closet. I didn't expect Xia Yang to call halfway through the change. Between picking up and not picking up, she still chose to pick up. Good morning, Zhang said eagerly. I'll call you back later, okay? Lang Fengyue's eyes were a bit evasive, although Xia Yang couldn't see what she looked like without a skirt, but it always felt weird to call Xia Yang in this state. Busy? No, I'm changing clothes. Lang Shuangyue's shy look. Xia Yang was truly amazed once he looked at her. His eyes became fiery, and Lang Shuangyu turned her beautiful eyes to the side, not daring to meet her gaze, fearing that Xia Yang would make a request that would make her shy. Yesterday he was looking at himself with such fiery eyes, whispering words of love in his ear, and then he started to make it bad. I'll call you back later. For now, Xia Yang didn't even have time to speak before the video call was hung up by Long Xuanyue, and the last moment of the video was framed. The slender jade neck and delicate collarbone were so beautiful. Long Frosty Moon didn't let Xia Yang wait for long and quickly made a video call over. She thought Xia Yang made this call over to tell her not to go shopping in the afternoon to play games at home. Xia Yang denied it repeatedly. It's not good to play any games to go on a date with his fiancé. I only called because I missed you after I woke up from my nap. Lang Xuanyue was again struck by Xia Yang's simple sentence. Her beautiful to the extreme face flushed with red clouds. I also miss you. How about we go to an amusement park in the afternoon, then go shopping, and then go to a movie later in the day, Xia Yang suggested. Or should we replace the amusement park with an aquarium? Lang Xuanyue usually read books and raise flowers, and have not seen her go to the cinema. Xia Yang a little pinpointed. She thought for a moment and said, go to the amusement park. Lang Frostmoon had often seen depictions of couples riding the Ferris wheel in books, and she wanted to experience that feeling as well. Okay, see you at 1 p.m. Xia Yang was looking forward to this date, and after the call ended, he also started to choose a more handsome outfit. After washing up and going down to the first floor, Ningwei served a bowl of meat porridge to Xia Yang and realized that her son was dressed with care today. Going on a date with Little Frost today? Tomorrow Ningwei and Xia Yin were leaving, and they didn't say that they wanted Xia Yang to stay at home today to keep them company. As long as my son is happy. Well, what's wrong with mom? Xia Yang felt that his mom seemed a bit different from usual. Nothing, have fun and remember to buy some gifts for Frosty on your first date. Okay, Xia Yin, who was sitting on the sofa, said, son, eat before going on a date, so at least give your mom half a day. Mom, Dad, why are you guys talking weird? Of course I'm going to eat at home with you guys before going on a date. Xia Yang put down his chopsticks and looked between his parents. Count on your kid having a bit of conscience. Xia Yin laughed and scolded. Yes, this son of mine doesn't love mom at all. Xia Yang was all speechless. Ningwei tenderly touched the top of his head and said, don't pay attention to your father, just spoil him. Mom, are you guys hiding something from me? Xia Yang asked seriously. Ningwei couldn't say anything and turned her gaze to Xia Yin. Your mom and I are going on our honeymoon and will be back when we have a sibling. He didn't think of a way to say it, and made up a random lie. Mom and Dad, how long are you going to be gone? At least a year. Xia Yin replied. Is it taking so long? Xia Yang turned his head to look at Ningwei. Xiao Yang, this is something that can't be helped. Ningwei looked at her son with a loving gaze. After today she might never see it again. This crisis was like a black hole. Okay, don't pamper your mom. Things have been decided. Xia Yin knew that the more his son said, the harder it was in his wife's heart. So when do we go? It will be another month before we leave. Ningwei lied to Xia Yang for the first time. If she said she would leave tomorrow, her son's date with Frost would be cancelled today. She was afraid that this would affect her son's relationship with his future daughter-in-law. Xia Yang heard his parents say that they would leave in a month's time, but at least there was still a month left, wasn't there? When it was lunchtime, Xia Yang insisted on cooking and pushed Ningwei out of the kitchen. 3 courses and 1 soup. It was almost 12:30 when we finished eating. For a date, of course, you have to leave a little early. Mom, I'm going out. Be safe, Ningwei admonished. Got it, I'll be back early. After Xia Yang finished speaking, he went out the door and headed downstairs to the agreed-upon location. Ningwei watched from upstairs as he drifted away. Xia Yin walked over and took Ningwei into his arms and comforted her. If you can't see it, you can't see it. As long as your son is alive, Lang Jie's family will also help after we leave. Ningwei and Xia Yin also wanted to stay by Xia Yang's side, but they had things they had to do, for the sake of the world and for the sake of their son. Chapter 93. Xia Yang arrived at the agreed square 10 minutes early. People came and went on today's day off, but Lung Frost Moon was the most noticeable presence in the crowd. Without applying powder is already the color of the country. The hem of the skirt slightly moving with the wind. The body exudes a coldness that rejects others. Those men who want to go up and talk to each other are afraid to take the first step and have an inferiority complex. Passers-by saw such a stunning beauty with her beautiful eyes looking into the distance, surprisingly seeming to be waiting for someone. It's not a boyfriend, is it? Xia Yang ran directly towards Lung Frost Moon. Frost Moon, how long have you been here? Just arrived. Lung Xuanyu took the initiative to hold Xia Yang's hand, and the male passers-by had their hearts broken. It's worse than killing them. The girls passing by were staring at Xia Yang. Let's go. There are too many people here. I'm a little uncomfortable. That's because Frost Moon is so beautiful today, just like a fairy in the sky. Xia Yang did not mince words in praising her. Although Lang Frost Moon didn't seem to have much of a reaction after hearing the praise, her red ears had already betrayed her. Xia Yang was even more lethal to girls, and there were so many of them taking sneak peeks at him along the way. It doesn't matter. You can't wear a mask on a date, right? Anyway, with Lang Xuanyue around they wouldn't dare to come up and strike up a conversation. After taking the subway to the amusement park, the two went forward to buy tickets. The ticket lady recommended a couple ticket package for him on his day off in a thoughtful manner, with a love heart in the center of the 2 tickets, which could be perfectly put together. You can play with any of the facilities in the park and get a pair of rings. That pair of rings cost no more than $10 at the most. Glass masquerading as diamonds plus a smooth iron body. Let's pick this one. Long Frosty Moon's sharpened onion-like fingers gestured with a point. Okay. The ticket sales lady took the ticket to her while still sighing in her heart that these two were really well matched. 200 alien coins. Xia Yang took out his cash and prepared to pay, but he didn't expect Lung Xuanyue to pay first. She took the ticket and the ring and distributed the ticket to Xia Yang before putting the ring in her bag. What to play? Xia Yang asked his fiancé in a gentle tone. I want to ride the Ferris wheel with you once. No problem. Xia Yang heard that he was going to ride the Ferris wheel, inwardly happy flowers. Yesterday he just tasted Leng Xuanyue's warm and soft lips. Today when he saw her he wanted to kiss, but the rest of the day is too many people. There is no opportunity. You can only play with those flawless jade hands while holding hands. Look at this huge, slow Ferris wheel that takes about 20 minutes to ride. 20 minutes was a little short though, and still more than enough for a kiss. While Xia Yan was playing his own little game in his mind, Lang Xuanyu also had her own plans. As he passed the haunted house, he wondered if he wanted to take a trip to the haunted house after the Ferris wheel ride. Soon Xia Yang vetoed this idea. If he wanted to hug his girlfriend, he could just say it directly. Aside from yesterday, when time was short and he didn't let himself get away with it, Frost Moon didn't seem to have refused any of his sticker requests. Even when he made that kind of move himself inside the room, he was just gripping the sheets. Even his voice was suppressed. Lang Fengyuan noticed his gaze toward the haunted house. Want to go to a haunted house? I can accompany you. It's just a look. Wouldn't I be heartbroken if I scared you? Besides, it's not like you won't give me a hug, Xia Yang said while wrapping his arms around Long Xuanyu's soft waist. Under the attack of Xia Yang's love words, Lang Xuanyue moved even closer to facilitate his embrace, though she was a little shy in crowds is all. When they arrived at the Ferris wheel, the staff arranged for them to go up, and as the doors closed and slowly rose, they were cut off from the sea of people on the ground. City views can be enjoyed from the windows. Lang Frosty Moon was like the description inside the book, snuggling in the arms of her beloved to enjoy the scenery outside the window. It felt really good. I wish time would stop forever. Since you like it so much, let's do it a few more times. 10 or 100. I'll be there for you. Xia Yang didn't look out the window at the cityscape. The best scenery was all around him. The Ferris wheel ended its rotation and they stopped in midair. Knowing it was time, Lang Xuanyue took out the pair of rings she had gotten with her ticket purchase from inside her bag. Xia Yang, can you put the ring on for me? Lang Xuanyue slowly slipped a ring into Xia Yang's middle finger before placing another ring in her own left hand on Xia Yang's palm. Such an inferior ring is not worthy of Lang Xuanyue's catkin. Xia Yang wanted to give her something better. This ring. He was interrupted by Lang Frost Moon before he could finish his sentence. I love any ring you put on me, even if it's a blade of grass. Under Lang Xuanyu's expectant gaze, Xia Yang also had no choice but to put on this cheap engagement ring for his girlfriend first. The ring slowly slipped into the middle of Lang Xuanyue's slender finger, finally fitting perfectly. Love is naturally thick in the depths, and without any words, the two clasped their hands together, followed by a kiss on the lips. The amorous kisses went from slow to fast, from shallow to deep. The last one was out of control. Both were panting when they parted, with only each other in their eyes. After the Ferris wheel had completed its turn, Lang Frosty Moon's lips turned bright red, and the coldness on her face was nowhere to be found. Lang Xuanyue only sat on the Ferris wheel once. After all, sitting on the Ferris wheel is not the most important thing. The important thing is to sit with whom. As long as Xia Yang is around, riding the merry-go-round and the Ferris wheel is the same. Even if it's a high and low, thrilling roller coaster and a dark haunted house, it doesn't matter. During the tour, Xia Yan used his cell phone to take a picture of Lang Xuanyue's absolutely beautiful and happy smile and keep it as a treasure. The time passed quickly and they walked out of the playground. There was still some time left for the movie show that Riri had booked now, so Xia Yang dragged Lang Xuanyu to go shopping. The two arrived at a rather swanky pedestrian street and entered a jewelry store. He wanted to replace that ring on Lang Xuanyue's hand. Sir, what would you like to purchase? The shoppers here usually received rich people, and it was a normal and basic skill to determine the customer by looking at the clothes. The clothes Xia Yang was wearing were all customized by Ningwei, who had asked a top tailor to make them. Although there was no brand name and the texture gave them all a completely different feel, Xia Yan usually didn't notice how good the clothes he wore were, and he got used to them over time. The guides can be very dedicated. Looking to buy an engagement ring? What style do you need? Frost Moon, let's see which one you like. Xia Yang can be described as a profound implementation of his dad said that, the province to save, the flower to spend. Please follow me. The shopper led the two to the display case, where the engagement ring sparkled in the light. Of course, the better it looks, the longer the numbers underneath. Chapter 94. Xia Yang took out the bank card given by his dad from his pocket and searched for how much money was in it. He sent a message to Xia Yin, "Dad, how much money is in the card?" All that came back from the other side was 3 words. "Feel free to spend it." Dad's so brash. There's at least a couple $100,000 or so in there. Lang Fengyue didn't feel anything when she looked at the extravagant ring inside the glass counter. The one she was wearing now was already enough, but she couldn't bear to spoil Xia Yang's fun, and after some checking she chose a plain ring without any gemstone decoration on it, only lubricated and polished white silver ring body. Jade hands are beautiful enough without the need for anything else to embellish them. The salesman spat inwardly when he saw the ring Lang Fengyue chose, but kept a polite smile on his face. Thought I could come up with a big order. Payment please. 5,000 alien coins. Lang Fengyue took out her card as if she was at an amusement park. Ready to pay. Xia Yang stopped her by holding her wrist. I'll pay for it. Where is the reason for you to pay for the engagement ring? The shopper felt the same way. And what time did she work here when a man wasn't buying an engagement ring for a woman? This ring is for me to wear. Lang Fengyue really didn't want Xia Yang to spend any money at all, even taking out such a lame excuse. Xia Yang looked at his stubborn fiancé all dumbfounded. What are you talking about? You put on the ring, you are my person from now on. Isn't it right to spend money on a ring? No way. Xia Yang took the bank card in her hand and put it in her bag, then took out the gold card that his dad had given him last night. Even if the shopper has seen a lot of rich people, this level of card is still the first time to see. After receiving a few eyes cannot be recognized, but also too embarrassed to ask. Ask will not appear to be like she has not seen the world, so they just swiped the card to pay the bill. Welcome to the next one. Xia Yang pulled Lang Fengyue's hand out of the store and then unpacked the ring. Now he was feeling a little uncomfortable in the middle finger of the one where he wore the ring. It should be that the inside of the ring was not polished smooth. He gently removed the cheap iron ring first, and sure enough there was a faint red mark on Lang Frost Moon's white finger. Then put the ring she just bought on her. He himself had taken off the diabolical iron ring and was ready to throw it away. Give it to me. Lang Fengyue took the 2 iron rings that were ready to be thrown away from inside Xia Yang's palm and put them into her bag like treasures. After buying the ring, Xia Yang held Lang Fengyue's hand and continued to stroll inside the pedestrian street. He wanted to find stores selling ancient style dresses and hairpins. This pedestrian street full of modernization didn't seem to have these 2 things. Brother Xia Yang. A sudden familiar call came from behind him. He subconsciously responded. Cold Frost Moon also stopped. When the two turned around, a naturally beautiful young girl jumped into Xia Yang's arms. Brother Xia Yang, I miss you so much. Shen Lily smelled the familiar scent of Xia Yang's body, and all the anxiety and uneasiness she had felt in the past few days dissipated. Lang Fengyue thought it was a relative of Xia Yang or something like that. Do we know each other? Xia Yang let go of Lang Frost Moon's hand and parted like this overly enthusiastic young girl. Recognize. It's good that I know brother Xia Yang. Shen Lily was dead set on not letting go, and Xia Yang felt that she was like a clingy catnip. He had no choice but to use a little force directly to get this cat out of his arms. Otherwise it would not be good for Lang Frost Moon to be jealous. Well, I haven't seen brother Xia Yang in ages. Her pretty face was filled with reluctance. Today Zhao Kite and Shen Lily mother and daughter came out to go shopping and take a break. Shen Yanran didn't come out when she was at home making plans on how to raid Xia Yang. This sister, what is your name? Xia Yang asked. Lily Shun. He only felt resentment as the young girl in front of him uttered the words, Lily, come here. At this moment a charming and melodious voice came. Xia Yan looked at the sound. A very good mature woman wearing a cheongsam and elegant. Every step is so graceful. She exudes endless charisma in her knitted brows and smile, making people salivate. The flavor of the moving beauty of the face is infinite. The years did not take away her beauty, but instead gave her a unique flavor. Little. I'm sorry, my daughter has disturbed you. Zhao Kite spoke again. When her mom came, Shen Lily could only be obedient and loosely let go of Xia Yang. It's okay, Xia Yang said. Goodbye brother Xia Yang. Shen Lily had a resigned look on her face before she was taken away by Zhao Kite. Mom, I miss brother Xia Yang so much. Aha. Zhao Kite responded. The two of them were no longer in the mood for shopping, and instructed one of the female bodyguards beside them to go and drive the car outside of the pedestrian street, ready to go home. After this little episode, Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyue continued shopping. Xia Yang, do you recognize that young girl just now? Lang Xuanyue asked without moving. Shen Lily, presumably Shen Yanran's younger sister. That would make sense for her to call Xia Yang her brother on the street. But there was also something that didn't make sense. Why was Shen Lily still able to remember Xia Yang at this time? Don't recognize it, but feel familiar. Xia Yang furrowed his brows in meditation, couldn't come up with an answer. When Long Xuanyu heard him say the word familiar, her heart lifted and she tightly grabbed Xia Yang's hand. What's wrong? Don't be angry. I only like you alone. Xia Yang noticed the increased strength in his hands and thought that Long Xuanyu was uncomfortable seeing that she had just been hugged by someone else, and gently coaxed her. Long Frost Moon gently shook her head. She had already decided that she had to get Xia Yang as soon as possible to avoid any changes. Even if Xia Yang was gradually possessing memories of the future, she wouldn't let go. Now she was the one who accompanied Xia Yang. Shen Yanran, I will never let you take Xia Yang away from me. Chapter 95. Strangely enough, the next purchases Xia Yang made on this pedestrian street were waived for a variety of reasons. Both men were puzzled. The truth is that this entire pedestrian street is the property of Zhao Kite, and the strange image of free shopping only appeared when she called her subordinates after getting into her car. It was almost time for him to book a movie show, so the two of them boarded the subway and headed to the movie theater. Xia Yang ordered a rom-com this time, and his favorite sci-fi blockbusters were obviously not suitable to watch together on a date with a girl. The movie is about a couple of childhood sweethearts who finally get together after many trials and tribulations. Lang Xuanyue looked very fascinated. Xia Yang at first immersed in the movie, but since the corner of the eye of the remaining light to see a couple seems to kiss, turn your head to look around all the couples. Nice guys, all making little moves and posting. Hello, you don't lie on your boyfriend's lap in public. Xia Yang's mind shifted away from the movie. He also wanted to kiss and make some small moves with Lang Xuanyu, but Lang Xuanyue was so mesmerized by what she was reading that Xia Yang was too embarrassed to disturb her. There was a cycle in the heavens. All day today Xia Yang had spread dog food to many people, and now it was his turn to eat dog food from several couples at the same time. He looked at his beautiful fiancée and couldn't stop himself from being brought inside the plot of the movie. Never mind, I can take it. Just like that, Xia Yang ate dog food for a bell. It was good that he didn't pay attention to it, but now all those subtle sounds were reaching his ears. Meanwhile, Xia Yin and Ningwei came to Tong Tian Pavilion to look for the Ling Jie couple. Ling Jie heard Chu Qiushui say that Xia Yin looking for him immediately rushed to the home. Push back the rest of the schedule. End the meeting now. Yes. 10 minutes later Ling Jie returned to the Tong Tian Pavilion. Brother Xia, what is it that you are looking for me for? I'm leaving tomorrow. Please take care of Xia Yang. It was the first time Xia Yin spoke to someone in a pleading tone. Ling Jie was heavy-hearted when he heard the news that Xia Yin was leaving tomorrow. He knew what it meant. Are you sure this time? Ling Jie asked. No. Xia Yin sighed despondently. All four were silent. After a while Chu Qiushui took the lead in breaking the frozen atmosphere and said, I will treat Xia Yang like a son. Thanks. Xia Yin couple knew that Ling Jie was busy and left after explaining things. Ling Jie also sighed. Even he said there is no certainty. Wife, how about letting Xia Yang come over and stay after brother Xia leaves? Good. I think my daughter will be happy too. Chu Qiushui said with a smile. With a heavy heart, Ling Jie left Tong Tian Pavilion to continue his business. No matter what happens in the future, live in the moment first. Xia Yang finally made it to the end of the movie, and next time he will never buy a corner ticket. Instead of trying to do something bad, he was tortured. It's getting late. What would you like to eat? Have a romantic dinner to end today's date. Everything is perfect. As for talking about staying out all night with Lang Xuanyu, Xia Yang didn't bring his ID card. Lang Xuanyue, however, said, no appetite. Tired? The joy that came with the date disappeared from the moment Lily Shin showed up. Xia Yang, we will be together forever, right? Lang Xuanyu's bright eyes looked at Xia Yang without answering. Xia Yang didn't know why his fiancée had become insecure. Obviously not long ago she was in a good mood. What went wrong at that point? He consoled. Of course, haven't you seen the heroes and heroines in the movie come together in the grand finale? The more gentle Xia Yang in front of her, the more she is afraid that one day Xia Yang will remember Xin Yanran. After all, there are already signs. Alright, don't be upset. I'll carry you if you're tired. Xia Yang coaxed and pampered his fiancée. He squatted down and gestured for Ling Frost Moon to come up. I'm not tired. Lang Xuanyue's skin was already thin, so she naturally refused. Well then, pretty girl over there, would you like me to carry you? Xia Yang hadn't even finished speaking when he felt the soft petite body pressing against his back with a gust of fragrant wind. At the same time a pair of jade arms wrapped around his neck. He smiled smugly. And it came up, didn't it? Why aren't you happy? Was the movie not good? Xia Yang asked as he steadily walked while carrying his live fiancée. Good looking. Lang Xuanyue lay on Xia Yang's broad back, very relieved. This place was not very far from the Tongtian Pavilion. It would take about 20 minutes to walk, so Xia Yang carried Ling Frosty Moon on his back and chatted about the sky as the end credits for this date today. The streetlight on the street stretched their shadows out, and pedestrians on the road cast envious glances. After walking for a while Cold Frost Moon said, "Put me down." She was afraid that Xia Yang would get tired. "Don't worry, I have great stamina. You'll see later." One of the girls who brushed past them heard Xia Yang say these words unconsciously started to think randomly in her heart. fierce and majestic, but Frost Moon, I'd be stronger if you'd kiss me on the cheek. Due to her posture, Long Xuanyu could only kiss Xia Yang's perfect cheeks. Xia Yang was satisfied with the reward. Time flies when you are with someone you like, and the road gets a lot shorter. Love is such a magical thing. It was as if he had arrived at the gatekeeper of the Tongtian Pavilion in the twinkling of an eye. The doorman let it go, and already you could see the outline of yard number 1. With the experience of being left behind for dinner by Chu Chiu Shui last time, Xia Yang gently put Long Xuanyu down when he was almost at the door. He'd still rather be home for dinner. Before he left, he was going to do something that was meant to be done inside a movie theater. He didn't expect Long Xuanyu to take the initiative to kiss him first. Her kissing technique was green but full of love. Xia Yang, I like you. I like you too. The date was a happy ending. When Long Frost Moon went home, Chu Chiu Shui asked her how her day had been. She blushed slightly and said, very well. Xia Yang's parents are going to be away for a while, so tomorrow you ask Xia Yang if he wants to come over and stay. Crowds are more lively. This was undoubtedly good news for Long Frost Moon. Well, I'll ask him. Chu Chiu Shui turned around and wanted to go clean a guest room for Xia Yang, thinking that there was no need for that. Just let your daughter live with Xiao Yang so that the relationship can be better. On the other hand, after Xia Yang returned home, Ning Wei also inquired about the date. Instead, Xia Yin, who was the dad, said, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Xia Yang, even if he wanted to not come back, Frost Moon wouldn't agree, right? Now that you're back, eat. The last dinner for a family of 3 was spent in a very normal way. After the meal, Ning Wei came to her son's room and casually chatted for a while. He also urged him to treat Long Frost Moon well. Xia Yang responded one by one. Go to bed early. Mommy will go home first. Okay. Being kept in the dark, Xia Yang organizes the photos taken at the amusement park today and puts them inside a separate album. At this time, Shen Yanran sent another message. Xia Yang did not click on it, and did not dare to look at it. After taking a bath and chatting with Lang Shanyu for a while, they went into dreamland after saying goodnight to each other. Shen Yanran looked at the chat interface with no reply all night. Chapter 96, Crisis is coming. Xia Yang crisis. The whole night Shen Yanran did not sleep. The development of things far beyond the track of the last development. Long Xuanyu, who had also traveled back, was about to snatch Xia Yang away by virtue of her timing. The thought of Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu engaging in intimate interactions at night nearly broke her heart. My darling belongs only to me and no one can take him away from me. Due to the reason of crossing back, there was also no picture of Xia Yang on top of her cell phone, so she could only rely on her memories to comfort her anxious heart. After surviving the long night, Shen Yanran could not stay any longer, and now immediately she wanted to see Xia Yang and snatch him by any means. She looked at her disheveled self in the mirror, less noble and lazy than ever. Can't just go and see honey. Shen Yanran first gave herself a bath and blew dry her hair. Dressing up properly, she put on Xia Yang's favorite black silk. The flirtatious one is back. Zhao Kite saw her daughter waking up early in the morning and told her to eat breakfast. Lily Shen is still asleep. Mom, no, I'm going out to honey now. Zhao Kite did not dissuade her after hearing this and let her go out. She remembered the girl standing with Xia Yang yesterday and thought that her daughter had met a formidable enemy this time. Tongtian Pavilion. Long Fengyue also woke up. Last night she heard her own mother say that her uncle and aunt were going to leave tomorrow for a while, so she instructed Xia Yang on her cell phone to make sure to ask where they were really going. It was one of the 2 tasks she had come back to accomplish. The other is to snatch back Xia Yang. The uninformed Xia Yang didn't take it too seriously. Weren't his parents going on a honeymoon? But Cold Frost Moon still urged him to inquire about his parents once more. He had no choice but to go to his mom's room before going to her room only to find it unlocked. One can only go upstairs resentfully. Suddenly Lang Xuanyu figured out a problem. How could Xia Yang not ask for some detailed information from her aunt and uncle? Because the aunt and uncle simply didn't want Xia Yang to know that they weren't going on a honeymoon next, but to fulfill their duties. Trying to figure things out would still require her to ask them herself as a traveler. My mom said that my aunt and uncle are leaving today, so I hope I can make it. In this way Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyu both rushed towards Xia Yang's home one after the other. The current Xia Yang was still not awake like Shen Lily. After all, it was only 7 o'clock, but Xia Yin and Ning Wei watched him inside his room for nearly half an hour more than that. Ning Wei wanted to caress her son but was afraid that he would wake up, and her outstretched hand was withdrawn. Xia Yang was disoriented and felt someone sitting on the edge of his bed. Seeing that her son was about to wake up, Ning Wei then nodded to her husband to leave. If Xia Yang woke up, she wouldn't be able to leave today. In the blink of an eye, the couple disappeared inside this room. Xia Yang woke up sleepily to find that he was alone in his room. Strange, it clearly feels like someone is sitting on the edge of their bed. Could it be a dream? The letterhead on the nightstand caught his attention and he took it down to see what it said. Son, Mom and Dad went on their honeymoon. It's not unusual for the phone to be out of order because of the distance to the place. You take care of yourself and stay home until Mom gets back. Xia Yang hurriedly went downstairs to his mother's room. The door of the room that was locked last night was easily opened, and there was no one inside. He picked up his cell phone again to make a dialing call, and there was a beep on the other side that the phone had been turned off. Now the family was left alone, empty and filled with loneliness. Xia Yang sat in silence on top of the sofa for a while. Mom's really nice too. It's good for me to give her a ride, no matter what. He still had to go to school today, so he went back inside his room and picked out a set of casual clothes to wear and then washed up. Ding dong, the bell outside the door rang. Xia Yang thought that his parents had forgotten to take something where that Lung Xuanyu had come. It could also be Sister Lin from next door. She seems to be very busy lately, and you don't even get to see her much. He went to the door in a rush of excitement, and the person standing outside was completely unexpected. Surprisingly, it's Shun, who just transferred here. How does she know where she lives? Good morning, dear, Shen Yanran said with a big smile. The moment she saw Xia Yang, she wanted to have a morning kiss with him as recklessly as she did in the future. Kiss him until his legs go weak. Mr. Shen, what brings you here? Is there something wrong? The current Xia Yang didn't know that Shen Yanyan was a goblin that could eat people, and her vigilance wasn't that high. Came to deliver breakfast to my dear. Here, dunked soup buns and donut soy milk. It's your favorite breakfast. She raised the bag in her hand. And how did you know that I like donuts and soy milk? Xia Yan was genuinely curious. From the fact that this Shen student was not only able to tell her hobbies in that area after she transferred over, she even knew her favorite breakfast. I also know that you have here. Here, both have a mole, Shen Yanran said in a sexy and seductive tone, her veiled hand crossing her clothes to reach the two locations. Xia Yang's body jolted and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Shen Yanran, the red-faced scourge of flirtatiousness, lifted a smug smile on her face. She knew him like the back of her hand. Xia Yang can't escape. Shen Yanran is going to let him sink little by little, so that he can no longer leave her. At that time it will be able to go back to the life after 3 years. Every morning wake up and open your eyes, darling, lying next to you. Want to kiss? Do whatever you want to do, instead of enduring the endless love and thoughts in my heart as I do now. A tingling sensation still lingered on Zhang's skin. You even know this? Shen Yanran became more and more mysterious in his eyes. If he hadn't inadvertently seen his 2 very small moles when he took a shower, I'm afraid even he wouldn't have known. Shen Yanran smiled without saying a word. She walked straight in. Xia Yang was losing ground in front of her and didn't dare to stop her at all. From inside her eyes, Xia Yang could tell that she wanted to eat herself. Those autumn eyes were full of love. If he or she got in her way, she would wrap herself around him or her like a beautiful snake. What will happen then is anyone's guess. It's better to keep a safe distance. Shen Yanran put breakfast on the table and pulled out a chair for him. Honey, hurry over and eat breakfast. No, you'd better eat by yourself. Mr. Shen, what do you mean by fear and distance? Just look at Xia Yang. He didn't even dare to go forward. Shen was really too dangerous. I'll eat later. Shen Yanran's eyes flowed, and her fragrant tongue gently swept over her red lips. Bad. Chapter 97, Done For. Having breakfast with a topsy-turvy siren like Shen Yanran was something that many men could only dream of. Other than that, there were many boys in Xia Yang's class who were mesmerized from the first moment they saw her. Such a beautiful thing was put on Xia Yang, but it became very painful. Honey, don't you want to know why I know you so well? I'll tell you after this breakfast. I don't want to know anymore. It was clearly a trap, and he'd become a fish on a chopping board if he went over there. Are you sure? Shen Yanran stepped forward in style facing Xia Yang, who refused to give in. He retreated and she advanced, pressing all the way to the corner. Shen Yanran's red lips slowly approached with the obvious intention of kissing him. Seeing that there was no way back, Xia Yang wanted to push her away, but he didn't expect something embarrassing to happen. He withdrew his hand like lightning, and the aura he had just managed to build up was gone again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, do you like it? Shen Yanran didn't mind. This bit of physical contact was 100,000 miles worse compared to the time in the basement. How could Xia Yang answer this? Shen Yanran continued to press closer, and he had to surrender. I'll eat, okay. She was in a good mood, so she let him off the hook and kissed him back next time. Breakfast was all still hot, and Xia Yang sat across from Shen Yanran and ate his breakfast, and she just watched quietly, as if she could never get enough of it. Originally, Shen Yanran wanted to add something else inside the breakfast, but considering that Xia Yang did not have an emotional foundation for her yet, this would only get Xia Yang's body in disgust, so she gave up. What she wanted was Xia Yang's body and mind. You can't have one without the other. Otherwise, Xia Yang would have been lying on top of the table by now. How did you know that I had something about a mole? I thought Honey said she didn't want to know. I'm actually your future girlfriend who just traveled back from 3 years later. Shen Yanran also guessed that Xia Yang would not believe what she said. In her place, it was impossible to believe it either. She looked around Xia Yang's house and realized that there was no one. An idea came to her mind. Honey, do you watch anime? Look, Xia Yang said in wonder. How did the topic change? Then how would you like to have a devilishly fit, noble and charming maid? The obedient and capable kind. She will ask you every time she comes back, Master, do you eat first? Or, Shin Yenran's red lips moved lightly, and the words she uttered were tantalizing. Student Shin, that maid you're talking about is yourself, right? Xia Yang, who had figured out Shin Yenran's nature, immediately guessed the answer. Right answer. How about it? Want to think about it? This suggestion was indeed tempting as hell, but Xia Yang already had Long Shuangyu, so of course he rejected it. Are you kidding me? He's going to play the Golden House game? Going to Long Shuangyu to make love during the day, and going home at night to receive Shin Yenran's attentive service? It's not possible. Words couldn't persuade Xia Yang, so let's use actions. Honey, how about a day of experience first? She stood up directly, towering over Xia Yang, looking at him tenderly, then leaned down to try to kiss him. Xia Yang got up and left the position if just meet Shin Yenran's red lips, not to leave as a sitting duck. He covered Shin Yenran's small mouth in a hurry. Lang Fengyue was already downstairs. She sped up trying to get there before Xia Yang's parents left. As a result, he didn't expect to open the door to Shin Yenran and Xia Yang kissing as soon as he entered. It looked that way from her side of the aisle, and Xia Yang also saw Long Shuangyu standing at the back. Finished. Chapter 98. Shin Yenran feels a little green. Why are you here? Cold Frost Moon's voice was devoid of any emotion, making people shiver with cold. After Shin Yenran heard the voice coming from behind her, her small mouth was also covered by Xia Yang's hand, so she gave up kissing him and looked back to find that it was Long Shuangyu, and the corner of her mouth lifted up a smile. This is really God's way of helping her. Sweetie, did that kiss smell good? Do you want another one? She ignored Lang Frost Moon, instead asking Xia Yang. Frost Moon, it's not like that, Xia Yang anxiously explained. He was afraid that Long Frost Moon had misunderstood something. Why can't I be here? I slept in the same bed as my darling last night and didn't get up for breakfast until now. Don't you talk nonsense. Xia Yang was anxious. He was afraid that Lang Frost Moon really believed Shin Yenran's lies. Lang Fengyue naturally wasn't so easily fooled. The breakfast bag on the table hadn't been thrown away yet. It was obvious to surmise that Shin Yenran had just arrived as well. She walked over to hold Xia Yang's hand in front of Shin Yenran and said to her, Xia Yang is my fiancé, you stay away from him. When she didn't cross back before Lang Frost Moon could only watch Shin Yenran declare her sovereignty in front of her. Now it was finally her turn to say this to Shin Yenran. Just a fiancé, not married. Besides, you know very well who Xia Yang's boyfriend is. The smell of gunpowder filled the air as neither woman was willing to show weakness between them. Then you just watch. Lang Frost Moon glanced at Shin Yenran. Saying more was better than doing. She directly kissed Xia Yang in front of Shin Yenran. Xia Yang, who couldn't intervene, was suddenly kissed by his girlfriend in front of outsiders, and next to him Shin Yenran's gaze pierced his skin raw. Can't think of anyone else. At this moment, Long Shuangyu was less gentle, but much more possessive. The fragrant tongue was in a constant active tangle. Shin Yenran's face, who was standing on the sidelines, was dripping with gloom. Silver teeth clenched. Damn it, I should have known to add something inside the breakfast. Lang Shuangyu, one day I'll take my darling back. Perhaps Lang Shuangyu thought that Shin Yenran was really kissing Xia Yang. She kissed for an especially long time, so long that Xia Yang was a little short of oxygen. It's kind of a revenge. Shin Yenran didn't want to leave here like a defeated dog and held on hard. It's exam day. Let's leave early, Lang Shuangyu said, and she even stroked Xia Yang's face intimately. Xia Yang, who was kissed to death, could only say yes. The three made their way to the school. It's exam day. This day's exam seemed to have become a battlefield for Shin Yenran and Lang Shuangyu as well, and it only took them 10 minutes after the papers were handed out to say in unison, Teacher, I'm going to hand in my paper early. The invigilator was also surprised, but looking at such nice handwriting and clear answers on the paper, there was no reason not to give them a reason to hand in their papers early. The gods are faster than speed, but they roll up to the common man. Xia Yang was able to finish the exam with this speed even when he was powered up and was guaranteed a score, but the others inside the class were rolled. There is an inexplicable feeling of anxiety. That fast? I just picked 10 multiple choice questions. What's wrong with you? The afternoon exam was no different, with both men being indistinguishable from each other, until the last subject was taken and the teacher collected the papers. Students, after the theory test today, tomorrow will be the school's dance day. Have fun everyone, and a warm reminder to please form your own dance partners this evening. Education on top of Alien Planet has a wide variety of campus activities designed to develop the whole student. The students were cheering and looking for ways to get the girl of their choice to be their dance partner. Chapter 99 Explanations. The two walked out of the school side by side holding hands. Xia Yang saw that Lang Shuangyu didn't say anything and thought that she was angry about what happened this morning. Frost Moon, she really didn't kiss me. Lang Fengyue was indeed a bit angry in the morning, so much so that her kiss was not so gentle. But the point of the issue now was not this, but to get Xia Yang to move to Tongtian Pavilion. That way Shen Yan didn't have a chance to get her hands dirty. Will you come and stay at my house? Long Xuanyue said. Xia Yang did not expect Lung Frost Moon to make such a request. Mom and Dad had just left, and he was still too homesick to leave a home filled with traces of his old life. I want to stay at home for a while longer. Can I go over there after a month? Xia Yang said. Before Lang Xuanyue crossed over, he had lived alone for more than 3 years and was really a bit lonely, so he lived with Shen Yanran. And another reason was that there were only 2 sisters inside the villa to begin with, without any elders, although Zhao Kite also lived in the back. She was Xia Yang's guarantee against being tied up by his sickly girlfriend. Zhao Kite wants to go, Xia Yang is the first to say no. Besides, Xia Yang moved back home after coming out from inside the basement for the 3rd time. Now Lang Xuanyue want him to go to the Tongtian Pavilion to live. Good is good, but after all, is not their own home. There are elders living with uncomfortable. Even so, Xia Yang still didn't reject Lang Xuanyue's request and said that he would go over to live there after a month. But how can Ling Frost Moon wait for a month? Shen Yanran stole home this morning, and she wanted Xia Yang to move to Tongtian Pavilion immediately now. Otherwise she's on edge every day. Love is running to each other. Since Xia Yang is not too eager to go to the Tongtian Pavilion, it is the same to go to Xia Yang's home to live by yourself. Moreover, Shen Yanran's appearance this morning gave Lang Xuanyue a great sense of crisis. She had to hand herself over to Xia Yang so that she would feel at ease. Okay, she responded, mentally thinking about how to tell her parents about this. Xia Yang was completely unaware that his wonderful cohabitation was about to begin. After the subway arrived at the nearest station to Xia Yang's house, Lang Xuanyue, who was snuggled in Xia Yang's arms, got up and prepared to get off. I'll take you home today. It's better if I give you a ride. Lang Fengyue did not agree and pulled Xia Yang out of the station. After walking for a few minutes to Xia Yang's house, she first looked inside the refrigerator to see if there were enough ingredients left. Ningwei had stuffed the refrigerator full the night before she left. Lang Xuanyue helped Xia Yang cook the rice and then took out the food ingredients. It turns out that Frost Moon is here to help me cook. Xia Yang's heart was immensely touched. Such a girlfriend could not be found in a lantern. Soon the 2 dishes in 1 soup were ready. Lang Xuanyue's cooking skills were very good, even better than his. After Lang Xuanyue took off her apron, Xia Yang barfed and kissed on her stunning face. Xuanyue, I really love you too much. A thin layer of red surfaced on Lang Frost Moon's face. Take your time eating, I'm going to head back. Frost Moon, don't you want to eat here before going home? Xia Yang wanted to retain her. After the 2 of them ate together, they could still send her back themselves, so there would be much more time to stay together. I have to go back and talk to my mom about something. Oh, Xia Yang acted demoralized when he heard her say that. Lung Frost Moon smiled slightly at the sight. He'll be glad when he comes over himself later. Don't tell him yet. I'll give you a ride. Xia Yang turned and said, to use one word to describe Lung Frost Moon and Xia Yang, like paint in blue couldn't be better. The food will get cold later. I'll just go back by myself, then kiss and go back. Xia Yang hadn't kissed Lung Frost Moon all day today. The road back was crowded and inconvenient. Now that Lung Frost Moon was leaving, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. No way. Lang Xuanyue's answer was unexpected to Xia Yang. Frost Moon, are you still mad? She really didn't kiss me. He was in a hurry. Hurry up and eat. I'll go first. There was a reason why Lang Frost Moon deliberately whetted Xia Yang's appetite, and now that she couldn't get satisfied, Xia Yang would be more likely to charm herself when she came over at night. In fact, Lang Frosty Moon could completely dispense with these small tactics. As long as she talked to Xia Yang, he could not resist at all. She looks like a heavenly fairy, with icy skin, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, considerate and gentle. Who could say no to a girlfriend like that? Xia Yang looked at his girlfriend's departing figure and said to himself, Frost Moon is still angry. What can we do about this? As he ate, he thought about how he could make Lang Fengyue's anger subside. After Lang Xuanyue returned to Tongtian Pavilion, Lang Jia didn't come back and only Chu Qiushui was at home. Mom, I want to move to Xia Yang's house for a month. I'll come back to accompany you and Dad on my days off, Lang Fengyue said, knowing that her mom should also support it. Doesn't Yan want to come and live over here? He said he couldn't leave the house and was going to stay there for a while. It's also true that your uncle and aunt just left. Xiao Yan doesn't say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he probably misses them a lot. Chu Qiushui said understandingly, Daughter, will you go over tonight? Aha. It was the first time Chu Qiushui had seen his daughter so impatient. It's fine to go over to accompany Xiao Yang. I'll talk to your father on his side. but pay attention to safety. As a mother, she said to Leng Xuanyu in a serious tone, there's nothing dangerous about the Xiaoyang family. Leng Fengyue couldn't understand the meaning of her mother's words. Chu Qiushue smiled helplessly. I mean, when you're inside the room with Yang, be safe. Chu Qiushue was so close to saying it outright that Leng Frostmoon realized what her mother was talking about. She was really slow about that. She's like that holy fairy, but tonight she might fall to earth for someone, and it's the willing kind. Got it. Leng Xuanyu replied sheepishly. Here, mommy gave something to you. Leng Xuanyu followed Chu Qiushue into the room, and Chu Qiushue took out several small boxes from inside the cabinet. Put it in your daughter's hand. She thought about giving a few more boxes. Mom, that's enough. Eat at home before you go. Aha. Leng Xuanyu and Chu Qiushue had eaten before packing up their things. She didn't have any bottles or jars of makeup either. Packing a few clothes and household items was about it. Chu Qiushue ordered the driver to send his daughter to Xia Yang's house. After Leng Xuanyu left, she was alone inside the house and said, why does it feel like a daughter getting married? I hope that Yang and Frost are having a good time. The distance between the two homes wasn't very far, and soon the driver sent Leng Xuanyu downstairs to Xia Yang's house. She went upstairs and then rang the doorbell. Xia Yang, who was just about to take a shower, subconsciously remembered Xinyanran when he heard the doorbell. Chapter 100. Xia Yang, together. Xia Yang had learned the lesson from last time and didn't venture to open the door. If it really was Xinyanran who had come, letting her in at night would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. He looked outside through the cat's eye and realized that the person who came was not Xinyanran but his girlfriend. When he opened the door, he saw that Leng Xuanyu was still carrying a suitcase. A possibility that made Xia Yang ecstatic surfaced in his mind. Frost Moon, are you coming over to live with me? Even though it was already obvious, he wanted to make sure. Happiness came too soon. Aha. Mom promised me to come over and stay with you for a while. Great. Xia Yang did not hide his excitement at all and took the suitcase in Leng Xuanyue's hand to help her pull her luggage. This set of houses with 3 rooms, one for Ningwei and Xiaoyin, one for Xia Yang himself, and a guest room. But the guest room hasn't been occupied for a long time and it's covered in dust, so Frost Moon should stay with me. He pulled Leng Frost Moon's suitcase and went straight to his room, as if he would run away if he slowed down Leng Frost Moon. Cough. Frost Moon, our home has few rooms. Besides my parents' room and mine, there is a utility room left. Xia Yang said without changing his face. A nice guest room becomes a utility room with him. Leng Fengyue didn't poke at his lie. It's not like she hadn't been to Xia Yang's house before and knew that the utility room was not there. Just sleep with you. You go take a bath first. I'll clean up my things. Leng Fengyue saw the clothes Xia Yan was holding in his left hand, probably because she had interrupted him to take a bath. Xia Yang blurted out, come along. Silence fell inside the room. What am I talking about? Xia Yang shouted within himself. It's over. Frost Moon might go home for the night. Woo woo. His heart was full of remorse that the wonderful days of cohabitation had ended before they had even begun. Why would I say something like that so naturally? It's as if someone always takes a bath with himself. No one takes a bath with me on a regular basis. After Leng Xuanyue heard Xia Yang's invitation, a blush soared on her flawless face. It was to give herself to Xia Yang that she came to live here. Now the opportunity came. But the request made by Xia Yang was too exciting and completely exceeded her mental bottom line. What to do? She was mortified at the thought of that scene. In the midst of embarrassment and shame, the previous remorse of losing Xia Yan once again came to her mind, as if urging her to make the right choice. Compared to the remorse of losing Xia Yang, this kind of thing seemed to be nothing. In the frozen atmosphere, she made up her mind. The two had different thoughts, and Xia Yan was so deep in remorse that he wanted to punch himself in the mouth. It's okay to not be able to speak. Mouth, blame me. Leng Xuanyue, on the other hand, thought that Xia Yan was waiting for her reply. In a low voice she said, you first. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. I'm going to take a shower first. Xia Yang heard Leng Xuanyu open her mouth and hurriedly found an excuse, then fled to the bathroom. See, this is what happens when you don't hear the end of a conversation. Originally, Leng Xuanyu wanted to tell Xia Yang to go by himself first, and then go in himself afterwards. Well, now it's gone. Xia Yang would have been grief-stricken if he knew what he was missing. Did I answer too slowly? Leng Xuanyue blamed herself entirely for the current situation. She was so down in the dumps thinking about it that she even forgot what she had just said about organizing her things. How can this be? In case Xia Yang gets angry. She slowly lay on Xia Yang's bed, her green silk like a waterfall. Beautiful. Just a slight frown on her brow. Bathroom. Xia Yang was taking a bath, but his mind was not on bathing, mechanically applying the shower gel. It was done entirely by muscle memory. He still has those 2 words, regret. I hope Frostmoon won't move back. I don't think she's going to go back now that it's so late. The fluke was starting to work. Leng Xuanyu had only just arrived, and since she could come over so late, she could certainly go back. Xia Yang didn't soak inside the bathtub like usual after washing. He was worried that Leng Xuanyu would be gone after he came out. He hurriedly finished his shower and came out from inside the bathroom. and was relieved to find that Lung Xuanyue hadn't left. Lung Fengyue also sat up from the bed after seeing him come out. The atmosphere between the two was now awkward, with some ambiguity thrown in at the same time. Lung Fengyue thought Xia Yang was angry. Xia Yang thought that he was not that good in front of Ling Xuanyu, and he was like a hungry man in the middle of the colorful world at the beginning. What kind of person does that? Frost Moon, are you going to take a shower? Aha! She saw Xia Yang's perfect body and remembered the day he proudly said when he carried himself, "I have a great body. You'll know later what it looks like now." He didn't lie. Lung Fengyue's pretty eyebrows lowered, not daring to look any further. Her heart was beating faster, and she smelled the aroma emanating from her own body this time as well. Xia Yang helped Lung Xuanyu find a new towel. She even forgot to take her clothes and went to the bathroom. It was only when her clothes were faded and her petite body covered in water that she realized in hindsight that she hadn't brought any clothes in. I had just gotten a fine sweat from taking my suitcase upstairs, and I didn't want to wear the clothes I had changed out of, so she softly called Xia Yang's name. Xia Yang suspected that he was hallucinating when he heard his girlfriend call him. "What's Frost Moon calling me for in the shower?" It wasn't until the soft voice in the bathroom called his name again that he was sure it was his girlfriend in the shower calling him. "What's wrong?" After hearing Xia Yang's response, Lung Xuanyu came to the bathroom door. A tall and exquisite figure was reflected in Xia Yang's eyes, plus the foggy water on the bathroom door looked hazy and evocative. "I forgot my clothes. Will you get them for me?" Immediately, Xia Yang's mind was now filled with the figure in front of him. He looked a few more times before going back inside the room to open the suitcase Lung Xuanyu had brought with her, which was full of neat things. Frost Moon should be asking for pajamas and underwear. The soft fabric brought an inexplicable thrill, and it was the first time he had helped a girl with her clothes. When he reached for his pajamas, he found so many small unopened boxes underneath them. It's clearly written on the top of the box. It was because he knew what this was that he was so surprised. In Xia Yang's impression, Lung Xuanyu, who was not touched by mortal dust, was not connected to such things. Lung Fengyue had been waiting for Xia Yang to bring her clothes over, and the marvelous figure on the bathroom door did not disappear. Clothes brought. Aha! Will Xia Yang suddenly break in? She couldn't tell if she was worried or looking forward to it, but she slowly turned the knob and opened the bathroom door. The water mist overflowed. Chapter 101. As the water spray roamed out from inside the space where the bathroom door had opened, a jade arm reached out. The skin was snowy, with droplets of water running on it. Jade hands became pink after being soaked in hot water. Outside the bathroom door of Xia Yang finally understood why there will be people for the red face a throw of money. Alone behind the door of the stunning fairy shadow only to reveal the tip of the iceberg on the beauty of impeccable. After seeing what was inside Lung Xuanyu's box, he knew that Lung Xuanyu had prepared for it as well. There has been some change of heart. No. What is one thinking? You just finished babbling and now you want to act on it? Xia Yang shook his head to make himself free of so many distractions inside his mind, and took 2 steps forward to prepare to deliver the clothes to that pink catkin. Unbeknownst to Xia Yang, these 2 steps forward caused Ling Frostmoon's heart behind the door to jump around. Is it really coming? Then she felt the sensation of the dress entering her hand. Thank you, Lung Frostmoon said softly. The luscious figure reflected on the door faded away. Compared to Xia Yang, who was outside, Lung Xuanyue was also in an unsettled state of mind. Xia Yang, who was back inside his room, dialed his parents' phone number and was still unable to get through. Where are you going on your honeymoon and you can't even get through on the phone? After thinking about it for a while and not figuring it out, he gave up. Looking at the lively messages inside the class group, his mind was completely elsewhere. Finally, he waited until Long Frostmoon came out from inside the bathroom. After bathing, she appeared even more ice clear and untainted by mortal dust. If it wasn't for the pajamas on her body, it would make people mistake her for a moon temple fairy from the heavens who had descended to earth. Xia Yang saw his fiancée in this form for the first time and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Lung Xuanyu sensed Xia Yang's fiery sight and didn't say anything, letting him appreciate it. And the heart rejoices. Frost Moon, you are so beautiful. Xia Yang appreciated from the bottom of his heart. It's not like he's some kind of log, and bragging more about his girlfriend is an excellent thing to do in a relationship. When Lung Xuanyu heard her beloved's affirmation of herself, a scarlet color appeared on her peerless face. She felt her face burning. Xia Yang had wanted to walk over and take her into his arms for a loving kiss, but when he came back this evening the request for a kiss was rejected. To say such bold words again at night, he was already thankful that Lung Frost Moon didn't go home in the night. Afraid that a rash move would irritate her, he decided to hold his ground for the time being. Lung Xuanyu didn't realize that her first suppression caused Xia Yang to be cautious and even almost made her fail to reach her plan. Where's the hair dryer? Let me help you dry your hair. Xia Yang told Lang Xuanyu to come and sit in front of the mirror, then took out the hairdryer from inside the cabinet. Adjust the temperature and size of the wind to a suitable level so that she would feel less hot. Besides, his fiancée's waist-length silk was something he would love to take care of. Xia Yang's bony hands gently brought up the undried green silk and dried it with the warm wind. Lang Xuanyu sat demurely in front of the mirror and felt happy as she saw Xia Yang's serious blow-drying of her hair through the mirror. Love is always hidden in life. Even without this mirror in front of her, she could still feel Xia Yang's gentleness in every move. After the sound of the hairdryer stopped, it meant that the green silk had been blown dry. Xia Yang was a little reluctant to let go of this beautiful long hair. Xia Yang, what's wrong? Lang Fengyue turned around and kissed Xia Yang as gently as he had helped her blow dry her hair. Love is in the air. Water is in the air. The two of them embraced into each other and kissed obliviously. After the kiss was over, happiness was all over them. It's so nice to have you by my side. Lang Xuanyu leaned into Xia Yang's arms as she left all her gentleness to Xia Yang. The cold, unassuming person she used to be had disappeared. No one can realize how happy she is now. It's like a dream. After 3 years of remorse and suffering, a favorite is lost and found. How many people never get the person they love, let alone have a do-over like Cold Frost Moon? It's only right for me to say this, Xia Yang said as he looked at Long Frost Moon. Lang Xuanyu and Xia Yang snuggled up to each other inside the room for a long time. Unfortunately, tomorrow was the school's dance day, and the class group was extraordinarily busy inside. Neither of them had muted the group for fear of missing any important announcements. 2 cell phones kept ringing, which was a real buzzkill. Xia Yang helplessly let go of Lang Frosty Moon and took his own cell phone to briefly set the class group to mute, then picked up the hairdryer that had fallen to the floor and put it back inside the cabinet. Cold Frost Moon also tapped the screen to block out the sound, and then began to pack up her things. Xia Yang remembered what he had just seen when he helped her with her clothes, and worried that he was affecting her here. He found an excuse to go out. Lang Fengyue at first hid those things given by her mother and then hung her clothes inside the closet. Looking at their clothes hanging inside the same closet, she felt as if she was married to Xia Yang. It was now getting late. Lang Xuanyu had come over at 9 o'clock or so, and it was now almost 11 o'clock. Xia Yang abducted Lang Xuanyu to his room without any implication that he wanted to share a bed with her. He went to sleep first, and then Lang Frost Moon lifted the quilt with a red face, and the tall and wholly fragrant body of the quilt. Xia Yang's taut body felt a soft heat. He was so excited that his left arm wrapped around Lang Frost Moon's waist ready to reach his initial goal. Sleeping with my girlfriend in my arms. I turned off the lights. Aha! There was only one night light left inside the room that hadn't been turned off yet, a faint light spreading throughout the room. A familiar aroma lingered on the tip of Xia Yang's nose. Couldn't sleep at all. Xia Yang's blood seemed to have turned into gasoline. The breathing of the two men was audible in the silence of the room. Taking the initiative to lean over was already the biggest hint Lang Frost Moon could make. The fairy threw herself into the air, and the implication was clear enough. But Xia Yang didn't seem to comprehend what Lang Xuanyu was trying to say, because Xia Yang was afraid of scaring Lang Xuanyu. It was already a great satisfaction to be able to sleep with her in his arms on the first night. It's going to be slow. The temperature inside the comforter continued to rise, and Xia Yang retracted his arm that was wrapped around Lang Xuanyu's waist. Otherwise his sanity would evaporate shortly thereafter, turning into a werewolf. Just then Lang Xuanyu's jade hand stopped Xia Yang's movement of the arm that he wanted to retract. I can. She didn't know how much courage she mustered to say those words, her flawless face blushing with shame. Even her earlobes tinted red. The aroma of the body was like the same flowers blooming and getting more and more fragrant. Chapter 102, A Match Made in Heaven. Xia Yang was already trying his best to hold back, and when he heard Lang Xuanyu's petulant whispers, the arm he wanted to retract directly wrapped around her in his arms. His blazing breath rolled in, and Lang Fengyue only felt so hot. Really? Zhang confirmed with a thick gasp. Lang Xuanyue wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a pulsating voice, I love you. The beast in Xia Yang's heart couldn't hold it any longer after hearing these words, and started to plunder Lang Xuanyu's lips inch by inch. His rough kisses caused Lang Fengyue to feel some pain and let out a wail. Xia Yang immediately sobered up and curtailed his rough behavior. Sorry. Next Xia Yang transformed into a spring rain, gently moisturizing the one he loved. Lang Xuanyue, on the other hand, was completely immersed in his gentleness and lingered on. At this time in the villa, Shen Yanran and Shen Lily were lying on a large bed, the stunning twins leaning together making people completely unable to move their eyes. Unfortunately, the one who can appreciate it isn't here. Sister, when will you bring brother Xia Yang back home? Shen Lily hugged Shen Yanran's arm and shook it around. Although she had only crossed back a few days ago, and she had even seen Xia Yang on the street that day, but her heart was already very homesick. Shen Yanran of course also misses Xia Yang. If placed in the past, this time period lying beside her should not be Shen Lily, but Xia Yang. Shen Lily was always talking in her ear, plus the progress of Raider Xia Yan was far from her expectations, and her heart was in turmoil. Let me think about it. You leave me alone and go find mom. Mommy's asleep. When Shen Lily saw that Shin Yenran's cell phone kept ringing, she asked, "Is it a message from brother Xia Yang?" She took it straight over and read it, only to find so many people messaging her sister through the class group. It was pretty much all about wanting to invite Shin Yenran to be their dance partner tomorrow. The boys were all mesmerized by Shin Yenran, the upside-down beauty, and Long Shuangyue had Xia Yang, so there was no hope for them to go and invite them. But Shin Yenyan just got here. It's worth a try. Maybe she'll say yes? They all harbor flukes, hoping that good fortune will come their way. They were willing to pay any price to be able to socialize with Shin Yenran. Shin Yenran had absolutely no intention of ignoring them. Her heart only had Xia Yang. This also led to a problem. As the boys all sent invitations to Shin Yenran, the girls naturally couldn't pick up the invitations. Humph. Sister is brother Xia Yang's. Shen Lily set her sister's chat account as a stranger not to be messaged. Shin Yenran had no time to care about this. She was thinking about what she should do tomorrow to get Xia Yang to dance with her. The spring night is short and the day is high. After Xia Yang woke up, he turned sideways in some panic to see if Long Frost Moon was beside him. Last night was like a dream, so beautiful that he was afraid it was not real. Xia Yang was only reassured when he saw the still sleeping Long Shuangyu, trying to sneakily take her hand but afraid of waking her up. One can only admire the sleeping form of his fiancée in detail. Lang Shuangyue's flawless face carried an aura of happiness, and there was also an additional moving flavor that hadn't been there before, plus the original feeling of coldness that mirrored each other. It's more beautiful than ever. Maybe that's the magic of love. Xia Yang was happy from the bottom of his heart that he had such a nationally beautiful fiancée. He decided that from now on he would always love his fiancée as much as he did last night, so that she would always be happy. The sleeping Lang Shuangyu seemed to notice that someone was gazing at her. Her eyelashes lightly trembled and slowly opened her eyes. The face of her beloved was the first thing that caught her eye. Awake? Aha! She responded blushing. Xia Yang wrapped his arms around Long Shuangyu's willow waist, leaving no distance between them. A blush quickly rose on Long Fingyue's face. "Kiss me," Xia Yang said. Cold Frost Moon offered a kiss as he wished. "Don't worry about me, just be happy." She chided herself after the kiss. "Fool, how could I not love you? It's getting late. Even if dance day is not required until the afternoon, at that hour you have to get up where there won't be enough time. They also have to wear their gowns and such. Get up." Xia Yang picked up his own clothes and was ready to wear them when Lang Shuangyu said, "Wait, I'll help you." She wanted to make Xia Yang a little happier, so she began to serve. Xia Yang experienced an emperor-like feeling. After the two of them came out from inside the room after washing up, Long Shuangyue then went inside the kitchen to make the noon meal. Xia Yang walked in and hugged Long Shuangyue, who was wearing an apron. From behind, "I have to cook. Let's do it together. It takes a man and a woman to work together." Xia Yang and Lang Shuangyu made a loving lunch together in the kitchen. When the table was served, he decided to feed Lang Frosty Moon first and vigorously poured food into her bowl. "Enough, then eat it quickly. How can you eat just a little bit? Eat it all." Xia Yang watched Long Shuangyue eat, a small mouthful of a mouthful. "People are beautiful is good. Do everything is pleasing to the eye. I really can't eat anymore," Long Frost Moon said. Xia Yang could see that she was really full, so he began to eat. He wasn't really hungry. After all, last night was effortless. The roles began to swap, and it was Long Shuangyue's turn to give him food, just like a considerate wife. After lunch, the two began to put on their gowns. Xia Yang put on a tightly fitted suit, and Lang Shuangyu personally helped him tie his tie and folded the folded silk scarf to the left chest position. The temperament becomes more suave and makes a woman's heart skip a beat. All he had to do at the ball, if he wanted to, was to inquire slightly, "May I have a dance with you, ma'am?" The questioned lady would then give him her hand of her own accord and allow him to wrap it around her waist, subsequently sinking into the depths of his eyes as they danced. Ningwei was right. Fortunately her son was not a womanizer, or else he would really have to become a sea king. And Lang Frost Moon's long dress gown was incomparably white and extremely conservative. With her green silk coiled up, her slender jade neck was even more graceful, and her snow-white jade feet were dressed in gorgeous high heels. At this moment, she was noble and elegant, and she was a great admirer of the country. Xia Yang stood behind her and slowly helped her zip her up. As soon as Xia Yang reached out, Long Frost gave him her jade hand. With a slight push he took the stunning beauty before him into his arms and, Xia Yang said in Long Shuangyue's ear, "You're so beautiful." Then it was kissed. Long Shuangyue also liked Xia Yang in a suit. Meeting his kisses, Xia Yang drove Xia Yin's car to carry Long Shuangyue and set off. All the students were awestruck when they came out arm in arm. A match made in heaven. Chapter 103, The Scourge of the Red Color. Xia Yang and Lang Shuangyu undoubtedly turned into the center of attention of the crowd. The boys were amazed to see Lang Shuangyu dressed up and at the same time envied Xia Yang for being able to have her. It's impossible to hate because it's not above the same level. One can only marvel and look up. The girls were secretly looking at the suited and booted Xia Yang, exuding a sense of dashing and asceticism between their hands and feet. If one could have him all to oneself, It would make one go crazy. When the time comes, his own work keeps him at home and forbids him to go out. Then Xia Yang can only see himself alone. What a thrill this is. Xia Yang just had this kind of charm, able to easily arouse the greed and madness of the opposite sex. It's a pity that girls can't get him. It's just a fantasy in their cranium. It's a sin to be too handsome. Lang Fengyue also sensed the longing that the people around her exuded towards Xia Yang, and her jade hand wearing white silk gloves held Xia Yang's hand slightly tighter. If it is never gained, then the loss is just as regrettable as it was in the first place. But now she already has Xia Yang, and if she loses it again, her life may become colorless. Lang Fengyue remembered that she had failed to satisfy Xia Yang in a certain matter and panicked in her heart. Does he hide resentment behind his gentle, caring smile? Even if it wasn't now, it would be in time. 1,000 miles of dike was destroyed by an ant hole, and she had to be on her guard. By then, Xia Yang's dissatisfaction with her slowly becomes more and more, and a crack in her relationship is created, and things gradually move to the point of irreversibility. Lung Frost Moon felt scared just by envisioning it in her mind. Make sure you do your best and don't let anyone else get away with it. The dance hadn't started yet, so Xia Yang and Lang Frost Moon found a seat and sat down. The others were too embarrassed to look around much and started looking for their dance partners. As usual, the men and women should have been paired up a long time ago, but due to Xin Yanyan's appearance, the boys all launched invitations to her, because the rest of the boys, if not compared to Xia Yang, still wanted face value and family background. Xia Yang already had Long Shuangyu. It was impossible for him to finger Xin Yanran to enjoy the happiness of all people, right? After their biggest competitor had already been banned, they were confident that they could win against the others, and finally hold on for dear life. Even the boys who thought they had fewer possibilities sent invitations to Xin Yanran, and they would regret it for the rest of their lives if they missed this opportunity. What if it works? Then you can have an earthly beauty just like Xia Yang. Life since then has been colorful, doesn't even begin to describe it. So last night Xin Yan's cell phone rang non-stop, and finally Xin Lily stepped in and banned them all. The girls didn't get a good night's sleep last night either, and it's weird that none of the boys invited them. When the boys asked for dance partners last year, the girls got to pick them at random, and when they said yes, the boys would pick her up at the door. At that moment they felt like princesses in a fairy tale, and it felt so good. From the end of the examination until 9 o'clock at night, no boys invited girls. They pulled the group to ask other people to realize that only a very small number of girls received an invitation. They were supposed to be lovers. Where are the boys? It was then that a girl inside the group suddenly said, they shouldn't have all launched invitations to new students. That's why we didn't receive any news. The girls in front of the screen froze at this speculation. How is that possible? Even if she's pretty, it's not like almost all the boys are going to invite her, right? Right. The two girls who were closer made their comments, but no one answered them. Xin Yanran was enough to charm the crowd. Even the girls couldn't forget the feeling of seeing Xin Yanran for the first time. With that kind of charm, they were both lost in thought for a moment. The difference between a duck and a swan is no longer substitutable, but aptly described as a cloud of difference. So far, Xin Yanran had become the public enemy of all the girls. Today they saw that no one among the boys had invited Xin Yanyan. A burst of relief. Serves you right. The girls unanimously decided that they would wait for them to invite themselves, and it was not to be taken lightly. After the boys failed to invite Xin Yanran, they naturally had to look for a dance partner, and the first boy who had issued an invitation to the girls on the spot was made to lose face. So the boys gave up on the idea. It's just dance day, take it or leave it. It's better than being viciously rejected in front of so many people, or being a lickspill. If it is Long Shuangyue, Xin Yanran, this kind of rare beauty on earth rejected too, also okay. People don't get it anyway. And so the strange phenomenon occurred that the men at this ball stood with the men and the women with the women. Jingwei, the culprit for all this, was Xin Yanran. She hadn't had to do anything or say a word to make the situation unholy. There's an idiom that describes her perfectly: red-faced scourge. Finally Xin Yanran made her entrance. Today she is wearing a long black dress gown. Charming face with a charming smile. Tall and proud body cannot even cover the long dress. Black high heels and the red carpet step out a step look so graceful. Looking at people dry mouth. At that exact moment, the music was playing, and she seemed like a queen who had come to patrol her territory. With a powerful and honorable aura, she walked into the ball with a graceful and confident stride, mirroring Lang Frost Moon in her long white dress. Both are beautiful to the core, just different types. The boys looked at Lang Frost Moon and then at Xin Yanran, completely ignoring the girls in the room. This kind of beauty, there are two in the world, also appeared at the same time in a place. Can meet are considered lucky. The girls' hostility intensified after they encountered Xin Yanran's aura crushing them. She scanned the area and walked straight over after finding Xia Yang. Honey, can you join me for your second dance? The plain hand wearing black silk gloves similarly took Xia Yang's other hand. The two beauties gathered beside Xia Yang. Both boys and girls were shocked. No way. Xia Yang is actually going to take it all? Damn him. Xin actually stepped back to ask for a second dance with Xia Yang, but she didn't even return return my messages last night. Not even a refusal. The boys' minds crumbled when they saw their goddess displaying a very different attitude in front of Xiaoyang. Humph, actually going to steal Xiaoyang with Lang, how shameless. The girls seemed to have found a vent for their emotions and began to mock. And the voice was not small. Thought she was so powerful. Mr. Xiaoyang will definitely reject her. Let's wait and see what happens. Xiaoyang already has me, Lang Shuangyue said mercilessly. Xin Yanran didn't even look at Lang Frostmoon. It didn't matter what she said. Chapter 104, Xin Yanran's Love. Xin Yanran only cared about Xiaoyang's attitude. She had heard the girl's unkind sarcasm earlier and didn't bother. Lang Shuangyu and Xin Yanran both looked at Xiaoyang expecting him to give an answer. Sorry, I already have a dance partner. Xiaoyang broke away from Xin Yanran's veiny hand with black silk gloves. To be honest, right now he had a bad impression of Xin Yanyan, and he almost made Lang Shuangyue misunderstand him that morning when he broke into the house. At least the current Xiaoyang had such an attitude toward Xin Yanran, so he refused without mercy. What about the third one? I'll wait for either, even if it means leaving the end song to me. Promise me, okay? Xin Yanran's gentle tone contained a pleading intent. She came out so honored and now she's putting her foot down to plead with a man. However, Xiaoyang politely refused her request. At this time, some boys couldn't stand to watch and wanted to come out to take advantage of the opportunity to gain Xin Yanran's favor. He accused Xiaoyang, classmate Xiaoyang, you're not too unkind. Classmate Xin begged you so lowly, but you're actually unmoved. Xin, some people don't deserve your favor. It was as if the boy was standing on the moral high ground to accuse Xiaoyang, and he felt that he was talking a good game. Gushing, unbeknownst to him, Shen Yanran's charming face instantly turned cloudy. Even she herself couldn't spare a word to scold Xiaoyang. When was it the turn of the person who popped out of nowhere to Yin and Yang? When that boy thought he was going to win the favor of the beauty, he didn't know that he had offended Shen Yanran's scales. What's it to you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Shen Yanran's aura at this moment was as stern as a knife, all but stabbing at the boy who wanted to speculate. The dirty thoughts inside were revealed by Shen Yanran without hesitation in front of so many people, and he stammered in his speech, eventually escaping the prom to the teasing eyes of many boys. Let you pretend to be a good guy to win the favor of a beauty. You deserve it. However, they couldn't figure out why Shen Yanran was so protective of Xiaoyang, who had clearly rejected her, and didn't even want to give her a handout for a dance at the end of the song. Why bother? Outsiders wouldn't understand Shen Yanran's feelings for Xiaoyang. Sicko's love is till death do us part. The downside is that it's so lovey-dovey that it weighs you down. Fortunately, Shen Yanyan was not the kind of extreme sickly girl who wanted to kill Xiaoyang at the drop of a hat. Otherwise, how could Xiaoyang have survived until now? She's definitely the gentlest of the sickly ones, looking so seductive and dumpy. I don't know how many people crave the perfect sickly girlfriend who loves you enough to not hurt you. It doesn't even bother you when you're playing a game. It's just a shame that time has gone back 3 years and her favorite person is now holding hands with someone else, but letting go of her hand. After Shen Yanran refuted the boy who didn't even know his name, the stern aura on her body collected. If she could, she never wanted to show her ungentle side in front of Xiaoyang. The girls were watching to see what was going on, and Shen Yanran had better get into a fight with someone else at the dance to see which boy would still like her. See, Xiaoyang student really chose Lung student after all. She touched her nose. I wonder what that girl whispered in the crowd, just loud enough to be heard. As these gloating words came out, Shen Yanran seemed to be isolated by everyone. The girls were very hostile towards her, and the boys didn't show any more enthusiasm towards Shen Yanran because of the way she had just behaved. Even Xiaoyang had refused her repeated requests to put down her pride. If it wasn't for defending Xiaoyang, she could have been the center of attention at the dance, with all the boys in her class at her disposal. At this moment Xiaoyang's heart inexplicably came a pain, as if for Shen Yanran who stood in the center of the crowd but alone. What's going on? A voice in his head told him to go up and take the plain hand with the black silk gloves and stand with Shen Yanran. That urge inside grew stronger and stronger. Something seemed to break and he heard a crisp sound. Xiaoyang didn't know where the strong feelings that erupted in his heart came from. Shen Yanran turned to face Xiaoyang as still charming and delicate appearance, with just judged as two people. Honey, just promise me, okay? Shen Yanran gently took Xiaoyang's hand again. He was in trouble, his inner voice telling himself to say yes to her, but promising Shen Yanran would hurt Lang Shangyue, and Xiaoyang desperately resisted the effect of the sudden feelings in his heart on himself. Those 3 words, I'm sorry, came out dryly in my throat. Xiaoyang once again rejected Shen Yanran. What a pity that I can't dance with my dear, Shen Yanran said in a low voice, her eyes full of regret as she admitted that she had indeed lost to Ling Frost Moon this time. But she won't give up. Shen Yanran turned to leave, not wanting to stay and watch her beloved dance with another woman. Those few people who were sarcastic about Shen Yanran faced her straight on but didn't have the courage to look at each other and could only bow their heads and make way. The aura alone crushed them. Ridiculous. Xiaoyan looked at the back of Shen Yanran's departure heart-empty piece. Let's start. Long Frost Moon interrupted Xiaoyang's gaze, wanting him to focus on himself. The tangle and heartache that had just flashed across Xiaoyang's face gave her the feeling that the one standing by her side was the Xiaoyang who loved Shen Yanran. It's the Xiaoyang from before he crossed over. Aha! The two of them walked to the center of the dance floor, and Xiaoyang wrapped his arms around Lang Xuanyue's waist and began to dance. But his heart was a mess. You're thinking about Shen Yanran, right? Lang Fengyue looked into Xiaoyang's deep eyes, which did not clearly reflect herself. Frost Moon, I feel like I've become very strange, Xiaoyang said painfully, not hiding it from her. Just look at me and don't think about other women. Lang Xuanyue didn't wait for Xiaoyang to respond and kissed him under the spotlight. Everyone else let out a gasp. CP finally kissed. Lang Frost Moon's fragrant tongue was very active, even with an offensive nature. She wanted Xiaoyang to forget Shen Yanran and remember herself. Not long after, Xiaoyan was also mobilized by Lang Frost Moon and began to respond to her. Under the spotlight, the image of the two kissing was beautiful as a painting. It took a long time before the two ended the kiss. Xiaoyang's agonized heart was much soothed by Lang Frost Moon. Xiaoyang, you have to love me all the time. I will. Sister, why are you back? Shen Lily was sitting on the sofa watching the TV in boredom when she realized that her sister had just returned not long after she left. Is it because you didn't invite brother Xiaoyan to dance? Shen Yanran didn't pay any attention to Shen Lily and walked towards her room. Shen Lily pestered her. I've long said that it's impossible for you to fight Lang Xuanyue, who also traveled back. You're raising other people's spirits and destroying mine, aren't you? Shen Yanran gently knocked her sister's head. Sister, I've told you to make the first move, why don't you listen? Shen Lily said accusingly. It was a pity that she couldn't do it herself now, or else Xiaoyang would have suffered. Chapter 105, Lang Xuanyue's Love. If sister keeps dawdling like this, brother Xiaoyang will completely become someone else's thing. Maybe brother Xiaoyang will be eaten by that bad woman Lang Xuanyue after attending the ball tonight. She'll make brother Zhang keep saying he loves her until brother Zhang is dead to her. Then sister and I will never see brother Xiaoyang again. Shen Lily was worthy of being a sickly girl above Shen Yanyan. Even her way of thinking was different. Maybe it's the truth? Shen Yanran heard her sister say these words, hand clenched tightly, obviously affected. The scene of Lang Xuanyue lying on Xiaoyang's broad chest and warming up to him she couldn't even think of. That would turn her from a noble, confident redhead into a total sicko. Seeing that her words had had an effect, Shen Lily spoke even more vigorously. Maybe Lang Xuanyue will even give birth to a child for brother Xiaoyang in order to trap him completely. By then time will pass to 3 years later. In case he remembers that you're the one who's his girlfriend, he can only sigh a sigh of relief. After all, he's already the father of the child. Sister, let's just make the first move, shall we? Mom must be quite happy to see that brother Xiaoyang is able to come back to live. Must you wait until things have become irreparable before you regret them? Today's ball is the beginning of your failure. Sister, just listen to me for once, okay? Shen Lily was trying her best to persuade Shen Yanran. Shen Lily was actually more anxious than Shen Yanran. She would never allow brother Xiaoyang to be taken away by someone else's woman. The words she said were more horrifying than one another, and just thinking about them was enough to make Shen Yanyan's heart ache. At the same time, these fictionalized visions made Shen Yanran's astringent, sickly petite attributes begin to reveal, aggravate, and escalate. Before she crossed over, she stopped her sickly behavior because of her mother stopping her and Xiaoyang's indifferent attitude. Xiaoyang says he wants to move back home, and she complies by letting him do so, and can only ease their relationship a bit by delivering meals. Don't dare to make another move to cross the line in the slightest. Moreover, she was arranged to leave the country because of excessive pining and worry before she became a sickly girl. She was not a sickly girl when she first transferred to Xiaoyang's school, and did she not become Xiaoyang's girlfriend as well? So after coming back, she didn't make the move that a sickly girl should do. In exchange for Shen Lily 3 years later, she set up a scheme to make Xiaoyang her own on the first day she came back. But times are different today. Lang Xuanyue would no longer allow her to approach Xiaoyang, instead organizing an airtight defense. My dear, then it's better to get your person first than slowly get your heart. Shen Yanyan thought of all the things Shen Lily said becoming reality. The black chi on her body surfaced and her beautiful eyes deepened. It's gone full on sicko. I only hope that Lang Xuanyue can guard Xiaoyang from being taken by Shen Yanran. Shen Lily saw that her words had reawakened her sister's sickly soul, and a sweet smile lifted up on her pretty face. He thought that he would be able to see brother Xiaoyang soon. Brother Xiaoyang, I miss you so much. You go out first and let me think for myself, Shen Yanran said. Then I won't bother sister. Bye. Shen Lily went out and then thoughtfully helped Shen Yanran close the door. Shen Yanran was inside her room calculating how she could invite Xiaoyang to live inside the villa again, for the rest of his life. After the last time I broke in, I don't think the deer will just open the door when I go to ring the doorbell again. What can we do about this? As long as Xiaoyang opened the door, everything was fine. It suddenly occurred to her whether Lang Xuanyue was also living with Xiaoyang. Lost count. Shouldn't have come back so early. Should have tracked if the two were living together. Honey shouldn't have been taken down by cold frost moon so quickly. No way. Shin Yanran couldn't accept the conjecture turning into a fact and hurriedly pinched out the fantasy in her mind. The ball held this time was messed up. Only Xia Yang and Lang Shuangyu and a couple were dancing. It was really a far cry from the previous scene where you had to be careful not to bump into other people while dancing. But being able to see Lang Shuangyu and Xia Yang kissing, they felt that the trip hadn't been in vain. Because in their spare time they loved to gossip and pay attention to the interactions between Lang Shuangyu and Xia Yang, while thinking in their hearts if only I were her/him. You can't get it, so you'll just have to feast your eyes on it. Xia Yang was out of shape today and performed slightly worse when he danced with Long Frost Moon. Lang Shuangyue was not disgruntled and did not scold him. Instead she asked him if he was tired. Sorry, Xia Yang didn't know what was wrong with him today. Lang Shuangyue gently shook her head to indicate that there was no need to care. Let's go back. Good. As Xia Yang and Lang Shuangyu left the stage, the discordant boys and girls were left staring wide-eyed. These two groups of people actually want to invite each other to dance, but cannot pull face, also just one after another to go home. After the two of them returned home by car, Xia Yang sat inside the hall and drank water. Dancing can actually be a labor of love, especially when it comes to leading and guiding a woman's delicate body. Xia Yang. Lang Shuangyu's nice voice came from inside the bedroom. What's wrong? Xia Yang took the cup of water in his hand and headed inside. He guessed that Lang Fengyue was asking herself to help her zipper down the back of her gown. She couldn't do it on her own, and she still pulled it up for her when she set out. Is it to zipper? Aha! Long Frost Moon said as she looked at Xia Yang. Lang Shuangyu in her gown was as beautiful as heavenly fairies. If he put it in the usual way, he would definitely have to let Ling Shuang also wear it for a while longer so that he could enjoy this stunning beauty alone. But now Xia Yang's mind somehow always surfaced inside Shin Yanran's appearance, and even ulterior images were there. He was so anxious about it that he didn't have much heart. When Xia Yang walked behind Lang Shuangyu to help her pull down her zipper, Lang Shuangyu instead turned around and gently caressed Xia Yang's perfect face with her hand. Then he pushed Xia Yang down on the bed behind him, mainly because Xia Yang didn't resist. Frost Moon, you. He felt that his fiancée was a bit different from usual, as if she was jealous. Lang Shuangyue will not allow Xia Yang to think of Shin Yanran. She will at all costs will completely occupy Xia Yang's heart, so that he has only himself in his heart. Close your eyes, Lang Shuangyue said softly. I'm sweating a little. Let me go take a shower first. Xia Yang struggled to get up. Lang Shuangyue pulled back the green silk around her ears, all but ignoring it. Frost Moon. It can't be like this, obviously. Xia Yang's dissuasion did not work. Chapter 106, Love for Each Other. 3 hours later, the blush on Lang Shuangyu's stunningly beautiful face had not yet faded, while also revealing a trace of fatigue that could not be concealed. The hair on her temples that was pulled around her ears was wet with fragrant sweat. The white gown she wore was no longer neat and very messy. Xia Yang was heartbroken to see her like this. Frost Moon, you don't have to do what you don't want to do. It's good that you like it, Lang Shuangyu said as she looked up at Xia Yang. Eye contact was made, and Xia Yang saw the love that was deeply hidden in the bottom of Lang Shuangyu's eyes. He had always thought that he loved Lang Frost Moon more, but now he seemed to be so wrong. I'll carry you to take a bath now, Xia Yang said in a gentle tone. Lang Shuangyu was now exhausted and very much needed to take a bath and go to bed early. Aha! She answered full of weariness. Xia Yang gently helped Lang Frost Moon take off the noble and elegant white dress gown on her body, and then slowly took off her high heels. Using the princess hug position, he carried Lang Shuangyu into the bathroom. After the bath, Lang Shuangyu but came in the spirit, said that she wanted to watch a movie with Xia Yang at home. The two of them sat on the sofa, and Lang Shuangyu leaned on Xia Yang's shoulder to enjoy the cozy time. Nearly halfway through the 120-minute movie, she fell asleep. Frost Moon? Xia Yang shouted lowly. There was no response from Long Frost Moon. Turning his head, he realized that the person next to him had long since fallen asleep. Xia Yang slowly picked up the sleeping Lang Shuangyu back to the bedroom and helped her cover up. Good night. He cuddled up to his favorite and quickly fell asleep as well. When Xia Yang woke up, the person in his arms had already gotten up, and his side was empty. There's a small long vacation after the dance day. Frost Moon got up that early? Xia Yang didn't see Lang Frost Moon by her side when she woke up with some small regrets. I was hoping for a good morning kiss, but that plan fell through. At this moment, the door to the room opened and Lang Shuangyu walked in. Breakfast is ready. It was obvious she was in a good mood today, with a faint smile on her face. Hungry for a good morning kiss, Xia Yang climbed up to signal Long Frost Moon to take the initiative to kiss him. She gave a shy kiss, a blush coloring her cheeks every time this happened. Despite having done everything with more intimate things, it's not enough. Xia Yang's robust arm reached out from under the quilt and pulled Lang Shuangyu inside the quilt into her arms. Warm? The inside of the comforter was filled with Xia Yang's scent, which made her a bit amorous. If you're warm, why don't you sleep more? I'll take care of cooking breakfast from now on. Just when Long Xuanyu thought that Xia Yan was going to turn into a hungry wolf, he said something like this. And at the moment it was not only her body that felt warm, but also her heart. Got it? Seeing that Lang Frostmoon did not respond for a long time, Xia Yang asked again. He couldn't afford to let Lang Frostmoon get up so early to cook breakfast for herself. What should I do if I'm not getting enough sleep? What if I'm tired? He was going to favor Lang Frostmoon fiercely. No way. Long Xuangyue refused. The reason is simple. Making breakfast for your favorite person is also a blessing. No matter what Xia Yang said next, Long Xuangyue did not agree. In the end, the two of them could only stop their discussion about the breakfast issue for the time being, and felt each other's body heat in peace and quiet inside the quilt. Breakfast is getting cold. Lang Fengwei let go of Xia Yang and got up, and he had to get up as well. Where does breakfast smell as good as cuddling your wife? Xia Yang couldn't get enough of it and planned to go to bed early tonight for a cuddle. He didn't know that Lang Frostmoon was even more reluctant in her heart. Breakfast was tomato and egg noodles, and Lang Xuanyue's handiwork was as great as ever. Lang Xuanyu also felt a sense of satisfaction when she saw Xia Yang gulping down what she had cooked. I guess I can't listen to him. I have to cook breakfast for him myself every morning. Lang Fengyue washed the dishes. Then Xia Yang went to hang the clothes inside the washing machine. The two of them did their chores in a clear way. Xia Yang suddenly saw a pretty girl passing by downstairs with a flower basket full of flowers, and immediately put down the clothes in his hand and picked up his cell phone and went downstairs. Don't get me wrong, he was there to buy flowers, not to ask for the contact information of the pretty flower girl. The elevator is partial to a lot of people at this time of year. Darn it, after waiting for 2 sets without waiting, Xia Yang could only take the stairs. When we got downstairs, the flower girl was nowhere to be seen. It should be going in this direction. He went straight after it. Xia Yang had already thought that Lang Xuanyu would be very happy when she received the flowers she sent to him. He just wanted Lang Xuanyu to be happy. She loves herself so much. Of course I want to make her happy every day. That's why Xia Yang didn't hesitate to chase down the flower-selling girl when he saw it from the balcony. The sky was beautiful, and Xia Yang chased the right direction. Wait! The flower seller girl stopped in her tracks after hearing a shout from behind her, and lost her mind when she looked back. It was the first time she had seen someone so perfect. Hello, I want to buy flowers. May I ask how much this bouquet costs? Xia Yang immediately fell in love with a bouquet of flowers inside the basket. The quantity was not much, but the pruning arrangement when it was done was extremely beautiful. It seems the pretty young girl who bought the flowers is a pro at this. She looked back and took out the bouquet of flowers that Xia Yang had asked for. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, was it bought for a girlfriend? Yes. The flower seller girl pursed her lips when she heard Xia Yang's reply. She naturally understood that some people were good enough just to meet. 3 pieces. So cheap? Xia Yang could not believe it. The bouquet in the hands of the young girl knew at a glance that it was carefully packaged. Put inside that kind of big florist don't know how much to sell it. None of my flowers are overpriced. She didn't say the premise, that it depended on who it was sold to. In the flower seller girl's look that didn't look like a lie, Xia Yang paid 3 alien energy coins. I don't think anyone in the world would willingly do business at a loss, right? Thanks. Xia Yang picked up the bouquet and went home. The flower seller girl stood still for a moment before continuing forward as well. Xia Yang returned to the front door of his house with excitement. He opened the door to find that Lang Xuanyue had already washed the dishes. Frost Moon, for you! Xia Yang gave the bouquet to Long Frost Moon. She hadn't expected such a surprise so early in the morning either, and an impossibly beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Thank you. Cough. I want some actual rewards. Xia Yang made the request cheekily. Seeing Long Frost Moon so happy, he was also happy. The scented wind hit his face, and a warm and soft feeling came from Xia Yang's thin lips. He turned passivity into initiative and indulged in a kiss with Lang Fengyue in the living room. Chapter 107, A Postponed Appointment. Lang Fengyue removed the bouquet's packaging and put it inside the living room vase. A few brightly colored flowers have a way of lighting up the entire living room at once. The sun was shining outside, so Xia Yang proposed to go out to play. Otherwise it would be hard for him to avoid being vulgar with Lang Xuanyu inside the house all the time. Although Lang Xuanyu would fulfill his request. How about going to the oceanarium that we didn't get to go on our last date? Well, wait for me to change. Right now. Lang Frost Moon was wearing home clothes, and for a date she hoped she could dress a little better. Xia Yang today a shirt with a high-neck jacket. The whole person looks boyfriendish, so there is no need to change. His taste in dressing has been cultivated by Ningwei since he was a child, and he already looks good when he casually matches it. He sat in the living room and took out his cell phone to check the class group, which had been really quiet inside since yesterday. Same as no one. Xia Yang did not open a handful of games to wait for his girlfriend, because Lung Xuangyue went out very quickly, and the heavenly beauty did not need to put on makeup or dawdle. It's great to have a girlfriend like that. Inside the room, Lung Xuangyue opened her closet to change into a plain white dress after selecting it, and the cell phone she placed in the living room rang. The caller ID says, "Mom." Xia Yang held it out to Long Frostmoon. "It's Auntie calling." Xia Yan came out from inside the room after handing the cell phone to his girlfriend. "Mom." Lung Fengyue guessed that her mother was calling to ask how she was doing. "Daughter, in 2 days it will be your grandfather's birthday. He said he misses you and wants you to go over early for a few days. I sent a driver over to pick you up, and when you get back Mom will leave with you for Grandma's house." Elder Chu was the one who called Chu Qiushui last night to tell her to bring Ling Shangyue back to see him, and as a result, he called again early this morning. "It means why isn't my granddaughter back yet?" Chu Qiushui had no choice but to decide to leave today. Originally she had planned to bring Lung Xuanyu back tomorrow. Cold Frost Moon paused for a moment and replied, "I know. How does it feel to live with Xiaoyang these 2 days?" Chu Qiushui didn't forget to care about the two children's cohabitation. Very good. She was relieved when she heard her daughter say this. After all, Xiaoyan was also the one she watched grow up and was very relieved. The unexpected call spoiled what should have been a sunny date. Lung Xuanyu sat inside the room for a while after Chu Qiushui hung up the phone, thinking about how to tell Xiaoyang about this matter. She didn't want to lose Xiaoyang, but this was something that really couldn't be helped. After she walked out, Xiaoyang got up from the top of the sofa and held her hand. Without asking what was going on inside the phone, he said, "I booked the tickets online, and like last time at the amusement park there is a couple's package as well." Xiaoyang took advantage of the time when Lung Xuangyue was changing clothes and answering the phone to inquire about the how to take good-looking pictures of your girlfriend strategy without looking it up. There's so much to be said for taking pictures. Well, it's a learning experience, but with a girlfriend who looks like a fairy. Wouldn't it be easy to take nice pictures? Xiaoyang. Lung Xuanyu's tone was hesitant. The more Xiaoyang looked forward to this date, the more he inevitably lost it next. Xiaoyang saw Lung Xuanyu's expression of embarrassment and guessed that Auntie Chu might have called her for something. He approached and embraced Lung Xuanyue in his arms. "Just postpone the date if something comes up." Lung Xuanyue also hugged Xiaoyang, leaning on his chest, and said, "Grandpa's birthday is coming up, so I won't be able to accompany you for a while these days. Mom sent the car over to pick me up." "Sorry." Lung Fengyue hugged Xiaoyang a little tighter. Xiaoyang said that it is impossible not to lose, and it is precisely when the two people in the thick of the love to be a few days to see. But he could understand that the old man's birthday was more important than the date. "It's okay, we'll just go some other time." Lung Xuanyu felt guilty in her heart as she said to Xiaoyang, "I'll make it up to you when I come back, then I'll wait at home for you to come back. Have fun these days, no need to miss me, got it?" Xiaoyang hoped that Lung Xuanyu would be able to cheerfully celebrate the old man's birthday. "Maybe the car that Auntie sent is already downstairs. Let's go down now." Xiaoyang with a smile on his face held Lung Xuanyu's hand and went downstairs. The car was indeed in place, and the female driver saw Lang Frostmoon come down and open the door. "Go on. Remember to take care of yourself while I'm gone. Just relax." Lung Fengyue kissed Xiaoyang before getting into the car. As the vehicle started, she soon lost sight of Xiaoyang. The female driver saw the two of them in love and remembered that she was still a single dog. It was really a crime. Xiaoyang also turned around and went upstairs after watching the car drive away. After his parents went on their honeymoon, Xiaoyang's inner loneliness had swept over him like the waves of the sea, but Lung Xuanyue accompanied him in time to make him feel less lonely. Now that Lung Xuanyue was gone, the feeling of loneliness once again surged to the forefront of his mind. People are social animals and it's normal to be afraid of feeling alone. Lung Frostmoon had only just left, and the house had become empty again. Xiaoyang wanted to keep himself busy, using the mornings and afternoons for studying and then a night run in the evening. Perfect. After Lang Xuanyue was picked up and returned to the Tongtian pavilion, Chu Qiushui also helped her pack up her clothes and such. "Your grandpa misses you." Phone call after phone call, Chu Qiushui said. It's true that it's still an intergenerational family. Lung Xuanyue remembered Grandpa's kind look, so she made a phone call to tell him that she would be there soon. Elder Chu on the other end of the phone was so excited that he stopped fishing and packed up his things to go back and wait for Lung Xuanyu to come over. "Alas, old man Chu, the fishing spot will be mine once you leave." An old man who had just arrived next to him said, take it. Master Chu doesn't care about this fishing spot at all now. You can fish if you like. I'm going back to see my granddaughter." Chu old master party hegemony, but unfortunately his son had an accident. People to old age only Lang Shuang Yue this granddaughter. If you old guys dare to come to my door empty-handed in a couple days, don't blame me for being merciless. The old men in Elder Chu's mouth all shook their heads and laughed bitterly. It seemed like they had to hemorrhage once before they could stop. Chu Chiu Shui sought his daughter looking out the window in a daze. Thinking about Yang? Cold Frost Moon was poked in the heart by her mom, but didn't deny it. Chu Chiu Shui is a person who has been there naturally knows how torturous it is to separate when you are in love in the heat of the moment. But this time, you can come back so quickly if you go. We may have to stay at Grandpa's house for a while. After all, Grandpa only has you as a granddaughter. Mom, I understand Lung Xuanyu had both the loss of leaving Xiaoyang and the anticipation of seeing her grandfather in her heart. Elder Chu's love for Lung Xuanyue was no worse than Lang Jie's love for Lung Xuanyue. New Year's Eve others give red envelopes. Master Chu is good. Directly called Lang Xuanyue make a wish. Off the charts. However, Lung Xuanyu's wishes, Grandpa's health and well-being. At that time, Elder Chu was very happy and threatened that he must live for 10 or 20 more years. Chapter 108, Rescue. Lung Xuanyue and Chu Chiushui finally arrived at their destination after a few hours of driving. Elder Chu didn't live in a high-rise building, but a huge mansion, so big that it came with its own garden of sorts, about the same size as the royal residences of ancient princes on the blue planet. Two majestic stone lions stand in front of the grand main entrance. Master Chu and Lang Frostmoon's grandmother were right here at the gate expecting her to arrive. Grandpa, Grandma. After getting out of the car, Lang Frostmoon walked towards them with a happy face. Xiao Yu, you finally come. Your grandmother has missed you to death. Elder Chu was also the tough-talking kind of person. Obviously he was the one who was hung up on his granddaughter, but the pot was given to his wife to take the blame. Of course Grandma misses you. I just don't know who heard that Xiaoyu was coming over soon and rushed back without even fishing for her usual favorite fish. I miss you guys too. Grandpa, Grandma. Lang Xuanyue shook both of their hands and said, how has your health been lately? It's good. We can't be satisfied until we've hugged our external great-grandchildren anyhow. Lung Frosty Moon's grandmother gently patted her hand, signaling her to rest assured. Hungry? Ha, Granny will make you anything you want to eat. Chu Chiushui was already used to this scene. As long as his daughter came to the mansion, his parents hated to give her all the best things. The group then entered the mansion. Just as the two old men were asking their precious granddaughter how she was doing these days, a rather handsome young man walked in. He was immediately attracted to the dumpy Lang Xuanyue. Lang Xuanyue's stunning face was hitting his heart so hard that Lu Xing could never forget this moment in his life. Although he had had a few girlfriends, none of them were worth mentioning compared to Lang Xuanyue. LV Xing is the grandson of Chu Old Master's powerful subordinates. Knowing that Chu Old Master has no grandson at his knee after often running to the mansion, the heart of the little bit of the Old Master has long seen out. However, LV Xing's chess is still good, so it's kind of fun to keep it to relieve boredom. As for what he wanted from the old man's head, he was dreaming. The old man is just old, not Alzheimer's. This mansion as well as countless properties will be left to Chu Chiushui after his 100 years, and Chu Chiushui will naturally give it to Lung Xuanyu after she has become a family. Xiao Lu, I don't want to play chess today. You go back first. Elder Chu was a bit displeased to be disturbed. He was chatting with his granddaughter. Besides, his own precious granddaughter's chess skill is so high that it's not his turn to find someone to play chess now. Grandpa Chu, who is this? It has nothing to do with you. Elder Chu was not happy, actually thinking about his biggest treasure. He knew LV Xing well, a little smart, hard to achieve great things. The next moment he's showing his strengths in an untimely manner to get his granddaughter's attention. Grandpa Chu, I've come all the way here. Please let me play a game before I leave. Lu Xing said courteously. Sure enough, the old man sees through people. The best way to defeat someone was to beat them on their strengths. In order to make Lu Xing understand that he was not worthy of Lang Frosty Moon, Elder Chu directly said to Lang Frosty Moon, Xiao Yu, you go and play the next game with him. Cold Frost Moon nodded. Lu Xing was overjoyed. He was worried about how to invite Lang Xuanyu to play against him, but he didn't expect Elder Chu to open his mouth. Could it be that the old man is trying to set me up with her? LV Xing also had the decency to let Lang Xuanyu play black first, and Lang Xuanyu's flawless jade hand picked up a black stone from the chess pot and dropped it onto the board. Lu Xing's white discs then fell. At first, he couldn't feel the pressure from Lung Frost Moon at all, and was still thinking that he couldn't let the beauty of the country in front of him lose too badly. The three who were watching the chess game were silent as they saw a big net being woven, and soon Lang Xuanyue would be slaying the dragon. He didn't react until Lang Xuanyue finished slaying the dragon, and his heart thumped. The result was Lang Frost Moon defeating LV Xing with the momentum of an autumn wind sweeping down the leaves. I won't keep you for dinner. Elder Chu opened his mouth to give his expulsion order. The defeated Lu Xing naturally had no face to stay here, and after saying his farewells, he left in disgrace. After he, the outsider, left, the atmosphere melted again. How could I lose so badly in front of her? Lu Xing wailed as he exited the gate. I can't give up and come back tomorrow. He thought of the beautiful long frost moon and was unwilling to fail like this. Xia Yang had spent the day following the plan he had made in the morning, and he had eaten an early and small dinner today because he had to run at night. A man should work on himself. After dinner he sent a message to Long Xuanyue, who at the moment was having dinner with her grandparents and had her cell phone on the side, so Xia Yang didn't receive a reply. It was getting dark and it was time for him to head out, and after changing into his workout clothes he started running along the coast. Everyone was out for the evening and the roads were pretty busy. 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Xia Yang's body was completely heated up to its best state, but this was far from his limit. Running was able to dissipate his excess energy, and at night he would go home and fall asleep. This way he wouldn't miss Long Xuanyue too much. It's also a great way to get some exercise. He was enjoying the exercise when he suddenly heard, "Someone has fallen into the sea." He hastened his pace and rushed to the front. The guardrail at the place of the incident was broken, probably because it had not been repaired for a long time and because it was located at the seashore. It can be assumed that the person who fell into the water was leaning on this dangerous guardrail and then fell. The man who fell was still struggling. Xia Yang leaped, his hot body stuck inside the cold and bone-chilling seawater, and swam towards the fallen man. The moment Mu Shixian felt like she was going to sink, Xia Yang, who had rushed over, supported her from behind. Chapter 109, Xia Yang's request. Mu Shixian also traveled back. Today she was in a bad mood to come out and see the sea and get some sea air. In his mind, he wondered if he would still be able to have a chance encounter with Xia Yang on the street corner after he traveled back. 1 minute short of that beautiful encounter and it might not have happened. She leaned lightly against the beach guardrail as her thoughts wandered, her body suddenly feeling suspended. It was too late to think much before she fell into the cold, deep water that poured into her mouth and caused her pain. Despair and fear quickly filled her mind. Just die like that? But I haven't seen him yet. Somebody help me. Just as she was about to sink to the bottom of the ocean, a pair of calm, strong arms dragged her from behind and brought her to the surface. "Don't struggle. Give me your body." As her consciousness blurred, a voice ringing in her ears dispelled the fear within her. She was also obedient enough not to move around. Fortunately, Xia Yang's physical strength is far more than normal people. Otherwise just run a few kilometers of night running and then go into the water, maybe physically exhausted together. After swimming for some distance, Xia Yang brought her ashore. Mu Shixian also saw who the person who saved her was. Surprisingly, it's the person you've been thinking about day and night. Escaping from death coupled with the joy of being reunited after a long time, Mu Shixian could no longer hold back her tears as she jumped into Xia Yang's arms. Xia Yang thought that Mu Shixian had just walked through the ghost gate and was scared, so he comforted. "It's all right." He didn't know that Mu Shixian was crying tears of joy. A favorite person falls from the sky as a hero in times of danger. A scene almost every girl has fantasized about, right? And at the life and death moment when she is about to sink to the bottom of the sea, Xia Yang jumps into the sea without hesitation to save her. I guess she only has Xia Yang in her heart from now on. After Mu Shixian's emotions stabilized, she looked up from Xia Yang's arms and said, "Xia Yang, I like you." She let go of all her scruples and spoke directly of the love buried in her heart. Unlike 3 years ago when she didn't have the courage to confess, the man next to him had his teeth clenched when he saw the real-life version of a hero's rescue of a woman's follow-up to his body. "If I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd have jumped." "How do you know my name?" Xia Yang subconsciously uttered these words. "This scene is so familiar that there's no need for you to give your body in return. Just treat me to a bowl of noodles if you're not feeling up to it." Xia Yang twisted his head to the side, not daring to look into the eyes filled with Mu Shixian's sincere emotions. The people around them heard that Xia Yang had actually refused. They all hated to turn into Xia Yang to promise. In the past, a beautiful woman who gave her body to a woman could be woven into a story and passed on. "So you say you don't want it?" In the face of Xia Yang's polite refusal, she lowered her nod. "It doesn't matter if he rejects it. I can spend the rest of my life making him love me. Are you not feeling well anywhere? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Xia Yang asked with concern. The young girl in his arms didn't answer why she had her name, and he didn't dare to ask again for fear that Mu Shixian would bring up the matter of giving her body in return again. "I'm fine." Mu Shixian lifted her head back up after she figured it out, and her gaze never left Xia Yang. A gust of sea breeze blew in, and the wet ones felt cold, with Mu Shixian's body shivering even more. "Can you take me home?" Mu Shixian pleaded, tugging at his wet sleeve. All right." Xia Yang sent Mu Shixian back home with the idea of being a good person to the end. After arriving at her doorstep, Mu Shi had no more excuses to let him stay with her for a little longer. "Her parents are home tonight. Bye. I'm leaving first." Xia Yang waved goodbye. "Bye," Mu Shixian said reluctantly, even though she was already cold. She looked in the direction that Xia Yang had left for a while. After Xia Yang left, Mu Shixian opened the door of her home and realized that her parents were not inside the living room, so she sneaked back to her room. Take off your soaked clothes and bathe. Soaking in the tub, the hot water dispelled the chill from her body. She was still remembering what she had just experienced. Crap, forgot to ask for contact info. Also forgot to tell him my name like last time. Mu Shixian hugged her knees in the bathtub and suffered. At night she writes inside her diary. Today, my favorite person turned into a hero to save me. Although Xia Yang was soaked to the skin and his cell phone was broken, he was still in a good mood as saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. Only a bit of a mess. He jogged home to get his bank card and then went to the cell phone store to buy a new phone. Gouts of white smoke emanated from him due to the heat of his body and the wetness of his clothes. When he got homeside, he put his card inside his new cell phone and turned it on to download the apps, sighed the bathtub to put the water on to soak. The moment he touched the hot water he felt great. Logging into the chat software revealed that Cold Frost Moon had made a few video calls to him, as well as a few calls from her cell phone, but unfortunately the phone was broken by then, so naturally she couldn't answer it. He called a video call back over and was quickly picked up. Lung Fengyue blushed scarlet when she saw such an explicit scene. You, take a shower first. The video call that had just gone through was hung up on. Well, he was missing his fiancée too much, definitely not on purpose. After Lang Xuanyu hung up the phone, she couldn't stop her heart from beating faster when she thought of Xia Yang just now. Next to her, Zhu Qiushui noticed that her daughter hung up the phone and asked, "Was it Xiao Yang who called just now? Why did you hang up?" "Nothing. Mom, I'll go back to my room first." Lang Xuanyu fled under Zhu Qiushui's pursuit. Xia Yang in order to early video with Lang Xuanyu. Bath also do not soak hurriedly shower put on pajamas. Oh. Yeah, it's like coming back to life compared to when I was just soaking wet. He once again hit Lung Frost Moon's video call. Just now she hung up too quickly. Xia Yang did not have time to appreciate. Opposite Lang Xuanyu's waist-length hair was not coiled up and fell down softly, with a white swan-like snowy neck, elegant beyond measure. The absolutely beautiful face was a little more soft compared to usual. Xia Yang couldn't wait to take her in his arms and kiss her a few times right now. He realized that he was getting more and more inseparable from Lung Xuanyu. He'll say whatever he has to say. I missed you. Long Fenyue's bright eyes darkened. Xia Yang wanted her. Why wouldn't she? Me too. It was hard for her to think that she still had her grandparents with her, while Xia Yang could only be alone. The two of them were silent and speechless, experiencing the feeling of the ancient poets of the blue star that the bright moon sends their love. Xia Yang brushed aside the topic and turned to share the experience of saving Mu Shixin with Lang Xuanyue. She was both worried and proud to hear it. No injuries, right? Didn't you just read it? Xia Yang teased. I should have known better than to tell her and let her worry about it. When Xia Yang said this, the worry on Lang Xuanyu's flawless face was previously replaced by a blush. Frost Moon, I thought you said you were going to make it up to me. Keep your words. Well, you go to bed early. I'll wait for you to come back. Xia Yang didn't give her a chance to retort and hung up the phone. What to do? Lung Frost Moonlight thought about the scene where she compensated Xia Yang, and her cheeks immediately became rolling hot. But she couldn't really refuse Xia Yang. In the midst of Xia Yang's flirtatious words, Lang Frost Moon forgot to instruct him on an important matter. That is to stay away from Xinyanran. Chapter 110. Xiao Yang wants to come back for dinner? Xinyanran was wearing a black sexy nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, and her devilish body shape attracted people to commit crimes. Two long and moist beautiful legs plus those exquisite beautiful feet. Charming men to the core. Xia Yang didn't dare to look at her. Huma, let me go, he begged in a pitiful tone. Release you? Release you to find Lung Xuanyue? Xinyanran's charming to the extreme face carried the slightest hint of pleasure. Finally got honey back inside this basement. Where am I not as good as her, dear? Xinyanran's prime hand cupped Xia Yang's cheek and forced him to look at himself. I'm also your girlfriend. She won't love you more than me. That flirtatious and seductive beautiful face was getting closer and closer. Xia Yang's struggles were futile and only made the sound of chains ring inside the basement. Finally Xinyanran's red lips pressed onto his thin lips, and Xia Yang is holding on for dear life. But how can it be hard to beat Xinyanran? As soon as her plain hand moved, Xia Yang let out a gasp, and naturally, she let her have her way. Xinyanran's kissing skills were as wonderful as ever, and her natural charming bones lived up to her name. Her kisses were extremely aggressive, and Xia Yang couldn't change his old habit of kissing without using his nose to breathe. Soon she was kissed until she was out of breath. It seems Cold Frost Moon's kissing skills aren't very good either. You haven't grown at all after all this time. Are my kisses more comfortable? No. Xia Yang's eyes flickered. Hush, I already know the answer in your heart. It's useless to be tough-talking. Xinyanran exhaled in his ear. Her hand came to Xia Yang's heart. feeling the heart that was beating strongly because of her kiss. Honey, now that you've remembered what happened between us, why don't you accept me? It's not like you're trying to get your foot in the door, is it? Xia Yang had been played by Shen Yanran at the moment, like a defenseless but delicious prey. It's okay if you don't say anything, I'll soon make you forget about her. The red lawn tent by the bed slowly fell, and from the outside only two silhouettes could be seen. No, no, Long Frost Moon spoke in her sleep, fine beads of sweat seeping from her white forehead. Her moving and anxious voice echoed inside the ancient room. Finally, as if she had dreamed of some unacceptable scene, her bright eyes suddenly opened. Xia Yang! The dream shattered and she returned to reality. Even after she woke up from the dream, the feeling she had just experienced was still lingering in her mind. It's a dream. Lang Xuanyue breathed a sigh of relief and took the cell phone on the bedside table, which showed that it was only 6 o'clock. She opened the chat window with Xia Yang, wanting to chat with him to soothe the panic in her heart, but she thought about it and deleted the edited text. Now Xia Yang hadn't gotten up yet, and there was no response when she sent it over. It might disturb his sleep. A nightmare had made Lang Frost Moon's urge to go back stronger and stronger, but at this juncture she was unable to do so. Tomorrow was Grandpa's birthday, and if he went back today, Grandpa's mood would fall. The incomparable tangled heart so that Long Xuanyue can no longer sleep, had to walk to the window to see the rising sun, the first ray of sunshine in the morning to her absolutely beautiful face, reflecting her not like a person in the mortal world. Unfortunately, her beautiful figure is filled with unsettling thoughts that are heartbreaking. The sun, which had set yesterday, had risen again, and the bright moon in the sky was fading, so that in another bell it would be completely out of sight. Xia Yang indeed hadn't woken up yet. To be precise, he had just slept for a short while. The inside of the comforter was filled with the scent of Lang Frost Moon's body. Her body sometimes became so fragrant that her body scent was left on the comforter. These aromas caused Xia Yang to keep thinking about Lang Xuanyu. After tossing and turning, no matter how hard he could not sleep, and there was another quandary he couldn't figure out. The naturally beautiful young girl that he had met on his date with Lang Frost Moon that day suddenly ran over and shouted out his name saying that he missed me. Behind that young girl wearing a Cheongsam flavorful mature woman beauty, he seemed to have seen her somewhere. So strange. The new transfer, Shen, not only knows his preferences, but is also overly nice to him. She would angrily dismiss her accusers despite the fact that her request to put her foot down was denied in front of the class, and he himself was inexplicably heartbroken when he saw her ostracized by everyone at the meeting. Cloud after cloud of confusion plagued Xia Yang, and the long night was almost over before he could figure it out. It was 5 in the morning before he fell asleep. Under the covers, his body temperature was creeping up. Cheyenne has a fever. People know that you can't take a cold shower right after a workout, or you can't drink a frozen drink right away. It's like a hot engine that's been running at full power for a long time, and you cool it down with cold water. Even if it's made of iron, it's going to break. Xia Yang ran 7 kilometers on her night run, sweating and heating up her body. In order to save Mu Shixian, who had fallen into the water, he jumped into the cold and bone-chilling seawater without any hesitation, and then blew the cold wind all the way home. I stayed up late at night, and even my body couldn't handle it. According to Lang Frost Moon's memory, Xia Yang's fever was a month later. It was that time that Shen Yanran seized the opportunity to successfully reverse the situation and took Xia Yang from her. The fact that they had traveled back had caused certain events to change, and if Mu Shixian hadn't traveled back, she wouldn't have gone to the beach for a break because she missed Xia Yang. Xia Yang wouldn't have jumped into the cold seawater, thus causing a fever. Although the timing of the events changed, none of the things that were supposed to happen were missing. It was as if someone was behind it all. But even if no one cared about Xia Yang, he couldn't be burned. When it came to a life-threatening moment, the dormant energy inside him would step in. Exhaustion from staying up all night had him slumbering while his body temperature rose. Slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao family villa. Sister, did you call me for something? Shen Lily was asking knowingly. She had already guessed 7 or 8 points. Great, brother Xia Yang is finally coming back. The innocent smile on her pretty face grew sweeter. Lily, come with me to your brother Xia Yang's house, Shen Yanran said. Yes. Shen Lily took Shen Yanran's arm, her face overflowing with joy. Zhao Kite came out from inside her room and saw her daughters getting ready to go out. Where are you going, daughter? Before Shen Yanran could speak, Shen Lily spoke. Mom, let's go pick up brother Xia Yang and bring him back. And you can make his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs at home. He'll be very happy. Xiao Yang is coming back for dinner? Before Zhao Kite could ask in detail, Shen Lily and Shen Yanran had already gone out. Chapter 111, The Sixth Xia Yang. Towards evening, Lang Xuanyue was personally trimming the old man's favorite flowers in the garden and watering them in the meantime. She was completely unaware that Xia Yang had a fever, or that Shen Yanran was also about to take advantage of her absence plans to put Xiaoyang. Elder Chu went to greet his old friends who had come to his door to congratulate him in advance, and with his status, the same people who came were some through and through. Lang Xuanyu looked at so many nice flowers and remembered the scene when Xiaoyang gave her flowers. The thought crossed his mind that he would bring him a bouquet of flowers when he returned as well. Master Chu could not accompany his granddaughter, so he arranged for a housekeeper to follow. "Miss, you are the only one who dares to prune this flower so easily and comfortably," the housekeeper exclaimed. "Normally this flower plant the people in the house can only look at it, not touch it." Pruning and watering were all done by the old man himself, but now Lang Frosty Moon was allowed to take over. "Actually, the flowers here combined are not as beautiful as the ones you came here with." The voice of praise came from far away. Lang Xuanyue and the housekeeper followed the sound, and Lu Xing was walking from inside the pavilion. Cold Frost Moon turned her head and continued to prune the flowers, ignoring his presence. LV Xing was a little embarrassed as he watched Long Frost Moon ignore him. How to say at least a good hand does not hit the smiling face. However, he still struck up a conversation against the aura of rejection that emanated from Long Frost Moon. "Beauty, how boring it is to cultivate flowers. Why don't we play a game against each other?" "Not interested." Lang Frosty Moon spared her words and stopped cultivating her flowers in preparation to leave the place. LV Xing was anxious when he saw Long Frost Moon leaving. He immediately retained, "Beauty, I fell in love with you at first sight. Can you give me a chance? I already have a fiancé." Butler, see off the guests. Lang Xuanyue did not even look at Lu Xing and walked straight towards the pavilion. The housekeeper made a gesture of please, while still intending to report this matter to Elder Chu. The ignorant Lu Xing hadn't yet figured out that Master Chu had already knocked himself out once when he was in the hall yesterday. Tomorrow he will never be able to set foot here again. He thought that Lang Xuanyue was so cold because she had mentioned something she was most reluctant to mention. Fiancé. Lu Xing immediately brainstormed that Lang Frost Moon was very much against her fiancé. "No wonder you can't play chess well. It's because your brain doesn't work," he shouted at Lang Xuanyue's back. "If the beautiful woman is trapped by the marriage contract on her body, I can help you." With these words, Lang Frost Moon really stopped in her tracks. Lu Xing was so happy that he thought he was right. Little did he realize that what Lang Xuanyu said next would knock him into the abyss of despair. "I love my fiancé very much, and he loves me very much." Lang Xuanyu finished her sentence and left without looking back. The news came as a bolt from the blue. LV Xing knelt helplessly on the ground. Lang Xuanyu's phrase, "I love my fiancé very much," completely struck him down. The housekeeper saw her own young lady walking away and immediately followed her. As for the kneeling Lu Xing on the ground, she would call someone to deal with it later. How could this happen? "I can't take it." He stood up disoriented and tried to leave when a phone call came from the booth. LV Xing approached and saw that there was a cell phone left inside the pavilion, and the caller ID on it read, "Fiancé." That's how Lang Xuanyue notes Xiaoyang's phone number. And when she gets married, she'll be able to note Xiaoyang as a different name. The stricken LV Xing saw the 3 words fiancé and violently picked up his cell phone and wanted to slam it on the ground, but he didn't dare to be reckless inside the mansion, so he could only hang up Xiaoyang's phone. "Butler, I left my cell phone inside the pavilion." Lang Xuanyue was walking when she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to take the cell phone that she had left in the pavilion. "I'll get it for you, miss. Thanks." "No, no." The housekeeper waved her hand in a flattered manner. She also finally understood that Lang Xuanyue obviously wore a skirt that was inconvenient to carry a cell phone, yet she even had to carry it when she went to the garden to repair the flowers. It turned out that she was waiting for a call from her future aunt. I'd love to see what the future aunt looks like, to be able to make the young lady so enamored. After the housekeeper brought her cell phone, Lang Frost Moon lit up the screen of the phone. Because it was an active hang-up call, there was no hint on the screen. If it's a missed call, there will be an alert. With LV Xing playing tricks behind her back, Lang Frosty Moon did not receive the call from the feverish Xiaoyang to her. Lang Xuanyu sighed lightly when she saw that Xiaoyang still hadn't sent a message. Is he busy? Seeing that her own young lady didn't seem to be able to wait for a message from her future aunt, the housekeeper standing by the side consoled. Auntie is probably busy. He's allowed to call a young lady in the evening. On the other side, Xiaoyang, who found himself weak and his forehead rolling, managed to make a call to Lang Xuanyue, but he was hung up. So hot. Now Xiaoyang's body temperature was at least 40 degrees, and even a little bit higher. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Xiaoyang got up from the bed with difficulty, barely supporting himself towards the door. Coming at the right time, he guessed that it might be Sister Lin next door who had returned. Xiaoyang leaned on tables and chairs along the way and knocked over quite a few things. It was only then that I finally touched the doorknob. Outside the door, Shen Lily was ringing the bell, while Shen Yanran was hiding where the cat's eye couldn't see. She was worried that Xiaoyang wouldn't open the door after seeing her. The sisters expected that it would take a good deal of effort to get Xiaoyang to open the door, but they didn't realize that slow was slow, and the door opened without using any of the excuses they had prepared. Brother Xiaoyang. Shen Lily didn't even finish her greeting before Xiaoyang couldn't hold on and collapsed. pressing onto her. Shen Lily couldn't hold up Xia Yang's weight at all and was directly crushed to the ground. Xia Yang's blazing body heat could be felt by Shen Lily through her clothes. Brother Xia Yang, you're so hot. She immediately reacted that something was wrong. This was a different time. How could brother Xia Yang make such a move? Shen Yanran saw Xia Yang collapsed heart had an ominous premonition. She put her plain hand on Xia Yang's forehead, hot and scary. Honey has a fever. She struggled to pick up Xia Yang, and Shen Lily also struggled to help the feverish Xia Yang into the car to be taken to the hospital. Mr. Shen, honey, the hospital will be here soon. Very soon. Shen Yanran drove straight to the nearest hospital. Shen Lily used the mineral water in the car to cool down Xia Yang, allowing him to gain a hint of refreshment. The face that used to be full of cunning was also covered with anxiety at the moment. Brother Xia Yang, hold on. It was the first time she saw Xia Yang so weak, and her heart ached to the core. After the doctor gave a checkup, he gave him an injection and a hangnail. As the drug kicked in, Xia Yang drifted off to sleep. The last thing Xia Yang saw before he slept over was the anxious look of the sisters. When the medicine was finished hanging, the doctor said it was okay to go and prescribed some medicine, urging the sisters to let Xia Yang recuperate and some other precautions. They keep it all in mind. Chapter 112. Elder Chu was very disgruntled with Xia Yang. When it came time for dinner, Master Chu realized that his granddaughter seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood today. Lang Xuanyue faced a whole table of delicacies of all colors and flavors, but the chopsticks in her hands didn't move much. She just sat demurely. Frosty, was the meal not to your liking? He asked. Kindly. No, all of Grandma's dishes are delicious. Lang Xuanyue denied. Eat more if it's delicious. Lang Xuanyue's grandmother heard her granddaughter praising her cooking skills and purposely put the braised pork ribs in front of her. Thanks, Grandma. She nodded, then picked up a piece of braised pork chop and put it in her bowl, taking a small bite. Only Chu Chou Shui on the table knew what was on his daughter's mind, and he was afraid that he was not thinking about Xia Yang again. Little Frost, my old fellows who live far away are coming today. They have brought quite a few good things for me. After dinner, Grandpa will take you to have a look. Take whatever you like. Elder Chu wanted to coax Long Frost Moon to be happy. There are also many outstanding juniors appearing at the banquet tomorrow, so if you think that young man can catch your eye, Little Frost, you can also tell Grandpa. The more important meaning of his organizing the birthday banquet this time is here for Lang Xuanyue to select a young man whose character, background, and ability are all extremely excellent. When a child grows up, it is always necessary to fall in love and then get married. But he was afraid that his precious granddaughter would meet a bad person, so he took this opportunity to find a good match for her. Chu Qiushui explained after hearing the words spoken by Elder Chu. Dad, your granddaughter already has a fiancé. It was set by his father himself. There was a reason why Chu Qiushui didn't tell Elder Chu that her daughter was already engaged to be married. She couldn't know her father better. He would have objected strongly if he had known that his granddaughter had been betrothed when she was only just born. I'm sure they'll say, is my granddaughter going to marry that brat even if she doesn't like him when she grows up? No way, absolutely not. Lang Jie, hurry up and cancel this engagement for me. Chu Qiushui had already imagined her father and her husband arguing over this matter. When the time came, she was helping no one, so it would be better to do more than less and simply not bring up the matter in front of her father. How come I didn't know about this? Elder Chu stopped drinking the small wine in his cup when he heard this heavy news. Frosty, is that boy treating you well? He asked hurriedly. Xia Yang is good to me, Grandpa. Don't worry about it, Lang Xuanyu said from the bottom of her heart, remembering the time when they were dating. A faint smile surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face, but Master Chu was still worried. Frosty, you make a video call to your fiancé now so Grandpa can see him. Chu Qiushui knew that this phone call had to be played with, so he also exited and said, let your grandfather take a look at Xia Yang, otherwise he won't be at ease. Aha! Cold Frost Moon got up and left her seat to pick up her cell phone that was placed on the coffee table not far away, then returned to her position. Since Elder Chu requested the video call to be dialed using the chat software, Lang Frosty Moon still didn't find a record of an active hang-up inside the call record. Dodo Lang Shangyue and Chu Qiushui both believed that Xia Yang could get the old man's approval and weren't very worried. Elder Chu's normally cloudy eyes were now translucent with a hint of essence. Dodo, it's been over 30 seconds long since this video call was made. Can't get through? Little Frost, your fiancé seems to be very busy. Not even answering your calls? Elder Chu's words revealed dissatisfaction. It's dinner time. What could be so busy? And even if you're busy, after all this time you should pick up the phone and say you're not available or something. After a long beep dash, the phone automatically hung up when its time was up. Maybe Xia Yang is having something to do right now. Usually he picks up the phone very quickly. Lang Xuanyu spoke for Xia Yang. Dad, I've watched that kid Xia Yang grow up. You don't have to worry. Chu Qiushui also spoke up. Tell you what, You'll call him again in 20 minutes, Master Chu said as he drained his glass of small wine. Okay. Mother and daughter looked at each other. Lung Fingyue's calm heart began to feel a little anxious. She hoped that Grandpa's impression of Xia Yan was very good. Like all girls who bring their sweethearts home, they want their families to be satisfied with their loved ones as well. Time went by. 20 minutes seemed so short in this situation. The video call was made again. Xia Yang, hurry up and pick up the video. Cold Frost Moon prayed in her heart, but it didn't work out that way, and like last time no one listened to this video at all. Elder Chu had a stern face, and it didn't need to be said to know that he was extremely dissatisfied with Xia Yang right now. Not to mention, he couldn't afford to answer a phone call for more than 20 minutes. So what if his granddaughter was looking for him in an emergency? Grandpa, no need to speak for that brat. Lung Xuanyu wanted to say something else but was directly interrupted by Elder Chu. Even Grandma, who was next to her, sighed softly. Xia Yang, who was burning unconscious at the moment, didn't even know that he had been left with an extremely bad impression by Lang Xuanyu's grandparents just like that. Originally Chu old man heard his daughter say as Cold Jia selected personally set the marriage contract. Think the other side must not be bad. Did not expect half a clock cannot pick up a phone. How could he be assured that his granddaughter, whom he had held in his mouth for fear of melting and in the palm of his hand for fear of dropping, would marry such an unreliable person? No way. Absolutely not. Elder Chu had already made up his mind that he would personally find a young man worthy of Lang Shanyue at his own birthday banquet tomorrow. Then let Lang Frosty Moon stay here for a few more days to get in touch with even more outstanding young people and naturally realize how unreliable her original fiancé was. If she really wants to go back, he'll pretend to be sick. Lang Xuanyue looked at the two video calls that went unanswered and began to worry. Why hadn't Xia Yan not answered his phone call? Did something happen to him? She hurriedly suppressed the horrible thought, and willed her memories to come back to her. Xia Yang in these 3 years just accept that fever is for himself and was hit by a car. But it's a long way from that fever now. She was worried about Xia Yang and didn't have much heart to eat. Put down the chopsticks and said to Grandma and Grandpa that you eat slowly and went back to the room. Lang Xuanyu chose to directly call Xia Yang's cell phone number after closing the door. When she opened her own dialing interface, she saw that there was a call from Xia Yang on the call log, and the call result showed that she had rejected the call. What's going on? Chapter 113, Xiao Yang, you have to get well soon. Lang Fengyue clearly remembered that she hadn't received any calls from Xia Yang today. She frowned in thought, her mind flashing back to the conversation she'd had when she'd asked the butler to get her cell phone. After he himself left with the housekeeper, only Lu Xing stayed in the garden, and the time shown on top of the call log was just about that time period. It's him? Lang Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and even she who rarely got angry had anger rising in her heart at this moment. She forced down the anger in her heart, and it was imperative that she explain to Xia Yang. The cell phone call was dialed and there was still no answer on the other end. When Long Frost Moon called the fifth one, the tone changed, and the robot's voice changed from no answer to the cell phone you have dialed is turned off. Angry? Her hand holding the phone slowly fell. He himself had a temporary problem that made the appointment cancelled, and the phone calls he made were hung up on. Xia Yang was justifiably angry. People in love always like to think too much, even for an iceberg goddess like Long Xuanyu. She made a decision in her mind that she would rush back overnight to explain things clearly to Xia Yang after her grandfather's birthday banquet officially ended tomorrow night. Xia Yang, I'll be back soon. Lang Frosty Moon stood alone in front of the window. The moonlight sprinkled on her, as if she was the fairy who did not eat the earth. The thoughts in her bright eyes but intensified. Xia Yang just bought a new cell phone after falling into the water last night. The power is only half. Lang Xuanyue heard cell phone has been turned off because of the power is gone. Zhao family villa. Zhao Kite was making Xia Yang's favorite sweet and sour pork. After half a bell, all her dishes were ready. Why haven't Xiao Yang and the others returned? She was slightly worried. According to her own daughter's style of behavior, Xia Yang was afraid that she would not have to suffer. Ugh. While Zhao Kite was worrying about Xia Yang, the sound of the car rang out, and unlike usual, Shen Yanran did not drive the car to the garage but directly to the door. Mom, come and help. Shen Lily got down from the back seat, her face filled with anxiety. The sleeping Xia Yang was simply too heavy. There was no way for her to move Xia Yang by herself. Plus Shen Yanran was also a bit of a stretch. What's wrong? Zhao Kite walked over to see the sleeping Xia Yang, thinking it was pretty much as she suspected, that her daughter had used coercion to tie him back up again. Did you guys drug Xiao Yang? She was about to lose her temper. Mom, it's not what you think. Honey has a fever, we just brought him back from the hospital and now the medicine is kicking and he's sleeping through it. Shen Yanran explained. Zhao Kite sniffed and pressed her hand against Xia Yang's forehead, rolling it. A hint of heartache flashed under her eyes. The three of them worked together to move Xia Yang to the room on the first floor. Shen Yanran's room is on the second floor. They are worried that if they send up to the second floor, they will wake up Xia Yang. Shin Yanran helps Xia Yang take off his shoes, and Shin Lily helps Xia Yang cover the quilt. Zhao Kite, on the other hand, went to fetch cold water, found a towel to soak it, wrung it out, and then folded it into the right size to place it on Xia Yang's scalding forehead. What did the doctor say? Zhou Kite asked. The doctor said that brother Xia Yang had a very strong fever this time, and even though he got an injection and medicine, he needs to rest for a few days before he can do so. Shin Lily's heart was very bad right now. She wanted Xia Yang to come back, but she didn't want him to come back in this form. Zhao Kite sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at the sleeping Xia Yang. The food is ready, so go ahead and eat some. No, I'm going to stay here with my darling, Shin Yanran said. Now she was not in the mood to eat at all, stretching her hand into the comforter to hold Xia Yang's hand. I also want to stay here with brother Xia Yang. Shin Lily also refused to go. Zhao Kite couldn't do anything with them. At the moment, Xia Yang was having a dream that was very real. It started when Shin Yanran hugged him at the airport in that red strapless dress. Honey, did you miss me? Guest, are you going to bully a little woman like me? Honey, let's go to the restroom. Honey, don't you miss me? Those hidden memories came out unstoppably like a volcanic eruption. A dream that was so real that it trapped Xia Yang. I see, I remember, he muttered to himself as he was pushed down by Shin Yanran in his dream. Honey, what are you talking about? No wonder she knew all her hobbies and would rather be ostracized by everyone than defend herself. All the doubts of everything were solved. Huma, I remember. The time outside had already come to 3 o'clock in the morning. Shin Lily had already been mandatorily sent to her room by Zhao Kite, and Shin Yanran was still guarding Xia Yang. The heat-absorbing towel on his forehead grew warm again. Yen, you go to sleep. Xiao Yang will be fine with mom watching over him. Shin Yanran was unmoved. Zhao Kite got up and brought a quilt and put it beside Xia Yang. Fortunately, the bed inside the villa was very big, so Shin Yanran could sleep on the same bed with Xia Yang. Mom, I can't sleep. She knew Zhou Kite was trying to get her to go to bed. Daughter, if you don't sleep now, then who will take care of Xiao Yang during the daytime? Zhao Kite directly pointed out the problem. Both of them stayed up all night, and during the daytime, they might be so sleepy that they couldn't even open their eyes. And even though they still had Shin Lily, they weren't very comfortable with her. Go to sleep. Xiao Yang is right next to you. Shin Yanran compromised in order to take better care of Xia Yang, listening to Zhao Kite's words to go to bed and cover the quilt. And after looking at the side of Xia Yang who had not yet woken up, she closed her beautiful eyes that were a little bloodshot. She was also able to rest easy with her mom watching over her. After crossing back, Shin Yanran did not have Xia Yang by her side to sleep well at all, and now she is staying up late. He also fell asleep after a bell in bed. There was still Zhao Kite left in the room, still looking at Xia Yang. Orange night light spilled over the reddish face of the summer sun. He suddenly frowned and whispered, Huma, Yang, you're awake? Zhao Kite thought it was Xia Yang woke up, bent down to listen carefully before realizing that he did not wake up shouting his daughter's name. Is it remembering your daughter? She once again passed the towel over the water, wrung it out and placed it on her forehead before looking at Xia Yang and said, Xia Yang, you have to get well soon. Chapter 114, Memory Recovery. At 6 in the morning, Xia Yang's rolling body temperature was also able to drop. It's still a fever, but not as hot as it was when I felt my forehead last night. Xia Yang on the bed slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. His eyes were hazy, and he could only vaguely see that someone was at the edge of the bed. It took several seconds to get it in focus. Xiao Yang, are you feeling better? Zhao Kite saw that Xia Yang had really woken up this time, and a pleased smile blossomed on her face. Auntie, Xia Yang's voice was hoarse. He had a headache now, but none of that was anything. One thing hurt him more. Zhao Kite saw that Xia Yang's lips were dry and poured out a cup of warm water from inside the thermos. Xia Yang's smoking throat was much better after being moisturized by the warm water. Thank you, Auntie. When Xia Yang saw Zhao Kite's face full of fatigue, his heart was incomparably grateful. Then he turned his head to look at Shin Yanran, who was sleeping beside him, and his face was complex, with love for Shin Yanran and the pain of a dilemma. Even he wasn't sure if he should reach out and brush her slightly disheveled green hair. Traveling back in time to the past was something that many people could only dream of, but when it was put on Xia Yang it became incredibly painful. How can he choose? Cold frost moon? Or Shin Yanran? The physical pain is far worse than the struggle in the heart. Xia Yang didn't dare to wake up Shin Yanran, who was close by. Xiao Yang, don't think too much. Get well first. Zhao Kite saw the bewildered Xia Yang and softly comforted him. She knew what had happened from the way Xia Yang looked at her after she woke up, and calling out her daughter's name in her sleep last night was probably for the same reason. Xiao Yang, he remembered. Auntie went to cook breakfast. Remember to yell at me if something happens. Don't be a hero, Zhao Kite admonished. He nodded. After Zhao Kite went to the kitchen to make breakfast, Shin Lily came down from the second floor. In fact, she rolled around in bed last night. The whole person was in a half sleep, half awake. It was hard to make it to 6 o'clock, so he couldn't wait to come down to find Xia Yang. Brother Xia Yang, you're awake. Shen Lily immediately jumped into her arms when she saw Xia Yang leaning against the bed. I made you worry. Lily, brother Xia Yang, you remembered? Shen Lily looked up at Xia Yang. The strangeness that she felt when she ran into him on the street was gone from among his gaze. That's wonderful. Tears flooded Shen Lily's pure eyes. Shen Yanran, who was sleeping next to her, was woken up by Shen Lily's excited voice. Honey, are you awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Shen Yanran sat up on the bed and leaned towards Xia Yang. The quilt covering over her body slipped off and her devilish figure was revealed. Then she stretched her catkin towards Xia Yang's forehead to feel the temperature. Sister, brother Xia Yang, he's back. Shen Yanran heard her sister's words a delicate shiver. Just too worried about whether Xia Yang still had a fever. Did not notice the way he looked at his eyes. There was a complete lack of defensiveness and detachment from myself, much like 3 years later. Yen. Xia Yang opened his mouth. Before he could finish his words, he was kissed. After such a long time, she finally kissed Xia Yang as she wished. Humph! A smell of vinegar permeated Shen Lily's body. The powerless Xia Yang could only be pressed against the bed. Let her kiss passionately. It was a long time before Shen Yanyan gave up. Honey, come back to me, will you? I've thought about you every day since I crossed over. A lot. Promise me you won't leave. I'll be a good wife and won't tie you up like I did last time as long as my darling leaves Cold Frost Moon, okay? Shen Yanran believed in loving her more, and if Xia Yang did not agree, then he could only let him live in the basement. After getting well, of course, Xia Yang was going through the most painful choice. He didn't know what he should do. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Kite came in through the door with a bowl of porridge. Let's wait until Xiao Yang gets better. I think he'll make a choice then. Shen Yanyan saw Xia Yang's agonizing pain and it was hard to bear, so she stopped pushing. Shen Lily took the kanji from her mom's hand and personally fed Xia Yang. Bring it. Shen Yanran asked her sister for the bowl of porridge. I'll feed brother Xia Yang. It's obvious that you've kissed, but you still want to get an inch. I'm not going to give it to you. Xia Yang saw that Zhao Kite was very tired, so he advised. Auntie, you hurry up and get some rest. Don't get exhausted because of me. We'll take care of Xia Yang. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily also told Zhao Kite to go rest. With Shen Yanran around, Zhao Kite was also at ease, so he went back to his room to rest. Shu Mansion. In the morning, this imposing mansion began to buzz with activity. It can't be helped. Who is Master Chu? Mighty giants. There are an unknown number of people who would want to visit such a character on his birthday. It's one thing if you see the old man or not. If you let it be known that you're rank enough to give a gift but don't go. Once someone with an axe to grind catches this, there will be no place to stand. There were already a lot of people coming at 10 o'clock. Elder Chu sat on the main seat in the hall, and Long Xuan Yue sat to her left. In the hall, all the big brothers juniors are standing, except for Long Xuan Yue. It is not that she doesn't know how to be polite. It is the old man who is afraid that she will be tired. What to stand? It was by virtue of her status that she was able to sit down. Lang Xuanyue was Lang Jie's daughter, and these mighty bigwigs didn't dare to have an opinion. Those young people who were praised as being the best of the best were all stunned when they saw Lang Xuanyue, who was dressed in a white dress that looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. In particular, Lang Xuanyue appeared even more moving because of her uncontrollable thoughts for Xia Yang that flowed out in a slightly mournful manner. She wished time would go faster. The gifts brought by these bigwigs were delivered to Elder Chu by the juniors, to show my face and tell everyone that this is my chosen successor. Baby after baby. Long Frost Moon was completely uninterested. Grandpa Chu, this is 100-year ginseng. Wishing you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Song Xian cupped the ginseng with both hands. The gift that was originally received by a servant. Elder Chu received it himself this time. The hearts of the other young men realized that they were hopeless, and Song Xian's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Last night Song Xian's grandfather told him that Master Chu would choose an outstanding young man to spend time with her granddaughter tomorrow. Song Xian, as the leader of the younger generation of the family, was unimpressed. What kind of women hadn't he seen before? And expressed disdain until his grandfather told him the true identity of Leng Xuanyu before he took it seriously. Chapter 115, Strawberry Flavor. By marrying that person's daughter, wouldn't the Song family soar to the top and become the head of the lineage directly? He decided that even if Leng Frost Moon didn't look good, he would still take her, for the sake of the family. As a result, once he saw Leng Frost Moon today, the family and whatnot was completely thrown to the back of his mind. He moved, the incorrigible kind. Nice gift, Elder Chu said with a smile. It's good that Grandpa Chu likes it. Song Shen sneaked a glance at Leng Xuanyue after he finished speaking and realized that he hadn't garnered the beauty's attention. At noon, under Elder Chu's deliberate arrangement, Song Xian sat next to Long Xuanyue. Leng Xuanyue didn't even have the heart to speak, and Song Xian didn't have a chance at all. this was not going to work. One had to do something. After lunch, Song Xian said to Long Xuanyue, Miss Lung, I've heard that the garden at Grandpa Chu's house is a masterpiece. Can you please take me on a tour? As a guest herself, as a host she had no reason to refuse. Lang Xuanyue said to the butler behind her, take the guests to visit the gardens. Be detailed. Yes, just like that. Song Xian rode the tiger and stayed inside the garden for quite a while. How could Lang Xuanyue not understand that her grandfather intended to set her up with Song Xian? But she only loves Xia Yang and can't afford to have anyone else in her heart. During the dinner party, Lang Xuanyue directly waited for Song Xian to be seated first, and then she would choose a seat away from him. That's a pretty clear rejection. Song Xian felt an unprecedented frustration, the first time he had been rejected so completely after growing up amidst acclaim. Elder Chu also understood that she didn't like the person she picked out when he saw his granddaughter's actions. What kind of charm did that brat have that could make his precious granddaughter die? Frost has been soulful since the phone call at the dinner table yesterday. LOL. Elder Chu sighed helplessly. Last night he called Ling Jie to inquire about the marriage contract, and when he asked about that brat's family background, Ling Jie became vague. In the end, Ling Jie excused himself and said that he had something important to deal with and hung up on his old husband. After the dinner, the guests dispersed. Elder Chu accompanied his former friend to drink a few more cups. His face was full of red. Lang Fengyue didn't know how she was going to tell Grandpa that she was going back now after the banquet. After all, the birthday day isn't even over. But Xia Yang's failure to answer the phone worries her, and the misunderstanding of hanging up requires her to explain. Grandpa, Long Frost Moon whispered, what's wrong? Are you trying to say that you don't like Song Xian? It's just that I can't intervene much since you like that brat so much. Remember to bring him over to me next time, Elder Chu said. In the face of Elder Chu's doting tone, Lang Xuanyue really couldn't say that she was leaving right now. She was silent for a moment and said instead, Grandpa, I'd like to go home in the morning and come back in a couple of days to be with you. Alright. Grandpa knows that your fiancé is on your mind right now. I'll arrange for a car to send you back early tomorrow morning, but come to see me and your grandma more often in the future. Elder Chu was still very reasonable and did not retain his precious granddaughter any longer, even though he still wanted Lang Xuanyu to stay here for a few more days. I will. Brother Xia Yang, are these ribs good? Shen Lily was holding a piece of ribs and sending it to Xia Yang's mouth, and it had to be said that Shen Lily was still very attentive in serving people. Honey, take a bite of rice. Shen Yanran scooped a mouthful of rice with a spoon, then used her other hand to pocket it underneath to prevent the grains from falling. Xia Yang could have gotten out of bed and gone to eat, but the two sisters just wouldn't let them. Yan, I'm full. Xia Yang, who still had a low fever, didn't have much of an appetite. Shen Yanran put the rice bowl on the bedside table and drew out a tissue to gently wipe the corners of Xia Yang's mouth. Brother Xia Yang, take the medicine. Shen Lily received a cup of hot water and took the medicine out of the wrapper. Xia Yang first took the medicine, and then dispensed a mouthful of hot water. Honey, is it bitter? Shen Yanran asked. Bitterness is still a little bitter, but this bit of bitterness can be endured by all individuals. Not bitter. Shen Lily took the cup of water in Xia Yang's hand. Instead, Shen Yanyan unwrapped a candy, then picked it up with her fingers and put it in her mouth. Honey, what do you think this candy tastes like? Shen Yanran smiled seductively. Bad. Xia Yang knew that whenever Shen Yanran revealed this kind of moving smile, he would suffer. He saw the candy paper with strawberries on it and immediately replied, strawberry flavor. Hopefully, this will lead to an escape. He knew what kind of things Shen Yanran would do. It's a pity. How could Shen Yanran let him go? She came to Xia Yang's slightly reddened ear and said, answer correctly and give you a reward. After that, he blew a soft, fluffy breath. No need. Shen Yanran disregarded him and her red lips fell. The sweet strawberry flavor dispelled the residual medicinal bitterness in Xia Yang's mouth. Well, Zhang would not cooperate with the kiss at all. Shen Yanran knew that he still had Lang Shangyue in his heart, so she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and devoted herself to kissing. She wanted Xia Yang to remember the feeling of kissing herself. Rewards also become punishments. Originally, Shen Yanran only wanted to remove the bitter taste for Xia Yang, but due to his resistance, she decided to end it when the sugar in her mouth melted away. It took a long time for the long, incredibly passionate kiss to end. Shen Yanran's red lips became even more fresh and moist, giving people the urge to savor them. Looking at the gasping Xia Yang, she was satisfied. Cold Frost Moon didn't have that ability. I'm sweating and want to change my clothes. Yanran, you go to my house and help me get a few sets over. Xia Yang quickly found an excuse to sidetrack Shen Yanyan and tell her to calm down. Avoid getting yourself eaten by her. Lily, go buy a few sets and come back, Shen Yanran said without looking back. Just will send me off. Shen Lily's jealousy spilled over, but for Xia Yang's sake she reluctantly prepared to go out and buy clothes. Xia Yang's purpose was to detach Shen Yanran, the demonic spirit, so naturally he could not agree to let Shen Lily go. I'm not used to wearing the newly bought ones. Shin Yanran couldn't possibly eat Xia Yang in this situation. She was still sick. Her heart ached. Okay, I'll drive to get it for you now. Shin Yanran was still obedient to Xia Yang the vast majority of the time. She lifted the quilt, and a pair of slender, snow-white, extremely beautiful legs were exposed to the air. It really gets the blood pumping. Wait for me at home, darling. Be back soon. Only after Shin Yanran left did Xia Yang come to rest. But he seemed to have forgotten what Shin Yanran would see when she went inside his house. As long as she opened the closet, the clothes Long Frost Moon hung inside would be visible to her. Shin Yanran, who knew that the two were already living together, would still let him go? Chapter 116, Discovery of Cohabitation. Xia Yang had a fever and didn't think about it at all. He was a little sleepy from some of the medicine and his eyes were heavy. Brother Xia Yang, sleepy? Shen Lily said as she covered Xia Yang's quilt that his sister had messed up. No need to guard me. You go do your own thing. Xia Yang's sleepiness rose, remembering that Shin Lily had been watching over herself for the whole day. Lily will always be by your side. Brother Xia Yang, sleep in peace. He suddenly remembered this thing that Shin Lily said about being a personal maid for himself, and now it seemed that she was very talented. Under Shin Lily's considerate care, he entered Dreamland. The person who should have been guarding the bedside should have been Cold Frost, but it turned out to be someone else inexplicably. If Lung Xuanyu knew that she hadn't been by Xia Yang's side to take care of him when he was sick, Shin Yanran drove to Xia Yang's house. Last night could not even care about locking the door. A twist of the door handle opened. She picked up the stool that had been knocked over by Xia Yang and then walked towards his room. Passing through the living room, the vase of flowers that were beginning to wilt caught her attention. Honey doesn't like flowers much, so how did she end up arranging them here? She walked into Xia Yang's room and saw the cell phone that Xia Yang had placed on the table and also picked it up in her hand, then opened the closet. Shin Yanran's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the neatly hung clothes inside the closet. It has both men's and women's clothing in it. Cold Frost Moon is actually living with her darling. The hard evidence was right in front of her. For a moment she thought that someone like Lang Frost Moon would just kiss if she took the initiative again, but she didn't expect to live together directly. Rather, I have underestimated you. Shin Yanran's shell teeth clenched, a gloomy expression on her upside-down beautiful face. She thought of Lang Frosty Moon and Xia Yang sharing the big bed behind her, and that feeling of her heart breaking. The heartache spread. No wonder my darling is so resistant to even my kisses. But even if Lang Xuanyue had already gotten there first, Shin Yanran could not have stopped there. She found Xia Yang's suitcase and folded the clothes belonging to him one by one and loaded them inside. Eventually only Lang Xuanyu's clothes remained inside the closet. Then pulled the suitcase full of clothes downstairs and put it in the trunk of the vehicle for the return trip. Shin Yanran was in a terrible mood and unconsciously stepped on the gas much deeper than usual. If it weren't for the fact that there are fewer vehicles at night, it's a toss-up whether or not you'd get into an accident. Xia Yan was still asleep after returning to the villa. Lily, you go ahead and take a shower. Oh, Shen Lily was relieved to see that her sister had returned and left. Tonight I'm going to sleep next to brother Xia Yan like my sister and take a bath first. After Shin Yanran supported her sister, she reached out and gently caressed Xia Yang's perfect face. Huma. Xia Yang started dreaming those memories again, talking in his sleep like last night. Shin Yanran heard him gently call her name, and the pain in her heart was slightly healed. I am, she responded. Darling, I won't let Cold Frost Moon take you from me. I don't know whether Xia Yang heard it or not, but he made a nasal sound similar to him. After a while, Shin Yanran charged Xia Yang's cell phone. Then the notification of the message kept ringing. It's all about missed calls and messages. Xia Yang had just bought a cell phone and made a video call to Long Frosty Moon, and the password wasn't even set. Shin Yanran opened the screen lock with a stroke of her finger. She tapped on the missed calls option, and the screen popped up to the call logs. The call logs scrolled, and she realized that the call to Long Frost Moon when Xia Yang had a fever had been rejected. There was a surge of anger in her heart. Was this how she was being Xia Yang's fiancé? Shin Yanran opened the chat software to find Long Frost Moon to send a message. Chapter 117. Is she better than me? Darling, Long Xuanyu, who had just finished bathing, picked up the cell phone she had placed on the table and looked at it. Xia Yang still hadn't returned her message. Her bright moon-like face has a sorrow that cannot be melted. Slender snow-white cell phone on the screen tapping to send him a message. Xia Yang, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll make up the late date then, and I'll have a good explanation about why I hung up on you. Shin Yanran was just about to accuse Lang Shanyu of not being worthy of being Xia Yang's fiancé when she didn't expect her to send a message, so she similarly tapped the screen and responded. There's no need. Xia Yang has me to take care of. Lang Xuanyu saw the message that popped up thinking that Xia Yang wasn't annoyed with herself anymore, only to realize that it wasn't what she thought at all when she saw the content. Who else but Shin Yanran could send such a message? She was also the one who replied to the messages she sent over when she was with Xia Yang. At that time, Xia Yang was locked into the basement. Shin Yanran coped with the message she sent to Xia Yang in order not to be known by Long Xuanyue. but in accordance with Lang Shuangyue's level of understanding of Xiaoyang, it was still recognized. Lang Fengyue thought that Shen Yanran was again like last time when she took advantage of her absence to break into Xiaoyang's house to do something extremely bad. She clicked the video option with a blank face. When Shen Yanran saw Lang Frost Moon calling the video, she picked it up without half a hesitation. I'd like to see what she'd say. The faces of the two appeared in each other's eyes. One was a country of beauty, the other was upside down. The atmosphere that could be described as pinpoint. Why are you holding Xiaoyang's cell phone? Hoof. Certain people claim to be Xiaoyang's fiancé, yet they don't even answer the phone when he's sick. How dare you? Lang Shuangyue, you don't deserve it. Xinyan's talking seemed to have disturbed Xiaoyang and had to walk outside. What did you say? Lang Shuangyu was filled with anxiety when she heard the news that Xiaoyang was sick. Let me see Zhang. Do you think I'm going to oblige you? But don't worry, I'm not you. My darling is being well taken care of in my bed. I won't talk to you. I'm going to take a shower then enjoy this wonderful evening with my darling. Shen Yanran also didn't care what Lang Frost Moon's reaction would be, and directly hung up the video. Turned back into the house. The last sentence she said to Lang Frost Moon was the truth. Originally Shen Yanran did not eat Xiaoyang because he was sick, but she found out that Xiaoyang had actually lived with Lang Shuangyu. The sickly and delicate attribute that had been suppressed with great difficulty was once again on display. And if Xiaoyang didn't have a fever right now, he should have been bound by chains. Xiaoyang, half asleep half awake, felt as if there was a soft delicate body close to him, and also smelled a fragrance that made people love and confused. Because Shen Yanran's got under the covers, Xiaoyang woke up. Honey, awake? Shen Yanran's spit hit the top of Xiaoyang's ear, and her pair of hands were restless. Xiaoyang, however, felt the aura of danger. Shen Yanran's softness was tinged with anger. What's wrong? Xiaoyang asked. Oops. Yuma had gone to the house to get her clothes and must have seen Frost Moon's skirt hanging inside or something. It's too late to remember now. Xiaoyang had a feeling of digging his own grave. Before Shen Yanyan was ready to punish Xiaoyang, she first pulled her plain hand, which was stained with Xiaoyang's body temperature, from inside the quilt to probe the temperature of her forehead. The fever seems to be almost gone. Honey, you and Cold Frost are living together too, aren't you? Xiaoyang, who was caught by Shen Yanran, spat out with difficulty. Yes, he had a feeling of betraying Shen Yanran in his heart, but it was instantly crushed by the love in his heart for Lang Shuangyue. This was the current state of Xiaoyang's psyche, where the emotions for the two people existed at the same time, opposing each other. What do you think would be a good way for me to punish you? Xiaoyang's earlobe was immediately followed by a soft to the core sensation. No way, one cannot be eaten by Huma. Xiaoyang's sanity was shouting that if he was eaten, things had gone to the worst. But it's not your fault, dear. After all, you hadn't thought about it at the time. Honey, get rid of her, okay? The flirtatious voice rang in Xiaoyang's ears, and he felt his bones crumble. If this was placed before crossing over, Xiaoyang would have been unable to resist the temptation to ruthlessly teach the goblin behind him a lesson. But not anymore. Neither should until they can tell who they love more. To do otherwise would be a betrayal of the other. Or do you think she's better than me? Facing Shen Yanran's inquiry, Xiaoyang did not know how to answer. When she saw that Xiaoyang didn't answer her, she planted a strawberry. It's punishment. I'll show you who's better, Shen Yanran said, looking up. At such a critical moment, the sound of high heels rang out of the door. Shen Yanran could only give in and let Xiaoyang go, coming out from under the covers. Within seconds, Zhou Kite came in. Xiaoyang, is it better? Zhou Kite saw that Xiaoyang's face was red, and was a little worried that the fever hadn't gone down yet, placing her hand on his forehead to feel his body temperature. It's a little hot. It's almost good. Thank you, Auntie. Xiaoyang said gratefully. You're welcome, she said with a smile, then her eyes glazed over. Huma, come out here with me for a minute. Chapter 118, Paying the Price. Shen Yanran already knew what her mom was going to say when she saw her gaze. Alas, it looks like I won't be able to sleep next to my darling tonight. Shen Yanran walked in front and Zhao Kite walked behind, and she even smoothly brought the door on before going out. Few escaped alive. Xiaoyang saw Shen Yanyan was called out by Zhao Kite after a long sigh of relief. He was clear that he could not resist Shen Yanyan this scourge's bone-crushing pins after he recovered his memory. Mom, the confident and generous Shen Yanyan in the past was completely suppressed by Zhao Kite. Xiaoyang's illness is not yet cured. You can't mess around. Zhao Kite's jade arms crossed and encircled in front of her chest, and the words she said were not angry but majestic. But Xiaoyang is about to be snatched away. I can't just sit back and wait. Even so, you can't rush it. If I'm right, after Xiaoyang gets better he'll offer to go home like last time, and I'll let him take you then. Zhao Kite knew what her daughter was trying to do, and the words she said were nothing more than a way to dispel her calculations of shutting down Xiaoyang. But she couldn't help it, and after thinking hard she came up with this solution. Wouldn't it be better to just let her daughter stay with Xiaoyang? Mom, isn't it good for you to promise me just like last time? Shen Yanran was no longer calm once she heard that her mom was going to object to her locking Xiaoyang into the basement. This matter is not negotiable. Zhao Kite didn't leave any room for maneuver. The last time she acquiesced to her daughter locking up Xia Yang, she couldn't sleep at night. Once he fell asleep, he would dream that Xia Yang was trapped inside a dark basement by 4 chains, constantly shouting, "Auntie, help me." Every time this happens, she wakes up in the middle of the night unable to get back to sleep. If Xia Yang inside the room knew that Zhao Kite was so determined to defend his freedom, he would definitely be moved. Zhao Kite turned around and went back inside the room after saying that. Shen Yanran had no choice, and she knew her mom was helping her. "Let my darling take me away." Wouldn't that be cohabitation? What kind of expression will Long Xuanyu have when she comes back and finds me and my darling smooching? Better yet, she'd just leave in a huff and she'd be able to live a shame-free life with her darling. It's still mom who has the solution. Shen Yanran's mood changed again when she thought like this. A charming smile reared up on her charming face. "Auntie, have you rested yet?" Xia Yang asked with concern. "Don't worry, Auntie, you get well," Zhao Kite said. With Zhao Kite here, Shen Yanran didn't have a chance to punish Xia Yang. Shen Lily also came to sit on the edge of the bed after taking a shower. "It's my turn to take care of brother Xia Yang tonight." She burrowed inside the quilt where Shen Yanran originally slept. "You come out," Shen Yanran ordered. "Yan Yan, tonight you go back to your room to sleep." Zhao Kite was still worried about Shen Yan messing around, so he didn't allow her to be here. A smile rose on Shen Lily's pretty face after she heard her mom speak. "Sister, you'd better go back to your room and sleep honestly," she said triumphantly on the inside. Inevitably, Shen Yanran kissed Xia Yang and said goodnight to him reluctantly before going back to her room. "Auntie, I'm already better. You go back too." Xia Yang knew deep down that sleeping one daytime after an all-nighter still wasn't enough, and that he had to sleep one daytime plus one dark night to barely find his form. Xia Yang used a temperature needle to measure that his body temperature had returned to normal, and also took his last dose of medicine in front of Zhao Kite. After his relentless persuasion, Zhao Kite also promised to say that he would get some rest. "Xiao Yang, if you get a fever in the middle of the night, wake up Lily and have her come to me. Got it?" she also urged before she left. "Okay." At the side, Shen Lily skimmed her lips. Her mother clearly did not believe that she could take care of brother Xia Yang. After Zhao Kite went back to her room, Xia Yang yawned as the effects of the medicine he had just consumed began to take effect. "Obviously, I've slept so many hours today." Personal maid Lily Shen hurriedly turned off the lights to let him sleep well. "Good night, brother Xia Yang." "Lily, good night." Soon Xia Yang fell asleep. Dream on. A godlike woman appeared, with a light veil covering her face, a cloudy haze as her skirt, and bare feet hanging in the air. Not a single flaw could be found on her. Perfect to the core. She was the one who gave Lang Frost Moon her powers, and the first time Xia Yang saw her, he was able to affirm that his crossing back was inseparable from this mysterious woman in front of him. "Who are you?" After the two of them stared at each other for a while, Xia Yang was the first to speak. "Luo Qingcheng." An ethereal and pleasant voice rang out. Just listening to this mysterious woman in front of her was a pleasure. "Xia Yang, you don't need to dwell on who to choose. Lang Xuanyu crossed back because of your request and changed many things. Must pay the price. Remember the car accident? It's like your fever. The time for it to happen changes, yet it must happen. Maybe now, maybe next. You can't stay by her side all the time." What Luo Qingcheng said couldn't have been worse for Xia Yang. How come? Thinking that Long Frost Moon would get into a car accident, he now very much regretted requesting Ling Frost Moon to cross back that day. It turns out that the person who messed up the situation was himself. He finally woke up under the guidance of Luo Qingcheng's words. "You must have a way, right?" Xia Yang turned his gaze to her. "There's no need to feel guilty. If you hadn't saved Ling Frost Moon that day, she would have already died. And besides, she left such a beautiful memory with you after crossing back. Xia Yang, just spend your days with Shen Yanran in peace." "No, I don't want this." Xia Yang simply couldn't accept that Long Frost Moon would die. Chapter 119, Guilty Xia Yang. Xia Yang sat up violently and woke up from inside his dream. Such a violent movement woke up Lily Shen. "Well, brother Xia Yang, what's wrong with you?" she said in a daze. Xia Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. Now he was going to go to Lang Shanyua's side and be with her until he saved her in a car accident like last time. He lifted the covers and got up to put on his clothes and shoes. "It's broken. The phone didn't come." On weekdays, Lang Shuangyue and Xia Yang were a little more through chatting software. Even if they called, they would just go through the address book. "The number is not memorized." "Brother Xia Yang, where are you going?" Shen Lily asked worriedly when she saw him in such a hurry. "I'll go home." After Xia Yang finished speaking, he went up to the second floor to find Shen Yanran. "I can't help it. Now that I'm an adult but haven't gotten my license yet, I need to find someone to drive." He was so anxious that he broke into Shen Yanran's boudoir without even knocking on the door. Shen Yanyan was lying on her side, and from Xia Yang's perspective Shen Yanyan's figure presented a wonderful curve. The fragrant shoulders were exposed to the air, the sexy nightgown was half covered, and the two slender legs were concealed. But Xia Yang no longer had the heart to pay attention to the scene of living color. "Huma, It's only 5 a.m. almost 6 o'clock in the morning, and Shen Yanran is also sleeping in a daze. She opened her beautiful eyes to see that it was Xia Yang who had come and slowly got up. Darling, what brings you here? A pair of jade arms hooked around Xia Yang's neck. Did you miss me? Shen Yanran's languid and noble, charming and enchanting temperament was the most deadly ecstasy for men. Yuma, I want to go home now. You drive me. Shen Yanran's autumn water eyes full of spring blinked when she heard this. Honey is in such a hurry to go back. Probably to go back to get her cell phone to contact Lung Xuangyu. But he doesn't know I have the phone now. What's the harm in sending him back? However, Shen Yanran was jealous in her heart when she saw Xia Yang in such a hurry. What's the hurry to go back so soon? It can't be that you're going to find Lung Xuangyu, right? Honey, you're really breaking my heart. I was the one who was by your side when you were sick. And where was she? Shen Yanran's words made Xia Yang a little ashamed. Shen Yanran was right. He was now sending his girlfriend to drive to his fiancée. It's outrageous, but now he didn't know exactly when the car accident would happen, and he had to get to Lung Xuangyu's side as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Yuma, but I'm in a real hurry this time. Shen Yanran's fingers skimmed over Xia Yang's thin lips. Well, that's not impossible, she said with a big smile. Really? Xia Yang had expected to have to beg Shen Yanran bitterly. I didn't expect her to say yes right away. Xia Yang's heart was greatly moved. How could I not say yes when my darling asked for it? But I love you the most. Shen Yanran wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck for a good morning kiss when she finished speaking. Her red lips fell and then pried open Xia Yang's teeth. Xia Yang had a guilty conscience and didn't resist, letting her ask for it. After the good morning kiss, all right, let's go, Xia Yang urged. Change your clothes and go, Shen Yanran said as she looked at Xia Yang. Chapter 120, Lung Xuanyu has finally returned. After Shen Yanran came out from inside the room, the silk pajamas on her body had already been replaced with a long black sexy skirt. The devil's body is outlined in all its glory. It would be fabulous with a pair of heels. Unfortunately, she had to drive, so Shen Yanran wore a pair of flat shoes. Sister, where are you going? Shen Lily saw Xia Yang running inside her sister's room, which wasn't a big deal, but the two of them went out early in the morning. Shouldn't they be inside the room in your love and affection? I'll give my darling a ride home and you go to bed, Shen Yanran said to her. Okay, Shen Lily yawned. She also went to bed late last night, and every now and then she gently touched Xia Yang's forehead to see if it was hot. Zhao family villa garage inside many luxury cars and supercars are placed inside to eat dust. Shen Yanran casually drove out. Just out of the garage door, the rain hit the top of the windshield, and Shen Yanran turned on the windshield wipers. Xia Yan was even more anxious when he saw that it was raining. It's easy to get into a car accident on a rainy day, so it would be dangerous if Lung Xuanyu came back on this day. Shen Yanran sensed that Xia Yan was very anxious to go back. Just inside the room, in order to go back he promised himself anything he asked for. What's the matter with you coming home in such a hurry, dear? I suddenly remembered that the door was still open. Xia Yang made an excuse. He couldn't possibly say I'm going home to get my cell phone to contact Lung Xuanyu, but this excuse was too unbearable. In any case, Xia Yan couldn't say that he was going to find Lung Xuanyu. After saying that, I might have to go into the basement myself. By the time he was chained up and missed the chance to save Lung Xuanyu, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Shen Yanran didn't poke him. Anyway, the cell phone is in his hands. It's useless to go back. Don't even think about trying to contact Lung Xuanyu. Now Shen Yanran has a wave of anger towards Lung Xuanyu. Originally thought that she would take good care of Xia Yang after she got there first. Now it seems that it is not what she thought at all. When Xia Yang needed her, she wasn't even around, getting it and not appreciating it. Yen, look at the sky, Xia Yang suddenly said excitedly. He saw a black hole appear above the sky. Shen Yanran looked up and saw only dark clouds. What's wrong, honey? She asked suspiciously. Didn't you see that black hole? Xia Yan looked at Shen Yanran blankly. No. Shen Yanran wondered if Xia Yang was deliberately digressing from the topic. It's like saying, look, there's aliens, kind of thing. By the time Xia Yang raised his head again, that vision disappeared. You've seen it all for yourself? The rain was getting heavier. The car was slow, and it took some time for Xia Yang to return home. He went inside and flew back inside his room, looking for his cell phone. At this moment, Lung Xuanyu is also on her way back. The vehicle is like a sharp sword breaking through the rain curtain. The windows are blurred because of the water flow. Last night, after Lung Xuanyu heard Shen Yanran say that Xia Yang was sick, she went directly to find Chu Qiushui to arrange for a vehicle, wanting to go back immediately. Because of the old man's birthday banquet, the vehicles and helicopters in the house had been used by all the guests and had not yet returned. She waited a long time for a car to return with a ride. Chu Qiushui immediately ordered the female bodyguard to send Lung Xuanyu home. Lung Xuanyu was now inwardly incomparably self-blaming. History seemed to be repeating itself once again, and this time it wasn't herself who was by Xia Yang's side when he was sick. She remembered that when she was sick Xia Yang was immediately able to come to her side, and in comparison felt even more that she had not fulfilled her obligations as a fiancé. The guilt was as continuous as the rain outside. Lang Fengyue stroked the engagement ring that Xia Yang had personally put on her. Can it go any faster? I can't miss. It's raining hard and the ground is slippery. This is already within the limits of safety. The female bodyguard responded. Lang Shuangyue was very anxious as she looked toward the highway that couldn't be seen to the end. After speeding through the middle of the night, the car stopped under Xia Yang's house at 7 in the morning. Lang Shuangyue impatiently opened the car door and quickly walked upstairs. Inside the house, Xia Yang wanted to make a trip to the Tongtian pavilion, but was stopped by Xin Yanran. Honey, you have to eat breakfast when you're sick, Xin Yanran said forcefully. In order to make him eat breakfast well, Xin Yanyan even used her cell phone as a bargaining chip. I'll give you my cell phone after you finish breakfast. Where's your cell phone? Xia Yang stopped walking outward when he heard that and demanded his cell phone when he turned back. Let's finish breakfast first. Xin Yanran pushed Xia Yang to the dining table. Then she lightly pressed his shoulder to make him sit down. Xin Yanran tied on her apron and came inside the kitchen, ready to cook breakfast for Xia Yang. Ever since the last time Xia Yang taught her how to cook egg noodles in the kitchen, she realized that cooking was her shortcoming. It is often said that in order to capture a person's heart you must first capture a person's stomach. A wife who can cook is more likely to make her husband love her. Xin Yanran also wanted Xia Yang to eat the dishes she cooked with her own hands, so since then, she had always learned to cook from Zhao Kite. Sometime later, a bowl of fragrant meat porridge was placed in front of Xia Yang. Ahem. He tried to get his phone in one gulp, not realizing that the porridge was a bit hot. Take your time. What's the rush to call her? If she cared about you, she would have come back long ago. Xin Yanran was just about to lift her apron when she saw Xia Yang's anxiousness to be scalded rushed over, and Lang Shuangyue had just come to the door and heard what Xin Yanran said. Huma, you know all that? Honey, do you think you can fool me? She scooped up a spoonful of meat porridge and gently blew on it before bringing it to Xia Yang's mouth. Suddenly the door opened and Lang Frost Moon returned. Both of them turned their heads to look over. Frost Moon, Xia Yang saw Lang Shuangyu appearing safely in front of him. The anxiety within his heart was all replaced by joy. Xin Yanran didn't care when she saw it was her coming back. She wasn't there when Xia Yang needed her. Who else is she to compete with me? Chapter 121, Xin Yanran wants to move here too. Xia Yang, are you better? Lang Frost Moon quickly walked to Xia Yang's side and looked up and down, bright eyes filled with worry and guilt. It's just a fever. It's already gone. Xia Yang told her not to be so nervous. Frost Moon, Xin Yanran was still watching from the side, so naturally she wouldn't let the two of them talk further. Honey, hurry up and drink the kanji. The spoon of kanji was once again delivered to Xia Yang's mouth. Xia Yang could feel that Xin Yanran was already angry without turning her head, not to mention the smile on her charming face. He had to turn around and drink the spoonful of meat porridge. Xin Yanran scooped up another spoonful of porridge and passed it to her mouth, clearly not wanting Xia Yang to talk to Lang Shuangyue. Honey, I'll just move in here too. I'll cook for you and do your laundry and... Her seductive tone spoke of wonderful promises. Thank you for taking care of Xia Yang these past few days, but these things are things that are part of his duties as his fiancé, so I won't bother you with them. Lang Shuangyu interrupted Xin Yanran in an indifferent tone. Oh, do you think this fiancé of yours is qualified? Xin Yanran meant to say that she had run off somewhere while Xia Yang was sick, and darling has remembered that I'm not going to give him to you. After Lang Shuangyue heard this news, her face instantly turned pale. Without the certainty she had just faced Xin Yanran, she was afraid that Xia Yang would leave her again. Frost Moon, can you go peel some fruit for me? Xia Yang couldn't bear to see Lang Frosty Moon so disoriented and resisted Xin Yanran's pressure to step in, saying that it was peeling fruit. Xia Yang standing up and speaking at this point was giving her a peace of mind. Aha! Cold Frost Moon turned around and headed inside the kitchen. The fruits were inside the refrigerator. Honey, what do you mean? Xin Yanran put down the bowl in her hand, a hint of danger flashing in her beautiful eyes. She stood up and bent her head closer to the seated Zhang. It looked like he was going to kiss him hard to vent his anger. Wait a minute. I agree for you to move in here. Xia Yang hurriedly shouted to stop. He had helped Lang Shuangyue, so naturally he had to agree to Xin Yanran's request to calm the anger in her heart. Really? No lie. At this time, Xin Yanran's red lips were already very close to his thin lips. Sleep with me? I'll sleep on the living room sofa. Xin Yanran reached two goals at once. The first was to move to Xia Yang's house, because she knew that even after Xia Yang recovered his memory there was still Lang Shuangyu in his heart. It's not like she can just tie him up and have him all to herself when she gets in her mom's way, so one can only slowly erode him with one's gentleness. There was also the fact that she had managed to get him to sleep separately from Lang Shuangyu, and Xia Yang, who was sleeping in the living room, was the prey that this beauty snake of hers had at her fingertips. Quietly tie him up during the night and then eat him slowly. Thinking of this, the anger in Shen Yanran's heart disappeared without a trace, and she sat back across from Xia Yang. After the meat porridge was finished, Long Xuanyue brought peeled fruits out from inside the kitchen. "I'll feed you." She remembered the scene when Shen Yanran had just fed Xia Yang kanji and used a toothpick to insert a piece of fruit into Xia Yang's mouth. Shen Yanran, however, noticed the ring that Long Xuanyue wore on her hand. Combined with the current scene of Lang Xuanyue feeding Xia Yang with her own hands, the two of them really looked like a newlywed couple. "Xia Yang, I'm sorry. I will always be by your side in the future." Lang Fengyue had a guilty look on her face. There was no need for Shen Yanran to accuse her. She herself was filled with guilt. "And that phone number?" Lang Xuanyue gave explanations one by one as to why she had not received a call from Xia Yang. Soon Lang Xuanyue peeled the fruit was also eaten by Xia Yang. Not eat quickly can not in case again triggered a good calm down the cultivation of the field will not be good. Lang Xuanyue saw Xia Yang eating the fruits very quickly and thought that he liked them a lot. "There's no more fruit inside the refrigerator. I'll go buy some back later." She picked up Xia Yang's bowl of kanji and the plate with the fruit on it and got up to clean it. "No way, you can't go." Xia Yang suddenly grabbed Long Frost's white wrist, causing the plate and bowl to fall to the ground. "Broken." He instantly became anxious when he heard Lang Frosty Moon say that she wanted to go out. Who knows when a car accident will happen? What if this is it? For a few fruits to cause Long Xuanyue to get into a car accident, it would be better to let him die. Both Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyue were startled by Xia Yang's action. "I mean, look at your tired face and rest. I'll go with you in the evening." "Go with Hanya." If Lang Xuanyue was busy cleaning up the bowls and plates and didn't see the change in Xia Yang's expression, Shen Yanran, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was taking in the scene just now. Darling heard that she was going out to buy fruit, and immediately showed out of a different excitement than usual and that tone of voice that would never allow it. "What's going on here?" Xia Yang let go of Long Xuanyue's white wrist, which had become red from his vigorous efforts. "Does it hurt?" Long Xuanyue shook her head. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Shen Yanran asked. "Bad." Forgetting that Huma was still around, she must have seen something. "What's wrong?" Xia Yang had to play dumb. Yan, aren't you moving in here? Hurry back and get your luggage. I'll help you pack the guest room out." He mentioned this matter again, hoping to divert Shen Yanran's attention. "Let's go." He couldn't care less than holding Shen Yanran's fragrant shoulders. He led her to the car and helped her open the door. "Remember to thank Auntie with for me." He then closed the car door. After sending Shen Yanran away, he returned to the house. Lang Xuanyue went to get a broom and was not in the living room. Xia Yang looked at the ground to break the plate and squatted down, murmuring, "I won't let anything happen to you." With that, he reached out and picked up the shard. One sharp piece cut Xia Yang's finger and blood flowed out, but as if he was possessed, he continued to pick up the pieces regardless. Lang Xuanyue, who had just come out of the utility room, saw that Xia Yang's fingers were bleeding, and hurriedly threw away the broom in her hand to contain his fingers. The different feeling caused Xia Yang, who was thinking about how to save Lang Xuanyue, to come back to his senses. Only after a while did Long Frost Moon let go of her finger, which was no longer bleeding. In fact, this small injury Xia Yang could not feel any pain at all. Cold Frost Moon wrapped the wound with a band-aid. "You have something on your mind." His heart missed a beat when he heard what Lang Frost Moon said. "She knows?" Chapter 122, Who's Better? What Lang Xuanyue said was completely different from what Xia Yang thought. Xia Yang thought that she saw her cover up, while Long Frost Moon thought that Xia Yang was agonizing over who to choose. Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyue were both intelligent women and knew that they could not put pressure on Xia Yang and ask him who he really chose. It would just push him towards the other side. That was why Shen Yanran did not force Xia Yang to make a choice the first time after seeing Lang Xuanyue return. Instead, he told Xia Yang that he wanted to move in. It was also naturally impossible for Lang Frost Moon to do that. "Tomorrow we'll go make up the date we cancelled the other day, okay?" Cold Frost Moon changed the topic. She saw that the flowers in the parlor, which had been bright and beautiful, had now become somewhat withered and faded. Xia Yang was quite eager to go on a date, but right now he didn't want Lang Frost Moon to step out of this door at all. Getting out would mean providing the conditions and circumstances for a car accident to occur. And would she really be able to react in time to save her then? He suddenly understood Shen Yanran's good intentions at this moment. Yuma is worried about being abducted by other girls when she goes out, and she's worried about Frost Moon getting into a car accident when she goes out. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xia Yang's mouth. There is reincarnation in heaven. It might rain tomorrow, so we'll wait until it's sunny. He made a reprieve. The sound of rain came from outside, and Lang Xuanyue realized that she was in a hurry. Aha! She got up and put the medical kit away before sitting back down next to Xia Yang, then snuggle up to him and quietly hold hands. The two just sat in silence. "Xia Yang, I've missed you once. This time, I won't let go." The warm fragrance coming from Lang Xuanyue's body was soothing Xia Yang's anxious heart. He turned his head to look at Lung Frost Moon, who was leaning on his shoulder, her bright eyes full of herself. Frost Moon, don't worry, I'll save you just like last time. With 4 eyes facing each other, Lung Xuanyu's jade hand caressed Xia Yang's face. Then he raised his head and kissed Xia Yang's thin lips. The slender snowy neck looked beautiful. The two parted with a soft kiss first. Re-entanglement. The raw tongue was soft and supple. What we have to say to each other is expressed in this way. Xia Yang knew that Lung Xuanyu missed him. After the loving kiss ended, Lung Xuanyue once again snuggled into Xia Yang's arms and fell asleep in no time. He sent Lung Xuanyue back to his room in a princess carry position, took off her shoes and then helped her to cover the quilt. Standing beside the bed, he watched her for a while and sighed wordlessly. Xin Yanran didn't get out of the car immediately after returning home. Instead, sit in the car and think. Intuition told her that Xia Yan was not right, as if he was hiding something. Why is darling so agitated all of a sudden? But even Xin Yanran couldn't think of a reasonable explanation even after sitting in and thinking for half an hour. Had to get out of the car and go pack. She went to Zhou Kite's room first. Mom! At this time, Zhao Kite was coiling her hair, and Xin Yanran walked behind her to help her. What's wrong? Zhao Kite said. Has Xiao Yang's fever gone down? It's backed up. Honey said something came up early in the morning that he had to go home, and I just took him back. Now come back and pack how to move there for a while. I'll bring Honey back to the cottage again after a while. After Xin Yanran coiled her mom's green silk almost to the top, she picked up the hairpin and passed it through. The mirror reflected two beautiful people who were 7 times alike. Mesmerizing. Go ahead. Mom supports you, Zhao Kite said. Shen Lily was still sleeping, or she would have clamored to go as well. Xin Yanran said goodbye to Zhao Kite after packing her things and then drove to Xia Yang's house. When she opened the door she found Xia Yang sitting on the sofa not knowing what he was thinking about. I'll carry it. Xia Yang saw Xin Yanran come back and took the 2 suitcases in her hands. One was her clothes, and the other was those Xia Yang's clothes that she took over from here yesterday. Yan, you sleep in this room. Xia Yang walked inside the guest room with his luggage. Ning Wei had cleaned up the guest room so much that it was ready to be lived in with bedding directly from inside the cabinet. This room, it seems to be closer to the living room. Honey, I won't lock the door during the night. Xin Yanran waited until Xia Yang had spread the quilt then hugged him from behind. The tall warm petite body was pressed against his own, and Xia Yang's breathing was a little thick. It's a little better to close the door. He gulped. He knew best the beauty of this goblin. It's so overwhelming, eroding the bones and pinning the soul. Honey, you have her scent on you. Misbehave. Xin Yanran pushed Xia Yang from the side to fall on the bed so that he was lying face up. Then she came back to Xia Yang's neck leaving her mark without saying a word. You and her, what did you do? Was it kissing? Or, honey, you're resisting me. I know what's on your mind. You're thinking of not touching me until you figure out who you love more. In case you love her more in your heart, so you can keep me intact, right? She whispered in Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang sighed that he really couldn't hide anything from Xin Yanran. The siren, both mentally and physically. She knew herself so well. Honey, you're kidding yourself. If I hadn't traveled back, I might have been pregnant with your child. There's no point in resisting me now. Xia Yang didn't say anything because Xin Yanran was right. Just now she kissed you, right? Xin Yanran's fingertips skimmed over Xia Yang's thin lips. Once I thought about it, I knew that Lung Xuanyue's kind of nature would at most be kissing, and further would have to wait until the evening. The aroma on Xia Yang's body might have been tainted at that time. Feel carefully, who is better? Xin Yanran kissed after saying that. Born with a charming bone, her kissing skills were uneducated and not comparable to Lung Frost Moon, and she loved to see Xia Yang's face when she kissed him until he was panting. Chapter 123 The Shura that vanished because of love. Deep kisses end. Lung Fingyue's kiss was slightly awkward, green, and gentle, but Xin Yanran's kisses can be intoxicating and mesmerizing, bold and proactive. Those soft red lips, can't savor them enough. What a redhead capable of mesmerizing men. Xia Yang's mental and physical defenses were shattered, and just when he thought he was going to be eaten, Xin Yanran stopped her attack. She didn't know that Lung Frost Moon had fallen asleep, so she felt that it wasn't a good time to slowly swallow Xia Yang up. In order to avoid being disturbed by Lung Frost Moon, she decided to hold back the longing in her heart until the evening. Xin Yanran lay on Xia Yang's chest after she had kissed enough. Honey, is there something you're not telling me? No. Xia Yang threw his head to the side to avoid those beautiful eyes full of soft and charming intentions. His denial was expected by Xin Yanyan, and it seemed that he still needed to be forced to ask before he could do so. After Xia Yang came out from inside the room, his body was also covered with the fragrance belonging to Xin Yanran. It was only that there was a huge boulder weighing on his heart, and not even Xin Yanran, the siren, was able to make his tightly furrowed brow completely soothed. At noon Xin Yanran learned from Xia Yang that Lun Shangyue was asleep. What a shame. She then said something so meaningful. If she had known the news that Cold Frost Moon was asleep when she was in the room, they would both still be in bed right now, and not in the kitchen. Long Xuanyue fell asleep, and the Shura was not triggered for the time being. Cheyenne got through lunchtime uneventfully, but it was only temporary, and in the afternoon Lang Frost Moon woke up. Tightly packed dinners are not as loosely cozy as they were at noon. Long Xuanyue and Xinyanran had cooked a few dishes. Xia Yang did not even dare to move his chopsticks first. Eating Xinyanran's first, Lang Xuanyue would be unhappy. Eat Lang Xuanyue's first, and Xinyanran will eat him at night. Right now it's all about the ice and fire. The Shura is as horrible as it gets. Obviously the table was full of his favorite dishes, and Xia Yan could only eat the bowl of white rice. Tasteless. Just as Xia Yan was burying his head in dry rice, two pairs of chopsticks suddenly appeared in the middle of his vision. It turned out to be both Xinyanran and Lang Xuanyue who had given him food. Don't worry about us, honey, eat more. They saw that Xia Yan didn't dare to eat the dishes in order to level the water in one bowl. This outcome was the last situation they wanted to see. So coincidentally, they decided to put down the competition at the dinner table and let Xia Yang eat properly. The Shura was created because they all loved Xia Yang, so how could they let him starve? Xia Yang was touched in his heart. Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanyan were none of them absolutely beautiful and so in love with him. Unfortunately there's always one person who doesn't get to be happy. You guys eat too. Xia Yang rained down on them all and gave them all dishes. Something on your mind? Cold Frost Moon asked. She had only seen Xia Yang smile once since her return, and that was when she entered the door. The rest of the time Xia Yang looked worried. You should know that the usual Xia Yang is very cheerful, and his warm smile can always make people around him feel better. Shen Yanran also gazed at him. Even if the two women asked in unison, he couldn't say anything. If Shen Yanran knew that she was thinking of helping Lang Frosty Moon block the car accident, she would definitely do her best to oppose and stop it. Lang Xuanyue wouldn't agree with herself if she knew. According to Xia Yang's understanding of her, she would definitely bear it alone. Tomorrow isn't the end of vacation. I was thinking of going to have a good time and I got sick, so it's just not happy. Xia Yang spread his hands and performed with a very compelling sincerity, but the sorrow between his brows had not dissipated, and neither Lang Xuanyue nor Shen Yanran believed his words. Lang Xuanyue stopped asking and took small bites of the dishes Xia Yang gave her. Plan to find a time when the two of you are alone and ask again properly. Silence returned to the table once more. Just when Xia Yang thought that he had fooled around without any danger, his calf felt a smooth and delicate touch. He looked up at Shen Yanran, and the subtle look on his charming and incomparably beautiful face seemed to reveal such a meaning. You're lying. Lang Fengyue did not expect Shen Yanran to flirt with Xia Yan while eating her meal. She was just thinking about what exactly Xia Yan was upset about. It was normal that they couldn't guess. If it wasn't after Luo Qingqing's mention, Xia Yang wouldn't have known that the car accident would still happen. After dinner was over, Xia Yang began to organize his bed, that sofa in the living room. The couch is still big enough that you won't have to roll over and fall off. It's not wrong to say that Xia Yang has a peach blossom curse. If he hadn't regained his memory, or hadn't traveled back, would he still be sleeping on the couch? Long ago, he had hugged a stunning beauty like Shen Yanran or Lang Xuanyue and talked all night long on a big bed where he could roll around. Now though the two great beauties were gathered around him, and their rooms were available to them on their own, and he was reduced to sleeping on the couch. After Xia Yang made up his bed, Lang Xuanyue went ahead and took a bath. He sat on the couch and looked at the bathroom door as the pattering water inside continued. Occasionally a luscious figure could be seen reflected in the bathroom door. Don't get me wrong, Xia Yang was just looking dazed, without the same desire to help Lang Xuanyu get her clothes when she came here to take a bath on her first day. Though it wouldn't be the slightest problem for him to open the door now and walk straight in Cold Frost Moon. Feeling that she had not fulfilled her obligations as a fiancée, Lang Frosty Moon would definitely make it up to him and let him pick her. Going to school tomorrow and bound to go out. What the hell should I do? Yan Yan was also beside herself. Would she be implicated when the time came? Xia Yang envisioned inside his head how many intersections he would have to pass through on his way to the school and which part of the road was dangerous. There was an accident, how could he save Lang Frost Moon in the first place? One more step of thought to fight for one more chance to save her. He didn't think at all about what would happen after he was hit by a car. While Xia Yang was thinking, a pair of catkins covered his eyes. Looking so mesmerized? Do you want to come in later when I'm in the shower, honey? Shen Yanran saw Xia Yang sitting on the sofa and looking at the bathroom door after she came out from inside the room, as if a statue. If he was really looking at his heart, Shen Yanran would have done more than just cover her eyes. It might just push right up to him and leave him no time to think about other women. Honey, what's wrong with you? Chapter 124 Late Night Sneak Attack. Shen Yanran walked up to Xia Yang, and her delicate body that made people's hearts flutter sat into Xia Yang's arms. Soft catkins cupped his perfect face. Tell me what is troubling you, dear, and I may be able to help you. Xia Yang just hugged the enchanting and charming YouTuber in his arms without answering. If she died after saving Frost Moon, Yenyu would definitely not forgive herself. Also, Who can accept the death of a beloved for another? Yan, I'm sorry, Xia Yang said in his heart. Shen Yanran felt the uneasiness, anxiety, and frustration in Xia Yang through the tight embrace. Tonight she was going to do a good job of sorting out Xia Yang's problems, and maybe by then he'd talk about it. Want to come to my room tonight? Immediately after Shen Yanran's red lips came to Xia Yang's are slightly open and closed, and said some sweet words. Well, Shen Yanran's jade arm encircled Xia Yang's neck in a rather ambiguous position. No, Shen Yanran did not expect that this could be rejected. To know that she had just said in Xia Yang's ear, even if a woman heard it, she would blush. It's just that if the darling doesn't come, won't he or she take the initiative? Thinking of this, Shen Yanran did not force, kissed Xia Yang's thin lips, then got up, went back inside the room to choose clothes to prepare for a bath. After not long, the bathroom door opened. Some water mist lingered around Long Shuangyue with a hazy feeling. Beautifully dreamy. The hot water is already running for you. Go take a shower. Good. Xia Yang wanted to go inside the room to get his clothes. Lang Frost Moon added, I'll get it for you later. Just like that, Xia Yang didn't have to do anything and walked directly inside the bathroom. The water temperature wasn't very hot. The considerate Lang Frost Moon had taken into account the difference in temperature of the bath water between men and women. He soaked his entire body into the tub directly after undressing. Xia Yang, you can't go on looking so sad. If you're not happy, Frost Moon and Yanran won't be happy either. He muttered to himself at his reflection on the water. After a few minutes, the sound of Lang Frost Moon and Shen Yanran talking came from outside the bathroom. Long Shuangyue wanted to send clothes in for Xia Yang, so how could Shen Yanran agree? She blocked in front of Lang Shuangyue, and the two women confronted each other. Without Xia Yang present, the atmosphere between them was extraordinarily scary. Get out of the way. You weren't by Xia Yang's side when he was sick, but now you're playing the role of a caring wife who helps her husband with his clothes. Don't you feel ashamed? Shen Yanran's harsh words seemed to turn into knives stabbing towards Lang Shuanyue's vitals. Her resentment towards Lang Shuanyue had never subsided. What with all the talk of loving him? It's nothing more than that. Lang Fenyue's bright eyes darkened. She knew that in this matter it was indeed her fault. It is for this reason that the dress must be given away. She has to make up for Xia Yang from every bit of her life, delivering clothes or not, cooking or not. She would do whatever Xia Yang liked. It was her duty as a fiancée to become Xia Yang's virtuous wife. After Xia Yang, who was lying inside the bathtub, heard the two women arguing, how could he still sit still? Hurriedly, he sat up from inside the bathtub and went straight out. The bathroom door opened, and both Lang Fengyue and Shen Yanran's gazes shifted over. Xia Yang took the clothes in Lang Xuanyu's hands and quickly went back inside the bathroom. The fuse disappeared and silence returned outside. After Xia Yang dried his body and came out with his clothes on, he found that there was no one inside the living room. I'm sure Lang Frost is also inside their respective rooms with Shen Yanran. He went and knocked on the door of Shen Yanran's room. Huma, the bathroom is empty. Xia Yang had just finished speaking when Shen Yanran opened the door to her room. Honey, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Shen Yanran was talking about how he had just rushed out and rushed in. It was too hasty. Yuma, Xia Yang is not in the mood to care about his own just loose action. He wants to persuade Shen Yanran to stop arguing with Lang Xuanyue but does not know how to open his mouth. Of course, he would talk to Lang Xuanyue about this matter later. When they quarreled, Xia Yang helped no one. Honey, I know what you want to say. I won't make things difficult for you. Shen Yanran said kindly. Do you want to take another shower? You just did it in a hurry. I'll give you a good back rub. Within 2 words, the goblin had hit him again. It's amazing that such a wonderful invitation was extended. I've cleaned up. It was only after Xia Yang had finished speaking that he reacted to what he had said that was misleading. Shen Yanran smiled even more on her extremely charming and beautiful face. Then in order to stop her, Xia Yang directly wrapped one hand around her water snake waist and one hand around her slender legs, and sent her inside the bathroom in a princess carry before fleeing. Honey, you won't be able to escape during the night, she said as she removed her long black dress, and the view inside the mirror was blood-curdling. Xia Yang had also put hot water on for her before going out. It's a little hotter than he washes. Jade feet slowly dipped into the water, due to the rise in temperature. Shen Yanran's sheepish skin was flushed pink, and if Xia Yang was here to see this scene, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it. She picked up some water in one of her veiny hands and dripped it on top of her jade arm, letting the warm water flow. When Xia Yang came to his room, he found that Lang Shuanyue was following a phone call. He didn't disturb her, walked out and sat on the sofa. Shen Yanran didn't wash for too long because she didn't feel comfortable leaving Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyue alone. After she came out, Lang Xuanyue also finished answering the phone. Lang Fengyue looked at the quilt spread out on the sofa, her eyebrows frowning slightly. The sofa is not comfortable to sleep on. Come inside and sleep. Lang Xuanyue took Xia Yang's hand, wanting to bring him inside the bedroom. It's going to be in my room. isn't it, honey? Shen Yanran directly took Xia Yang's arm. The war that had just subsided has begun again. Xia Yang sighed, let go of Lang Shuanyue's hand, and pulled his arm out of Shen Yanran's arms. Then he said to Lang Shuanyu, you have to get up early tomorrow. Go to bed early. I'll just sleep on the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa. You go sleep in the bedroom. Lang Fengyue knew that with Shen Yanran around, sharing a bed with Xia Yang was impossible. She only wanted Xia Yang to have a good night's sleep. There was no way Xia Yang would let Lung Frost Moon sleep on the sofa. There was no choice but to go and sleep in his parents' room. He hadn't wanted to sleep there. Lung Frost Moon also compromised, so the three of them went to their respective rooms. After Shen Yanran returned to her room, she changed into the kind of sexy black silk pajamas that were Xia Yang's favorite before she crossed over. She waited inside the room for the next 2 hours, estimating that Lang Shuanyu should have fallen asleep. Quietly, he opened the door. Chapter 125, Shen Yanran knows Xia Yang's intentions. The living room was dark and looked deserted. A happy smile surfaced on Shen Yanran's beautiful face, the light veil on her body swaying gently along with those slender and smooth legs. Swaying, thinking that she would be able to feel Xia Yang's warmth tonight after a long time. Her already charming to the extreme face looked even more moving, and her autumn water eyes were filled with tenderness. But Cold Frost Moon had already guessed her intentions and sat silently on the sofa waiting for her for as long as 2 hours. Shen Yanran had just touched the door handle of Xia Yang's room when Lang Shuanyu's voice came from behind. What do you want? Wearing a white nightgown, Lang Shuanyu stood up and turned on the lights in the living room. Shen Yanran's night attack fell flat, and the dark living room was illuminated by lights. She turned to look at Cold Frost Moon and said calmly, of course I want to sleep with my darling. Don't even think about it. Probably because they realized that the sound of their talking would disturb Xia Yang inside the room, both of them stopped talking. Shen Yanran didn't make a pointless standoff and returned inside her room after a short while. Since late at night doesn't work, early in the morning is fine. By then Honey is pretty much rested, just in time to give him a good morning kiss. After Shen Yanran set her alarm clock, she covered her seductive and delicate body with the quilt, intending to sleep first. Lang Fengyue saw Shen Yanran sitting on the sofa for a while after closing the door to her room. After 10 minutes or so, she looked at Shen Yanran's tightly closed room door and walked over to Xia Yang's room door and gently turned the door handle. Walked in. At this moment, Xia Yang hadn't fallen asleep, and the worried man couldn't sleep at all. Frost Moon? Still not sleeping? Long Frost Moon walked over to Xia Yang's bedside and sat down. Aha! Xia Yang's mood became heavier and heavier as he looked at his dumpy fiancée in front of him. Lang Shuanyu reached out to smooth Xia Yang slightly for a brow. Xia Yang held her jade hand in his hand. Frost Moon. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that he'd tell her not to go to school tomorrow, but how could he hide for a moment and not for the rest of his life? Lang Shuanyu sat in the living room waiting for Shen Yanran to come out. Also pondered what Xia Yang was struggling with. Combined with the current situation, it's nothing more than him being dragged into the middle of a swamp of misery by his feelings. Xia Yang, I won't force you to make a choice right away. One day you'll figure out who you love more, but I hope that person is me. I know, if it was really a question of who to choose, it would be good, so that if one chose Lang Shuanyu or Shen Yanran, the other one would be able to live a peaceful life. As he was lost in thought, a soft, wet sensation came between his lips. It was Lung Frost Moon who initiated the kiss. Xia Yang also cherished this fragrant kiss full of love. After all, it is possible to kiss once less. He turned passivity into initiative, wrapping his hands around Lang Shuanyu's surplus waist and devoting himself to kissing. After a long time, the two of them separated their lips. Lang Shuanyu's absolutely beautiful face was tinted with a faint thin red. Her beauty was unbelievable, but she couldn't stay here for long. In case Shen Yanran found out, she would have no reason to stop Shen Yanran from sleeping with Xia Yang anymore. Lang Shuanyu pulled the few strands of sideburns that were messed up by Xia Yang during the kiss behind her ear. Gently, she said, "Good night." Xia Yang's hands loosened her willow waist, allowing her to get up from his arms. "Good night." Lang Frost Moon's eyes revealed reluctance. She gently closed the door to Xia Yang's room and returned inside her own room. After Lang Shuanyu left, Xia Yang completely removed his disguise, sat on the bed and stared blankly in the direction of the door of the room, then lay down and fell asleep in worry. Hope all goes well tomorrow. Shen Yanran was so expectant that she had just woken up after not having slept for long. She reached for her cell phone, which was sitting on her bedside, to check the time, 1:30 a.m. At this hour, she's asleep, too. Shen Yanran, who couldn't wait any longer, acted again, silently opening the door to her room and walking inside the living room. She used her cell phone to illuminate the area and realized that Lung Frost Moon was indeed not guarding the area. When Shen Yanran twisted the door handle on Xia Yang's side again, a terrible speculation suddenly surfaced in her mind. Lang Shuanyu, is she sleeping in there? The door was opened softly and she stepped in with a sideways glance. Shen Yanran looked at the bed, on which there was only the sleeping Xia Yang. It seems the worry was unwarranted. Honey, I'm coming. Xiaoyang didn't have the slightest idea that Shen Yanran, the desirable siren, had already come to his side. Just as she was about to get under the covers, the sleeping Xiaoyang said in her sleep, "Frost Moon." Shen Yanran was slightly stunned before she reacted to the fact that Xiaoyan was actually calling out Ling Xuanyu's name in her dream. "Darling, I can't forgive you so much this time." Shen Yanran got angry. She got inside the quilt and lay down to come face to face with Xiaoyan. She was just about to wake up Xiaoyan to show him who was beside him when the dream talk started again. "I'll protect you, Frost Moon. Don't go to the intersection. The car will hit you." Broken words unconsciously came out of Xiaoyang's mouth. In his dream, he dreamed of the scene where he went out with Ling Frost Moon tomorrow. Shen Yanran wiped away the tiny beads of sweat on Xiaoyang's forehead. Intuition told her that what Xiaoyang was saying right now was the very source of what was causing him to frown. Protecting Long Xuanyu? The car hit her? Shen Yanran remembered the time Xiaoyang was hospitalized for saving Lung Frost. But wasn't that event supposed to be 3 years later? And it's already known that things are going to happen. Just hide away. What's the darling worried about? As she kept thinking about it, that ubiquitous familiarity finally caught up with her. Nope, Honey had just rushed back to contact Cold Frost Moon after her fever. Go out of your way to please yourself inside the room for this. Fever? Honey came down with a fever in late December. Shen Yanran subconsciously glanced at her cell phone, which showed the time in September. How come it's not the same time as the original? And for once, it was himself who was taking care of his darling's side. Nothing has changed except the timing. Shen Yanran immediately comprehended the crux of the problem. What's supposed to happen still happens, but the time becomes different. So that car accident will happen again? After figuring it out, all the signs displayed by Xiaoyang were rationalized. Honey knew after her fever that the crash was going to happen too, but wasn't sure when, so she hurried back to Cold Frost Moon, wanting to stay by her side. When the car accident came again, he would save Lang Shanhua just like last time. That's why Honey acted so excited when she said she was going out to buy fruit. Chapter 126, Take good care of him. Definitely can't let Honey help Lang Frost Moon get out of a car accident again. After gaining insight into the reason, Shen Yanran did not have that kind of charming mind. The softness in her beautiful eyes disappeared, replaced by anger and determination. In that case, lock up Honey while you can and wait until after the crash to set him free. By then the wood will be greased and the darling will be safe. As for Lang Frost Moon, Shen Yanran didn't care what would happen to her. Besides, Honey already blocked for her once. Isn't that enough? Shen Yanran did as she said, gently moving out from inside the comforter and going inside the room to get the spray that could mesmerize people. Otherwise, when she tied up Xiaoyang, he would definitely wake up. Shen Yanran went and came back, with a white spray bottle in her hand. She aimed at Xiaoyang's nose, just a gentle press. Xiaoyang would not wake up until noon tomorrow. The spray head was slowly pressed down, and she stopped moving a moment before the spray was about to come out, because she'd thought of a better way. It's inevitable that when you lock up your darling, you'll be 100 times too close to yourself. Cold Frosty Moon will get the law enforcement team to search when she realizes her darling is missing. By the time Honey is rescued, she will still help Lang Shuangyue block the car accident. And he must hate himself for life for locking up Honey at a time like this. Never a good idea. The crux of the matter was Cold Frost Moon, and as long as she cooperated with her actions, there was no chance that Honey would be able to block the car accident for her. After thinking about it, Shen Yanran had to go find Lung Shuangyue. Lung Fengyue was still awake now. She had slept all day during the day. Right now she was looking through the photos on her cell phone, taken the last time she went to the amusement park with Xiaoyang. The photo showed Xiaoyang holding her in his arms, and the sunlight sprinkled on their bodies, making them look golden. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Lang Shuangyu's first reaction was that Xiaoyang had come over to find herself. "Zayang," she called softly, but unexpectedly it was Shen Yanran who came in. The tender love on Lang Shuanyue's face turned into indifference. "What are you doing here?" "Of course I came to find you because I have something to do." Shen Yanran didn't just open the door as soon as she came in. "My dear's fever had just broken at 6 o'clock yesterday morning when he rushed to me to bring him back here. Despite my selfish requests, he agreed to all of them." Lang Shuanyue's face became even colder when she heard Shen Yanran say this. "Do you know what this is about?" Shen Yanran didn't say anything more after she sent her question. Although Lang Shuanyue had anger in her heart, she still asked, "Why?" She understood that Shen Yanran would not come inside her room to say such boring things for no reason. What she had to say must be related to Xiaoyang. "Yesterday morning, I said, I'll take you home if you give me a kiss, and when my darling was done kissing me, I asked him to pick out my dress and change me into it himself, and I even had to ask him to help me put on my shoes." Shen Yanran, Lang Shuangyue was thoroughly angry. "You're still angry?" Shen Yanran let out a contemptuous laugh. "My dear did all these things for you. The reason he rushed back was to find his cell phone to contact you. and then to get to your side to help you block another car accident. And you have the nerve to be angry? You weren't around when Honey needed you, but he was all about you. There was too much information in Shin Yenran's words, and she continued in order to make Langfrost Moon understand what she was saying. Let me ask you, what month was the fever of my dear? Shin Yenran's sentence was like a key to unlocking the mystery, and when Langfrost Moon followed her question and remembered that point in time, she also looked at her cell phone. Together with the information revealed to her within the first few sentences, the same conclusion was forming in Langfrost Moon's mind. Shin Yenran did not bother her. This matter had to be left to Long Xuanyue to figure it out on her own. A car accident that would happen? She whispered after a short while. That's right, even after traveling back. Some of the things that were supposed to happen still happen. It's just that the point in time has changed. Before crossing back, my darling had a fever, and it was I who stayed by his side. And after crossing back, my darling also had a fever, and it was still I who stayed by his side. Now do you see the reason for the violent pulling of your hand and the sorrowful frown of your darling today? It's all because of you. Shin Yenran is not talking anymore. She came in first to stimulate Ling Shanhua in an attempt to make her feel guilty about Xia Yang, and then said that the car accident will be staged again. If Long Xuanyue still had a conscience, she wouldn't have asked her dear to help her save the day. The fear is that she is afraid to face death. In fact, in the end, Shin Yenran never believed in Lang Shanhua's love for Xia Yang. Seeing that Langfrost Moon was also silent, she clenched her shell teeth and spoke out a condition that would never have been possible in usual times. I won't ask anything between you and Honey for the rest of the day if you promise me not to let Honey get you out of another car accident. Lung Fengyue's thoughts drifted back to when Xia Yang pushed himself away at the intersection. She could never forget the scene where Xia Yang fell to the ground after his car was knocked away, and a large amount of blood flowed out from inside his body, staining the ground red, and his own agonizing wait and prayers outside the emergency room. That was when Ling Frosty Moon felt deep remorse. She would have preferred that she was the one who was pushed into the emergency room, and that she was the one who was hit. Now that she finally had a choice, of course she would no longer let Xia Yang shield herself from the calamity that should have belonged to her. Will you die yourself? Doesn't matter. Facing the unknown ending, Cold Frost Moon was surprisingly calm in her heart. I won't let Xia Yang risk his life for me again. Lang Xuanyue said to Shin Yenran. Really? Shin Yenran was overjoyed to hear that Lang Xuanyue was willing to agree, but she still confirmed it again. Aha! Lang Xuanyue blandly answered Shin Yenran's skepticism. After reaching her goal, Shin Yenran didn't stay long and prepared to go back. Lang Xuanyue's ability to dryly agree was really out of her expectation. As she went out and prepared to close the door, Lung Frost Moon's voice came from inside the room. If I die, you have to take good care of Xia Yang for me. Chapter 127. I want to make him breakfast every day. Shin Yenran couldn't believe that Lung Frost Moon would say such a thing. It wasn't long ago in the living room that she was showing every inch of herself, but now she was showing the exact opposite. Told myself to take care of her dear. At this moment even Shin Yenran felt Lang Shanhua's love for Xia Yang. It was so selfless and profound. Her heart wasn't in it. The atmosphere between the two also eased, and Shin Yenran turned and nodded before closing the door to the room. Lang Fengyue picked up the cell phone next to her bed to light up the already extinguished screen. Xia Yang, I so want to join hands with you and grow old, she murmured as she looked at the group photo, with heartbreaking sadness in her bright eyes. Tonight was destined to be sleepless for Lung Frost Moon. It's early in the morning and the alarm hasn't gone off yet. Xia Yang, who was a light sleeper, woke up. He felt the fragrant softness of a petite body under the covers, pressing against him. Is it Frost Moon? Xia Yang recalled that Long Xuanyu had gone back after saying goodnight to herself. That can only be Shin Yenran. Xia Yang opened his sleepy eyes to see that it was really her. Good morning, dear. Waking up early in the morning to see a delicate redhead like Shin Yenran, anyone would not be able to hold on. It's only 7 o'clock, you can sleep a little longer. If you don't want to sleep, we can do something else, like a massage? Shin Yenran said. She wanted to help Xia Yang detoxify the worries that had accumulated in his heart and make it easier for him. The beautiful things Shin Yenran said in his ear made him so agitated that he almost fell in love. Get up, I'm hungry. Xia Yang's sanity was greatly challenged. I'm hungry too. Shin Yenran's fragrant tongue swept over her red lips. When Xia Yang wanted to get up, Shin Yenran put her hand on his broad chest and said, My dear, be good and let me have a kiss. If you refuse, it won't be as simple as a kiss. With Xia Yang's understanding of Shin Yenyan, the siren, she definitely did what she said she would do. After seeing him obediently submit, Shin Yenran wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck and gave a good morning kiss. After the kiss was over she also let Xia Yang go as promised. A contented smile blossomed on her charmingly beautiful face. Time is rushed in the morning, and time is only plentiful in the evening. She looked to her bedside alarm clock. She had one more bell before she had to go out. How would one bell be enough? After Xia Yang got up and washed up, he found the door to the room where Ling Frost Moon lived open. so he walked in and found it empty. He panicked at once. "Where is Frost Moon?" he asked as he grabbed Shin Yenran's fragrant shoulder. "She just said she was going downstairs to sell breakfast," Shin Yenran said. In fact, this was a setup by her and Lang Frost Moon to verify the inferred results. If Xia Yang immediately snatched the door to find Lang Frost Moon, just another validation of the correctness of their inference. As expected, Xia Yang immediately opened the door and prepared to run downstairs, but Cold Frost Moon had already returned from selling breakfast and was standing outside the door. She went out for a walk while Zhang was still awake, going to the road and crossing the intersection. Nothing happened. Lung Xuanyue planned to move back to Tongtian Pavilion to live, in which case Xia Yang's time by her side would be greatly reduced. As soon as Xia Yang opened the door, he saw the returning Lung Xuanyue, and his lifted heart dropped with it. "I bought your favorite soy milk donuts." Lung Xuanyue acted as usual. It was as if Shin Yenran hadn't even looked for her last night. "I'm tired of eating it. I don't need to go buy it later. I just want to eat your handmade breakfast." Xia Yang was worried that Lung Xuanyue would go and buy soybean milk and donuts for herself every day in the future, so he directly lied to her and said that he was tired of eating them. Later Lang Fengyue wanted to say that she would make him breakfast every day from now on, but remembering the car accident that would happen at some point, she retracted the words she was about to say. She also wanted to stay by Xia Yang's side every day and cook him breakfast, Chinese food, and dinner, living an uneventful and happy life. Chapter 128. Left hand Shin Yenran, right hand Lung Xuanyue. Lang Xuanyue put down the soybean milk donuts in her hands and walked into the kitchen to make breakfast for Xia Yang with her own hands. In order not to miss school, she cooked noodles, plus fried a couple eggs. A simple combination without sacrificing nutrition and flavor. If Lang Xuanyue and Xia Yang got married, she would definitely be a very good wife. To Xia Yang's surprise, Lang Xuanyue also prepared Shin Yenran's portion, and Shin Yenran ate it after saying thank you. "What's going on?" He looked at Lang Xuanyue, then at Shin Yenran, and ultimately did not ask. It doesn't matter what caused it, as long as they live in harmony. Xia Yang is most afraid of the kind of cultivation like last night. Once or twice is okay, more sooner or later something will happen. After finishing the noodles, Xia Yang ate the soybean milk donuts that Lang Xuanyue had bought back as well. It couldn't go to waste. On the way to the school, Xia Yang put up a 12-minute fight, and the dangerous sections that he had envisioned in his mind passed through unharmed. The main mode of transportation is the subway, which greatly reduces the likelihood of car accidents. "Very good," Xia Yang whispered, grateful for having reached the school safely this time. Even though Xia Yang's voice was very low, the parallel Lang Frost Moon and Shin Yenran both heard it. They were silent, each with a thought in their minds. Lang Xuanyue gently held Xia Yang's bony hand. She wanted to hold Xia Yang's hand when she was going out, but she was afraid that the car accident would come suddenly and it would be too late to let go then. So Lang Xuanyue waited until now, and on the way Xia Yang's hand brushed against the back of her white hand several times because of the swing of walking. She didn't even bother to hold it, even though she wanted to so badly. Now that she had entered the school gates, Lang Xuanyue could finally put down the scruples in her heart. Shin Yenran clenched her pink fists after seeing it, but she could only move her gaze elsewhere. She had said last night inside her room that as long as Lang Xuanyue agreed to the request, she wouldn't care what happened between Lang Xuanyue and Xia Yang within this period of time. So even when they saw Lang Xuanyue holding Xia Yang's hand, they could only turn a blind eye. She then took Xia Yang's other hand in a not-so-subtle manner. Xia Yang, who was in the middle of the blessing, was feeling happy for a safe journey, when suddenly Lang Xuanyue held his hand. He immediately felt the killing aura from Shin Yenran. "It's over. The public shura is coming." Xia Yang's mind raced, thinking of a solution. Unexpectedly, Shin Yenran did not lash out, and he felt his other hand being held as well. Shin Yenran and Lang Xuanyue, the jade hands of these two earthly beauties, were completely different sensations when held in the palms of their hands. Cold Frost Moon's hands were a bit cooler, fragrant and smooth. It made people want to play with it properly. Shin Yenran's hand was warm, soft and delicate. Hot. The same made it endearing. Didn't she realize it? Huma? It can't be. Xia Yang, however, was not interested in enjoying his happiness, and he couldn't figure out why this was happening. After the students saw Xia Yang's left hand Shin Yenran's right hand Lang Xuanyue, they couldn't use envy and jealousy to describe their feelings at the moment. They could never dream of such a scene. After a few days of vacation, classmate Xia Yang just took down Goddess Shun? A male student said with pathos. And Goddess Cold actually doesn't object. That one sentence dried the boys to silence. It's already a blessing to have one of those two stunning women. How can Xia Yang enjoy the happiness of one man? Damnation is no longer an adequate expression. He should be killed by 1,000 cuts. Unfortunately, they couldn't beat Xia Yang even if they were combined. When Zhao Kite was in trouble, Xia Yang had put down all the people who had surrounded them. You said, how did Lung agree to this? If I knew that, would I still be single? You'll ask? Roll. It won't work even if Mr. Xia Yang is willing to tell us the method. Are you as handsome as he is? Are you as good as him? Once again the boys were silent. Indeed. No. How can the software possibly run without the hardware? Xia Yang's heart-stopping fear ended with Xin Yanran and Lang Shanhua letting go of his hand after entering the classroom. Soon after the teacher arrived and the bell rang to start the class. Long Fingyue's mind was not in the classroom at all. She was thinking about how to tell Xia Yang that she was going back to the Tongtian pavilion in the evening. Xin Yanran was also not too eager to listen in the face of this knowledge that she had mastered long ago, admiring Xia Yang who was listening carefully to the lesson. My dear is becoming more handsome when he's serious. Every teacher had called Xin Yanran to answer questions with the intention of seeing how good this new student really was. Xin Yanran answered fluently, and the questions posed by the teacher were not difficult for her at all. The students knew they would later drop another spot in the class. She becomes even more unattainable in the boys' minds. When it was time to eat, the three of them went to the cafeteria together, and they didn't know how many of their classmates were attracted to them. Xia Yang student, Xia Yang, who was eating, heard someone calling him, so he turned around and found that it was Chen Xingqing, the class president. Although Chen Xingqing was also beautiful, in front of Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanyan, she appeared to lose some color. What's up, squad leader? Mr. Xia Yang, didn't you look at the group? Chen Xingqing said as she looked at him, moving her eyes away in a short while. No, Xia Yang replied, then took out his cell phone to look at the group before realizing that there was a basketball game. He hadn't had a good day in the last few days, and he didn't even care about the messages from the group. The day before yesterday, Chen Xingqing sent a notice inside the class group that there was a basketball match with the next class and asked who was going to play. Boys and girls alike highly recommend and ate Xia Yang in the group, with Xia Yang's kind of physical quality that transcended the human category. Having him on the court to win was like playing, so the boys are holding on to this thigh. The girls, on the other hand, wanted to witness Xia Yang's heroic style when he dunked and made dry jumpers. Xia Yang gave a reply after reading it. I'll be on. That's fine. I'll bring you the jerseys after dinner. I won't disturb your meal, Chen Xingqing said to Xia Yang, but her gaze crossed over to look at Xin Yanran and Lang Xuanyue, who were sitting across from her. Then with eyes downcast he turned away. Take care, squad leader. Xin Yanran certainly noticed Chen Xingqing's gaze just now, but she didn't take it to heart. Honey, eat more. Xin Yanyan pinched the chicken leg on her plate to Xia Yang. There's a mystery reward for winning. Cold Frost Moon also gave him his own chicken leg encouragingly. Cheer up. With the two women cheering him on, Xia Yang also came energized, resolved to play well this afternoon. Class president, has classmate Xia Yang agreed to go on stage? Chen Xingqing had just come back, and the female classmates chased after her to ask. Promised. Yes. The students around her were very happy, but Chen Xingqing couldn't be happy. LOL. Chapter 129, as long as he's happy. The half-ball game is ready to begin at 2 p.m. Lang Shanhue and Xin Yanran sat in the audience, and Xia Yang gathered with the male students in his class. Only the rest of the boys read the message inside the group and got their jerseys early. At this time, Chen Xingqing sent Xia Yang's jersey. Cheer well, Xia Yang student. She cheered for Xia Yang with a smile on her face. Thank you, class president. Xia Yang responded politely and then took the jersey. Class president, this is your fault, isn't it? Why are you encouraging Xia Yang alone? What about us? The boys teased. They weren't blind, so they could naturally see that Chen Xingqing was in love with Xia Yang. And good luck to you guys. This is too perfunctory, isn't it? One sentence to dismiss the four of us, but say so much to Xia Yang. That's it. Chen Xingqing, who had her mind revealed, blushed a little. She didn't dare to meet Xia Yang's eyes. I'll go change first. Wait for me to come back. Xia Yang took the newly issued jersey and prepared to go to the locker room, but was stopped by his teammates. Go to some locker room. Just change here and show the class president your skinny in and out body. Class president, do you want to see just how many abs Mr. Xia Yang has? I can tell you. 8. The formerly generous Chen Xingqing has become unable to speak. I'm going to change my mind temporarily if you guys keep messing around. Xia Yang said. Don't, brother, righteous father. I've talked trash and made bets to the next class. You must go on. The boy who said that he wanted to show Chen Xingqing Xia Yang's body hurriedly got out of the way. Only after Xia Yang walked away did Chen Xingqing leave. The crowd was packed for this game. Because of such earthly beauties as Xin Yanyan and Lang Xuanyue, the girls also waited to catch a glimpse of Xia Yang on the court. Xia Yang's invincible stance on the court made their hearts swell. Red and blue are ready. They were also energized and intent on competition first and friendship second. Xia Yang jumped for the ball and easily let his teammates get the offense. Is this still human? The opponents were shocked to see Xia Yang's jumping height and speed. The teammates also did not try to be brave to take the ball and attack by themselves, but held tight to Xia Yang. A Tonto generation. Xia Yang received a teammate's pass after not transformed into a marksman direct jump shot. but with the ball like the wind to break through the opponent's defense directly violent dunk. The visual effect pulls full circle. A cheer went up from the top of the audience. Xia Yang dunked when the jersey slightly raised. Chen Qingqing, who has been paying attention to him, saw the abs. It was then time for Xia Yang's solo show, attacking to his heart's content to alleviate the bad mood these days. Another precise and handsome jumper with a perfect airball. Shen Yanyan saw Xia Yang's sweaty gallantry on the court, and her heart was also a little foolish yet. Sure enough, Honey is fierce no matter what she does. Her heart was on fire. Lang Xuanyue's gaze also moved along with Xia Yang, only with a touch of sadness. She could only cherish every second of the present. After learning that the car accident would still happen, Cold Frost Moon had already prepared for the worst. Soon, Xia Yang killed the game and entered garbage time. Give the opposite side a proper break and let them take points to save some face. The fourth quarter was looking like it was going to end. There's water I just bought in the bag as well as a towel. You give it to Xia Yang. Lang Xuanyu said to Xin Yanran. What do you mean? Xin Yanran asked. I'm moving back home after tonight. A simple sentence contains a different kind of deep meaning. Lang Fingyue's comment about moving back home meant that she was ready to face a car accident. Calling Xin Yanyan to bring water and towels to Xia Yang meant that Xia Yang would be left to her from now on. After Xin Yanran comprehended the meaning of Lang Xuanyue's words, she did not pick up the things that Lang Xuanyue had prepared. I don't need you to hand out this opportunity to me. If you don't give it away, someone else will. Lang Fengyue followed Xin Yanran's guidance and saw that Chen Qingqing was holding a bottle of water and walking towards Xia Yang. In the end, Long Frost Moon went to Xia Yang with a towel and water. Xin Yanran followed closely behind. Thirsty? Lang Xuanyu's gaze was as gentle as water, taking out the water inside the bag and opening it to hand it to Xia Yang, before using a towel to personally help her wipe the sweat from her face. The whole basketball gym was snoozed by this couple-like behavior of theirs, which is really bursting to kill single dogs, and even those who have a date are envious. And Xin Yanran hugged Xia Yang right in front of a large crowd. Honey, you were so handsome just now. Let go. I'm all sweaty now. Xia Yang wanted to push Xin Yanran away. In the past, when you were sweating all over the place, didn't we still hug each other tightly? She came to Xia Yang's ear and whispered. What does this leprechaun want? Lang Xuanyue's eyes flashed with sadness when she saw the two embracing each other. It was quickly covered up again. As long as he is happy. The boys felt like the world was gray. Cold Frost Moon plus Xin Yanran, also intimate with Xia Yang, a help wipe sweat, a hug still whispering in the ear. Chen Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her and sneaked away from the crowd. Still overthinking myself. After the ball game, the three Xia Yangs went home. On the road he remained in a state of 1200% mental alertness to prevent accidents. Have a safe trip. The first thing Lang Xuanyu did after she came back was to put a bath on for Xia Yang so that he could take a good bath. After all that sweat, she then opened the refrigerator and pulled out the ingredients, preparing to cook a sumptuous dinner for Xia Yang. Tonight she was going to move back to the Tongtian Pavilion, and she might not have the chance to cook for Xia Yang again in the future. Xia Yang stood under the shower and rinsed off his sweat, then got into the bathtub to soak, but his brain couldn't relax at all. Opening or closing his eyes was the face of Lang Xuanyu. Chapter 130, Don't Go. After Xia Yang finished his bath, he found Lang Xuanyu still busy inside the kitchen. Lang Fengyue put on an apron and became more and more like a good wife. Frost Moon, let me help you. Xia Yang didn't care that he had just finished showering, so he went straight to the cutting board and picked up the chopper, wanting to cut some potatoes that she hadn't had time to deal with. No need, Long Frost Moon said softly, just let me do it myself. But there are still so many ingredients left to deal with. You can't be too busy. Xia Yang thought that Long Frost Moon would cook a few more dishes to celebrate tonight when she saw that she had won the competition. But that's too rich, isn't it? There are 4 dishes already made. You have bathed and should not cook. I will make it as soon as possible. Lang Xuanyue smelled the fresh scent of Xia Yang's body and turned around to say, 4 dishes are already enough for the 3 of us. You don't need to cook anymore. Auntie Choshue should scold me if she knows you come over and cook every day. Xia Yang didn't want Long Frost Moon to do more. For one thing, there was already enough to eat. And for another, when Long Frost Moon was at home, other than following Chu Chiu Shui to learn the art of cooking, she didn't have to cook at any other time. She is the jewel in the palm of Lang Jie and Chu Chiu Shui's hand. Thinking of this, Xia Yang felt guilty in his heart. Cold Frost Moon's standard of living has dropped because of him. I want to make more tonight, Lang Xuanyu said as she looked at Xia Yang. The guilt-ridden Xia Yang didn't notice the reluctance in her words as he stepped closer to take Lang Xuanyu into his arms. Lang Fengyue somewhat resisted and put her hand on Xia Yang's broad chest. Don't. The apron is a little dirty. Xia Yang did not listen to advice at all, and with a forceful arm he held Ling Long's fragrant body tightly. Then he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on Lang Frost Moon's lips. Listen, Xia Yang said with a smile, leaning in her arms. Lang Xuanyu was a little shaken, as if she had returned to the time when Xia Yang had not regained her memories. That's how close they were then, with eyes only for each other. Xia Yangs used one hand to untie the knot on Lung Xuanyu's willow waist, and the apron was undone. The warm big hand, despite its small movements, still brought a tingling sensation to Lung Fengyue. Xia Yang immediately smelled the body fragrance emanating from Lung Xuanyu. The fragrant body in his arms was also slightly weak. If Lung Xuanyue was an iceberg, then Xia Yang was the one who could make the iceberg melt. Go sit outside and I'll take care of the rest. Xia Yang removed the apron from Lung Xuanyu, then pushed her out of the kitchen. Even if Cold Frost Moon still wants to continue cooking, she has the heart to do so. Shen Yanran had also taken a shower and was sitting on the sofa in the living room. The upside-down beautiful face looks great and radiates charm all over. The long, beautiful legs were folded together in a way that made one's heart flutter. She was in a pleasant mood now. After seeing Ling Frost Moon come out from inside the kitchen, she had a rare chance to say a few words to her. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to leave tonight. I know, Cold Frost Moon responded. She hadn't figured out how to tell Xia Yang that she was going to live at home yet. There was no way Xia Yang would let her go. Lung Xuanyu sighed slightly and finally decided to quietly leave after Xia Yang fell asleep. Shen Yanran looked at her difficult look as not talking. Lung Xuanyu ego or not is not the key. The key is that Xia Yang cannot help her again to block the car accident. Of course, once Lung Xuanyu left, she could have a wonderful two-person world with Xia Yang. Xia Yang cooked that dish in the pot, cleaned up the kitchen and started dinner. He also increased his meal size quite a bit after playing the game. And Lung Xuanyu didn't move her chopsticks a few times, quietly watching him eat. No appetite? Xia Yang clamped the fish belly meat to her. He also did not forget Shen Yanran. The two were treated the same. You eat. Lung Xuanyu pinched the tender piece of fish into his bowl again. And in order to keep Xia Yang from worrying, she began to eat as well. Frost Moon seems to have something on her mind, so I'll ask her after dinner. The rice in Xia Yang's bowl quickly bottomed out, and Lung Xuanyue wanted to serve him rice, but Shen Yanran stepped in and she chose to give in. Half an hour later, dinner was over. Shen Yanran did not pester Xia Yang and returned inside her room, because she wanted to leave space for Lang Frost Moon to talk to Xia Yang about her moving back home. Lang Fengyue also returned inside the room. She looked around before sitting down on the bed, thinking about the fact that it was here that she gave her first time to Xia Yang. When she moved in, Lung Xuanyu planned to stay until Xia Yang's parents returned. I didn't realize that the world had gotten in the way, and she had only lived here for a few days at full capacity, and had only cooked a few meals for her beloved with her own hands. She was about to move out. After a while she started taking her clothes out from inside the closet with reluctance, put everything away in the suitcase. When Xia Yang fell asleep, she quietly left. Xia Yang wanted to go and talk to Lung Xuanyue, and when he was about to enter the house, he remembered that she hadn't eaten much at dinner, so he turned around and went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of egg noodles. When the noodles were cooked, he was filled with the thought of letting Lung Xuanyu eat them, so he carried them into the room without even knocking on the door. Lung Xuanyue was packing up her clothes when Xia Yang suddenly came in, causing her to panic. The suitcase was in the center of the room, too late to put it away even if she wanted to. Frost Moon. Xia Yang was about to say that I cooked noodles for you, but he didn't expect to enter the house and see Lang Xuanyue packing up her things and preparing to leave. He put down the steaming noodles in his hands and his smile disappeared. Frost Moon, are you going home? Aha. Lung Frost Moon directly admitted that there was no use in hiding it. Mom said. Lung Fengyue wanted to move Chu Tsushui as an excuse, but unexpectedly she was jumped on the bed by Xia Yang before she was halfway through her sentence. No way. You can't go. Lung Xuanyue's hand was suppressed by Xia Yang. Her green silk spread out like a stunning fairy who had fallen into trouble. Don't go, okay? Xia Yang's tone carried a plea. Lung Xuanyu's heart ached when she saw Xia Yang in this state, but she was bound to go, so she gently shook her head and said, I want to go home. Xia Yang kissed her lips, attempting to retain her in a different way. Lung Fengyue's clenched shell teeth were pried open by him. One cannot sink into Xia Yang's kiss. Lung Xuanyue was holding on for dear life. Xia Yang saw that she was still so stubborn and refused to agree to stay. The heart was more aggressive. The clock hand is turning quietly. Lung Xuanyu didn't even want to move now. Her stunningly beautiful face was covered in redness, and she didn't have any strength in her body. Xia Yang kissed her on her white forehead, ruffling the green silk that was sticking up because it was wet with fragrant sweat. Then softly, good night. The extremely tired Lang Xuanyu quickly fell asleep in Xia Yang's arms. Chapter 131, The Time of Parting. Under Xia Yang's forcefulness, Lung Xuanyue didn't wait for Xia Yang to fall asleep, but instead fell asleep herself first. It was barely 8 o'clock and she was in dreamland. When she woke up again, she realized that Xia Yang hadn't left. Lung Xuanyu gazed at Xia Yang's side face, wanting to engrave this scene deeply in her mind. This may be the last time we share a bed. She couldn't help but reach out and try to caress her beloved's face. Lung Frost Moon's fingertips had just touched Xia Yang's thin lips when he showed signs of waking up. filled with sorrow and anxiety. Xia Yang slept very lightly. Frost moon. Xia Yang lightly held Long Xuanyu's jade hand. Sorry to wake you. It's okay. Xia Yang Long Xuanyu hugged tightly in his arms. Both of them could feel each other's temperature. You smell good. Xia Yang, who was still very sleepy, directly said what was on his mind. Cold frost moon just smells good, especially when in love. Xia Yang came to the jade neck greedily sniffing the fragrance emanating from her. Long Xuanyue silently condoned Xia Yang's behavior. Frost moon, since you want to go home and live there, take me with you, okay? Xia Yang thought for a long time last night after Long Xuanyue fell asleep. Blocking is better than dredging. One couldn't possibly follow Yuma's example and lock Frost Moon inside this room, so the only way was to follow her. What about Xin Yanran? Don't you want her? Long Xuanyu leaned a little towards Xia Yang's arms. She wanted Xia Yang to choose her and she didn't want Xia Yang to choose her. Xia Yang was in a dilemma for a while when he heard what Long Xuanyu said, but there was only one way for him to go, and that was to go home and live with Long Xuanyu. Xia Yang knew that this decision would break Xin Yanran's heart. He was able to realize that Xin Yanyan's love for himself was in no way inferior to that of Lang Xuanyue. Xin Yanyan's charming and seductive, passionate and active all contain the love for Xia Yang. I'm sorry, Huma, if I'm still alive after the car accident, I won't complain about how you punish me then. I want to stay with you. After Lang Xuanyu heard Xia Yang's answer, her heart was mixed with happiness and sadness. Eyes slightly red. It was clear that Xia Yang had already made a choice, but he was not able to be with him. Okay, you're coming home to live with me, Lang Frost Moon said as she suppressed her emotions. Actually, she was lying to Xia Yang. Lang Fengyue realizes that even if she goes home to live, Xia Yang will do everything he can to protect her. It was necessary to make it impossible for Xia Yang to find himself, go to a strange city, go abroad, away from him. If that happened, it became a luxury for her to even see Xia Yang. A pain came from Long Fengyue's heart. Xia Yang, love me again. She tilted her jowls up and delivered warm, soft lips, a tear in the corner of her eye. On the occasion of parting, Lang Xuanyue put down all her reserve and shyness, and showed her beauty in front of Xia Yang. She cherished every second of the present, cherishing the last of the happiness. Xia Yang. It's 7 o'clock after the clouds and rain. Xia Yang's eyes were full of love and compassion, and Lang Xuanyu in her arms had already turned into a puddle of spring mud, dripping with fragrant sweat. The night's rest was all for naught, and there was not only the color of happiness, but also fatigue on the beautiful face. Just rest at home today. Aha. Long Xuanyue answered. When Xia Yang left with Xin Yanran, she would also leave. The time of parting was drawing near, and her bright eyes were full of dismay. Lang Xuanyu once again took Xia Yang's hand and leaned against his broad chest warmly. Chapter 132 Breakfast. Want to take a bath? Xia Yang intended to carry Lang Xuanyu inside the bathroom to take a shower. He knew that Lang Frost Moon loved cleanliness, and it must be hard for her to be covered in sweat like this. No, I'll rest for a while. The most beautiful flowers inevitably become weak after the storm. Good. Xia Yang also did not force Lang Xuanyu and gave her a tender kiss before going to the bathroom. Lang Fengyue's hand gently caressed over the place where Xia Yang had just laid down, with his temperature still remaining on it. After Xia Yang took a shower, he started making breakfast. After a while, Xin Yanran also got up. Honey's making breakfast. Cold Frost Moon's home? But she saw that Lang Frost Moon's shoes were still there. LOL. I knew Honey wouldn't let Cold Frost Moon come home that easily. After sighing, Xin Yanyan stopped dwelling on this unexpected thing, and after the conversation she also knew that Long Xuanyu could not possibly put Xia Yang in danger again. It's a rare time for two, and it should be cherished. Xin Yanran temporarily put away her thoughts on this matter, and came behind Xia Yang in style to hug him. The charming fragrance came from Xia Yang, who was cooking breakfast and knew that it was Xin Yanyan. The siren. Who had come? Who else but her? Lang Frosty Moon was still resting on the bed and was having trouble getting out of it. Good morning, dear. Xin Yanran's knitted brows and smile always made people restless. Just by hugging like this, Xia Yang could feel the extreme softness of the delicate body. The voice ringing in his ears gave him a tingly feeling. Huma, good morning. What do you want for breakfast? You know that, don't you? Xia Yang realized that as long as Xin Yanran was around, it was really hard for him to concentrate on one thing. Sure enough, it's a scourge. Soon, 3 rich breakfasts came out of the pot. Xia Yang kept one of the portions warm so that Lang Frosty Moon wouldn't have to reheat it when she got up. Without Lang Xuanyue at the table, it was impossible for Xin Yanran to eat in a regular manner. Honey, do you want me to feed you? Her mouth-watering devilish body leaned forward slightly and approached Xia Yang, who was sitting across from her. When Xin Yanran said feed, she wasn't using normal cutlery. Xia Yang had experienced it long ago. No need. Hurry up and eat. You won't make it to school in time. It's too late. We can go without. Xia Yang saw that Xin Yanyan was determined to feed herself, so he took the advance as a retreat and shoved the chopsticks in his hand into her hand. Use this. Of course it's with chopsticks. Where are you thinking, dear? Shin Yanran looked at Xia Yang playfully. Xia Yang, under Shin Yanran's service, enjoyed another meal and close life. After breakfast, the two set out for school, without Lung Xuanyu by her side. Shin Yanran could finally hold Xia Yang's arm like in the future. Exclusive to him, Cold Frost Moon in the room hadn't been asleep, and when she heard the sound of the door closing, she sat up, the thin quilt covering her slipping off her gelatinous skin. She dragged her tired body to get out of bed, frowning slightly as her toes hit the ground. Afterwards, Lung Xuanyu took out clothes from her suitcase and put them on, and picked up the skirt that had been torn by Xia Yang and put it in her suitcase. She's leaving. After tidying up, when Lung Frost Moon dragged her suitcase out, she saw a conspicuous note on the dining table. She picked it up and looked at it. Frost Moon, breakfast is ready in the kitchen to keep warm. Remember to eat. Lung Xuanyue read the heart of the unwillingness to give up like a flood dike. Bright eyes have tears flashed. Chapter 133 Departure. After Lung Xuanyue slowly ate the breakfast that Xia Yang had made for her, she put away the note that he had written with his own hand. In the end, it didn't stay. Because Lung Xuanyu was resting at home, Xia Yang's taut nerves relaxed. No need to be aware of the vehicles around you all the time. Lung Xuanyue is not Shin Yanran is naturally in a good mood, intimately holding Xia Yang's arm. Envy. She would also occasionally whisper some blush-inducing words in Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang knew that as long as he nodded his head, all these words would come true. Stop it. It's almost time for school. Xia Yang was a bit unable to stand this siren beside him who could turn the world upside down molesting himself. Hurriedly, he shouted to stop. But Shin Yanyan completely did not listen to Xia Yang's begging for mercy with a finger in his hand hooked. A strange feeling immediately spread throughout Xia Yang's body, causing his body to tremble. Xia Yang, who accidentally lost his temper, gripped Shin Yanran's plain hand slightly harder so that she would not get into trouble again. So my dear likes my hands so much, Shin Yanran said with a big smile. Then the other hand was brought to him. Xia Yang looked at Shin Yanran's flawless white catkin with pink fingertips. Spirituality and beauty combined. It's a work of art. Since my dear likes it, I'll go back and give you a good massage with these hands. Then that perfect, veiny hand slowly fell on his broad chest, feeling his quickening heartbeat. Shin Yanran kept on molesting Xia Yang just to let him relieve the pressure that had accumulated over the past few days. What could be more relaxing than a tender place? Her purpose was achieved, and Xia Yang's attention was now on the veiny hand he was holding. Shin Yanran also nodded to the point, and if the molestation continued, Xia Yang would not feel good. The class was a little surprised to see that Cold Frost didn't come either. That iceberg goddess never takes a vacation on weekdays. But when they saw Shin Yanran holding Xia Yang's arm, they knew that the cold goddess did not come to eat dog food herself. Especially when Shin Yanyan called Xia Yang dear. In her spare time meltingly and honeyedly, onlookers felt their bones crumble when they heard it. Is there any law left? Spreading dog food by the tons will kill a single dog. The most important thing was that after Xia Yang finished his lunch, Shin Yanran took out a tissue and thoughtfully wiped the corners of his mouth. Autumn eyes were full of love. The students who saw the scene felt full. No matter how delicious the meal was, it couldn't withstand the likes of an absolute beauty like Shin Yanran. In the superintendent's office, Lin Yashin, who was wearing an old suit, put down the documents in her hand. During this time she was undergoing her grandmother's exercise so that she could take over as the helmsman of the business aircraft carrier Lin's Group at an early date. Every day is a busy day dealing with all sorts of things. She opened her cell phone album, which hid Xia Yang's photos. Only it wasn't the one with red ears when Xia Yang was resting on her beautiful legs. I want to hug brother Xia Yang so much. The tiredness in Lin Wanxin's body was swept away after she saw Xia Yang's picture. In its place is gentleness and knowledge. There was even a hint of doting in her beautiful eyes. Lin Yashin remembered the night before she didn't cross over. He had clearly confessed his feelings to Xia Yang's brother, but he had returned to the present before hearing his reply. Brother Xia Yang, will you agree to your sister's confession? At this moment, Lin Yashin's assistant walked in and said, Superintendent, the meeting will begin soon. I know. Lin Yashin gathered her demeanor and closed the cell phone album. Brother Xia Yang, sister will be back soon. Chapter 134, Snow. Lung Xuanyue dragged her suitcase out of the airport, and the sky happened to be snowing at the moment. She reached out to catch the hexagonal snowflakes that fell from the sky and, it's snowing. The snow capital was a place she had always wanted to visit. She loved the city wrapped in snow, white and beautiful. Lang Fengyue thought about how cozy the scene must have been strolling through the snow capital with Xia Yang, but she was now coming here alone to avoid Xia Yang. Cold Frost Moon saw her favorite snow and came to her favorite city without any joy in her heart. When the cold wind came, it was hard for the pretty white dress she was wearing to keep out the cold, so she went and bought a fiery red cloak to put on. Sister, you're so beautiful, just like a fairy. Suddenly a cute little girl ran in front of Lang Frosty Moon, and judging from the delicacy of her clothes the family was either rich or noble. Lang Xuanyu was thinking that according to this time, Xia Yang should also be back home soon. The appearance of the little clump made her flinch slightly. She knelt down and told the little group in a soft tone, "Thank you, you're cute too. Where's your mom and dad?" Lang Xuanyue looked around and didn't find any of little Dumpling's family members. The little group stammered, "That little donut is hiding from mom, sneaked out." The little girl lowered her head and then stated the reason. "Because mom always kept me from coming out to see the snow. Snow is my favorite." After saying that, the little group's two adorable little hands were clasped together. Obviously she also realized that sneaking out was wrong. "Your mom will be very worried if you do this." Cold Frost Moon gently brushed away the snowflakes on top of the little group's head. "I was wrong." The little group's head buried deeper and deeper. "Where is your home?" Lang Xuanyue was uneasy about the little troop and wanted to send her home or bring her to the law enforcement bureau. Little Tuan Duan looked blankly around the unfamiliar surroundings after hearing this, and a look of fear surfaced on his cute little face. Turns out she was just enjoying the falling snow, like a bird out of a cage. After the fun, the way home is forgotten. All of a sudden the little group was in tears with anxiety. She remembered that her mother said that there were many bad people outside, specializing in catching small children. Seeing this, Lang Xuanyu knew that the little group was lost and comforted. "Don't be afraid, sister has a way to send you home. Next time you won't be able to sneak out again." "Aha!" The little group nodded vigorously and, at Lang Frost Moon's gesture, the little group obediently took her hand. "Sister, do you like snow?" With Lang Frost Moon accompanying her, the little group's scared mood quickly calmed down. "Watch the snowflakes sprinkle down from the sky as you walk." "Like." Little Dumpling jumped a little after hearing Lang Xuanyu say she likes snow. "Sister Fairy, mommy says snow should be seen with someone you like, because when snowflakes fall on your head it will." Her mom's exact words were, "Watch a snowfall with someone you like, so you won't be so sorry if you separate later." Little Tuan Tuan has not grown up yet. He doesn't even know what love is, so how can he understand the meaning behind this life is also considered to be a white head together. She was trying to remember what her mom had said and wanted to share it with Cold Frost Moon. Long Frost Moon's eyes were lowered. How can snow be worth the decades of happiness spent with the one you love? But even so, showering snow with Xia Yan was a luxury for her now. Chapter 135, Tears. Little Dumpling couldn't clearly remember the latter part of what his mom had said when he thought about it, but then she saw the snowflakes blowing in the wind, and her little brain clicked. "Fairy sister, mom seems to have said that if you look at the snow with the person you like, you can be together forever." Little Tuan Tuan tilted her head, an innocent smile on her cute little face. Together forever? Lang Frost Moon's greatest wish was revealed, and her already unfastened footsteps were bound by her thoughts as she slowly came to a halt. "Aha!" She stood amidst the roiling snowflakes, a strong urge welling up in her heart. Go back to his warm arms, hold each other close and never part." "Fairy sister, do you have a favorite?" Little Tuan asked curiously. "Yes." Cold Frost Moon's tone was tinged with longing. "Great, tell him to come and watch the snow with you, that way you can be together forever, happy forever." "Scream, goddess, hurry up and call your favorite." Little Donut also knows not to impede others from walking, so he bounces over to the bench by the side of the road. "Sister, hold me." Cold Frost Moon placed her on the bench and then sat down herself. Under Xiao Yuan's expectant gaze, Long Frost Moon took out her cell phone and opened her address book. All it takes is a little tap to hear his voice, but rationality is difficult to suppress the thoughts in her heart. She looked at the word Xia Yang for a long time, but finally did not dial. The little group sitting next to him waited for a long time, thinking, why hasn't Sister Goddess called yet? So she moved her little hand and clicked the dialing button. Lan Shuangyue, who was in a daze, only reacted when she heard the sound of beep, and the phone had already been dialed. She panicked and tried to hang up, but Xia Yang quickly picked up, and his magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Frost Moon. The little group's big eyes blinked. The voice of the Divine Sister's beloved was so beautiful. The ringing of the bell. Today's class is finally over. Xia Yan wanted to go home right after he packed up his things. He had changed from his previous shallow taste last night to become reckless in order to stop Ling Xuanyu from leaving. Can't say it's compassionate at all. Plus this morning, he was a little worried about Ling Frost Moon. Xin Yanran took his arm, and the ultimate softness came through. Honey, I made a reservation for a restaurant. How about dinner out tonight? Xin Yanran didn't want to end the day without Ling Frost Moon so soon. Today was as if she had returned to those times. She could come up to Xia Yang's ear at any time and say some lovey-dovey words, and she could also kiss him until he was a little bit mesmerized. No one came to steal Xia Yang from her anymore. Tonight Xin Yanran planned to spend a wonderful night with Xia Yang, starting with a candlelight dinner. Then it gets progressively better. For Xin Yanran's proposal, Xia Yang refused it. Yan Yan, why don't we eat at home? I'll make you your favorite steamed sea bass, he said in a consultative tone. Shen Yanran sighed slightly. My dear really can't rest assured about Lung Frost Moon. But Xia Yang remembering that she liked steamed sea bass made her happy again. So Shen Yanran still compromised. On the way, Xia Yang took out his cell phone to check the time, and Lung Xuanyue's call came at that moment. He picked it up first thing. Xia Yang thought that Lung Xuanyu was calling to ask if he had returned home soon. So he said, Frost Moon, are you feeling better? I might not be home that soon. I have to make a trip to the food market to buy some ingredients. Tonight I'll make you your favorite lotus root ribs. No sound came from the other end of the phone for a long time. Frost Moon? Aha! Cold Frost Moon made herself behave as usual, but tears had appeared in her bright eyes. Why is Sister Fairy crying? Chapter 136. Don't go. I'll be back soon. Xia Yang wanted to take a taxi directly to the food market, so it would be faster. Got it. That's all for now then. Bye. Xia Yang hung up the phone after taking Shen Yanran to the curb and waved to stop a cab. Going straight to the food market. Lung Fengwei listened to the hang-up sound coming from inside the phone, and only after a while did she put down her cell phone and press the off button. Fairy sister, doesn't your favorite person come to watch the snow with you? Little Dumpling asked. He still has some things to take care of. Lung Frost Moon stroked the little group's head. Oh, Lung Frost Moon was unhappy, and the little group was also a bit unhappy. Alright, let's go. Being able to hear Xia Yang's voice was already considered good for her. Lung Fengwei carried the little group off the top of the bench and pulled her little hand as she continued to walk forward. It wasn't long before the girls heard someone call out the group's name. It's Mommy. Little Tuan Tuan let go of Lung Frost Moon's hand and ran in the direction the voice came from. Mom, Tuan, where have you been? Really scared Mommy to death. The young woman hugged her precious daughter tightly. After Lung Xuanyu, who came afterward, saw the scene of the reunion between the mother and daughter of the little group, she did not disturb them and quietly left. Mom, I was wrong. I'll be obedient from now on. The little group was afraid that after getting lost this time, it wouldn't sneak out again. When little Tuan came out of his mother's arms, he could no longer find his fairy sister. It was exactly 6 o'clock when Xia Yang and Shen Yanran returned home. He took out his key and opened the door. The inside of the living room was quiet. There was no figure of Lung Frost Moon. A bad feeling rose from Xia Yang's heart. Has Frost Moon gone home already? He went straight to the room where Lung Frost Moon was staying. There was indeed someone inside the room, but it wasn't Lung Frost Moon, but Luo Qingcheng. Xia Yang. Luo Qingcheng's ethereal and pleasant voice rang out. Her appearance made Xia Yang even more uneasy. After all, the prophecy that Lung Frost Moon would have a car accident came from her. Where did Frost Moon go? Panic spread like a vine in Xia Yang's heart. He was afraid that Luo Qingcheng would say that the car accident had happened. Don't you get it? She already knows. Luo Qingcheng's sentence caused Xia Yang to freeze. Frost Moon already knows? How is that possible? At the same time, Xia Yang remembered Leng Xuanyu's initiative this morning, as if she wanted to keep all the goodness for herself. It was her farewell. Just tell me where she is now. Lung Xuanyue doesn't want you to go to her. She wants you and Shen Yanran to live happily ever after. How can I be happy if Frost Moon is dead? Luo Qingcheng, you must know where she is, right? Please, tell me. Xia Yang put up a humble stance just to learn the whereabouts of Leng Xuanyu. He could never forget the sensation of that car accident, where his body seemed to become torn apart and excruciating pain swept through every cell of his body. The scent of death came over me, and my consciousness sank into a dark abyss. How could Frost Moon possibly withstand it? She's gonna die. Thinking of this irreparable result, monstrous despair radiated from Xia Yang. He'd rather die himself. Luo Qingcheng began to slowly disappear. Please, Xia Yang begged. Fortunately, at the last moment, Luo Qingcheng's ethereal and pleasant voice sounded again. If you're going to throw away your life in Shen Yanran, go find her on the streets of Shuedu. This instruction became a lifesaver for Xia Yang. He scrambled through a box to find all his papers, grabbed his cell phone and was in a hurry to get out the door. When he turned around, Shen Yanran was standing behind him. No walking. Chapter 137. Shen Yanran heard the entire conversation between Xia Yang and Luo Qingcheng. When Luo Qingcheng said that to Xia Yang, if you intend to throw away your life in Shen Yanran, go to the streets of Shuedu to find her. How Shen Yanran wished that Xia Yang would choose her. But Xia Yang's next move was tantamount to a vicious cut on her heart. If he hadn't heard this conversation, Honey would have quietly left himself behind and gone to the snow capital to find Cold Frost Moon, and then once again laid down his life for her. Yen. Xia Yang's heart was bitter. Perhaps she had already witnessed everything. He had failed the woman who loved him with all her heart. Shen Yanran slowly approached, and Xia Yang was already prepared to bear the wrath, whether it's hitting or cursing. He knew that physical pain hurt far less than heartache. The expected slap didn't come. Shen Yanran jumped into Xia Yang's arms and held him very, very tightly. Honey, stay with me. You've already blocked a car accident for Long Frost Moon once. Don't risk your life for her again. Have you thought about yourself? Have you thought about me? Or do you not love me at all? Love, Xia Yang said. There was no doubt that he loved Xinyanran. Xia Yang waited for Xinyanran for 3 years. During the 3 years, with an absolute beauty like Long Xuanyue accompanying him, he didn't move on. Even when Xinyanyan did something out of the ordinary after returning from abroad, Xia Yang tolerated being locked in the basement by her several times. In that case, don't go. I will love you more than Cold Frost Moon and try to be a good wife. Xia Yang had never seen such a side of Xinyanyan, who came from an honorable background and had her own pride. But all these things she now gave up just for herself to stay. Good. Xia Yang really couldn't bear to say that he was leaving. Xinyanran's bright smile blossomed on her face after she heard him say he was willing to stay. The world can't imagine that the redhead who was supposed to turn the world upside down has her heart completely tied to one man. Joy and sorrow are affected by him. Xinyanran did not think that this was Xia Yang's lie, and her jade arm was loosened from her waist, and then she encircled Xia Yang's neck, offered to send red lips. When the kiss was hard to distinguish, Xia Yang knocked Xinyanran out with a handknife. The delicate body in his arms immediately went limp. I'm sorry, Yuma. I can't watch anything happen to Frost Moon. I'm the one who doesn't deserve your love. His tone was full of guilt. Xia Yang caressed Xinyanran's charming face with his hand, wanting to give her a little more tenderness. Lang Xuanyue suffers from the pain of separation and lovesickness, and Xinyanran has the pain of being abandoned. But Xia Yang was the one who suffered the most. He struggles with the swamp of choices and a lifetime of regrets no matter who he chooses, and reality made his choice. Furthermore, he was worried all the time that Lang Xuanyue would have an accident and break Xinyanran's heart again. Damn the love that has left all three battered and bruised. Xia Yang picked up Xinyanran in a princess hug, intending to send her back to the villa. I don't know when I'll be back once I'm gone, and there's the possibility that I won't be able to come back. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Xinyanran here. Zhao Kite saw Xia Yang holding Xinyanran back and thought something had happened to her daughter. Xiao Yang, what happened to Yan Yan? Her beautiful face had an anxiety that was hard to hide. Yan Yan just fainted. Xia Yang said. Chapter 138, then let me protect you. Xia Yang carried Xinyanran back inside her room and gently placed it on the bed, then help her get tucked in. Xia Yang knew that Xinyanran would definitely hate herself after she woke up, an ache in his heart. But he had to do it for Ling Frost Moon's safety. Huma, hate me all you want, it's all my fault. Xia Yang ignored the fact that Zhao Kite was still next to him and leaned in for a gentle kiss. Zhao Kite was able to feel Xia Yang's emotions that had hit rock bottom at the moment, and endless sadness permeated from him. What happened between your daughter and Xiao Yang? Her beautiful eyes had a strong sense of worry. Xiao Yang, did Yanran do something excessive to you again? Zhao Kite thought that her daughter had locked Xia Yang up again, which was why he now looked extremely conflicted, with both deep reluctance and determination to leave. Auntie will help you teach her a good lesson. Xia Yang smiled bitterly at his words. This time he was the one who had gone overboard with Xinyanran. No, Huma she is very good to me and loves me. Auntie, I have something very important to do, so help me take good care of Yan Yan. Xia Yang felt redundant when he finished. Surely Auntie would take good care of Yenya and not leave her in the lurch like she did. Aha, bye Auntie. Zhao Kite sighed slightly. Xiao Yang refused to talk about it, so the only way was to wait for her daughter to wake up and then ask her properly what had happened. She won't let the two break up. Xia Yang sighed after he exited the villa. Taking out his cell phone, he attempted to call Long Frost Moon. Cell phone is off. Please leave a message. The robot's icy voice told Xia Yang the fact that Long Xuanyue was avoiding herself. All he could do was rush to the airport and go to the snow capital, the city she loved. After security check into the airport, Xia Yang went to the counter and bought the ticket with the closest departure time. The electronic clock on the wall pulsed by the second. Hours before boarding. Every minute and every second Cold Frost Moon had the possibility of an accident. After a long wait, Xia Yang finally boarded the airplane. Over 900 kilometers per hour is no match for the urgency. He stayed up all night. It was early morning by the time we got to Shuedu. The wind is cold and the snowflakes are flying. Xia Yang looked up after leaving the airport. The bright moon in the sky had not yet completely disappeared. Frost Moon, where are you? Lang Frosty Moon was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at this time, looking at the snowy scene outside the window in a trance. The cell phone remained turned off. The thoughts in my heart are like the snow outside. The more it goes down, the bigger it gets. She didn't know that Xia Yang had already arrived at the snow capital, is searching for her 1,000 times in the snow and wind. Xinyanran, who had been knocked out by Xia Yang, woke up. She sat up and looked around trying to find Xia Yang, but realized that this was not Xia Yang's house, but her own room. Zhou Kite, who was sleeping in the same bed, was awakened by her daughter getting up. Daughter, is there anything wrong with your body? Between you and Xiao Yang? Mom, I'm going to make a trip to the snow capital now. Shin Yanran hurriedly got out of bed to pack her luggage and documents. Okay, I'll set you up. Zhao Kite understood that her daughter was going to find Xia Yang, which was exactly what she wanted to see. Immediately called to help Shin Yanran arrange the procedures for departure. Xia Yang never expected Shin Yanran to chase herself to Shuedu. Honey, I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Since you insist on fighting for Long Shuangyu, then let me protect you. Chapter 139, My Prince. Xia Yang followed the instructions Luo Qingcheng said and traveled through the streets of Shuedu. No, no, and no. Frost Moon, where the hell are you? In the midst of people coming and going, I couldn't find that familiar and beautiful back figure at all. Passers-by saw Xia Yang, who was steaming hot and looking around anxiously, and kindly asked him if he was looking for someone or something. May I ask if you have ever seen a very beautiful woman? She had black waist-length hair. The people who lived in the snow capital were all blonde and blue-eyed, and with Long Xuanyue's face, it was impossible to forget it after having seen a single glance. Didn't see it, the passerby replied. Thanks, Xia Yang panted, his exhaled breath becoming visible in this icy sky. He tried to seek help from the Snow Capital Law Enforcement Bureau with Lang Frostmoon's photo, and the bureau's officers were very busy. The only thing he said after asking why he came was, "We don't have time to help you with your relationship disputes. We're busy." Time flew by as Xia Yang ran around the strange city, praying that he would be able to find Lang Shangyue before the car accident happened. Save her like that time. But accidents happen before people are found. Suddenly everything started spinning and Xia Yang stumbled onto a street bench. This is where Lang Shuangyue called him. Xia Yang stayed up all night last night and started looking for Lang Shuangyu after getting off the plane. The prolonged dripping combined with the intense running made him hypoglycemic, resulting in vertigo. If Lang Shuangyu saw Xia Yang in this sorry state right now, she would inevitably feel heartbroken. The snow colored his hair white and his eyes were bloodshot. Lips are white. Xia Yang, are you tired just like that? Frost Moon is still waiting for you. Cold and powerlessness came together. Xia Yang wasn't willing to rest like this and didn't want to, so he bit his lip, using the pain to stimulate himself to wake up. The taste of rust spread inside the mouth. Struggling to get up from his chair. Brother, have you seen a very beautiful fairy sister? A crunchy voice came, and Xia Yan looked up to find a cute little girl standing in front of him at some point. After Xiao Yuan separated from Long Frost Moon yesterday, she kept saying that she wanted to find the divine sister, so today her mom brought her here. Xia Yang pulled out a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "No." The little group's cute face was immediately covered with disappointment. Then he reacted, "Very pretty fairy, could it be Frost Moon? Little friend, the fairy sister you are talking about, does she have long black hair, is very, very pretty, and is dragging a suitcase?" Even though his voice was hoarse, he couldn't cover the hope and anticipation in his tone, and he also took out his cell phone with little power to open Long Xuanyu's photo to show the little group. Fairy sister. Little Tuan Tuan was very happy to see Long Frost Moon's picture. Xia Yang was excited, thinking that he could get some news from the little group, but the next words poured cold water on him. "It's a shame the fairy sister left after she took me to my mom." "Brother, are you looking for sister goddess too?" "Aha, then let's go to the ice square together. Fairy sister has said that she likes snow, and today is the ice festival, so she might go there." Ice festival. Xia Yang remembered the propaganda slogans along the way. Frost Moon knew there would be a car accident, and was sure to go out during the time she wasn't there to find her. Provide conditions for a car accident to occur. The little girl added that she liked snow. The map shows ice square in the center of the city, surrounded by streets. In just a few seconds, all sorts of thoughts appeared from inside his mind. "Brother?" Little Tuan Tuan saw that Xia Yan was frozen and called out to him in a milky voice, "If brother finds sister divine, he will bring her to see you." Returning to his senses, Xia Yang finished speaking and rushed to the ice and snow plaza. Lang Shuangyu felt doubly lonely after leaving Xia Yang. With her cold nature, she also wanted to go to a crowded place so that she wouldn't miss Xia Yang so much. Being right by Little Dumpling, Long Frost Moon had already arrived at the ice snow plaza. Long Shuangyu strolling in the snow was like the ice goddess in the story of Shuedu. Exalted, noble and elegant. Passers-by's eyes were drawn to her. "Oh my god, the ice goddess has appeared." Someone whimpered. The two trees in the center of the square are particularly conspicuous, with surprisingly vibrant green foliage in the freezing weather. This was transported from warmer climes by Yakido especially for the holidays. Legend has it that on the day of the ice festival, all people have to do is find a bright green tree, write their name or the name of someone they care about in a sign, and hang it on the tree. The ice goddess will then bless this person with peace. Cold Frost Moon came to the two trees. There was a female volunteer who explained the customs of Yakido to her. Cold Frost Moon said thank you after learning about it and went to a nearby table to get the freely available wooden sign. Write the word Zayang in beautiful handwriting. "Hello, I'm in charge of the ice festival and would like to invite you to star as the princess for the evening. A competent lady appeared after Lang Frostmoon finished hanging up her sign and offered her an invitation. Lang Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face startled this person in charge. She felt that Lang Frosty Moon going to be able to fulfill the fantasies in everyone's heart if she starred as the princess of the evening drama. Lang Xuanyue's bright eyes were as calm as water as she faintly responded. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task, nor am I interested. Faced with her refusal, the person in charge got anxious and hurried to give conditions. We can pay you handsomely on our side. With your beauty, the audience on stage will surely be bowled over by you as soon as you appear on stage. There is no need to worry. Perhaps you don't realize that the chance to star as the princess of the night is a dream opportunity for all the girls in Yakido. But no matter how much the person in charge tried to persuade them, and how tempting the offer was, Lang Xuanyue didn't even agree. Finally the able lady hung her head and asked, "Can you tell me why you don't want to play the princess?" Lang Xuanyue stopped in her tracks at the words, and after a moment of silence, she said softly, "Because my prince, he's not here." Chapter 140, If Never Loved. Words filled with longing, but it was a pity that Xia Yang couldn't hear them. In the face of the reply given by Lang Frostmoon, that capable woman was slightly stunned. All the words that had been prepared seemed so pale. She knew that she couldn't force Lang Frostmoon to play the princess anymore. To continue to dwell on it would be a desecration of this true love. I'm sorry, it was presumptuous of me. The competent woman bowed slightly in apology. That's okay. After Lang Xuanyue left, the woman came to the emerald green tree and wanted to read the sign she had written. Zhang, is this the man she loves so much? Prince Zhang, you are so happy. Xia Yang dragged his tired body to find a convenience store. Bread and water were purchased and hastily consumed. Then he set off again. The ice plaza was huge. As far as the eye could see, the place is buzzing with holiday cheer today. He started looking on the periphery and slowly leaned toward the center of the square. Huge sculpture of an ice goddess. The stage has just been set up. Crowded food stalls. He walked through them all. And yet, he still hadn't found Lang Frostmoon. Anxiety in the long search had left him haggard with energy. There were several occasions when I saw similar backs and was overjoyed and went straight after them. The woman who was stopped thought that Xia Yang was interested in her, and with a blushing face asked if she wanted to exchange contact information or something like that. But after Xia Yang realized that the other party was not Lang Xuanyu, he hastily apologized and left. After a few runs, it was getting late. He ended up in the center of the square, in front of the two bright green trees. There are many signs hanging from the trees. When Xia Yang looked up, he saw his name. Familiar in beautiful handwriting, he told that Lang Frostmoon had been here. It's just that the two missed it. For a moment he felt as if Lang Frostmoon had been transformed into this roiling snow. Everywhere. But when you're about to catch her, it's like a snowflake falling on your hand. Melt away without a trace. Little girl or not. So is this sign. One is always one step too late. I will find you. Xia Yang held the sign in his hands with a resolute expression. As night falls, the street lights come on. Lang Fengyue walked down the street, passing by hot couples holding hands from time to time. The intimate, fiery atmosphere between them seemed to dispel the cold. As they brushed past each other, Cold Frostmoon could still hear some sweet words, and private words of lovers. Those words Xia Yang also said to her. The thoughts in my heart were overwhelming and could not be suppressed any longer. What does he do now? Did Xin Yanran take care of him? Thoughts spread. The blinding white light snapped her back to reality. It's the headlights. A skidding sedan quickly crashed into Cold Frostmoon. The fear of death exploded inside, preventing her from moving. What came immediately after was relief. Wasn't he waiting for this moment? Goodbye, Xia Yang. Frostmoon. The voice of her heart rang out at such a critical time. Xia Yang still caught up. History repeats itself. He pushed Lang Shangyue away and was knocked out by the out-of-control car. Luo Qingcheng in the distance watched all this happen. Immediately after the crash, the driver called emergency services. Lang Xuanyue's greatest fear still inevitably happened, and all the efforts made came to naught. Her absolutely beautiful face was bloodless, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down. Why is that? He himself had come to the other side of the ocean and could not prevent the tragedy. The snow, it's falling harder. The ambulance soon arrived and sent Xia Yang to the hospital for emergency treatment. Cold Frostmoon was turned away from the emergency room by the nurse. As soon as the door closed, the red light came on. She was in agonizing wait and agony. Xia Yang, you must not be okay. The atmosphere in the emergency room was different than usual. The nurses and doctors did not resuscitate Xia Yang, because there were no injuries on him at all. An inspection was done and it was found that there was no damage to the innards either. All vital signs couldn't be better. Was he really hit by a car? The nurse nodded. It was the first time that doctor had encountered such a thing in all his years of practice. Strange. It's logical to wake up when nothing is wrong. The doctor, however, could not wake up Xia Yang in any way. Even when Xia Yang's head was examined, the results showed that it was normal. The red light turned green. and cold frost waited at the door the whole time. "Doctor, how is Xia Yang?" "The patient is not in a life-threatening condition, but is delayed in waking up for some reason. I haven't seen this kind of case before either, and I need to organize an expert consultation." The fluke in Lang Xuanyu's heart was completely crushed, and Xia Yang did not wake up as smoothly as he did last time. The doctors were at their wits' end and had to transfer Xia Yang to a hospital room. After Lang Fengyue finished the formalities, she called her father. Lang Jia put down his work immediately after learning of Xia Yang's accident and took a special flight to Shuedu. Top medical experts were also mobilized. Before Ningwei and Xia Yin left, they had specially come to Tongtian Pavilion to explain that he should take good care of Xia Yang. Lang Shangyue hung up the phone and looked at the unconscious Xia Yang on the hospital bed, eyes red again. All of Lang Xuanyu's tears in these 20 years of her life had been for Xia Yang. "Xia Yang, Dad has brought the best doctor over. When you wake up, I'll never leave you again." She held Xia Yang's hand as tears gradually blurred her vision. This wish is not destined to come true. Not long after Luo Qingqing appeared out of thin air at the side of the hospital bed, she was still a blur in Lung Frostmoon's eyes, the same image she had when she had given her powers. Lang Xuanyue's heart was ringing with alarms, but she realized that she couldn't move, nor could she speak. One could only watch Luo Qingqing pick up Xia Yang who was sleeping on the hospital bed. Don't take him," Lung Fengyue cried out in her heart. Now she realizes that time travel comes at a price she can't afford. The hands that were originally held together by the two of them slowly separated. Luo Qingqing ignored Lung Xuanyue's despairing eyes and left with Xia Yang, traveled through time and had a car accident. All of this was a setup made by Luo Qingqing to make the alien energy in Xia Yang's body activated. Lang Xuanyue is the most important pawn. Now that Xia Yang's psychic ability had been fully awakened, it was time to shoulder the mission. Go do what he has to do. For utilizing Lung Frostmoon, Luo Qingqing and also gave her compensation. It allowed her to have a wonderful time spent with Zhang. After Luo Qingqing left, Lang Xuanyue regained her freedom but lost Xia Yang. "Give him back." Luo Qingqing carried the unconscious Xia Yang to an ancient mansion, gently laying him down on the bed, then sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for him to wake up. Reminiscing back then, when Xia Yang was first born, Ningwei and Xia Yin realized that their precious son was born with powerful foreign energy. This is not a good thing. All the couple wanted was for their son to be happy and joyful for the rest of his life. Guardian. What a great name. Behind the scenes, however, is all the danger. They pleaded with Luo Qingqing not to let Xia Yang be the guardian. She obliged. But this time, Xia Yin and Ningwei couldn't solve the problem. Failure to plug that rift that connects to the rest of the world will result in a great catastrophe to come. The only people who can carry this burden are the heirs born to the two guardians. After a long time, Xia Yang slowly opened his eyes. "Frost Moon, how are you doing?" He hazily recognized Luo Qingqing by the bedside as Lung Frost Moon. "Don't worry, she's fine," Luo Qingqing said. Xia Yang instantly came to his senses after hearing the ethereal and pleasant voice, seeing clearly that the woman in front of him was Luo Qingqing. "Where am I?" Luo Qingqing did not answer his irrelevant question. The jade finger lightly tapped Xia Yang's forehead. A flash of white light contained all the ins and outs. There was silence inside the room for a long time. Luo Qingqing was waiting, and Xia Yang was choosing. He finally chose to take over the responsibility that had been placed on his parents. Looking through the window at the crack in the sky, he said, "Leave it to me." The crack was like a door that could only be closed from the outside. He needed to get to that end to fix the crack, and fixing it meant cutting off the way back. Xia Yang sighed. In his mind, memories began to surface from Shen Yanran's return. Little by little. "Honey, did you miss me?" "Xia Yang, I like you. Honey, stay with me, okay?" "Xia Yang, love me again." Then later, it was the cruelty of leaving Huma behind, looking for Frost Moon in the snow. Thankfully, it caught up in the nick of time. In the end he had no choice at all. Neither could he make amends to Yan Yan nor could he take Frost Moon as his wife. "Give me a little more time," Xia Yang said to Luo Qingqing. "Could be." "Xia Yang, how are you not choosing them while saving the world?" Luo Qingqing persuaded. "I know, not being able to spend the rest of your life with the person you love is an irreparable regret. It's like some things you've seen and understood and are still sad. Who should I see for the rest of the day? Frost Moon and Huma. To tell them to be happy in their absence? Might as well not see it." Xia Yang suddenly remembered the feeling of being drunk. There's nothing to think about, nothing to worry about. Go home, get ding-dong drunk, and then leave pretending you have no grief. He returned to his couch at home with a thought. Take all the wine out of the fridge and tilt your head back and pour it straight. Bitter wine in the throat, just begging to be drunk. With the suppression of her powers, drunkenness quickly came to the forefront. How wonderful it would be to have never loved. He was even more worried about how upset Lang Shangyue and Shen Yanran would be after he left. Right, Frosty Moon. Luo Qingqing, who was sitting on the sidelines, was once again treated as Lung Xuanyue, and Xia Yang grabbed her jade hand, wanting to remove that engagement ring. Soon, Lung Xuanyu became Xinyanran. Yan Ya, I'm sorry that I threw you down a frost moon when you love me so much. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you. After I leave, you have to be good. Xia Yang hugged Xinyanran tightly. A trace of heartache passed through Luo Qingqing's phoenix eyes. A dazzling white light enveloped the two. Are you willing to take Lung Xuanyue as your wife? The host asked Xia Yang. Lung Xuanyue, dressed in a white wedding gown, stood on the opposite side of the room, waiting for Xia Yang to say those 3 words. He was a little confused, but those 3 words came out anyway. I do. Lung Xuanyue bloomed into a smile that made everything lose its color when she heard it. Will you marry Xia Yang? I do. Next, Xia Yang tenderly put the ring on Lung Xuanyu's ring finger. Lung Fengyue also picked up the other ring and helped him put it on. Then interlock your fingers. Xia Yang, we're finally together. Cold Frost Moon said with tears in her eyes. Guests sent their best wishes. His heart suddenly ached. A wedding room full of festivities. Xia Yang's groom's uniform had not yet been removed. Darling, it's worth $1,000 a night. What are you waiting for? Xinyanran then lay on his chest, unbuttoning his suit with one hand and caressing his face with the other. Let's make this night count. The scented tent was lowered to cover the living colors. Xia Yang woke up in his bed. How beautiful the illusion was. How painful it is now. Thanks, he said to Luo Qingqing. No need. The veil on Luo Qingqing's face disappeared, revealing a worldly appearance that no one had ever seen before. I should go. Not going to see them? Xia Yang didn't say anything. The two appeared above the sky, and Xia Yang stepped into the crack without looking back. After he left, Luo Qingqing did not leave for a long time. To be continued. Chapter 141, I'm sure he'll come back. 3 years later, in the president's office of Zhao Group. This plan doesn't work. Tell them to change it again, Xinyanran said sternly, as if a queen was giving orders. Ever since Xia Yang disappeared, a smile had never appeared on her flirtatious to the core face. Paralyze yourself with lots of work all day. Yes, the beautiful secretary Tang Yin didn't dare to look at her furious boss, picked up the planning book that was slammed on the desktop and hurriedly left. Tang Yun, like Mu Shixian, was affected by Xia Yang and also traveled once. However, she did not change the trajectory of her life and still chose to come to work for Zhao Group. The purpose was to meet Xia Yang. Hold on a little longer in order to see Xia Yang. It's been 3 years of regret for Tang Yun. If she hadn't crossed over, her first time would have been given to Xia Yang long ago. She couldn't help but blush at the thought. When Xia Yang asked Xinyanran to wear long pants during work hours, Tang Yun's black silk legs became the number 1 leg in the company in plain sight. I don't know how many people have pursued her. Unfortunately, Tang Yun fell deeply in love with Xia Yang the first time she met him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those unspeakable words to Xia Yang on his own initiative at that time. These black legs are not destined to be enjoyed by the next person. In the office, Xinyanran walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out at the tall buildings and traffic outside. Honey, you've been away from me for 103 days and I miss you so much. I won't intervene between you and Lang Frost Moon anymore, as long as you come back. On the glass, a reflection of her gloomy appearance. 3 years ago, shortly after she arrived in Snowdonia, she received word that there had been a car accident. After finding Xia Yang's hospital room by all means, there was only an empty hospital bed and the disoriented Lung Xuanyue. She couldn't accept the fact that Xia Yang had been taken away by God's son, and used the power of the Zhao clan to search Xuadu over and over again. Lang Jia fabricated a well-intentioned lie in order to cheer up Lang Xuanyue, saying that Xia Yang would return after fulfilling his duties, and that your uncle Xia and Auntie Ning used to be like that. Actually, Lang Jia didn't know if Xia Yang would come back. This well-intentioned lie became Long Xuanyu's last straw. She told Xinyanran the news. The two women waited every single day for Xia Yang to return. Drip drip drip, the caller alert rang in the large office. It's a bit harsh to show. Xinyanran knew who was calling without answering. Every day at this time, Xin Lily would make a call to her to ask if Xia Yang had returned. Lily, sister, brother Xia Yang he is back? Xinyanran was silent for a while and said, no. This conversation has been played out between the sisters 1,000 times. Xin Lily got 1,000 disappointments, but still called on time the next day to ask her brother Xia Yang if he had come back yet. I know. Bye sis. End of communication. A second call soon came in. It's Joe Kite. Mom, what's wrong? Daughter, are you coming home for dinner tonight? No, I'll go back tomorrow. I'm going to stay over there tonight. In the past 3 years, Xinyanran and Lang Xuanyue had often lived in Xia Yang's house. Any news of Xiaoyang? Zhao Kite asked. No, I'm sure he'll be back. After Zhao Kite hung up the phone, her face was covered in sadness. A soft sigh rang through the room. Chapter 142. Xinyanran drove a red sports car when she came back to Xia Yang's house. Lang Xuanyue was already cooking inside the kitchen. The two women are no longer ice and fire after 3 years together. The house was spotless, and if Xia Yang came back, he would find no difference from before he left. This was all deliberately done by cold frost. The vase in the living room was decorated with brightly colored flowers, and the flowers sent by Xia Yang had wilted and were hidden by her in a transparent plastic bag. Really, if there is to be any difference, it's that neither of the two matriarchs of the family have ever smiled again. Lang Xuanyue became just like an iceberg and rarely spoke. Xin Yanran took off her body OL clothes and walked inside the kitchen to help cook. Her cooking skills slowly got better during Xia Yang's absence. It was no longer the $1,000 lady who needed Xia Yang's hand to teach her how to cook egg noodles. You go wash the dishes. Cold Frost Moon tended to the last dish and entered the finishing stage. Okay. When the meal was served, both men ate quietly. After dinner, they each went back inside their rooms. Before Lang Xuanyue went to bed, she had to take out that picture of the group taken together with Xia Yang at the playground and look at it for a long time. Perhaps by doing so, we can meet him in his dreams. Luo Qingchun came to the crack every day, watching the crack get smaller and smaller day by day, but her heart had a strange feeling. She understood that she wanted someone back. The rift is about to close. It's time to break the thought. She was persuading herself, just as Luo Qingchun wanted to leave. Fluctuations suddenly came from the crack that was only big enough for one person to pass through. A figure was sent out. Son, mommy will always. Ningwei's voice broke as the crack closed completely. Mom! Xia Yang, who had consumed all his supernatural powers, fainted and fell sharply in the air. The next second, Luo Qingchun caught him. 10,000 years of calmness flooded the mind with ripples of joy that had never been seen before. She could no longer fool herself. But Luo Qingcheng, as a special being who maintained order, she could not be moved. The soft white light covered Xia Yang's body, and it was discovered that he was only unconscious and weak due to the excessive depletion of his powers. Not a big deal. What should I do? She didn't end up bringing Xia Yang back to that ancient mansion. Instead, they sent him to the closest room, Lin Yaxin's room. After a busy day, Lin Yaxin returned to the house near the company. Not the slightest idea that a heavenly surprise was coming. The moment she opened the door to her room and saw Xia Yang lying on the bed, it was as if time had stood still. Is this true? The Xia Yang brother he had been searching so hard for was right in front of him. Happiness came so suddenly and seemed so unreal. Little brother Yang. Lin Yaxin's heart broke after seeing Xia Yang's extremely weak appearance. Normally, she was very pampered Xia Yang and would never let him suffer half a bit. The unconscious Xia Yang vaguely heard someone calling out to him. Familiar voices. So gentle. It's Sister Lin. Xia Yang laboriously opened his eyes and responded in a hoarse voice. Sister Lin. Little brother Yang. Are you hurt? Sister will send you to the hospital right away. Lin Yaxin's warm and beautiful face was anxious, and she took out her cell phone to make a first aid call. Sister Lin. I'm fine. It'll be fine if I rest. Xia Yang held the cell phone and Lin Yaxin's jade hand together to stop her from making a call. Chapter 143, Tender Love. No, how can you not go to the hospital in this condition? Lin Yaxin still insisted on calling the emergency number. Hospital? I need an ambulance at. The incomparably weak Xia Yang's eyelids became heavy and his consciousness was about to fall into darkness again. In the beginning, Luo Qingcheng told Xia Yang some hidden things in order to be able to let him go on the mission of saving the world. Mu Shixian writes a book about the love she has hidden deep in her heart. He's the leading man. In order to see him, Tang Yun resolutely gave up a better opportunity to follow the original trajectory of her life. Lin Yaxin's love for him was no less than Lang Xuanyue and Xin Yanran. There are others, too, who are in love with him. In the 3 years he had been away, Xia Yang had envisioned the light after he returned countless times. Now those visions finally have the potential to become reality. After the ambulance took Xia Yang to the hospital, the doctor gave him a thorough examination. The result is reached, weakness due to overwork. There's no other way but to recuperate. Then a bottle of glucose was slung to Xia Yang. Lin Yaxin stood by the bedside, waiting for him to wake up. Little brother Yang, where have you been these past 3 years? Sister really missed you. The delicate jade hand gently stroked Xia Yang's pale face. Lin Yaxin's eyes were filled with heartache when she saw him in this state. Sister won't leave you again. She was determined to stay by her beloved little brother Yang and take good care of him. 3 years ago Lin Yaxin was sent down to the company's grassroots level by her grandmother to practice and train. And when she was finally free, it was with great anticipation that she went to meet her little young brother. It turned out that the door was opened by a woman who was as cold as ice, informing her that Xia Yang had disappeared. Lin Yaxin, like Xin Yanran, was completely unable to accept this fact, also spent a huge amount of manpower and resources to find. The end is nowhere to be seen. She began to regret the fact that she had given all her time to the company after crossing back and hadn't gone to see Xia Yang. It's not really her fault. Lin Yaxin's grandmother is thunderous and iron-fisted. Fill your granddaughter's schedule to the brim. It was at least 11 p.m. when she finished her work, and she fell asleep as soon as her eyes closed after showering and going to bed. Now that her beloved younger brother, Xiao Yang, was lost and found, how could Lin Yashin be willing to leave him? At this time, Xia Yang spoke in his sleep. Huma, frost moon. After Lin Yashin leaned over to listen, the color of loss welled up on her beautiful and moving face. The names that Xiao Yang's brother recited should be the two that lived in his house. She couldn't help but remember the scene of her own confession before she crossed over. Brother Xiao Yang didn't seem to agree, but the next second, the sleeping Xia Yang murmured, "Sister Lin." After hearing the call, Lin Yashin's beautiful and moving face regained its luster. The beautiful eyes were gentle and watery. The sun rises and sets outside. One day passed. Lin Yashin didn't rest and remained at the hospital bedside. For her now, being able to accompany Xia Yang was a great happiness. The enterprise side has any urgent need to approve the documents, also by the assistant Gu Li sent to the hospital. "President, here's a document," Gu Li said as she came in from outside. Lin Yashin gestured for her to be quiet and handed over the documents to herself. While Lin Yashin was flipping through the documents, Gu Li's eyes were drawn to Xia Yang on the hospital bed. No wonder the president doesn't give those young handsome men a second glance. So he has an exiled boyfriend. As she watched Xia Yang mesmerized, her fingers touched the hard texture of the folder. She was startled. Hurriedly, he picked up the folder, then lowered his head and collected himself. It so happened that Xia Yang woke up at this time, and Lin Yashin didn't have time to care about Gu Li. The first moment he opened his eyes he saw Lin Wanshin's warm and beautiful face. The smell of disinfectant in the air made him a little uncomfortable. "Brother Xia Yang, is there anything wrong?" "No." Xia Yang struggled to get up, and Lin Wanshin hurriedly helped him sit against the bed. "Sister Lin, did the doctor say there's nothing serious wrong with me?" Xia Yang knew what kind of situation his body was in. "It's just a matter of recuperating, and when the powers come back, ahem, you can do whatever you want. Why come to the hospital when you can recuperate at home? The doctor said that your body is weak and you need to recuperate for a while before you can do so," Lin Yashin said gently. "I don't want to stay in the hospital." Lin Yashin was a little hesitant when she heard Xia Yang's request. She felt that it would be better for Xia Yang to stay in the hospital faster. Xia Yang had no choice but to make a killer move and called out in a pleading voice, "Sister Lin." Lin Yashin couldn't resist and agreed to his request to go back. "It's just that it's easier to get home." "Okay, sis will get you discharged." Gu Li, who stood at the back and didn't go, reacquainted herself with her own president. Spoils her boyfriend too much. After Lin Wanshin finished the discharge procedures, she called on Gu Li to help support Xia Yang. She was naturally happy to be in contact with Xia Yang. After sending Lin Yashin and Xia Yang home, Gu Li returned to the company with the documents. Lin Yashin just wanted to ask Xia Yang where he had been these past 3 years, but realized that he was a bit sleepy again. Sleep. It was as if she was coaxing a small child, and there was a calming magic in her gentle voice. Having a big sister like that is a blessing that can't be repaired in 3 lifetimes. When Xia Yang fell asleep, she didn't rest. Instead she went to the kitchen to cook nutritious and delicious meat porridge, so that Xia Yang would be able to enjoy it when he woke up. After taking a bath, Lin Yashin changed into a melon-colored sweater, which better set off her gentle and moving temperament. Knowledgeable and beautiful, people want to jump into her arms, well pampered, enjoy her tenderness and care. The only person who could enjoy her coddling and pampering was Xia Yang. Xia Yang woke up again already at 12 p.m. Lin Yashin brought meat porridge at just the right temperature to feed him personally. "Little brother Yang, come," she said in a doting tone. The movements were incredibly gentle. Under Lin Yashin's considerate serving, Xia Yang was also full. She set the bowl aside and did not leave. "Sister Lin, it's already 12 o'clock now. You should also hurry up and go rest." Xia Yang didn't even need to think about it to know that his sister Lin definitely didn't have a good rest for the past 2 days. He's heartbroken. Brother Xiao Yang. After Lin Yashin realized that Xia Yang also had her in his heart, the fear within her heart dissipated. "What's wrong?" Lin Yashin moved a little closer to Xia Yang. "It's close." She smelled especially good with her cozy scent. "I like you." Zhang knew that her love was incredibly tender, but Lin Wanshin didn't give him a chance to speak, and her jade finger gently pressed on his thin lips. "There's no need to say anything more. Little brother Yang just needs to know that sister will always love you." She pulled up the green silk around her ears and kissed Xia Yang's thin lips with tenderness. A night of tenderness. Chapter 144, Little Brother Yang. Day 2. Xia Yang called out after waking up in a daze. "Sister Lin? Little brother Yang, good morning." Lin Yashin's gentle voice came. Xia Yang turned to look and found that his sister Lin had an additional touch of maturity on her, in addition to her previous gentle temperament. "Sis will go ahead and make you breakfast. Be good and wait in bed." "Aha." Xia Yang was still a bit confused. Lin Yashin left the room after kissing him. Xia Yang, on the other hand, squinted a little more. Lin Yashin's favor seems to have made him a little lazy. It was only after 20 minutes that Xia Yang got up and stretched. The body is much better than yesterday, he lamented, then got out of bed to wash up as well. The bathroom sink was already set up with brand new cups, toothbrushes, for his use. After washing up, he walked into the kitchen. Although it was said to be morning, Lin Yashin was making soup, which she used to nourish the body of her beloved little brother Yang. Xia Yang hugged her soft and delicate body from behind. Lin Yashin felt Xia Yang's attachment to her, and a quiet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Little brother Yang, why are you out of bed? Don't worry, I've gotten much better. Her body's gardenia-like fragrance lingered on the tip of Xia Yang's nose. It smells good. Xia Yang then hugged her even tighter, his nostrils hitting the jade neck, a faint pink color spreading out. Lin Yashin thought that Xia Yang missed her, so she softly persuaded, eat breakfast first. Good. At this point the mellow smell of the soup wafted throughout the kitchen. Lin Yashin used a small spoon to hold out a little bit, slowly blew on it, and handed it to Xia Yang's mouth for him to taste. Sister's craftsmanship is still so great. Xia Yang's unstinting praise made her extra happy. Little brother Yang, go sit outside. Breakfast will be ready soon. I'll serve the soup. Xia Yang served the soup and then took it to the table outside. By the time he returned to the kitchen again, Lin Yashin had already cleaned up the kitchen. All that was left was the final procedure of taking off the apron. Xia Yang's fingers lightly pulled the knot at the back, and his fingertips inadvertently crossed. It gave Lin Wanxin a tingly feeling. Her gaze became more tender. Lin Wanxin did not suppress the love in her heart and went against what she had just said. He kissed Xia Yang's thin lips right in the kitchen. The apron in Xia Yang's hand that he couldn't hang up in time was thrown on the floor, and he wrapped his free hand around Lin Yashin's soft waist. One kiss later, the soup is getting cold. Lin Yashin's warm and beautiful face already had a reddish haze floating on it, which was beautiful to behold. I don't care. It's all Sister Lin's fault. Xia Yang's eyes stared fervently at the beautiful person in his arms. Lin Yashin thought that she could not help but kiss Xiao Yang's younger brother. The jade hand that was propped up on Xia Yang's chest dropped down, so she let him go. The soup on the table went from wafting hot to getting cold. Xia Yang and Lin Yashin didn't get to eat breakfast after all. It was noon before the two appeared in the living room. The soup is cold. I'll heat it up. Lin Yashin's face blushed as she uttered these words. Xia Yang saw Lin Yashin's cell phone on the table and took it over. Fingers tapped the screen and dialed Lang Frost Moon's number. Xia Yang often thought about it during these 3 long years. How are Frosty Moon and Huma doing? Is it okay? After all this time, will you think of me once in a while? He both hoped that Long Xuangyue and Shen Yanran would miss him, and also hoped that Long Xuangyue and Shen Yanran would not miss him. But whenever Xia Yang thought that the two women would fade away from him over time, his heart always ached. Unbeknownst to him, Lang Xuangyue and Shen Yanran were looking forward to his return day and night. A slender hand took the phone. It's Lin Yashin. Little brother Yang. No. During this period of time when your body is fully recovered, sister wants to monopolize you. When you are well, my sister will return your freedom. Faced with this small request from Lin Yashin, Xia Yang simply had no way to refuse. After all, it's a sign of deep love. Besides, in a few days, the body will be as good as new. Then I'll accompany Sister Lin for the next few days. Xia Yang laughed. Lin Yashin had been worried that Xia Yang would be angry, but now that she saw that he was willing to stay, her heart was suddenly sweet. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Breakfast? No. After lunch, the two sat on the couch. Little brother Yang, come. Lin Yashin gently patted her beautiful legs with her hand, signaling Xia Yang to rest her head up. No one can resist the lap pillow of a gentle and sensual big sister. Xia Yang is no exception. He lay down smoothly, resting on those warm, slender legs, so soft and flavorful. Sister will give you an ear pulling and ear massage. Close your eyes. Xia Yang immediately did as he was told. He felt that just listening to Sister Lin's gentle words was a pleasure. If you then give yourself ear pulling and ear massage, it's exciting to think about. Like last time, Xia Yang's ears were clean and there was no need to pull out his ears, so straight into the ear massage. Lin Yashin first gently blew a breath towards Xia Yang's ear, and the comfortable feeling started to ripple out from the ear and spread all over the body. Then gently stroke your jade fingers along the contours of your ears before rubbing your earlobes. These sensations expand infinitely when the eyes are closed. The worst part was the gentle, ebullient voice whispering in his ear. The body and mind became pleasurable. Sure enough, neat pillows are the best. Without realizing it, Xia Yang entered dreamland. Lin Yashin also stopped the ear massage after noticing Xia Yang's even breathing. Little brother Yang, how nice it would be if you could stay by my side all the time. She enjoyed being alone with her beloved little young brother. At this moment, Xia Yang was completely belonging to Lin Yashin. The good times went by fast. She couldn't get enough of Xia Yang, and in the blink of an eye it was 5 in the afternoon. Xia Yang also woke up leisurely. That was a good night's sleep. Sister Lin, I want knee pillows in the future. Xia Yang liked, and could even be said to covet, Lin Yashin's watery gentleness. In the future, when little brother Yang wants it, just tell sister. Lin Yashin tried to get up from the sofa, but nearly fell because of the weakness of her beautiful legs. Luckily, Xia Yang was quick, holding Lin Yashin's soft waist with one hand and pulling her back into his arms. Xia Yang knew that it was caused by the fact that he had been resting on his pillow for too long, so he used his big warm hands to help Lin Yashin massage those warm and slender legs. Lin Yashin clung to the sofa. It's a well-known fact that when your legs are tingling, they're sore as hell whenever someone touches them. It will make you scream, but only massage can turn long pain into short pain. Little brother Yang, Lin Wanshin's voice and petite body both shook a little. Sister Lin, hold back a little. You'll be comfortable soon. Each massage of Xia Yang's big hands would completely stimulate the numbness in the muscles. Even though Lin Yashin clenched her shell teeth, she couldn't resist the sour feeling. The jade hand gripped tighter. In the end, under Xia Yang's tireless efforts, the numb legs returned to normal. It's finally over. Lin Yashin's entire body was weak after relaxing, and her white forehead had fragrant sweat on it. When Wan's beautiful face turned red, Xia Yang became more and more ashamed. If it wasn't for himself, Sister Lin wouldn't have suffered this kind of crime. Chapter 145, As long as sister wants me, I'll come. It was because Xia Yang had been resting on Lin Yashin's beautiful legs for too long, resulting in a lack of energy. That's why he took the initiative to take on the duty of cooking dinner despite Lin Yashin's discouragement. After eating, Lin Wanshin put hot water in the bathtub for Xia Yang, and when she tested the water temperature with her jade hand, her fingertips became pink. Prepared pajamas again. It's really thoughtful. Little brother Yang, the hot water is already running. Go take a bath. I'll leave these bowls to my sister. Just like that, Xia Yang was half pushed and half sent inside the bathroom by Lin Yashin. He took off his clothes and dipped into the tub. The water just the right temperature to soothe both body and mind. Sister Lin, it's really great. After Lin Yashin washed the dishes, she began to pick out the pajamas she would wear tonight. All the pajamas in the closet were taken out and looked at one by one in front of the mirror. Little brother Yang would have liked me better in this one. After a period of time, Lin Yashin finally selected the white silk textured nightgown. Beautifully demure. The soft material also flatters the petite body and draws out the perfect figure. Xia Yang sat on the bed and watched the TV program in boredom, passing off this time for his Lin sister to take a shower. So much good time wasted. Looks like next time. Changed stations. All tasteless content. He simply turned off the TV and lay down on his bed. Over the past 3 years, he had developed the habit that as soon as his brain was empty, the faces of Lang Shangyue, Shen Yanran, Lin Yashin and the others would appear in his mind. It's the disease called lovesickness. Lin Yashin didn't have Xia Yang to wait alone for long. After bathing and putting on that dignified and beautiful white silk pajamas, she came out from inside the bathroom. Beauty out of the bath. After bathing, Lin Yashin was even more beautiful and attractive. Her gentle temperament was undoubtedly on display, and her slender and perfect figure was outlined by the silk pajamas, especially her broad-minded. Little brother Yang, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Go to bed early. Lin Yashin sat on the edge of the bed and held Xia Yang in her arms. The fragrance is captivating. It seems that every earthly beauty has a different body odor. Lie down, sister, and put you to bed. Sister Lin, I've been sleeping for a long time during the day. Xia Yang wrapped his arms around Lin Yashin's soft waist and drove her to lie down together. With such a superb beauty in his arms, how could he possibly sleep? Sister Lin. Xia Yang's voice became a little hoarse and low. The two were now looking at each other in all directions. Xia Yang saw that Lin Yashin's gaze was full of love and doting for himself. The fire in his heart dissipated all at once. Sister Lin probably hadn't been able to sleep well for several days in order to take care of himself, and during the daytime he had made him suffer. She must be tired by now too. What Xia Yang didn't know was that that bit of tiredness was nothing compared to Lin Yashin's current happiness. Nothing. It's late. We'll go to bed early. Xia Yang let go of Lin Yashin's incredibly soft waist, turned his back on her. There's no way. The gentle and sensual big sister possesses unrivaled killing power. Lin Yashin saw the change in Xia Yang's eyes clearly. From fire, to heartache, to sobriety. Xiao Yang's brother was heartbroken. Her heart was as sweet as honey. Little brother Yang. Xia Yang felt the momentum of the attack was different. Lin Yashin's jade arms wrapped around his powerful waist, and her warm and slender delicate body pressed up against him. An incredibly gentle tone whispered right in his own ear. You have to hold back. Sister Lin is already tired. Sister Lin, if you hold me like this, I'm a little too hot to sleep. Air conditioning? Little brother Yang, there's no need to embarrass yourself, okay? Lin Yashin used the gentlest tone to tell Xia Yang's ears about her love. Xia Yang's sanity fell, overwhelmed by the love and tenderness coming out of Lin Yashin. Sister Lin, I love you too. Sister knows. Two people see love mingled together. In the end, Lin Yashin, who said she would put Xia Yang to bed, instead fell asleep first. Beautiful, moving face with a happy smile. For the next few days, Lin Yashin stayed at home with her beloved brother Xia Yang. If there are any important documents, ask Guli to bring them from the company. Every time Guli sees Lin Wanxin, she marvels that a woman nourished by love is different. Not only did her whole body reveal happiness, but her gentle, beautiful face was rosy and increasingly beautiful. She fought envy. Occasionally, she could still see Xia Yang, which added some beauty to her working life. Xia Yang felt like he was on the verge of being spoiled by Sister Lin. No matter what he asked for, Lin Yashin would not refuse. Considerate Lin Yashin found that the hang-ups in Xia Yang's heart are increasing day by day. The body also came alive under her careful care. It's time to return Xiao Yang's brother's freedom. Lin Yashin was very reluctant, but didn't show it. At dinner, she thought of Xia Yang leaving soon and didn't have much heart to eat. It was just a matter of helping Xia Yang with his food. Little brother Yang, elder sister has already helped you with your inquiry. The person you're hanging on to in your heart is living in your house right now. After dinner, my sister will arrange for someone to take you home. Xia Yang stopped the chopsticks in his hands when he heard this. Looking up, his own sister Lin's beautiful face wore a gentle smile, but he knew that they were disguised, just to leave on a high note. Aha! Despite Lin Yashin's wish for time to pass slower and slower, dinner was over. Gori had driven up and was waiting outside the gates. Xia Yang didn't have any luggage, but Lin Yashin handed him a suitcase. It was full of carefully prepared clothing. Come and see more of your sister when you're free. Lin Yashin helped Xia Yang straighten his collar. 1 week. Once a week. Okay? Xia Yang saw in her beautiful eyes the reluctance that could no longer be hidden. I'll come whenever Sister Lin misses me. Good. Sister is a bit sleepy, so I won't see you off. Lin Yashin walked up to the second floor alone after helping Xia Yang straighten his collar. Xia Yang could only see her beautiful back. Mr. Xia, let's get going. Lin Yashin closed the door after returning to her room. Sadness and loneliness swept over her. The gentle smile was not there either. Little brother Yang, actually, sister doesn't want to see you leave. As soon as the words fell, Xia Yang's magnetic voice sounded in the room. I know. Then Lin Yashin fell into a warm embrace. Xia Yang knew that after he left, Sister Lin would be gloomy in her room. Little brother Yang, didn't you leave? Xia Yang went and returned, filling Lin Yashin with joy. I told you I would come whenever my sister missed me. Xia Yang's psychic ability has been restored today, so it's not too easy for him to instantly move to Lin Yashin's side, without waiting to say anything else. Lin Yashin had already kissed him tenderly. Give Zhang her tenderness, her love. 3 hours later, Lin Wanxin fell asleep, and after Xia Yang helped her cover up, he kissed her forehead. Chapter 146, Reunion. A light rain fell in bits and pieces from the sky. Xia Yang stood in front of the familiar door of his home and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Inside the house, Long Shuangyue and Shen Yanran were eating dinner. When they heard the doorbell, their first thought was he's back, but in the past 3 years, this expectation has risen countless times, and countless times the reality has crushed it hard. Even so, this time, Lang Shuangyue looked forward to the fact that outside was the returning Xia Yang. As the door was opened, the obstruction disappeared. The person you miss day and night comes into view. 3 years. The two finally meet again after 3 years apart. Xia Yang. Tears blurred Lang Xuanyu's vision. She had 1,000 words to pour out to Xia Yang, but choking made her lose her voice. Shen Yan in the living room ran outside in spite of everything after hearing Lang Xuanyue call out that name that both of them avoided talking about. When she saw Xia Yang standing in the doorway, she had the same feeling of dreaming as Lang Xuanyu. Honey, Frost Moon, Yuma, I'm back. Xia Yang's short sentence made them cry with joy. Both jumped into Xia Yang's arms, and the thoughts of 3 years turned into tears, wetting his clothes. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Will you guys stop crying? Xia Yang's big warm hand gently caressed the jade backs of Lang Shuanyue and Shen Yanran, attempting to give them some comfort. I will not leave you again. Xia Yang also had some sore eyes at this time. Huma and Frost Moon's love for themselves never changed. The drizzle became heavier and the wind blew it into the hallway. Wet Xia Yang, but also wet Shen Yanran and Lang Shuanyue. But it was nothing compared to the agony of waiting over 1,000 days and nights. Their thoughts are like this pounding rain. It needed to be cathartic in Xia Yang's arms. Perhaps this storm is their final ordeal. Frost Moon, Yan, hurry up and take a bath, lest you catch a cold. Xia Yang said heartily. All three were drenched to the skin. You wash first. Lang Shuanyue let go of Xia Yang's hand and went to the bathroom to put hot water on him. Honey, I'll get your clothes. No matter how much Xia Yang tried to persuade him, Lang Shuanyue and Shen Yanran insisted that he should take a bath first. The bathroom door was quickly opened. At first Xia Yang thought that the one who came was Shen Yanran. It's actually cold Frost Moon. She had a long bath towel wrapped around her perfect jade body. Absolute beauty is no longer indifferent. Xia Yang is back, and the smile that makes everything lose its color has also reappeared again. Yen Yen. Xia Yang shouted out the name of the visitor based on his previous judgment. After all, Shin Yanran would often rub his back and wash his hair. Cold Frost Moon, on the other hand, could hardly commit such an active and bold act, but he guessed wrong. After the reunion, Lang Xuanyu wanted to be with Xia Yang at all times. Only by holding his hand could she be at ease. Lang Xuanyue also didn't mind that Xia Yang had just called Shin Yanran's name. She knew that it must be because Shin Yanyan often serves Xia Yang in the bath. That's why he would habitually call out Shin Yanyan's name. And himself. Even when Xia Yang didn't think of Shin Yanran, she had never done such a thing for him. Frost Moon? Xia Yang looked surprised after seeing the visitor clearly through the water mist. I'll give you a back rub. Shin Yanran, does she often serve you a bath? Lang Xuanyue asked. Well, I'm sorry for just mistaking you for Yan Yan, Xia Yang said guiltily. Long Frost Moon gently shook her head. I was the one who wasn't considerate enough. I'll rub your back every day from now on. Frost Moon, you don't have to push yourself. Xia Yang held Long Xuanyu's white wrist and pulled her into the bathtub. When you get wet, you're bound to warm up so you don't catch a cold. Something as charming as rubbing her lover's back in a waterlogged bathroom was daring for her to try. Not forced, I'm willing. Lang Fengyue snuggled up to Xia Yang's shoulder in the bathtub, and the two of them interlocked their fingers. Right now, Lang Xuanyu only wanted to cherish every second she spent with Xia Yang, never want to be separated from him again. In the face of lost and found love, shyness and conservative reserve are too much for it. The two got out of the tub after warming up for a while. There's no way around it. There's only one bathroom in the house. Xia Yang was hung up on Shin Yanran and wanted her to also take a hot bath in time to dispel the cold from her body. Outside the bathroom, Shin Yanran clenched her shell teeth, and there was a depressing color on her extremely charming face. Those seductive, autumnal eyes were fixed on the bathroom door. It was as if they were trying to see through the cover of the door to see exactly what the two were doing in there. Damn, when did she become so proactive? Shin Yanran had lived with Lang Xuanyue for 3 years, and was considered to have roughly figured out the other party's character. Knowing that she was thin-skinned, there was no way she would go inside the bathroom to rub Xia Yang's back, so after Xia Yang went in to take a shower, Shin Yanran didn't grab the lead. Instead she wanted to go back to her room to change out of this set of wet black long dress on her body, then put on something else. Unexpectedly, she was just about to remove her long skirt when she seemed to hear the subtle sound of the bathroom door opening. She thought she'd heard wrong. As a result, when she came out to take a look, Lang Frost Moon was not in the living room nor inside her room. Should I go in myself? Just as Shin Yanran wanted to open the bathroom door, Xia Yang came out. She was a little caught off guard. Yuma, why haven't you changed out of your wet clothes? The hot water is already running, so go take a nice hot bath. Although the long black dress that was drenched in rainwater clung to her skin, Shin Yanyan's devilish body shape was displayed to the fullest. However, Xia Yang's eyes were not half as desirous. Full of worrying if she's going to catch a cold and a fever. When Shin Yanran saw that Xia Yang was heartbroken, her quick mind immediately guessed the reason why he came out so quickly. Honey was worried about me catching a cold in the rain. That's why she washed it so fast. Maybe even rejected Lang Xuanyu, who took the initiative to send her to the door. A smile is 100 winks. Honey, because Lang Xuanyu was right next to one another, she approached Xia Yang's ear, her tantalizing red lips slightly opening and closing, was saying some sweet lovey-dovey things. Hearing his ears, heart, and even his bones had a tingly feeling. Cough. Yen Yen, you quickly go take a bath. Xia Yang ignored her, a red-faced scourge, and fled after he finished speaking. Lang Fengyue didn't pursue what Shin Yanran actually said to Xia Yang, whispering, I'm going to make dinner. Frost Moon. No, I'm not hungry. You've just finished bathing. You're not fit to cook. Chapter 147, Happiness may be simple. Frosty Moon loves to be clean and tidy. If you go into the kitchen you will more or less get a little bit of grease. Besides, one has already eaten. There was no need to bother her further. Xia Yang, in order to dissuade Lang Xuanyu, wrapped her in his arms and smelled the fragrance of her body and said, I just love the light scent of you, and when you go into the kitchen, you'll be covered in grease. Lang Xuanyue's absolutely beautiful face flushed a thin red. I'll just take another shower after cooking. It was actually hard for her to refuse because Xia Yang was hugging her. The warm embrace stayed with her. It was only after a long time that Lang Xuanyue gently pushed Xia Yang away from his embrace. First, he went to the living room and cleaned up the leftovers on top of the dining room table before heading back to the kitchen to cook. The ingredients in the refrigerator were almost consumed, and even if Lang Xuanyu had the intention to make a big meal for Xia Yang, she couldn't do anything about it. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice. I ended up having to make a bowl of bok choy and egg noodles. There are no more ingredients in the house. I'll get them tomorrow. Cold Frost Moon was disappointed with herself. When he came back, he should have made a nice big meal for himself. Now it's just a monotonous bowl of noodles. Xia Yang didn't mind in the slightest whether it was noodles or a big meal. Straight away, it's delicious. Frost Moon, you have a taste too. He picked up the bowl and picked up a chopstick of noodles and brought it to Long Xuanyu's mouth. Long Xuanyue lifted the green silk around her ears and tasted a mouthful of noodles. Delicious, isn't it? Aha, the noodles you made. Even if you gave me a big meal, I wouldn't exchange it. Xia Yang laughed. When he was finished, he feasted on the food. Eat slowly. Lung Frost Moon's bright eyes were like water. How could she not know that Xia Yang was comforting her? In no time, the noodles in the bowl were eaten cleanly by Xia Yang. More? I'm full. Lung Fengyue took the empty bowl and went to wash it, thinking in her mind that she would take a bath after washing the bowl. Xia Yang leaned back in his chair and looked at Lung Shanhua's noble and elegant back, coupled with a feeling of satiety. The heart is full of happiness. At this moment, he seemed to understand why his mom and dad were guardians, but were living an ordinary life in this not so small, not so large house. After experiencing life and death, it is a blessing to live an ordinary life. Like right now, someone who cares about you and loves you, and hot and delicious noodles. I'm so happy. Warm water flowed over every inch of Xin Yanran's delicate skin. There was the slightest hint of scarlet color on the beautiful face that was enough to turn the world upside down. The rising mist of water hides the boundless colors of spring. Almost. Xin Yanran had planned to go out directly after bathing, not wanting to soak inside the bathtub, but thinking that I just got caught in the rain. How can I still make love to my darling if I have a fever and cold or something? So she resisted the urgency to soak in the tub for a while. Xia Yang was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. A fragrant breeze hit her and her arms felt warm and soft. Wearing a black sexy nightgown, Shen Yanyan took Xia Yang's arm, and her tall and wonderful figure made people's blood spurt. Honey, take off your blouse. Ah. Xia Yang was a bit unable to react for a moment. Shen Yanran couldn't wait any longer and took matters into her own hands, her catkin grabbing the corner of her shirt. Xia Yang's dress, thin and stripped of his finely tuned body, is gradually revealed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the exposed skin, fear of hideous scars on it. 3 years ago, Lang Xuanyu told her that Xia Yang was taken away by a mysterious person. After searching in vain, she dreamed from time to time that Xia Yang was locked up by a dark shadow and tortured constantly, with the top all the way off. The nightmare was not broken. There are no scars on it. When Xia Yang thought Xin Yanran was going to eat herself dry, she did not make any transgressive movements. Help him back into his shirt with his own hands. Xin Yanran threw herself into Xia Yang's embrace, enjoying the feeling that Xia Yang was right next to her. Honey, I've missed you so much these past 3 years. Thinking about you at work, dreaming about you in my sleep, hoping all the time that you'll come back. At this time, Xin Yanran was so fragile that Xia Yang's heart ached. She was the Zhao family's daughter, a stunning woman of earthly beauty, noble and elegant. It's the goddess of how many people have been begging for it. When Huma begged me to stay with her, I left her behind. He had broken her heart and made her wait so long. Yan, I won't leave you again, Xia Yang promised seriously. And that's exactly what Xin Yanran wanted. She never wanted to lose Xia Yang again, unwilling to let Xia Yang leave her side. Lang Xuanyu, who was planning to go and bathe, also came to Xia Yang's side at some point. She glanced at Xin Yanran, wanting to speak. Xia Yang, how did you get through these 3 years? Just like Xin Yanran was worried that Xia Yang would have scars on his body, Lang Xuanyu was also worried that Xia Yang had lived a hellish life in the 3 years that he had been taken away by the mysterious man. Because of the words Luo Qingqing said when she took Xia Yang away, it made her keep thinking that Xia Yang's capture was all due to her using her supernatural ability to disrupt time and space. It's more heartbreaking to ask for clarification. Only then can he make it up to Xia Yang by doubling everything he has. The words fell, and the room was quiet. Both women were waiting for him to speak. Xia Yang went through unimaginable hardships in the other world before he and his parents mended the cracks together. But saying this to Lang Xuanyue and Xin Yanran would only make them sad. Might as well not say. Went somewhere. Did a little errand. It's all in the past anyway. Frost Moon, you sit down too. Let's watch the movie together. Xia Yang tuned the TV to a movie channel. It just so happens that a movie has just begun. Lang Xuanyu wanted to ask again, but she was pulled by Xia Yang to sit down on the sofa. Whether it was Xin Yanran or Lang Xuanyue, they all knew from Xia Yang's attitude of avoiding talking about it that it had been extremely difficult for him to live these 3 years. Since you don't want to talk about it, let bygones be bygones and cherish the present. They all coincidentally held onto Xia Yang's arm tightly. Without realizing it, it was late at night. With Xia Yang by their side, Lang Xuanyue and Xin Yanran were extraordinarily at ease and fell asleep leaning on his shoulder. Perhaps the long wait had worn them out too much. Xia Yang carried them back to their respective rooms, covered them up, and left goodnight kisses on their white foreheads. Chapter 148, Xia Yang's favorite person. The next morning, Lang Xuanyue's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she awoke from her sleep. The hand reached toward the side. Empty. She sat up immediately. Is it a dream? Cold Frost Moon had already had this experience too many times. I've dreamed of Xia Yang coming back. As the dream woke up, she was greeted with a harsh reality. She hastily lifted the covers and got out of bed, and went out of her room into the parlor. And it was quiet, not a soul in sight. Xia Yang might be sleeping in his aunt and uncle's room like last time. Long Xuanyu consoled herself. When she opened Ningwei's room and saw Xia Yang, who was still sleeping, her lifted heart relaxed. Long Xuanyu gently walked to the bedside, leaned down, and placed a slapdash kiss on Xia Yang's thin lips. Shallow. When she looked up, her bright eyes reflected Xia Yang's sleeping face, and she couldn't hold anything else. For the rest of our days, let us be together forever. A happy smile blossomed on Long Xuanyu's absolutely beautiful face. It was a pity that Xia Yang didn't see such a beautiful view, but in the bright future, he had plenty of time to enjoy Ling Xuanyu's beauty and love. Let's just say it's a little bit of a shame. After Lung Feng continued to look at Xia Yang for a while by the bedside, I chose the latter out of the two options of seeing myself the first time I wake up and making him breakfast. Got up and went to make breakfast for Xia Yang. Xin Yanran woke up and realized that she was the only one inside the room, with no sign of Xia Yang. Then she was just as nervous as Lung Xuanyue. Fear that last night was a dream. But she had just opened the door when she saw Lang Frost Moonface come out from inside Ningwei's room and head towards the kitchen. Just know that last night was all true. The door to the room was opened again, and Xin Yanran saw Xia Yang still asleep on the bed. The seductive autumn eyes seemed to be sparkling with water. Honey, I'm coming. She lifted the covers and lay into the comforter stained with Xia Yang's body heat and hugged him, surveying his quiet sleeping form. While half asleep, Xia Yang felt someone come into his embrace, nice and soft. He didn't have to think about it to know it was Xin Yanran. After opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Xin Yanran's woefully charming face. It was early in the morning and he was suddenly a little thirsty. In a slightly raspy voice, he said, "Good morning, Huma." "Good morning, dear." She took in the change in Xia Yang's demeanor, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Let's start with a good morning kiss. The sharpened fingertips swept over Xia Yang's thin lips. The seductive red lips did not wait for Xia Yang to say more and printed on it, "Kiss with abandon." After the long, fragrant kiss ended, the panting pair looked at each other. "One kiss, darling, is not enough." Living room. The three were enjoying a hot breakfast. The atmosphere was not at all like the silence of the past, and it became cozy. Xin Yanran changed into her work clothes early. There was no way that the sexy black pajamas could not be worn anymore. "Honey, will you accompany me to the office after breakfast?" After Xia Yang drank the bowl of meat porridge in one gulp, Lang Xuanyu took over the empty bowl and helped him serve another bowl. Didn't say anything. Okay. Xia Yang agreed to Xin Yanran's request after a little thought. Xia Yang's promise did not surprise Lung Frost Moon, because she understood that Xia Yang was compensating Xin Yanran, compensating for the guilt of leaving her behind to save herself. At the same time, Lang Xuanyu was also clear that the person who received the most love from Xia Yang was herself. Before crossing over, Xia Yang fought to push her away and fell into a pool of blood. After crossing over, Xia Yang still defies the fear of death, crossing thousands of miles and risking his life through hardship to save her. Everything pales in comparison to that. Lang Xuanyu would not stop Xia Yang from accompanying Xin Yanran to the company. Instead she would buy the food and make dinner and wait for him to come back. Chapter 149, Such a Scourge. Xia Yang asked about Lung Frost Moon's course. After learning that she had a full day of classes, she said, "I'll pick you up tonight in the evening." Aha! Breakfast is over. Xin Yanran drove Xia Yang to the company, and Lang Xuanyu went to school. The wipers swayed slowly as the fine rain hit the windshield. This little bit of rain couldn't affect Xin Yanran's pleasant mood at all. Xia Yang, however, worried about Lang Xuanyu, who was going to school, and said, "If only it were sunny." Soon a ray of golden sunlight shone on the earth. It stopped raining. Xin Yanran said jokingly as she got out of the car, "Honey, when did you learn to follow your words?" She thought it was just a coincidence, because summer rain comes and goes. In response to this sudden transformation, Xia Yang, however, could not help but think of Luo Qingcheng. Only she could do something like that. Was it Luo Qingcheng who heard what he said? But why didn't she come out to see me? Xia Yang couldn't forget the vision he had the night before he left. It was so real. Was that an illusion? Or was Luo Qingcheng faking it? Why didn't she hide her true face from herself after that night? Doubts swirling in my head. He'd always wanted to ask for clarification. Xin Yanran walked into the company on Xia Yang's hand. In this Xiao's headquarters, which was all filled with beautiful women, Xia Yang became the most eye-catching center of attention. So many pairs of eyes couldn't take their eyes off him. That's President's boyfriend? So handsome. The crowd flowed through the hall, and all at once they stopped, until Xin Yanran and Xia Yang walked inside the special elevator. The gossip group inside the company exploded. The president's boyfriend showed up at the company with pictures. Pictures. Super handsome. Fodder for dreams tonight. Wow. Thanks for risking losing your job by taking pictures of us, sister. The beautiful woman who posted the picture saw the comment and silently withdrew the picture and message. How can you shoot the president's boyfriend when you're being sexually obsessed yourself? God forbid. Don't get fired. The elevator went all the way up to the president's office on the top floor. Tang Yun waited for Shin Yanran at the elevator entrance every day. Today was no exception. And as soon as the elevator opened, this extremely beautiful secretary was standing outside on guard. When she saw Xia Yang in the elevator, she froze. Immediately, he lowered his head to hide the great joy in his heart. He's finally here. All of this morning's arrangements have been put off, Shin Yanran ordered as she walked out of the elevator. Yes. When she arrived at the door of the president's office, Tang Yun was stopped at the door. Watch the door. She looked at the closed office door and bit her brightly colored lip. There is nothing to be done. Starting from the moment the door closed, in the following time, Xia Yang completely belonged to the possession of Shin Yanran, the woeful siren. The company headquarters blossomed, and everyone said that the president's secretary had the best black silk legs. The employees don't know. Those black silk legs of their president were truly perfect. Slender, graceful, impeccable, walking and swaying. It's like walking on your heart. Wonderful. Not to mention her charming face that was enough to turn the world upside down. Just a slight smile makes the heart swell. It's hard to sleep when you're tossing and turning. Tang Yun, the presidential secretary, began her career as a gatekeeper again. It's amazing how the time that used to fly by has become so hard to get through. Chapter 150, A Request from a Beautiful Secretary. Tang Yun stayed at the door like this until the afternoon. The schedule finally gave her a good reason to knock on the door. President, it's time for the high-level meeting. This meeting is related to the future development of the company's strategic issues. It is impossible for the president not to go. When the time comes, one can take the opportunity to do what he did last time. Just thinking about it, Tang Yun can't wait. Honey, that's enough for now. Be a good girl here until I get back from my meeting. Shin Yanran's jade arm encircled Xia Yang's neck and gently kissed him. For Xia Yang, she couldn't kiss enough. Go get busy. Xia Yang helped Shin Yanran finish the final finishing touches and put her hair up. He wasn't angry that the meeting had interrupted the duo. Loving someone is not about tying her down. It's about supporting her. The closed door to the office opened. Shin Yanran walked out, her powerful aura making Tang Yun feel weak. Her flirtatiousness and gentleness were all left to Xia Yang, and at work she was the business queen who made decisive decisions. You go to the best restaurant in the neighborhood and order a lunch, Shin Yanran instructed, thinking that Xia Yang had not eaten yet. Yes, Tang Yun immediately went to buy lunch for Xia Yang. 20 minutes later, Tang Yun completed her task and returned to the president's office carrying a wooden lunchbox with a grain pattern. This expensive lunch was completely out of her own pocket for Xia Yang, without going through the company reimbursement process. Your lunch. Tang Yun stepped away from her slender legs towards Xia Yang who was sitting on the office chair. Without Shin Yanran present, she was finally relieved to see Xia Yang. Oh, no. Even if Shin Yanran was present, she dared to risk being expelled to appreciate Xia Yang's heaven-defying face value. Tang Yun is the type that dares to love and hate. Thanks, Xia Yang said, and then prepared to get up and take the lunch. He still has some impression of this extremely beautiful secretary. After all, because of Tang Yun, he was also punished by Shin Yanran. Just sit down and let me do it. How could Tang Yun let Xia Yang do it himself? It was a perfect opportunity to show him that he was a capable secretary. She opened the lunchbox and the aroma of food filled the room. However, Lin Yaxin and Long Xuanyue are both beautiful and good cooks, so Xia Yang thinks it's average. Each layer in the lunchbox is a dish, and it's quite a spread out on the table. Color and flavor. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun had already set up everything. Even the rice is served. Xia Yang even created an illusion. He himself was the president of Zhao Group, and Tang Yun was her secretary. Meal time. Tang Yun stood right next to Xia Yang, and as soon as the cup of unctuous and refreshing tea was empty, she would pour it on promptly. The rest of the time she was looking brightly at Xia Yang's heart-thumping side face. The hungry Xia Yang quickly finished this lunch. Tang Yun removed all the lunchboxes. Immediately afterward it was back in the office. Success or failure is here. Tang Yun's pink fists clenched. It would be hard to have a next time if one missed such a good opportunity. Xia Yang, who happened to be full at this time, was sleepy and yawned. Seeing this, a bold idea surfaced in Tang Yun's mind. Try. See, her bright and beautiful face was colored red. I can give you a massage if you're tired. Tang Yun sat on the sofa, her two black silk legs close together, signaling Xia Yang to go to her side. Lie down on it. As long as Xia Yang was willing, he could take a good nap resting on the lap of Zhao's group, the veritable second-ranked beauty of the daughters. That, no need. I'll just lean back in my chair and squint for a while, he said and closed his eyes. In the face of Xia Yang's polite refusal, Tang Yun did not flinch. she was ready enough to convince Xia Yang. If this method doesn't work, change it. Xia Yang, who had his eyes closed, smelled an aroma similar to jasmine, then felt a pair of hands fall on his shoulders, massaging them with moderate intensity. The president works late almost every day, sometimes even working overtime until 12 a.m. Approving one document after another. As long as you promise, I'll do my best to assist the president in her work so that she can spend more time with you. Well, Tang Yun's heart was beating to its limit. Even the movements of his hands stopped, waiting for Xia Yang's response. Chapter 151, A Wonderful Misunderstanding. Donwin stumbled over the key and talked about work again. It just succeeded in taking Xia Yang off course. He believes that both the knee pillow just now and the massage now, it's all just a beauty trick by the beautiful secretary behind her in order to raise her salary. Luckily, she's not craving my body. It's just a matter of raising my salary. It turned out that Xia Yang had underestimated his own handsomeness. Secretary, are you saying you want to? Just understand. Don't say it. Tang Yun's pretty face rolled, and she hurriedly stopped Xia Yang from saying anything, so as not to let the cat out of the bag. She does understand that walls have ears. Okay. Tang Yun was overjoyed to hear that Xia Yang had agreed readily, but the next sentence left her at a loss for words. I'll talk to Huma when she gets back. Tang Yun's small mouth slightly opened. Too powerful, right? What's wrong? Xia Yang couldn't help but ask when he saw her reacting so greatly. Do you make the call? Sure, just relax. Xia Yang agreed to it, not just an increase in salary. So, okay, Tang Yun shyly responded. Miss Secretary, call me Don Ru. Tang, can you see how long it will take for the meeting to end? When Tang Yun heard Xia Yang's words, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Really, it was obvious that there was no one else in the office right now, and he was making himself leave. Shouldn't you cherish them after you've promised them? I want a little interest, she said in a tone that was half whining and half pouting. Interest? Xia Yang was confused. Salary increase with interest? What the hell? Why can't he understand? But soon he understood. Tang Yun kissed the side of his face, and a soft, wet sensation came. Tang, aren't you talking about a salary increase? Xia Yang said with difficulty, unwilling to face the fact that he had misunderstood Tang Yun's intentions. Behind her, Tang Yun also froze. Did he just keep thinking he was telling him about a raise? No wonder he had to talk to the president. All of a sudden, the office was awfully quiet. I don't care, you just promised me. Having come this far, it was impossible for Tang Yun to let go. If she backed out now, she'd have a bad time in her life. That was a misunderstanding, Xia Yang explained. Who would have thought that Tang Yun would have taken out a tape recorder? And the conversation that had just been filled with ambiguity echoed through the office. Do you do the honors? A petulant voice rang out. Of course, just relax. The male voice on the recording replied confidently. Not bad for the president's secretary who carries a tape recorder with her. Ironclad. Xia Yang sat paralyzed in his chair. Sell yourself like that? Anyway, you can't back out. So I'm going to go check on how long before the meeting is over for you. Here's my number. Call me. Tang Yun stuffed a small note into his pocket and then looked at Xia Yang before going to do what he told her to do. In fact, she wanted to give Xia Yang another kiss. Although it was said that Shen Yanran wanted to quickly end the meeting and return to Xia Yang's side, there were some things that could not be rushed. This high-level meeting lasted from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and the meeting was adjourned only after all the relevant matters had been perfected. The depressed Xia Yang took a nap in his office chair. Honey, wake up. Shen Yanran's seductive voice rang in his ears, bringing Xia Yang back to reality from his slumber. Tang Yun was slightly jealous as she looked at the two men's intimate appearance. Just a little bit. Chapter 152, Your Beautiful Secretary. Tang Yun's jealous demeanor was captured by Shen Yanran's inadvertent glance back. Facing her skimming eyes, Tang Yun hurriedly lowered her head. Did honey eat the nest while I was gone? Shen Yanran felt that there was definitely something fishy going on here. The office, a beautiful secretary, and moreover, this beautiful secretary is in love at first sight with someone at her fingertips. Honey, did anything happen during the time I went to the meeting? She cupped Xia Yang's face with a pair of plain hands and gently caressed it. Talked to the secretary lady about the salary increase. Xia Yang replied, one is really talking about a pay rise. I just don't know how it's sparingly changed. And how much is honey planning to raise your beautiful secretary? Shen Yanran was getting closer and closer to Xia Yang, who was leaning on the chair, and as long as she pressed forward a little bit more, their lips would touch. Xia Yang had no time to care about the fragrance that came to his nose. He was staring at the autumn water eyes that he was staring at, fearing that the autumn wave-flowing eyes would appear crazy. He didn't want Shen Yanran to become a sickly girl again. As a matter of fact, Shen Yanran's sickly petite attribute had long been crushed to smithereens by these 3 years of bitter waiting. Not to mention anything about locking Xia Yang up for exclusive use. Just feeling each other's body heat like now was already a great fortune for her. In the days when Xia Yang disappeared, in the late nights when there was no one around, she would pray that Xia Yang would suddenly appear beside her. Even if the Xia Yang that came back would choose Ling Shuangyu instead of her, Shen Yanyan had changed, becoming easily satisfied. Don't panic, I don't blame you, and won't make the same overtures to lock you up as before. As long as my dear asks, I'll give her a raise. Shen Yanran's tone was soft and charming to the extreme. Xia Yang neither saw a crazy look in her eyes, nor could he recognize that Shen Yanran was speaking from her heart. Is this the same Huma? Xia Yang was caught off guard by Shen Yanran's transformation, and he soon understood the reason for it. The eyes that looked at her became heartbroken. Tang Yun, go out the door and wait. Yes. Tang Yun raised her head to look at the two men who were leaning close to each other, and reluctantly turned around and walked out, closing the door behind her. President, even if you fire me, I won't give up. In the office, Xia Yang unreservedly told Shen Yanran what happened in the office and did not choose to hide it. Huma, I thought she was talking about salary before I agreed with her. Honey, how about giving your beautiful secretary a 15% salary increase? Shen Yanyan's plain hand drew circles on Xia Yang's chest. Very titillating. The secretary of the president of a large company. The annual salary is not expensive. An increase of 20% is already a huge amount of income. Xia Yang just wanted to say that it doesn't matter if the wages go up or not. Just don't dismiss Tang Yun. As a result, Shen Yanran's words were completely unexpected. Not satisfied? What about 20%? You look after it. Just don't dismiss her. Xia Yang held Shen Yanran in his arms. She too caterwauled and lay back on her broad chest enjoying the time alone with the two of them, listening to Xia Yang's powerful heartbeat. Honey, give me a little time and I'll be by your side all the time once I've taken care of the group's business. I heard the secretary say that you often work overtime until late at night during the days I'm not here. How silly. What if you tire your body out? Don't know how to love yourself at all? Xia Yang said reproachfully. Chapter 153, President X's beautiful secretary. Not anymore, unless honey wants me to stay up late. Shen Yanyan leaned towards Xia Yang's chest and obediently admitted her mistake in the face of the loving rebuke, as if she were a submissive little woman. If the major ministers under her hand saw it, they would definitely turn their impression of their own president upside down. Honey, how about we have a baby? Shen Yanran's jade arm wrapped around Xia Yang's neck. The ambiguous atmosphere in the office radiated at once. But Yan, you're only in your 20s. Would it be too early? It's better to wait a little longer. Xia Yang is worried that having a child too early will affect Shen Yanran's life. She is in her prime and should go and enjoy her precious time. Having kids is not so freeing. Shen Yanran thought otherwise. She had long made plans to experience all the beautiful things in the world with Xia Yang to make up for the 3 years that the two had lost. Giving birth to a love child is definitely one of the best things that can happen. But one thing that Xia Yang and Shen Yanran didn't know was that the power of the supernormal ability led to the fact that heirs weren't so easy to reproduce. Ningwei and Xia Tian were so in love, but they only got him as a sole child. Honey, this is not up to you. Shen Yanran looked at the time. There's still time before you have to pick up Ling Frost Moon. Let's not waste it before. The fresh and tantalizing red lips pressed back all of Xia Yang's worries and concerns. Immersed in the gentle land, this thought popped into Xia Yang's mind. It's really, I can't help it. The clock hand turns slowly and happy times are always short. Xia Yang was almost ready to leave to pick up Ling Shanhua. Shen Yanran took out the suit that had been prepared long ago and gave it to Xia Yang to put on. Don't move. The tie is still a little short. Her deft, beautiful hands pushed upward and the tie was done. Yan, why do you want me to wear a suit all of a sudden? Xia Yang was puzzled. Shen Yanran surveyed it from head to toe, and her beautiful eyes were filled with satisfaction. Xia Yang's upright posture perfectly managed the customized suit, and the mysterious and mature manhood radiated out, which was a deadly poison to women. It's only natural to go to the oath of sovereignty and dress up for the occasion. Honey, the rumor that Lang Xuanyue has a fiancé has spread, so you need to behave yourself. The supercar in the company's garage goes along with it. Shen Yanran took out a set of keys from the desk drawer and put them into Xia Yang's hand. Go ahead. I have some things to do and will be home later. A word to come down. Xia Yang knows Shen Yanran this is to support their own The heart is moved beyond words, taking her immaculate white hand and holding it tightly. If you don't go any further, you'll be delayed. Shen Yanran urged with a smile. Don't stay busy too late. Don't worry about it. I'll be home in a little while. The office door opened, and Tang Yun, who was guarding the door, couldn't move her eyes for a moment when she saw Xia Yang in a suit. When she came back to her senses and wanted to step away from her elegant black silk legs to go after them, Shen Yanran's voice stopped her. Tang Yun, come in. She could only reluctantly walk inside the office. Anything? After knowing that she was going to be expelled, Tang Yun was hardened. Shen Yanran didn't get angry and got up from her office chair to walk towards her. The president isn't going to slap me, is he? Tang Yun was a bit uneasy, but she quickly stabilized her mind and looked at Shin Yenran without showing any weakness. Shin Yenran did not hit her, reaching out and gently lifting her snow-white chin. Let's talk about Chapter 154, The Legendary Fiancé. The two most beautiful women in the Zhao group talked for half an hour in the office. No one knows exactly what they talked about. President, I'll go and get busy first. Tang Yun respectfully asked Shin Yenran for instructions. It's a far cry from what it was half an hour ago. Go on. Work hard. Yes. Tang Yun turned around and left after she finished speaking. By all means, do it yourself. The steps taken by those slender black silk legs were also more elegant and firm than usual, accompanied by the crisp ringing sound of high heels striking the ground. Honey, your beautiful secretary really loves you, Shin Yenran murmured as she watched Tang Yun walk out of the office. From now on, Tang Yun completely turned into Shin Yenran's loyal tool person, responsible for dutifully managing the huge Zhao group, because Shin Yenran made her an offer she could never refuse, enough to make her willingly give up her freedom and work in labor day and night, even if she would die suddenly. Tang Yun was fearless. After the negotiation, Shin Yenran just wanted to go home and wait for Xia Yang. The cell phone on the desktop rang. The screen showed sister and it was Lily Shin calling. Shin Yenran frowned. Can't let Lily know that honey's back, at least not now. With her sister's character, if she knew that her darling was back, she would have stalked him to death. When the time comes, even mom's advice won't be good enough. She would even say, since there's no room for me at all, I'll just squeeze in with brother Xia Yang. What a headache to think about. But Shin Lily's 1,000+ phone calls and empathetic agonizing wait still softened Shin Yenyan's heart. LOL, Lily, just wait a couple more days. In contrast, Lin Yashin was much luckier. Although it was said that the first thing Xia Yang encountered when he came back was Luo Qingcheng, she sent Xia Yang to Lin Yashin's room because she wanted to eradicate the love in her heart that shouldn't have arisen. Avoidance. Lin Yashin was also able to monopolize Xia Yang for a while. Unlike Shin Lily, she didn't even know that Xia Yang had returned. The communication was picked up, and Shen Lily's expectant voice soon came from over there. Hey, sis, have you heard from brother Xia Yang today? No. Shin Yenran replied to her dear sister in as sad a tone as she could. Oh, Lily Shin's tone was filled with loss. Brother Xia Yang, when exactly will you come back? I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. Okay, sister. Shen Lily didn't get skeptical. She knew that her sister had worked crazy overtime after Xia Yan left. Shin Yenran hung up the phone in 3 words. She understood that her sister was very smart. More said, more wrong. Less said, less wrong. Shin Yenran still loved Shin Lily, and after hanging up the phone, she began to think about when to bring Xia Yang back to the villa. A heavenly surprise for my sister. Xia Yang took the elevator to the underground parking lot of Zhao Group, unaware of what was happening inside the office. In the president's exclusive row of parking spaces, a cool black and red limited edition supercar was parked there quietly, like a hibernating beast. There's something ineffably beautiful about a body that conforms to kinetic aerodynamics. The body lines are natural, undulating and smooth. The surging power plant allows it to break 100 in just 2-point-something seconds. Definitely a man's favorite seat. Xia Yang opened the door and started the vehicle. A low and powerful sound rang out. Even though Xia Yang didn't go to college after crossing over, his legend was still circulating in the university. There was once someone who made a big show to confess to Leng Xuanyu, but in the end, he only got an emotionless rejection from Leng Xuanyu, and she said heartbreaking things. I have a fiancé and I love him very much. At the same time, Leng Xuanyu raised her right hand, which was like a beautiful jade, letting those present see clearly that it had the engagement ring that Xia Yang had put on her. He then stopped paying attention to the silent crowd and left in the car arranged by Leng Jia. The iceberg goddess actually has a fiancé. The explosive news spread quickly. Just what kind of god is it that has actually gained the favor of goddess Lang? I'm afraid that he didn't save the world in his previous life. The person who made the statement also didn't realize that he or she had inadvertently stated the truth. Xia Yang not only saves the world, but also repeatedly puts his life on the line for Leng Xuanyu. It's worse than killing me. After a few days, the forcefulness of the news passed. They started discussing and digging deeper into who exactly is Goddess Cold's fiancé. Xia Yang hadn't even returned at that time, so it was naturally impossible for him to show up. Slowly, it became a legend with no answers circulating through the university. Today, the mystery is about to be revealed. Chapter 155, The Blessing of the Flower Girl. Long seems to be different today. Right. That air of rejection dissipated, and just now I saw her flash a light smile. I saw it too. The 2 female students sitting not far from Lung Frost Moon were whispering. After being classmates for 3 years, it was the first time they had seen Leng Xuanyue's smile. Even as fellow girls, they looked dumbfounded. It turns out that the smile that makes everything lose its color that was written about in the book really exists. Ah, I'm so excited to stick it to Leng San. How could Xia Yang not have expected that his love rival would actually have a girl, but the female love interest? Sheesh. Today's Long Xuanyue was in a good mood. Less icy temperament and more softness. The beauty of the sky is evident. The old professor at the podium is slating. Instead, she was unmotivated to listen to the lesson and turned her attention to the ever-beating electronic clock. At this hour, he should be on his way. When she thought of Xia Yang, Long Xuanyu would unconsciously glow with a happy smile. There was also the whispering of those two female classmates. Time, just go by a little faster. Xia Yang on the other side was on his way. He also wanted to see Long Xuanyu quickly, and he stepped on the gas a little deeper under his foot. The sound of the engine became high. When he was about to reach the entrance of the school, Xia Yang's mind suddenly remembered something. Didn't buy the flowers myself. In the past, Xia Yang often saw that when other people's couples who were from different schools or different places met at the school gate, the party who was the boyfriend always held a bouquet of beautiful flowers. If others have it, so must Frost Moon. Rather, more and more is right. It should not be too late. Xia Yang hurriedly navigated to the nearest flower store, made a dashing U-turn at the next intersection, and went straight to the flower store. There was no room for a little regret in his return. Luckily there's a nice flower store about a kilometer away. After Xia Yang parked the car, he pushed open the glass door. The bell hanging on the door rang with it, and all kinds of floral scents came to his nose. There was only one clean-cut young girl in the store, and she stopped trimming flowers in her hands when she heard the bell and looked in the direction of the door. For a while, he was also mesmerized by Xia Yang. Hello, I want to buy a bunch of gardenias. Xia Yang was eager to buy flowers and didn't pay much attention to this young girl selling flowers. Okay. The shy young girl didn't dare to look directly at this sudden guest. She'd been watching the florist for a few years and had never seen anyone so handsome. The young girl carefully wrapped a bouquet of gardenias, summoning up the courage to strike up a conversation with Xia Yang. If it's for a girlfriend, roses might be better. No. Well, that's right. Give me another bouquet of roses. Xia Yang just wanted to refuse, because Long Xuanyu's kind of cold and clear temperament went better with gardenias. But roses have another use. In no time at all, the two bouquets were wrapped. The young girl handed the flowers to Xia Yang and said, I hope these flowers will bring you happiness. Xia Yang smiled and said, thank you. The young girl watched Xia Yang's back leave until it was out of sight. Some people are lucky enough just to meet them. It was as if she was speaking to herself, and as if she was speaking to the flowers. Two completely different bundles of words were placed together on the passenger side. Roses and gardenias. It seems like Xin Yanran and Lang Xuanyue. The experience just inside the flower store put Xia Yang in a good mood. You will be happy yourself, and you will make those who love you happy. Chapter 156, Her Prince Comes. Xia Yang was stuck in traffic for a short while after coming out of the flower store, but still managed to make it to the school entrance before class ended. The extremely cool sports car instantly catches the attention of many. He looked at the familiar entrance to the university but couldn't get in, and had a sighing feeling in his heart. But in a flash it was released again. It is often said that things are not what they used to be. After 3 years, one was no longer a student at this top university, but none of that mattered. What matters is that the person who loves still loves them. That's enough. Xia Yan looked at the time on his cell phone and it happened to be the last period of class. Then he dialed Long Xuanyue's number, all the while still holding the bouquet of white gardenias while getting out of the car, ready to greet her. The classroom was also just about finished, and the old professor had just announced the end of the class. Long Xuanyue then received a call from Xia Yang. Frost Moon, I'll meet you at the east gate of the school. Okay, I'll be there soon. Lang Xuanyue's gentle tone and happy smile. It left the students who didn't get to leave viciously shocked. Icebergs melted. The male students in the class, in particular, were used to seeing Lang Xuanyu rejecting people. How could one not expect an iceberg goddess to have such a tender side? It didn't take a brain to realize that it had to be someone she liked calling. It hurts too much. Xia Yang, who got out of the car, became the center of attention at the entrance of the campus. Even the limited edition supercar behind him was reduced to a backdrop. After putting on the suit Shen Yanran had carefully prepared, the already handsome to the core, he had an additional sense of mystery and asceticism. It's enough to make a beautiful woman fall completely in love at first sight. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Yang was holding flowers in his hands, looking like he was waiting for his girlfriend, the beautiful women around him would have surrounded him. Even so, there are still some bold girls who are brave enough to try it, not willing to miss it. The result is a polite rejection through and through. Soon, Xia Yang caught a glimpse of Lang Xuanyue in the waves of people leaving class. Frost Moon. Here, Lang Xuanyue also saw the dazzling Xia Yang from afar. The light of the setting sun was draped over him, and in his hand was a bouquet of white gardenias. The two locked eyes across the sea of people, Can you tell me why you don't want to play the princess? Because my prince, he's not here. Memories from the ice festival came flooding back. This time, her prince came, with white flowers and a warm, dazzling haze. When Xia Yang saw Long Frost Moon, he couldn't wait to run towards her with the bouquet of flowers. The two ran at each other. The only thing in your eyes is each other. Gardenia, like it? Xia Yang gave the bouquet to Long Frost Moon. Like. Cold Frost Moon's eyes reddened a bit. It's because of happiness. Lang Xuanyu and Xia Yang had many things to say, but this was obviously not the place to say love words. Almost everyone was looking at them. Just like it, Xia Yang said with a smile, holding her hand and walking towards the car. Cold Frost Moon took the initiative to change the way she held hands. The flawless jade hand was interlocked with the warm big hand of Xia Yang. Envy. Damn it, this dog food. Give me 10 more bowls. In the face of this kind of love, onlookers are more than blessed. Get in the car and put the bouquet away. Xia Yang personally helped Lang Xuanyu fasten her seatbelt. The two were very close to each other. There was an aroma permeating the small, confined space. Not a gardenia, not a rose. Frost Moon. Xia Yang gently called her name. Closer and closer. The moved Cold Frost Moon responded to his call with action, sending her lips. The kiss, as always, was bruising. Stretch. Chapter 157. Lang Xuanyu's adversary scales. Xia Yang dominated the kiss that was full of loving, lingering and incomparable. It was a long time before the two separated. A scarlet color surfaced on Lang Xuanyu's absolutely beautiful face as she exhaled like an orchid. The long kiss made her a little short of breath. Gloss ran over her delicate lips. Go home and kiss again. Xia Yang suppressed the urge to lean down again, though he knew that the dumpy beauty near him would be at his mercy for the picking. Lang Xuanyu replied shyly. Xia Yang sat back in the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and drove away from the school entrance. First, a trip to the grocery store. The fridge at home is out of ingredients. Good. With such a conversation, the onlookers would have thought that they were a couple who had been married for a long time and were in love with each other. But that's pretty much it. Just not married. In the supermarket, Xia Yang pushed the shopping cart. Lang Xuanyu was in charge of buying ingredients. She understood what Xia Yang liked to eat and what he didn't like to eat. When she encountered some ingredients that she couldn't pinpoint, she would ask for Xia Yang's opinion. As soon as Zhang says he doesn't like it, that ingredient won't go in the cart. The way Lang Xuanyu looked when she was carefully selecting the ingredients, she really seemed like a virtuous wife. Xia Yang was mesmerized by what he was watching. This, like it? She pulled the loose sideburns up around her ears. Xia Yang looked at the shopping cart full of his favorite food. Happy and helpless. Frost Moon, don't patronize me. I'll do it, so you don't run out of your favorite dishes. And how will you give me children if you're starving and thin? He said in a joking tone. Who would have guessed that what was said was not meant to be said, but what was said was meant to be heard? These words were put into Long Frost Moon's heart. Does he want a child? Lang Fengwei gazed at Xia Yang, who was picking out ingredients, and Xia Yang didn't know that she took it seriously and was choosing some of their favorite ingredients. Frosty Moon likes it a little lighter. Huma, with tastes like her own. The shopping cart was quickly filled with saying, Frost Moon, it's bought, let's go. Lang Frost Moon seemed to be thinking about something and didn't hear Xia Yang's call. Frost Moon? What's wrong? It was only when Xia Yang held her jade hand that she came back to her senses. What are you thinking about? So mesmerized? Lang Fengyue wanted to rehash the matter of having a child, but with people coming and going around, she was thin-skinned. Such private things cannot be said. Nothing. Let's go now that we've bought it. Xia Yang, who was walking behind, saw that her delicate earlobes were tinted pink. Beautiful. If he wasn't outside right now, Xia Yang would have taken her into his arms and come up to her ear to say some shameful words. That makes it even better. When he went to the cashier, Xia Yang took out the items inside the shopping cart and Lang Xuanyue paid. One of the people in the back saw that not only did Xia Yang have the company of an earthly beauty like Lang Xuanyu, but he also didn't have to pay. The heart bursts with envy straight away. The indignation accidentally spoke from his heart. Humph, eating soft food. It was too late when he realized he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Words spoken are like water thrown out. They can't be taken back. Even he knew that the words were nothing more than his own words of jealousy. The aura on the man in front of him didn't want to be something that a soft eater could have by any stretch of the imagination. The scene was so awkward for a while that even the cashier stared at him. Lung Frosty Moon's face was like frost after hearing him say this about Xia Yang. When people talk about her, she doesn't always pay attention with her cold nature. But to say bad things about Xia Yan was to touch her scales. It must not be allowed. Chapter 158, The Most Beautiful Flower. Xia Yang stopped his hands and turned around to sweep a glance at the person who was jealous of him, eyes as stern as knives. He's angry. It wasn't because someone else had said something bad about him, but because the bad words had ruined Langfrost Moon's wonderful mood. The jealous little man stepped back with some fear in his heart. Lang Xuanyue was just about to speak, but Xia Yang jumped ahead of her. It's not worth getting angry and fighting over people like that. So Xia Yang decided to take a different approach, a different way to hit him and still get Langfrost Moon back in a good mood. Honey, some people can't eat grapes and say they're sour. Well, but it's justifiable. I've got a wife who's unbelievably beautiful, gentle and considerate. It's not unusual to suffer a little jealousy. As he spoke, he even wrapped his arms around Lang Xuanyue's willow waist. The people around them laughed happily when they saw Xia Yang show love and fight back. It reached the ears of that jealous little man and became a mockery. He didn't have the face to stay any longer and ran straight away without buying anything. The anger in Lang Xuanyue's heart was instantly doused, and when she heard Xia Yang call her wife, her heart trembled. Sweet, super sweet, this beautiful woman. Please check out quickly. I'm in a hurry to go home with my wife. Okay. The cashier lady began to brainstorm the scene after they got home. When Lang Xuanyue heard Xia Yang say such blush-inducing words in public, she surprisingly did not feel very shy, but instead was more happy and cozy. I'll help you. There were a lot of things and Lang Xuanyue wanted to help Xia Yang carry some of them. No need. It's just a small thing. He couldn't afford to strangle the marks on those flawless jade hands. After awakening his psychic abilities, Xia Yang's already strong physical qualities could not be measured in the human category. Getting super tough. It was dark when I got home. Xia Yang carried a large bag in his left hand and a large bag in his right hand. Lang Fengyue, on the other hand, was holding the bouquet of white gardenias. Honey, where are my flowers? Shen Yanran was a little jealous. Xia Yang had expected this. That bouquet of roses was bought for Shen Yanran, the woeful siren. A perfect match. Yes, close your eyes. He laughed, placing the bag in his hand on the dining room table and deliberately selling it. Shen Yanran obediently did as she was told, and Lang Xuanyue on the side witnessed a magical scene. The bouquet of red roses in the car appeared in Xia Yang's hand out of thin air. Its psychic powers. Shen Yanran opened her eyes when she smelled the scent of roses. The vinegar eaten was melted away by the bright roses and bloomed into a flirty smile. Thanks, honey. There's no one who doesn't love flowers from their beloved. Shen Yanran was no exception. In the end, the white gardenias and the passionate roses were placed in a vase in the living room. Add a small splash of color to this modest home, but the house would have had two crowning flowers already. A cold, noble, and beautiful flower. One is upside down and is considered a redhead. Gardenias and roses can only pale in their presence. The three of them divided the work clearly, and soon a table of delicacies with all the colors and flavors was made. Both women are pretty good cooks. The atmosphere is cordial. There are dishes on the table for each of your favorites. After dinner, neither Shen Yanran nor Lang Xuanyue allowed Xia Yang to wash the dishes, but Xia Yang said that as the pillar of the family, such a big thing as washing dishes should be left to him. Carry them out of the kitchen with thick, strong arms, then closed the kitchen door. You guys should take a shower. Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyue didn't need to wash dishes at home, so naturally Xia Yang wouldn't let them do it either. The two women who were kicked out of the kitchen naturally understood what he was trying to do. Take a shower like he wants. Chapter 159, Moonlight Colorless. Shen Yanran came out of the shower and abducted Xia Yang into her room. At the moment, she was wearing a hidden, sexy black nightgown, which set off her tall and delicate body even more wonderfully. Skin that has been moisturized by warm water is glowing and becoming more delicate, sultry and provocative. Shen Yanran took Xia Yang's hand and bullied her way up. Send him a charmingly perfumed kiss. It's a return gift, she said with a big smile. Even though the smile was flirtatious enough to be uncontrollable, Xia Yang still saw a touch of fatigue on her face. Shen Yanran had labored all day at the company today. If not, that fragrant kiss just now wouldn't have been so shallow. Xia Yang's eyes swept over with heartache when he saw this. Then he gently bent down to take the slender and delicate body into his arms in a princess hug. Shen Yanran panicked, and hurriedly said, Honey, I'm today. I know, so now carry you to rest. Xia Yang's tone was gentle, without the impatience of an arrow on the string. Love can be hardy. It can also be restrained tolerance. The former is easy, the latter is hard. The softest part of Shen Yanran's heart was touched by these simple words of Xia Yang. She felt she had been the happiest woman in the world. No need to ask for anything more. Honey, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Shen Yanran lay obediently in Xia Yang's arms, and stretched out her jade arms to encircle her neck. Her seductive autumn eyes were all about him. Okay, I'll wait. He laid the beauty in his arms on the soft queen-sized bed, thoughtfully tucked in the covers, and left an orange nightlight on. Go to sleep quickly. Good night. Xia Yang didn't leave right away, but sat on the edge of the bed. Good night. Shen Yanran gazed at him for a while before closing her eyes full of attachment and falling asleep. Soon she was in dreamland. Cold Frost Moon was drying her green silk with a blow dryer in front of the mirror. The occasional exposed snowy neck is beyond stunning. The noble and cold back was like a fairy in the 9 heavens. This fairy, who was not touched by mortal dust, saw Xia Yang, who opened the door in the mirror, and a shallow smile appeared on her absolutely beautiful face. Xia Yang took over the blow dryer and gently dried Lang Shanyue's beautiful long hair. After bathing, Lang Shanyue was dressed in a dignified and elegant white long dress, not at all like she was about to fall asleep. Rather, it was as if they were well dressed and about to attend a very important banquet in a grand manner. But now that the night is dark, where is the feast to be found? The only explanation, and the right answer, her beauty blossomed for the summer sun. In fact, Xia Yang also marveled at how beautiful Lang Xuanyu was tonight. Even the moon outside the window is a little less impressive than she is. Feeling the fiery sight of her intended victim, Long Frost Moon blushed thinly. Ripples of joy ripple through the heart. The hair is dry. Xia Yang put down the blowtorch that he had put down and embraced Lang Shanyue into his arms from behind. There are no words, the mind is connected. For two people who have been separated for 3 years, a hug can feel like a great fulfillment. Happiness was flowing in the quiet room. Promise me one thing, okay? Lang Xuanyue turned around and leaned into Xia Yang's embrace. Don't leave me again. Xia Yang's heart didn't feel good as he listened. During the 3 years that he had left, it was obvious that neither Lang Xuanyue nor Shen Yanran had had a good time. They are obviously all daughters of heaven, but they suffer from lovesickness because of themselves. Don't worry, I won't leave again. Aha! Xia Yang lowered his head and kissed the fairy in his arms. The fairy responded back to her lover. The moon is absolutely beautiful tonight. Chapter 160, Becoming More and More Virtuous. The next day, Xia Yang woke up very early. Lang Xuanyu was still asleep in his arms. Her serene sleeping face was so beautiful. Xia Yang reached out and ruffled her somewhat messy green silk, then couldn't help but gently kiss the white forehead. Having learned from his previous experience, he learned to be compassionate. No delay in Lang Xuanyue's classes, then gently get up and want to go wash up and make breakfast. In fact, he could completely obey the will of his heart to continue cozying up with Lang Xuanyu inside the comforter. When Lang Frosty Moon woke up, she would make him breakfast with her own hands. Enjoy that ultimate tenderness that belongs to him alone. But Xia Yang also wanted to give his tenderness to Lang Xuanyue. The long, white, elegant dress had been on the floor for a night. The top of the skirt is torn, destined not to be worn again. Xia Yang picked it up and folded it. Buy another one for Frost Moon, one more beautiful than this one. The culprit confessed in his heart. This elegant and noble white long dress was Lang Frost Moon's favorite dress. I wore it last night for my favorite person, but I didn't expect it to be gone so soon. The living room was silent, with only the scent of roses and gardenias. Yesterday's trip to the grocery store yielded enough ingredients to make a hearty breakfast. Xia Yang was in a happy mood as he cooked the ingredients in the kitchen. Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran became happy because of his return. How could he not? Only Mom and Dad. Thinking about it, the happiness that had just welled up in his heart was instantly torn to shreds. The chopping of vegetables became slow. The warm, soft, supple touch from behind him pulled him back from the abyss. It's Shen Yanran. Xia Yang hurriedly buried the pain and regret, and his face expression adjusted and adjusted. Don't want to show the sadness. Both Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran had suffered painfully for 3 years. It's too good to have a good life to be mixing in any sadness. Good morning, dear. Good morning. Don't you want to sleep more? I wanted to sleep a little more, but I wanted to see my darling more, so I got up. Shen Yanran, this titillating siren, casually said things that made people listen to her with intoxication. Still going to the office today? No go. That's smart, capable, beautiful secretary of yours will take care of the company for me. Xia Yang was dumbfounded. Isn't Ms. Tang your secretary Yen Yen? How come it's said to be mine? Didn't Honey give her a raise? In her mind, you're the president. You'll know later. Shen Yanran said slowly. In the room, Long Frost Moon woke up from her dream. Just now she had a dream. I dreamt that I went to an amusement park with Xia Yang and my daughter's family. Have fun with it. It takes time to cushion a huge drop. Lang Xuanyue turned around without seeing Xia Yang's figure, and what caught her eye was the neatly folded white long dress. Shy memories resurfaced in his mind. A blush rose on the absolutely beautiful face. She got up and finished dressing and put the torn dress inside the closet. Shen Yanran was puzzled to see that Lang Frost Moon could get up so early. Lang Xuanyue ignored her gaze and said softly to Xia Yang, I'll make breakfast in the future. You don't have to get up so early. I'm not sleepy. Hurry up and eat. Xia Yang said with a smile. Lang Fengyue looked at the sumptuous breakfast and didn't say anything else, but in her heart, she secretly decided that in the future, she would get up before Xia Yang. make him breakfast. The iceberg goddess, who is becoming more and more like a virtuous wife. Chapter 161 Time versus Love. After breakfast, it was about time. Lang Fengyue has an early 8 class today. Xia Yang drove her to school, with the company of her favorite person. Cold Frost Moon felt that this morning was wonderful. It doesn't matter if you're stuck in traffic. Xia Yang looked at the motionless traffic and chided himself. Should have taken the subway. It's fine. This way I can stay with you longer. Cold Frost Moon was subdued. What if I'm late? It's okay to be late. Her straight ball attack was a little too much for Xia Yang to handle. That's foul. The twists and turns and ups and downs over the years had made Lang Xuanyue realize one thing: some things are meant to be said. What's the point of hiding it in your heart? Crews directing traffic soon arrived and the blocked traffic began to flow slowly. 10 minutes rolled by. Destination reached quickly. The car slowed to a stop in the parking space. Xia Yang was a little reluctant to give up and shamelessly asked Long Frost Moon to give a kiss before she left. She blushed and kissed. Frost Moon, it seems like I didn't kiss you like this last night, right? Xia Yang laughed evilly. Lang Fengyue's stunningly beautiful face turned even redder, and she finally gave him a formal and long farewell kiss. When she got out of the car, Lang Fengyue felt her face burning. After Xia Yang watched her enter the campus, he drove away with satisfaction. Okay, that's all for now. When Xia Yang returned home, Shin Yanran had just finished her phone call. Honey, come back to the villa with me. She thought about it but decided to let her sister see Xia Yang today. The endless waiting is too painful. Lily has called me every single day, non-stop, for the past 3 years, asking about your whereabouts. She, who may not be much better off than me. Xia Yang froze slightly at his words. Shen Lily's pitiful, petulant, pleading, and cunningly pleased appearance seemed to reappear before her eyes. Brother Xia Yang, I like you. Well, Brother Xia Yang, take me on a trip with you, please, don't leave me behind. Brother Xia Yang. He had always thought that Shin Lily's feelings for him were at best the youthful ignorance of a teenage girl, which could be described as fondness, but not to the point of love. 3 years had passed, and it was long past time to throw him, Xia Yang's brother, into an unknown corner of his memory, which knows that time has not been able to defeat the love of a young girl. Aha, Xia Yang whispered. He actually belittled someone else's feelings. Then we're leaving now. I've asked Mom to call Lily. Shin Yanran knew that she would definitely guess something when she called Shin Lily to tell her to come home, so he asked Zhao Kite to help cover for him. It's been a long time since I've been home for dinner. With that, Xia Yang, who had just entered the house and hadn't even had time to sit down, set off for the villa. He wanted to apologize to Lily Shun. Shin Lily lived in the school dormitory after she got into college. It wasn't that it was inconvenient to go home, but there were many memories of Xia Yang inside the villa. Touchy-feely. As time passes, the budding maiden gradually blooms. She gets more and more beautiful. The housemates said it was too bad she didn't smile. Why isn't Lily Shin laughing? She would also be petulant. She would also act pitiful. And she would also call out in a sweet and incomparable voice. Brother Xia Yang can be salted or sweetened, and sometimes a little devil. It just depends on who it's for. Drip drip drip. The cell phone rings, and it says Mom. Once connected, Zhao Kite's gentle voice came through. Lily, do you have class today? If you don't have class, come back for dinner. Mom has already sent a driver to pick you up. Chapter 162, A Bitter Kiss. Shen Lily glanced at Mu Shixian next to her. They had agreed to go out together later, but a sudden phone call from Zhao Kite disrupts the next arrangements. She replied after a moment. Mom, I'll be right back. Okay, Mom made your favorite dish. The driver is probably at the school gate as well, so hurry back. Zhao Kite said. Okay, bye. Shen Lily. Zhao Kite said goodbye and hung up. Wanting to speak, he tried to explain to Mu Shixian. Mu Shixian hadn't intentionally eavesdropped on the conversation between mother and daughter, but she was able to gather from just a few words that the rest of the trip was going to be a bust. Lily, if you have something to do, just go ahead and get busy. I have some other things I need to do, she said kindly. That's fine. We'll make another appointment next time. Today my mom asked me to come home for a meal. Shin Lily's tone was full of apologies. It's okay. Mu Shixian shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't mind. Shen Lily went home as soon as she got her best friend's understanding. The driver messaged her that he had arrived at the school gates. Sitting in the car, Shen Lily was a bit puzzled. Normally my mom wouldn't call me during the day Monday through Friday for fear of interrupting my classes. But then he called early this morning to tell him to come home for dinner. Could it be that Mom misses me? Yeah. Well, my sister's not home, and I only go home on weekends. It's better to move back home some days to be with Mom. Fortunately, Shin Yanran was telling Zhao Kite to call Shin Lily. If she personally called, it was estimated that by now Shin Lily had guessed the fact that Xia Yang had returned. Shin Yanran and Xia Yang had to return to the villa one step before Shin Lily. So when Shin Lily returned to the villa, she saw Shin Yanran sitting on the sofa in the hall. Sister, don't you have to go to the office today? She queried. Something always felt wrong. Why does your sister look so happy? And getting prettier. Compared to Shin Yenran, who was expressionless and had a low aura every day before Xia Yang came back, the current Shin Yenran had changed too much, radiant and rosy. A conjecture was born that thrilled her to no end. The company has been handed over to others to take care of. I'm taking a break for a while. Shin Yenran's words even more validated that guess of hers. The workaholic sister is actually taking some time off? Aside from the fact that it was his return, Shin Lily simply couldn't think of a reason why her sister had changed so much. Looking at her sisters gradually becoming agitated, Shin Yenran fell back on her appetite. The living room was quiet. Shin Lily wanted to ask but didn't dare to, fearing that it was her own wishful speculation. Shin Yenran deliberately didn't say anything. The one who surrendered in the end was still Lilishin, who wanted to know the truth. Sister, Summer, I brought you a gift when I went abroad a while ago and left it in your room, so go see if it fits. Shin Yenran interrupted her sister's words and threw down an even greater suspense. A gift? Is it Brother Hyang? Shin Lily couldn't wait a second and quickly went upstairs to her room. Before opening the door, she kept praying, please, it has to be Brother Xia Yang. Lilishin took a deep breath and opened the door. There was no one inside the room. A gift box did sit on the bed. The clear and pure pretty face became slightly pale. The whole thing wobbled like a deflated balloon as he closed the door and headed for the bed, picking up the gift. Tears in the corners of his eyes. Brother Xia Yang, when the hell are you coming back? How could Shin Yenran give Xia Yang as a gift to her sister? The gift, she said, was a real gift. If it is fake, it is a child's playground. As for Xia Yang, that's called surprise. A surprise is not the same as a gift. Lily Shin, who was on the verge of tears, heard a call. It's so familiar. Shin Lily hurriedly turned around, and Brother Xia Yang, who had been separated for 3 years, was standing behind him at this moment. Tears welled up in his eyes, tears like beads on a broken string. Brother Xia Yang, I knew it was you who came back. Shin Lily flung herself inside his embrace and held on for dear life, as if Xia Yang would fly away as soon as she let go. My Lily is the smartest. Xia Yang gently stroked her back to comfort her. Facing the painfully crying Shin Lily, he lamented in his heart. You're a big asshole, and you've been gone for 3 years. I'm sorry, Lily, I'm sorry. I underestimated your feelings for me. Shin Lily stood on her tiptoes and kissed Xia Yang's thin lips. Kisses mixed with tears are bitter and hard to describe. Perhaps she wants Xia Yang to taste the bitter taste of this 3 years of waiting and suffering. In the kitchen, Zhao Kite and Shin Yenran were cooking themselves. There are a lot of ingredients. It's so hard to have a reunion, so of course you need to have a hearty dish. Daughter, it's not easy for Xiao Yang to come back, so don't act like you did before, Zhao Kite reminded. Mom, don't worry. I've already recognized the mistake. Shin Yenran sincerely admitted her mistake. That's fine. The dishes took 2 whole clocks to make. Just looking at it makes you salivate. Shin Yenran walked up to the second floor and knocked on the door of Shin Lily's room. Tell her it's time to eat. Brother Xia Yang, let's go eat. Shin Lily wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's arm, with a look of I'm afraid you'll run away. I want to stick with you. 2 hours ago, he was still cursing the big bad guy, and with a change of tone, he called back to Xia Yang's brother. Ahem, do you still like the gift I gave you? Love it, thanks sis. Shin Yenran suspected that her sister had met Xia Yang and had not even opened her gift. And how does it feel like she's asking a question that is not an answer when she says she likes it? I have to say, my sister really does know her sister well enough. That gift Shin Lily didn't even look at. With Xia Yang's return, the villa changed back to its original lively atmosphere. What with the time travel and saving time, it seems like none of it ever happened. Here, Xiao Yang, eat more. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Kite gave dishes to Xia Yang and her 2 daughters respectively. Shin Lily completely turned into Xia Yang's personal maid. Brother Xia Yang, what do you like to eat? I'll clip it for you. She couldn't be in a better mood right now. Her bony, smooth, delicate, no white silk legs gently swinging under the table. Shin Yenran narrowed her eyes. Seems like someone's making a racket. Alas, one is still too soft. Shin Lily, relying on the fact that her mother was there, completely ignored her sister's dangerous gaze. Fortunately, Xia Yang sensed Shin Yenran's unhappiness and used his chopsticks to give her some dishes and said a few nice words to calm the anger in her. The complacent Shin Lily was soon sanctioned by Shin Yenran. My dear sister, it's not good to just eat for nothing. These bowls are yours. Revenge. This is naked revenge. Mommy. Shin Lily looked at Zhao Kite attempting to feel motherly love. Who would have expected Zhao Kite to smile gently and say to her youngest daughter, go on. The last vestige of support is gone. Shin Lily could only let go of Xia Yang. Grayly, she cleaned up the dishes and washed them. Honey, I've already thought of a way to compensate you. Shin Yenran revealed a victor smile and took Xia Yang's arm. Auntie, I'll go up first. Xia Yang politely greeted Zhao Kite before going up to the second floor with Shin Yenran. Good. After the 2 of them went up to the second floor, Zhao Kite also returned to the room, leaving poor Lily Shin to do the dishes. Chapter 163, Just for You. After returning to the room, Xia Yang closed the door with his backhand. Ahem, Huma, how are you going to make it up to me? Take it easy. Shen Yanyan opened the well-stocked closet. There are all kinds of clothes in there. What styles are available? Xia Yang thought she was going to give him a real-life costume show, and his heart became hot. For an impeccable beauty like Shen Yanran, just seeing her wearing different clothes and displaying different styles of beauty is a feast for the eyes. For example, Chong Sam's long dresses. Thinking about it makes you look forward to it. Xia Yang sat on the bed and crossed his fingers, but he didn't realize that it wasn't what he thought it would be. Shen Yanran smiled back and said to him, "Honey, come help me choose my clothes. What kind of anything? Whatever you like. I'll wear whatever you choose." With excitement, Xia Yang came to the closet. In his eyes, the sexy and mysterious black color went best with Shen Yanran, so that's why clothes that aren't black through and through aren't considered. In an instant, the multitude of clothing is filtered out by one half. In addition to this, the long dress is what better reflects Shen Yanran's graceful figure and charming temperament. Even with these two conditions filtering out a lot of clothes, Xia Yang was still in trouble. The rest of whichever one seems to be charming on Shen Yanran. When Xia Yang was in trouble, a teasing whisper came from his ears. "If it's too hard to choose, I can wear them all for my dear. But there's always a favorite, isn't there?" With the promise that he could have them all, Xia Yang quickly chose an expensive black evening gown. "Honey, is this the one?" "Aha." Xia Yang nodded. He could already imagine how stunning Shen Yanran would look in this black evening gown. She recognized the evening dress in Xia Yang's hand. It was custom made for her by the top costume designer, Tara. There was no charge because Tara had said that Shen Yanyan would not bury her skills by wearing the clothes she made. Unfortunately, this dress has been sitting in the closet and hasn't had a chance to make an appearance. It wasn't because the dress was bad, it was because this strapless, high-forked black evening dress was too beautiful and sexy for Shen Yanran to wear. She wants to present her best to the people she loves. The idea was to wear it to Xia Yan when he came back and charm him to death, so it's sitting in the closet. I didn't expect Xia Yang to pick this one as soon as he chose it, so I have to say that he had a good eye. Shen Yanran was beautiful to the core after wearing this black dress tailored by a top master. Nobility and femininity are perfectly interpreted in her. The green silk was coiled up, and the face of 1,000 beautiful people was flushed with a moving scarlet color. The beautiful eyes were full of love and the fragrant shoulders were half exposed. The white jade neck was as graceful as a white swan. The wonderful curves of the body are all natural. Slim smooth legs lightly move a step, is swaying. In ancient times, it must have been a red-faced scoundrel who made the emperor faint and scourged the country and the people. "Honey, do I look good?" Shen Yanran asked with a smile. That smile was so seductive. "Good looking." Xia Yang looked a little smitten. He walked forward to take Shen Yanran into his arms, but was skillfully dodged. "There's a place to go first." "Where to?" Xia Yang froze. It turned out that changing into a dress was going to a banquet. Instead of putting it on for him, Shen Yanran caught the loss in Xia Yang's eyes and held his arm to comfort him. "My dear, this gown is only for you. The place we are going to is very close. Let's go." Chapter 164, Punishing You for Loving Me Forever. Shen Yanran's soft words instantly soothed the loss in Xia Yang's heart. The seductive tone was even more bone-chilling. Who can stand up to this? Xia Yang could only be obedient and let her, a demon, lead him out of the room. "Honey, do you like golden houses?" "Of course, someday I'll go buy a house to hide you properly," Xia Yang joked. It was mainly the words golden house that reminded him of his experience of being locked in the basement. That's why he deliberately said this to scare Shen Yanran. Shen Yanran's beautiful eyes dimmed as she sniffed. The golden house was just a test for her. Test the depth of the damage that the former captivity had done to Xia Yang. Shen Yanran would not have the luxury of saying that after 3 years, Xia Yang would forget about those unpleasant experiences. She'll pay for her behavior. Maybe these bad experiences will turn into a thorn in the dear heart. Just because he doesn't say it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I will pull this thorn out with unending love. Between conversations, the two soon arrived in the basement. It's no different than before. Luxurious, depressing, it's a love cage. Huma. Shen Yanran stretched out a slender and beautiful finger and pasted it on Xia Yang's thin lips, interrupting his words. "Honey, listen to me. I brought you here to make up for the mistakes I made in the past." Her beautiful eyes reflected a deep color of remorse. "In the 3 years since I lost you, I have often come to the basement, to this place of my own possessiveness. Slowly, I finally recognized that it wasn't the cold chains that bound you, but your love for me. In the face of your tolerance, I shut you down again and again. Too bad I woke up too late, when you were no longer with me. Thankfully, God has given you back to me again so that I can have the opportunity to make it up to you. Honey, I'm sorry. From now on, I will make it up to you with 1,000 times more love. The damage done to you, I'll experience it all for myself. forgive me, okay? Xiaoyang understood why Xin Yanran had asked herself to pick out her favorite clothes and put them on. Bring yourself back to the basement after you've done this yesterday. She was trying to look her best and be the canary in his cage. Fool. Xiaoyang gently stroked Xin Yanran's face, then swept her into his arms. There is only one compensation I want, and that is for you to love me forever. It is also punishment, so you have no right to refuse. Having a canary like Xin Yanran would make a man so happy that he would go crazy. But the re-entering Xiaoyang only wants to make the people he loves happy. In his heart, that noble and free Xin Yanran was the most beautiful. I will love you forever. Xin Yanran's heart was touched to the core after hearing Xiaoyang's punishment. The two held each other close in the quiet basement. No long, passionate kisses or love words that made their ears red. Love, however, boiled over. In the kitchen, humph. Sister must be making love to brother Xiaoyang again. Shen Lily grumbled, her hands moving faster and faster, trying to hurry up and get the dishes cleaned. The dishes were degreased with dishwashing liquid and passed through water a couple more times. She was also finally freed from the chore of washing the dishes once they were neatly arranged. Shen Lily rushed towards her sister's room without saying a word, twisted the door handle, turned. Ha, I'm surprised my sister didn't lock it. She pushed the door open. The room was found to be empty inside, with no one on the bed and only 2 cell phones lying around randomly. It was nothing like the scene she had thought of in the thick of it. Shen Lily's first thought was that her sister had switched rooms to spend time with Xiaoyang in order to avoid her coming to disturb her. But she next searched all the guest rooms of the villa without finding the two. There's just the basement left. Did sister lock up brother Xiaoyang again? Shen Lily's mind flashed to the 2 cell phones sitting on the bed, and the more she thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. So it was a rush to the basement. Xin Yanran still wanted to embrace Xiaoyang for a while longer, but she didn't expect to be disturbed by her sister. The atmosphere and all that, it's all ruined. Lily Shen, you like coming to the basement, don't you? Xin Yanran's autumn water eyes flashed dangerously. Shen Lily, who felt that a great disaster was approaching, took one step backward. No, I went the wrong way. Ha, brother Xiaoyang help. In the end, under Xiaoyang's forceful protection, Shen Lily escaped. Otherwise Xin Yanran would have let her dear sister live in the basement for the rest of her life, since she liked to come so much anyway. Chapter 165, Seeing Mu Shixian. Mu Shixian was very busy these days, busy preparing for offline book signings. 3 years ago, she was saved from the sea by Xiaoyang's leap. Back home that night thought for a long time, and finally gathered the courage to want to explain his feelings to Xiaoyang. The goodbye that night turned out to be a farewell. Even Lang Xuanyue and Xin Yanran's use of the heavenly background behind them will have searched all over the place but also failed to find Xiaoyang. Although Mu Shixian was a scholarly family, there was nothing she could do. The only thing she could do was to finish the book that she had poured all her feelings into, and then wait with anticipation one day at a time. When the book was finished she didn't lock it in a drawer, but spilled it into the sea that is the internet, because there's always a better chance of being seen by Zhang on the internet than in a drawer. Mindlessness makes the willow grow. The book quickly caught fire and was even published. The fine writing and the ebb and flow of the storyline make those who have never been in love feel like they have been in love after reading it. The beauty is that the sweet romance fails to continue to the end and ends in tragedy. It also hurt readers hard. Calls for a sequel or a change in the ending are getting louder and louder. But if Xiaoyang doesn't come back, she won't be able to write a happy ending. When the platform party saw how Mu Shixian refused to come out with the extras, they retreated and chose to hold a book signing to appease and placate the readers. As soon as the posters promoting the book signing came out, they received a very enthusiastic response. The main reason is that Mu Shixian is so beautiful, plus the book is so nice. With the double buff, even out-of-town readers came. Today, Mu Shixian was wearing an ancient-style long dress, as if she was a stunning beauty who had walked out of a painting. Exuding a bookish air, she rhymed, "It's beautiful." The book signing started at 2 p.m. First in line was a young lady who handed over the book in her hand for Mu Shixian to sign. Also complimented, "You're so beautiful, author." "Thanks," she returned a polite smile. Those at the back of the line posted pictures of Mu Shixian, sitting demurely, to the forum, and those readers who hadn't come along commented, "I thought the author on the poster was beautified, but I didn't realize that the real person is 3 times more beautiful than the poster. The author is simply a great lady who traveled from ancient times." "No, it's a princess. Is it okay if I go now?" Crying, that classical beauty in Mu Shixian struck a chord with readers. Someone soon showed Mu Shixian's autograph, and the words were as good as they were absolutely murderous. This book signing was all still in progress, and there were people clamoring for Mu Shixian to hold another one. The female readers didn't mince words, and would have asked for a hug if there hadn't been a table separating them. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Some of the male readers brought not only books but bouquets of flowers. Without exception, Mu Shixian politely refused. There had been many people chasing her over the past 3 years, but her heart had long been full of someone. There's no room for anyone else. Mu Shixian has a gentle, watery personality, but is extraordinarily stubborn when it comes to love. At this moment, a man wearing a duck-tongued cap and mask in the middle of the line looked at the beautiful and dignified Mu Shixian, with no admiration or fascination in his eyes. Some are just unspeakably complicated. A few days ago, Xia Yang found a book in Xun Lily's room. The cover of the book shows a beautiful woman holding an umbrella in the misty rain with a man's jacket in her left hand. What's unique is that when you see her, out of nowhere it seems like she's watching you too. It's as if you're the one she has to wait for to return in the rain. The words by Mu Shixian brought back some memories for Xia Yang. Lifting the first page, a one-line preface comes into view. She was deeply in love with him and was unrequited. Since then, Mu Shixian's love had been conveyed across time and space to the person it was meant for. Street encounters, eaves to shelter from the rain, leaping over the sea to save each other. As the book was turned page by page, Mu Shixian's love was presented to him, obviously a novel. Xia Yang read it as a love letter. Read that last sentence. I will wait forever. The book is closed, and the beautiful woman on the cover is still waiting in the rain. But she would soon be able to wait for the person she was to wait for. Xia Yang was looking for Mu Shixian and happened to catch the book signing. Their encounters are always so subtle. Mu Shixian wouldn't have expected that Xia Yang would appear as her reader. Perhaps such an ending would be worthy of the long and torturous wait. The queue was slowly moving, and the readers had to exchange a few pleasantries after getting Mu Shixian's autograph. And most of all, they were asking when exactly an extra would be released as a happy ending to the book. It was finally Xia Yang's turn, and he handed over the book in his hand. MS. Mu Shixian, can you sign this for me? Dusty memories were blasted open by that one simple sentence. For a moment, Mu Shixian felt like she had returned to that rainy day when she first met Xia Yang. She shyly introduced herself. My name is Mu Shixian, and that person addressed her as Miss Mu Shixian with such politeness. As Xia Yang took off his mask and hat, Mu Shixian's eyes reddened. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. It's really you. It won't look good if you cry. Don't cry. Xia Yang reached out to wipe the tears that flowed because of him, yet a drop still fell on the umbrella pattern on the novel's cover. The tearful Mu Shixian was by no means as unattractive as he said, but instead was poignant and beautiful. Heartbreaking. Xia Yang suddenly felt that he shouldn't have appeared at this book signing. Drawing tears from Mu Shixian. Screwed up this book signing. There are a lot of your fans back there waiting for your autograph. We'll have a good chat when the book signing is over. Xia Yang sighed, putting on his mask and preparing to leave. Don't go. Mu Shixian held his hand, not letting Zhang back into the sea of people. The line had begun to stir, but Xia Yang's upright figure blocked the view of the people behind him, and they didn't know what was happening here. It just seemed like an unusual amount of time to sign this one. A little too long. Mu Shixian's beauty captivated everyone in the room, and fans couldn't wait to get their autographs. A woman from the organizers came up to investigate the situation. She thought it was Xia Yang who was dead set on not wanting to leave, but it turned out to be Mu Shixian who was holding back. And why does it look more and more like a TV show where a couple meets up to renew their relationship after a few years of breaking up due to a misunderstanding? She didn't know what to do for a moment, except to remind the two that the fans behind them couldn't wait. Xia Yang didn't want to really mess up this grand book signing and affect Mu Shixian's career as an author because of his presence, so he stayed behind. There is also a spare set of tables and chairs in the corner of the premises. He just sat there waiting for the book signing to end. Mu Shixian could see him whenever she turned her head. After Xia Yang's accident was ruled out, the book signing continued. After Mu Shixian signed her name, she always turned her gaze to Xia Yang to make sure he was still there. The sun sets over the western mountains. The long book signing was finally over. The fans took away Mu Shixian's autograph while Xia Yang took away Mu Shixian. Genus was the biggest winner of the book signing. Chapter 166, A Hidden Surprise. Actually, to be more accurate, it was Mu Shixian who took Xia Yang. She naturally took Xia Yang's hand. Time changes a person. Mu Shixian learned to be brave. Love belongs to those who have courage. Cowards don't deserve happiness. Miss Mu Shixian, where to? Xia Yang asked. Just call me Shixian. Can you accompany me to the beach for a bit? Mu Shixian smiled gently. Okay. The two walked side by side as passers-by gazed at them. The place where the book signing was held was close to the shore where Mu Shixian had fallen into the sea in the first place. It didn't take long to arrive. The afterglow of the setting sun tints the surface of the sea a golden color and sparkling water. The sea breeze blew Mu Shixian's green silk. The hem of the skirt is also fluttering in the wind. Beautiful. She pulled back the green silk around her ears. Retract your gaze from the sea. Remember this place? Xia Yang nodded. I was running by that night and saw someone struggling in the water. I didn't think it would be you. To tell you the truth, I had already run 7 8 kilometers and was severely depleted, so I had to grit my teeth and drag you towards the shore. Now that I think about it, we are lucky enough to be able to enjoy the beautiful side of this ocean together today. There was some emotion in his words. Yes, the sea was dark, cold, and hideously horrible that night. Mu Shixuan's eyes lost focus as her thoughts drifted away. About to sink to the bottom of the sea, you came down from the sky and lifted me up. Say to me, don't be afraid. You at that time was the only thing I had to fall back on in the middle of the ocean. When I came ashore, I looked at your slightly pale face and thought to myself, I'll probably never love anyone else in my life. Unfortunately, I didn't take my chances, and on the way home when you drove me, I wanted to say something several times, but I didn't get that out. By the time I made up my mind to make my feelings known to you, it was too late. Fate has sent you to me again, and this may be the last chance. Xia Yang. Mu Shixian paused, met his gaze, and uttered the words that were 3 years late. I like you. The soft words carried the firmness of till death do us part. Xia Yang wanted to hand over the book in his hand to Mu Shixian before saying anything else. The hand had just lifted, and the fragrant soft warm jade was already in his arms. Mu Shixian gave her first kiss to the man she loved without complaint. The book fell to the ground and the sea breeze blew it to the last page. Maybe after today there will be a new chapter in this story that ended in tragedy. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The novel's sequel was released and fans were delighted. There are even 2 full-color illustrations. The first one is the sea, colored gold by the setting sun, served as a backdrop, with a few white seagulls flying in the sky. A couple kissed in the slight sea breeze. The second one shows the hero walking the heroine home, with the setting sun stretching their shadows. The heroine was flooded with happy smiles and her eyes stayed on the hero's face. The painting is very nice. There were always sharp-eyed fans who noticed that the heroine on the painting looked like Mu Shixian, and the dress was exactly the same. Classical beauties like Mu Shixian made a deep impression. The details hidden in the paintings were picked up one by one. This book, it's not based on the author's great life experiences, is it? Should not, I guess. Fans know the real answer but don't want to accept it. When someone sent flowers to Mu Shixian at the book signing and was politely rejected, they all watched the show with a sense of gloating. Because you can't get it yourself, you get a sense of balance when you watch others not get it. All of a sudden they realized that the goddess they had fallen in love with at first sight had been obtained by some damn person, and their hearts ached. Most fans can't accept that Mu Shixian is in a relationship. So then these 2 very beautiful full-color illustrations became 2 bombshells. More and more fans are asking if the book is based on real-life experiences. Mu Shixian quickly responded on the platform's account. This book is based on my real-life experience. Fate arranged for me to reunite with him again during the book signing, hence the sequel, which I hope you enjoy. The hammer is set. The conjecture was thoroughly saturated. It also broke the hearts of many fans, and sales of the sequel fell off a cliff. Mu Shixian, however, didn't take it to heart. Although her family was not as rich as Xin Yanran's, they had some heritage. How else could you raise a lady of her caliber? The huge amount of manuscript fees were all donated by Mu Shixian to several orphanages. The money was meant to be spent out of love, and it could not have been spent more appropriately on children who lack love. This month Xia Yang's life had been incredibly happy, but tonight it made some waves. Inside Long Shuangyue's room, there was silence. Only a warm yellow night light remained on. The thin quilt outlined the curves of her slender and delicate body. The stunningly beautiful face had a bit of sadness. What's bothering you? Xia Yang gathered Long Shuangyue, whose back was turned to him, into his arms from behind. Nice light scent lingers on the tip of the nose. I'm going home for a while. She turned around and whispered. The tone of his voice and his bright eyes carried a note of dismay. Xia Yang was slightly stunned at his words, and it seemed as if a large chunk of his heart was empty, but then smiled and said, well, your aunt and uncle sure miss you, baby girl. I'll drive you back in the morning. He showed no hard feelings in his heart at all, and his tone was sparse. There was even no mention of leaving Lang Frost Moon behind, as well as asking when they would come over again. Staying close to your parents is one of the happiest things in the world. This is especially true for Xia Yang, who can't see his parents again. That's why he said he was happy for Lang Frost Moon to come home and live, even if it won't move back. Aha! Lang Fengyue looked at the man in front of her who was pretending to be relaxed and reached out her hand to caress his face. The tenderness in his eyes couldn't be dissolved. In fact, whether it was her, or Lin Yaxin, or Shen Yanran, they could all feel the changes within Xia Yang, become very concerned about everyone around you. It's like, you're all I have left. Don't leave me, don't go. But Xia Yang didn't say anything about his parents never coming back, and they couldn't get to the root of the problem. Lang Fengyue felt the arm around her waist unconsciously increase some strength, keeping the two close together. Xia Yang's subconscious still betrayed himself. He lowered his head and kissed Lang Frost Moon in his arms. The inconsistency between words and deeds refers to Xia Yang at this moment. The kiss was so loving when he was obviously acting as if nothing had happened. No shedding. Lang Shuangyue slowly closed her bright eyes and began to concentrate on her response. Sentimentality. Her tenderness, all of it, was given to him. When the water comes to the surface, Lang Shuangyue gently pushed Xiaoyang. I'm a little under the weather today. What's wrong? A slightly hoarse voice rang out, but there was no reproach. Instead, there was a strong sense of concern. A little tired. Xiaoyang no longer forced himself and dropped a kiss on her white forehead. Sleep. After saying that, he took the initiative to pull away for a while. After all, he was as hot as a furnace right now. Hugging Lang Frosty Moon again, neither of them could sleep. Xiaoyang suddenly felt a slight coolness, and his hand was held under the quilt. Lang Fengyue also knew that she couldn't go over right now, but it's always okay to hold hands. Sorry, it's fine. Hurry up and rest. Xiaoyang's tone was full of favor. The coaxed man watched him for a while with the help of the faint light before falling asleep. This night was destined to be torturous for Xiaoyang. It took a long time before I drifted off to sleep. Lang Shuangyue, who was beside him, woke up. Couldn't say she was awake. In fact, she hadn't been sleeping. She was back in that warm embrace. The sleeping Xiaoyang seemed to have sensed something. Murmuring, Frost Moon, I am. Long Frost Moon responded in her mind. Silence returned to the room and she settled down to sleep. Dream on. Lang Fengyue dreamed that she gave that heavenly surprise to Xiaoyang as a birthday gift. Chapter 167 Love from Auntie Chu. The next day, Long Frost Moon woke up very early, wanted to make a nice breakfast for Xiaoyang before leaving. It would be hard for her to have that for the next while. Not long after, Shen Yanran also came out from inside the room, due to the reason that she just got up. More than a few points of lethargy in her noble temperament. Random gestures tug at the heartstrings. The aroma of food wafting from the kitchen makes this morning full of happiness. Both daughters are jewel-like beings in the family. Coming here and having to cook instead made Xiaoyang feel bad in his heart, so he often got up very early to make breakfast, and when Lang Frost Moon and Shen Yanran woke up, they could just eat it directly. The same goes for lunch and dinner. They are not given a chance to dip into the masculine water at all. If the full score was 100 points, Xiaoyang's thoughtfulness could score 120 points. Shen Yanran walked towards the kitchen, and just as she said dear, she realized that it was Lang Shuangyue. When she saw those sumptuous dishes, she thought that she was going to make a good treat for Xiaoyang, so she joined in, hit the ground running. I'm going home for a while, you take care of him. Long Frost Moon spoke. These words were completely unexpected by Shen Yanran. She's actually willing to leave? Wouldn't that be a great way to spend time with your honey? Aha! After a brief exchange, the two women returned to silence. Organized handling of ingredients and cooking. It's significantly more efficient with the help of another person. Half a bell later, the dishes were all ready, all of which Xiaoyang loved to eat. Someone in a blessed state is still dreaming. Last night he had suffered for too long, and the quality of his sleep was dismal. Xiaoyang felt someone blowing gently into his ears, crisping them. Some itch. Honey, get up. The teasing voice whispered in his ear. Who can sleep? Sleepiness has run away with me. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by a beautiful scourge of 1,000 beauties. This wasn't the first time Shen Yanran had come to wake up Xiaoyang, but each time he felt like he was enjoying the treatment of an ancient monarch. It's a drunkard's dream. Don't say you don't have a wake-up call, but even if you did, you wouldn't be able to get it up at all. Breakfast is ready. Get up. Sorry, I woke up late today. Xiaoyang looked at the clock on the bedside table. It was already 8 o'clock. Usually they're eating breakfast at this time of day. We'll order from the hotel from now on, okay? Shen Yanyan also does not want Xiaoyang to drill inside the kitchen every day, ordering food from the hotels in its industry. Everyone does not have to cook. Forget it, it always feels less like home if you do that. He shook his head and declined the offer. Home is more or less to a little fireworks. Firewood, rice, oil and salt and the plain happiness, the feeling of home. Shen Yanran remembered that in this month, almost every morning when she opened the door to her room, she could smell the aroma wafting out from the kitchen. When he walked into the kitchen, he could see Xiaoyang's busy figure. At that moment, the morning was beyond beautiful. Then my dear will have to completely turn into a home cook, she said with a smile, looking at Xiaoyang with an extraordinarily charming and tender gaze. Shen Yanran no longer said that she would order food from outside or cook for herself or anything like that, since this was one of the ways that Xiaoyang loved her. Then she'll take it. It's a sweet burden. Xiaoyang does not care at all about the status of a family cook. Only after losing it will he know how valuable an uneventful life like this one is. He shuffled into the living room, where the table was set with colorful dishes. Just the look of it can make your mouth water. You can imagine the person who cooked it put a lot of thought into it. During the meal, Lang Shuangyu was in a bad mood and just drank a bit of porridge before putting down the chopsticks in her hands. I can't eat all this food. You guys have more. Xiaoyang divided the plate of steamed pork ribs, which was nutritious but not greasy. equally between the two women. Long Frosty Moon looked as if she suddenly thought of something, and her words of refusal stayed silent when they reached her mouth. Picked up the dishes again. Once breakfast was over, it was time for her to go home. Lang Fengyue didn't pack any of her things. Firstly, she had them at home, and secondly, she hoped that Xia Yang would think of her when he saw them. The atmosphere in the car was different than usual. Neither one said much. Xia Yang knew that as long as he released the unwillingness he had hidden in his heart, then he would say something nice to Long Xuanyu, like, "Frosty Moon, I can't sleep without you" or something. She's bound to go soft and come back soon, but that would be too selfish. There is more to life than just love. There is also the more important love of family. So Xia Yang didn't ask Long Xuanyu about her return date, but even without speaking, the disenchantment of the two men pervaded. Each knows what's going on in the other's mind right now. No more words are needed. When they arrived at Lang Xuanyue's house, both Lang Jia and Chu Qiushue were waiting for them in the living room. "Dad, Mom, I'm home. Hello Uncle and Auntie," the two said one after the other. "It's good to be back." Chu Qiushue got up from the sofa and pulled Long Frost Moon's hand. She really missed her daughter. Normally, Lang Jia had a lot of work to do on a day-to-day basis, and many times she and the nanny were the only ones left in the house. It's hard not to be alone. Without waiting for Chu Qiushue to take a good look at Xia Yang, the worried Ling Jia brought him to the study. "Your parents they can't come back." After two short sentences, the large study fell silent. There is sadness in the silence. Conversation seemed difficult to continue. Ling Jia sighed and walked over to pat Xia Yang's shoulder. "In the future, you can come to Uncle for any difficulties." He nodded, his face seeming to be clouded over so that he couldn't read his expression. Chu Qiushue was chatting with her baby daughter. Mother and daughter seemed to have so much to say. Xia Yang, who came out of the study, was happy to see the scene, and at the same time, his heart was sad. "Little Young, come here," Chu Qiushue said gently and beckoned. How to say that Xia Yan was also the one she watched grow up, but at the moment it felt strange. 20-somethings are supposed to be vibrant and radiant, but now he reveals a depth and composure that does not match his age. Only people who have been through ups and downs. It's a real pain in the ass for the kid. "Auntie, Xiao Yang, stay at Auntie's house for dinner today. Don't rush back." Chu Qiushue didn't ask more questions, and her tone was filled with heartache. Good. In Xia Yang's memory, Chu Qiushue had loved him since he was a child. Ning Wei had even joked, "Auntie Chu is raising you like a son. Do you want mommy, or do you want Auntie Chu?" Double motherhood at a young age. The next period of time, Long Xuanyue's daughter seems to have cold drop. Chu Qiushue's concern is really everything. It would be a lie for Xia Yang to say that he wasn't touched. This warmth, long lost, made his thoughts of his mother no longer repressible. Chapter 168, A Fair Bet. Xia Yang's abnormality simply could not escape Chu Qiushue's eyes. The more the child in front of him, whom he had watched grow up, was treated with care and tenderness by himself, the more his eyes flashed with a grief that he could not hide. "It's deep, deep." A terrifying thought rose in Chu Qiushue's heart. After chatting some more, he let his daughter take Xia Yang upstairs. Said I'd call them when it was time to eat. Lang Jia's forlorn back in the study made Chu Qiushue's heart sink. Something happened to Ning Wei and Xia Yin. Is that so? After 3 years, Xia Yang once again came to Long Xuanyu's boudoir. The distinctive aroma wafting inside was more than familiar to him. The room was decorated in cool colors, but it looked neat and cozy. Like his master, he is cold and stunning in appearance, refusing to be seen, yet gentle and considerate to those who love. "What did Dad tell you?" The two men sat on the edge of the bed. Lang Fengyue snuggled up to Xia Yang like she did when she went to a college class event and got carsick. "Uncle asked me how I've been doing lately." Xia Yang didn't want to tell Long Xuanyu about his parents not coming back. It's an insoluble quagmire. There's no need to pull her down too. "Frost Moon, Auntie Chu is happy to see you back. I suppose Uncle is busy with big things every day, and she always needs company when she's alone. Honestly, I'm glad I wasn't too selfish to keep you." A few short sentences made Ling Xuanyu feel a love as gentle and broad as the sea. This man beside her just wants her to have a good time and be happy, with no regard for herself at all. Flawless jade hands offered to take the large, warm hand. Xia Yang turned his head, and his stunningly beautiful immortal-like face came into view. The bright eyes were even more tender. "Of course I'll miss you when you're not around." With that, he kissed. Long Xuanyue tilted up her swan-like snowy neck in response to Xia Yang. Like glue, she sank completely into the lingering kiss, her body softening. Xia Yang also remembered that yesterday, Long Xuanyu said that she was a little unwell, point blank, and there's gonna be a knock on the door here any minute. After a kiss, love is flowing unchecked. Last night, Long Frost Moon slept late and got up early, plus for some reason, after a few moments of warmth between them, she fell asleep in her lover's arms. How Xia Yang looked at Long Xuanyu's serene sleeping face was not enough, and he looked at it for a long, long time. It was not until noon, mealtime, that I could spare to wake her up. Since Chu Qiushue knew that Xia Yang's parents couldn't come back, she loved him even more. At lunch, the bowls don't fit in the dishes. It was all she personally chucked to Xia Yang. Originally, Chu Qiushui still wanted him to stay straight away, but she didn't know what Lung Xuanyu had said to her before reluctantly giving up on the idea. Xiao Yang, come often in the future. Remember to call Auntie if you have any difficulties, got it? Chu Qiushui softly admonished. She still wasn't quite comfortable with Xia Yang coming home to stay. I know, Auntie. Frost Moon, I'm leaving. Aha. After saying goodbye, Xia Yang got into the car and started the vehicle. The rearview mirror reflected the increasingly distant Chu Qiushui and Lung Xuanyu. He left with a sudden melancholy in his heart. Driving aimlessly, Xia Yang didn't know where he was going either. Driving around, he drove to a beach highway. The cozy sea breeze blew in through the windows and the side of the highway was busy, with many vehicles parked. He also found a place to stop, open the door of the car and look out into the turquoise blue. Xia Yang remembered his own sister Lin's knee pillow. It also has the magic of healing. Recently Lin Yashin had been a bit busy and he didn't want to bother. The drifting thoughts were interrupted by a beautiful woman who came to ask for contact information. Xia Yang politely declined. After the beautiful woman left in frustration, her cell phone beeped. Taking it out and looking at it, it was from Shen Yanran. Honey, aren't you coming home for dinner yet? Xia Yang was slightly stunned, as if there was a little more in his heart, and replied, be right back. I didn't realize I had driven so far on the way here, and night had fallen by the time I got back. He pulled out his key and opened the door. The home looked completely different than usual, having been carefully decorated. Burning candles are shedding soft light, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Shen Yanran was wearing the black evening dress that was Xia Yang's favorite. It's all about elegance and grace. Against the candlelight, the flirtatious girl had an extra hazy beauty. Satisfy all the fantasies of a man's mind on the word stunning. Honey, welcome home. Shen Yanran walked in a graceful manner, then took Xia Yang's arm. Perhaps there is no higher peak in life. MS. Shen, should I change into a suit to have dinner with you? Tonight Shen Yanran would be the absolute star of any dinner party, and he just wore a casual outfit. A woman is a woman. Everyone knows this truth. Another candlelit dinner, another dress up. Xia Yang felt that he should also take out a corresponding attitude to make the other party feel respected. Yeah, I really like the way Mr. Xia looks in a suit. Shen Yanran was in a wonderful mood after hearing this suggestion. Wearing a suit, Xia Yang's temperament will become mature and stable, more handsome. It has a fatal attraction to women, but he usually liked to wear casual clothes, and when he accompanied Shen Yanyan or other people to go out shopping he wore a white shirt or something like that. Wait a little. Xia Yan laughed and drew out the arm that was held to go back to the room. It didn't take long for the door to the room to open again. Shen Yanran's eyes lit up, and at this moment, Xia Yan also had an additional sense of high and cold asceticism. She cautioned herself not to rush. The atmosphere and candlelit dinner that had been painstakingly created hadn't even been enjoyed yet. Let's just leave Honey alone for now. Their world as a couple begins to kick off. Wine, steak, candles, and love. Romantic to the core. Honey, you feed me. Shen Yanran did not sit across from Xia Yang. In Shen Lily's words, sister is making love to brother Xia Yang again. In fact, Xia Yang at first left her to go to the heart of the snow as always have indelible guilt. After coming back has been in all aspects of compensation for her. This small request was of course fulfilled unconditionally, and a small piece of beef was cut with a knife and fork and brought to her mouth. Shen Yanran's attractive red lips slightly opened and ate. Honey, why don't we move back to the cottage in a couple days? Xia Yang, who was holding a knife and fork to cut the steak, paused for a moment, not knowing how to reply. Moving to the cottage would leave the home unoccupied, and Frost Moon would still come back to stay. The request was difficult for him. It's not a yes, it's not a no. How about this? Within 10 days when Lung Xuanyue returns, you and I will continue to live here. But if Cold Frost Moon doesn't come back within 10 days, my dear will come with me. You also have the option of moving back when she returns. Without waiting for Xia Yang to speak, Shen Yanran stretched out a slender catkin and placed it on his thin lips. The wager isn't on you or me, it's on her. Fair enough, so that means you can't say no dear. Chapter 169 Brother Xia Yang, you can't run away. The stakes were set, and the people who can decide the winner are completely unaware of it. Shen Yanran lifted her highball glass and took a sip of red wine, and Xia Yang's gaze was attracted by the even more vibrant red lips. Candlelight danced and a sheen was reflected on it. Wine-flavored kisses. In the face of a beauty like Shen Yanran, who could hold on in such an ambiguous atmosphere? Huma. He approached slowly, the distance between them closing. In a slapdash moment, Shen Yanyan withdrew a small distance back. It seemed like a kiss and then it didn't. Darling, are you trying to taste the red wine? I'll pour it for you. The magnificent red wine fell into the clear goblet and swirled. It's like someone's heart being ruffled. Difficult to stabilize. Xia Yang helplessly took the glass of wine and drank it down. Good red wine, but it doesn't taste like anything. All of his mind was messed up by a move of refusal. Don't drink so fast before you get drunk. Have some steak. Shen Yanran was so pleasing to the eye even with her knife and fork, feeding Xia Yang gently and considerately, as if the seductive siren just now wasn't her. Zhang was taken down hard. Can't get angry at all. At the end, Shen Yanyan even used a napkin to help him carefully wipe the corners of his mouth. The candlelight dinner ended on a romantic note, and then they watched the movie like a normal couple's date. There was no option to go to the movie theater. Instead, it's in a quiet, uninhibited home. It was only when the movie started to air that Xia Yang realized in hindsight why Shen Yanran, who had always been arrogant and indulgent towards him, hadn't given that kiss, because that's what couples do on dates, isn't it? After a wonderful time with the one you love, it's only at the end that it's capped off with a tender kiss. Many years later, this precious memory is still as clear as yesterday. He turned his head and looked at the people around him. Shen Yanran was happy tonight and had a few more glasses of wine. There's a slightly tipsy feel to the flavor. A faint scarlet color surfaced on the upside-down face. Beautiful. It was destined to be an unforgettable night. The plot of the movie is just as twisted as Shen Yanran's journey with Xia Yang. The difference is that while Shen Yanran eventually waited back for Xia Yang, the heroine inside the movie could never wait back for the hero. Both men who were aroused to empathy were glad the other was still around. The credits rolled and the cell phone sitting on the couch suddenly lit up. Before Xia Yang could pick it up to see who sent the message, a deft, beautiful hand had gently tugged at his tie. Honey, you can't think about another woman when you're with me. Shen Yanran's red wine-flavored kisses made Xia Yang gradually lose himself, his heart intoxicated, probably influenced by that tragic ending of the movie. Her love was extraordinarily passionate. If Shen Yanran was a beauty snake, then Xia Yang would definitely be entangled by her a little bit. The two collapsed onto the couch. The night is tantalizing. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the time agreed upon for the bet had arrived. Long Frost Moon shows no sign of moving back. Xia Yang was abducted back to the villa by Shen Yanran. If I were to say who was the happiest, it would definitely be Lily Shun. In order to keep her brother Zhang from moving back home, she even played a little trick. No, just after dinner, he came in with a bunch of washed grapes. There were still droplets of water hanging from them, and each one of them was very full. Brother Xia Yang, would you like some after-dinner fruit? Lily, don't you have anything else to do? Xia Yang held his forehead. Attentive. Too attentive. It's been a wreck since we moved here. Yes, making brother Xia Yang happy is the most important thing to me. Shen Lily even peeled the grapes, leaving only the crystal-clear pulp, but her luxuriant fingers were even better, more delicate than the flesh of the fruit and pink at the tips. I'll do it myself. Eat it. Shen Lily began to pout. There's really nothing I can do. Sometimes she's innocent and sweet, and sometimes she's a mesmerizing siren like her sister. Xia Yang had to eat the peeled grape. Shen Lily had mastered his soft underbelly, and a pout like a kitten would make it obediently soft. I'm going to take a shower. Lily, take your time eating. Feeling like he was about to become a wreck, Xia Yang wanted to take the 36th plan and tried to soak in the bathtub to clear his head. Shen Lily smiled slightly. Brother Xia Yang, you can't run away. Chapter 170. After all, she can't resist the love in her heart. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed before Lung Xuanyue moved back home to live. Xia Yang would often go to her, although Cold Frost Moon didn't say when she would move back again, but every time they met, a gentle smile would always spread across her stunningly beautiful face. A parting kiss is also given to the initiative to send a parting kiss when parting. These actions were silently pouring out her thoughts of Xia Yang. Lily Shen's plan to be happy is also continuing. Another beautiful day began. Xia Yang opened his eyes but did not see Shen Yanran, and heard the sentence dear. Good morning. He stretched, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a note on the nightstand. When I picked it up, it said, Honey, there's something at the office that I need to take care of today, so it's too late to say good morning to you in person, and I'll make it up to you when I get back tonight. Underneath the note, there was a black card. Xia Yang had a bit of a headache looking at the soft food that was close at hand. I didn't realize that Huma's heart to bag herself was as unchanged as ever. Better take it to Lily. After finalizing the idea, he was worried about what happened to the company. Dialed Shen Yanran's phone. Though the call was picked up right away, and a flirty voice came from over there. Honey, did you miss me? There was also Donnie's voice, but it ended abruptly. Huma, what's wrong with the company? No, it's just that there are a few urgent papers over here that I need to sign. By the way, the money in the card has to be spent today or I'll give my darling some small punishment. Ahem, since there's no problem, that's all for now. I'm hanging up. Ugh, another day of not wanting to eat soft food. Shin Yenran knew it would be like this, but she wasn't angry. Xia Yang called early in the morning to care, making her in a good mood. Whether the money was spent or not, it was to her liking. Spent, just right, not spent. Going back would be grounds for a claim. Tang Yun, the beautiful secretary, realized how exhausting it was to manage this huge enterprise only after she was reduced to a tool person. It was hard to see Shin Yanyan complaining directly, but he didn't expect Xia Yang's phone call to come over. Good job lately. Here's a reward for you. You mean that? When Tang Yin heard Shin Yanyan say this, she immediately looked forward to it. Xia Yang took that card and went to find Shin Lily. There was no answer to the knock on the door of the room. Strange, I haven't seen Lily this morning either. It's a day off, right? He pushed the door in while thinking about it, and there was no Shin Lily in the house. The same note was placed in the most prominent place. Brother Xia Yang, Lily has to go out for the day. Remember to miss me. There's a cute emoji underneath that comment. Is everyone this busy? It was as if he was the only idle man left in the whole world. Xia Yang was a little depressed, and after washing up, he went to the living room to eat breakfast. It was just the right weather outside, and he suddenly wanted to go home for a visit. Half a bell later, Xia Yang stood in front of the door of his home and took out his key. Even though he knew no one was inside, he expected to see his dad sitting on the couch watching TV and his mom busy in the kitchen as soon as he opened the door. Pushing the door open, it was quiet. The house was still neat and tidy, and Shin Yenran hired housekeeping to clean it every week. The empty house was full of loneliness. It is not advisable to stay alone. After locking the door and going downstairs, people came and went along the street. There are so many sweet couples who are shopping together. One of the boys who was holding his girlfriend's small hand came face to face with Xia Yang. He sized up the loan and only shadowed Xia Yang and instantly became smug. That facial expression is like saying, I have a girlfriend and you're a single dog. There was subconscious jealousy caught in the middle of this silent dog food. So what if you're better looking than me? I have a girlfriend. The wind and water turned, and today it was Xia Yang's turn to eat dog food. When you look around, every one of them has company. The sense of silence brought out of the house intensified. Xia Yang stopped walking and took out his cell phone to dial Long Xuanyu's number, even though he had just met yesterday, and now it's wanting it badly. Frost Moon, are you free today? Then he got his first ever rejection. Lang Xuanyu said she had to accompany her mom to her grandpa's house and was not available today. Xia Yang naturally couldn't force himself, and hung up the phone with some reluctance. It's true what I thought in the morning. Why are they all so busy? Unbelieving. He dialed Lin Yashin's number again to ask if she was available. Brother Xia Yang, sister is a bit busy today. Mu Shixian said that she was inspired today and was inconvenienced to go out. It seems he's the only one who's idle today. Xia Yang began to wander through the sea of people, through the bustling pedestrian street. A few more minutes of walking brought us to a more gentle slope. The wind and the sun are green and the grass is green. Numerous couples were sitting on the grass in pairs, saying sweet nothings. He walked a little farther until there was no longer anyone in view, and then lay down. The cloudless sky was beautiful. Soon fall asleep to the gentle breeze of a brisk breeze. Soon after, a bird landed beside Xia Yang, searching for grass seeds on the ground with a peck to the east and a peck to the west, all the while jabbering away. As the good sleep was about to be disturbed, a misty figure slowly emerged. All of this earth and sky paled before her beauty. Chapter 171, the grand finale. She held out her flawless jade hand, and the bird dutifully flew over and rubbed itself affectionately. Then there was a chirp, as if to say, I see, I won't disturb his sleep. After the bird flew away reluctantly, only the two of them were left on the grass. The word love is the most torturous. At first, in order to cut the thread of love in her heart, she didn't bring Xia Yang, who had come back from the dead, back to the place that belonged to her alone, but gave it to Lin Yashin. Nor did he respond to Xia Yang's call. I thought it would be a slow way to forget, but the more something is suppressed, the deeper it goes. Over the past month, she would occasionally drift off, with Xia Yang's figure floating uncontrollably in her mind. Thoughts are silent, like a tidal wave hitting the decision to never see again. She lost in the end. Xia Yang's brows were furrowed as if he had dreamed of something bad. She gently smoothed the tightly furrowed brow. Don't worry, your parents will be back. Just getting something or accomplishing something comes with a price. Ningwei and Xia Yin came back, and the price she had to pay was heavy. It's not too much to say that it's 9 deaths. It's okay. If I die, I'll turn into the gentlest wind in the world to accompany you. The sleeping Xia Yang may never know this unrepentant love of hers, but at the moment heaven and earth are witnessing it. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it's noon. She used a little trick to let Xia Yang continue to slumber, because when she woke up from her dream, it was the moment of parting. She cherished this one day only. The sun was setting, and Xia Yang, half asleep, half awake, felt a soft sensation coming from his lips. I opened my eyes and saw a dusk sky. Vast, vast, empty. The soft to the touch remained on the thin lips, but there was no one around. Is it a dream? He muttered to himself. that was a long sleep. I can't believe it's late in the evening. Go home. Xiaoyang got up from the sloping lawn and walked back the way he came. It didn't take long for a fiery red sports car to stop not far from him. The car door opened, and an extremely beautiful secretary in an old suit appeared in the crowd's line of sight. She was lithe and tall, with a stunningly beautiful face that people couldn't take their eyes off of, not to mention those long, sexy black silk legs. There's an imperial flavor to it. Tang Yun, the president told me to pick you up. Get in the car. Oh, when the passersby saw Xiaoyang being welcomed to the car by these beauties, their hearts were really envious. The small space inside the car is filled with an aroma that belongs to its owner. Smells good. Instead of driving to her destination right away, Tang Yun took out a box and opened it, saying to Xiaoyang, "Happy birthday." Xiaoyang slightly stunned, counting today is really his birthday. The two were already well acquainted with each other, and Xinyan ran off and sent Xiaoyang to inspect the company, disguised as supervising Tang Yun's work. Thanks. He took the box, and inside was a watch. Even people who don't play with watches can easily see that it's worth a lot of money. Tang Yun has become Xinyanran's tool. There is no time to stay around Xiaoyang. At most, while he came to the company to inspect the time, using some pretend to break the foot and other small means to enjoy the benefits. This watch will be a substitute for being by his side. Like it? Like. You can't say you don't like a birthday gift from someone, right? Tang Yun said with a slight blush. I'll help you put it on. She took the watch out from inside the box and delicately and considerately helped Xiaoyang put it on. After getting it done, Tang Yun took a closer look at it. Well, it's not all that much money for nothing after all. Only after enjoying being alone with Xiaoyang in the car did she start doing the business that Xinyanran had commanded her to do. That's the paycheck she really wants. The car pulled up to a very large estate. Not only are there single-family homes on the huge estate, but they also have ocean views. Other than the price, there are hardly any downsides. The scenery is just so beautiful that one would be in a much better frame of mind if they lived here. The car stopped at the entrance to the estate house. The one who greeted Xiaoyang this time was Xin Lily, who had to go out for a day. Lily, what are you doing here? Brother Xiaoyang, you'll know later. Before that, be blindfolded. Oh. Xin Lily took out a black cloth, and Xiaoyang helplessly cooperated with her. After being blindfolded, he was led inside the villa by Xin Lily. After her feet hit the carpet, Lily Shen let go of his hand. Xiaoyang felt that there was another one who was helping him to untie the black cloth that was covering his eyes. Huma, after regaining his sight, he sought his gentle and beautiful sister Lin. Happy birthday, little brother Yang. More than. There was also Long Xuanyue, Shen Yanran, and Mu Shixian. They all said they were unavailable today for various reasons. It turned out to be all together. The first floor of the villa was decorated in a birthday theme style. You guys, alright, come over and blow out the candles and make a wish, Shen Yanran said. The doors and curtains were closed to create a sense of dimness at night. Mu Shixian lit the candles and gently inserted them into the cake. Xiaoyang looked around at the women, then closed his eyes and began to make a wish. He got a little greedy and made 2 wishes. One is that the parents are able to come back. The second is that everyone around you can be happy and joyful. It will happen. All of it. The birthday cake wasn't even an appetizer dessert. They had prepared a sumptuous dinner for Xiaoyang. The atmosphere was full of joy. After the dinner, it was far from over. Beautiful fireworks bloom in the darkness of the night, one after the other. Gorgeous colors. At this moment, Lang Xuanyue held Xiaoyang's hand and told him the surprise that had been hidden for a long time. We're having a baby. This explosive news echoed in Xiaoyang's ears, so much so that he couldn't even hear the sound of fireworks bursting. A happy smile surfaced on Long Xuanyue's absolutely beautiful face. It's countless times more beautiful than the glorious fireworks in the sky. She had moved back home during this time so that Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to see those symptoms of her pregnancy. Time passed and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyang's baby girl is in kindergarten. Ningwei and Xiaoyin had also returned, but whenever Xiaoyang asked them how the hell they came back, they were silent. As if he was keeping a secret he couldn't tell. When it was time for the parents to pick up their children, Xia Dicky was waiting eagerly for her father to pick her up. She made a deal with her dad this morning. The deluxe stretch bridge car came to a stop, and her cute, cuddly little face showed her excitement. As it turned out, when the female bodyguard opened the door, all she saw was her mom. Aura's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Mom, where's Dad? Lung Frosty Moon picked up Xia Qiji's little friend from and gently patted her back. Daddy has something very important to do today, so he can't come pick you up. Dad, this big liar, obviously said yes, come to pick me up. For little kids, a promise made on a hook is a promise that really needs to be kept. Dicky, Daddy sometimes says things that are important and have to be done. We have to understand him. There was some seriousness in Ling Frost Moon's gentle tone. So, when is Daddy coming back? The little one seemed to understand. Back off and ask when Xiaoyang will be back. Dicky, go home and eat well. Take a good bath and go to bed. You'll see your daddy as soon as you wake up tomorrow. Well, I'll be good, Xia Dicky Child said seriously. Lang Shanhua gently stroked her daughter's head. Sometimes she really didn't know what to do in case her daughter had a younger brother or sister and shared Xia Yang's favor with her. LOL. Xia Yang's days as a father have just begun. Concluded.